while others were still toiling away in cultivation. You managed to steal the Empress's strongest technique just by reading bones and telling fortunes. All other fortune tellers feared karma, but you insisted on telling 100 fortunes a day, even boasting that you'd take your own life if your predictions were wrong. The reason? After transmigrating into the body of a fortune teller, you could see the luck hovering over everyone's heads. Telling fortunes allowed you to steal their strongest abilities that would become even more powerful in your hands than in their original owners. The stronger they were, the more excited you became. At that moment, a clear voice suddenly rang out on the bustling horse market street. "Young lady, please stay. You are facing a calamity." Lu Xinyan, dressed in men's white robes, turned around in surprise and saw me lounging lazily by the roadside. Behind me stood a dark yellow banner with 8 bold characters: True Insight, Saving the World. Intrigued, Lu Xinyan walked toward me. Though my casual address of young lady was somewhat flippant, she wasn't angry, she was more curious about how I had seen through her disguise. After all, her cultivation had already reached the Emperor realm. In an era where saints were absent and the highest realms were rarely seen, she stood at the pinnacle. Only someone of equal or greater strength could possibly see through her disguise. Yet, I had done so effortlessly, while she sensed no cultivation aura from me at all. "May I ask for the Taoist's honorable name?" Lu Xinyan didn't put on the airs of an Emperor realm expert. Seeing that she wasn't offended by my casual demeanor, I dropped my playful attitude and clasped my hands respectfully. "Greetings, young lady. This humble Taoist secular name is Chun Tian, and my Taoist name is Add Money. You may address me as you please." Lu Xinyan smiled faintly. "Add Money, what an unusual Taoist name. How did you see through my disguise?" I narrowed my eyes, a smirk playing at my lips. "Because, young lady, your brows carry joy, and your eyes shimmer with the promise of spring. Clearly, you are about to encounter a fated romance and will soon marry. Since you're to marry, you must naturally be a woman." "Ha ha ha, Taoist, you jest. Marriage is impossible for me." By now, Lu Xinyan was certain I was just a charlatan who had luckily guessed her identity. She had devoted herself entirely to cultivation, remaining single all her life. As the Empress, how could she possibly let others dictate her fate? "I thought you were a master, but it seems you're just a fraud. Taoist Add Money, you've picked the wrong mark." I quickly interjected. "Don't be hasty, young lady. I'm no fraud, you truly have a divination sign upon you." Since transmigrating, I had told fortunes for many people. As long as the prediction came true, I could steal a special skill from them. But I'd also learned a lesson. The target's profession increased the odds of stealing a related ability. People like Lu Xinyan, with colored luck hovering above their heads, were exceedingly rare. At this point, Lu Xinyan was gradually losing patience with me. "Humph. As for the so-called marriage fate you mentioned, you probably don't even know who I am. Yet you dare to spout such nonsense." I wasn't intimidated by Lu Xinyan's threat, as I truly wasn't a fraud. "Miss, whether I'm a fraud or not, you'll know after having your fortune told. If I'm wrong, this humble Taoist will submit to your punishment. But if I'm right," Lu Xinyan smirked confidently, her playful side emerging. "If you're right, I'll kowtow and admit my mistake to you." Seeing this, I smiled faintly, pulled out a small folding stool from behind me, and placed it opposite her. Lu Xinyan didn't hesitate and sat down gracefully. "How do we do this?" I grinned, palm reading. I extended my hand and added, "Left for men, right for women. Please extend your right hand." Lu Xinyan narrowed her eyes, a cold glint flashing as she warned, "If you're just trying to take advantage of me, you've miscalculated." Hearing this, I put on a righteous expression. "Miss, don't tarnish my integrity. This humble Taoist is a genuine disciple of the Taoist tradition. How could I possibly do such a thing?" "Humph, you'd better not be." With that, Lu Xinyan confidently extended her right hand. Without hesitation, I reached out and grasped it. My first impression was how fair and delicate the hand of this rabbit lord was. Pretending to examine it carefully, I finally released her hand just as she was about to lose her temper. "Well, who will my future husband be?" Lu Xinyan had already decided that if I dared to fabricate a name or deceive her with baseless claims, she'd make me understand why an Emperor realm cultivator was not to be trifled with. It wasn't that I was exaggerating, rather, in the pink-tinged aura above Lu Xinyan's head, I had spotted a thread of black energy, so dark it verged on red, relentlessly gnawing away at her rosy fortune. Such peculiar luck was something I'd never seen before. "Speak clearly. If you don't, I won't let you off." Lu Xinyan's patience was nearly exhausted. At this point, I shook my head and said, "1 tael of silver for the divination." By now, Lu Xinyan had no intention of giving me room to argue. She promptly took out a tael of silver and tossed it into my hand. I weighed it in my palm, then smiled again. "Though the red Luan star stirs in your fate, miss, indicating marriage is near. The white tiger and Pajun stars flank it. These 2 stars govern slaughter and strife. They are omens of calamity. Your marriage is likely a doomed one, and you may even face a bloody disaster because of it. Moreover, the divination will manifest within 3 days. Seeing my words getting more and more outrageous, Lu Xinyan was about to lose her temper. But the next moment I suddenly raised my hand and said, "Enough, since fate has brought us together. How can I stand by and watch a beauty meet an untimely end? I have 3 solutions to break this curse. Would you like to hear them?" Lu Xinyan, barely suppressing the urge to hit me, replied, "I'll listen, but how exactly do I listen?" I raised my hand, rubbing my thumb, middle finger, and index finger together, and said, "This humble Taoist's Taoist name, add money, comes from this very practice." Lu Xinyan sneered inwardly and tossed me another full silver ingot. "Now, can you speak?" Holding the hefty 10-tael silver ingot in my hand, I was overjoyed. "After you return home today, a seemingly minor trouble will come knocking. If you ignore it, the misfortune will resolve itself in 3 days. Second, if you fail to heed the first warning, remember to wear deep yellow clothing before going out, the darker the better, and prepare a heavily scented sachet. Also, bring an extra set of clean clothes, from inner to outer garments. Lastly, this humble Taoist has a pill here that may save your life. Be sure to carry it with you at all times." I handed the pill to Lu Xinyan. Without hesitation, she took it, examined it coldly, and said, "Fine, I'll wait 3 days. If your prediction doesn't come true, or if you dare to run." I cut her off confidently. "Rest assured, since the day I mastered divination, I've never been wrong." The sheer confidence in my voice gave Lu Xinyan pause, her beautiful eyes fixed on me, scrutinizing my appearance and aura carefully. After committing them to memory, she stood up and left without another word. I watched Lu Xinyan's retreating figure, smiled faintly, and shook my head. What a pity for such a beautiful girl to face a bloody disaster at such a young age. Then I called out loudly to Lu Xinyan, "Remember my words." After my commotion, Lu Xinyan, having lost her enthusiasm, returned directly to her sect, the Yanxiu sect. As soon as she entered the mountain gate, she encountered her senior sister, Bai Lingmiao, who was also the sect head, leading a pair of disciples and was about to go out. "Senior sister, where are you going?" Seeing Bai Lingmiao's hurried appearance, Lu Xinyan asked curiously. "I only heard Bai Lingmiao say with some urgency, there was a team of disciples under the sect who clashed with the White Tiger sect master's personal disciples while they were out practicing. The White Tiger sect master has already detained them and sent word to me to discuss how to resolve this matter. I was just about to go." Hearing Bai Lingmiao's words, Lu Xinyan's heart was suddenly startled. Doesn't that just fulfill the words of that liar? According to her past character, she would have followed along a long time ago, but this time, she was a bit hesitant. But after a moment's hesitation, she thought it might just be coincidence. More so, to verify whether what Jiang Li said was true or not, he spoke up, "Senior sister, I'll go with you." Knowing what kind of nature his senior sister had, Bai Lingmiao didn't take it seriously and brought her along to Soul Breaker Valley. Only, Lu Xinyan had forgotten about Jiang Li instructing her to change her clothes, and to prepare an extra set of clothes. Originally, she did not want to come, but thought that if the other party is the real deal liar, but he was scared to hide in the clan for 3 days, by then even if that plus money Taoist calculation is not allowed, it is also allowed. If the other party was truly a strange person, then Bai Lingmiao and these Yanxiu sect disciples might be in trouble. She had to keep an eye out as the only Emperor Realm powerhouse in the Yanxiu sect. "That's right, senior sister, you're good at the Dan Dao. Can you take a look at this pill for me?" Halfway there, Lu Xinyan remembered the elixir that Jiang Li had given her, so she took the elixir and handed it to Bai Lingmiao, wanting her to help her look at it. Bai Lingmiao took the elixir and frowned for half a day to check it out, but she didn't see a clue. There is no Dan pattern, there is no medicinal fragrance, and it doesn't look like any poisonous Dan, but it is somewhat similar to the healing Dan used by mortal healers, the specific efficacy of which I still have to study carefully to know. "Senior sister, why are you interested in the medical arts?" Hearing her own senior sister say this, Lu Xinyan's heart, which was lifted, was also relaxed. She was certain at this moment that Jiang Li was a charlatan and everything was just a coincidence. Her own hall emperors, actually by a jungle liar, get suspicious, think about it, feel ashamed of the cheek. Immediately, she told Bai Lingmiao about her encounter with Jiang Li in Ningzhou City. "Ha ha ha, senior sister, I know that you are pure in nature, but I didn't expect that you could actually be fooled by a charlatan. Let me laugh for a while first, ha ha ha." The group of female disciples following around them also let out good-natured laughter. Lu Xinyan's delicate face immediately became as red as a monkey's butt. She secretly vowed to make that liar pay for it when this was over. Murder, though not so much, but a heavy dose of discipline is a must. Soon, they arrived at the Valley of Broken Souls. It was just that inside the valley, they didn't see the detained sect disciples or the White Tiger sect master. Just as they were puzzled, a sudden change protruded. A formation suddenly appeared and enveloped them. Seeing this, Lu Xinyan was shocked and immediately wanted to make a move to break the formation. "Ah, fellow Taoist, Lu mustn't make a move. Once you do, these little disciples of your Yanxiu sect will suffer." As a chilling laughter came, Tiger Sanqing, the sect leader of the White Tiger sect, led a group of White Tiger sect disciples, escorting a dozen female disciples of the Yanxiu sect with injuries on their bodies, and walked out from the shadows. Seeing this scene, Lu Xinyan's heart sank. She suddenly felt that today, she might really be in for a bloodbath, as that Gachanja said. But where is that so-called marriage? Chapter 3, Don't come over here, you guys. I didn't expect it. Fellow Taoist Lu is actually here as well. Tiger Sanqing's eyes lit up when he saw Lu Xinyan. Tiger Sanqing had been trapped in the middle stage of the Emperor realm for 100 years, and just when he thought he would stop here, he obtained a very domineering method of extracting yin and replenishing yang. As long as you find a woman who is also in the Emperor realm to have a double date and pick the yin to complement the yang, you can break through the shackles. Thus, he fixed his gaze on the only Emperor realm in Ningzhou other than him, Lu Xinyan. Fellow Taoist Tiger, what do you mean by this? Bai Lingmiao frowned and opened his mouth. You and I two sects in this Ningzhou territory has always been well water, even if the disciples have some conflicts, but also has always been a peaceful solution. Today you this is why? Tiger Sanqing hemmed and hawed. Fellow Taoist Bai, I had no choice but to do this. I actually didn't mean any harm. He, is this your lack of malice? Bai Lingmiao sneered as she looked at the formation that had trapped them. Tiger Three Lines looked at Lu Xinyan and said, in fact, the purpose of the following today, just want to seek a marriage, and your clan Lu Daoyu, as a couple of the Dao, originally just want to first ask White Daoyu to first come to discuss, did not think that Lu Daoyu actually also came. Lu Xinyan was once again shocked in her heart when she heard Tiger Sanqing's words. Could it be that this is the marriage that the con man was talking about? Lu Xinyan couldn't help but diaphragm her heart. Without waiting for her to speak, Bai Lingmiao sternly questioned, is this the attitude you have when you want to ask for a kiss? Tiger Sanqing, calling you a Taoist friend, that's for the sake of years of neighbors, to put it bluntly, my senior sister, is also something you can covet. Tiger Sanqing sniffed, but he was not annoyed. Fellow Taoist Bai, I'm afraid you'll have to agree today even if you don't. With that, he gave an order, and those White Tiger sect disciples behind him were like hungry wolves, pouncing on those injured Yinshou sect female disciples, and began to tear their clothes non-stop. Master, save me. Ah! Don't you come over here, don't! Seeing this scene, Lu Xinyan and Bai Lingmiao were so enraged that they were about to make a move to break the formation and rescue their disciples. Tiger Three Lines see the situation laughed, waved his hand to stop the disciples under the door after said, two friends, you don't waste your efforts, this formation has my personal support, even if you can play out, at least is also after an incense stick, by then, you these water spirit disciples, but also has long been these disciples of mine, to enjoy some of it. Tiger Sanqing, you're shameless. Bai Lingmiao scolded. Ryu Xin also stared angrily at the other party. Only Tiger Sanqing suddenly changed his face and said in a chilling voice, today, this marriage, you just have to agree to it even if you don't, unless, you're ready to disregard their deaths and lives. Give you 5 breaths of time to consider, as long as you move to break the formation, I will immediately let my disciples continue to move, but they are on your Yinshou sect female disciples, has long been salivating. Lu Xinyan looked at the female disciples whose clothes had already been torn to shreds and whose spring light had appeared, her silver teeth clenched. She couldn't stand by and watch them be defiled no matter what, and was about to open her mouth. Senior sister, no. How could Bai Lingmiao not know what her senior sister was thinking, immediately pulling her hand to stop her? Elder sister, you do not need to say more, is not just to marry, who is not married, I really cannot look at them, by these. Fellow Taoist Lu, it's been 3 breaths, have you considered it clearly? Lu Xinyan took a step forward and said in a cold voice, fine, I promise to marry you, but you need to release these disciples under my door before removing the array. Hu Sanqing smiled and laughed. Fellow Taoist Lu, Fairy Lu, do you think I'm stupid? Now let them go and then unlock the formation. What if you don't recognize them? So what do you want to do? I only saw Tiger Sanqing pull out a compulsion from his bosom and said, this is an intrinsic heart-devouring compulsion refined by this seed. After you eat it, without my timed antidote for you, you will suffer from the pain of 10,000 worms devouring your heart, and ultimately die of pain alive. With that, he threw the compulsion into the formation and landed at Lu Xinyan's feet. Senior sister, no. Bai Lingmiao was anxious at the sight. Lu Xinyan shook her head and picked up the compulsion. I hope you keep your word. If you dare to go back on your word, I'll pull you on my back even at the risk of fish death. Tiger Three Lines heard the words, his eyes showed joy. Fairy, don't worry, as long as you eat the parasites, we are a family where there is no fighting and killing, ha. Lu Xinyan's beautiful eyes were closed, and with a cross heart, she swallowed the heart-devouring compulsion into her stomach. Alright, release those female disciples and undo the formation. Seeing that Lu Xinyan had really eaten the compulsion, Tiger Sanqing took a moment to sense it and after making sure, he was instantly overjoyed. At your service, ma'am. Ha ha ha. Afterwards, they painfully lifted the formation and released those female disciples. Seeing this, Lu Xinyan immediately transmitted her voice to Bai Lingmiao, senior sister, take them back to the sect immediately. Bai Lingmiao, who knew her senior sister's nature by heart, immediately transmitted her voice anxiously, what are you doing? Lu Xinyan smiled faintly, senior sister doesn't need to ask more questions, quickly take them back. Senior sister. Bai Lingmiao was about to say more, but was stopped by Lu Xinyan. Seeing this, Bai Ling Miao could only endure the pain and say goodbye to Lu Xinyan, and lead a group of disciples to return to the clan first before looking for another method. Seeing them leave, Tiger Sanqing smilingly walked towards Lu Xinyan with a lustful light in his eyes. "Ma'am, today is the auspicious day, how about we go back to the cave here? Ha ha ha." Saying that, he was about to reach out towards Lu Xinyan's fragrant shoulders. Only when he got closer, Lu Xinyan suddenly let out a delicate cry and suddenly attacked, a long sword stabbing him straight in the chest. Tiger Sanqing, however, dodged it easily as if he had expected it. "Ha ha ha, Mother Nature is really hot enough, I like it, just to play with you for a while, when the compulsion attack, still have to be obedient? Ha 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 ha." Lu Xinyan was already a small realm away from Tiger Sanqing, and because of the heart-eating compulsion, she was worried in her heart and her attack was unavoidably messy, and after a few strokes, she lost the upper hand. Not only that, soon she felt a sharp pain coming from within her body, as if there were countless bugs, gnawing at her internal organs. Ha 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 ha, the heart-devouring compulsion is acting up, isn't it? Tiger Sanqing immediately laughed out loud when he saw the change in Lu Xinyan's face. She was already no match for her opponent, and with this, she was even more nearly struck by Tiger Sanqing several times. Suddenly, she remembered the elixir that Jiang Li had given her. Although she didn't know what the elixir actually did, there was nothing she could do at the moment. "If you don't eat, you'll really fall into the hands of Tiger Sanqing." Holding on to the idea of treating a dead horse as a living horse, after she forced Tiger Sanqing back with her sword, she immediately took out the elixir and swallowed it into her mouth. Something magical happened. As soon as the elixir was in her mouth, she felt the pain in her body, all of it disappeared. On Lu Xinyan's face, she immediately revealed a joyful expression. Tiger Sanqing, on the other hand, his face changed, and the sensation between the heart-devouring compass in him was actually disconnected. Not only that, he also suffered a backlash as a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth, and his breath immediately withered. "What have you done?" Seeing this, Lu Xinyan sneered, "I'll tell you when you're a ghost." As the wind and water turned, the Tiger Sanqing, who had suffered a backlash, were still a match for Lu Xinyan. After a short fierce battle, he was finally defeated and was cut down by Lu Xinyan's sword. Lu Xinyan looked at the ugly face of Tiger Sanqing, who had fallen at her feet, and at this moment, she finally felt a trace of fear. If it wasn't for Jiang Li's elixir, she was afraid that she would really be in a bad way today. Indeed, he is a wondrous man, counting to the nearest cent. Lu Xinyan couldn't help but exclaim. At this moment, she had no more doubts about Jiang Li. "By the way, the Taoist master told me to wear dark yellow clothes, and for what? What's the point of asking me to prepare an extra set of garments and scented pouches?" Just as she was wondering, there was a sudden gurgling sound in her stomach. Lu Xinyan's face immediately changed. That elixir. But before she could make a move, the hallowed emperor realm couldn't contain itself, and a foul odor came from under her. At the back hem of the snow-white long shirt on his body, there was even a touch of yellow that slowly fizzled out, resembling a gorgeous yellow flower. Coincidentally, right at this moment, Bai Ling Miao's voice came from the distance. "Senior sister, don't be afraid, we're here to save you." Then, she saw Bai Ling Miao, leading more than 1,000 disciples from the Yanshou sect, killing her. It didn't give her a chance to dodge at all. Lu Xinyan suddenly had the thought at this moment that it would be better to let Tiger Sanqing beat himself to death. "Don't come over here, you guys." Chapter 4 Drawing Rewards. "This girl, your forehead is black and your eyes are devoid of spirit. I'm afraid there's an evil omen. Come, let the poor Taoist take a look at the palm of the girl's hand and measure her destiny to see if it can be dissolved." In front of Jiang Li, there sat an innocent-looking peasant girl. At the moment, it was red-faced and shy, being snubbed by Jiang Li, pulling his small hand and touching it. Though the chakra above her head, presenting things in a flat, white color, would not be rewarding. But Jiang Li also had to eat, didn't he? Ding dong! Ding dong! Ding dong! Jiang Li, who was feeling up, suddenly remembered 3 consecutive beeps in his head. This is when the feedback tone that represents someone answering the trigrams is rewarded by the system. Jiang Li was instantly energized and his eyes were filled with anticipation. Looking straight at the young girl across from him, her eyes contained waves of shyness, and the blush on her cheeks spread to the root of her neck. Ahem, in this case, if the girl takes this talisman home and burns it at the door, all will be well and the evils will be exterminated. With that, he pulled out a ghostly talisman from his pocket that even he couldn't understand and handed it to the young girl. The young girl took it solemnly, and after giving Jiang Li 10 coins with a red face, she walked away daintily. When she was almost at the corner, she looked back at him reluctantly, with spring in her eyes. Seeing this, Jiang Li immediately waved his hand and gave her a faint smile. As a professional cleric, Jiang Li knew very well how he should maintain his clients. Subsequently, right here on the streets of the downtown area, Jiang Li opened the system and prepared for the lottery. 3 voices, these 2 days even 3 head with color. Is this morning's that rabbit also fulfilled? I can't believe it's so fast. I don't know if she listened to me. It would be a shame if she died, Jiang Li said to himself. Then, in front of him, a curtain of light appeared that only he could see. There were 5 cards within the curtain of light from which he could take one and turn it over. What was on it was the reward he had drawn. John Lee rubbed his hands together. God forbid, let's do something useful. After saying that, John Lee clicked on the one in the very center. With that, a very soft white light lit up. However, John Lee's face was filled with disappointment. A bright white light represents a drawn reward that is relatively ordinary. Sure enough, when the card was turned over, there was a Candyman drawn on it. The card then turned into a white light and disappeared into his brow. In his mind, there was immediately an additional segment of Sugarman making techniques, as if he had already done it countless times, very skillful. As long as he drew a reward that was something like this that required learning, he could learn it straight away, skipping all the learning process. Even, to be better than the fortune teller himself, even. John Lee was a bit disappointed that he had drawn such an ordinary contraption in his first draw. Something like that, he's had plenty. Next, he said in his mind. The next moment, 5 cards appeared in the light screen again. John Lee rubbed his hands again, then took a breath in his palms. God bless, come up with something useful, not a cultivation technique, but at least a martial art or something. John Lee remembered that the object corresponding to the second draw was a pugilistic man. From him, it was always impossible to draw a skill like coiled dragon winding pillar. With the idea that he had already gotten trash out of the middle last time, and the probability of even getting trash out wouldn't be very high, he once again chose the one in the very center. At his expectant gaze, the card flipped over, but still lit up with a burst of white light. On the card, depicted, is an embroidery needle. John Lee saw this and looked odd. Could it be the sunflower treasure code? Instantly, a thought flashed through his mind. If it's really the sunflower treasure tree, then after he learns this, does he still want to self-circumcise? Just as he was puzzled, the card turned into a white light and disappeared into his brow. Next moment. You're a big ING man and you know how to sew. John Lee collapsed backward in despair, lazily leaning against the corner behind him, unspokenly despondent and disheveled. Looking at the last draw, he had lost all hope. He even had a hunch that what he drew from that rabbit master might be a skill like female disguise. He's a man. Is he learning how to be a man? If the second draw is really a sunflower, it might work with that. Just as he was despairing, the lottery page in the light screen refreshed again. John Lee casually swept a glance. Huh? He immediately sat up straight and looked closer. Only this time, something has changed on the lottery page. 3 out of 5. He looked at the instructions on the page with excitement on his face. What's going on here? He had counted a lot of people, and there was no shortage of unlucky people who immediately hiccuped and went to their deaths right after counting, and there were also lucky people who tripped over gold when they turned their heads. But this was the first time he had seen such a situation. John Lee stroked his chin and thought that the rabbit master who felt very comfortable in his hand might be an extraordinary person. Without delay, and with an excited heart, he selected the 3 cards in the center in turn. The card flipped over and a blinding golden light appeared, causing John Lee's eyes to squint. Golden legend. But that's not all. Without waiting to see what the reward was, 2 more golden lights followed in quick succession, causing him to force his eyes tightly shut. Triple flash. John Lee closed his eyes tightly and resisted the urge to shed tears as he muttered to himself, no, 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 no. When the golden light dissipated, John Lee slowly opened his eyes. What came into view were 3 cards with gold trim. There were 2 books and an elixir drawn on it in turn. Brush. The cards with the books drawn on them turned into 2 streaks of golden light that did not enter his brow. The card with the drawing of the elixir, on the other hand, turned into a golden light and fell into his hands. Gongfa, it's a gongfa. It's actually a gong method. John Lee resisted the urge to jump up in celebration and growled lowly. He had finally drawn the legendary cultivation technique. Great return to heaven technique, clear spirit sword technique, and 5 revolutions gathering pill. Those were the 3 rewards he drew. A technique used for cultivation, a sword technique used for offense, and an extremely high-quality elixir that could enhance cultivation. Strongly suppressing the excitement in his heart, John Lee felt himself in detail. Feats and sword techniques that he had completely learned at this moment. But there are still some differences. Although he had learned the great return to heaven technique, this technique did not allow him to directly turn into a supreme expert. It would still take a long time to accumulate cultivation. But compared to other cultivators, he didn't have any bottlenecks when it came to this gongfu. As long as his body could withstand it, he would be able to increase his cultivation at the upper limit speed of this technique. It could be said that his understanding of this gongfu was completely comparable to, if not superior to, the person who created it. And that clear spirit sword technique is available now. The power effect, however, was related to one's own cultivation level. According to his estimation, he can only utilize at most 0.5% of the power of this sword technique right now. As for the yuan gathering pill, it could save him a lot of time, he just didn't know how much it could increase his cultivation. After the excitement in his heart passed, John Lee once again thought about the rabbit master. The other party, perhaps, was an extraordinary being. Chapter 5, Practicing a sword can make you weak. With excitement in his heart, Jiangli immediately closed his stall and ran towards the outside of the city. Leaving aside the great return to heaven technique, he couldn't wait to try out that clear spirit sword technique. Only, after he ran outside the city did he remember that he didn't even have a sword. Jiangli hammered his head in chagrin, then looked around. Since there was no sword, a wooden stick would have to be used instead. Jiangli casually picked up a straight wooden stick with a tree branch that could act as a handguard and casually danced a sword flower. Too bad, it would be perfect if there was a field of canola here. With a slightly disappointed shake of his head, he prepared to perform his sword technique. Ow! Just then, a vicious wind came, and a mottled tiger suddenly jumped out from the woods on one side. Jiangli hadn't stepped out of Ningzhou City since he crossed over, and had long forgotten that this was still a barbaric world, with wild beasts swarming in the mountains and forests outside the city. 2 lifetimes didn't make him much more bold than others. Directly after seeing the tiger, he was scared and his legs went limp. If he hadn't still had the stick in his hand to hold him up, he would have fallen to the ground. It's over, I don't know how to slide shovel. Roar! Tiger didn't care if he could slide shovel, and with a stomp of his strong hind legs, he lunged towards Jiangli. Before he even got close, Jiangli could already feel the fishy stench emanating from the tiger's bloody mouth. In a moment of panic, he directly closed his eyes and subconsciously used the clear spirit sword technique that was already deeply rooted in his heart. Put! Jiangli only heard a sound of a sharp blade entering his flesh reaching his ears. Then, he felt a warm liquid that splashed on his face. The pain that was expected did not appear. When he summoned up the courage to open his eyes, what he saw was the tiger's huge body, which had been split in 2, from head to tail, and collapsed 3 paces away from him. Jiangli took a look at his hand, which was only holding a piece of wooden stick, and a look of ecstasy gradually appeared on his face. The power of a sword was as terrifying as this. At this moment, his boldness infinitely expanded. If this were a field of rapeseed flowers, wouldn't it be cut down with one sword? Only, before he could be happy for a while, an unspeakable feeling of weakness filled his entire body. That sword just now had directly drained all the power from his body, cleanly. He was as if he had a serious illness at the moment, his legs were weak and his feet were weak, and gold stars were still coming out of his eyes. He knew in his heart that he couldn't stay outside the city for long. Tigers are extremely territorial, and there shouldn't be any beasts that are too dangerous nearby. But I'm afraid the bloody smell of the tiger carcass will soon attract a group. After resting for a little while, he braced himself and headed towards the city of Ningzhou. Luckily for him, he made it all the way back to Ningzhou City in a calm breeze. Finally, after returning to his own place, he could no longer support himself, and with 2 black eyes, he fell onto the bed and directly fainted. This sleep was 3 days and 3 nights. But what he didn't know was that because he was so weak, Lu Xinyan, who had returned to Ningzhou City, wasn't able to sense his aura to find him. Once Tiger Sanqing died, the White Tiger sect, which had no emperor realm to sit on, became a piece of fat meat. As the only emperor realm of the Yanshou sect, she didn't have much free time at this time. I could only leave unhappy after 2 days of searching. However, in his heart, he had already categorized Jiangli as one of those hidden masters. By the time Jiangli woke up again, it was already late at night 3 days later. He was awakened by the sound of his own gurgling. As soon as he opened his eyes, a strong feeling of hunger passed into his brain. He felt like he could eat a whole cow if it was put in front of him right now. His body, at the moment, was also weak to the extreme. If he had a mirror, he would be able to realize that he was no different than skin and bones now. He looked around the house, which could be described as completely housebound, and cried without tears. Though he has the perfect recipe for red meat, the coquettish woman can't cook without rice. Looking out the window, it was late at night. For a while, Jiangli was somewhat in trouble. But the hunger in his belly could not be delayed for a moment. If he didn't eat or drink again, he felt he would be the first traveler to starve to death. Just as he was at a loss for words, a scent reached his nostrils. A round pill rolled out of his arms. It was that 5 turns gathering pill. After a moment of hesitation, Jiangli still picked up the elixir and sent it into his mouth. Originally, he was worried that his small body would not be able to withstand the majestic medicinal power in this extremely high-grade elixir. But right now, couldn't care less. As soon as the Zhou Yuandan entered his stomach, he felt a majestic medicinal power that was pounding his limbs and bones. In just an instant, his withered face was restored to its former appearance. Even, much rosier than the original. But without waiting for him to be happy for a while, his body, like a balloon, began to expand rapidly. At the same time, he also felt a sharp pain of tearing coming from him. Without waiting for him to think too much, the Great Return to Heaven technique, on its own, revolved. Because there was no comparison, even though his understanding of the Great Return to Heaven technique was already unrivaled, the effects of this technique still startled him. The majestic medicinal power in the Yuan pill was simply unable to withstand the devouring speed of the Great Return to Heaven technique. Soon, his body, once again, returned to its original state. With the passage of time, the medicinal power of the polyvalent pill was completely absorbed by Jiangli. Jiangli clenched his fist and only felt his body filled with power. Inside his body, there was even a chi mass that traveled in the dantian. It should be the aura of the monks. At this moment, he finally truly stepped onto the path of cultivation. It was just that he didn't know yet what kind of realm he was considered to be at the moment. When you have the chance, you still need to find a monk to ask. However, the clear spirit sword technique, he was now able to utilize about 30% of its power. To think that just 0.5% of the power before had easily split a fierce tiger in half. Zhongli then felt that his future was full of hope. This, just for starters. As he counted more and more trigrams in the future, the rewards he drew would get better and better. Just as he was getting excited, a foul odor came from him. He sniffled and looked down. The clothes on his own body had completely stuck to his body. It was as if he hadn't bathed in 3 years, and he was sprinkled with a stench 3 times heavier than that of a beggar. Zhongli frowned, covered his nose, and after a quick cleanup, the sky outside the window, too, clouded over. Zhongli knew that the early bird gets the worm. After stretching and changing into a dry Taoist robe, he pushed out the door. Today, counting not enough 100 people will not close the stall. Zhongli, who had made a bold statement, then carried his own gua streamer and headed towards the bustling and familiar Horse Row Street. Chapter 6, Liar? Zhongli originally thought that he had gone out early enough. But when he stepped out of the alley where his place was located, he found that there were already many pedestrians on the street and the figures of many cultivators had appeared. Ningzhou City was a city inhabited by mortals, and very few cultivators would come. With so many cultivators suddenly appearing today, something big must have happened during the 3 days he was asleep. Zhongli thought about it and performed the breath concealment technique from the Great Return to Heaven technique to make himself look like he was still an ordinary person as he continued to head towards Horse Row Street. After setting up the fortune-telling stall in the usual place, Zhongli sat lazily in the corner and basked in the sun, just like before. His eyes, however, were glancing around, searching for someone who was in the right place. Soon, he saw a man with a head of chi in black and red, but with a touch of gold, walk out from a gambling house with a joyful smile. Unfortunately, it's just ordinary people. Zhongli muttered with some disappointment. Immeasurable Heavenly Father, brother, stay back. The poor Taoist observes that the black demon above your head is rushing to the sky and the dark clouds are covering your head. I think that you must have had constant bad luck in recent days. The man subconsciously looked towards Zhongli when he heard someone calling him. After seeing that it was a poor-looking Taoist priest, the man immediately cursed with a look of obscurity. Where is the Nubizi from? Don't touch my mold. Get lost, get lost. I don't have any change here to give you alms. After saying that, he turned around and walked away. Zhongli wasn't angry, but looked at the other party's back with a smile and said mysteriously, if you leave now, brother, that's your calamity. Even if Poverty Road has the power to return to heaven, there's nowhere to exert it. The man sniffed and walked back with a glare in his eyes. He directly grabbed Zhongli's collar and was about to swing his fist to teach this Nubizi who cursed him a lesson. But Zhongli, who already had cultivation in his body, where was he an ordinary person to mess with? Zhongli reached out, directly grabbed his wrist and gently exerted force. Ah, it hurts, let go, it's broken, it's breaking. Taoist master, spare your life, Taoist master, spare your life. Under the pain, the man hurriedly begged loudly for mercy. The surrounding passers-by, at this time, were also attracted by the commotion caused by the two. Zhongli smiled and said, brother, this time, you can talk properly. At this moment, the man has not dared to provoke Zhongli, can only resentfully nodded his head and said, Taoist priest, I do not steal, I did not look for you to mess with you, what the hell do you want to do? Ah? Zhongli laughed, if what Poverty Road expects is not wrong, you are afraid of a great disaster. The man sniffed, not believing it. Taoist priest, you look at it wrong. These 2 days, luck is rumbling. You see, these are all I just won back from the gambling house, excluding the capital, a full 30 taels of silver. The onlookers, upon seeing the man actually take out 30 taels of silver in the street, immediately resounded with a gasp of surprise. Isn't this Nyoer, who has won 3 days in a row in the gambling house in the past 2 days, and I heard that he has already won no less than 100 taels. Seeing that someone recognized him, Nyoer instantly puffed out his chest with a smug look on his face. When the crowd heard that he actually won hundreds of taels of silver, they even cast envious gazes. Taoist master, you heard me, I can't have bad luck. If I did have bad luck, how could I win for 3 days in a row? Nyoer laughed. Afterwards, he endured the pain and took out 1 or 2 silver pieces and said, Taoist master, this 1 or 2, take it as incense oil money for the villain, and when I win him again tomorrow, I'll go to Taoist master's Taoist temple and donate more. Saying that, he wanted to dodge after he stuffed the silver into Zhongli's hands. If he can't afford it, he can't hide from it? After Zhongli collected the silver, he pulled Nyoer, who was ready to flee. Brother Ox, if you leave today, don't blame the poor Taoist for not reminding you of the danger of killing yourself. Nyoer sniffed and said with a crying face, Taoist master, what exactly are you going to do? The corner of Zhongli's mouth curled up and said, you and I are destined to be together. Poor Taoist can't just sit back and do nothing. You and count your fortune here with me, so that poor Taoist can figure out a solution for you. Nyoer heard, relieved, and said, "Fortune-telling Taoist master, you count even then, why so scared me it, but also kill me." With that said, Nyoer also put his heart down, treating Jiangli as a crook who wanted to cheat money. "It's just a matter of spending a little more money, so I'll consider it a breakthrough today." Just then, two young cultivators, a man and a woman, also curiously came over. "Senior brother, there's someone here telling fortunes, eh?" The young girl with a pretty face said with an excited face towards the handsome man beside him. The first time she saw someone telling fortunes on the street, she was curious. "Just a street god scamming for money," the man said with a cold face. "Yeah, but he looks like he's got it together to me." The young girl had an uninformed look. The handsome man said with a disdainful face, "Sister, your first time out of the mountain gate, you don't know the evils of the world. There are quite a lot of strange people in this world, but more of them are still moralistic liars. This little Taoist monk doesn't look very old at first glance, and there is no cultivation fluctuation on his body. How can he have real skills? Sister, look at this person. His body is strong and healthy, his heavenly court is full, his eyes are gleaming, he looks like a long-lived man. Just now I heard a passerby say that in the past 2 days, he has been winning in a series of bets, and his luck is booming, so how could he be in danger of killing his body? It's clearly this little Taoist priest, who saw him win money and treated him like a fat sheep." When the young girl heard this, she immediately said with a look of adoration, "Wow, elder brother, you also know face reading, you know a lot." The handsome man sniffed and said with a smug look on his face, "Little Doyle, just a little dabbling. In that case, this guy is a bad guy who cheats people out of their money. See how this young lady pokes through him later." The young girl's almond eyes glared with a look of hatred. "Taoist master, how am I really doing?" Nyoer curried. He had already decided that no matter what Jiangli said, he would nod his head and agree to it, and then give the two money and leave. Jiangli closed his eyes and pretended to count on his fingers for a while before opening his eyes wide. Before his eyes, a curtain of light that only he could see appeared. "Although your luck is booming these days, allowing you to make a small fortune, unbeknownst to you, this is all consuming your qi. Today is the time when your qi goes from strength to strength. The poor Taoist has 2 words of advice here, you must remember them in your heart. After dodging this calamity, your true fortune will come to you. 1. When you go home in a little while, take only the right side of the street, preferably close to the edge. 2. Look over there, there's a cow. When you pass by later, rush at the cow and loudly learn 3 cow calls. Whether or not you can escape this calamity depends on whether or not you believe in the words of the poor Taoist." After saying that, Jiangli gave him a meaningful look, which made Nyoer's heart flinch. Jiangli's fingers were then in front of Nyoer, rubbing them non-stop. Seeing this, Nyoer was also very smart and prepared to give Jiangli another 2 taels of silver as a reward for the guajin. But coldly, a female voice like an oriole rang out, "Wait." Chapter 7, Blocking Disasters. The crowd only saw a young girl with a pretty face and a beautiful man with a face like a crown of jade, coming out of the crowd. "Don't believe him, it's a fraud." Jiangli sniffed and looked towards the two. After realizing that the visitors were actually 2 cultivators, he frowned slightly. However, it looked like his technique of restraining his breath was effective, and these 2 didn't see through him. On the contrary, he could vaguely see that the 2 men had the same chakra clusters inside them as he did. Only, it wasn't as big as his, about a third of his size. Moreover, he realized that the chi luck above the 2 men's heads was vaguely glowing with a dark light, and it was getting heavier and heavier. In his experience, at this rate, it would turn the worst of the black and red in less than 2 days. "That's a liar," and he walks to the right and learns to bellow like a cow. "There's no such thing as that, don't you dare fall for him." The young girl came in front of Nyoer and said in a serious tone, "Just now, my senior brother has already shown you the facing, it's not at all what he said." Nyoer saw that the other party was just a little girl, although she was very pretty and dressed in an unusual way, and she looked like a rich young lady who was not well versed in the world. He couldn't afford to mess with this kind of person, but Jiangli, he couldn't afford to mess with him either. Nyoer could only laugh and say, "This kind of thing is better to be believed than not believed." He was determined to offend neither. The young girl could tell what he was thinking at a glance, and with one hand, she pushed the guajin that Nyoer was going to give to Jiangli back into his arms. "What's wrong with this money? Why give it to this crook? Take my word for it, my senior brother is a high-ranking disciple, he's read your face, it's a long life, there's no bad luck at all." Nyoer looked at Jiangli with some embarrassment. He who couldn't afford to mess with either side was in a difficult situation at the moment. "This guajin, it's neither a good idea to give nor a bad idea not to give." Jiangli naturally couldn't say nothing when he saw someone smashing the scene. What's more, Nyoer's guajin hasn't been paid yet, 2 taels of silver, enough for him to live a good life for 2 days. Instead of worrying about others, it's better to mind your own business. Jiangli said in an old-fashioned manner. "Stinky Nubizi, what do you mean?" the young girl said in a spiteful tone. Jiangli will not have a good face for this kind of little girl who seems to be spoiled by her elders, and said with a cold snort, "If Nyoer listens to the words of the poor Taoist, he can still turn good fortune into good fortune, and make good fortune out of misfortune, but it's the 2 of you, I'm afraid that your deaths are not far away." When the young girl heard this, she was furious, and immediately cursed, "Good you Nubizi, not to mention lying to others, but also want to lie to this young lady, my death is not far away?" Dare to curse me, do you know who I am? Jiang Li squinted his eyes and said, it's none of my business who you are, but please don't get in the way of poor Taoist earning silver. He then looked at Nyo Air and said, remember my words, give me the silver, and go. Nyo Air saw that both of them were getting more and more angry, and knew that there was no benefit for him to get involved as a city dweller, so he immediately threw the silver to Jiang Li and was about to leave. You! When the young girl saw this, she was so angry that she stomped her foot. Nyoji gave a compensatory smile and scrambled to squeeze through the crowd to run away. Only, after he stepped out of the crowd, he remembered Jiang Li's words in Jiang Li's eyes before, his footsteps lurched and he stopped hard. He then carefully moved to the right side of the street. Seeing this, the young girl immediately rushed forward and grabbed him. He told you to go right and you went right? You go left for this lady, I'll see what you can do. Jiang Li's lazy voice also came to mind at this moment. Nyo Air, think clearly, don't joke with your little life. Nyo Air sniffed, and immediately made up his mind to whisper at the young girl, this young lady, I'm just a small person, so don't make things difficult for me. You leave when I tell you to leave, where's all the nonsense? The young girl said unforgivingly. At this moment, the handsome young man who hadn't said anything all along also spoke up, don't worry about going to the left side, with our senior siblings here, we'll keep you safe. After saying that, he also gave Nyoji a threatening look. Seeing this, Nyoji could only move towards the left again. At this moment, the gazes of the passers-by also moved after Nyo Air. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Nothing happened until Nyoji had already traveled a third of the way down Horse Row Street. The young girl looked at Jiang Li smugly and grunted coldly, and you say you're not a liar? Jiang Li sniffed and shook his head. The young girl was just about to taunt Jiang Li again when a sudden change occurred. When Nyo Air traveled to an attic under construction, the beams of the room, which had just been erected, suddenly collapsed, seemingly due to poor construction. The crowd let out gasps of surprise at the sight. Nyo Air at this moment, even if he found the accident, it was too late to dodge, he could only watch the thick beam smash down towards his head. Just at this critical moment, a sword light flashed by. The beam was split in two, narrowly slamming down beside Nyoji. Nyo Air, who had recovered a life, no longer cared about anything else, and rolled and crawled toward the right side of the street. After making sure he was safe, he sat paralyzed on the ground, breathing heavily, and then looked back. Only the young man from before, who was currently holding a long sword, had an ugly face. The young girl's face at the moment was no better. If his own senior brother hadn't struck fast enough, that Nyo Air would, at this moment, have inevitably been smashed to death by the beams of the room. This is what happens when you don't listen to the words of the poor Taoist. How many times will you be able to save him if you were bent on doing so? Jiang Li's voice came out quietly. This is just a coincidence. Yes, it is a coincidence. The young girl said with a stiff upper lip. Her senior brother, also with an ugly face, said, this can't be possible. His face is clearly the same as what is recorded in the book. It is the face of a long life, no disease, and no disaster. Jiang Li didn't pay attention to the two, but shouted at Nyo Air, why don't you try it on and verify it for these two? Nyo Air, who was scared out of his wits, how could he dare to disobey Jiang Li at this moment, and shook his head in panic. Then why are you still frozen there? Jiang Li said again. Nyo Air then remembered that Jiang Li had 2 more words of advice. Although he was scared to death in his heart, at this moment, he could only choose to believe Jiang Li. As he passed a cow tethered by the side of the road, he mooed like a cow. Only, his comical appearance didn't make people laugh. When Bull 2 finished learning to bellow, the cow, which had been tethered, also held its head high and bellowed restlessly. The old bull bellowed as he shifted his feet just to the left of Bull 2. The crowd then heard a loud bang, coming from the ruins that had just collapsed. It turns out that it was the beams that caused a chain reaction after they collapsed. While everyone was focusing on the cow and oxen 2, a large piece of broken rubble would splash towards oxen 2. The range was so wide that it covered the place where Nyo Air had stopped before and the 3 feet around the old ox. When the smoke cleared, he touched his body in alarm and realized that he had miraculously not sustained any injuries. It turned out to be the old ox who just happened to be blocking the left side of Nyo Air, firmly shielding Nyo Air to the side. Just the poor old cow, for him to block the disaster, directly by the broken stone rubble, smashed to flop on the ground. The eye is not live. Nyo Air looked at the old ox that flopped to the ground, then looked back at Jiang Li, and with a wow, he cried out. Chapter 8 Guru Compassion. Dao. Dao, save me. Nyo Air was blindfolded at the moment, and didn't dare to move at all. He only felt that the whole world was against him, thinking of getting him killed all the time. Jiang Li smiled and said impatiently, didn't I tell you that after learning the cow's call, you'll be fine, from now on, you'll have a straight path to great wealth. When Nyo Air heard Jiang Li's words, his hanging heart finally settled down. The young girl, on the other hand, came to the side of her senior brother and said with some disorientation, Senior brother, what is going on here? Did you miscalculate? Jiang Li's calculations were so accurate that she was a little scared at the moment. Just now, Jiang Li had said that the two of them had a bloodbath and would not live long. The handsome man was also anxious at the moment. Where did he know how to tell the trigrams? He had only read some books on divination. In order to show off in front of his senior sister, he deliberately said that. But now, it seemed that Zhongli was clearly a strange man with real skills. Could it be that he was really dying as Zhongli had said? No, it won't, he's just a blind cat who stumbled upon a dead rat. The man reassured himself. Then, he brightened up and said, Elder sister, did he also say that this Nyoji will have good luck coming his way after escaping the calamity? The young girl thought for a moment and said, I think he said that. When the man heard this, he let out a sigh of relief and said, that's good. It seems that what he counted wasn't allowed, and that Nyoer didn't have much good luck coming his way. Only, his words had just fallen. Nyoer, who didn't dare to stay in the street for a moment, had just taken 2 steps when he tripped and fell. Just when he thought his bad luck hadn't ended, he looked down, only to find that what had tripped him was actually a gold ingot. Nyoer froze for a split second, and then clutched the gold ingot in his arms. Then, he flew away under the astonished, envious gazes of the crowd. Senior. Brother, did he pick up a gold ingot? The young girl said uncertainly. The man couldn't help rolling the knot in his throat and swallowing, it's right. Afterward, the two of them exchanged glances and hurriedly came to Zhongli's side with quick steps. My name is Morong Fong, this is my senior sister Ouyang Fian, just now we both have no eyes, do not know the high people, speak out of turn, much offense, I hope that the Taoist master will not forget the small man, Morong Fong here, to the Taoist master to make amends. With that, he pressed Ouyang Fian's head and bowed towards Zhongli. Ouyang Fian, meet the Taoist master, all hail the Taoist master. Ouyang Fian at this time, where there was still the previous appearance of being unruly and capricious. Simply horribly well behaved and a far cry from before. Zhongli was a bit displeased with these two though. But after seeing the dark light above the two men's heads, he still said with a cold face, I'm nothing but a countryside wild road, I can't afford to accept the two of you's great gifts. With that, he sidestepped the salute of the two men. Then, packing up his stall, he made to leave. When the two of them saw this, they were in a great hurry. The two of them could sort of see clearly what Zhongli was capable of just now. It's an ironic statement. If he's gone, who else can save them? The two of them hurriedly stopped Zhongli and begged, Taoist master, you can't leave, if you leave, our brother and sister, what can we do? Ouyang Fian also stared at Zhongli with a pair of big watery eyes that flickered. Zhongli remained cold and said, poor Tao is just a liar's words can't be taken as true, you two better not pester poor Tao. Morong Fong was almost on the verge of kneeling down for Zhongli when he heard this. Taoist master, I'm kidding. Saying that, from his bosom, he took out a bead and said, Taoist master, please see, this is the jade dew bead, as long as it is carried on the body all year round, it will allow one to prolong one's life and prevent all evils from invading one's body. Zhongli sniffed and couldn't help but look at the beads in his hand. Then his eyes lit up and asked, this bead, how many taels of silver can it be exchanged for? When Morong Fong heard this, the corners of his mouth twitched, and he laughed dryly and said, if this item were in the hands of a mortal, it could probably be worth 10,000 taels of silver. When Zhongli heard this, he put his arm around Morong Feng's shoulder, so it's Morong brother poor Tao to Morong brother, it has long been a long time of admiration, I did not think that today is fortunate enough to actually meet here, it is really congratulatory, go, let's find a secluded place, so close to the close. With that, he pulled Morong Fong, without any further ado, towards a tea house. At the same time, without moving, he also took the jade dew beads in his hand and tucked them into his own bosom. Morong Fong, who was being pulled by Zhongli, only felt that he was being firmly clamped by an iron vice on his hand. Several attempts to break free were unsuccessful. At that moment, it felt that Zhongli had become even more mysterious. At the same time, he was glad in his heart that he didn't take a shot at Zhongli just now. 3 people in the tea house found a secluded elegant room, to be a good tea after the second, Morong Fong became impatient to ask up. Taoist master, you just said that my senior sister and I have a plague of blood and light, does Taoist master have a way to break it? Yes, Taoist, I'm still young, I don't want to die. Ouyang Fian also said pitifully. Zhongli sipped a mouthful of tea and said unhurriedly, relax, this is just a small problem for you guys, since we met poor Tao, we are destined to be together, poor Tao is a monk, and a monk is compassionate, and will not just sit back and do nothing, so naturally, he will eliminate the disaster and solve the problem for you guys. Hearing Zhongli's words, both of them took a long breath. Before Morong Fong could continue his inquiry, Zhongli turned his words around and said, both of you, should be the sons of immortals. Morong Fong was not surprised that Zhongli could tell who they were. What immortal son, but just a small cultivator who was at the beginning of his journey? Morong Fong said with an awkward smile. He only thought that Zhongli was a hermit and was verbally squeezing them because of their previous behavior. Brother Morong is being modest, the poor Taoist just has some questions that he wants to ask for advice. When Morong Fong heard this, he said with a flattered look on his face, just ask the Taoist master, I will certainly know everything. Zhongli smiled faintly, and without being polite, he spoke directly, Brother Morong, what realm cultivation are you at now? Morong Fong froze at his words. He himself could not see through Zhongli's cultivation at all, and if it wasn't for the fact that Zhongli had just unintentionally revealed his strength that he had noticed, he wouldn't have known that Zhongli was also a cultivator. This is obviously a sign only when one's cultivation is much higher than one's own, but why did Zhongli even ask so? Although his heart was doubtful, but he still had to rely on Zhongli to save the little lives of his own siblings, Morongfeng still answered honestly, I am now at the 7th level of qi refining. Ni, I'm at the 5th level of qi refining. Ouyang Fian, who was on the side, took the initiative to say. Zhongli smiled at Ouyang Fian and continued, so that's how it is, then brother Morong, what realms come after qi refining? Morongfeng, huh? Chapter 9, Absolute Heavenly Pride. Although there was some doubt, Morongfeng honestly introduced Zhongli. After qi refining, there is foundation building, Jindan, Yuaning, transformation of God, refining of void, harmonization, and Mahayana. Morongfeng revealed a look of yearning as he spoke. After the Mahayana, it is to become an emperor, which is already the highest realm that can be seen in this world, and each big realm is divided into 3 small realms, the upper, middle and lower. Although they are small realms, they are also extremely different from each other. Zhongli sniffed and said curiously, when the world can see it, so there's more behind it? Morongfeng nodded and said, that's right, then after that, it's the sage realm. Nowadays, saints almost never show their sainthood in front of people. Exactly how many are there? Forgive me for being too low in cultivation, so I'm not sure. As for the saint after, is the legendary absolute top of the realm. It is said that, after reaching the absolute top of the realm, it is expected to be able to step on the road to immortality. As for the truth or falsehood, is even more no one knows, in the next is only by chance to listen to the elders of the teacher's family said about it. Zhongli then asked many more common sense questions about what cultivators saw. Morongfeng, too, was almost always available to answer questions. Gradually, he also finally had some superficial knowledge of this world, too. In the end, Morongfeng really couldn't help his curiosity and inquired, Taoist master, if I'm not mistaken, you're also a member of my generation of cultivators, so why don't you know anything about this? Zhongli was shocked at his words. Could it be that the other party had found out about his having cultivation? The breath convergence technique and the great return to heaven technique, is it that weak? How did you know that I was and am a cultivator? Zhongli asked with a frown. Morongfeng smiled at his words, sure enough, let me guess right. Zhongli's face immediately darkened, this guy in front of him was actually swindling himself. Seeing that Zhongli's face was not right, Morongfeng hurriedly explained, just now when the Taoist master grabbed my wrist, I was actually unable to break free. If not for a cultivator, it is absolutely impossible for a mortal to have such power. Zhongli sighed lightly as he sniffed and cursed himself for being a stupid pig, actually missing such a big break. Then he made up his own words, to tell the truth, the poor Taoist has been following the master in the view since childhood, but unfortunately the master, his old man has not yet had time to teach me anything. He suffered an accident and traveled to the immortal, and I also looked at some of the books in the view, and practiced blindly on my own. When Morongfeng heard this, he was immediately amazed at Zhongli. Ouyang Fian, who was on the side, even revealed a look of adoration, and in her apricot eyes, she looked at Zhongli with little stars. May I ask how old the elder is? Zhongli didn't hide it and said directly, this year has just turned 20. Hiss. Morongfeng and Ouyang Fian, in unison, leaned back and sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Subsequently, Morongfeng awkwardly said, really let a person sweat face, good call Taoist long no, under this year, 20 of 3, actually still false long Taoist long 3 years old. I'm 17 this year. Ouyang Fian also interjected. Zhongli was a bit puzzled, is there anything wrong with that? Morongfeng and Ouyang Fian glanced at each other and said with quite a blow, Taoist master should have a method of restraining the breath, right? If you trust our siblings, can you reveal your cultivation and let us take a look? Zhongli stared at the two of them for a while, and finally revealed his cultivation, in the end. The 10th level of qi refining. Oops. Ouyang Fian instantly let out a cry of shock, followed by another scream, holding her head and looking at Morongfeng with dissatisfaction. Silence, since the Taoist master doesn't want to reveal his cultivation in front of people, he has his own considerations. What are you doing so loudly? When Ouyang Fian heard this, she knew that she was at a disadvantage and could only glare at him fiercely, but did not dare to retort. Morongfeng shyly smiled towards Zhongli and said, Taoist master's natural ability, it is really amazing. By himself, without a master to guide him, he can cultivate to the 10th layer of qi refinement at this age. It is really admirable to Morong. Is this hard? Zhongli looked at the duo with such a big reaction and decided that it was better not to tell them that he had this cultivation and had only experienced it for one night. Morongfeng laughed bitterly, it's more than difficult, it's simply as difficult as climbing up to heaven. Taoist you do not know is normal, Weaningzhou, there are 2 top sects, a White Tiger sect, a said Yanshou sect. In addition to these 2 top sects, no less than 100 second-rate sects, third-rate sects are countless. And out of so many clans, the number of cultivators who can step into the foundation establishment stage before the age of 30 is probably not even 1%. Speaking of this, Morongfeng couldn't help but puff out his chest. With his current realm at the 7th level of Qi refining, it was very likely that he would step into the foundation establishment stage before the age of 30. Like Taoist Master, those who have the 10th level of Qi refining at the age of 20, and those who can build the foundation if they go further, are even more rare, 1 in 10,000. Only the two top sects, the White Tiger sect and the Yen Shou sect, are able to cultivate 20-year-old foundation establishment cultivators. Zhang Li sniffed and stroked his chin. In that case, then I'm a genius among geniuses. Morong Feng smiled at his words and said, it's not wrong for a Taoist to say that. Zhang Li heard something in his words. From what you're saying, there are more powerful ones than me? Morong Feng seemed to have thought of something and couldn't help but say with a serious face, that's right, Yen Shou sect's Lin Evening Night and White Tiger sect's Gu Linhuan, that is, before the age of 16, had already succeeded in building their foundations, and are two of my Ning state's unparalleled heavenly prides. Zhang Li sniffed and skimmed his mouth, thinking in his mind, if he had crossed over when he was 10 years old, then he would have been able to build his foundation at 10 years old. What's so great about building a foundation at 16 years old? Immediately afterward, Morong Feng could be heard continuing, does Taoist Master think that these two are already very heaven-defying? Zhang Li bristled, wanting to say that he didn't really feel it, but still nodded in cooperation until Morong Feng had something to say later. But there is one person, Lin Evening Night and Gu Linhuan in front of her, but not even worthy of lifting shoes. Looking at Morong Feng with a face of you quickly ask me constipation-like expression, Zhang Li resisted the urge to punch him and patiently asked, who is this person? Before Morong Feng could open his mouth with a satisfied face, Ouyang Fian snatched the first words, she is my idol, Yen Shou's own sect master's senior sister, one of the two great emperor realms in Ningzhou, Lu Xinyan. Morong Feng could not help but glare at her, then the same face of admiration color said, this Lu Xinyan, completely can be used to heavenly person's posture, very full to describe, not only has a pair of looks of the country's city, but also 10 years old to build the foundation, 12 will be Jindan realm complete, after that, is a year to break a realm, at the age of 18 years old, has already accomplished the emperor realm, ranked as one of the world's female emperors. Afterward, he suddenly lowered his voice and said, Dao Master must have seen that in the past 2 days, many more cultivators have been infesting Ningzhou City, and it's related to this Ningzhou's youngest female emperor ever. When Jiang Li heard this, he was curious, what is it? Morong Feng carefully looked around before saying, just 3 days ago, Lu Xinyan, with her early emperor realm cultivation, chopped the current head of the White Tiger sect, another mid-emperor realm powerhouse from Ningzhou, Tiger Sanqing, under her sword. Chapter 10, Pale Pink Blasphemous Pants. Right now, the White Tiger sect is leaderless, with the Yen Shou sect gawking at them in front and a large number of second-rate sects moving behind them. The situation is very critical. Zhang Li sniffed and said curiously, and what does that have to do with the large number of cultivators in Ningzhou City having a gathering? According to the gossip that the Tiger Three Lines coveted Lu Xinyan's beauty, designed to want to marry, did not expect, but therefore sent his life. But that's not all. Yen Shou's own did not intend to just let go of the White Tiger sect. This period of time, the White Tiger sect was Yen Shou's own beat back and back, the deaths and injuries, and finally the Lord of the City Guards of Ningzhou intercede to mediate, only to stop and quell, but at the cost of the White Tiger sect's control of the secret realm under the White Tiger sect's control to the public. The reason why a large number of cultivators have gathered in Ningzhou City during this period of time is because of that secret realm. I see, in that case, the Yen Shou sect is really atmospheric, actually making the secret realm that was painstakingly snatched back so public. Zhang Li said as he stroked his chin. Morong Feng laughed out loud at his words, you're getting the wrong idea, Taoist. Oh? Morong Feng followed, it is said that the secret realm is full of dangers, even the White Tiger sect has not fully explored it, and to be able to let go of the secret realm is already a huge concession. How could it possibly tell Yen Shou sect what is inside? So Yen Shou sect had no choice but to choose to let go of the realm and apportion the dangers. Zhang Li nodded his head as if he was thinking. In that case, you senior siblings are also going to explore that secret realm? Morong Feng nodded and said, that's right, danger and opportunity coexist, we also want to go in and take our chances. If we are lucky and get more heavenly materials and treasures, we will be able to have more certainty when we break through the realm in the future. After saying that, Morong Feng suddenly said with a pleasing face, Taoist Master, you still haven't said, what exactly is the calamity of our siblings? Is it because of this secret realm? Ouyang Fian also flashed her big eyes and said in a pitiful manner, Taoist Master, you are compassionate, surely you won't watch the two of us die in the secret realm. Zhang Li gave Ouyang Fian a disgusted look. If this little girl had been bigger, she might have been a little more lethal to herself. But now, small, only Morong Feng will like this tone. Zhang Li sat upright and said, then let poor Tao do the math for you too. The two were ecstatic when they heard that Zhang Li had finally agreed to tell their fortunes. Zhang Li immediately pretended to close his eyes and pinch his fingers, but in reality, he was checking the solution given by the system. Hiss. Really, in this secret realm, some correlation. Now in front of you have 3 roads, depending on how you choose. Morong Feng immediately asked, please still ask the Taoist master for clarification. Zhang Li nodded and said, one of them is to give up exploring the secret realm, so naturally there will be no danger. Morong Fong heard this and said anxiously, "That's not going to work. Dao Master doesn't know that such an opportunity can only come and go. Once Yen Shou sect has explored the secret realm almost to the limit, it will never be open again." "Don't worry, there aren't two other ways," Jiang Li said without haste. "When the secret realm opens, you guys have to enter the secret realm at the end of the line, and it's best to wait for everyone to go in for half a day before you go in." Morong Fong heard the words, immediately for the problem. "This Taoist, to me and my sisters, this point of cultivation, cannot dare to go to the depths of the secret realm, can only be in the periphery of the luck, which if you go in late, will not lose the first opportunity, it is very likely to return to no avail." Jiang Li shook his head slightly and didn't reply, but continued, "After you guys enter that secret realm, you need to remember one thing." "What?" Jiang Li suddenly looked at Ouyang Fian with a bad smile on his face and asked, "Little sister, you remember to bring a few more pieces of close-fitting blasphemous pants, they must be the ones you've worn. At the critical moment, it may save your life." "Ha?" When Ouyang Fian heard this, her face turned red with shame at Jiang Li's words. Taoist, what are you talking about? How is it possible for profane pants to save one's life?" Morong Fong also looked at Jiang Li with an odd expression. "Taoist, you must be joking." Jiang Li shook his head and said, "Poor Taoist fortune-telling and criticizing, never kidding. Oh yeah, unwashed is the best." Ouyang Fian is only a 17-year-old little girl, wherein outsiders have said this kind of words, immediately lowered his head, tightly clutched the corner of the coat and said, "Taoist, outside coat cannot." Jiang Li immediately said with a serious face, "If you want to live, it's best to listen to poverty's commands. If you're bent on having your way, then there's nothing more poverty can do." Just as he finished saying this, he suddenly realized that the chi luck above the two men's heads, although it was still turning black, there was a faint hint of golden light that had already sprouted. However, under the impact of the black gas, it was as weak as a candle flame in a storm, as if it would be completely swallowed by the darkness in the next moment. Seeing this, Jiang Li laughed. "If you guys are able to escape this calamity this time, you might have unexpected gains." When Morong Fong heard this, he immediately gritted his teeth and said, "Elder sister, before entering the secret realm, don't take a bath if you have a few extra pairs of profane pants." Ouyang Fian sniffed and wondered, "Senior brother, why are you like this too? Fei Yin, you're not a child anymore, you should focus on the big picture." Ouyang Fian could only gently nod her head, as fine as a mosquito voice. Good. Morong Fong finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Ouyang Fian agree. What Jiang Li said was really a bit too outrageous. How could a woman's blasphemous pants be a life preserver? If he didn't have Nyo Air's previous experience, he wouldn't have believed Jiang Li's words no matter what. Afterward, Jiang Li inquired, "When is the date set for the opening of the secret realm and where is the location?" 5 days later, 800 miles southwest of Ningzhou, Falling Soul Valley. Morong Fong said succinctly, "Is Taoist Master also interested?" Jiang Li nodded. Only, he had little interest in what secret realm this was. What he was more interested in were the cultivators who were going to enter the secret realm. At that time, there would definitely be many cultivators with the same dark fortune as senior sister Morong Fong. That's his chance. Right. Jiang Li suddenly said seriously again, "Your profane pants, what color, what material, what style?" "Ha? This is. Seeing Jiang Li's serious face, Ouyang Fian thought the matter was important, looked at Morong Fong, and finally said with embarrassment, "Pale pink, silk cloth, style. After hip embroidered with a kitten, does it count?" "Oh, I didn't expect you to like cats with such a spirited personality." Jiang Li laughed. Morong Fong asked curiously, "Does this matter to the two of us to save our lives, too?" "Oh no, I'm purely curious to ask." Jiang Li said with a bad smile on his face. "Oops. Taoist priest you." Ouyang Fian let out a shriek, so she covered her face and ran out. Inside the elegant room, the obscene laughter of Jiang Li and Morong Fong resounded. Chapter 11 Conflict outside the Valley of the Falling Souls. 5 days passed in a flash. During this period of time, besides Morong Fong and Ouyang Fian, Jiang Li had not encountered any more cultivators with trigrams like the two of them. However, Jiang Li had another gain. He actually drew a very nice golden reward from Ox 2's trigram rewards, good luck. As the name suggests, Jiang Li possessed the good fortune of Nyoji. The specific effect, Jiang Li has yet to be verified. However, Jiang Li felt that the effect of this kind of reward with luck would definitely not be too bad. Especially if he can only see the fortunes and misfortunes of others, but not himself. This good luck is especially important. At the same time, it opened a new door for him. It's not always about staring at the monks to tell their fortunes. Although the chances of drawing good rewards from cultivators were greater, there were also rewards that were not related to cultivation but had a good effect on ordinary people. When Jiang Li and Morong Fong, the elder siblings, arrived at the Soul Fall Valley, the outside of the Valley of the Falling Souls was already overcrowded. Cultivators of varying cultivation levels gathered in patches, waiting for the Yin Shou sect and White Tiger sect to arrive. Please look, Taoist master, those are the disciples of the second-rate sect Rian sect in Ningzhou. Because of the influence of the Kung Fu, the disciples of this Rian sect, regardless of their gender, are all very hot-tempered one by one. And over there, it's the disciples of the Back Mountain sect. This sect is fond of the method of dual cultivation. Zhang waited for the secret realm to open while listening to Morong Feng introduce him to some of the sects in the Ningzhou cultivation world. Dual cultivation? This is good. Does their clan still accept people? It was obvious that Zhang was interested in this topic a lot. Although he didn't have the idea of worshipping the sect, it wasn't impossible to consider if this sect practiced the method of dual cultivation. However, how come this Back Mountain sect, all the disciples that came were male and there were no female disciples? Looking at a group of Back Mountain sect disciples with big bladders and all of them with full beards, he asked curiously. Morong Feng sniffed and sidled over, whispering a few words in Zhang Li's ear. Zhang Li's eyes widened at once, and when he looked at those tiger-backed Back Mountain sect disciples again, he could no longer look straight at them. A Back Mountain sect disciple, after noticing that Zhang Li was looking at them, took a look at Zhang Li's handsome face and instantly brightened up, blinked at him and licked his lips. When Zhang Li saw this, he was so shocked that he didn't dare to meet his eyes at all and hurriedly looked away. Morong Feng also whispered somewhat nervously, Taoist, let's go over there. Zhang Li hurriedly nodded his head and said, go. After Morong Feng had pretty much finished his introduction, Zhang Li began to search for clients. Soon, he locked onto a casual cultivator. The naive pussy over there, you have black clouds wrapped around your head. It is estimated that your life will not be long. Come over to beg the Taoist master, maybe I can show you a clear path. Zhang left the Kai traditional discourse, agitation, and the other party to talk to each other. At this time, the chi above Morong Feng's head had completely turned black and was only one step away from turning into the worst black-red color. It was thought that one would have to wait until they entered the secret realm before they would completely explode. The black gas on top of this kindred spirit's head, on the other hand, had completely turned black and red. According to Zhang Li's experience, this guy might not even be able to enter the secret realm before he had to hang up. If it was usual, Zhang Li would have avoided this kind of person from a distance to avoid being affected by the other party. But today, he had to make good use of him and advertise himself. What kind of wild Taoist is that? Who the hell are you cursing? When the other party heard Zhang Li's words and then took a look at Zhang Li's attire, he immediately cursed angrily. Zhang Li sniffed in feigned anger. Broke, Master Dao, I kindly reminded you, how dare you scold me? As soon as he heard Zhang Li call him a broken man, the loose cultivator was like a cat that had its tail stepped on, and instantly became furious. You're looking for death. Not having a clan to rely on had originally made him grumble. It was so easy to have such an opportunity today to enter the White Tiger sect's secret realm and gamble my luck. He was also cursed by Zhang Li that he was in danger of being killed, so where could he still have a good face? Stinking Taoist, if you don't give Grandpa a clear explanation today, don't blame Grandpa for taking your head to break the evil spirits. Hearing the sound of an argument over here, a group of cultivators immediately gathered around to see what was going on. Zhang Li was delighted when he saw this. Morong Feng saw that things had gotten too big and tried to pull him back, but Zhang Li shook his hand away and said, Stay out of this, the poor Taoist was kind enough to save him, and this ragtag family is still cursing me. When Morong Feng heard this, his head was filled with black lines. Regarding Zhang Li's words just now, this one in front of him was already considered to be good-tempered enough if he didn't make the first move. When that loose cultivator heard Zhang Li's words, he was furious. Stinking Taoist, today there will be you without me, and me without you. With that, he was about to make a move with Zhang Li. A crowd of cultivators saw this, hurriedly stopped him to persuade, Dao friend, calm down, before the opening of the secret realm, not to take action without authorization. This is the ban issued by the Yanshou sect. The Dao friend must not be reckless, and finally even dragged us all to eat and take a ride, if really can't, and so on into the secret realm. You then solve it on your own. The casual cultivator sniffed and obediently went down the slope. As long as he kowtows and apologizes with me, this matter will only be considered finished, otherwise, after entering the secret realm, I will not rest with him. When the crowd heard this, they opened their mouths to persuade Zhang Li, this Taoist master, this is your fault, how can you curse this Taoist friend, quickly apologize and this matter will be over. That's right, the Taoist master should quickly admit his mistake, or else no one will be able to help you once you enter the secret realm. Zhang Li, however, was filled with anger and said, enter the secret realm? He has to have the life to go in. What did you say? You seek death. When that loose cultivator saw that Zhang Li was still speaking out of turn, he immediately wanted to make a move, but he really didn't have the courage to do so due to the Yanshou sect's ban. After entering the secret realm, it will be your time to die. I'll see if you still have such a stiff upper lip by then. Zhang Li smiled coldly and said, Poor Tao has been reading faces since childhood, measuring good and bad fortune, and has never been wrong. You are obviously a short-lived ghost of the phase. Kindly want to show you a clear path, since you do not appreciate, that is, you and I are not destined to be, and want to fight with me. You are afraid that there is no such opportunity. After saying that, then toward the four sides of the crowd of cultivators, cupped fists, and said, "Fellow Taoists, if you believe in poor Tao, you still away from him a little bit, or else be affected by his blood and light plague lost their lives. Do not blame poor Tao did not remind everyone." After saying that, he directly crossed the crowd and found a corner, sat down on his knees, closed his eyes and rested his mind, with the appearance of a worldly superior. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. Although none of them quite believed that Zhongli, such a young Taoist priest, could have any real skills, they still followed the principle of listening to others and eating their fill, and they all distanced themselves from the loose cultivator, one after the other. That loose cultivator saw this and hated it. Originally, he had already discussed traveling in a group with a few cultivators. Well, now, no one wants to walk with him anymore. He stared at Zhongli with a sinister gaze, memorizing his appearance and preparing to make a direct move as soon as he entered the secret realm, a mere 10th level of chi refining. Dare to mess with me, looking for death. Since this place was full of cultivators and no mortals, Zhongli didn't hide his cultivation in order not to attract attention. Instead, the loose cultivator who was already in the early stage of foundation establishment was directly moved to kill. Chapter 12. Have you ever had such good luck? It was a farce that didn't make too many waves. Seeing that there was no follow-up, the crowd dispersed again, waiting for the two major sects to come and open the secret realm. The loose cultivator, on the other hand, had a gloomy gaze and walked to a corner, his eyes hovering over Zhongli all the time. Seeing this, Morong Feng's face did not look too good as he said to Zhongli, who was resting his eyes with his eyes closed, "Taoist, the situation is not good. That guy has been staring at you all this time, and after he enters the secret realm, he's afraid that he's going to make a move on you." Zhongli didn't even raise his eyelids, unconcerned. "No matter, he doesn't have that chance." Morong Feng was surprised when he heard this. "So it's true when you say that his death is near?" Zhongli looked up at him and said, "Brother Morong, but when it comes to the trigrams, poor Tao never jokes." Morong Feng smiled sarcastically and didn't say anything else. Yet, he was still a bit skeptical. The other party didn't look like someone who was going to die. With doubts, Morong Feng pulled Ouyang Fian and took a seat slightly away from Zhongli, carefully observing the other party. Although he wanted to help Zhongli's favor, a cultivator of the foundation establishment stage was not something that he, a cultivator of the 7th level of chi refining, could afford to mess with. "Fellow Taoist, can we be companions?" The loose cultivator who had been staring at Zhongli, hearing someone talking to him, turned his head towards the other party in surprise, curious as to how there was someone looking for his company at this time. After realizing that the other party was only a young cultivator of the 8th level of the chi refining stage, he was then clear in his mind. If it was normal, the ones he was paired with to explore the secret realm would definitely only be cultivators of the same realm. Now, no one was willing to join them, which in turn allowed this chi refining stage in front of them to seize the opportunity. He sized up the other party for a moment before saying, "Everyone else is avoiding me right now. Aren't you afraid that I'll drag you down with me?" I only heard the other party laugh. "I never believed the words of those Taoist priests who scare people. If they could really see through the heavenly chances, would they still get mixed up with us?" With that, he clasped his fists and said, "I am Ran Qingyun." That loose cultivator saw that Ran Qingyun's cultivation was not high and originally wanted to refuse. But the thought that after entering the secret realm, one would inevitably encounter danger. Using the person in front of you to block a shot, break a back or whatever, would be a good meat target. Since that's the case, then I'll be respectful. The loose cultivator similarly clasped his fists and agreed. "Dare I ask, what is your name?" Ran Qingyun asked with a smile. It would have been a normal inquiry, but the loose cultivator's face was a bit unnatural as he said, "Please forgive me for having some difficult words to tell you." Ran Qingyun, however, didn't care and said, "No harm, no foul, it's Ran who's being abrupt." He was also slightly relieved to see that the other party did not pursue the matter. "Then, fellow Taoist, is it alright if I sit here?" Ran Qingyun asked with a smile, pointing at a large rock beside the casual cultivator. Looking at the other party's sunny and clear face, the loose cultivator hesitated for a moment, and although he was a bit reluctant, he reluctantly agreed once he thought that the other party was still willing to be his companion at this time. But the hand hidden in his sleeve quietly squeezed a spell. As soon as something goes wrong, they will be the first to storm out. But soon, he realized he was overthinking it. After a little chatting, he was able to get to the bottom of the person in front of him. This Ran Qingyun in front of him seemed to be a rich son who had just run away from within his family. Takes a very keen interest in everything, but is half clear about everything. Despite endlessly asking questions at him, his personality was not annoying, but rather courteous in a way that one couldn't help but be close to him. What's more, he always has just the right amount of compliments to scratch his own itch when he's solving his puzzles. Gradually, he let down his guard, and talked with the other party in a way that made him look like he hated each other. Morong Feng felt bad when he saw that someone was actually willing to pair up with that loose cultivator. He hurriedly ran to Zhongli and said, "Taoist master, it's bad, they have help, what can we do?" Zhongli sniffed and sneered after glancing towards the other party. "A helper? Not necessarily, it looks like a killer to me." "Ha?" Morong Feng sniffed and was a bit puzzled. Shall we make a bet? I know you don't believe me, and you actually don't believe the critique I gave you, and now it just so happens to corroborate it. Morong Fong, who was poked and prodded, smiled awkwardly but didn't refuse and said, then, Taoist master, what are we betting on? Zhang looked at the scattered cultivator's head, the black and red chi that was already too thick to be melted away, and laughed. I bet that he won't live for more than a quarter of an hour. The bet is the jade du pearl you gave me, how about it? Morong Fong smiled and said, Master, you don't want to extend the time? A quarter of an hour is too short, right? Just a quarter of an hour, bet or not? Morong Fong immediately slapped his thigh and said, bet, if I lose, I still have a piece of 100-year-old chalcedony carved into Linglong Pei here, exchanging it for 1,000 taels won't be a problem. He figured that if he won, he would just win back the jade du pearls, and it would also show that Zhang Li's claim that he had a plague of blood and light was nothing more than a brilliant deception. But if he lost, then he would have to cling to Zhang Li's thigh even more in order to save himself. By then, a mere jade pendant worth 1,000 taels would be completely worthless. At that moment, Morong Fong didn't avoid suspicion and directly sat beside Zhang Li, his eyes looking straight at those two in the distance. Time quickly passed, and nearly half of it passed, but he couldn't see the slightest sign that the other party was going to die at all. And he looked at those two, talking to each other happily. It seemed that if the trend continued, living for another 100 or 200 years would not be a problem. Taoist, time is almost up. Morong Fong reminded. As soon as his words fell, a sudden change occurred. That little white guy beside that loose cultivator had a face of adoration a moment ago, talking and laughing with the other party. But the next moment, a dagger, silently, was thrust into the other party's heart. Morong Fong immediately jumped up with a shocked face. When the rest of the cultivators heard the commotion, they all looked towards him as well. Soon, the crowd followed his gaze and saw Ran Qingyun and the loose cultivator. You. The loose cultivator looked at the dagger in his heart, and then looked at Ran Qingyun, who still had a sunny face in front of him, and could not figure out at all why one moment he was talking to the other party, and the next moment the other party was going to kill him. But he was at least a foundation establishment stage cultivator, and he quickly slapped his palm toward the other party. It was just that Ran Qingyun had prepared for this, and after stabbing him, he quickly pulled away and dodged. Surprised? Wu Lao. Hearing that the other party actually called out his name, Wu Lao was shocked in his heart and immediately realized that the other party was coming for him. However, he never remembered when he had provoked the person in front of him. Don't think about it, you can't possibly remember me. The last time you and I met was 20 years ago, and at that time, I was only 6 years old. Ran Qingyun still had a smile on his face, but in his eyes, 2 lines of tears flowed out. Do you remember the family that took you in after you fainted from serious injuries 20 years ago? Wu Lao sniffed, and a flash of surprise flashed in his eyes. You are that kid? Ran Qingyun ripped off his shirt, revealing his sturdy chest, pointing to a hideous scar at his heart and laughing. I'm lucky that my heart is on the right side, I just don't know if you have such good luck. Chapter 13, Sister, how many pairs of dirty pants do you have? Wu Lao stumbled and fell to the ground. The strong vitality of a foundation stage cultivator allowed him not to die even if he was stabbed in the center of his mouth. But the feeling of his strength slowly draining away was not good for him. Oof, little thing, you actually didn't die. Wu Lao's eyes were sinister, like a starving wolf that was about to die. Although it will die, it still has the ability to fight back. With a twinkle in his eye, he thought about how to lure Ran Qingyun to his side so that he could kill him with a single blow. However, he heard Ran Qingyun laugh softly. Don't dish it out, I won't give you a chance. Saying that, Ran Qingyun took out a treasure box from his bosom. After opening the treasure box, there were 108 cold and flickering half-inch long steel needles neatly placed inside. Just as he whistled, a steel needle wiggled out. When Wu Lao saw this, there was a despair in his eyes. You haven't reached foundation establishment, you're actually able to control things. Ran Qingyun didn't pick up on this, but continued, these 108 steel needles, I purposely built them for you, don't worry, I won't waste a single one before you die. Little brat proposed. Ah! Wu Lao only had time to curse out half a sentence before a steel needle, under Ran Qingyun's manipulation, was stuck in his thigh. Knowing that he couldn't sit and wait for death, Wu Lao immediately endured the severe pain and lunged towards Ran Qingyun. Only, with a knife in his heart, all of his strength was directly wasted in half. Ran Qingyun didn't fight him hard, he just dodged nimbly, occasionally manipulating the steel needles and stabbing at Wu Lao's body. It was like a cat and mouse, teasing the other. Wu Lao also let out pig-killing screams from time to time. Conspicuously, the steel needle wasn't as plain as it appeared. Otherwise it would be impossible for a foundation establishment stage cultivator to be unable to resist screaming like this. The crowd of cultivators immediately labeled Ran Qingyun a pervert. Cultivators fight against each other, whether it's a treasure grab or a vendetta. It's all about a quick and easy way to prevent the other side from counterattacking at the point of death and turning the ship over in the gutter. Things like villains dying from talking too much only exist in talkie stories after all. Unless, of course, the man is a pervert. Otherwise, how could it be slowly abused in front of so many people? Aren't you afraid of accidents? Aha! Kill me, ha! Kill me now! Wu Laoer's miserable howls were getting fainter and fainter. At this moment, he couldn't find a bit of good flesh on his body, and only wanted to die quickly so that he could no longer endure the pain. The crowd, however, saw that Ran Qingyun was still all smiles as he said, "That's only 54 roots tied up in you, there's still half of it. I am sorry. I am sorry, you kill me, I am not supposed to be beneficent, I am not a human being, please, kill me." Wu Laoer begged. "How can this be? Not even one of the promised needles should be wasted. To be a man, you must keep your word." Ran Qingyun remained unhurried, inserting a steel needle into his body. When the crowd heard this and looked at Ran Qingyun's smiling face, they all had a chill in their hearts. Even those Jindan cultivators in the crowd were similarly somewhat wary of Ran Qingyun. It was not his methods that scorned him, but the fact that he seemed to be really enjoying the thrill of abusing and killing Wu Laoer. After the last steel needle was inserted into Wu Laoer's brow, he also finally lost his voice. The crowd couldn't even help but, at the sight of this, let out a long sigh of relief. It was only after Ran Qingyun watched Wu Laoer finally die in his own hands that the smirk on his face finally converged. He then turned back and looked at Jiangli, who was sitting in a corner with his eyes closed. The cold eyes made Morongfeng, who was beside Jiangli, shiver in fear. Ouyang Fian even directly hid behind Morongfeng, not daring to probe. Morongfeng suddenly remembered something at this time. He looked at the sky and was surprised to find that it seemed to be just right, a quarter of an hour, when Elder Wu died just now. At once, his heart, even colder. "This little friend, go away." At this moment, a Jindan realm cultivator spoke out, reminding Ran Qingyun. From the mere words of the two just now, they had also guessed a rough idea of the feud between the two. A very cheesy story of a farmer and a snake. "That's right, Yan Shousek's ban, no matter who it is, must be obeyed, but you had a reason for what happened. Yan Shousek thought that they wouldn't pursue it too much, but this secret realm, you won't be able to enter it." Ran Qingyun smiled and shook his head. "Thanks a lot, but this secret realm, I must enter." When the other man saw this, he stopped trying to persuade him. Some things are said once and that's enough. After saying that, Ran Qingyun suddenly walked towards Jiangli's direction. It immediately made Morongfeng look like an enemy. "Taoist, coming over, Taoist, he's coming over." Clang! Morongfeng was actually frightened and directly drew his long sword. It was really because the way Ran Qingyun had abused and killed Elder Wu just now had left him with too many shadows. Ran Qingyun, however, didn't look at him and walked directly past him to Jiangli. "The Taoist master is so calm, he's really a high-level person." Jiangli closed his eyes tightly and couldn't help but curse in his heart, "Calm your ass down, heck, it scares the hell out of people." Where was he calm? He was clearly seeing this kind of scene for the first time, and was too frightened to open his eyes by the brutal scene just now. "Fellow Taoist, people die and debts are settled, go and dispose of the corpse." Ran Qingyun froze at his words, not expecting Jiangli to say this in his first sentence. However, in his heart, he had already taken Jiangli completely as a hidden master. Soon, he took Wu Laoer's corpse, and after burning it cleanly in a fire, he once again came to Jiangli. "Dawn guard!" he called out softly. Only then did Jiangli open his eyes, and after realizing that there were no stomach-churning images, he secretly let out a sigh of relief. Many thanks to the Taoist master, today's revenge is all thanks to the Taoist master, Ran Qingyun will never forget it. With that, he even directly knelt down on the ground and was about to make a big bow to Jiangli. "Get up, poor Taoist is not dead yet, I'm not your elder, and I'm not a god or a Buddha, I can't afford this kind of big gift." Jiangli chided. He actually quite disliked the feeling of being knelt down. Ran Qingyun, however, obstinately and stiffly kowtowed to him 3 times before standing up. It was only then that the crowd remembered that Jiangli had previously given Wu Laoer's fortune, and it had not been fulfilled. Instantly, everyone's gaze at Jiangli changed. Irony! Especially Morongfeng, the way he was looking at Jiangli at the moment was like he was looking at a god. No one knew Jiangli's terror better than him. He even accurately predicted the death of Wu Laoer. His face rose like a pig's liver when he thought of the fortune Jiangli had told him. Taoist, this is Linglong Pei, you first receive it. Can you give me an accurate word? Our senior siblings still have no salvation? The blow dealt to him by Wu Laoer's death was just too great. Far more exciting than seeing Manhwarecap when he was in Ningzhou City. I've given him a chance, he didn't listen, he's not destined to be with me and deserves to die, but you're different, you're destined to be with me. Jiangli had a smile on his face and naturally took the Linglong Pei into his arms. Taoist master, Morongfeng hasn't had any parents since he was young, from now on, you are my father, my own father. Morongfeng said with a crying face, then, he suddenly remembered something, and said to Ouyang Fian, by the way senior sister, how many pairs of blasphemous pants did you bring? Chapter 14, The Golden Ran Qingyun. After Morongfeng's joke, the atmosphere between the few people, too, became much lighter. Ran Qingyun at the moment, faces all relaxed intention, said, "Under today, I would like to take advantage of the crowd eyes mixed hands, but unfortunately, the cultivation is too low, completely unable to approach the other side, if it is not because of the roadmaster, that cannot find a companion, today I am dead, perhaps difficult to avenge." In a few words, Ran Qingyun explained the whole thing, clearly. Zhang Li waved his hand and said, "A drink and a peck is determined by heaven, today he deserves to die." After thanking Zhang Li again, Ran Qingyun said, "Taoist master, if I don't die today, I will repay this favor in the future." Having openly defied Yan Xiaozong's ban, he didn't want to involve Zhang Li either. With that, he was about to leave. However, he heard Zhang Li suddenly call out to him, "Fellow Taoist, stay back, you have a trigram." Ran Qingyun smiled at his words, "Taoist, I don't tell fortunes. If it's true that good people have good karma, my parents back then wouldn't have died." Although Zhang Li had done him a favor, he wasn't really interested in the whole fortune-telling thing. Morong Feng on the side saw the situation, quickly persuaded, "Brother, you have to believe, the Taoist priest said you have the trigrams, you must have the trigrams, don't worry, the Taoist priest can completely help you to dissolve the calamity." Morong Feng admired Ran Qingyun and didn't wish for him to die an unexplained death. This was the fact that he was completely blindly worshipping Zhang Li. Since Zhang Li said he was up to something, then there must be something. Therefore, he wanted to persuade the other side. Ran Qingyun laughed indifferently, "Life and death have their own destinies, besides, today my revenge has been avenged, I have no more worries, it's just a matter of death." Morong Feng hurriedly pulled him down and said, "You're still young, don't think about it, let the Taoist priest help you crack. With that, he looked at Zhang Li and said, "Taoist, say something." Zhang Li, however, laughed, "Who said he's going to die?" "Ha!" Morong Feng froze at the words, and his hand that was pulling Ran Qingyun couldn't help but loosen. However, Ran Qingyun didn't go away, but was instead very interested. He also thought that Zhang Li was going to engage in that "you're in danger of killing yourself" rhetoric again. It was different from the Morong Feng siblings who hadn't ventured much into the world. He grew up in 3 religions and 9 streams. What kind of people did not have a lot of contact? For Zhang Li, this kind of Jianghu cheater's tricks, or very clear. What he was thankful for was also Zhang Li's unintentional help to him. It didn't mean that he believed that Zhang Li was really capable. Zhang Li looked at Ran Qingyun with a smile and said, "You have a full heaven, a square earth pavilion, an auspicious cloud over your head, and a golden light. It's a top-notch destiny. Not only will you not die this time, you will also get what you want, and have your heart's desire fulfilled." Zhang Li wasn't bolting either. The golden light above Ran Qingyun's head was simply appallingly bright. If he had a pair of sunglasses right now, he would have brought them. Otherwise, if you look at him twice more, you might be blinded. Zhang Li also preferred people with good fortune like Ran Qingyun to guys like Morong Feng who had a black light on his head. This often meant, but after the trigrams were fulfilled, he was able to draw better rewards from the other side. Although Ran Qingyun had just spoken in a spontaneous manner, how could he really want to die? If it was usual, he had violated the Yanxiu sect's ban in public, naturally he would have run away in the morning. It's just that he has a sister waiting for an extremely rare herb to go back and save her life. And he had long since learned from a disciple of the White Tiger sect that there was news of this herb in the secret realm. Back then it was the other party who had saved himself from being seriously injured. He couldn't sit idly by, in reason and conscience. If Zhang Li was going to use the danger theory set to fool people, he would never believe it. But Zhang Li said he would have his heart in the right place. Even if Zhang Li was a liar, at this point in time, he had to believe it for once. Ran Qingyun walked to Zhang Li once again with a serious gaze, "Taoist, please help me." After saying that, he fell straight to his knees again. Such a ruthless man, kneeling down twice in front of Zhang Li, once again drew a lot of attention for Zhang Li. There was still some time before the secret realm opened. The rest of the cultivators then couldn't help themselves, and gathered towards this side, ready to see the action. In this regard, Zhang Li was naturally happy about it. He held Ran Qingyun's arms, trying to help him up and said, "There is gold under a man's knees, don't move to kneel in the future." Ran Qingyun, however, broke away from his hands and said, "Taoist master, Qingyun knows that the trigrams are not lightly calculated, but I have no body, I can only come up with this plan. In the future, Qingyun, however, has achieved something. Today's matter will be 100 times to repay, just let me kneel down, the heart is a little more comfortable." Faced with such an axeman, Zhang Li no longer advised him. Sitting directly across from him, he summoned the system light screen. On it, Ran Qingyun's trigram critique was also displayed. And it comes with a bonus. Zhang Li was instantly shaken in spirit. He had done so many fortune tellings, but only that rabbit had ever appeared. The other party directly contributed 2 of his techniques plus a bottle of extremely high-grade elixir. Ran Qingyun was actually the same, how could he not be excited? Zhang Li immediately spoke, "You should be looking for an object, right?" Ran Qingyun sniffed and his tiger's body shook. He had never told anyone about this, but Zhang Li had guessed it, how could he not be surprised? But more than that, he felt that this time, he might actually find it. "Taoist master, please guide me." With that, Ran Qingyun directly bunked too. This action confused Zhang Li. Sure enough, after taking someone's lifeblood, the other person will be especially proactive. Within the secret realm 30 miles southwest, you can find what you want. But you must remember, never, never, never kill or pick it yourself, or else you will have lost all your work. Ran Qingyun sniffed and frowned. That herb, which he had learned about long ago, was called the bloodborne flower, and it was usually guarded by a demonic beast that was very powerful for the current him. How was he going to pick the herbs away from the claws of that demonic beast if he couldn't kill it? More crucially, the bloodborne flower needed the blood of that demonic beast to ripen, otherwise it wouldn't be effective. It was for this reason that he had never been able to find the bloodborne flower. Taoist, this is difficult for him. I don't know if I should listen to Zhongli. Only to see Zhongli take out a very ordinary gourd from his bosom and hand it over. When you find it, use what's in the gourd and trade it. Ran Qingyun was even more puzzled at his words. Change? That's right, change. Zhongli said with certainty. But with whom to exchange, that demonic beast? He was already certain that Zhongli knew exactly what he was looking for. It was just that what Zhongli had said completely baffled him. Remember my words, otherwise, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Zhongli's face was serious, without the slightest hint of joking. When Ran Qingyun heard this, he had no choice but to nod, and without looking at what was in the gourd, he simply put it away. But he made up his mind to just pick it if he could. After all, the sister couldn't wait, he couldn't joke with her life. Chapter 15, Will People Believe Me? By the way, if you listen to the words of the poor Taoist, there may even be an unexpected blessing. Remember, remember. Ran Qingyun sniffed and half-heartedly got up. Instead, the mind kept muttering. He was now certain that Zhongli had some skills, but not much. After all, the other guy really did figure out what he wanted to do. Due to Zhongli's face, he did not continue to argue with Zhongli, but chose to listen superficially. Ran Qingyun walked away with a thoughtfulness. In Zhongli's heart, however, he was happy. Because among the people who came over to see what was going on, there were many people who, on top of their heads, were carrying different shades of qi in different colors. Fellow Taoist, the golden light above your head rises to the heavens and auspicious clouds envelop you, you have trigrams. Zhongli wore a smile on his face as he found an existence with a head of qi that didn't lose out to Ran Qingyun in the slightest. Only, the crowd laughed out loud at his thousand opening words. The monk who was called out by Zhongli laughed, this Taoist master, I don't tell fortunes. Although he could also see that there was something divine about Zhongli, he still didn't really believe it. Especially with what he had just said to Ran Qingyun, they felt it was very absurd. From the meaning of his words, they heard a generalization. To actually let Ran Qingyun make a deal with a demonic beast? Those mindless demonic beasts, they make deals too? It was a travesty, and he didn't want to be treated like a cutie. Looked at like that. At this moment, there were many people who looked at Ran Qingyun's gaze and something was not quite right. Fellow Taoist, the poor Taoist fortune-telling, all depends on fate, see you and I have fate, the poor Taoist only good words, you will not think that the poor Taoist for a mere few tales of broken silver, will deceive you, you also too look down on the poor Taoist. The other party sniffed, and a struggle flashed in his eyes. It's just a few tales of silver, right for a ring. Especially, what Zhongli had just said, it seemed like he was very lucky. Just as he was hesitating, a road of recluse lights suddenly appeared in the sky. Soon, those recluse lights flew over quickly from far and near. White Tiger Sect, it's the White Tiger Sect coming. I don't know who shouted, but the cultivators surrounding him dispersed with a huff and ran towards the entrance of the secret realm, wanting to occupy a favorable position and be the first to rush into the secret realm. Seeing this, Morong Feng and Ouyang Fian were also ready to run over, but they were called back by Zhongli. Stop, forget what I said? The duo stopped in their tracks when they heard this, remembering what Zhongli had said, telling them to enter last. The two men glanced anxiously at the crowd, and ultimately had no choice but to stop and stay at the end. Taoist master, our cultivation is low, it's impossible for us to go too deep. If we go in late, the good things in the periphery will have no chance with us. Morong Feng couldn't help but say. Zhongli grunted coldly, want life or wealth? Upon hearing this, Morong Feng could only remain resentful and honestly stand in place. Zhongli was not in a good mood at the moment. That cultivator, just now, had clearly faltered and was on the verge of seeking him out to tell his fortune. But at this time, when the White Tiger Sex people came, they stirred up his business in a raw way, so how could he not be angry? Only after the recluse light dispersed, at the entrance of the secret realm, there were more than a dozen figures dressed in white with a living tiger embroidered on their backs. Humph. After a white-bearded old man let out a cold hum, a strong pressure instantly enveloped everyone, belonging to the cultivation of the Mahayana stage, revealed undoubtedly. Whether it was the Qi refining stage, the foundation establishment stage, or the Jindan stage, at this moment, they all dared not breathe a word, and cautiously looked at the White Tiger Sex people. A bunch of trash, cheap. A young man with a shadowy face said in a cold voice. When the crowd of cultivators heard this, they dared not speak out of anger due to the might of the White Tiger sect. That old guy is even, this little Yakuza is so arrogant. Zhongli, who was standing in the distance, said. Morong Fong hurriedly covered his mouth and whispered, Taoist priest, keep your voice down. He is Gu Linhuan of the White Tiger sect. He is now a Jindan realm cultivator. This person's character is vindictive. Be careful of being hated by him. Jiang Li scowled disdainfully and said, What are you afraid of? That said, he lowered his voice, making Morong Fong, who was on the side, couldn't help but show a look of contempt. Your body, Taoist master, is really honest. What do you know? It's called taking stock of the situation. You White Tiger sect, what a big bully. Why don't you learn from your mistakes? Haven't you been beaten and hurt yet? Suddenly, a cold voice rang out. Afterwards, there were another dozen or so reclining lights that flew in from afar. After the transportation light dispersed, a group of female cultivators with pretty faces and lithe bodies appeared in front of the crowd. Morong Fong said with a piggish look on his face, Look, Taoist, these are the female disciples of the Yensho sect. How about it? Pretty, right? Yes, yes, yes. Jiang Li couldn't help but stay dumbfounded at this moment, even though he had already endured the bombardment of various internet beauties in his previous life. These women, whether in terms of temperament or appearance, are all top-notch. Especially the one standing in the very center, she was even more beautiful. It was just that he always felt as if he had seen the other person somewhere. Noticing Jiang Li's gaze, Morong Fong hemmed and hawed and laughed. Taoist master really has good eyesight. That one is the recognized #1 beauty of Ningzhou, the elder sister of the Yensho sect's patriarch, and now the only emperor realm powerhouse in Ningzhou, Lu Xinyan. He's Ryu Xinyan? Morong Fong nodded his head and teased, How about it? Does the Taoist master have any plans to return to secularism? Poor Taoist is a fire-dwelling Taoist. He can take a wife. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Jiang Li subconsciously said, But why do I feel as if I've seen her before? Taoist, I know you were charmed by someone for a while, but this is too old-fashioned of you. The people who want to chase after her are lined up from here to the central state. I see. I'm afraid it's not your turn. Morong Fong struck out. Jiang Li, however, shook his head and said, No, I must have seen her before, but I just can't remember. Fine, you've seen it, okay? Morong Fong, however, was half disbelieving. Look, the one who spoke just now is Yensho sect's Lin Evening, Yensho sect's second pride, now also in the Jindan realm. With your talent and appearance, I think it's still no problem for you to be matched with her. Taoist, would you consider it? Jiang Li sniffed and looked at the woman beside Lu Xinyan. A fiery red corseted dress made her look extremely eye-catching. It's just that if you're around Ryu Xinyan, it will always make people subconsciously ignore her existence. It was only because Lu Xinyan's existence was too dazzling. Well, this woman, I'm afraid that there is a plague of blood. It's a pity that, at a young age, she is going to perish. Jiang Li suddenly said. Taoist, you don't love, don't hurt so curse people, not too good. Morong Fong speechless. Jiang Li slanted a glance at him and said, How many times have I told you that poor Taoist fortune-telling never jokes? Then what should we do, Tao Master, please save her. Morong Fong said with some anxiety. But Jiang Li sighed and said, Wind, are you crazy? Do you think people will believe me? Chapter 16, Springtime? You don't even look at the status of the person. Do you think she will believe me? Jiang Li said with a scowl. Jiang Li looked at that Lin Evening with her high and mighty look and knew that it wasn't too good to deal with. He's not going to go in hot and cold. Morong Fong frowned. It can't be. Jiang Li sneered. Think about what your senior sister looked like when she met me. When Morong Fong heard this, he smiled awkwardly. Taoist master, I'm not blind to the fact that I don't know what's going on. Don't bother with me. Jiang Li did not have a good temper. You see, I look like a person with you, but this Lin Lian evening, or forget it. Poor Road do not want to all did not eat, but also caused a mess, or good to watch the show it. Seeing this, Morong Fong did not say anything more. Although Lin Evening Night had a blooming beautiful face, that wasn't inferior to him. Just now, it was merely a subconscious reaction of thinking that it would be too much of a shame if such a stunning beauty died. This was Lin Evening Night, who was already at loggerheads with Gu Linhuan. Gu Linhuan, general of the defeated army, when is it your turn to be unbridled? Don't forget that this is already my Yensho sect's territory, and there is no room for you to be condescending and judgmental here. Lin Evening Night. Gu Linhuan's face changed slightly when she heard this. The White Tiger sect, which was without its emperor realm palmist in attendance, naturally didn't have the slightest bit of temper in the face of the victorious Yensho sect. Gu Linhuan couldn't say a word because Lin Evening Night disliked her. Her face flushed green and red. The White Tiger sect's old man at the Mahayana stage who was traveling with him could only accompany Lu Xinyan with a smile and didn't dare to say a word more. Then he turned around and reprimanded, Lin Huan, shut up, this is not a place for you to be wild, don't quickly make amends to Miss Lin. Gu Linhuan sniffed, and could only reluctantly bow his head towards Lin Evening and admit his mistake. Only as he looked down, no one could see, a flash of sternness in his eyes. TSK. This kid does have something, no wonder he's so arrogant. Jiang Li looked at the chi above Gu Linhuan's head from afar and said thoughtfully. Morong Fong sniffed and said curiously, Taoist, what did you say? In Jiang Li's eyes again, the chi on top of Gu Linhuan's head was not only a golden color that symbolized good luck, but also, it was actually eroding the chi on top of Lin Evening Night's head. It was the first time he'd seen it happen, but that didn't stop him from making a guess. Lin Evening Night, I guess I'm going to fall into this guy's hands. Ha! Morong Fong was shocked again when he heard this. This can't be possible, the White Tiger sect just lost to the Yin Shou sect, and the sect master Tiger Sanqing was even killed by Lu Xinyan, how could he dare? Jiang Li hemmed and hawed and said, the secret realm is full of dangers, who knows what we will encounter? Hiss. No way. Morong Fong still felt that Gu Linhuan shouldn't have the guts. But Jiang Li said with certainty, a bet? Morong Fong shook his head repeatedly and said, no bet, no bet, no bet with anyone but you, but Taoist, are you sure you don't want to save her? If you have a saving grace with her, you might have a chance to kiss her. Jiang Li said disdainfully, and if I want to kiss me, I'll also kiss that one, Lin Evening, this kind of arrogant and boundless little girl, who cares? Morong Fong followed Jiang Li's gaze and after looking at Lu Xinyan, he gave him a thumbs up and said, the Taoist master is truly a master, Morong admires him. Just as the two of them were snickering, Ryu Xinyan suddenly became aware of something. He suddenly sensed a familiar, yet somewhat unfamiliar, aura in the crowd. Lu Xinyan frowned slightly and immediately looked towards the crowd. Soon, she saw Jiang Li who was talking and laughing with Morong Fong. Dao Lord. Lu Xinyan's heart was overjoyed after seeing Jiang Li. He didn't expect to actually see Jiang Li's figure here. He just wanted to go forward to recognize Jiang Li, but he felt that it was a bit inappropriate to have so many people here. Jiang Li, on the other hand, obviously didn't recognize her. Lu Xinyan's beautiful eyes turned, and she had an instant attention. Evening. She transmitted her voice towards Lin Evening Night beside her. Uncle Sherfu. Lin Evening Night sniffed, and immediately prepared to turn her head towards Lu Xinyan. However, he heard Lu Xinyan continue to transmit his voice, don't move, listen to me. Lin Evening Night immediately felt a chill in her heart and collected her mind, thinking that Lu Xinyan had some important arrangement. Did you see that Taoist priest at the end of the crowd? Lin Evening Night followed Lu Xinyan's command and soon saw Jiang Li, who was wearing a plain Taoist robe, and her heart was slightly surprised. This person, he was only at the 10th level of qi refining. Look at the age, it's not so young. Among these people in front of her, it might be considered a good talent, but not to mention comparing it to her, it was far inferior to Gu Linhuan. He didn't understand why his senior uncle, who had been crowned as the best in Ningzhou, had asked him to pay attention to such a person. Uncle Sherfu, see, what's the problem? After entering the secret realm, if you meet him, don't rush him, and you should also pay more attention, so that you don't let his life be in danger. Lin Evening Night sniffed and was very surprised. Senior uncle, he. Lin Evening Night took a look at Jiang Li's handsome young face, her mind racing. If you change into a decent dress and dress up, you will not lose your beauty. Could it be that Master Uncle is thinking about sex? I only heard Lu Xinyan say, just remember my words, never, never, never piss him off, remember? Lu Xinyan, who knew Lin Evening Night's character, gave 1,000 instructions. Without realizing it, her saying so made Lin Evening even more certain of her suspicions. I said that the Master Uncle so many years, has been single, to anyone does not false color, it turns out to be good monk this mouth the Master Uncle play a good flowers. Everyone has their own pet peeves, and she decided that she must keep this little secret for her senior uncle. Lu Xinyan, who was completely unaware that Lin Evening Night had gotten the wrong idea, would look at Jiang Li and think of that day when she almost embarrassed herself in front of a group of Yin Shou sect disciples. This guy, the elixir in the beginning was given to me by him, it must be that he knew I would be like that, and only then did he let me bring an extra set of clothes, it's really too hateful. Thinking about it, she remembered Jiang Li pulling her hand for a good touch when he was telling her fortune at that time. At the time, I just thought he was really a fortune teller. Now that I think about it, maybe it was eating her up. Thinking of this, Lu Xinyan couldn't help but blush slightly in her cheeks, looking more and more delicate. Lin Evening Night, who was always observing her senior uncle, saw the red-faced Lu Xinyan, and her already bright and sparkling big eyes widened even more. No, just look at 2 eyes, is Master Uncle possessed by an evil spirit or a compulsion, falling so fast? She couldn't help but be curious and looked at Jiang Li from top to bottom. I can't really pick out anything that stands out other than being better looking. It was really impossible to figure out how this guy had captured the heart of his own master's uncle. Chapter 17 It's all from a book. Today the secret realm opens, all Jindan stage and below can enter, the opportunity is only once, hope you cherish. After exchanging views with Lu Xinyan, that old man from the White Tiger sect at the Mahayana stage officially announced the opening of the secret realm. The crowd of Ningzhou cultivators couldn't help but cheer when they heard this. Gu Linhuan couldn't help but sneer as he looked at the ragtag group in front of him. Do you really think it's kind to let them enter the secret realm? Nothing more than using them as cannon fodder. He took another cryptic glance at Lin Evening Night, who seemed to be lost in thought, and a cold aura flickered in his eyes. Then, it lowered its head and hid its little thoughts. Soon, the secret realm was opened by the White Tiger sect's Mahayana stage elder, who then handed over the key to open the secret realm, solemnly in front of everyone, to Lu Xinyan's hands, symbolizing that from today onwards, this secret realm would be owned by Yin Shou sect. After receiving the secret realm, Yin Xiuzong looked at the group of cultivators and smiled, "Gentlemen, good luck." After saying that, he took the lead and left in front of the entrance to the secret realm, leaving behind only the Yenshou sect disciples led by Lin Evening Night. The same was true for the White Tiger sect's group of cultivators. After Lin Evening Night and Gu Linhuan, the two great clans' heavenly prides, were the first to enter the secret realm. The rest of the cultivators, then impatiently, rushed in. Afraid that if you're slow to get in, someone else will get to the good stuff first. Stiffly following Jiang Li's instructions, after waiting for half a day, Morong Feng impatiently opened his mouth. "Taoist, let's quickly go in as well. When we pass by Senior Lu Xinyan later, Taoist, you mustn't look at it too much." Morong Feng, who more or less knew something about Jiang Li's character, couldn't help but remind him. Jiang Li nodded and said impatiently, "Good." After saying that, the three of them walked towards the entrance of the secret realm, without slowing down. As he passed by Lu Xinyan, the only current Emperor realm powerhouse in Ningzhou, Jiang Li still couldn't hold back and turned his head towards her. "I was far away just now and couldn't really see it." Now that he was close, Jiang Li was instantly surprised by Lu Xinyan's appearance, which was heavenly. The heart can't help but exclaim, "This little lady, what a ing bandwagon." At the same time, he still always felt as if he had seen the other man somewhere. After a glance, he didn't dare to look at it more than once. Just as he was about to turn back, he suddenly realized that Lu Xinyan actually looked towards him. As the two of them looked at each other, Lu Xinyan couldn't help but blush again and subconsciously turned her head away. Ouch, brother's charm, already so big? This was Jiang Li's last thought before he entered the secret realm. Seeing Jiang Li enter the secret realm, Lu Xinyan let out a slight sigh of relief. The stare down just now was just too awkward for her. "And I wonder if this guy recognizes me?" She then frowned slightly. "I didn't pay attention to it before, but now I remembered that when I saw Jiang Li before, the other party clearly didn't have any cultivation before. But now, Jiang Li here was already at the 10th level of qi refining. Moreover, having just gotten closer, she felt even more of a particularly familiar feeling in the other party. This feeling is not due to familiarity. It was more like a feeling of being of the same origin and family, which surprised her greatly. Could it be that the other party is not only a strange person, but also a hidden master? Lu Xinyan really couldn't find any reason to explain Jiang Li's sudden transformation from an ordinary person to a qi refining stage cultivator in just 3 days. She immediately took Jiang Li as a former old monster with a young face. Jiang Li, who was completely unaware that he had become an old monster in the eyes of others, was mesmerized by the scenery in front of him as soon as he entered the secret realm, just like a country bumpkin who had never seen the world. All the colors are lush and green as far as the eye can see. Inside, there are ancient trees and a sea of flowers. In the distance are even more peaks and rolling hills. Fortunately, Morong Feng and Ouyang Fian weren't much better, which prevented him from making a big fool of himself. "Wow, it's so beautiful in here. If only I could keep practicing in here." Ouyang Fian was a little girl in the end, far from having the stamina of the two big old men, Jiang Li and Morong Feng, who were so addicted to it that they couldn't help themselves. Morong Feng patted Ouyang Fian's shoulder and said, "Don't think about it, senior sister, it's just looking good. If you stay in there all the time, there's no second end except death." He then gave Ouyang Fian and Jiang Li a generalization of the characteristics of the secret realm. The reason why the secret realm is called a secret realm is its uncertainty, and no one dares to say that it can be fully explored. All secret realms, there is a carrying limit. More than a certain realm, you cannot enter, otherwise you think, why Lu Xinyan Hall Emperor realm, why not personally come in, but also let us take advantage? So, the dangers in here are also only for the Jindan realm and below? Jiang Li asked. Morong Feng nodded and said, "That's right, but we must not be careless. The dangers in the secret realm can completely take the life of a Jindan realm. We should just take our chances at the periphery, we must not go deeper." With that, he selected a direction and led the way first. Ouyang Fian, who had the lowest cultivation, walked in the center, with Jiang Li at the back. Just before he could take a few steps, Morong Feng stopped his steps and looked ahead motionlessly, cold sweat pouring out. Seeing this, Jiang Li stepped forward to be alongside him. After seeing the scene in front of him, he also changed color slightly. Only to see that not far in front of them, there was a tattered and broken body, by a vine, hanging high up. On the corpses, there were teeth marks everywhere from being gnawed by unknown demonic beasts. Morong Feng couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of water. Change direction. He couldn't help but remember at this moment, the fortune telling that Jiang Li had given them. If he hadn't waited for this extra half day, with his character, he would have inevitably grabbed the forefront with his own senior sister to enter the secret realm. The end, in all likelihood, would be exactly like this body, exactly like this body. Dao, thanks a lot." He stumbled. Ouyang Fian, even more so, tightly grasped Morong Feng's sleeve and refused to let go. Jiang Li said with a serious face, "Don't look, let's go." He was, at the moment, also a little sick to his stomach. The excitement of the three of them entering the secret realm for the first time just now dissipated in the blink of an eye. The scenery in the secret realm was even more beautiful, but at the moment, they could not bring up half of their interest. None of the three spoke, and without realizing it, they walked back to the entrance. A short while later, Zhang Lei said orally, Morong, tell me honestly, do you have any experience in outside training or not? Morong cried slightly at this point and stammered, I. Come on. We, senior siblings, are going out for the first time. When Zhang Li heard this, he was left with two big heads. At first, he listened to Morong Feng's words about all the things in the cultivation world as if he were counting them. He also thought that he was very experienced, which made him think of coming with him to have some fun in the secret realm. Right now, he just wanted to slap himself twice. Not being able to see his own chi was his biggest heart injury. Zhang Li grabbed him by the collar and said, then how do you say it like that? I read it all in a book. At this moment, Morong Feng was on the verge of tears. Get out, now. Zhang Li wasn't someone who wanted to save face, and he didn't take any chances when he found out that it wasn't possible. Being able to draw rewards from others, he didn't even need to take the same risks as other cultivators and trade his life for resources. Can't get out. The entrance to the secret realm is one way. If you want to get out, it will take at least 3 days before the outside world holding the key will open the exit. I sell pies, really killed by you. Zhang Li sniffed and directly opened his mouth to curse. Chapter 18. It is better to read any palm than to feel the bones. Senior. Brother, what should we do then? At this moment, Ouyang Fian was already directly stunned by the mangled corpse just now. When Ran Qingyun killed people, she was surrounded by cultivators. Now that there was no one here to give her courage, Zhang Li felt that a gust of wind could scare this little girl to death. Without waiting for Morong Feng to speak, Zhang Li said in a bad mood, what to do? What else can we do? Just stay here and wait for the door to open. There was no other way. The Morong Feng siblings could only obediently wait in place with Zhang Li. Phew! A gust of wind blew through, rustling the leaves. Immediately, it drew a wave of panic from Morong Feng and Ouyang Fian. Hey, it's the wind, it's the wind. Zhang Li didn't have the good sense to say. Morong Feng smiled awkwardly, desperately trying to remain calm. But his slightly trembling hands revealed that his current state was not much better than Ouyang Fian's. Zhang Li was a bit depressed to realize that he obviously wanted Morong Feng to be a guide for once and see the world. Without realizing it, he had become the backbone of these two. Roar! Suddenly, there was a beastly roar, coming from the distance. Zhang Li turned back with an open mind, alertly looking in the direction the voice came from. Roar! Soon after, there was another beastly roar. And this time, it was much closer than a moment ago. Zhang Li frowned and said, it's not safe here either, we can't stay here all the time, we have to move, we can't just sit around and wait for death. Morong Feng also nodded his head repeatedly and said in an afterthought, that's right, the primary precaution for secret realm exploration, never stay in a certain place for too long. Zhang Li glared at him and said, next time, if there's anything you need to pay attention to, just say it earlier. Morong Feng timidly said, once I was scared, I forgot. Zhang Li felt like he was about to be pissed off by him and said in a bad mood, is there any more? Morong Feng shook his head and said, no more, really no more this time. Go! Zhang Li let out a low gulp and then took the lead in choosing a direction to go. For Morong Feng, he no longer had any hope. Perhaps it was his luck that was much better than Morong Feng's. It's also possible that the good luck rewards drawn from Nyoji played a role. The three of them walked for quite a while without encountering any danger. Gradually, the three were no longer as nervous as before. Taoist master, look there. Morong Feng suddenly called out with a surprised face. Zhang Li sniffed and looked in the direction he was pointing. Just one purple flower that was growing alone on a not-so-high cliff. It's a purple loosestrife, purple color, 6 petals, 3 leaves, absolutely no mistake, it's a purple loosestrife. With that, he was about to run towards that purple lobelia. Zhang Li tugged him to his feet and said, forget about the death of that person before, the bad luck on your head, it hasn't gone away yet? Morong Feng shivered when he heard this and rushed at Zhang Li with a curt-like smile. What is the use of this flower? When Morong Feng heard this, his eyes couldn't help but light up and said, this is an auxiliary medicine for refining the first turn gathering pill, even if you don't intend to refine it yourself, taking it out and exchanging it, you can exchange it for quite a lot of good things. First turn gathering pill? Zhang Li suddenly thought of the elixir he had eaten earlier. He still remembered that the name of that pill was called the 5 Revolutions Energy Gathering Pill. What is the use of this transformation gathering pill? He directly inquired. Morong Feng immediately revealed a longing expression and said, this dan contains extremely rich spiritual energy, which can directly enhance a cultivator's cultivation level without any side effects, saving a lot of time for cultivation. Oh, that's so. Zhang Li smiled and thought to himself that it was no wonder that he had directly turned into the 10th level of qi refining by eating a single 5 Revolutions Yuan gathering pill. It's true that a 5th turn is just a lot stronger than a first turn. However, no one would be foolish enough to take it directly. Morong Feng suddenly changed his words. When Zhang Li heard this, he asked with an odd expression on his face, why? This dan is very precious. It's very difficult to get together the herbs to make it. Even if you get together the herbs, it's still hard to find an alchemist who can make this dan. Everyone usually uses it to take this dan when they break the boundary, to increase the success rate of their boundary breaking. Zhang Li's face suddenly darkened as he continued to ask, hearing you say 1 turn, so there are 2 turns and 3 turns? Morong Feng nodded and said, that's right, for every additional turn, not only is the potency doubled, but it's even more difficult to successfully refine it. A turn 1 polyjuice pill is not something that can be bought with ordinary silver money. A turn 2 or 3, in Ningzhou it's even more so that only a second-rate clan can get it. As for the 4th turn, I've never even heard of it, let alone the 5th turn. I only know that the 5th turn pills, that is exclusive to the Emperor Realm powerhouses. Even if it is the Emperor Realm powerhouses, there is a 5th turn pills, will only be doubly cherished, easily will not be swallowed. Upon hearing this, Zhang Li's face darkened even more. If someone directly ate a 5 turns gathering pill, what would happen? Morong Feng thought for a moment and said, not to mention the preciousness of the 5 revolutions energy gathering pill. First of all, it's impossible for anyone to do that. I said if. Morong Feng laughed, if there really is a stupid lack who directly ate the 5 revolutions gathering pill, it's hard to say anything else, but he will definitely be beaten to death alive by his elders, and if he didn't die, he will also be laughed to death alive by outsiders. Taoist, don't kid yourself, such a fool may not come out even in 1,000 years, ha ha ha. After he laughed twice, he suddenly saw that Zhang Li's face looked very wrong. Cough, Taoist, you wouldn't have eaten the 5 turns gathering pill, would you? Zhang Li suddenly spread a smile and said, how can that be, I'm just asking. After saying that, he directly turned around and walked towards the purple lobelia. Morong Feng was relieved when he heard this and said, you really love to joke, Taoist. Unbeknownst to him, Zhang Li, who had his back to him, had his face twisted to the extreme at the moment. But then he suddenly frowned slightly, thinking of the rabbit. The elixir was drawn from her, so that proved that the other party must also have a 5 revolutions gathering elemental elixir in their possession. Listening to Morong Feng's meaning, the 5-turn elixir is the exclusive words of Emperor Realm powerhouses. Doesn't that mean that the rabbit is in the Imperial Realm? Thinking about this, Zhang Li was creeped out. There is only one Emperor Realm in Ningzhou now. If the rabbit is not an outsider passing through, then isn't the other party Lu Xinyan? He couldn't help but exclaim. Morong Feng, who was following him, was startled when he heard this. Taoist, what's wrong with you? Zhang Li didn't pay attention to him, but thought of the familiarity he felt when he looked at Lu Xinyan. There was also the gaze of Lu Xinyan when they looked at each other before entering the secret realm. All of this proves that the rabbit is Lu Xinyan, and the other party has long recognized himself. When he thought that he had once pulled her hand to eat tofu, Zhang Li felt that his future was dark. Isn't this offending an empress to death? I should have known that I would have just touched the bone in the first place. What palmistry? Chapter 19 Silver Striped Python. Zhang Li was remorseful as he walked towards the purple diamond flower, completely forgetting that he had just reminded Morong Feng to be careful. Such a precious herb was growing here, yet it hadn't been discovered and plucked by the cultivator who had come in first. Then there must be something wrong. It was just that Zhang Li was now, however, somewhat disturbed by the matter of Lu Xinyan and forgot to be careful. Just as he came to the purple loose strife right below him, he was ready to lift his breath and jump up to pick the flower. Suddenly a vicious wind came and Zhang Li was creeped out, only to see a bloody mouth suddenly appear in front of him, biting towards his head. Taoist master, be careful. Morong Feng, who was at the back, was also alarmed at the moment and shouted a reminder. Ouyang Fian, on the other hand, was only frightened to the point of shouting. Zhang Li subconsciously operated the Great Return to Heaven technique and joined his fingers like swords to utilize the Clear Spirit Sword technique. A sword chi that shot out sharply from his fingertips. At the same time, he pulled back sharply, only to hear a puffing sound. The sword chi accurately hit the big mouth, cutting out a huge wound, and a large stream of blood emerged. Hiss hiss hiss. An ear-piercing hissing sound came and Zhang Li stabilized himself to look towards the monster. Only then did he realize that what had just attacked him was actually a huge python. This python was as thick as a bucket. The scales on his body, in the sunlight, glowed with a biting silver cold light. It's hard as nails to look at. At the moment, the big snake kept rolling on the ground, stirring up rolls of smoke and dust. Obviously, Zhang Li's blow just now had caused him quite a bit of damage. It was only at this moment that Zhang Li realized with hindsight that cold sweat was pouring down his back. If he had reacted any slower just now, he might have been buried in the snake's mouth. This was even more frightening than seeing Ran Qingyun abusing Elder Wu and the mutilated corpse from before. Zhang Li gasped and stared at the python dead in the face. The giant python also recovered from the severe pain at this moment, and a pair of icy snake eyes stared at Zhang Li with the same deadly gaze. At this moment, Zhang Li even felt that he could see the flames of anger in the python's eyes. He suddenly felt that this giant python, instead of being an unusual beast, had the same intelligence as a human. This, a demonic beast. Otherwise, with the sword chi he had just used, an ordinary beast would have been sliced in half long ago. And shooting into the python's weakest protected mouth, it only shed some blood. Silver striped python. Morong Fong, who was behind him, directly called out the name of the python. Taoist master, be careful, this is a second stage demonic beast comparable to the foundation establishment stage. Zhongli couldn't care less about 2 or 2 at this moment, he only knew that if he didn't get this giant python in front of him, all 3 of them would have to die here. That speed of the giant python just now was clearly not something they could run through. Especially with these 2 dragons behind them. If he hadn't overshot the mark and reacted a step faster, at this very moment it would have been buried in the belly of the snake. Morong, I'll be the main attacker, you steer, go. Zhongli roared and casually copied a wooden stick, so he directly charged towards the silver-striped python on his own accord. Zhongli was actually scared to death inside, but he had a trait of being able to go out on a limb. At this moment, he would be forced to put life and death at risk. Only, he had just rushed out, wanting to take a look at what position Morong Fong had rushed to. However, he found that Morong Fong was actually holding Ouyang Fian, standing still, with a panicked face, not to mention that the 2 of them were still trembling. I'm selling the lot. It was too late to think about it in detail because Zhongli saw that the giant python had also twisted its huge body, wriggling and crawling towards him. Speed, 3 times faster than him. Zhongli poured the spiritual energy in his body into the wooden stick in his hand, and utilized the clear spirit sword technique, directly entangling himself with the silver-striped python. Soon he realized that he didn't seem to need to be too afraid. This second stage demonic beast that was comparable to the foundation establishment stage didn't seem to be very difficult to deal with, except for its faster speed. But only a little bit faster. After surviving the initial panic, he found himself actually looking somewhat more comfortable. Aside from the fact that the wooden stick in his hand was a bit too useless to cut through the python's scale armor, the python couldn't even touch him. The wooden stick in his hand, frequently chopping on the python, beat the python to a hiss, but not a little way. The Morong Fong siblings, who were shivering in a group hug on one side, all stared with wide eyes and open mouths when they saw this. Zhongli's figure as he wielded the wooden stick was like an absolute sword immortal, looking very elegant and unassuming. No matter how much the python attacked and tore, it still wanted to wrap its long body around Zhongli. All of them were neutralized by him with ease. Senior, the Taoist master is so handsome. Ouyang Fian couldn't help but flirt. Morong Fong also subconsciously nodded his head, then hurriedly shook his head, wanting to retort a bit, but couldn't find a reason. Looking at your father? Give me the sword. Zhongli roared towards his 2 piggy teammates. Ha! Oh! Morong Fong, who had reacted, hurriedly threw the sword in his hand, towards Zhongli. Seeing this, the giant python knew that if it let Zhongli get the sword, it would be the end of its life. With a flip of his python, he swept his tail fiercely at Zhongli. At the same time, he fiercely scurried out and was about to send the longsword flying in mid-air. Zhongli let out a cold snort and stood up, dodging the sweeping tail while stepping on the python's head, catching the longsword first. Clang! A sword chime rang through, and the longsword was sheathed. As soon as he entered his hand, Zhongli felt the difference between the sword and the wooden stick just now. Without hesitation, he exerted the clear spirit sword technique with all his might and chopped towards the giant python. Under the surprised gazes of Morong Fong and Ouyang Fian, Zhongli, who was wearing a Taoist robe, immediately transformed into an exiled immortal-like being. In a radiant swordlight, the silver-striped python, a second-stage demonic beast comparable to a foundation establishment, was directly chopped into 2 pieces with a single sword. Zhongli landed on the ground in a dashing manner and flung his long sword, flinging the blood stained on the sword away. He just wanted to turn around and pretend to Morong Fong and Ouyang Fian. However, coldly, the silver-striped python that had been chopped into 2 pieces suddenly twitched. Ouch! Zhongli, who thought it wasn't dead through, hurriedly chopped and hacked madly towards the python's corpse. Looking at Morong Fong and Ouyang Fian, they were both a bit skeptical of life. Was the banished sword immortal who had just leapt up and cut down the snake demon with a single sword really the person in front of him? Taoist master, it's okay, it's dead through and through. Morong Fong rushed forward and pulled Zhongli. Zhongli let out a long breath and dropped to the ground with some fatigue. The fight just now had caused him to be a bit overexhausted, both physically and mentally. Morong Fong, on the other hand, searched with gusto within the python corpse that was about to be chopped into mush. Soon he found a not-so-regular bead and cried out happily, luckily it wasn't chopped up. With that, he vigorously wiped the blood on the bead with the hem of his coat and sent it to Zhongli as if offering a treasure. Look, Taoist, this is the demonic elixir of that silver-striped python. Chapter 20, Dried Fish? Zhongli didn't take the demonic pills in his hand, but looked at him coldly and asked, Are you selling me? Morong Fong sniffed and looked at Zhongli's icy cold eyes and broke into a cold sweat. Taoist, listen to my explanation. Just now I was really stunned, a moment did not hear you speak. Back to God, you have already killed this decapitation. Besides, if I intentionally sell you, I would have taken advantage of you in this entangled in the time to run away. Taoist, you have to believe me. I really do not mean it. Forgive you, don't dare. If not to see you didn't run, I would have chopped you in this together with a sword. With that, he picked up the demonic elixir and held it in his hands for a while before asking, What is the use of this demonic elixir? Morong Fong heard this and hurriedly said, Demon Dan has many roles. It can be used to refine Dan or weapons. If you cultivate a special technique, you can also directly refine it to increase your cultivation, and if you have a spirit pet, you can also use it to feed it, and the higher the grade of the Demon Dan, the more precious it is. John Lee nodded and took the silver-striped python's demonic pills into his arms. Taoist priest, flowers. At this time, Ouyang Fian also, with a pleasing face, plucked the purple diamond flower and sent it to John Lee. This little girl was also very clear now that pleasing John Lee was the most important thing at this time. John Lee frowned slightly as he received the purple diamond flower. Demon pills and whatnot, it was fine, but this purple lozenge, he really didn't know how to store it. Do you, by any chance, have any spells for storage? Morong Fong heard the words, and quickly said, yes, this is a storage bag, it can store a small amount of items, it's very convenient, I'll do it for the Taoist master, and hang it on my waist. With that, he pulled off a pouch embroidered with gold threads from his waist and helped John Lee hang it on his waist. John Lee nodded with satisfaction, and after figuring out the usage, he put the purple lozenge flower and the demonic pills, both of which were put in. He then looked at the long sword in his hand and was just about to open his mouth. Morong Fong had already taken the first step and said, Taoist, you also take this sword together, it is in your hands, can be much more useful than me, you must not dislike it, when you go out, I will definitely ask the best smith to create a good sword for you. John Lee sniffed and was satisfied with Morong Feng's humanistic approach. Then I'll take it first, in my hands, but it's much more useful than in yours. When he said that, he put it into the storage bag as well. Worried that the bloody odor of the python corpse would attract other dangers, the three of them left immediately after resting for a little while. The three of them didn't dare to go too deep, and just wandered around the perimeter of the secret boundary for a day. When night fell, perhaps John Lee's good fortune had worked again and they were lucky enough to find a dry cave. This made John Lee's trio ecstatic. On the other side, Ran Qingyun, who had hidden himself in the darkness, looked at a blood-colored flower in the distance with fiery eyes. Found it, little sister, you're saved. Ran Qingyun shouted wildly in excitement in his heart. At the same time, the gratitude towards John Lee in his heart deepened. If John Lee hadn't told him to look in the southwest, he wouldn't have been able to find the blood life flower so quickly. But excited as he was, he didn't go to pick the flower at the first opportunity, but instead, he set his eyes on a demonic beast not far away from the bloodborne flower. A cat demon comparable to the late stage of Foundation establishment, translucent black. At the sight of the cat demon, Ran Qingyun's heart sank as he muttered to himself, how come it's a late stage Foundation establishment, isn't it usually an early stage Foundation establishment? Ran Qingyun was confident that he could cross the border to deal with ordinary demonic beasts. But the late stage of Foundation establishment was far beyond his ability. He only struggled in his mind for a moment before deciding to proceed. He crept to the ground and crawled slowly towards the cat demon. Within moments, he crawled not far behind the cat demon, ready to sneak up on him. And at this moment, the cat demon, who had originally closed his eyes tightly and was huffing and puffing, suddenly opened his eyes. A pair of turquoise pupils reflected a demonic light under the moonlight. It didn't move, but the corners of its mouth curled up slightly like a human. Shoo! Two cracking sounds rang out as Ran Qingyun shot two steel needles directly at the cat demon's hind legs. He didn't think that he could kill a cat demon comparable to a late-stage Foundation establishment. Just want to wound it for blood and then ripen the bloodborne flower. But suddenly, the cat demon suddenly bounced violently and dodged Ran Qingyun's steel needle. It then deftly landed on the ground, its eyes looking evilly at Ran Qingyun who was lying on the ground. The turquoise pupils revealed a mocking gaze. Seeing that the sneak attack did not work, Ran Qingyun could only harden his heart and pounce towards the cat demon. It was just that no matter how he maneuvered the steel needle to shoot at the cat demon, it would be dodged by it very deftly. There was also always time to take a moment and give Ran Qingyun a claw. In just a short period of time, Ran Qingyun's body and face had many more scratches. He gasped wolfishly, realizing that the cat demon was making fun of him. Otherwise, with this cat demon's strength, it could have completely left a fatal wound on his neck. Although Ran Qingyun was in a sorry state at the moment, he was not afraid. As long as the cat demon didn't try to kill him first, he had a chance. Even if a cat demon is smart, it is still only a. Soon after being clawed by the cat demon once more, Ran Qingyun flopped to the ground, seemingly unable to stand up anymore. The cat demon took a graceful step and slowly walked towards him. The gaze that looked at Ran Qingyun carried deep disdain. He didn't understand why a human race that hadn't yet built its foundation didn't run after seeing it, but instead dared to sneak attack. The cat demon jumped directly onto Ran Qingyun's chest and looked at the dying Ran Qingyun, and had no desire to tease him anymore. Just as it raised its claws, preparing to directly result in Ran Qingyun. Ran Qingyun, who had originally closed his eyes and had already resigned himself to his fate, suddenly opened his eyes and opened his mouth wide. Two steel needles, only an inch long, suddenly flew out of his mouth and shot straight into the cat demon's eyes. It was a pity that he had far underestimated the cat demon's strength. Once again, the blow he thought was sure to hit him fell short. The cat demon just dodged it with a backflip. But this time, he completely pissed off the cat demon. The cat demon waved its sharp claws and slapped a heavy claw towards his face. Ran Xingyun only had time to raise his arms to protect his head before he felt a huge force that hit his arms. He was then sent flying by the tiny cat demon, with a claw. After rolling on the ground several times one after another, he barely managed to stop himself and slowly stood up. At this moment, he only felt that the bones in his entire body had been broken by that claw of the cat demon. Crap, overestimated myself. He looked at the cat demon that was showing its teeth and slowly approaching towards him, and sighed in despair, "Are we going to die here today?" At this moment, he remembered Jian Li's exhortation to him. Never, never kill. He laughed bitterly. Where was the need to persuade him of this? It would be better to persuade this cat demon. Wait. He suddenly remembered that Jian Li had also given him a gourd and wondered what it contained. He hastily found the gourd and opened it. As soon as he opened it, a strange fragrance wafted out from the mouth of the gourd. As for the cat demon, after smelling this strange fragrance, he was suddenly stunned, and a color of longing appeared in his eyes. Seeing this, Ran Xingyun's heart rejoiced. It works. He then inverted the gourd and poured it toward his palm to see what was inside. He then saw a thin little dried fish that landed in his palm. Ran Xingyun? Chapter 21. Maybe it's a gift. A dark shadow suddenly flashed by, and Ran Xingyun realized that the small dried fish in his palm had disappeared. On the down low, the cat demon was licking her mouth with a satisfied look on her face. Afterwards, the cat demon directly leapt onto his shoulder and gently touched his face with its small paw before pointing at the gourd, the meaning of which was self-evident. Ran Xingyun immediately poured out another small dried fish and brought it to the cat demon's mouth. The cat demon wasn't polite either, and went straight to chowing down. Soon, the small dried fish in the gourd was eaten cleanly by the cat demon. The cat demon, who had eaten and drank her fill, stretched out on his shoulder contentedly. After that, he jumped straight down and walked towards the bloodborne flower. After taking 2 steps, he turned back towards Ran Xingyun and shouted meow, signaling him to follow. Ran Xingyun, a bit dazed, followed the cat demon and arrived in front of the bloodborne flower. Meow, meow. With his claws, the cat demon pointed at the bloodborne flower, and then at the gourd in his hand. You mean, you want me to trade dried small fish for it? The cat demon shook her head. Meow. Ah, you mean, this is the payment? Ran Xingyun was once again confused. This time, the cat demon nodded. He then saw the cat demon suddenly raise its hind legs and bear them towards the bloodborne flower. Hey, don't. Seeing this, Ran Xingyun hurriedly shouted, but it was too late. But the next moment, something unexpected happened to him. Only the bloodborne flower suddenly bloomed with a bloody red light, demonic to the extreme. It looked like it was going to be even more beautiful and seemed to have a stronger effect than the bloodborne flower he had inquired about. Ran Xingyun has been completely confused, unable to figure out the situation. Meow. The cat demon's cry brought him back to his senses, and he hurriedly plucked off the bloodborne flower, and after carefully inspecting it and realizing that there was nothing wrong with it, he carefully packed it away. The cat demon, on the other hand, jumped onto his shoulder once again. Meow, meow. Ah, you're going to follow me? Meow. Dried small fish? Meow. Ran Xingyun burst into a bit of tears and laughter. How could he not expect that the blood life flower that he couldn't get by beating himself to death was actually taken care of with a gourd of dried small fish? He was also relied upon by a cat demon that was comparable to a late-stage foundation establishment. At this moment, he remembered Jian Li's previous words, and his thoughts turned 100 times in his mind. Truly a tall man. Just after he had finished sighing on his side, on Jian Li's side, he heard a system beep. Ding dong. Jian Li, who was resting his eyes with his eyes closed, opened his eyes wide and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Afterwards, he glanced contemptuously at Morong Feng and Ouyang Fian who were flirting on the side. These two losers, early to find his fortune-telling, so far has not been fulfilled. It was Ran Xingyun who fulfilled it so quickly. He then immediately summoned the reward panel. A row of 5 cards appeared before his eyes. Unfortunately, it's still only one of 5 choices this time around. Jian Li was slightly disappointed. Now that he thought about it, the reason why Lu Xinyan's rewards were able to choose 3 out of 5 might also be related to her cultivation realm. As was his custom, he went straight for the middle one. The moment the card was turned over, a blinding golden light lit up. Jian Li immediately looked happy and thought in his heart, "Nyo Air's good luck, so fierce?" This is the 3rd time in a row that he has won the golden legend. The probability of this, he himself wondered if he had opened up. With excitement, he immediately checked it out when the golden light dissipated. Just on the card, there was a drawing of a person's head with 2 words written at the bottom, talent. The card then transformed into a golden light and disappeared into his brow. Jian Li immediately understood what this reward actually was. This was actually Ran Xingyun's cultivation talent. Normally, cultivators could only imperil objects after they had built their foundations. Ran Xingyun, relying on his special talent, was able to use objects against the enemy at the 8th level of qi refining. but only just enough to manipulate tiny steel needles. Jiang Li's heart stirred. Placed in the storage bag, Morong Feng's long sword, which was directly manipulated by him, flew out, flying up and down around him as if it were an arm. In the clear spirit sword technique, there was a royal sword chapter. Jiang Li, who had long since mastered the Qingling sword technique, maneuvered his flying sword without any pressure at the moment. He had long ago discovered that those rewards that he drew, other than physical objects, exerted a stronger effect on him than the object from which they were drawn. As expected, the power of his imperial sword technique at this moment was not at all the half-baked goods like Ran Qingyun's. Instead, it was a genuine foundation establishment power. Suddenly seeing his sword, actually flying up and down around Jiang Li, Morong Feng was shocked. Daoist, you actually know how to use a sword. He looked at Jiang Li with a surprised look on his face, and waves of shock flooded his heart. Why, is there a problem? Jiang Li said with a matter-of-fact face. Morong Feng swallowed a mouthful of saliva before saying with difficulty, but you're still refining qi now. Can't Ran Qingyun do the same? Jiang Li retorted. This. Morong Feng wanted to say, big brother, you don't look at Ran Qingyun's imperial objects and what he is using. It's a ing steel needle. That thing weighs a couple pounds a stick. Look at you again, a long sword that weighs 3 or 4 pounds. Is this comparable? You think he doesn't want to use his sword? He's the one who can't. For that matter, Ran Qingyun was already a gifted person in the eyes of several people. What is Jiang Li then, a demon? Even if it was Lin Evening Night and Gu Linhuan, the two recognized strongest prides of Ningzhou, they didn't have the ability to imperialize objects at the qi refining stage. Alright. What, he can do it and I can't? Cut. Jiang Li gave him a contemptuous look, thinking that this guy was just making a fuss. Afterwards, he directly maneuvered the longsword and flew towards the stone wall within the cave. Clang! After a sword roar, the longsword then turned into a sword light in Morong Feng's horrified gaze and directly disappeared into the stone wall, leaving behind only a small black hole. Pop! With the sound of the stone wall shattering, the longsword flew out from the other side again before it was precisely sheathed and put into Jiang Li's storage bag. He looked at the 2 large and 2 small holes in the stone wall and nodded with satisfaction. The power is okay. Morong Feng narrowed his eyes at him, looking like he wanted to hit someone. You call that okay? With this kind of speed and power, in the foundation stage cultivators who have not yet cultivated the astral shield, it is completely horizontal, okay? At this moment, Morong Feng was hurt. Before he left the mountain gate, he was the first genius within the sect, proud and unrivaled. Although he also knew that there were people outside of people, there was a sky outside of the sky, but he was satisfied with what he had accomplished. A 23-year-old cultivator of the 7th level of qi refining had already surpassed 99% of the population, enough to be proud of himself. But when he met Jiang Li, he was hit hard. 20 years old at the 10th level of qi refining, or without a master to teach him. But if that was all it was, he could still live with it. After all, such geniuses would always appear within first-class sects as well as those that were even stronger. But at the qi refining stage, being able to control a sword really made him despair. Taoist master, is there a trick? I'm kneeling down for you, please tell me, okay? Morong Feng asked with a longing face. Jiang Li pretended to be despondent and said with a face of a high place, maybe. This is talent. Chapter 22, Smile Transfer. Fellow Taoist, there's a plague of blood and light on you. Jiang Li looked at a cultivator of the foundation establishment stage lying on the ground in front of him with a serious face. Taoist master, if you put your hand, pressing hard on my wound, I might still be saved. Otherwise my blood will dry up before I have a bloodbath. The cultivator lying on the ground said weakly. Originally, he wanted to directly scold people. All this time, still use him. Jiang Li said blood and light disaster? However, when he thought that the demonic beast that had just torn his brothers into pieces one by one, comparable to a mid-stage foundation establishment, was pierced through by Jiang Li with a single sword, the expletives that had reached his mouth were swallowed back into his stomach. Oh, sorry. Jiang Li pulled Morong Feng, who was next to him, over to him, grabbed his hand and pressed it on the other's wound. He then inquired once again, fellow Taoist, there is a plague of blood and light on you, do you need the poor Taoist to help you resolve it? The injured cultivator weakly said, Need, please Taoist priest save me. When Jiang Li heard this, he immediately said righteously, don't worry, fellow Taoist, it's incumbent upon the poor Taoist. This guy's trigonometry is ridiculously simple. Jiang Li directly from his bosom, pulled out an ordinary muscle growth and bleeding stopping elixir gifted by the system, and after stuffing it into his mouth, he pulled him back from the ghost gate. Ding dong! Hearing the beep of the reward arriving, the corner of Jiang Li's mouth curled up. Also do not care whether the other party is a promise or not, it directly put him on, searched out some silver too, into their own belt bag. This against the Guajin, do you have no problem with that, do you? Seeing this, the other party laughed and said, as it should be, as it should be. The Jiang Li at this time was no longer the Jiang Li of old. He didn't really value these worldly yellow and white things that much anymore. Take care of him, don't let him die. After instructing Morong Fong, Jiang Li ran to the side and started drawing rewards with gusto. Unsurprisingly, it's still just 5 picks. The usual rules apply, and he still picks the center reward. After a golden light that wasn't all that dazzling flashed by, he saw that on the flipped card there was a drawing of a small person sitting on his knees, seemingly cultivating. At the bottom of the card, the words 30 years were written. Afterwards, the card turned into a golden light and disappeared into his brow. It was then that he realized that the reward for this draw was actually cultivation. He drew 30 years of his opponent's cultivation. In just an instant, he felt the spiritual force mass within his dantian begin to rapidly compress. The air mass transformed into countless water droplets like a cloud. Spiritual energy liquefied. I've built my foundation? Jiang Li raised his eyebrows, not expecting it to be so simple. Morong Fong at this time also walked towards him. Taoist, he is no longer a big problem, as long as... Taoist master, how are you compared to just now? It seems a little bit not quite the same. Jiang Li hemmed and hawed and said, just now I occasionally felt something and made a small breakthrough. With that, he directly revealed his cultivation realm. You. Morong Fong pointed at Jiang Li, unable to utter a complete sentence for a long time. How could you build a foundation? How could you build a foundation? This was the next thing that Morong Fong said the most. For such words, Jiang Li only felt very comfortable in his ears. At this moment, his self-confidence swelled to the extreme. There was also some clarity about his own strength. The Great Return to Heaven technique was definitely a top-tier technique. The same was true for the Clear Spirit Sword technique. After these few days of understanding, at the very least, Morong Feng's technique, compared to the Great Return to Heaven technique, was not half a star. And when he was at the 10th level of Qi refining, he could already use the Royal Sword technique and the Qingling Sword technique to cross over and kill second-stage demonic beasts comparable to the Foundation establishment stage. Right now, he felt that even if he ran into a demonic beast at the early stage of the Jindan realm, he was not without a fighting chance. Come on, let's walk inside. Jiang Li said in a spirited manner. Morong Fong said with some hesitation, Taoist, didn't we agree that we would just turn around in the periphery and wait for the secret realm to reopen? Jiang Li said with some hatred, my generation of cultivators should be walking against the sky, not afraid of the difficulties and dangers, just like you. When will you be able to and more generally, break through the foundation? Morong Fong sniffed and muttered in a small voice, I'm just comparing myself to Lin Evening Night and Gu Linhuan, but I don't want to compare myself to you. At the very least, those two, though recognized as the two greatest prides of Ningzhou, were at least in the realm of being able to understand. For a demon like Jiang Li, who learned how to use a sword at the drop of a hat and broke through the realm at the turn of a hat, he felt that there was absolutely no need to use him as a target or role model. So what do we do now? Do we hunt for treasure? Morong Fong asked curiously. Jiang Li smiled mysteriously and said, that's right. Only, the treasure that Jiang Li had mentioned was not what Morong Fong had understood. In his eyes, those cultivators who were exploring around in the secret realm were where his chance lay. Thus, Jiang Li took Morong Fong and Ouyang Fian and started looking around for cultivators. Only, it seems that the good luck ran out. Several times in a row, the cultivators they encountered were all existences with ordinary qi on their heads. It was so hard to meet two guys with black heads and bad luck, and the last reward they drew was a life skill that didn't have any use. This once made Jiang Li fall into self-doubt. Taoist, it's almost time, we'd better head back. Further in, we might have to encounter demonic beasts comparable to the Jindan stage. Morong Fong and Ouyang Fian snuggled close together. After following Jiang Li deeper and deeper, the dangers that were encountered also began to grow. If it wasn't for Jiang Li, the two would probably have been eaten alive by those powerful demonic beasts. Jiang Li, however, was a bit reluctant. There wouldn't be many situations where cultivators appeared in piles like this. Not to mention the fact that this secret realm, where danger and opportunity are most likely to be encountered, is home to a large number of potential clients. Although he was temporarily unlucky, in just 2 short days of work, he had already encountered more beings with golden light good luck, or black light bad luck on their heads than he had in a month when he was in Ningzhou City. How could he pass up such a great opportunity? Walk further in, and if we don't get anything yet, we'll head back. Although Morong Fong was very reluctant, he knew that at this time, he could not leave Jiang Li. One can only be hardened and continue to follow him. Along the way, the corpses they encountered, too, began to become more numerous. There were cultivators and demonic beasts. The number was so great that even Jiang Li was a bit put off. And he realized that several cultivators, it seemed, were not killed by demonic beasts. More like killed. Obviously, things like killing for treasure become more frequent the deeper you go. But he was a little reluctant. Soon, they stepped within the 3rd rank, which was comparable to the range where Jindan realm demonic beasts were found. However, Jiang Li still didn't have anything good to offer. Go back. Jiang Li, in the end, chose to retreat. Morong Feng's face was delighted at his words. But just then, they suddenly heard a scuffle coming. Someone! Eri exclaimed. When Morong Fong heard this, the smile that had just blossomed suddenly converged. However, it didn't disappear completely, but transferred to Jiang Li's face. Chapter 23, Bait. Morong Fong really didn't understand why Jiang Li always liked to tell other people's fortunes. In some cases, he didn't even want the money for the fortune-telling, he simply wanted to tell it for others. In the end, he could only attribute it to the fact that Jiang Li was a good person. After the three of them carefully pushed aside a patch of grass in front of them, they saw a group of people not far away, seemingly divided into two factions, arguing about something. Jiang Li did not rush forward. The unlucky ones he encountered before, who were obviously killed by blackmail, were reminding him all the time that the deeper he was in this secret realm, the more likely it was that killing for treasure would happen. Jiang Li's eyesight was extremely good at this time, and at a glance, he saw Lin Evening and Gu Linhuan, the two Ningzhou Celestial Pride. The two didn't speak, the ones arguing were the White Tiger sect disciples and Yanshou sect disciples following them. There were also some Jindan realm cultivators from other sects and casual cultivators. Soon, Jiang Li roughly understood what happened. They seemed to have discovered some extraordinary heavenly treasure. But that thing, however, was guarded by an ape demon that was already comparable to the Yuaning stage. If it was just an ape demon comparable to a Yuaning stage, it might not be out of the question for their group of Jindan cultivators. But the difficulty was that under that ape demon, there was still a large group of ape demons comparable to Jindan and Foundation establishment. At this moment, they were arguing fiercely over who would be the bait to lure the ape demon out and who would take the opportunity to make a move to seize the treasure. Anyone with a brain that isn't stupid can understand that whoever is the bait is out of luck. An ape demon that was comparable to a Yuaning stage, no matter who was alone against it, it would be a 10-death situation. Jiang Li's originally excited heart sank at this moment. If he were to jump out at this point, he would 100% be forced to be cannon fodder bait by these people. Jiang Li took a look at the chi-luck of these people's heads and realized that many of them were dark and reddish and black. Obviously, not many of them ended up getting out of the secret realm alive. In particular, Gu Linhuan and Lin Evening Night's chi was already black and red. Moreover, Gu Linhuan's chi still continued to invade Lin Evening Night's chi. According to Jiang Li's experience, there is a high probability that these two people will be a pair of bitter lovebirds and die together. He didn't want to get involved with these people, it was better to leave first. Go, 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 go. After Jiang Li urged Morong Fong and Ouyang Fian in a low voice, he carefully stepped back. When the Morong Fong siblings heard this, they didn't even ask why, they turned around and left. Only, as soon as Ouyang Fian turned around, she saw a snake behind him, spitting its letters right in front of her face. In her panic, she simply opened her mouth, then, rushing to cover his mouth. Yet it was still heard by Gu Linhuan and the others. Who's there? Jiang Li then heard a cracking sound coming from the air. Without hesitation, he directly sacrificed Morong Feng's longsword and shot towards the direction where the breaking sound came from with his imperial sword. Ding! A sound of gold and iron clashing sounded, and Jiang Li only felt a surge of chi and blood in his body. The Great Return to Heaven technique immediately operated on its own, pressing down the surging chi and blood. Actually took my full-strength sword? Gu Linhuan's voice also sounded at the same time. Seeing that he was discovered, Jiang Li had no choice but to show himself directly. He recalled his longsword and put it into his storage bag, revealing a harmless expression of a human and animal. Immeasurable Heavenly Father, the poor Taoist is courteous, we are just passing by, so we won't disturb you all to discuss grave matters, the mountain is high and the road is far away, we will see each other again when we have the chance, goodbye. Want to leave? Now that you've overheard us, you want to walk away? Gu Linhuan looked at Jiang Li's trio with a joyful heart. Isn't this ready-made bait? It's him. He actually built his foundation. Lin Evening Night frowned slightly after she saw Jiang Li's face. He didn't expect that he would actually meet Jiang Li here. He glanced at Gu Linhuan and immediately, from the other party's face, understood what he was thinking. Don't get in the way here, get out. Lin Evening Night angrily rebuked at Jiang Li. When Jiang Li heard this, he didn't get angry and said with a smile, understood, I'll go now. He generally has a big heart for people who are going to die. Who knew that Gu Linhuan directly stopped them? What's the point of leaving, fellow Daoist Lin? It's easier for us to get the red crystal stones with them around, isn't it? Lin Evening Night sniffed and snorted. Gu Linhuan, are you ashamed of yourself? How can you say that you are also a disciple of the White Tiger sect, but you are actually reduced to letting a foundation establishment and 2 chi refinement to be the bait? Gu Linhuan heard this and was not annoyed. Miss Lin, if you don't need them, then I don't have a problem with you coming in person, or, these senior sisters behind you, it's just as good. I want you to come. Lin Evening said directly in a chilling voice. Gu Linhuan smiled coldly at his words. It's fine for me to come, but do you know the exact location of the red crystal stone, Miss Lin? Speaking of this, a wave of resentment rose in Gu Linhuan's heart. If it wasn't for the fact that the secret realm restricted cultivation levels, the highest one could only enter at the Jindan realm. That red crystal stone, it had been in his pocket for a long time. He had gone to great lengths to obtain the whereabouts of the red crystal stones, but because of Tiger Sanqing's death, he had to surrender the secret realm. How could he not hate it for letting his plans go down the drain with it? It was a good thing that he was the only one who knew exactly where the red crystal stone was, otherwise, he really wasn't able to use it to pin down Lin Evening Night. Lin Evening Night was also a bit guilty at the moment. She wanted the red crystal stone, but she couldn't disobey her senior uncle's words. She then set her gaze on Morongfeng and Ouyang Fian. You two, stay, you can go. Lin Evening Night pointed towards Zhongli and told him to leave. Morongfeng and Ouyang Fian's scalps went numb and they trembled in fear. It would be better to let them be the bait to lure the ape demon comparable to the Yuaning realm, rather than killing them directly. Taoist Master, save me. Morongfeng looked at Zhongli pleadingly. Zhongli was also torn in his heart at this moment. Morongfeng was hard brought in by him, and he just couldn't be cruel enough to just leave them behind and leave. At this time, Gu Linhuan also spoke up. No, Miss Lin, the two of them are only at the chi refining stage. It's simply impossible for them to lure that ape demon. It's him. He actually managed to catch one of my flying swords just now. He's a perfect candidate. Lin Evening Night sniffed and was just about to speak when she heard Jiang Lei say, okay, I'll go. Lin Evening Night turned back with an open heart and looked at Zhongli with the utmost surprise. With Lu Xinyan's command, she would protect Zhongli even if she desperately didn't want the red crystal stone. I thought that Zhongli was the kind of white boy, but I didn't expect Zhongli to be willing to sacrifice for his friends. It left her in a bit of awe for a moment. Think about it, this is not child's play. Lin Evening said in a deep voice. Listening to the other party's words with concern, Zhongli was also a bit puzzled. This woman, who seemed to be quite protective of herself from the start, was it because she saw him as handsome? For a while, Zhongli's impression of Lin Evening Night had changed a bit. He shook his head, no harm done. It wasn't that he really had such a deep bond with the Morongfeng siblings, but he had just seen that the chi above both of their heads had completely turned black and red. Apparently, the trigrams are about to be fulfilled. As long as you follow his trigrams, you'll be fine. Instead of having faith in himself, he had faith in his trigrams. Chapter 24 Rhetorical Question. Taoist Master, you're so good to us senior siblings, you'll be our new parents from now on. Morongfeng was so moved that he almost shed a tear. Yes, Taoist Master, you are our father. Ouyang Fian, on the other hand, had been touched by Zhongli. Morongfeng coldly looked at Ouyang Fian, the meaning in his eyes was clearly, not a senior sister, I'll just say it, why are you so serious? Zhongli. He didn't bother with these two living treasures, and with the idea of joining in since he couldn't run away, he naturally blended in with the group. All of you have trigrams. Aside from Gu Linhuan and Lin Lianyang, the two great heavenly prides, and their senior siblings. The rest of those loose cultivators had seen with their own eyes what had happened to Wu Laoer after Zhongli had shown him his fortune earlier. For Zhongli, they still had more respect. Although Zhongli was forced to act as a bait, the few of them, they still had more respect for Zhongli. Immediately, they all smiled towards Zhongli in a friendly manner and came up to talk to him. Tao Master, I'm polite. Taoist Master, quickly help us to see how auspicious or unlucky it is? Taoist Master, I didn't expect to meet you here, help us calculate how many % of us have a chance of winning this time. Seeing that these few loose cultivators and Jindan stage disciples from small clans were all polite and courteous to Zhongli, Gu Linhuan immediately laughed coldly. Fortune-telling? Fortune-telling? Just him? Heh, joke, if he is really capable, how come he didn't give himself a look at the luck and fortune before leaving home? The crowd sniffed and were a little embarrassed. They had watched Wu Laoer die in front of them. Knowing that you can't believe everything about something, but you can't disbelieve it either. Zhongli, however, laughed. Poverty Road is just a small countryside Taoist, cannot be on the stage, as the saying goes, counting people do not count themselves. Poor Taoist went out in the past few days. Indeed, I forgot to read the yellow calendar, but there is no fear for his life, on the contrary, it's Taoist friend you, the head of the Black Fury cover the top, bloodlight rushing to the sky. I'm afraid that there are some greatly not good Where did the wild Taoist come from and dare to spread his wildness here? Seeing that Zhongli had actually spoken out against Gu Linhuan, immediately, there was a white tiger sect disciple who snapped. The eager ones are already drawing their swords. Gu Linhuan also spoke with a gloomy face. If I didn't need you to be the bait in a while, I would have chopped you up and sacrificed you to the sword right now. Lin Evening said quietly from the side at this moment, the white tiger sect is so powerful. Upon hearing Lin Evening Night's words, the crowd of white tiger sect disciples, all of them didn't look ugly and didn't dare to refute. After Lin Evening Night finished, it was like she was comforting Zhongli for a few moments. Who knew that the next moment, Zhongli suddenly spoke, Miss Lin, you, I'm afraid, also have an evil omen. When the white tiger sect disciples heard this, they immediately covered their mouths to stifle their laughter. I've seen death, but I've never seen such a death. A kind of female disciple of the Yensho sect immediately also scolded, Gujun Ibizi, you really don't know what's good for you, my senior sister helped you to speak, and you still curse her. Gu Linhuan even laughed out loud and said, Miss Lin, it seems that people don't appreciate it at all. Dang Yin Xiu's own Lin Evening Night, actually sticking a hot face on a cold ass, hana. Lin Evening Night's face wasn't looking too good at the moment. Zhang Li's mouth was indeed somewhat less than pleasing. Open and shut your mouth, it's all about you and trigrams and you have bad omens. She said with some annoyance, Nubizi, are you unable to tell the difference between good and bad? Those loose cultivators beside Zhang Li also advised at this moment, Dao Master, say a few good and auspicious words, don't anger fellow Taoist Lin if you look like this. Yes Taoist Master, we know you're really capable, but there are some things that you just can't say even if they rot in your stomach, beware the trouble comes out of your mouth. Zhang Li smiled, listened to people, eat your fill, and immediately conceded, I'm sorry, it's the poor Taoist who spoke out of turn, you guys can just take it as me telling a joke. Seeing this, and thinking of Lu Xinyan's instructions, Lin Evening Night could only suppress her anger and look away. With the 3 decoys, Zhang Li and Morong Feng siblings, the faces of the group of Jindan cultivators also looked better. Especially the casual cultivators. Without Zhang Li, it was very likely that the bait would have been picked from among them. Although that ape demon is comparable to the Yuaniing stage, it was born with poor eyesight, so let's wait until nighttime to make our move. After finalizing some details of the operation and laying out their respective tasks, Gu Linhuan set the time for the operation. When the people heard this, they had no reason not to agree. Immediately, each gathered to wait for nightfall. A bunch of White Tiger sect disciples and Yanxiu sect disciples gathered together. The remaining casual cultivators and the rest of the sect disciples then took the initiative to sit with Zhang Li. It seemed that it was because the appearance of Zhang Li's trio had helped them. The crowd was very enthusiastic towards the 3 Zhang Li people. Some people were even on the spot, explaining some life-saving tips to them, hoping that they could be a little more sure of survival. Zhang Li didn't mind listening at all, and was hungry to learn. It was only Morong Feng and Ouyang Fian, who kept looking at the sky, absent-mindedly, praying in their hearts that the night would come, a little later. Thank you for your concern, poor Taoist, I can't repay you, so I'll count a few trigrams for you. When the crowd heard this, they all became interested, and when they saw that Gu Linhuan didn't jump out to spoil the fun either, they opened their mouths. Almost all of the people here, with their heads of qi, were more or less black, and there was a small portion, which was golden in color. Anyway, there just wasn't a useless white color, which made Zhang Li hate things excited. He immediately did the math for the crowd, pretending to do so. This Taoist friend, your holoseal is black, your eyes are godless, the 7 killers star at the top of your head is too prevalent, and your natal palace is bleak. Zhang Li spoke in a set way, bluffing the other party. In a word, you won't live through the night. Taoist, is this a little too much for you? Zhang Li said with a serious look on his face, not excessive at all, you must not take it lightly and not take it seriously, today we are destined to be together, the poor Taoist has a good word here, keep it in mind. Please speak, Taoist Master, I'm all ears. Zhang Li nodded, don't be greedy, don't be greedy, don't be greedy, that laborious red crystal stone, just take one, understand? Zhang Li didn't say much, whether or not they could dodge a bullet actually depended on their own choices. All he cares about is that the trigrams are fulfilled and then he draws the reward. When he finished, he did the math for the rest of them. It seemed that because of the calamity that everyone had brought about by this one event, the rest of the people were much worse off, and as long as they weren't greedy, they were able to leave a life behind. There are only 2 lucky ones that will have something unexpected. The crowd was half convinced by Zhang Li's words. Seeing this, Zhang Li said with a serious look on his face, gentlemen, I know what you were thinking, money moves people's hearts, but there are some things that you can't believe in all of them and you can't disbelieve them, and there is only so much that Poverty Road can say. When he said that, he saw that there was still some time left, so he just closed his eyes and rested his mind. A good one is not to be believed in full, nor to be disbelieved then, Taoist Master, what you said to me before, should I believe it? Lin Evening Night was attracted by the bustling look on Zhang Li's side, so she heard Zhang Li's last sentence and asked with a smile. Zhang Li opened his eyes and looked at her, spreading a smile and said, Miss Lin, as the saying goes, good medicine is bitter to the mouth, loyal words go against the ear. Do you think that Poverty Road is really the kind of fool who doesn't know what's good and bad and doesn't know what's good for the heart? Listening to Zhang Li's rhetorical question, Lin Evening Night was stunned and pondered. Chapter 25 Look at this lifeline of yours. Lin Evening Night suddenly felt that a sense of mystery emanated from this person, Zhang Li. She actually looked at the other side a little bit. At first, it was only assumed that this was a white boy who had somehow used some method to attract Lu Xinyan's attention. Now, the other side well and truly seems to have something different about it. Just from the fact that the other party did not leave Morong Feng and Ouyang Fian behind, one could tell that the other party was not a heartless person. Facing Zhang Li's rhetorical question, Lin Evening Night decided, for the sake of Lu Xinyan, to hear what he would say. Just now, it was late night's reckless impulsiveness, please teach me, Taoist. Zhang Li smiled and said, I don't dare to say, poor Taoist only this hand of trigrams, but also to take out, the monk compassion, really can't see someone suffering, but sit back and do nothing, which only seems to be a bit of bad breath, but absolutely every word is true, the girl will take me as a madman nonsense on the good. Listening to Jiang Li's words and looking at his very sincere expression, Lin Evening Night felt more and more that Jiang Li, this person, was deeply hidden and unpredictable. After all, if there is no real skill, based on Jiang Li's character of cursing people to death when he has nothing to do, he would have been beaten to death many times. Seeing this, the crowd also spoke up. Miss Lin doesn't know, this Taoist master is indeed a miracle calculator, a wonder of the world. Regardless of how much they believed in the end, at this time, they all helped Jiang Li to say a few good words, as a kind of returning the favor that Jiang Li had done for them as a bait in a while. Lin Evening Night immediately sat on the ground, leveling her eyes with Jiang Li and said, "Then please, Taoist master, help Evening Night take a look." Ah, Miss Lin, you're really ready to listen to this liar. Gu Linhuan saw that Lin Evening had gotten close to Jiang Li again, and immediately walked over with a smile, ready to taunt. He had noticed before that Lin Evening Night's attitude towards Jiang Li was a bit different. Now that I think about it, there may be some unseemly relationship between these two. This was the right time to proceed to humiliate Jiang Li to embarrass Lin Evening Night. It's just a little bit of interest. Lin Evening Night looked at Gu Linhuan with some disgust and said, "Whether I believe it or not, what does it have to do with you? Or you, are you afraid too? Afraid of being spoken to by this Taoist master?" Gu Linhuan sniffed and sneered, "Afraid, don't you say? I'm really afraid." With that, he looked at Jiang Li and said, "Little Taoist, since you want to tell Miss Lin's fortune, then help me to look at it together as well, but if you dare to talk nonsense, even if you escape from the 8 demons men with your life, I will not spare you." Gu Linhuan, you're so powerful. Lin Evening said in a chilling voice, "Those who don't know, still think that you, White Tiger sect, have one hand over the sky in Ningzhou." Hearing Lin Evening Night's words, Gu Linhuan's face changed slightly, but then quickly recovered, showing a smiling face and said, "Just kidding, don't mind Miss Lin." At this time, he didn't dare to completely tear his face off with Lin Evening Night, yet. At this moment, only Jiang Li said quietly, "You're dead." Gu Linhuan's face immediately changed drastically. "What did you say?" The cultivation of the Jindan stage immediately exploded into a heavy pressure that came towards Jiang Li. Lin Evening Night snorted coldly and similarly erupted her Jindan stage cultivation to help Jiang Li resist the pressure. "I said, you're dead." Jiang Li was unafraid, looking at Gu Linhuan as if he was looking at a dead person. Gu Linhuan had forced him to be the bait, so how could he be kind to him? "You seek death." Gu Linhuan immediately drew his accompanying sword. However, he heard Jiang Li say, "If you kill me now, who is going to be the bait later?" Gu Linhuan was stunned at his words, his face changed for a while, and in the end, he could only resentfully put away his long sword and said, "Just let you live for a while longer, we'll see." After saying that, he walked away with the White Tiger sect's disciples. Jiang Li suddenly smiled and said, "The annoying and obstructive guy is finally gone." Lin Evening sniffed and raised her eyebrows. "You did it on purpose." It was obvious that Gu Linhuan was the one who was going to make a move on Lin Evening, so how could Jiang Li still let Gu Linhuan listen on the side? Jiang Li smiled faintly and didn't deny it. Instead, he got up and took her to the side. "Miss Lin, if I say that Gu Linhuan will take a shot at you, do you believe me?" Lin Evening heard Jiang Li's words, her eyebrows slightly frowned. "This is not possible, right? Taoist master do not know, if not Ningzhou city guards intervene, the White Tiger sect would have long been exterminated by my Yanshou sect, that is, lend him Gu Linhuan 10 guts, but also do not dare to make a move against me." Jiang Li shook his head and said, "Miss Lin, this is a secret realm, danger is everywhere, if you think like this, everyone else thinks like this too, and when the time comes, once you die," he pushes 4, 5, 6. Lin Evening Night looked at the others and said, "There are so many people here. You're trying to say that there are a lot of people, aren't you? Since Gu Linhuan dared to make a move on you, these people, do you think he'll still be able to spare them? But, even if he's strong, he can't be a match for so many people, not to mention, I'm not a vegetarian either," Lin Evening Night confidently said. Jiang Li shook his head and said, "Don't forget that there is also an ape demon that is comparable to the Yuaning stage. The White Tiger sect has occupied this secret realm for so many years, do you think they don't have the slightest knowledge about it?" Lin Evening still shook her head and said, "Taoist master is overly concerned, that is, lend him 10 guts, he wouldn't dare to make a move, even if he kills all the people here, after he goes out, he won't be able to get past my master's uncle's hurdle." Jiang Li sighed slightly in his heart when he saw this. This woman, perhaps a rare cultivation genius, was really too naive and too confident. What made her think that Gu Linhuan wouldn't dare to take a shot at her? "Miss Lin, it's better to let the poor Taoist read your fortune." Lin Evening Night didn't refuse, he was originally a little curious about Jiang Li's fortune telling before he came over. "Give me your hand," Jiang Li said. Lin Evening sniffed and said with some consternation, "What? Look at the palm, how can you tell if you don't? But you just now didn't give them a palm reading." Jiang Li sniffed and skimmed his lips. "Can that be the same, that group of big old men, what is there to touch? You're different from them, they're just minor disasters, you're a life and death calamity, you can't be careless, the poor Taoist needs to be more rigorous," he said with a grave face. The corners of Lin Evening Night's mouth twitched, and she didn't know whether she should believe it or not. But in the end, from the sleeve, a slender hand came out. Jiangli wasn't polite at all, directly pulling over her hand and looking at it repeatedly. As soon as he got his hands on the woman, Jiangli realized that the woman's hands, too, were very nice to look at. To touch, it was even more quite tender and smooth, not losing Lu Xinyan at all. Daoist, how's it going? Lin Evening Night had become somewhat alert at this point. Whoever reads palms will look at the back of the hand. Ah, you this greatly bad you see you this lifeline, obviously there is a fault, which represents you have a life and death catastrophe. If you do not cope with them properly, I am afraid that there is a fear of life but rest assured, poor Taoist cultivation, although rare and ordinary, but for this against the heavens to change their fate, to resolve the disaster is still very good at the line. Chapter 26, I'm really a palm reader. A pill suddenly appeared in Jiang Li's hand. Jiang Li frowned slightly. Looking at the elixir in his hand, he was a bit puzzled. He realized that this elixir, and the one he gave to Lu Xinyan before, were exactly the same. It's all worming medicine. Previously, he only thought that Lu Xinyan was an ordinary person. Giving a worming medicine is estimated to have parasites in the stomach. But now that I think about it, it doesn't seem that way. Now that Lin Evening Night actually needed this to save her life as well, it was a bit strange. Jiang Li didn't think much about it and handed the elixir to Lin Evening Night, then spoke according to the trigram critique on the light screen. Miss Lin, the best way to escape this calamity is to immediately return to the entrance of the secret realm and wait for it to reopen, but I'm sure you won't do that. Lin Evening Night immediately nodded and said, that's natural, Daoist may not be clear about the value of this red crystal stone, this stone. It was nothing more than an excellent material for refining weapons and formations or something that could not be found. However, these things were completely unattractive to Jiang Li. Well then, since Miss Lin insists on going, then you must be wary of Gu Linhuan. No matter what he gives you to eat, you must not eat it, and no matter what dangers you encounter, you must not accept his help. Lin Evening Night smiled and said, Taoist Master, you are just being overly concerned. Borrowing him Gu Linhuan 10 guts, he wouldn't dare to make a move on me, unless he doesn't want a White Tiger sect anymore, and doesn't want to stay in Ningzhou anymore. Jiang Li shook his head at the words and didn't admonish him much. This is just what the trigrams show, whether the girl believes it or not is up to you. And one last thing, has the girl prepared any extra personal clothing and garments? Lin Evening Night frowned, what do you mean, Daoist? She couldn't help but look Jiang Li up and down, thinking that this person in front of her, could it be that he was some kind of pervert? Associated with the perverse behavior when he touched his hand, Lin Evening Night was very wary in her heart. Jiang Li didn't think about that much and said directly, if there isn't any, girl, just borrow 1 or 2 pieces from those fellow teachers and sisters of yours before it's too late. Lin Evening's eyes changed slightly as she looked at Jiang Li with a scrutinizing gaze. After saying that, Jiang Li didn't care if she believed it or not and took the lead to walk back to the crowd. Taoist Master, I saw, hey, did you just pull Miss Lin's hand? Warong Feng watched Jiang Li walk over and immediately came up to gossip. Taoist Master is worthy of being a Taoist Master, this is only how long, directly take it down, before also said that he could not see it, just now that little hand touched, powerful ah. Saying that, he gave Jiang Li a look that all men understand. The rest of the cultivators also looked at Jiang Li with derisive faces. Just as Jiang Li was about to explain a couple of sentences, Gu Linhuan walked over again and sneered, you're on the verge of death, and you still have the heart to engage in these little maneuvers, huh? Then you're ready to be a windbag. Where would Jiang Li spoil him? He immediately sneered, you're damn envious. Oh, I would be envious? Gu Linhuan similarly sneered. I see that you not only have a black cloud covering your head and a bloodbath, but you are also a rootless and queenless destiny. TSK, you wouldn't have even held a woman's hand and still be a fledgling. Jiang Li laughed. What did you say? Gu Linhuan immediately broke his defense and glared angrily at Jiang Li. Yo, hit the nail on the head? I was joking, ha ha ha. Jiang Li hurriedly made a surrendering gesture. Gu de Tianjiao, don't be so agitated, just like you said, I'm dying, it's not worth it to make a move on me now. Gu Linhuan took a deep breath and regained his composure. It's almost time, do it. After saying that, he glared at Jiang Li and took the lead to move. Lin Evening walked to Jiang Li's side and sighed, Taoist Master, I really can't understand you a little bit, why do you keep on provoking him? I might not be able to take care of you after a while when it comes to moving. If he wants to deal with you, there are plenty of chances for him to do so. What will you do then? Jiang Li laughed, why is Miss Lin being so nice to me? If Poverty Road remembers correctly, this is only the first time we have met. Lin Evening didn't hide it from him at this point. Anyway, after going out, Lu Xinyan would look for him. It's senior uncle who told me to take care of you more. Jiang Li was flustered when he heard this woman is so vindictive? But he said with a calm face, ahem, Miss Lin, that senior uncle of yours, why did he ask you to take care of me? This master uncle didn't say, but you, Daoist, should know better than I do, right? Lin Evening said as if she had a point. Jiang Li smiled, his heart panicked even more. Finished, that woman really is holding a grudge is not just touching the hand, look at others. Lin Evening how generous. Jiang Li worriedly followed the footsteps of the crowd towards the ape demon's lair. Along the way, however, he was thinking about how to run away when he got out of the secret realm. While still meditating, the crowd had stopped. I only heard Gu Linhuan say, "Gentlemen, in a moment, let's act according to the plan. After the three of them lure the ape demon out, we'll immediately rush into the nest, and with the fastest speed, we'll get the red crystal stones. How many we can get depends on the fortunes of all of you, and remember, don't get attached to the battle." After saying that, he then coldly looked at Jiang Li and said, "Taoist Master, it's up to you guys, don't worry, it's all a small misunderstanding between you and me before. As long as Taoist Master can lure the ape demon away, just hold on for half a quarter of an hour, then we'll go to your rescue, and after it's done, you'll have a share of the red crystal stones as well." Jiang Li skimmed his lips and said, "You remembered that you didn't bring any paper after taking to say good words when the matter comes to the end. Why, are you afraid that I will stab you in the back?" Gu Linhuan forced down his anger and said, "Little Taoist, you'd better do your thing honestly, or else I'll be the first to kill you first, even if I spell out that I don't want the red crystal stone." Jiang Li immediately laughed. "That's right, you still sound more comfortable when you talk like this, at least when you die in a while, I can be a little more happy." "You?" Gu Linhuan nearly couldn't help herself and wanted to make a move on Jiang Li. Lin Evening Night stood in front of Jiang Li and looked coldly at Gu Linhuan. "Do your job." Gu Linhuan glanced at Lin Evening Night and transformed and laughed. Just kidding, just kidding." With that, he turned away, the expression on his face once again gloomy. Lin Evening Night glanced at Gu Linhuan, then turned her head to look at Jiang Li and said, "You're actually quite nice if your mouth doesn't stink so much. Next time don't touch a woman's hand under the guise of fortune-telling. Beware of being beaten to death one day." Said, "Will a jade pendant," handed to Jiang Li hands, said, "This thing can withstand the Yuaning stage cultivator full force one blow, careful." After the introduction, immediately after running towards the plains, ape demon in the plains of nowhere to borrow strength, speed will not be too fast, you can be Gu Linhuan one blow, strength should not be too bad, plus this jade pendant, insisted that I come out to save you, the problem is not too big. Jiang Li was slightly touched in his heart and took the jade pendant and then defended himself, "I really read palms." Ha! Lin Evening flashed him an I get it look and stopped paying attention to him. "Taoist priests, it's up to you." After arriving outside the ape demon's lair, Gu Linhuan said coldly. Jiang Li knocked him away with one shoulder and walked to the front, looking at the ape demon's nest not far away, then turned back to Gu Linhuan and said, "Little trash, I'll wait to see how you die. Morong, Ouyang, let's go." When he said that, he took a big step and walked towards the front. Morong Fong and Ouyang Fian, on the other hand, could only cry and follow Jiang Li closely under the threat of Gu Linhuan's eyes. "Wait, you're coming in with us." Gu Linhuan suddenly stopped Ouyang Fian, then turned to Jiang Li, "If you dare to run first before we come out, humph. This little girl's life depends on your choice." Chapter 27 From the Pilgrim to the Plagued Monkey. Jiang Li's face changed when he saw this. A moment later, but the probability of using Ouyang Fian, if she followed in, then he and Morong Fong is really 10 deaths. Jiang Li frowned. "No, she has to follow us." "Oh, do you think I'm stupid? She has to go in." Gu Linhuan didn't allow it in the slightest. Afterwards, he looked at Lin Evening Night and said, "Miss Lin, if they run away after we go in, under the belly of the enemy." The latter words, Gu Linhuan didn't say, but Lin Evening Night had to think about them for a moment or two. Even if she trusted Jiang Li again, the two of them had only just met for less than a day after all. "Miss Lin, she must follow us, otherwise, let's part ways here." Lin Evening Night was immediately a bit embarrassed, but once she thought of Lu Xinyan's instructions, she walked up to Jiang Li and stared into his eyes. "Taoist Master, can Evening Night trust you?" Jiang Li was slightly stunned when he heard this. He actually had other ways, as long as he got Ouyang Fian to give him her profane pants in advance. But he didn't expect that Lin Evening Night was actually going to choose to believe him. Thinking that Ouyang Fian might have an accident if she was separated from them afterward, Jiang Li immediately nodded his head heavily and said, "Yes." Lin Evening Night stared into his eyes for a long time before turning her head to the crowd. Lin Evening Night, pledge in the name of Yen Xiuzong that the three of them won't flee from the battlefield. Do you all have any objections?" Seeing that Lin Evening Night had said so, Gu Linhuan couldn't say anything else. Anyway, he had a plan and was the least worried one. Everyone else chimed in, choosing to believe Lin Evening Night. Lin Evening looked at Jiang Li once again and said, "Don't let me down." Jiang Li took a deep breath and nodded, leading the Morong Fong siblings towards the ape demon's nest. "Taoist Master, you can't leave us senior siblings behind in a while." Morong Fong followed closely behind Jiang Li and kept talking with a crying face. Jiang Li finally got impatient and said, "Get lost, a big man's family is nagging all day long, go wait for me over there." Saying that, Jiang Li this pointed to an open field in the distance. In time. Before he could finish his words, Morong Fong, who was like an amnestied man, pulled Ouyang Fian and ran towards the open field that Jiang Li had pointed out. "Jiang Li! Hey, remember to get your profane pants ready!" Jiang Li shouted towards them. Morong Fong hurriedly waved his hand, but did not return his head. Jiang Li spat towards the ground and said, "These two pig teammates." When Gu Linhuan saw Morong Fong and Ouyang Fian running away, he was just about to scold them when he heard Jiang Li shout at him, "Shut up trash, watch the master perform." Gu Linhuan was almost on the verge of crushing the hilt of the long sword in his hand before he finally relented, coldly not speaking. However, in his heart, he had already treated Jiang Li and Lin Evening Night and the others as dead people. I'm not angry, they all have to die, there's no point in bothering with the dead. He kept pacifying himself. Saying that, he took out a handful of pills from his pocket and said, Gentlemen, inside the ape demon's lair, there is a highly poisonous miasma. This is the miasma avoidance pill, which can guarantee that you won't have to worry about that miasma attacking you within half an hour. With that, he handed out the pills to the crowd. Lin Evening Night's face changed slightly when she heard this. She didn't expect that it was actually really said by Jiang Li. This elixir, there's no problem. Lin Evening Night said as if she had a point. Gu Linhuan immediately laughed. Miss Lin, this is the heart of a small man. Gu Linhuan, I do the right thing. How can I poison you all? If you don't believe me, a moment later, when you enter the nest, see the miasma with your own eyes, and then make a decision is not too late. At this moment, one person was heard to say, this ape demon is a swarming demonic beast. Within their lair, miasma will indeed appear. Gu Linhuan immediately picked up. Miss Lin, I told you I didn't lie to you. If all of you have your own way, that's no better, and you can all check this elixir for yourself. I think there should be some of you who know the way of the elixir. I only saw the loose cultivator who had just spoken step forward and say, I know a little bit about pills, can I be allowed to take a look? Gu Linhuan immediately and generously placed the elixir in his hand and sent it to the other party. He picked out one of them and sniffed it, then directly crushed it, shaking his head after carefully identifying it. It's the miasma avoidance pill, right, and the quality belongs to the top grade. With that, he took one from Gu Linhuan's hand, but did not take it. Seeing this, the rest of them all took one from Gu Linhuan's hand. Seeing this, Gu Linhuan took the elixir in his hand and sent it to Lin Evening Night and said, Miss Lin? Lin Evening Night hesitated for a moment, but still took one. Gu Linhuan smiled, didn't say anything, and walked towards the others. Lin Evening Night took the elixir in her hand and also sniffed it under her nose, and didn't notice anything unusual. And by this time, Jiang Li had also arrived at the cave entrance of the ape demon's lair. Jiang Li looked at the dark hole in front of him, took a deep breath and directly sacrificed his long sword, so he maneuvered and flew into the hole, and didn't care about it, it was just a messy chop. In an instant, a mournful hissing and screaming came from inside the cave. Jiang Li didn't even look at him, turned around and ran. Afterwards, there was a large number of ape demons that came out from within the cave. One of them was a huge ape demon, almost as big as two Jiang Lis, holding a thick stone rod that had been polished to an oily finish, and was the most conspicuous. Good. It's that ape demon king. Gu Linhuan clenched his fist in excitement after seeing the ape demon chasing Jiang Li. Lin Evening Night looked at Jiang Li, who had already run to the open ground, and after realizing that the ape demon couldn't catch up with him for a while, she also let out a slight sigh of relief. Let's go, there are still ape demon cubs inside, ape demons won't leave the nest for too long. The crowd also moved immediately, taking advantage of the ape demon king's departure from the cave to quickly rush in. On the other hand, Jiang Li, on the other hand, realized that it was just as Lin Evening said, the speed of the ape demon in the open field was not very fast. Then it was not too much of a rush. As for the ape demon king, after realizing that someone had entered the nest, he was caught in the trick of transferring the tiger away from the mountain, and was about to return to the nest immediately. Where could Jiang Li let him go back? Although he really had the mind to run away directly before, since he had promised Lin Evening Night, he wasn't prepared to go back on his word. Tai, pilgrim, stop. Saying that, he aimed a flying sword at the ape demon's chrysanthemum, only for this ape demon that was comparable to the Yuaning stage, it was about the same as scratching an itch. However, the damage is minor but extremely insulting. That tiny human race actually dared to humiliate it, how could the ape demon tolerate it, and immediately chased towards Jiang Li again. However, he had left his mind open and sent those of his minions back within the lair. When Jiang Li saw this, although he was a bit reluctant, there was nothing he could do. Being able to drag this ape demon king was already his limit. You plagued monkey, come and chase me. Jiang Li ran while provoking. In his heart, he was also glad that although this ape demon had long hands, his legs were short and he couldn't run fast in the open ground. Otherwise, it's not really a good idea. If other foundation establishment stage comes, it is estimated that they would have been caught up and knocked to death with a stick. But just as he was celebrating, he saw the ape demon suddenly, from the ground, grab a huge rock and throw it at him. Looking at the boulder that was getting closer and closer, Jiang Li's face suddenly changed drastically. Eldest brother, I was wrong. Chapter 28, Good Brother Ape De. Jiang Li rolled and crawled before he managed to dodge the flying boulders. He had just stabilized his stance when the sound of breaking air ensued. It wasn't until now that Jiang Li realized. Why would an existence like an ape demon, who was always able to exert all his strength in the forest, have such an open field near his lair anymore? There were boulders all over the place, making it easy for the ape demons to throw them. The boulders fell like rain, and Jiang Li could only dodge them in a sorry state. Ouyang Fian, quick, quick! Take off your pants. If you can dodge it once, dodge it twice. Jiang Li didn't think he could dodge them all and could only rush to remind Ouyang Fian. Hearing Jiang Li's shout, Morong Fong, who was hiding in the corner, hurriedly turned towards Ouyang Fian behind him and stretched out his claws. Senior sister, I'm sorry, the Taoist master is in trouble, so I can only condemn you. Saying that, he was going to go directly to take off Ouyang Fian's pants. Ah! Pop! Ouyang Fian shrieked and subconsciously slapped Morong Feng on the face. A reddish slap mark was clearly printed on Morong Feng's face. He covered his face and complained, Senior sister, why are you still hitting people? I'm doing this to save the Taoist master, it's not like I'm trying to take advantage of you. I have with me ready-made. At this moment, Ouyang Fian's face was already as red as an ape demon's ass. Embarrassed, she took out a silk blasphemous pants from her own storage bag and handed it to Morong Feng. After Morong Feng received it, he couldn't help but put it on the tip of his nose and sniffed it. Fragrant? Elder brother, you're going to die. Ouyang Fian covered her face and slapped Morong Feng again. But this time it wasn't too much effort. Why does mine stink so bad? Morong Feng underestimated while wrapping up a rock with his profane pants, Taoist pants. With that, he threw it in Zhang Li's direction. Seeing this, Zhang Li panicked and dodged behind a boulder, and in a tiger's pounce, caught the profane pants in his hands. He didn't have time to see exactly what it looked like, so he unfolded it and aimed it directly at the demonic ape. A cute kitten, too, appeared in front of him. Worn the other day? Zhang Li couldn't help but utter a sound. Ouyang Fian, who was hiding in the distance, heard this and only felt her cheeks burning, no longer having the face to see anyone. The results, however, were surprisingly good. After the appearance of the profane pants, the ape demon had stopped hitting him with boulders. When Zhang Li unfolded the blasphemous pants, the ape demon even twitched his nose and his eyes glowed. Zhang Li was delighted when he saw this. This was the first time he had verified the accuracy of his trigrams, and I have to say, it was very empowering. The ape demon's eyes were dead set on the blasphemous pants in Zhang Li's hand, and his big mouth with 4 long canine teeth kept on drooling. Ho 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 ho! The ape demon kept roaring at Zhang Li. Zhang Li hemmed and hawed, holding up his profane pants. Throw the stick. The ape demon frowned. Ho 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 ho. If you don't throw it, then I'll tear it up. Saying that, Zhang Li made a gesture to tear the blasphemous pants. The ape demon was shocked by the situation and immediately stopped it. Roar roar roar, he said, and threw the stick in his hand far to the side. Seeing this, Zhang Li smiled at Morong Feng and said, how about it, Portao's trigrams are accurate. Morong Feng was busy giving Zhang Li a thumbs up. Zhang Li turned back and slowly walked towards the ape demon. The ape demon immediately revealed an anthropomorphic smile with an expectant face. Soon, Zhang Li came to the ape demon's side and then carefully sent the profane pants in his hand to the ape demon's large hand. On the ape demon's face, excitement immediately appeared, stretching out 2 fingers that were not much thinner than Zhang Li's arm, and carefully pinched the blasphemous pants. Ho ho ho! The ape demon roared twice, but this time, Zhang Li was a bit confused about what he meant. Seeing that Zhang Li didn't understand, the ape demon revealed an impatient expression. Only to see his demonic aura suddenly rise, frightening Zhang Li to directly jump away far towards the back, carefully on guard. But in the next moment, the ape demon turned into a big man with a monkey head and very exuberant body hair. You! Come! The ape demon stuttered and waved at Zhang Li. Earlier, he had learned from Morong Feng that after demonic beasts cultivated to a realm comparable to the god transformation stage, they would be able to transform into their forms and also learn some crude spells. I didn't expect that the ape demon in front of me that was comparable to the Yuaning stage would be able to do it now. But apparently, the other party's incarnation wasn't perfect. Zhang Li saw that the ape demon had no intention of making a move, so he once again carefully walked over. This. 3. You go. The ape demon pointed to the blasphemous pants in his hand, then held out 3 more fingers. Zhang Li laughed when he saw this. He waved towards Morong Feng and Ouyang Fian. The 2 men saw this and approached cautiously. Zhang Li inquired Ouyang Fian in a low voice, how many more do you have? Ouyang Fian sniffed, reddened her little face and said, there are still 3 more, and if it's not enough, the one I'm wearing right now can also be taken off. In order to stay alive, Ouyang Fian also gave up her life. Zhang Li smiled and said, no need, just give me those 3 pieces. Oh yeah, that cat is quite pretty. Ouyang Fian naturally didn't dare to fling her face at Zhang Li, so she could only have a red face and pinch Morong Feng's arm to death. Morong Feng grimaced in pain and wanted to cry, he was really hurting. Zhang Li smilingly took 3 pairs of profane pants, walked over to Ape Demon, and handed Ape Demon 2 pairs. Then pointing to the one in his hand, and then to the 2 that had just been given to him, he said, 3 in all, correct. The Ape Demon looked at it and scratched his head again, thinking that it seemed a bit different from what he said, but he couldn't figure out what was wrong. However, he saw Zhang Li take out another one and waved it in front of him. Fellow Taoist, meeting is destiny, poor Taoist will give you another one. The Ape Demon sniffed, and a big grin appeared on his face. Ho ho ho! He bounced and roared with excitement. It just seems a little funny to do so in his current person. Even Morong Feng and Ouyang Fian couldn't help but burst out laughing when they saw it. Where does the ape demon care about this? When he got over his excitement, he stretched out a thumb at Zhongli and stuttered, I. Ape duh, you. Me. Good brother, good. Always. Zhongli suddenly realized at this moment that although this guy was incredibly powerful and had extraordinary strength, but the heart is somewhat simple. Surely he must have been just as innocent when he was just tearing people up with his bare hands. Zhongli didn't see any outsiders, and even more so, he turned a blind eye to the stench on Ape Da's body that could smoke people to death, and directly wrapped his arm around his shoulder. Good buddy, sit down and talk? Lin Evening and the others were still inside the ape demon's lair, and the ape demon couldn't go back at this time. The ape demon had the profanity in his hands at the moment, and had long since forgotten all about the fact that someone in the lair had felt his way in. Immediately, he stumbled into a conversation with his newfound best buddy. After that, Zhongli realized that this guy seemed to be chatty even though he didn't speak very fluently. Moreover, Zhongli knew a piece of not so good news from Ape Big's mouth. The ape demon clan is really just a gatekeeper. The owner of the nest, someone else. It was a poisonous augur that was comparable to a successful late-stage yuaning. Chapter 29 The Price of Greed. Gu Linhuan, hiding the truth. In the first moment, Zhongli thought of the crux of the matter. This secret realm had previously been held by the White Tiger sect. And because it could only be entered by the Jindan stage, it also caused the secret realm to never be fully developed. Gu Linhuan, as a Jindan stage cultivator of the White Tiger sect's #1 heavenly pride, was definitely the one who knew the secret realm the most, bar none. The current White Tiger sect was crippled by the Yanshou sect led by Lu Xinyan, so they must not dare to hide anything. But Gu Linhuan might not be without reservations. He had also thought about what methods Gu Linhuan had to kill Lin Evening Night in plain sight. One must know that Lin Lianyang's strength was not inferior to his at all. Even if he could kill Lin Evening Night and silence everyone else. But Lu Xinyan could be right outside the secret realm, and might not find any clues, or even, there was no need for any evidence at all. Now he understood, this brat was trying to kill Lin Evening Night by the hand of that poisonous scow. Then a push of 4, 5, 6. After all, that was a poison jiao that was comparable to a successful late-stage yuaning. It was simply not something they could deal with. He was completely certain that the White Tiger sect must not know about the existence of this poisonous augur. Seeing Zhongli's ugly face, thinking that Zhongli was afraid of the poison scale, Ape Da laughed out loud. Brothers, not afraid. Sleep, not wake up, not out, wake up, have me. The great ape will have his chest, slapping it. Zhongli smiled warmly at his words. Ape Dai was definitely one of those demonic beasts with a brutal nature, but it was true to its nature. As for Lin Evening Night, Zhongli could only hope that she listened to herself. As long as you follow what the trigrams say, you'll be fine. He was only a small cultivator at the foundation establishment stage now, so even if he wanted to help her, he had no intention of doing so. Ape Da, haven't you ever thought of going out? Don't you feel bored in such a small secret realm? Hearing Jiang Li's words, Ape Da scratched his head, laughed nervously and pointed to his ape head, go out. And die, here. And live. Zhongli sniffed and his heart was clear. Demonic beasts that couldn't take shape and hide amongst people were indeed easily decimated by powerful cultivators outside. After all, in the eyes of those great cultivators, demonic beasts were mobile resources. There were some special demonic beasts that were even covered in treasure. Wait for the head, and you, get out. Saryuta hammed and hawed. Looking at this naive goods without a little bit of his own impression that monkeys are as shrewd as that, Zhongli sighed and said, Ape Big, do you eat people? Eat, Ape Big anything. Zhongli shook his head and said, if you want to go out, you'd better change your cannibalistic habits, or else with this brain of yours, you'll be found out immediately if you go out. Ape Big sniffed, eyes flashed a trace of shrewdness said, that. Sure, here eat, alright, go out. Can not eat. Zhongli. He suddenly realized that he seemed to be overthinking it, this guy was actually very smart. Back in time. Right after Zhongli lured the ape great out and Lin Evening Night and the others ran into the nest, they soon encountered the miasma that Gu Linhuan had mentioned. The faces of the crowd weren't looking too good as they looked at the miasma in front of them. There were other ape demons inside the lair. Although without the ape great, the highest of these ape demons was only comparable to the Jindan stage. But there are a lot of them. They wouldn't last long at all if they fought with them in this environment. Gu Linhuan laughed at this moment, everyone believes my words this time. The crowd laughed and complimented him for saving for a rainy day. Lin Evening Night's guard in her heart also faded a little. Alright, time is running out, let's take the miasma avoidance pill right away and go in to get the red crystal stones, how many we can get depends on your fortunes. When the crowd heard this, they took out the miasma avoidance pills from earlier and took them. Just as Gu Linhuan was about to take it as well, Lin Wanhuan suddenly called out to him, that one of yours, give it to me. Gu Linhuan smiled at his words, Miss Lin, you're too cautious. Lin Evening Night didn't say anything, but instead directly snatched the miasma avoidance pill from his hand, and threw the one she was holding, to him. Gu Linhuan didn't hesitate and took it in one gulp. Seeing this, Lin Evening Night breathed a slight sigh of relief and also took the miasma avoidance pill in her hand. But he didn't see the imperceptible hint of laughter that flashed through Gu Linhuan's eyes. He then quickly said, "Alright, there are many forks in the road within this lair, everyone must follow me closely, don't get lost." With that, he stepped into the miasma first. After the crowd saw that he wasn't doing anything, they all walked in as well. Afterwards, they quickly burst towards the depths of the nest under Gu Linhuan's leadership. Along the way, they encountered many ape demons blocking the road. But without the ape great, these ape demons were a match for such a group of Jindan realm cultivators. There's no way it can have any effect on them at all. All of you must not stay to kill, taking the treasure is the key. Gu Linhuan warned as he charged forward. However, the ape demons were as endless as they were, continuously pouring out from the misplaced and complicated forked paths within the lair. Seeing this, Lin Evening Night was a little worried again. These ape demons, they were also a little too brazen. Just as she was alert in her mind, she heard Gu Linhuan excitedly shout, "Here it is, the red crystal stone." The crowd's eyes crossed over to him, and sure enough, not far down the road ahead, they found a huge space. Inside the red light shining, all full on the ground, laying a layer of red crystal stone. The eyes of the crowd, instantly, went red. I don't know if it was the congestion from seeing the treasure or being red from the red light of the red crystal stone. "Come on, get in there." I don't know who shouted, a group of people no longer have the previous chapter of cooperation, a brain rushed in. Lin Evening Night could not be an exception at this time. Even when she was in the Yinshou sect, which was now the #1 in Ningzhou, she had never seen so many red crystal stones at once. Only, no one noticed that Gu Linhuan, however, had silently fallen behind everyone. He looked at the backs of the crowd and laughed coldly, "A bunch of fools, run faster and feed it so I can reap the benefits." The first person who rushed in was the first casual cultivator who had approached Jiang Li earlier to tell his fortune. At this moment, he had long since thrown Jiang Li's words out of his ears. Directly waving the long sword in his hand, he dug out a piece of red crystal stone from the ground, his face full of excitement and greed. Completely unaware of the fact that it was the movement of him picking up the red crystal stone that woke up the poisonous Jiao that was sleeping at the top of the cave, entangled in a giant rock protruding out of the cave. Just like what Jiang Li said, if he had turned around and ran away immediately after taking a piece of red crystal stone, he would still have a chance. But at this moment, where could he remember Jiang Li's words? He only knew to lower his head, digging red crystal stones from the ground. Not only him, but the others were all but oblivious to the fact that danger was upon them. Gu Linhuan, at this moment, was already quietly hiding in the shadows of the corner, with a cold glint in his eyes, looking at the poisonous auger at the top of the cave. "Come down, it's all yours." In the next moment, a mournful scream suddenly rang out. The crowd was startled, and they hurriedly straightened up, throwing away the red crystal stones in their hands, each taking out their own magical weapons and blades, and looking in the direction from which the screams came. Apart from the two severed feet that were blackened at the break, they saw a huge auger head with golden pupils that was coldly staring at them. Yuan Ing late stage. After seeing the poison Jiao, one person stumbled and spoke. Chapter 30, A Fierce Battle. The huge and hideous head of the auger, the pale golden icy pupils, the slender claws, and the body of more than a dozen feet long, all signaled the power of the poisonous auger. Especially the one horn on top of his head was oppressive to the poison Jiao. The poison Jiao coldly gazed at the crowd and did not move after eating one person. When Lin Evening and the others saw that the poison Jiao was not moving, they all did not dare to act rashly, and each of them looked at the poison Jiao in fear. It was as if both sides were playing a wooden game. "Ah, I'm going out." Finally, a white tiger sect disciple couldn't withstand the pressure and let out a strange cry, about to run towards the only exit. Seeing this, Lin Evening Night cursed the stupidity. Fruity. In the next moment, the poison Jiao transformed into a residual shadow and swallowed that white tiger sect disciple into his stomach. When the crowd saw this, they were all sweating like rain, soaking through their clothes. After eating another person, the poison Jiao once again regained its composure and did not attack the crowd again. But its huge body was now blocking the only exit. If they wanted to go out, the only way for the crowd to do so was to defeat or kill them. An ape demon that was comparable to an early stage Yuaning stage had already caused them to use the trick of transferring the tiger away from the mountain, not daring to fight hard. A poison Jiao that was comparable to a successful late stage Yuaning was clearly known in the hearts of the crowd. They have no chance of winning. The poison Jiao just cocked its head and gazed at the crowd with interest, as if wondering who would be the next to collapse. For the sake of today's plan, only by working together can we have a chance of survival. All of you must not fight separately, let's put up a fight. Lin Evening, as the Ningzhou Yanxiu sect's heavenly pride, took the initiative to assume the responsibility of leading the crowd at this moment. When the poison Jiao heard her speak, it didn't launch an attack, but instead inclined its head towards her. Lin Evening was flustered by poison Jiao's look, but she had to force herself to be calm. "Gentlemen, any objections?" When the crowd heard this, they knew that there was no other way at this point and nodded their heads in agreement. Only Gu Linhuan, who was hiding in the corner, revealed a hint of a mocking smile. "Together? Are you kidding me? At the moment of life and death, each of us is at peace with God's destiny, and the most correct choice is to die a friend of the road. Do it! Lin Evening Night suddenly let out a chirp and took the lead in drawing her sword and chopping towards the poison Jiao. A shining sword light suddenly illuminated the cave. If Jiangli was here, the first thing he would have recognized was that what Lin One Evening was using was also the Qingling sword technique. When the crowd saw Lin Evening Night make a move, they all also offered their own magic weapons and blades, and attacked towards the poisonous augur in their heads. When Poison Jiao saw this, he wasn't alarmed at all, and a hint of mockery flashed in his eyes. Just by gently raising its claws, it easily received Lin Evening Night's swordlight, emitting a sound of gold and iron clashing. Attacks that would normally be enough to crack mountains and rocks chopped at the claws of the poison Jiao, and didn't even manage to leave a white mark. Everyone else's attacks also took the opportunity to land on the poison Jiao at this moment. Only, it was generally the same as Lin Evening, without the slightest effect. This poison Jiao's scale armor is too hard to hit. Immediately, someone shouted anxiously. Lin Evening sniffed. Although her heart was anxious, there was nothing she could do. They were unable to break their defenses against the poison Jiao, but the poison Jiao simply swept its long tail across the ground with ease, and swept many of them straight away, falling to the ground unable to get up for half a day. And then, the poison Jiao was even heading towards the crowd, spraying a purple poisonous gas from its mouth. Looking at the color of this poisonous gas, the crowd knew that the toxicity was fierce, and they didn't dare to cover up its sharpness. It could only immediately move backward. But the poison gas is spreading, compressing their existence. Seeing this, Gu Linhuan, who was hiding in the shadow of the corner, took a moment of the antidote to poison that had been prepared in advance, and then softly said with a smile at the corner of his mouth, "That's it, die, it's better if they all die." At that moment, a loose cultivator, as if he had thought of something, shouted, "Fire, the poison Jiao is afraid of fire." Lin Lianin sniffed and immediately shouted, "Who knows fire magic?" Immediately, several people responded. Some coalesce fireballs in their hands, while others offer up magic weapons with fire. And the results, too, were surprisingly good. That purple poisonous gas was, indeed, directly forced back by the flames. When the crowd saw this, they were all delighted in their hearts, and they hurriedly cast their fire magic spells even more vigorously. There was even one person who offered a flying wheel burning with flames and threw it towards the poison Jiao. The speed of the flying wheel was extremely fast, and it actually directly split the poisonous gas into two, then chopped on the poison Jiao, cutting out a deep wound. The poison Jiao immediately let out a mournful hiss as it suffered pain. His ice-cold eyes stared at these people with a deadly glare. They completely pissed him off. The poison Jiao no longer teased the crowd, and its huge body, transforming into a residual shadow, pounced towards the nearest white tiger sect disciple without mercy. The man didn't even have time to let out a scream before he was swallowed by the poisonous augur in one bite, into his stomach. Seeing this, Lin Evening Night immediately shouted, "Gather together, don't be broken down one by one, everyone will put their spiritual power, all of them will be added to the person who knows fire magic." When the crowd heard this, they immediately followed Lin Evening Night's command and gathered together. Those who know fire spells cast them. Those who don't know how to do it, keep on adding their spiritual power, to those who do. For a time, it actually managed to withstand the poison Jiao's attack. But it was also clear to the crowd that going on like this was not the way to go. Sooner or later, their spiritual energy will run out, and then they will die. Everyone hold on, we'll definitely come up with a way to break the game. Lin Evening Night kept cheering for the crowd. However, there was a loose cultivator whose life had been counted by Jiang Li before, and his gaze kept sweeping towards the exit that the poison Jiao had already made way for in the red crystal stones on the ground. With a twinkle in his eye, he suddenly ran out while everyone's attention was on the poison Jiao. No! Lin Evening Night's face changed when she saw it, and she immediately yelled out. But the other party didn't listen at all and quickly ran towards the exit. Also in passing, he fished out a few red crystal stones that had already been dug out and held them in his arms. Just as he looked at the exit, just a few steps away, a look of excitement after the robbery appeared on his face. Suddenly, I felt my body sink. A huge force pulled himself backwards. The poison Jiao had actually rushed over and bit one of his legs. He then felt a sense of weightlessness and was thrown into mid-air by the poison Jiao, and after letting out a pig-killing howl, he fell into the mouth of the poison Jiao that had long been waiting below. The poison Jiao flung itself around and once again faced Lin Evening Night and the others with endless mockery in its eyes, as if it was laughing at their insouciance. Lin Evening's silver teeth clenched, and she finally spat out 4 words from her mouth, "Everyone continue." Then, the crowd was once again plunged into a fierce battle with the poison Jiao. Chapter 31, The Elegant and Subdued Villain. The crowd and the poisonous augur had been fighting for an unknown period of time. Not only did they use their means frequently and use their bottom cards cleanly, but they were also all shriveled up and had an extremely weak appearance. At first glance, it's caused after being invaded by poisonous gas into the body. But the poison Jiao wasn't too good either. It also underestimated these humanoids, especially the sword-wielding woman. One of the heaviest wounds on its body was cut out by the woman's sword. That sword almost killed it. Gu Linhuan, who was hiding in the corner, was also startled by Lin Evening Night's sudden outburst of tactics just now. If he hadn't designed to trap Lin Evening Night and the others, this sword might have landed on him. Lin Evening Night looked at the poison Jiao with some despair at the moment. She had just used all of her cards and could only seriously injure the poison Jiao. At this moment, she was beyond regretting why she hadn't listened to Jiang Li. If he had listened to Jiang Li and had not entered the nest, he would not have encountered such danger. Especially these Yanshou sect senior sisters who followed her, she felt even more sorry for them. Dang! A Yanshou sect disciple suddenly fell straight to the ground, his face pitch black. Obviously a sign of a toxic attack. Lin Evening Night looked in her eyes, pain in her heart, but there was nothing she could do. She had also long since realized that Gu Linhuan had disappeared and understood that it was all Gu Linhuan's doing, just as Jiang Li had said. She hated it, hated why she hadn't listened to Jiang Li earlier. It's all about your own arrogance and greed for the red crystal stones, clueless eyes. If Gu Linhuan was here, she would have chopped this scumbag with a sword. Those around him, one by one, fell. Not only the female disciples of the Yanshou sect, but the disciples of the White Tiger sect, as well. But what was surprising was that instead, those casual cultivators and other small sect disciples who had previously sought out Jiang Li to have their fortunes told, instead still managed to hold on. All of them were also black and blue in the face, but at least they could stand up straight. These loose cultivators, at this moment, were also a bit taken back. After the loose cultivator who had just entered the cave was swallowed in one gulp by the poisonous auger, they were all startled and didn't care to take the red crystal stone. Sort of answering Jiang Li's trigrams, as long as you don't get greedy, you'll live. The guy who tried to escape alone in the middle before was also caught up by the poison Jiao because of his greed and fished out a few red crystal stones halfway. They saw it clearly at the time. If he ran straight away, there was an 80% chance of escaping. Two people, one after the other, had died in response to Jiang Li's trigrams, causing them to think more. Several people looked at each other heartily, and then looked at the White Tiger sect disciples and Yanshou sect disciples who had fallen to the ground. An unanimous decision was made. Staying any longer would be a death. It would be better to take advantage of the opportunity to escape while Lin Evening Night and Yanshou, the disciples of the two White Tiger sects, still had some who had the power to fight. Run! I don't know who shouted out, and after hitting a round of spell attacks at the poisonous auger, they directly ran towards the exit, while the red crystal stones on the ground did not even look at them. And the severely injured poison Jiao really didn't stop them, only focusing its attention on Lin Evening Night, the woman who had caused it the most damage. Lin Evening Night's heart sank when she saw this. She couldn't be bothered to complain, and could only work harder to fend off the poison Jiao's attacks. Just when her heart was in despair, suddenly several fire spells exploded behind the poison Jiao. Especially the flaming flywheel that cut earlier. If it wasn't for the poison Jiao dodging quickly, it would have almost been cut off directly from its unicorn horn. Don't blame Miss Lin, we can only resort to this in order to protect ourselves. If the girl is fortunate enough to get out alive, I hope that on account of our return, we won't pursue the matter. Goodbye. After that, they ran out again. Lin Evening Night sniffed and took a deep breath. It didn't matter what consideration these people had, whether they were jealous of Yanshou Zong or whether they really had a clear conscience. All she could think about at the moment was how to survive. Gu Linhuan, on the other hand, had a somewhat gloomy face. The decision of these loose cultivators was somewhat unexpected. If it was him, he wouldn't have tried again after realizing that the first cultivator who tried to run out of the cave didn't make it. But these people, however, did it decisively, as if they had known that poison Jiao would not chase them. He wasn't too worried though. Each of these people were seriously injured, and there was only one exit from the secret realm. He was confident that he would get rid of poison Jiao and Lin Evening Night after he finished with them to silence them. On the other side, the poison Jiao was even more injured after being sneak attacked. In a moment of carelessness, being made to suffer so much by a group of Jindan realm cultivators, poison Jiao's heart wasn't feeling very good either. It had some withdrawal at the moment. Anyway, as long as he was in this secret realm, he was invincible. As long as he didn't die, no one could threaten him. Besides, there's a Saryuta out there, eyeing his seat. He was just sparingly killing Lin Evening Night and the others, and it was likely that Apta would take advantage of the situation. Thinking of this, after the poison Jiao spewed out a mouthful of poisonous gas again, it immediately scurried out under the cover of the poisonous gas and disappeared into the four-way passageway. Gu Linhuan's face became even more ugly when he saw this. He had wanted to be the one to take care of Lin Evening Night and poison Jiao together. But first those loose cultivators fled on the verge, and now the poison Jiao retreated. It directly disrupted all his plans. And when Lin Evening Night saw this, she heaved a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to rescue the Yanshou sect disciples, he suddenly realized that there were still two loose cultivators who hadn't left. These two were no other than the two people who Jiang Li had previously calculated to have a windfall. Why are you guys still here? Lin Evening Night frowned. He had thought that only the disciples of the Yanshou sect and the White Tiger sect were left here. But saw these two people face to face and said, we both forgot. Lin Evening. Well, no matter what, the two of you deserve a lot of credit for being alive today. The red crystal stones here will be divided equally among the three of us in a while, and after we go out, Yensho sect will have another thank you. When the two of them heard this, excitement flashed in their eyes. Although he almost died here, compared to these gains and Lin Lianyi's promise, it seemed to be worth 1,000 times more. You two, don't just stand there, come help me save the day. When the two of them heard this, they hurriedly nodded and helped Lin Lianyang save the female disciple of the Yensho sect. What about them? One of them asked, pointing at the disciple of the White Tiger sect. At this moment, the White Tiger sect disciples were almost completely wiped out, except for two more who could barely stand, the rest were all half dead. Lin Evening Night thought about it and came to the two White Tiger sect disciples who were a bit better injured and said, "Where's Gu Linhuan?" Both of them shook their heads as they sniffed. "Once we came in, we didn't see senior brother Gu again." Lin Evening immediately sneered, "If I say that it was him who victimized us and you, do you believe me?" The two looked at each other and frowned. Impossible. Senior brother Gu was not such a person. When Lin Evening Night saw this, she still wanted to say something at that moment, but she heard Gu Linhuan's voice ring out at that moment. "She's right, it's me who designed to trap you all." With that, the crowd saw Gu Linhuan, from the shadows of a corner, walk out with a calm and elegant face. Chapter 32 Reward Another Breakthrough. Saryuta, why do you like profane pants? Zhongli asked curiously. At the moment the three men and the ape were sitting around in perfect harmony. Smells good. Not here. Zhongli hemmed and hawed, "Look at her, isn't she better than profane pants?" Saying that, he pointed at Ouyang Fian on the side, immediately attracting a blank stare from Ouyang Fian. However, he saw 8 Big despise Ouyang Fian and said, "Small, weak, 8 Big doesn't like it, 8 Big likes big, hairy." Zhongli couldn't help but laugh. Just as he was about to flirt a bit, he suddenly saw many people rushing out from within the nest. After they saw Apeta who was sitting with Zhongli, each of them died and turned their heads to run. Already are heavily injured, and then and by a comparable to the Yuaning stage of the ape demon against, absolutely 10 deaths. Zhongli rose up with an open mind and wanted to stop them. However, each of these people ran as fast as they could, not giving Zhongli a chance at all. Zhongli frowned slightly. Since they didn't die, it proved that these people had listened to their own advice. But why hadn't Lin Lianyang come out yet? Had she already died inside? The next moment, a series of beeps rang in his ears. Ding dong! Ding dong! Ding dong! Zhongli's face was happy, the reward had arrived. He counted the rewards, 10 in all. And he counted a total of 11 people including Lin Evening Night. This meant that Lin Evening Night was, most likely, still inside. Because regardless of life or death, the trigrams will be fulfilled, and Lin Evening's, not yet. He looked at the blackened nest and inquired to Apeta, "Do you think that Poison Jiao is dead?" Apeta scratched his head and said, "Apeta does not know. But, the poisonous augur does not leave a living mouth, they live, the poisonous augur may die." Zhongli sniffed and thought for a moment, "I'll go in, can you protect me, Apeta?" Ape Big immediately patted his chest and said, "Ape Big in, brother." "Good." Zhongli nodded and said, "Then you guys wait for me for a while." With that, he sat down where he was and directly drew the prize. In front of him, 10 lottery pages appeared directly. But sadly, all 5 draws to 1. Zhongli took a deep breath and directly chose 10 consecutive draws. Then, as he saw one white light after another light up, his face, too, grew darker and darker. This luck, it's really black. Right at the last 2 chances, a golden light suddenly lit up, causing him to squint. Before he could show joy on his face, another golden light lit up, causing him to close his eyes, directly. When the golden light dissipated, he slowly opened his eyes. Upside down golden hook? It's kind of interesting, but which guy came up with this yellow dog peeing? That's too creative, and this solo battle of the 8 wastelands. Hiss. Just the first 8 cards drawn were basically small skills that didn't do much good. The only thing that was somewhat useful was the 20 years of cultivation contributed by an unknown big brother. The reason why these 20 years of cultivation were just white light was presumably because the existence that contributed to this reward had already reached the Jindan realm. If he were to contribute 80 years of cultivation, he would probably light up in gold. Zhongli locked his gaze, finally, on the last 2 rewards. Just a card with a drawing of a muscular half-torso on top and the word 100 written underneath. The other one, on the other hand, was a full 100 years of cultivation. In Zhongli's eyes, surprise flashed. 100 years of cultivation had probably taken out all of that dude's time for cultivation. Just don't know what that muscle is. However, when the rewards flooded into Zhongli's mind and a brain, it seemed that it was because of the sheer number of them. Zhongli froze directly in place with his eyes wide open. After a while he slowed down. When his pupils refocused, he saw a furry monkey face, pinned in front of his eyes, almost face to face. Zhongli took a backward sliding step in fear and directly slid out 50 feet under the horrified gazes of Apeta and Morong Fong siblings. Zhongli was also a bit confused for a while. He immediately looked into himself internally and found that a drop of liquefied spiritual energy in his dantian was gone. In its place was a small golden orb. Jin Dan. Zhang Li was surprised and delighted. He actually did break through to the Jin Dan stage in one fell swoop. 120 years of cultivation, it really isn't something. Looking at his own round, shiny Jin Dan, it was clear that it was still a sign of Jin Dan consummation. He remembered the muscle card that was at the same level as 100 years of cultivation and immediately searched for that bonus effect in his mind. 100 years of physical cultivation. Zhang Li said to himself with some surprise. He hadn't really realized that there were body-refining cultivators among the people who had told fortunes before. But that's not even the point. The point is, he's now the equivalent of a dual practitioner. He had just been able to retreat a distance of nearly 50 feet with a single slide, relying on the body cultivator's terrifying explosive power of that body. Zhang Li clenched his hands into fists, feeling the strong, pure sense of power within his body. His heart was incomparably joyful. Man, it's all about strength. With this body, what upside-down golden hook, solo battle of the 8 wastes? Is not a matter of course. At this moment, Sarode and Morong Fong, the elder siblings, also ran towards him. Brother, are you okay? Apte asked with concern. Zhang Li raised his arm and patted his biceps with his other hand. It's fine, bang hard. Morong Fong, on the other hand, frowned and stared at Zhang Li for a long time before stifling a sentence. Taoist, could it be that you are the reincarnation of a great power? Previously, when Zhang Li suddenly broke through to the foundation establishment stage without any signs, Morong Fong could still explain it by saying that Zhang Li was a heavenly pride that was even stronger than Lin Evening Night. Now sit down on the ground and after a doze, open your eyes again and you'll be a Jin Dan. Such a magical thing. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, Morong Fong couldn't believe it no matter what. Unless, Zhang Li was actually a mighty and high-ranking person who was reclusive and playing with the world. Zhang Li was a bit chagrined with excitement when he heard this. One is still too careless. Not to mention being seen by Morong Fong suddenly breaking the realm, just rewarding too much and causing his brain to go down for a period of time was enough for him to be afraid of the aftermath. At this time, not to mention Sarode, even Morong Fong could easily kill him. Instead of answering Morong Feng's question, he flashed a meaningful smile at him. Morong Fong immediately, in his mind, brainstormed an epic masterpiece. Zhang Li's image was also instantly much taller. Sarode, let's go in and take a look. Lin Lianxian's rewards had been late in arriving, so that meant the other party wasn't dead yet. It shouldn't be too late to get in at this time. He only hoped that Lin Evening Night would listen to him and hold on for a while longer, and not be like those 2 unlucky bastards who didn't listen to advice and sought death on their own. Chapter 33 Pre-Goers. As for Lin Evening Night, at this moment, she was painfully covering her heart, and with a pair of beautiful eyes, she was staring at Gu Linhuan with indignation. What are you feeding me? Gu Linhuan sniffed and said with an evil smile, heart-devouring compulsion, you should be no stranger to it, right? Lin Evening sniffed and was shocked. When Lu Xinyan was first, she was forced by Tiger Sanqing to eat the heart-eating compulsion. According to the master, if it wasn't for the rescue of Ezra, Lu Xinyan would have been in a very bad way. Unexpectedly, Gu Linhuan had actually refined this vicious heart-devouring compulsion just like Tiger Sanqing. However, once he thought about the fact that Tiger Sanqing had been Gu Linhuan's master, it made sense. As for how Gu Linhuan poisoned her, she understood without much thought. It must be because of that miasma avoidance pill. Even though he had been more careful, he had still fallen for Gu Linhuan's cunning plan. It was so easy to find a way out of a desperate situation and beat away the poisonous augur, but I didn't expect another Gu Linhuan to jump out. Lin Evening Night already knew that she would definitely die today. If he listened to the words of the Taoist priest and did not enter the cave and did not eat Gu Linhuan's food, he would not have ended up in such a situation. Gu Linhuan, aren't you afraid that when you go out, you'll be broken into pieces by my senior uncle? Gu Linhuan sniffed and laughed. Miss Lin, I'm fine, what's Elder Lu doing killing me? You were killed by a poisonous augur, what has that got to do with me? Lin Evening Night almost gritted her teeth together as she listened to Gu Linhuan's words. She snapped, why? Gu Linhuan heard, face cold, said, my master take me pro as father and son, this revenge how can there be not to report the reason, I cannot kill Lu Xinyan that, just kill you first, collect some interest or not. Lin Evening Night gritted her teeth and pointed at the White Tiger sect disciples on the side, for this reason, you don't even care about these fellow disciples of yours? Them? They actually bowed their heads and admitted defeat in order to linger on, a bunch of people who are greedy and fearful of death, they deserve to die, not just them, I will step on your corpse and become stronger along the way, and in the end, slaughter and exterminate Yensho sect and White Tiger sect in order to console my master's spirit in heaven. Well, enough of this nonsense, you're on your way. Gu Linhuan put his fingers together like a sword, pinched a sword trick, and the long sword behind his back came out of its sheath with a clang sound, and chopped towards Lin Evening Night. Seeing this, Lin Evening Night could only put her best foot forward and barely resist. Ben had been seriously injured in the fight with the poisoned Zhao. Now that Ru Linhuan had put down the heart-devouring compulsion, Lin Evening Night's strength was 10 times less than 1, and in not many hours, she was killed by Gu Linhuan and retreated. She gritted her teeth and droned at the two casual cultivators who were still standing. Don't do it yet, will he spare you if I die? Those two loose cultivators had just escaped from the mouth of the poisonous augur with their lives, and now they didn't want to confront Gu Linhuan at all. However, he heard Gu Linhuan sneer, "You two, this matter has nothing to do with you, as long as you don't talk too much when you go out, I will never make things difficult for you two." After the two of them heard this and looked at each other, they quietly stepped aside. "Miss Lin, this is a feud between your great clans, we really don't dare to intervene, I'm sorry." Seeing this, Lin Evening Night could only clench her silver teeth, unable to say a word. Gu Linhuan saw this and laughed even more happily. "Lin Evening, don't make a pointless struggle, as long as you give me the Great Return to Heaven technique and the Clear Spirit Sword technique by default, I can consider giving you a pain in the ass, otherwise, I'll let you taste the taste of the heart-devouring compulsion." With that, he pinched his hand. Snap! Lin Evening Night's long sword fell to the ground. She herself even felt like 100 insects eating her heart, all over her body, pain unbearable, strange itching unbearable. Seeing that the effect was almost over, Gu Linhuan laughed. "How about it? It doesn't taste good, does it?" Lin Evening Night was currently lying on the ground, a strand of blood flowing out from the corner of her mouth. "You want to cultivate my Yen Xiu Sex Supreme technique?" Gu Linhuan sniffed, took a deep breath and said, "Know yourself and know your enemy, I can win 100 battles, I just need to cultivate the two sects at the same time and merge them into one in order to take revenge." Lin Evening, just now you already know the power of the heart-devouring compulsion, write it down. But I heard Lin Evening Night laugh miserably. "Gu Linhuan, your idea is wrong. The Great Return to Heaven technique and the Clear Spirit Sword technique, both are the supreme techniques of this sect. Even if I am the master's personal disciple, I can only cultivate the remnants of it, not to mention that I can't write it. Even if I can, I won't give it to you." Gu Linhuan laughed coldly. "Then let's see if it's your bones that are hard or my heart-devouring compass that's powerful." With that, he once again activated the heart-devouring compass. Ah! Lin Lianyang's miserable screams immediately resounded throughout the nest. Just as she was being tortured by the heart-devouring compulsion, her mind suddenly flashed with a flash of light, remembering the elixir that Jiangli had given her. Could it be? Without hesitation, Lin Evening Night immediately endured the severe pain and took out the pills and took them directly. What did you eat?" Gu Linhuan immediately saw what Lin Evening Night had eaten and asked drily. But immediately afterward, Gu Linhuan only felt a pain in his heart and blood spilling from the corners of his mouth, and was shocked. "My heart-devouring compass. What exactly did you eat?" And after Lin Evening Night consumed the elixir, she only felt a sense of indescribable relaxation all over her body. Lin Evening Night's eyes were happy and she immediately grabbed the long sword in her hand. On the contrary, Gu Linhuan was immediately seriously injured due to the backlash from the destruction of the heart-devouring compulsion. Eaten what? Eaten immortal pills, eaten wonderful pills, in short, eaten your nemesis. Lin Evening Night stared viciously at Gu Linhuan and said word for word. Gu Linhuan's cultivation was far from as deep as Tiger Sanqing's, and Tiger Sanqing, as an emperor realm, was somewhat overwhelmed by the backlash and was killed by Lu Xinyan. Gu Linhuan will only get worse. Only seeing him gritting his teeth, he stood up and said in a determined tone, "Which is how, even if I am also injured, the way you are now, you may not be able to defeat me." But she heard Lin Evening Night sneer, "I can't, but what about them?" With that, she looked to the two casual cultivators who were watching the show from the side. "Both of you, if you don't make a move at this time, when will you wait?" The two loose cultivators, at once, had an intention. This was indeed the best time to strike at Gu Linhuan. "Both of you, if I were you, I would have stood properly in place and watched, not making a move just now, but only now. Do you think that after you go out, Yen Xiu Zone will bypass you two wallflowers?" The two of them sniffed. Lin Lian Evening exclaimed, "Don't worry, I, Yen Xiuzong, am by no means the kind of person who does not keep his word. You guys just do it. After I go out, I will never make things difficult for you too." However, the two casual cultivators never moved. Gu Linhuan laughed loudly. "Lin Evening Night, stop it, they're not $1,000 lady like you, they can't afford to gamble." With that, he raised his sword and killed towards Lin Evening Night. Even though he was seriously injured, he was still in a much better state than Lin Evening Night's. After a few hard fights, Lin Evening Night, who had almost run out of oil, was no match at all. Gu Linhuan kicked her and stumbled, raising his sword to stab her in the chest. In Lin Lianxian's eyes, despair, true despair, suddenly appeared. Just as her heart was in despair, she suddenly heard a voice ringing out from the cave entrance, "Crosspick, unload, sideways, chop." Hearing this voice, Lin Evening Night she subconsciously made these movements. The results, however, surprised her. Gu Linhuan, who was almost about to kill her, was actually taken by surprise by these few simple strokes, and his chest was even slashed by a long wound from her sword. If it wasn't for the other party dodging quickly, that sword could almost split his head directly in half. Both of them pulled back at the same time, then looked towards the entrance of the cave. They only saw Jiangli, who was dressed in a Taoist robe, leaning to the side with a smile on his face, looking at them. Chapter 34, Taoist Priest, Kill Me. Michinoku. Lin Evening Night looked at Jiangli at the entrance with a surprised face. Gu Linhuan, on the other hand, had an ugly face. He thought of everything, but only nothing. The person who finally jumped out to sabotage his plan would actually be this Zhongli whom he despised from beginning to end. Hey, you guys carry on, I'll just see about staying out of it. Zhongli didn't know where, and fished out a handful of melon seeds, and just squatted straight down, getting high while watching. He also didn't forget to give a handful to Morong Fong and Ouyang Fian beside him. As for Apte, as soon as he entered the cave, he realized that Poisonous Jiao seemed to be seriously injured, so he immediately threw them down and ran to find Poisonous Jiao to decide to die. Taoist master, help me and kill this Fong, Lin Evening Night said in surprise. Zhongli, however, shook his head and said, Don't, I can't afford to mess with your Yinshou sect and White Tiger sect, you mustn't drag me down, Miss Lin. Afterward, he had said to Gu Linhuan, Don't worry, fellow Daoist, I definitely won't make a move against you. Lin Evening sniffed and hated it in her heart. Thanks to her defending Zhongli in front of Gu Linhuan many times before, she didn't expect Zhongli to actually see death at this time. Gu Linhuan, on the other hand, laughed, Ha, count on you to know what you're doing. Although she loathed Zhongli to the extreme, Gu Linhuan didn't want to provoke him too much at the moment. As long as he killed Lin Evening Night, Zhongli would still be an ant that he could crush with his hand? Gu Linhuan immediately raised his sword again and walked towards Lin Evening Night, raising his sword to slash. Aya, what's the point of hiding from him? Isn't this exactly the time to use the first stance of the clear spirit sword technique? You poke him. Zhongli's voice also sounded at the right time. Lin Evening Night, for some reason, after hearing Zhang Li's words, she only felt a sense of enlightenment and clarity. Following Zhang Li's instructions, the stance was used. Although there is a bit of a delay in hearing about it and then doing it. However, it still skillfully defused Gu Linhuan's attack. Right, that's it, this is the best time to poke him in the nether regions with this white rainbow move, don't even think about the spectacle at this point. Aya, just finish saying why are you committing it again? Qingling's sword technique focuses on the word spirit. Spirit is not for you to just dodge, stupid, use the fifth style of picking flowers by the moon. Look at that, if you had shaken your wrist a little bit just now, you could have cut off at least one of his little thumbs, too bad. Is this sword so heavy, Lingdang, Qingling, Lingdang, to say how many times are you holding a burning stick? Zhongli blah 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 was like a fly, very annoying. The noise was so loud that Gu Linhuan was restless and wanted to go crazy. But this voice sounded like heavenly music in Lin Evening Night's ears. She realized that after listening to Zhongli, she was not only comfortable dealing with Gu Linhuan. His own sense of the clear spirit sword technique had improved a lot. That is, now that the power in his body was depleted, he could only use this most primitive sword-holding technique against the enemy. If she could defend her sword, she was confident that she could finish off Gu Linhuan within 50 moves. But from this, a question arose in the mind. How did Zhongli know the Qingling sword technique so well? She even had the feeling that the one who was instructing her right now was her own master, Bai Ling Miao. No, it was not possible for one's master teacher to point out one's shortcomings with such precision, then correct them, and then utter targeted advice. This had to be an absolutely thorough understanding of the clear spirit sword technique, in order to be able to do so. In the entire Yinshou sect, only Lu Xinyan had this strength. A flash of light went through her mind at the thought. Immediately figured out the key. No wonder his senior uncle wanted him to take care of Zhongli. As it turned out, both of them had gotten so good that they had given all of their Qingling sword techniques to Zhongli's relationship. What should I call my uncle's man? Granduncle? No, the generation is too high, a full generation higher. Uncle man? What a word. It's not right or wrong. Lin Evening Night suddenly felt that this problem was even more troublesome than Gu Linhuan right now. Why are you still going off on a tangent, killing him while he's sick? When Lin Evening Night came back to her senses, she realized that Gu Linhuan had actually had one of his palms cut off by his own sword, and was painfully covering the broken palm, his eyes glaring fiercely at Zhongli. I thought you said you weren't going to fight? Gu Linhuan only felt very aggrieved at the moment. Zhongli, this person, backtracked and didn't count his words. I also did not take a shot. Sorry, not good. What is the meaning of the watch? Chess is not a true gentleman. My mouth is cheap, the mouth is cheap. Do not say it, does not say it. Looking at Zhongli, who had a derisive look on his face and apologized repeatedly, Gu Linhuan could not wait to eat his flesh and drink his blood. But a bloody arrow flew up high, and Gu Linhuan used his only remaining left hand, covering his neck, without even glancing at Lin Evening Night, who had killed him. Instead, he looked at Zhongli with eyes full of unwillingness. Ding dong. In Zhongli's ears, a clear and pleasant tone came to mind. With his previous experience, he wasn't in a hurry to check it out. Be prepared to wait until you get out and find a safe place to draw at. Master. Daoist. Lin Evening Night thought for half a day, but still couldn't figure out how to address Zhongli, and could only address him according to the previous call. Daoist, thanks a lot. Zhongli waved his hand at his words. Don't thank me, what has it got to do with me? You killed him, don't put it on me. Gu Linhuan was a disciple of the White Tiger sect. Zhongli didn't want to be tainted with karma and be missed by the White Tiger sect. After this incident, he made up his mind that he would never venture out again. It's just too dangerous. Seeing Jiang Li looking overly cautious, Lin Evening Night also cried and laughed a little. What he had just done was no different from directly making a move on Gu Linhuan. No matter what, Lake Knight still wants to thank Taoist Master. After leaving the secret realm, Taoist Master must come to Yinshou sect as a guest, and Master and Uncle will definitely be very happy and very welcoming to Taoist Master as well. Lin Evening Night felt that Lu Xinyan must have had some concerns within for not publicizing their relationship. Then she could just be between them, acting as a matchmaker. 1. To repay Jiang Li for saving his life. Secondly, it was also for the sake of his own senior uncle's life matter. As a result, Lin Evening was more attached to Jiang Li now. In his heart, he had long taken Jiang Li as a member of the Yinshou clan. Even Jiang Li's excuse of how he knew about the clear spirit sword technique, which he had thought of long ago, was useless. Since we're on the same side, what's wrong with knowing some of our own techniques? What's going on? Well, just after the words were said, Lin Evening Night's face suddenly changed, the long sword in her hand dropped to the ground, and her hands covered her belly. Dao Jiao, I may have to excuse you. She broke off, not even finishing a sentence, and suddenly her eyes went wide. Then there was a gibbering sound. A foul odor followed, coming from her. At this moment, Lin Evening Night only felt that the sky had collapsed. She looked at Jiang Li in despair and said with difficulty, Taoist. Killed me. Chapter 35 Hidden Power. Jiang Li? Miss Lin, have you prepared replacement clothes? Jiang Li asked with some embarrassment. Out, all of you, drive out. Lin Evening shouted hysterically. Jiang Li hurriedly greeted the Morong Feng siblings, as well as the two loose cultivators, and framed the still-alive Yinshou sect disciples and White Tiger sect disciples. Taoist, just now Miss Lin that was incontinence. As soon as he came out, Morong Feng immediately asked. Shut up. Jiang Li snapped. Other than those unconscious Yinshou sect and White Tiger sect disciples, the only people who saw Lin Evening Night's wretched appearance were him and the Morong Feng siblings. And then there are the two casuals. He swept his gaze sternly over the faces of several people, then said in a deep voice, if you don't want to die, rot in your stomach for what just happened. A few people nodded their heads in a hurry, saying that they would rot this matter in their stomachs. What's the matter? What matter? I don't know. Looking at Morong Feng's pompous performance, Jiang Li sighed. From the mouths of the two casual cultivators, he already knew what happened. But he also didn't expect the effect of that bug beating Dan to be so good. Can't even clip it. Hiss. Jiang Li suddenly thought of a horrible thing. Shouldn't you Xin Yun eat it too? Eaten, or not eaten? Jiang Li's back was instantly drenched in cold sweat. He thought of a hallowed Empress, actually in public. Jiang Li could only feel the hairs of sweat standing up all over his body at the moment, and a chill ran down his spine. Dead, this is really dead. Jiang Li muttered to himself in some panic. Taoist, what did you say? Morong Feng saw that Jiang Li's face did not look too good and immediately inquired. Jiang Li forced himself to calm down and shook his head. It's fine, remember, this is something you must stop in your stomachs. After emphasizing it once more, Lin Evening Night also walked out from within the cave. Gentlemen, I'm sorry, it was Late who lost his temper just now, please come in and scoop up those red crystal stones together. Jiang Li took a look at Lin Evening's complexion and realized that she had recovered as before, so he carefully said, Miss Lin, is your injury alright? Lin Evening Night shook her head and said, no harm done. She then looked at the disciples of the two clans that were being held up in the hands of several people. Don't worry Miss Lin, they're all fine too, these White Tiger sect disciples, what are you going to do with them? Lin Evening looked at the few White Tiger sect disciples and said, they're not in cahoots with Gu Linhuan, so when they get out, just hand them over to the White Tiger sect. The implication is that there is no need to care about them. It was their fortune to last until the opening of the secret realm, and it was their calamity if they couldn't. Jiang Li nodded at his words. He could already tell from the chi above these people's heads that none of them could die. It was just a pity that they were all unconscious, or he could have fooled around and counted a few more fortunes. With his current reputation amongst these people, it wouldn't even take much. Afterwards, several people re-entered the nest and dug up the red crystal stones on the ground. Only now, facing this ground full of extremely high-quality materials, on everyone's faces, there were no smiles. There is still a faint smell in the air. It made the atmosphere between the people a little awkward. After they were all dug out with great difficulty, Lin Evening Night did not divide them equally as she had said earlier. Instead, he took out 10% of it and gave it to the two loose cultivators to share equally. She looked at the two casual cultivators, both of you, do you have any objections? The two saw this and looked at each other, both seeing the embarrassment in each other. At this point in time, the fact that Lin Lianyan was still able to distribute red crystal stones to them was already making them ecstatic. Where would one dare to think anything else? Moreover, just these red crystal stones that had arrived were enough for them to make a fortune. Any more than that, and it's not a blessing, it's a curse. Taoist Master, when we meet in the future, my brothers and I will get drunk with Taoist Master again. Miss Lin, take care. After saying that, the two of them immediately left the place. Taoist, these are for you. Lin Evening Night said, handing a storage bag to Zhongli. Me? Zhongli was a bit puzzled, but he still picked it up and opened it. Lin Lianyang actually gave over half of the red crystal stones to herself. Doctors don't think it's too little, according to the reason we can survive, are relying on doctors, but also ask doctors to sympathize. The development of the clan also can't do without these, such as out of the secret realm, doctors can use these crystals, and within the clan for other resources. Doctors, don't worry, the price must be fair. Zhongli waved his hand and said, no, this is too much, I can't take it, and I'm not doing anything. How would Zhongli dare to ask for these? These are hot potatoes. If he took these crystals and went to the Yen Shou sect, where would he be able to survive? It was clearly this, who wanted to use this as an excuse to swindle herself into going to Yen Shou sect and killing people. Zhongli immediately turned his head, shaking it into a rattle. With that, he took the storage bag and shoved it back into Lin Evening Night's hands. Since Miss Lin is fine, then I'll take my leave first, we're high up in the mountains, see you again sometime. After saying that, he didn't care about hiding his cultivation. A few rises and falls and it was gone. Lin Evening Night was very weak at this time, where could she still catch up with him? Just looking at his back, he frowned, at this speed? With that, she asked towards Morong Fong, Taoist master is at the Jindan stage? Morong Fong nodded, that's right, the breakthrough before entering the cave. Lin Evening Night's brows frowned deeper. She clearly remembered that Zhongli was still only at the qi refining stage when she entered the secret realm. Although when I saw him again later, he was already at the foundation establishment stage. But it was normal to find some kind of chance to break through in the secret realm. But how could anyone break the realm one after another in this short period of time? She hastened to inquire about the details of the moment. Zhongli had already left, and he himself had not hidden his cultivation, so naturally Morong Fong would not keep his secret. Immediately, he told the details of Zhongli's breakthrough to the Jindan stage after he took a seat. Lin Evening Night pondered for a moment before her beautiful eyes lit up. I know, the Taoist master is actually a reclusive master with heavenly cultivation. He hides his cultivation just to play the world, and when he realizes what kind of danger is in front of him, he will unseal himself and restore a part of his cultivation. Morong Fong and Ouyang Fian also nodded their heads and said, that's what we think too, otherwise, how could Taoist master his fortune-telling be so accurate? Lin Evening Night nodded. But there was the second half of the sentence he didn't say. That was the person that Lu Xinyan liked, and how could it really be just an ordinary fortune-telling cultivator? How could an ordinary cultivator possibly instruct him in the clear spirit sword technique? In that case, it all makes sense. No good. Lin Evening Night suddenly exclaimed in shock. The way Zhongli looked just now, it was clear that he had the intention to leave. Hidden powers like this have quirks. It's going to be hard to find him again if this is gone. What will Lu Xinyan do then? There was only one exit from the secret realm, and as long as it was blocked at the exit of the secret realm, Zhongli couldn't get around it no matter what. And counting the time, the exit of the secret realm would soon be opened. Lin Evening Night immediately used a tree branch and made a climbing plow, putting several unconscious senior sisters and those white tiger sect disciples on it. Then instructing Morong Fong and Ouyang Fian, he dragged the plow and ran towards the exit. Faster, you two faster, make sure you get to the exit before the secret realm reopens. Chapter 36, Panic. Ding dong. Ding dong. Zhongli at the exit of the secret realm frowned slightly, and the two system beeps that suddenly rang in his ears made him a bit confused. Isn't it all fulfilled? Who else? After a long time, Zhongli reacted, these two sounds are not Morong Fong and Ouyang Fian's. He thought about it for a moment, and then he understood. Until this moment when the secret realm opened, these two pig teammates were considered truly safe. There's no one else either. Zhongli said breathlessly. At this time, many people had already gathered at the exit of the secret realm. But it was half as much as it was before advancing into the secret realm. Some are happy and some are sad. However, Zhongli realized that the chi above the heads of these people in front of the exit was basically white. It was thought that this trip to the secret realm had consumed their good fortune, basically. As for bad luck, there aren't too many of them left standing now, I guess. As for how many people were killed by the demonic beasts in the secret realm, and how many died because they were stabbed in the back, he had no idea. Even if someone's head was now carrying a color of chi, he wasn't going to open up. Just want to make a quick getaway as soon as the exit opens. For this reason, he had deliberately changed his clothes and had a cloak with a hood to blend in with the crowd. Without waiting for long, the exit of the secret realm slowly opened amidst the crowd's anticipation. Seeing this, Zhongli immediately raised his caution. Prepare to blend right out while the crowd is large. Just a moment ago, he had already seen that not far away, the Morong Fong siblings, as well as Lin Evening Night, were pulling a crawler together and rushing over this way. Lin Evening Night's face was slightly anxious as she looked at the large group of people crowding the exit, her eyes scanning back and forth, trying to find Zhongli. Where is it? Where is it? Lin Evening Night kept chanting under her breath. Jiang Lizhe lowered his head and tried to make himself less conspicuous. Taoist. Suddenly, someone tapped him on the shoulder in surprise. Jiang Li didn't turn his head, but covered his face and said in a relatively low voice, "Fellow Taoist, you've recognized the wrong person." Ran Xingyun was puzzled. "Impossible, Taoist master, I just can't mistake you for anyone." Jiang Li was dying of anxiety in his heart at the moment and only wanted to get rid of Ran Xingyun quickly. Looking at the exit that was only a few steps away, he immediately shouted in a low voice, "Stop talking and keep a low profile, we'll talk about this when we get out." But at this moment, Lin Evening Night had already heard Ran Xingyun shout just now, and immediately followed the sound. At a glance, she saw Jiang Li, who was wearing a cloak and sneaking around. "Taoist master, I see you." With that, he directly let go of the hand that was pulling the plow and separated from the crowd to chase towards Jiang Li. The crowd was a bit bewildered, not knowing why this Yinxiu sect Heavenly Pride was so out of sorts. But in the way of the other party's status, they still consciously made away. Seeing this, Jiang Li let out a strange cry and rushed towards the exit in 3 steps. When the crowd saw this, they were all gossiping. It would be interesting to know what this cloaked brother had done to provoke this aunt. But one thing is for sure, the relationship between these two must be extraordinary. In the end, it was Jiang Li who had to be 1 step faster and rushed out of the exit of the secret realm. Just when he was happy that the sea was wide and the sky was high. However, I heard a cool voice ring out from the side, "Taoist, where are you going?" Jiang Li's body was stunned when he heard this, and without turning his head, he said, "Fellow Taoist has recognized the wrong person," said the man, about to run away. But with a flash, Lu Xinyan arrived in front of him and waved her hand, and the cloak on him was lifted. "Taoist, you don't recognize me?" Lu Xinyan said as she looked at him with a smile. Jiang Li immediately saw sweat on his forehead. "There is a tiger in front of us and a pursuer behind us." He hated Morong Fong and Ouyang Fian at the moment. If it wasn't for the two of them, would he have come here to join in the fun? I don't know, I'm still in a bit of a hurry, so I'll take my leave. Such a hidden master, how could Lu Xinyan let him get away? Just as he was about to say something, Lin Evening Night also ran out and shouted at her, "Senior uncle, stop him, he's trying to run." Looking at the bruised and wretched Lin Evening Night, Lu Xinyan immediately changed her face. Then when he related this abnormal behavior of Jiang Li, a not so good thought came to his mind. Only to see her jade hand gently lifting and resting on Jiang Li's shoulder. A majestic power immediately sealed Jiang Li's strange meridians, making him unable to move or speak. Jiang Li was in a great hurry, and in his heart he cried out furiously, "Death is coming, death is coming." Lin Evening Night hurriedly caught up to the front, panting, "Master! Master, he wants to leave you behind, we must not let the Taoist master run away." Wow! At this moment, the entrance and exit of the secret realm was filled with cultivators. Hearing Lin Evening Night's words, each one of them showed a buddy you're a bull look towards Jiang Li. "Eat your uncle and eat your nephew, Taoist friendship. Come out with a book soon, I'll buy it." Lin Evening Night, who knew in her heart that she had said the wrong thing, immediately covered her mouth. Lu Xinyan, on the other hand, blushed and snapped, "Evening, what are you talking about?" Lin Evening Night anxiously said, I'm sorry, I was in a hurry and said the wrong thing." But looking at the eyes of the people around him, it was obvious that none of them believed it. Lin Evening Night knew at the first moment that it was going to be bad. I'm afraid that every other day, throughout Ningzhou, a message will be spread. The first beauty of Ningzhou, the only female emperor, Lu Xinyan, had her heart in the right place. Break it up, all of you, what are you looking at, what's there to see?" Lin Evening Night immediately chided towards the surrounding crowd. Afterwards, like a good baby who had done something wrong, he stood beside Lu Xinyan and said, "Senior uncle, don't be angry, I was also anxious about your lifelong matters, so I was a bit anxious for a moment." Lu Xinyan said with a red face, "What are you talking nonsense about, what lifelong matters, I'll clean you up when I go back." Afterwards, he looked at Lin Evening Night, who still had bruises on her face, and said with some concern, "Evening Night, what happened to you guys in there, how did you get so badly injured?" According to the information provided by the White Tiger sect, there was only one ape demon comparable to the Yuaning stage in this secret realm. It was reasonable to say that the strength of Lin Yuanyan and the others could completely handle it. Just as she was speaking, Morong Fong and Ouyang Fian, also dragging those unconscious disciples of Yinxiu sect and White Tiger sect, walked out. Seeing this, Lu Xinyan's face became more and more gloomy. Lin Evening Night also told what happened inside, from beginning to end. Even the matter of Gu Linhuan tricking her into eating the heart-devouring compulsion was also told. Just hide the embarrassing incontinence thing. Heart-devouring compulsion? Lu Xinyan was slightly stunned after hearing this word. And then look at Lin Evening Night's somewhat evasive eyes, that could still be unknown. This girl also ate the pills Jiang Li gave her. The thought of this brought an involuntary blush to her face. Jiang Li, on the other hand, was panicking in his heart. I only saw Lu Xinyan glaring at him before instructing Lin Evening, "Keep an eye on him, senior uncle will go and seek justice for you all." With that, she raised her jade hand in vain. Those unconscious White Tiger sect disciples were then grabbed by him through the air and thrown in front of the White Tiger sect elder. Fellow Daoist, you must give me an explanation for this matter. Chapter 37, The True Great Return to Heaven Kung Fu. That Mahayana stage elder of the White Tiger sect, after realizing what happened, had a large portion of his back shirt suddenly wet. The White Tiger sect had already invited heaven's fortune by not being driven to extinction by the Yanshou sect. He didn't expect that Gu Linhuan was actually inside, doing something like this. Disregarding the bodies of those few White Tiger sect disciples, he directly forcibly awakened them and inquired in detail about what had happened. Fellow Taoist Lu, this matter is a result of my White Tiger sect's congregation's ineptitude. You have the magnanimity to look at the face of the Ningzhou city guard, and also look at the fact that my White Tiger sect didn't intend to do this, so raise your hand, and don't worry, I'll surely give you, and your sect, a satisfactory answer. Lu Xinyan sniffed and looked at him coldly. I want the Xuanzong order. The White Tiger sect elder's heart jumped when he heard this. Fellow Taoist, I'm not discussing with you. Other than that, your White Tiger sect's sword casting pool shall be unconditionally open to my Yanshou sect's disciples. The White Tiger sect elder sniffed and lamented without any solution. Fellow Daoist, it's fine to give you the Xian clan order, but the sword casting pool, only disciples above the Jindan realm from your clan can enter. When Lu Xinyan heard this, she turned her anger into joy and said, it's a deal. With that, he turned and left. Only the White Tiger sect elder was left behind, looking at the several severely injured White Tiger sect disciples, wanting to cry without tears. Back to the clan. With a wave of her big hand, Lu Xinyan directly grabbed Zhongli and rushed up into the sky, flying towards Yanshou sect. Lin evening nightside and rushed to the side of a female Yangtze sect disciple at the Yuaning stage. Senior sister, give me a ride, I don't have the strength. The other party pursed her lips and said, it's the first time I've seen you in such a sorry state. With that, he took her, and a kind of Yanshou sect disciple, and chased after her in the direction where Lu Xinyan had left. Although he was already in the Jindan realm, this was the first time Jianli had experienced flight. Excitement ran through his mind as he looked down at the rapidly sweeping scenery below. The Great Return to Heaven technique unexpectedly operated on its own at this moment, rushing through the meridians that had been sealed by Lu Xinyan. Lu Xinyan noticed the abnormality at the first moment and subconsciously reacted by loosening her grip on Zhongli's hand. Zhongli, who had never flown before, felt his body being affected by gravity and was about to fall, and also instinctively directly embraced Lu Xinyan's slender waist. Ah! Lu Xinyan was instantly shocked and angry, her cheeks colored red. She forcefully stopped the thought of making a move and said, let go of me. Zhongli smiled sarcastically and said, I'm sorry, it's the first time, I can't help it. With that, he controlled the spiritual energy in his body and operated his gong method to fly on his own. Lu Xinyan straightened her wrinkled clothes and gave a dry cough. How did you come to know my Yanshou sect's supreme technique, the Great Return to Heaven technique? From the first time he saw Zhongli, he realized that on the other party, there was an aura that he was familiar with. However, she had never thought that the reason was because Zhongli was practicing the Yanshou sect's supreme technique, the Great Return to Heaven technique, no matter what. If Zhongli hadn't run his gungfu just now and broken through her seal, she wouldn't have noticed it. Zhongli smiled sarcastically and said, my ancestors. For such words, of course, Lu Xinyan didn't believe it. The consequences of the leakage of the gongfu were very serious. The way she looked at Zhongli at the moment had taken on a deeply wary look. In his mind, even more thoughts flashed through. The first time she saw Zhongli, she was able to affirm that Zhongli was just an ordinary person. But now, the other party was already at the Jindan stage. Then associating it with the other party's one-word explanation of his identity, the elixir that was able to restrain the heart-devouring compulsion. And that god-awful trigonometry. It all made her feel like she was being counted. Who the hell are you? Lu Xinyan's beautiful eyes flashed with a stern color and asked. Zhongli could only bite his tongue and said, it's really my ancestral one. Without saying a word, Lu Xinyan once again sealed the other party's cultivation and body, again. Regardless of whether what the other side said was true or not, this matter was of great importance. Even if Zhongli really didn't speak and had saved herself, she had to be careful and cautious about it. Please, fellow Taoist, for the time being, when we return to the sect, the truth will be revealed. If it is Xinyan who wronged fellow Taoist, Xinyan will definitely make amends. After saying that, he flew back to the Yanshou sect with Zhongli as fast as he could. Yanshou Clan Council Hall. The two of them, Bai Lingmiao and Lu Xinyan, circled around Zhongli to the left and right, sizing him up. And Zhongli couldn't do anything except blink his eyes. Senior sister, is this the Taoist master? Lu Xinyan nodded, that's right. From what you're saying, not only does he know our sect's Great Return to Heaven technique, but he can also break through your seal? Lu Xinyan nodded her head once again and said, that's right, I won't sense it wrong, he made it at that time, it was the Great Return to Heaven technique. Bai Lingmiao hesitated for a moment before saying, Senior sister, have you ever thought that, not to mention where he got the Great Return to Heaven technique from, at his current Jindan stage cultivation, how could he possibly break through your seal? Lu Xinyan was also stunned when she heard this. It was so surprising at the time, she didn't even think about it. It's also creepy to look back at this moment. She was in the Imperial realm, how could she be broken through the seal by Jiangli, a Jindan realm? However, he saw Bai Lingmiao rushing at Jiangli, showing a kind smile. Fellow Taoist, could you demonstrate for me how you broke through my senior sister's seal? Jiangli sighed in his heart and knew that he couldn't avoid it, so he can only run his Gong method and break through Lu Xinyan's seal. It's actually quite simple to say. What Lu Xinyan cultivated was the Great Return to Heaven technique, but she had not yet cultivated it to the highest realm. Although Jiangli's realm was not high, his understanding of the Great Return to Heaven technique was far beyond her. The two men's feats were figured out, and it was easy for him to find some loopholes. That'll do. Jiangli spread his hands and said at the two. When Bai Lingmiao saw this, she scared. Fellow Taoist, you said that your technique is ancestral? Jiangli nodded, that's right. Bai Lingmiao suddenly laughed, then it must be a misunderstanding. When Lu Xinyan heard this, she was surprised. Senior sister, what do you mean by this? She couldn't figure out why Bai Lingmiao had listened to Jiangli so simply. Senior sister, even at my current realm, it's not an easy task to break through your seal. For the Taoist master to be able to do this, there's only one possibility, his Great Return to Heaven Kung Fu is still above you and me. Lu Xinyan frowned. Senior sister, what exactly does it mean? Taoist master's Great Heaven Returning technique is the true Great Heaven Returning technique. What you and I cultivate can only be called, strictly speaking, Heaven Returning technique. In Bai Lingmiao's eyes, a look of frustration appeared. But then, it looked at Jiangli with a burning gaze, as if it wanted to swallow him in one bite. Jiangli was so scared that he backed away, thinking that she was too horny. Yu Xinyan is still here. Can't it wait a little later? Chapter 38 Yin Xiu Sect's New Elder. Master said to me before he died that there are two kinds of heaven returning Gong, one, the kind we practice, and the other, the one the Taoist master practices, the true great heaven returning Gong. Bai Lingmiao's eyes were misty, as if she had seen her master's appearance when he was still alive. According to legend, the ancestor of the Yin Xiu sect, it was from a Taoist priest that he acquired the Great Return to Heaven technique and the Clear Spirit Sword technique, and since then, started the Yin Xiu sect. An ancestor, her old man, the qualification is too shallow, did not learn the true tradition, missing some, so the Gong method we are practicing now is not the complete Great Return to Heaven Gong. This is something that only successive patriarchs know about. It's normal that you're not clear about it, senior sister. If it wasn't for Taoist John's arrival, I would have always thought that this was just a legend. After all, my Yin Xiu sect relies on these two techniques in order to gain a foothold in Ningzhou, and now it seems that the legend is true. When Lu Xinyan heard this, she looked at Jiangli in surprise and said, Senior sister, so he's the junior disciple of that Taoist priest back then? Bai Lingmiao looked at Jiangli with a hopeful face and said, That's right, isn't it, Taoist Jiang? Ha? Ah. That's right, it seems like there is such a thing. I did hear about it from my master. Jiangli raised his hand and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Couldn't help but spit in his mind, this coincidence, it was too much of a coincidence. Bai Lingmiao pulled up Jiang Li's hand with a surprised face and said in a very sincere tone, Taoist master, in this way, we are actually from the same clan and origin ourselves. With that, she looked at Lu Xinyan and said with a serious face, Senior sister, look at what you're frozen for, hurry up and let someone serve tea. Ha? Ah. Good. Lu Xinyan, who was dumbfounded, hurriedly instructed the Yin Xiu sect disciples outside. Bai Lingmiao, on the other hand, had already affectionately pulled Jiangli and sat down on the seat. Taoist Jiang, is there a place to go? Jiangli was also a bit overwhelmed by Bai Lingmiao's enthusiastic appearance and subconsciously replied, not for now. Great, then Taoist Jiang will stay in the Yin Xiu sect despite the fact that I should be a few years older than Taoist Jiang in vain, and if you don't abandon me, Taoist Jiang can call me a senior sister. Bai Lingmiao flashed her big eyes and just stared straight at Jiangli. Taking his hand, he never let go of it either. Looking at Jiangli, his heart beat a drum. In the end, in Bai Lingmiao's expectant eyes, he still opened his mouth somewhat awkwardly, By senior sister. Good, senior brother Jiang. Ha 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 ha. After hearing Jiangli call out senior sister, Bai Lingmiao immediately revealed a look of delight and hurriedly greeted Lu Xinyan again. Xinyan, quickly come over to meet your senior brother Jiang. Jiangli? Yu Xinyan? Seeing that Lu Xinyan didn't move, Bai Lingmiao smiled awkwardly towards Jiangli and said, Don't you look at Xinyan, she has a very high cultivation level, but she's actually very simple, and doesn't understand a bit of the human condition. With that, she pulled Lu Xinyan in front of Jiangli and said, Don't shout yet. Lu Xinyan took a look at her senior sister who couldn't stop herself from being excited, and then took a look at Jiangli who was a bit at a loss for words, and finally opened her mouth in a glutinous manner, Senior brother Jiang. Lu's senior sister. Jiangli answered. Yes. A broken voice came to the two men's ears. Only to see Bai Lingmiao snapping her hands and clapping, she was very excited and said, Great, my Yin Xiu sect will be considered complete from now on. Come on people, carry the ancestor's spirit seat. I want to notify the ancestors of heaven and earth that from today onwards, my Yin Xiu sect will have another elder. Under Bai Lingmiao's command, the entire Yin Xiu sect quickly mobilized. Before long, there was a Yinshou sect disciple who led Zhongli to the Yinshou sect ancestor sacrifice place. He was in a state of confusion almost the entire time and was at the mercy of the others. Zhongli didn't even have the time to hear what the Yinshou sect's ancestor's name actually was before he became the Yinshou sect's, other than by Ling Miao and Lu Xinyan, third elder. Or the only male elder. The whole thing, as fast as it could be. Even Lin Evening Night hadn't rushed back yet. Senior brother Jiang is tired from traveling, quickly go down and rest, tonight's senior sister will host another reception banquet for you. Then, Zhongli was taken by a female disciple, to the cave that belonged to him. When Zhangli left, Lu Xinyan frowned. Senior sister, the great return to heaven technique, was it really passed down from a Taoist priest to our ancestor? Bai Ling Miao gave her a blank look and said, you really believe it? Ha? Yu Xinyan looked at her in disbelief. Of course it's a fake, the great return to heaven technique and the clear spirit sword technique, that's the ancestor's own peerless technique created bit by bit, or is there any such thing as a Taoist passing on the method? And you just now? Bai Ling Miao said with some hatred, you really light long. She instinctively pointed at Lu Xinyan's breasts, but felt it wasn't too good, and hurriedly changed her words, just grow your cultivation, not your brain. The great return to heaven technique is an untold secret of this sect. Let's not talk about where Zhongli acquired it, just the fact that he was able to break through your seal is enough to prove that his understanding of the great return to heaven technique is above you and me. Such a person, if placed outside, would be a huge threat to the Yinshou sect. Lu Xinyan sniffed, her face changed, then coldly said, then why still leave him, we directly. Alright, stop pretending, can you lay your hands on me? Bai Ling Miao didn't have the good sense to say. Lu Xinyan sniffed and her aura declined, he saved my life after all. Knowing that you have a good heart, then is your senior sister me the kind of villain who would return favors with a vengeance? Lu Xinyan revealed a bright smile and said, that's certainly not true, senior sister is the most kind-hearted person under the sky. Bai Ling Miao nodded her forehead and said, you. Everyone has their own secrets and chances, regardless of the reason. It's a fact that Zhongli is burdened with the Great Reclamation technique, and it's also a fact that his understanding of the Great Reclamation technique is much deeper than you and I. Since killing him doesn't fit into our code of conduct, let's go the other way around and tie him down firmly to our Yinshou sect. For one thing, he can be utilized to perfect our sect's great return to heaven technique. Secondly, Zhongli can calculate your fortune and misfortune, and give you the corresponding method of salvation. Such a strange person, it is even more important to pull together. The fact that he was able to save you and save Evening is proof enough that he means us no harm. So, do you still think that elder sister has done this today, absurdly? Lu Xinyan hurriedly shook her head, I didn't say that, it's all because you feel that way yourself. It's all written on your face, do you still have to say it out loud? Bai Ling Miao gave her a blank look and said. Then senior sister, there are many ways to pull him in, why make him an elder, he's only at the Jindan stage now, just like late night. Lu Xinyan continued to ask curiously. What was his cultivation level when you first met him? No. Ryu Xinyan said in confusion. What about now? Jindan I am not. Lu Xinyan suddenly froze. Yeah, I almost forgot how Jiangli suddenly became Jindan. Chapter 39, Crashing. Fong, I've been holding his hand just to see his bone age, he's only 20 years old at most. Either he's an old monster who's even more powerful than you, or else, there's a miracle in him. If it's the first one, just making him a tiny elder would be condescending to him. If it's the second one, he has such a talented opportunity, I think in the future, I'm afraid it won't take long for him to catch up with your achievements. And don't you forget, he's got that god-awful trigonometry. So, no matter what the reason is, if it's just an eldership, there's no loss for us. Lu Xinyan nodded her head like she understood, very impressed with her senior sister's calculations. Senior sister, I am truly blessed to have you. She curried. Go, you also do not worry about the affairs of the clan, all day long to sneak out to play and fool around, this huge clan, I do not care who cares. After Bai Ling Miao finished, she sighed and said, Xinyan, although your cultivation is heavenly and you're an unparalleled supreme talent, your heart is just too kind, just like this time, that tiger sanching thing, it may not happen again in the future. I'm worried, you will encounter such dangers again in the future, yet you don't have the heart to cope with them. I'll let you recognize Zhongli as your senior brother, don't have any other thoughts in your mind, get closer and closer to him, and with his godly trigrams, he'll be able to protect you for a while. Listening to Bai Ling Miao's heartfelt advice, Lu Xinyan's beautiful eyes were slightly moist. She took Bai Ling Miao's hand and said, thank you, senior sister. Bai Ling Miao shook her head and said softly, Xinyan, this world is hard, demons are rampant, and strong people come out, senior sister's cultivation is not enough, she can only help you so much, you will eventually have to get out of this tiny Ningzhou to see the outside world. I don't care if you spread the name of Yinshou sect all over the world, I only hope that you will be able to be safe in your life, and I won't fail to live up to the wishes of my master's father before he passed away. Just as the two senior sisters were staging a scene of sisterly love, Zhongli, who had come to the cave that belonged to him, was also propping up his chin, thinking about the events of today. Regarding what Bai Ling Miao had said, of course he didn't believe a word of it. There's no such thing as a coincidence. What is the difference between the Kaitan Kung Fu and the Great Kaitan Kung Fu? What Taoist priests teach the law? That's all a lie. But Bai Lingmiao suddenly helped herself to round up her lies, and recognized herself as a senior brother, and even let Lu Xinyan recognize herself as a senior brother's intention. He could still figure some of it out. After the trip to the secret realm, it also made him realize that this world was not as stable and peaceful as he had seen when he first arrived. Once you embark on the path of a monk, danger will always be around. He can see the fortunes and misfortunes of others, but not his own. The only way to live well is to stay out of danger. The Yanshou sect was the #1 sect in Ning Prefecture, so as long as he stayed here and didn't go out, he would definitely not be in any danger. But people are with each other, there is no such thing as hate without a cause or love without a reason. Bai Lingmiao, as Lu Xinyan's senior sister, might treat him with courtesy because he had saved Lu Xinyan's life. But as the head of a clan, he would never give him such an important status as an elder. After meditating on the matter, Zhang Li decided that it was better to talk to Bai Lingmiao openly and honestly. Otherwise, he just couldn't stay in the Yanshou sect. Taoist master, are you there? Suddenly Zhang Li heard someone calling him from the cave. Listening to the sound, it seemed that Lin Lianin had returned. He walked straight out of the cave and welcomed Lin Evening Night in. Yeah, Taoist. Ah no, should be called second master uncle. Lin Evening looked at Zhang Li with a smile on her face, her eyes were thick with urgency. Second uncle? Zhang Li didn't react for a moment. Yeah, originally I only had one senior uncle, Uncle Lu, but now you've actually become my master's senior brother, Uncle Lu's senior brother, so isn't that my second senior uncle? Lin Evening Night broke it off very seriously. Zhang Li smiled bitterly when he heard this. Forget it, in private you can still call me Zhang Li. The word second master would always remind him of his second elder brother. Yes, Zhang Li. Lin Evening Night didn't see any outsiders at all and addressed them directly. Zhang Li shook his head. Just came back, this injury is not properly recuperated, what are you looking for me for? Just returned to the sect, I heard them say that there was an extra second elder, and when I inquired about it, it was really you. Tell me, how did you conquer Uncle Lu, and actually make her put down such a great amount of blood, so that my master would recognize you as a senior brother in name only? Looking at Lin Evening's gossipy face, Zhang Li was puzzled. What's with that, what's conquering or not conquering? Keep pretending, I know all about the two of you, just tell me how you met. Uncle Lu is such a big beauty with so many suitors, how did you capture her heart? Lin Evening Night had an I've seen it all look on her face. Zhang Li said breathlessly, what are you talking about? I just helped her to calculate a fortune and saved her life. No way, she even taught you the clear spirit sword technique, and you're still saying that you two didn't have an affair? If you don't tell me, I'm going to bring the matter of you stealing my Yanshou sect's supreme technique to my master's attention, and when the time comes for her to break up the two of you, don't say I didn't remind you. Lin Evening's eyes showed a wry color, as if she was certain of Zhang Li. Zhang Li sniffed and his heart fluttered. Fine, go ahead and say it. If you dare to say it, I'll dare to let the whole Ningzhou know about you ting your pants. You're shameless. Lin Evening sniffed, her face blushing as she pointed at Zhang Li. Seeing this, Zhang Li hemmed and hawed and laughed. Evening Master Nephew, you don't want the matter of your incontinence to be known by everyone. Zhang Li said as he approached towards her. When Lin Evening Night saw this, she was like a frightened white rabbit, nervously retreating towards the back. Don't come over, what do you want? I'm your master's nephew now. Ha, senior nephew, then I'm even more excited, senior uncle. Zhang Li had a perverted smile on his face as he extended his claws towards Lin Evening Night. Lin Evening Night hadn't recovered from her injuries at the moment. Where was she? Zhang Li's opponent. Within 2 steps, she was cornered. Ha, shout it, I purposely asked for this cave, the surroundings are so quiet that even if you scream your throat out, not a single person will hear you. Lin Evening Night instantly misted her eyes, looking at Zhang Li who was like a horny ghost in front of her, she closed her eyes sadly. A tear, gently slipping from the corner of her eye, fell to the ground and shattered into an ice flower petal. However, he saw Zhang Li curling his thumb and middle finger and took a breath in front of his mouth. Then heavily on Lin Evening's head, he popped a brain crash. Ouch! Lin Evening immediately covered her head in pain. She could feel that her forehead, which was originally snow white, was rapidly bulging into a large meat bag. Little girl, how dare you threaten me, next time it won't be so easy to let you go. Zhang Li looked at her with contempt and said. Lin Evening's heart was somehow a little aggravated, and there was also an unexpected sense of loss. Bad man, you're a bad man, I'm going to tell my master to go, wah. Looking at Lin Lianyang who ran out with her head covered with snot and tears, Zhang Li smiled smugly. Heaven's pride beauty is nothing more than that, easily taken. Chapter 40, Man-to-Man Talk. When Zhang Li saw Lin Evening Night again, it was already evening, at the reception banquet that Bai Lingmiao had set up specially for him. Other than Bai Lingmiao and Lu Xinyan, present were some Yanshou sect deacons and second-generation disciples like Lin Evening Night. They say it's a reception, but it's really just a small table for one person. On the small table in front of each person, there were some spiritual vegetables and fruits, and a pot of wine. This made Jiangli, who originally had high expectations and thought that he would be able to eat some kind of dragon's liver and phoenix gallbladder, somewhat disinterested. Does senior brother John not like these? If not, I'll have someone change them. Seeing Jiangli's lack of interest, Bai Lingmiao asked with a smile. I like meat. Jiangli said honestly. Haha, Jiang senior brother is really fast, only here is really no meat for you to eat. Yanshou sect up and down all women, eat meat words more or less will bring some turbid gas, so the door is not prepared, senior brother also please treat more treat. Seeing Bai Lingmiao's apologetic face, Jiangli didn't have the heart to pick and choose. He laughed, don't be offended, senior sister, I just said it off the top of my head, I didn't mean anything else. Bai Lingmiao smiled at his words and raised the wine cup in his hand, come on, let's toast senior brother Jiang and welcome him to the Yanshou sect. The crowd of Yangxiu sect's female cultivators with different postures instantly smiled and raised their wineglasses after them. To elder brother Jiang. To Uncle Jiang. Being toasted by so many beautiful women at the same time, Jiangli couldn't help but feel a little giddy. Immediately, he raised the glass in his hand and drank it down. The sudden appearance of an additional man in the Yanshou sect had originally made these female cultivators very curious. Under Bai Lingmiao's intentional promotion, the atmosphere between the scenes soon warmed up. It was different from the very disciplined look that Jiangli thought. Aside from Bai Lingmiao, who said a few words at the very beginning to make a scene, all the women were casual. 1 minute you toast her, the next she toasts you. Some of the female deacons of Jiangli's generation were still slightly reserved due to their status. But those female disciples who were in the same generation as Lin Evening Night were much bolder. One by one, they walked up to Jiangli to make a toast. Even though Jiangli knew that these female disciples were more just curious about him, he still couldn't help but be dazzled by these warbling compliments. Seeing that Jiangli seemed to be good-tempered and talkative, the group of female disciples also became more and more licentious. Uncle Jiang, are you really a Taoist priest? Uncle Jiang, did you really calculate that Uncle Lu is in danger? Uncle Jiang, Evening said that you saved her, what exactly was going on at that time? Uncle Jiang, how tall are you? Uncle Jiang, how old are you? Uncle Jiang, can you do it? Gradually, Jiangli was already sweating on his forehead from these pussies. Sure enough, when a woman goes rogue, she doesn't lose to a man at all, even more so. Only Lin Evening Night didn't move, sitting in her seat, staring at Jiangli's side alone, drinking mulled wine. Seeing this, Bai Lingmiao stepped forward and said, Evening, why don't you play around with them, usually you're the most rowdy one, what's wrong with you today? Lin Evening skinned her lips and said, what's there to fool around with, it's not like she's never seen a man before, besides, that guy isn't a good guy, don't bother with him. Looking at Lin Evening Night's arrogant little look, Bai Lingmiao was a bit surprised. An imperceptible glint flashed in her eyes. Evening, what do you think of your Uncle Jiang? Him? He's just a vile, despicable, nasty, tenfold, big, bad man. Lin Evening Night thought of the brain crash that Jiangli had flicked in the afternoon and subconsciously touched her bare forehead. I'm asking you what you think of his strength. Bai Lingmiao, who was old enough to know the world, immediately knew the information he wanted from Lin Evening Night's words, and re-asked. Ah. Lin Evening Night was slightly flustered, but seeing that Bai Lingmiao didn't notice anything, her heart was slightly relieved. I don't know exactly, but his understanding of the clear spirit sword technique is very profound, almost no less than you, master. In fact, if it wasn't for the sake of Bai Lingmiao's face, Lin Evening would have preferred to say that Jiang Li's understanding of the Qingling sword technique was superior to hers. Hearing that Jiang Li actually knew even the clear spirit sword technique, Bai Lingmiao was a bit surprised in her heart. She had always thought that Jiang Li would only make a big comeback to heavenly kung fu land. After Lin Lianyan came back, other than going to see Jiang Li, the rest of the time she went to heal her wounds. She hadn't had time to ask detailed questions about what had happened in the secret realm. After hearing about this matter, she immediately sat down next to Lin Evening Night and inquired about the details of the secret realm. Lin Evening Night naturally didn't have any reservations, and rehashed what she had said to Lu Xinyan, only in more detail. When she encountered some questions, Bai Lingmiao would also interrupt and ask carefully. After hearing that Jiang Li had only casually instructed her with a few words, Lin Evening Night was able to be seriously injured and decapitated Gu Linawan, who was in a much better state than her, just by relying on the simple sword-holding technique and the Qingling sword technique. Her heart grew more and more astonished. The mist on Jiang Li's body was also more dense in her eyes. What's wrong, master? What's wrong with him, Uncle Jiang? Lin Evening Night asked curiously. Bai Lingmiao shook her head and said, it's fine, I'm just worried about you. Lin Evening Night sniffed and wanted to tell her how Jiang Li had bullied her. But thinking of his own embarrassing things in the secret realm, in the end can only be reluctant to endure, ready to later find opportunities to revenge. After 3 rounds of drinking, Jiang Li was gradually getting drunk. Seeing Bai Lingmiao walking towards him, Jiang Li, whose face was red, laughed out loud. It's senior sister Bai, can you change a batch for me? With a bold wave of his hand, he drove away this crowd of female disciples that surrounded him. Bai Ling Miao shook her head helplessly and signaled for them to leave. When the group of female disciples saw this, they all smiled and dispersed. Lu Xinyan also brought Lin evening night and found an excuse to leave. Soon, only Jiangli and Bai Ling Miao were left in the field. Senior brother Jiang, are you drunk? Bai Ling Miao asked tentatively. She wanted to take advantage of Jiangli's drunkenness to see if she could get something out of him. However, he saw that Jiangli, who was originally in a trance, suddenly had clarity in his eyes. Senior sister Bai, let's just say what we have to say, there's no need to be so convoluted, I'm just a tiny Jindan stage cultivator right now, I can't afford to make any waves in front of you. When Bai Ling Miao saw this, surprise flashed in her eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. Senior brother Jiang doesn't have to be afraid, I, Bai Ling Miao, am not one of those villains from the White Tiger sect, and won't take revenge on you, the savior of Xinyan and evening. Jiangli nodded and said, then I'm relieved, honestly senior sister Bai, I really don't have much in my heart when it comes to dealing with you bigwigs. There's something I want to talk to you about openly and honestly. Chapter 41 Ambiguity. Oh? What is it? Bai Ling Miao wondered. In addition to the Great Return to Heaven technique, I also know the Clear Spirit Sword technique. Jiangli directly said it. He knew that this matter, Lin evening night would definitely tell Bai Ling Miao, and must have already told Bai Ling Miao. That might as well be more sincere than if he had taken the initiative to say it himself now. Bai Ling Miao pretended to be surprised and said, so even the Clear Spirit Sword technique was taught to my ancestor by that Taoist priest back then? Jiangli sighed and said, senior sister Bai, I've already said that we'll talk openly and honestly, why are you still using this set of words? You're making me really unsettled. Bai Ling Miao smiled and covered her mouth with a delicate laugh, alright Jiang Shitty, I won't tease you anymore, how did you know these two techniques? I actually don't care. Oh. Jiangli was also a bit surprised when he heard this. Bai Ling Miao nodded and said, your Great Return to Heaven technique and Clear Spirit Sword technique shouldn't be from the Yinshou sect, right? Jiangli actually wanted to say yes, but still shook his head, indeed not. Senior brother Jiang, I won't ask about the reason for the process, everyone has the secret of everyone's chance, I'll only ask you one thing, are these two techniques of yours and the techniques of this sect somewhat different? From Bai Ling Miao's gaze, Jiangli could see deep anticipation. After thinking for a while, Jiangli felt that his understanding of these two techniques could be completely called different from the techniques practiced by Lu Xinyan and Bai Ling Miao, so he nodded his head. It's not like saying it's completely different, it's slightly different. Bai Ling Miao immediately let out a sigh of relief and said in a sincere tone, Senior brother Jiang, I know that my next words may be a bit shameless, but I implore you to, by all means, leave your Great Return to Heaven technique and Qingling Sword technique in the Yinshou sect. Not waiting for Jiangli to speak, Bai Ling Miao continued, Jiang, don't be too busy to refuse, whether it's you or your descendants, from now on, will be subject to Yinshou sect's shelter without any reason or bottom line. You personally will be in the Yinshou sect, have almost the same status and treatment as me, is in the sect's major events, also have the right to speak, of course, touching on the sect's more basic, I cannot let you fool around. In one breath, Bai Ling Miao said all the benefits that Jiangli could get in Yinshou sect. All in all, in the future, in the Yinshou sect, he would be almost like a man under 10,000 men. So, I can do whatever I want in the Yinshou sect. Jiangli said with a twinkle in his eye. Bai Ling Miao nodded solemnly, in a sense, yes. Then can I find a female disciple to serve me every day? I think senior nephew Lin evening night is very good, let's have her tonight, and if senior sister Lu is willing to come along as well, I think I can handle it too. Bai Ling Miao? Just kidding, hey, senior sister Bai don't draw your sword. Looking at Bai Ling Miao, who was already on the verge of an impending rage, Jiangli hurriedly opened his mouth. Bai Ling Miao put a sword on Jiang Li's neck and asked in a cold voice, do you agree or not? Promise, I didn't say no, move your sword away from me, I'm scared. After a small joke, Jiang Li said verbally, Senior sister Bai, these two techniques I know are actually not as powerful as you think, and what you have learned is actually the same. Oh? Bai Ling Miao looked at him curiously, waiting for the following. The techniques are all the same, but I may, perhaps, know a bit more than you guys, and that's why I was able to break through senior sister Lu's seal. With that, he picked up the chopsticks in his hand and distributed one to Bai Ling Miao. Senior sister, how about we use our chopsticks as swords and spar with only sword moves? Bai Ling Miao sniffed and immediately became interested. It's always better to look at others than to try it yourself. She immediately took over the chopsticks and laughed, Senior brother, even if I only use sword moves, my physical body is not comparable to yours, I'll try my best to suppress it to the same level as you. Although Bai Ling Miao knew that Jiang Li's understanding of Gongfu was above hers. But that's just the objective conditions. She didn't feel that with Jiang Li's current realm, she could suppress her. He also wanted to teach this cheap senior brother a lesson, don't think that just because you have learned 2 top-level techniques, you underestimate the heroes of the world. Senior sister, I'm offended. Where Jiang Li didn't understand what Bai Ling Miao was thinking, he immediately used his chopsticks as a sword and used the Qingling sword technique to stab at her. Bai Ling Miao similarly used the Clear Spirit sword technique to meet them. At first, Bai Ling Miao was all confident. But soon, she realized that she had lost the battle after just 2 or 3 moves. It was obvious that both of them were using the same sword technique, but Jiangli could always find his own breaks and weaknesses. She, on the other hand, was always led by Jiangli. It was a feeling that she had only had when she was young and being fed strokes by her master. After her own kung fu was accomplished, not even her master could bring her such a feeling. The more she exchanged blows, the more alarmed she became. She was, at first, able to fend it off a little. Soon, however, there were many more small holes in her sleeves. They were all poked by Jiangli with chopsticks. If it was a sword, she would have been stabbed by Jiangli on her body more than a few times by now. Bai Lingmiao, as the head of a clan, although he was usually calm, he also wanted to look good. Immediately, he was not suppressing his power, hoping to get some face back. But soon, Jiangli gave her another big surprise. Without utilizing his art spirit power, Jiangli actually resisted her physical strength equivalent to that of a Yuaning stage. Ka-ching! As the power became stronger, the chopsticks in the hands of the two were ultimately too fragile, and the chopsticks in Bai Lingmiao's hands were directly chopped off by Jiangli. However, the chopsticks in Jiang Li's hand had also cracked. "You're a spirit-body dual cultivator?" Bai Lingmiao was surprised. Jiang Li smiled and nodded, "And without a master, I can only practice blindly by myself." Bai Lingmiao immediately reached out directly, climbed onto Jiang Li's arm and squeezed it vigorously. "Jin Dan stage flesh body, you. Why are you wasting your talent so much?" Just as Bai Lingmiao was complaining with hatred, Lu Xinyan walked in from outside. "Yikes, what are you guys doing?" Bai Lingmiao froze for a moment before realizing that she was still clutching Jiang Li's arm. The posture of the two at this moment, in the eyes of the onlookers, was also somewhat ambiguous. She immediately turned red and hurriedly let go of Jiang Li. "Ah! Senior sister, don't misunderstand, I just found out that senior brother Jiang actually spirit-body dual cultivation, so I was a little surprised, therefore a little out of sorts." Although Bai Lingmiao was not as stunning as Lu Xinyan, she was still a rare beauty. The ages did not leave a mark on the face of this Mahayana cultivator. Instead, it precipitated a different kind of flavor in her. The blushing face at the moment, at close range, made Jiang Li look a bit apoplectic. "Ah, senior sister Bai and I were just practicing swordplay," Jiang Li also explained in passing. It's just that both of them explaining it at the same time makes it more or less like they're trying to cover their asses. Lu Xinyan frowned slightly, scrutinizing back and forth on the two men's faces, and finally said in a somewhat unhappy tone, "Then I'll come to learn senior brother Zhang's swordsmanship as well." Chapter 42. Kneel down and call your senior brother. "Senior sister, don't you?" Looking at Lu Xinyan's appearance, Bai Lingmiao knew it was going to be bad and wanted to explain. However, Lu Xinyan had already lifted her finger and pointed, taking a chopstick, into her hand. Then with a gentle flick, he picked up the other one and landed it in Jiang Li's hand. "What the is going on here?" Jiang Li lamented in his heart and could only be forced to respond to the battle. It was obvious that Lu Xinyan's sword art attainments were much more advanced than Bai Lingmiao's. The same was still the clear spirit sword technique, but in her hands it was something else entirely. The various sword styles were as easy to use as a gazelle without a trace. Bai Lingmiao watched from the side, secretly surprised in her heart. She knew that Lu Xinyan was extremely talented, but she didn't think that the gap between the two was actually this big. But what surprised her more was Jiang Li. Under Lu Xinyan's attack that was like a raging storm, it was still easy to navigate and didn't fade in the slightest. "Senior sister Lu, let's talk calmly first, okay?" Jiang Li said somewhat breathlessly. He was a little puzzled by Lu Xinyan's sudden fire. "Shut up, don't call me senior sister. If you want to be my senior brother, you have to see if you have the ability. Don't say that I'm bullying you for your low cultivation. As long as you can beat me in swordsmanship by 1.5 moves, Lu Xinyan will all kowtow and admit her mistake, respectfully serve tea, and call out to you as a senior brother." When Jiang Li heard this, he was instantly enraged. Speaking as if he wanted to be the senior brother, wasn't it all because this took him captive? Kowtowing and admitting you're wrong? If he remembered correctly, the last time this told her fortune, she said that she would kowtow to him and apologize for her mistake if it was fulfilled. Good, then let's settle old scores and new ones together today. Jiang Li wasn't hiding his strength either, and immediately turned his defense into an attack. It was obviously just an ordinary chopstick, but in Bai Lingmiao's eyes, it was as majestic as a swimming dragon. Just the hallowed attack made it difficult for Lu Xinyan to deal with it. It was as if any plotting and scheming was too much to handle in the face of the power of the hall. No matter what kind of response Lu Xinyan made, it could only be crushed by Jiang Li, one by one, without mercy. There is no thrilling duel, there is just a crushing without suspense. Snap! Lu Xinyan stared blankly at the chopsticks in her hand, picked off by Jiang Li, and remained speechless for a long time. The talent that had been praised by countless people, the 20 years of hard work, the heart that was extremely proud, at this moment, was mercilessly shattered by Jiang Li. Clang! A sword roar suddenly came. Only Jiang Li threw up the wooden chopsticks in his hand gently and then flexed his fingers. The chopsticks then transformed into a silver light and stuck by Lu Xinyan's feet. "Kneel down, and call for senior brother." Zhongli looked at Lu Xinyan with a cold gaze, his aura strong for a moment. I don't know how long it took before Ryu Xinyan slowed down. She bit her lip softly, tears hidden in her eyes. Without waiting for Bai Lingmiao to speak out to round up the situation, she flung herself down on her knees, took a cup of wine from the desktop, and respectfully handed it over to Zhongli. Senior brother is above, Xanyan doesn't know the heights of heaven and earth, and today, I'm making amends to senior brother with a cup of wine in place of tea, so please accept the youngest sister's obeisance. When he finished, he lowered his head and lifted the on being over his head. After Jiang Li received it with one hand, he directly drank it in one go. Alright, get up. Only after hearing Jiang Li's words did Lu Xinyan get up, and then somewhat forlornly said towards Bai Lingmiao, Senior sister, it's getting late, I'm going back to rest first. Then to Jiang Li again, he respectfully saluted and said, a peaceful night for senior brother. When he finished speaking, he simply turned around and left. Bai Lingmiao sighed and said, Senior brother Jiang, now, you've knocked out all of Xinyan's arrogance. But he heard Jiang Li said in a cold voice, she is too smooth and has not suffered a single setback, she must know that there are people outside of people, and there is a sky outside of the sky, it's better to have her arrogance knocked out of her by me today than to be planted in someone else's hands in the future. When Bai Lingmiao heard this, a trace of color flashed in her beautiful eyes. Although Jiang Li's realm was not high, these words were deafening. There are people outside of people, and there are heavens outside of heavens. Senior brother, I've been taught. With a serious face, Bai Lingmiao bowed towards Jiang Li. Jiang Li nodded and accepted this salute from her without any avoidance. Only, at the moment, he was looking at an inscrutable look, but in the bottom of his heart, he had already panicked a batch. When he said those words, he was also hoping that they would reach Lu Xinyan's ears through Bai Lingmiao's mouth. Never hold a grudge against him. To be thought of by an emperor realm at all times would make one's hair stand on end just thinking about it. Senior brother, since you're already an elder of my Yanshou sect, then senior sister will not be polite and arrange some work for you. A hint of cunning suddenly flashed in Bai Lingmiao's eyes. When Jiang Li heard this, he nodded his head and said, Senior sister is polite, this is the right thing to do, there is no such thing as a free lunch in the world. It was nothing more than asking him to teach his disciples, and he had been prepared for it for a long time. As expected, he only heard Bai Lingmiao speak with a smile, Senior brother should have thought of it as well, I would like senior brother, from the opening of the sermon tomorrow, to be in charge of tutoring everyone in the clan in their gong methods. Senior brother also rest assured, will not let senior brother too tired, delay their own cultivation, every 3 days sermon can be. Jiang Li sniffed and nodded his head in glad agreement. After discussing some more details, Jiang Li returned to his cave. As soon as he returned to the cave, Jiang Li sat down on a chair, panting heavily. He didn't dare to say if Bai Lingmiao had anything else in mind, but he had to be careful how he dealt with it. Tonight seemed to be a peaceful night, but it drained Jiang Li's energy right out of him. Especially in the end, competing with Bai Lingmiao in swordsmanship, and making Lu Xinyan kneel down and call out to his senior brother, both of which had left him mentally exhausted. But the results were great. At least, he was considered to have a firm footing in this Yanshou sect. Just come up with something real and teach something in the days that follow. He was even completely tied to Yanshou zone, together. Having such a number one sect in Ningzhou as a backer would still do him more good than harm. After slowing down for a while, a smile once again appeared on Jiang Li's face. He now has 3 rewards left to draw. He wasn't how much he was looking forward to Morong Feng and Ouyang Fian, but Lin Yuanyans he had been looking forward to for a long time. With a thought, 3 curtains of light appeared in front of him. It's just a shame that there isn't a 2 out of 5, or even 3 out of 5 scenario. But he was prepared for that, and wasn't much of a lost cause. In backward order, the first 2 should be Morong Feng and Ouyang Fian's. The last one, that's Lin Lianua's. Without much hesitation, he directly chose the card in the middle of the first 2 light curtains. Although he said on his lips that he was not hopeful, in reality, he kept chanting in his heart, golden glitter, golden glitter. But the reality is that you can never have too much hope for one thing or one person. Especially the 2 little losers, Morong Feng and Ouyang Fian. Chapter 43, What does it mean to be in the same room? 2 little losers, one contributing a skill called reading comprehension. The beauty of it is that if he reads the book, he will easily understand the true meaning of the book. This look was drawn from Morong Feng. But it didn't work for him at all. He was too lazy to read the other books, and for the feats, as long as the system was drawn, he could learn them directly. Ouyang Fian was even more outrageous, and what Jiang Li drew from her was also a skill. Perfectly chipped. Any fruit that needs to be peeled, he can peel it from end to end without breaking it. And it's perfectly even in width and thickness. Well, it's a nice fart, what do I need this for? Jiang Li couldn't help but spit it out. Sure enough, this pair of senior siblings are just 2 pure wastes. Jiang Li finally set his eyes and landed on Lin Evening Night's reward. As usual, the center card was selected directly. In the next moment, a blinding golden light flashed, shaking Jiang Li to close his eyes. Suppressing the ecstasy in his heart, he immediately opened his eyes when the golden light dispersed. Only on the card, an eye was drawn. At the bottom of the card, the word gifted is written. Zhang was a bit surprised that it was actually the same talent that Ran Qingyun had drawn that time before. Ran Qingyun's talent gave him an unparalleled talent for sword control. I just don't know what this, Lin Lian Evening, is again. After the card turned into a golden light and disappeared into his mind, Zhang Li immediately knew the function of this talent. Weaknesses to see through. Lin Evening Night possessed the natural ability to see through other people's weaknesses. Only, this talent wasn't very obvious in her case. It's not always possible to spot someone's weaknesses. Especially when it comes to the enemy, it's one thing to see through it, it's another to be able to target it effectively. However, after being empowered by the system, this talent was strengthened like never before in Zhang Li. It's not just the people, it seems like even the items, you can see it. When he looked at the table in his hand now, he saw at once where it was weakest. He joined his fingers like swords and tried to inspire a strand of weak to the bone sword chi to shoot towards that weak spot. There was a click. The edge of the table was immediately in pieces, as if it had been chopped by 4 or 5 sword chi. The effect was ridiculously good. Zhang Li's eyes widened with surprise. If only he had drawn this talent before he actually dueled with Ryu Xinyan. He was confident that he could pick off Lu Xinyan's chopsticks within 3 moves. Of course, the premise was that Lu Xinyan suppressed her cultivation and only fought with her sword technique. Zhang Li curiously looked towards the other items displayed in the cave again and again, and also tried his hand several times. After smashing 2 chairs, 3 vases, and 2 candlesticks, he put away his playfulness. It was also discovered that the gift, not without a little limitation. If he keeps this up, his eyes will appear to be noticeably sore. The spirit was even in some kind of trance. However, as one's cultivation level increases, these negative effects will slowly diminish. After a long time of summarizing, Zhang Li had almost figured out the advantages, disadvantages, and types of rewards. The rewards are broadly divided into 5 categories. Skills, items, feats, talents, cultivation. The perfect peel, the perfect red meat kind, is undoubtedly the most trashy and useless of all. Then, there are some more special skills, such as the upside-down golden hook, the exclusive 8 wastes, and the coiled dragon winding pillar, which were drawn earlier. It can work wonders in certain specific situations. You might also be able to draw some more powerful skills in the future. Like alchemy and weaponry or something. Then, there are some items of elixirs. For example, the 5 revolutions gathering pill that he had previously drawn from Lu Xinyan. Although they may seem precious, they are disposable consumables. Even if you draw some divine weapons, they are still very limited and time sensitive. Even better, it's the kung fu. After this thing was learned, it was its own thing, especially after being strengthened by the system, it could exert a power that was more terrifying than even the original creator of the feat. But at the top of the list, it's still about talent. This reward, too, is most special. Unlike pills and techniques and the like, the higher the cultivation level, the better you can draw. The thing about talent is that it doesn't distinguish between high and low status, strength and weakness. Yes is yes, no is no. Ran Qingyun, a tiny chi refining stage cultivator, could similarly provide him with the talent of the royal sword. Jindan stage Lin Evening could also provide him with a top-level practical talent like weakness seeing through. It's also all enhanced. As for the reward of cultivation, Zhang Li wasn't too good at evaluating whether it was good or bad. On a good day, with a burst of luck, drawing 100 years, 1,000 years, or even 10,000 years of cultivation, one step will lead to heaven. With any luck, it could be a year or 2 or something like that, which is better than nothing. As for the future, whether there would be better rewards, he would need to figure it out on his own. But in any case, cultivation is impossible to cultivate, and you can only fritter away your time by touching the prize. Holding this thought, while other cultivators were still cultivating all night. Zhang Li had already laid down on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. There was no talk all night. Dang. 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 Zhang Li, who had been awakened by the Yin Shousek's morning bell, recalled those special skills that he had sparred with Lu Xinyan in his dream last night before hurriedly cleaning up and putting on his clothes to walk out of the cave. Since he had promised Bailing Miao to preach, he had to be unable to be lazy. At least this first day, no. Just after leaving the cave, he found a female disciple with a clear appearance, about 14 or 15 years old, whose cultivation was only at the chi refining stage, already waiting outside early. Good morning, elder. Disciple in Xiaozhu, in the name of the patriarch, invites Elder Jiang to preach at the preaching ground. As she spoke, she curiously eyed the newly promoted elder from yesterday. Although previously, when 100 Spirit Miao notified the ancestors of heaven and earth, he had seen it from afar. But looking at it again from a close distance, she realized that this elder Jiang was far more handsome than when she looked at him from afar yesterday. It was just that he was very curious about the fact that Zhang Li was only at the Jindan realm cultivation, yet he was able to become an elder. On the way to lead Zhang Li to the sermon hall, the little girl wanted to speak several times, but was seen by Zhang Li. In the end, he took the lead and said, "Ask whatever you want, I'm not much older than you, so don't be so formal." Really? And Xiaozhu was elated. Zhang Li nodded and said, "As long as you don't ask anything too outrageous, I don't mind solving your problems." Elder Jiang, you and Elder Lu, are you really a couple? When did you meet? I heard that you once saved Elder Lu's life. Was it at that time that you were betrothed? Did you ever share a room together? And Xiaozhu looked at Jiang Li with a gossipy face and her eyes were shining with little stars, looking forward to his answer. Hearing in Xiaozhu's question, Jiang Li almost didn't stumble and fall to the ground. He had always thought that the other party would question his cultivation and his strength. After all, having a Jindan stage cultivator give a sermon was just too outrageous within a large sect like the Yanshou sect. But he never dreamed that the other party's point of concern would actually be this. Why are you asking this? Jiang Li asked with a dark face. But I heard, and Xiaozhu said heartlessly, it's not just me, the senior sisters all want to know. Yesterday we discussed it all night. They all said that you are relying on your face to eat soft rice, but don't worry, I don't think so. I think that you, senior Uncle Jiang, are relying entirely on your strength to capture Elder Lu's heart. By the way, Elder, what exactly does cohabitation mean? Yesterday I asked the senior sisters and they just wouldn't tell me. Jiang Li. Chapter 44, Methods of Swiping the Sweepstakes. Senior sister Bai, so the everyone you're talking about is really everyone. Jiang Li's face darkened a bit as he looked at the packed sermon hall. He had always thought that when Bai Lingmiao said everyone, she was referring to some ordinary disciples. But it's kinda literal. Including Bai Lingmiao and Lu Xinyan, the entire Yanshou sect was present. It looked like there were 1,000 people at least. In particular, the Yanshou sect had all female disciples except for him. The feeling of nearly 1,000 warblers and swallows, all looking at you in unison, always gave Jiang Li the illusion of being surrounded by wolves. Senior sister Bai, forget about the others, why are you and senior sister Lu here as well? I'm nervous about me being a Jindan stage preaching to you, an Emperor realm and a Mahayana stage. Bai Lingmiao laughed, your attainments of the Great Return to Heaven technique and the Clear Spirit Sword technique are much higher than ours, and it's just that the realm is lower, it's not a problem. Jiang Li sighed and said, no wonder you said that you preach every 3 days, these nearly 1,000 people, just asking questions afterward and me answering the questions one by one, I guess it will take 3 days. Bai Lingmiao laughed at his words, senior brother, preaching is just preaching, as for how much they can understand, that's all their own business, there's no need to answer the questions one by one, that's a qualification that only pro-disciples have. Afterward, a hint of hope flashed in her eyes as she said, senior brother, does it mean that you can still ask questions about your sermon? Jiang Li was also a bit dazed when he heard this. In the cultivation world, when seniors preach, how much they can understand all depends on their enlightenment. Otherwise, there would be no such thing as root and bone qualifications. No one is going to pour too much energy into someone with mediocre credentials. He was so used to the kind of atmosphere he'd had in class in his previous life that he hadn't switched over for a while. Seeing the hope in Bai Lingmiao's eyes, Jiang Li still didn't choose to refuse. You can, but this people, it's just too much, let's do it this way, I'll work a little harder, no more 3-day lectures, you separate them into a few batches, and I'll speak every day. Bai Lingmiao actually didn't hold much hope, after all, this matter was too difficult for people. But she didn't expect, in any way, that Eri would actually agree. Jiang Li's position in her heart was instantly elevated by a lot. Senior brother's great righteousness, it's senior sister who seems a bit petty, in that case, we'll divide it into 10 batches of 100 people each, but senior brother still needs to rest, it's enough to preach for only 10 days in January, what do you think? Jiang Li sniffed and nodded, yes. Then since we're all here today, let's listen together, and if senior brother is still willing to answer, I'll control the number of people. Bai Lingmiao continued. Jiang Li naturally had no objections to this. After saying that, Jiang Li didn't make a fuss, so he sat down on the sermon platform opposite everyone. Today, I will first tell you about the method of performing the Great Return to Heaven technique's introductory chapter. After being empowered by the system, Jiang Li's understanding of the Great Return to Heaven technique was completely a magnitude beyond everyone else. At first, there were still many female disciples, especially some whose cultivation level was even higher than Jiang Li's, who had some doubts in their hearts. But as Jiang Li left the sermon, slowly, the originally noisy sermon hall became silent. Whether it was Lu Xinyan, an emperor realm, or a small refining stage disciple like in Xiaozhu, they all listened as if they were mesmerized. All of them unconsciously followed Jiang Li's words and began to exercise their energy. Once Jiang Li spoke, he spoke directly for an hour. When Jiang Li closed his mouth and stopped preaching, those female disciples under the stage still didn't stop cultivating, all of them immersed in the joy of their increased cultivation. The first one to react was Ryu Xinyan. After all, being in the emperor realm, what Jiang Li said today would be helpful to her, but it was limited. After that, it was Bai Lingmiao. It could be said that the higher the cultivation level, the quicker the person sobered up a bit. Shallow and easy to understand, in depth, just a simple introductory piece that actually speaks of so many things. If it wasn't for the fact that he's too young and male, I would suspect that he's the reincarnation of an ancestor. The strange color in Bai Lingmiao's eyes never faded for a moment. Lu Xinyan also nodded and said, inspiration is great, just for such a short while, I feel that my cultivation has increased that much. Moreover, other people preaching, afraid that they say not obscure enough, he is good, almost all the vernacular, afraid that you do not understand. We've picked up a treasure, senior sister, we've really picked up a treasure. Bai Lingmiao said excitedly. Ah, I've broken through. Suddenly, an excited voice rang out. Bai Lingmiao and Lu Xinyan looked over curiously. One could only see a small disciple of the qi refining stage who was shouting with a face of excitement. Seeing this, Bai Lingmiao just wanted to scold. After all, there were several others who were immersed in cultivation. But the next moment, there was another person, excitedly shouting, I've broken through too. Then, one after another, people who had broken the boundary appeared. Bai Lingmiao and Lu Xinyan glanced at each other, both seeing the surprise in the other's eyes. Jiang Li's sermon, they also listened to it, the effect was there, but it wasn't this outrageous. But soon, the two realized that the ones who had broken the boundary were mostly small disciples at the qi refining stage. There were only a few disciples at the foundation establishment stage. On top of the Jindan, there was even none. And basically, they were all stuck in a realm and couldn't improve for a long time. He's talking about the introductory chapter today. Lu Xinyan's eyes suddenly lit up as she thought of something. If he talks about the latter part, Bai Lingmiao said after half of it, she stopped talking. Oftentimes, cultivators would get stuck in a realm, unable to move an inch, called a bottleneck. And Jiang Li's sermon today had undoubtedly helped many people break through the bottleneck. While the crowd below was immersed in the joy of increased cultivation and realm breakthroughs, Jiang Li, who was sitting on the sermon platform, was staring straight down at the crowd below, craving for more. As early as when he had just preached, he had noticed that the qi above the heads of many people had a faint golden color. At first he thought that these disciples had collectively won the lottery today. But then he realized that those disciples with gold-colored qi bands on their heads had all increased their cultivation levels after listening to his sermon. The brighter the gold color, the greater the lift. There were a good number of gold and glittering ones, and they even broke the realm directly. If all these people, beforehand, come to him to test their fortune and read their luck, then he must draw lots until his hands cramp up. However, Jiang Li wasn't too disappointed because he had discovered his own way of swiping the draw. Where in Ningzhou do you have the most cultivators and the best quality? Of course it's Yanxiu Zone. The chances of drawing a top-tier reward from a Yanxiu sect disciple were definitely much higher than other cultivators. As long as he told a fortune to all those disciples with golden heads before he preached. That efficiency, absolutely awesome. Sure enough, coming to the Yanxiu clan was the wisest decision I've ever made, suck it up. Jiang Li wiped his saliva and looked at the female disciples on the stage as if he was seeing a treasure bowl. Chapter 45 Unraveling. Everyone who has any questions, raise your hands and ask them enthusiastically. At this moment, Jiang Li was in a great mood. At this moment, he finally experienced the feeling of joy that those responsible teachers felt when they saw the students they taught making progress. He now hated for these people to make another breakthrough every day so that he could give him feedback. However, it was not a one-day process for a cultivation level to break through. That was why he had to spare no effort from now on to enhance the underpinnings of these Yanxiu sect female disciples. That way you can harvest rewards better and faster. It was just that after Jiang Li said that he wanted everyone to ask questions, no one raised their hands to speak. Such a fashionable way of preaching is still too far ahead of its time. Even Lu Xinyan and Bai Lingmiao were a little less comfortable. Elder Jiang, can I ask a question? Just as everyone was looking at each other, not knowing how to ask the question, a weak voice rang out. Only to see in Xiaozhu, the young disciple who had previously led the way for Jiang Li, raising her hands, shrinking her neck in a surrendering gesture, and looking uneasily at the surrounding masters and sisters with her small red face. Seeing this, Jiang Li looked at her with encouragement in his eyes and laughed. Xiaozhu, just raise one hand, don't raise them all. If you have any questions you can just ask. Well, Elder, what exactly does cohabitation mean? Jiang Li. Xinyan Lu. Bai Lingmiao. Lin Evening. A group of female disciples. The scene was eerily quiet for a while. Jiang Li really didn't expect that this little girl would actually be obsessed with this issue, to such an extent. He hadn't told her before, and it had been hard to put it off, just for fear of getting a reputation as a lewd and weird uncle. I didn't expect this girl, but actually asked again at this moment. Ahem. Just when Xiaozhu was already on the verge of shedding tears of nervousness, Jiang Li was the first to react. That's a good question, Kotake, as to what is cohabitation. Bai Lingmiao's gaze towards Jiang Li at the moment was on the verge of killing. It seemed that as long as Jiang Li dared to explain what cohabitation was for in Xiaozhu in public, she would castrate Jiang Li directly as a eunuch. Seeing Bai Lingmiao's murderous gaze, Jiang Li laughed and said, the same room, as the name implies, is the same style, the same pattern of the room. Jiang Li wiped the sweat from his forehead and nodded at his cleverness and resourcefulness. Bai Lingmiao also breathed a sigh of relief. As a clan composed entirely of female cultivators, there would indeed be many inconveniences. As the patriarch of such a clan, she had much more to consider. Oh, I see, then Elder Jiang and Elder Lu are really in the same room. And Xiaozhu suddenly realized. But Zhongli, who had just picked up the tea beside him and took a sip of it in preparation to moisten his throat, directly sprayed out all the tea in his mouth. Ha 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 ha. A group of female cultivators even failed to hold back and laughed out directly. Zhongli looked at Lu Xinyan and was slightly relieved after realizing that there was no displeasure on her face. This little girl, she really has the guts to say anything. Seeing the crowd all staring at themselves in surprise, and Xiaozhu queried, isn't it true that Elder Zhang's and Elder Lu's cave dwellings, in terms of specifications and array arrangement, aren't they all the same? Ahem. Well, Xiaozhu, when I preach in the future, I'm not allowed to mention these things outside of cultivation, understand? Zhongli felt that it was better to eliminate such things in the future and directly set the rules. It was indeed a bit inconvenient for him to be a man in the Yanshou sect, which was full of female cultivators. After such a small episode, the atmosphere was also finally warm. The others also began to raise their hands enthusiastically to ask Zhongli questions. Zhongli even answered all questions, knew everything, and did his job. Seeing this, Bai Ling Miao couldn't help but sigh once again. I didn't expect that senior brother Jiang would be so dedicated after only just joining the sect. It really puts me to shame. By the way, senior sister, there are some words that I thought about all night and felt that I still need to talk to you about them. Lu Xinyan looked curiously at Bai Ling Miao and said, Senior sister, please speak. Don't hold a grudge against Zhongli. Last night's incident, he is also for your own good. He just sees that you are going too smoothly this way, so he wants to cut down your arrogance. You must know that there are people outside of people, and there are heavens outside of heaven. Bai Ling Miao said in a serious tone. The pupils of Lu Xinyan's beautiful eyes flashed, and for a moment, her heart seemed to be touched by something. Although it's just a first acquaintance, but I think that this person, although it seems to be debauchery, jumpy nature, in fact, is very warm-hearted, just like to hide these, within his unruly appearance. Senior sister, you must not think too much, last night's matter, but also just a misunderstanding. Bai Ling Miao added. Lu Xinyan looked blankly at Zhongli on the preaching platform, who was preaching and explaining the Dharma to one of his disciples with an excited face, and nodded, Don't worry senior sister, I don't hold a grudge against him. Seeing this, Bai Ling Miao let out a sigh of relief, then said with some excitement, That's good. I have a premonition that with you and him, Yanshou sect might be able to go to a new level in my hands. Looking at Bai Ling Miao, who had a face of excitement, Lu Xinyan smiled faintly, like a white lotus slowly blooming on top of a snowy mountain. Senior sister, it will be. Zhongli was as if he was tireless, answering the questions of the disciples on the stage one by one. I don't know if it was him who had forgotten, or if it was Bai Ling Miao. It was originally said that the number of questions would be controlled. Bai Ling Miao, however, did not do it. Zhongli didn't mention it either. And so it was, a sermon that actually went from morning to night. All the disciples of the Yanshou sect were filled with admiration for Zhongli, the preaching elder. To be able to preach and explain to others as he did, in all matters, without any difficulty, and without reservation. Not to mention Ningzhou, even in the entire 36 states of the earthly Tao, there was no one else to be found. It wasn't until the Yanshou clan's twilight bell rang that the crowd came back to their senses. Bai Ling Miao also stood up at this time and walked to the sermon platform and said loudly, Alright, today's sermon ends here. From tomorrow onwards, every 100 people will be in a group and come here to listen to the sermon. When the crowd of disciples heard this, they all rose up in unison with solemn faces and bowed towards Zhongli at the same time, saying in unison, Disciples and others thank the elder for solving their problems, and may the elder live a blessed life of peace and happiness forever. It wasn't just the disciples, including Lin Evening Night. Even Lu Xinyan on the stage and Bai Ling Miao by his side bowed deeply towards him. Even if the purpose in his heart wasn't pure, after seeing this scene, Zhongli's heart was gripped fiercely, causing him to tear up a bit. Zhongli grinned, and after returning the salute with the crowd, he walked off the sermon platform alone, welcoming the night stars and heading towards his cave. It was not until Zhongli's figure disappeared into the night that the crowd slowly got up. Chapter 46 Zhongli's Salty Pig Hands. Senior sister, come out quickly, let's go and call Zhongli to go to the preaching ground together. Early the next morning, Bai Ling Miao came outside Lu Xinyan's cave. As soon as her words fell, she saw Lu Xinyan, who was dressed in a plain white dress, even without any powder, was better than a fairy on the ground, walking out of the cave. Senior sister, the hour is still early, senior brother Jiang spoke for so long yesterday, let him rest a little longer. Ryu Xinyan said with a smile. When Bai Ling Miao heard this, her beautiful eyes narrowed and the corner of her mouth curled slightly. The day before yesterday, she was still dying to live, but why is she so concerned today? Lu Xinyan's cheeks were instantly colored with 2 blushes, but she still said, Who wants to live and die? He wants to be my senior brother, shouldn't he take out his real skills? Yesterday he has completely won my respect. Senior sister care about senior brother, not normal? Normal, too normal. I'm not afraid that some people are thinking of the king. Do you think I'm willing to get up so early? Bai Ling Miao teased, Since you're not in a hurry, senior sister, then I'm not in a hurry either. Let me enter your cave and have a cup of tea first. Since you've already come out, let's go. The disciples over at the sermon hall are probably waiting impatiently. Ryu Xianyan, however, was concerned about her words and did not answer her words, only the blush on her cheeks deepened. Bai Lingmiao smiled at this and didn't poke at it. The two of them traveled together and soon arrived outside Zhang Li's cave. Only to see Bai Lingmiao's jade hand lightly lifting, she struck a seal towards Zhang Li's cave and then transmitted her voice in preparation to remind Zhang Li. However, it was discovered that Zhang Li didn't seem to be in the cave. The two men stared at each other in disbelief. Absent? Where did you go? Perhaps, it's not certain that he might have already gone to the sermon hall. Lu Xinyan said after some thought. Bai Lingmiao thought of Zhang Li's behavior yesterday and thought it was very likely. The two then hoofed it to the sermon. As soon as the two of them arrived at the sermon hall, they realized that it was already filled with people. The first 100 or so disciples scheduled for yesterday's class somehow managed to form a long line. At the end of the line, Zhang Li was sitting in front of a table and was holding the hand of a beautiful and graceful female disciple, not knowing what to say. Not knowing what Zhang Li had said to her, the curvaceous female disciple burst into laughter and tilted her head. The already cool clothing seemed to be able to pocket the spring light on her chest even more. Bai Lingmiao took a look at Lu Xinyan, who had turned pale, and hurriedly pulled a female disciple and said, "What is Elder Zhang doing?" The female disciple took a look at the fact that it was Bai Lingmiao and Lu Xinyan and hurriedly saluted the two of them. Back to the patriarch's words, Elder Zhang is giving us another palm reading, saying that he's helping us to look at our good and bad fortune. All of them? Bai Lingmiao was somewhat speechless as she looked at the long line. Elder Zhang said that taking a look at it would be more convenient for him to understand each person. He said that this is called teaching by. Oh, teaching my material. That female disciple thought about it and said, "Okay, then you guys line up." Bai Lingmiao pulled Lu Xinyan, who was about to explode, and headed towards Zhang Li. "Look you this marriage line although some bumpy, but your career line is very deep. Oh no, very long, this represents the future is promising, and poor Taoist view you Tianting round and full, white and flawless, today in the cultivation, there will be a gain." Giggle, Elder, really? That's natural, come on, the poor Taoist will touch your bones again to see more accurately. Elder, I hate it. The shapely female disciple sniffed and immediately made a look of shyness, but intentionally or unintentionally spread her arms apart and pushed up her chest towards Zhang Li. Cough, cough. Seeing that Zhang Li was about to commit a murder in broad daylight, Bai Lingmiao hurriedly coughed a few times. Aya, it's senior sister Bai and senior sister Lu coming. Zhang Li looked embarrassed and resentfully retracted his salty hand. Good morning, Sovereign, and good morning, Elder Lu. That female disciple also hurriedly got up and greeted the two. Well, why don't you go wait off to the side first, I'll talk to Elder Zhang about something. The female disciple was busy making way for the two to step aside. Only Bai Lingmiao was heard teasingly saying, Senior brother Zhang is really in good spirits, coming to the dojo so early. Zhang Li scratched his head somewhat awkwardly and said, if senior sister has a command, senior brother will naturally go all out and not dare to be sloppy. In that case, it is truly a blessing for my Yensho sect to have senior brother around. When Zhang Li heard this, he waved his hands and said, No, it's only my good fortune to be in the Yensho sect. Words can't be said like that, the whole Yensho sect is full of female disciples, as the saying goes, solitary yin doesn't grow, solitary yang doesn't grow, it's just right to have a senior brother to neutralize it. Zhang Li sniffed and became even more embarrassed. After all, in front of someone's big sister, openly molesting a disciple under the door was indeed nice to look at but not nice to hear. As the saying goes, life is unpredictable, the large intestine wrapped small intestine, who does not know what will encounter the next moment, just my professional counterparts, I just look at the luck and fortune for all of us, a little advice, tend to good luck to avoid bad things. No worries, can also be more focused on cultivation, improve themselves, but also better to enhance the overall strength of our clan is not. Listening to Zhang Li's serious nonsense, Bai Lingmiao was also infuriated and laughed. The only one who could talk about eating tofu in such a refreshing manner was the only one she had ever seen, Zhang Li. The end is shameless. Don't talk nonsense, eat tofu, just eat tofu, and talk as if it's for the sake of the clan. A number of disciples in the clan haven't had much contact with men, don't you fool around and make a big mistake. Zhang Li hurriedly patted his chest and said, Don't worry senior sister, how could I be that kind of villain? Guess if I believe it or not, since you said you're telling fortunes, that's just right, senior brother also helped me look at the fortune palm. Bai Lingmiao smiled and reached out her hand, raising it in front of Zhang Li. Zhang Li wasn't a little cutie. He took a look at Lu Xinyan who was staring at a black face beside Bai Lingmiao, or else would he dare to pull Bai Lingmiao's hand. Senior sister is blessed with great fortune, even without reading palms you can tell most of it. He really didn't make that up. I didn't notice it just now, but at this moment, the chi above Bai Lingmiao's head could simply be described as blinding. Zhang Li could not let go of such a big fish. Senior sister, let senior brother come and read your fortune? Good, but you can think clearly, senior sister, I'm not one of these little girls who can be coaxed by you. That can't be. After Zhang Li received the affirmation, he pretended to pinch his fingers and a light screen immediately appeared in front of him. After Jiang Li read the words above clearly, he cleared his throat and said, Congratulations senior sister, congratulations senior sister, I said that today I see how you are red-faced and your posture is changed, it turns out to be a happy event from heaven, a great happy event. Jiang Li was exaggerating, but Bai Lingmiao was in disbelief. She had already learned the power of Jiang Li's nonsense with that mouth, and made up her mind that no matter what Jiang Li said, she wouldn't believe it. Brat, don't think that you can get past this by saying something nice, say it clearly. If you can't say it clearly, don't blame senior sister for convicting you of slighting a disciple. Since you called me senior sister, it's only natural for me to punish you. Saying that, she looked at Lu Xinyan beside her and made up her mind that today, she must find an excuse to teach Jiang Li, this prodigal brat, a lesson. Chapter 47 Two Emperors and One Sect? Senior sister, have you been stuck in the Mahayana stage for a long time without being able to advance an inch? Jiang Li said as his eyes narrowed. Bai Lingmiao gave him a blank look and said, if you're talking about this, there's no need to say more, it's something that the entire Yen Shou sect knows. Although Bai Lingmiao still looked young, her actual age was indeed not young. It was decades earlier than Lu Xinyan's introduction. However, because of her natural talent, she had been stuck at the Mahayana stage for many years, unable to advance an inch, causing her to be very distressed as well, but without the slightest solution. Even if she and Lu Xinyan had a deep sisterly love, but watching Lu Xinyan, who was dozens of years younger than herself, achieve the imperial throne early, it would be false to say that she wasn't anxious. But the more anxious she was, the more she felt that barrier was hard to break. Then I will say that you, senior sister, will break through the realm today, do you believe it or not? Jiang Li said with a smile. Where would Bai Lingmiao believe that? She said in a bad mood, don't make fun of senior sister with this matter, if you annoy me, hit your board. Jiang Li directly ignored Bai Lingmiao's threat that was not half useful with a serious face and said, senior sister, remember my words, today you will surely achieve the emperor position. Seeing that Jiang Li was speaking seriously, Bai Lingmiao also put away her joking heart and said, senior brother, this joke, it's not funny. If she was truly able to achieve the emperor realm, then the Yen Shou clan would be a double emperor in one clan. This would completely upend the landscape of Ningzhou, allowing Yen Shou zone to achieve true supremacy. Senior brother tells fortunes and never lies, senior sister, you have to believe in my professional ethics. I don't know if it was an illusion, but when Jiang Li said this, Bai Lingmiao's heart, too, had a faint stirring, but she couldn't catch it. However, he heard Jiang Li continue, senior sister, if you listen to me, you will surely become an emperor today. At this moment, Lu Xinyan, who had originally been keeping a dark face, could not care less about getting angry after hearing Jiang Li's words, and spoke solemnly, senior sister, although this fellow is frivolous, this matter cannot be disbelieved. With that, she looked at Jiang Li and said, Jiang. Senior brother, speak more clearly. Jiang Li nodded and said, senior sister, although the big day is approaching, there are a few things that you must pay attention to. For one, in the back of the Sex Mountain, isn't there a deep pool? After listening to my sermon, senior sister can go and cultivate in that pool. Secondly, no matter what you encounter, no matter what movement you hear, you must not come out until you have broken the boundary. Finally, remember to take off your shirt and place it nicely on the shore before entering the pool. In the first two sentences, although Bai Lingmiao was a bit puzzled, she felt that it was fairly normal. But that last sentence gave her a hint of something else to think about. This last one stripped. Without waiting for him to finish, he heard Jiang Li heave a laugh and say, not a single piece will be left behind. Bah, nasty. Bai Lingmiao immediately spat towards Jiang Li. Bai Lingmiao looked at Jiang Li, itching to slap this guy right now. At this point in time, Jiang Li actually did not forget the flowery mouth and even dared to molest her. Just as he was about to continue cursing twice, he heard Lu Xinyan, who was on the side, say with a serious face, senior sister, listen to him. Bai Lingmiao looked at Lu Xinyan with wide eyes. If it wasn't for the fact that she had watched Lu Xinyan grow up, she now thought that Lu Xinyan was Jiang Li's drag and wanted to watch her jokes together. Senior sister, I'm helping you out, why are you talking for him instead? This brat must be having some bad ideas. However, he saw Lu Xinyan shaking her head, senior sister, no matter how outrageous he says, it's better to believe him in this matter. But, elder sister, even if you don't believe him, you have to believe me. I can't explain it to you, but I can only tell you that listening to him is right. Lu Xinyan felt her cheeks burning until now when she recalled the words of advice Jiang Li had said to her earlier. It's really a shame. She didn't know what would happen to her senior sister, all she knew was that since Jiang Li said that she had to be naked, then she had to be naked. From now on, you will not move an inch from me, and you will not leave my sight for more than a breath. Lu Xinyan narrowed her eyes, and a cold, chilling light flashed in her eyes. Although she believed in Jiang Li's fortune-telling, she didn't believe in Jiang Li's character. This guy, there's no guarantee he won't go peeking. When Jiang Li heard this, he felt some regret and couldn't help but sigh, epsilon equals omicron alas. Honestly, he kinda had an idea of what to do. You sigh? Good, you really do have an impure heart. Bai Lingmiao stood up and was about to punch him. However, he saw Jiang Li say with a despondent face, I was just lamenting that I turned out to be such an image in your hearts. Well, I understand. The two men saw this and looked at each other. Could it be that they misunderstood Zhongli? Looking at Zhongli's look of being very hurt, Lu Xinyan had some intolerance in her heart and just wanted to explain. However, he heard Zhongli say, "Senior sister bye, senior sister Lu, don't delay, I'm going to preach after I've seen the fortunes and misfortunes for the other disciples." The two men sniffed and had to get up to get out of the way. Looking at each other, they both felt a little hot-faced, wondering if the words had gone a little too far. Only, just as remorse rose in the hearts of the two, they saw Zhongli pulling the hand of a female disciple with a bad smile on his face and rubbing it repeatedly. "Come, let the uncle look at the groan. Ah not, let the poor Taoist help you look at the palmistry. Oops, little girl, you have trigrams today, ah? Pop." Bai Ling Miao, who could no longer hold back, slapped Zhongli on the back of his head. "Hey, you give me the right amount of time, ah bastard, pretending to at least wait for me to walk away from ah." She used just enough force that the riposte didn't hurt her brain. Only, even after being slapped on the table, Zhongli's hand did not even let go of the female disciple. After a short period of jostling, Zhongli, under the watchful eyes of Bai Ling Miao and Lu Xinyan, finally and honestly helped all of them to see the auspiciousness. The two realized that Zhongli didn't know how to tell fortunes for everyone. Probably only less than 1/10 of the disciples he would seriously say some trigram aphorisms with each other. For the rest, it's all gags. Soon after, Zhongli began his sermon. Bai Ling Miao and Lu Xinyan, also like ordinary disciples, sat down and listened carefully. Zhongli continued to speak very seriously and without reservation, just as he did yesterday. Although today's lecture was still only something from the introductory chapter, the two of them still benefited greatly. Especially Bai Ling Miao, it seemed to be a psychological effect. She always felt as if she had gained something, but she couldn't catch it, giving her an itchy feeling. It was still the same as yesterday. Almost all of the disciples entered into cultivation without fail while listening to Zhongli's sermon. Soon enough, there was another person who had broken through their bottleneck and raised a small realm. Then, there was a succession of people breaking through the realm. Especially the female disciple who had a shapely figure and a very long career line before. She even directly stepped from the qi refining stage, directly stepping into the foundation establishment stage. While Bai Ling Miao and Lu Xinyan were surprised. All the disciples who had broken the boundary, all of them were people who Zhongli was seriously fortune-telling. "Senior sister." Lu Xinyan looked at Bai Ling Miao with an excited expression. Although Zhongli had calculated her fortune before and saved her life. But at this moment, she was even more excited than before. The existence of all these disciples undoubtedly proved that Zhongli's trigonometry was divine, without exception. In other words, Bai Ling Miao would definitely be able to break through the realm and achieve the emperor position today. Bai Ling Miao was similarly very excited at this time, and that feeling in her heart was getting stronger and stronger. Chapter 48 won't eat you for the rest of your life. "Senior sister, he looks so happy." Lu Xinyan looked at Zhongli and realized that he seemed to be trembling even with every strand of his hair from happiness. The laughter in his eyes, moreover, could not be stopped no matter what. Bai Ling Miao laughed. "It looks like he's really happy that these disciples have made a breakthrough. It's the first time I've seen someone like him, who likes to mention his juniors." Lu Xinyan nodded her head and said, "Indeed, there is no reservation at all. I can see that he is really sparing no effort in trying to help these disciples." When he saw those few disciples who had broken the boundary, the corners of his mouth curled up so much that he couldn't even suppress them. He was happier than if he had broken the boundary himself. Zhongli now, of course, was happy from the bottom of his heart. The system beeps that rang in his ears one after another made him want to just let out a loud laugh. Is there anything else that everyone doesn't understand? Raise your hands if you do. Zhongli encouraged the group of female disciples on the stage with his eyes. After having yesterday's experience, someone couldn't wait to raise their hand just after Zhongli finished speaking. Zhongli smiled and pointed at the first female disciple who raised her hand. "You do it." The other man didn't squirm, he just got up and asked. Zhongli also had no reservations and answered for her very seriously. Soon, a cacophony of warbling sounds resounded within the sermon hall. Because of the small number of people today, Zhongli quickly answered the questions, one by one. He also knew the principle of gradual and orderly progress, and didn't go too far in pulling out the seedlings and filling in the ducks. Seeing that the crowd really had no more questions, they were ready for an early night's rest. Happy as he was, preaching with such intensity was no small mental burden on him. After greeting Lu Xinyan and Bai Ling Miao, he was ready to leave directly. "Senior brother Jiang." Ryu Xinyan suddenly called out to him. Zhongli was puzzled. "Senior sister Lu, something's wrong?" "Let's say yes, today. You need to not move an inch from me," Lu Xinyan said with a slight blush on her cheeks. Zhongli. Taking a walk with Lu Xinyan, chatting and whatnot, Zhongli was lying when he said he didn't like it. After all, with a great beauty like her, who was as beautiful as she was, even if she did nothing, just posing and looking at her, it could still make one's heart happy. It's just that when the purpose of her being with you is to prevent you from looking at another woman, it makes it not so beautiful. To be honest, Zhongli did want to go to the back of the mountain to pick up the wind, which now seemed unlikely. All he could do was laugh and say, "An honor." Seeing this, Bai Lingmiao's mouth curled up and said in Lu Xinyan's ear, "Keep an eye on him, yo, senior sister's innocence can all be placed in your hands." After saying that, the blush on Lu Xinyan's cheeks spread directly to her earlobes. Alright, I won't disturb your world of two, senior sister is going to cultivate. If we can really break through the emperor realm today, as he said, senior sister will make a decision for our master and promise you something. Bai Lingmia laughed and said, "Senior sister, don't talk nonsense." Lu Xinyan hurriedly denied it. Bai Lingmiao, however, did not say anything, and after leaving Jiangli with a meaningful look, she walked straight towards the back of the mountain. The rest of the disciples, too, had the good sense to leave directly, leaving space for Jiangli and his duo. Jiangli rubbed his nose awkwardly and said, "Senior sister Lu, where are we going?" Lu Xinyan was a little less daring to look directly into his eyes at the moment, and could only pretend to look to the side casually and said, "Just feel free, senior brother, as long as you don't go to the back of the mountain, anywhere is fine." Seeing this, Jiangli could only let out a light sigh and said, "Then take me around the clan early, it's been 3 days since I came and I haven't had a chance to look around." Lu Xinyan nodded, and without even greeting him, he directly selected a direction and walked straight. Jiangli lost his smile at the sight. "Senior sister, didn't you say that I can't leave your sight for more than a breath?" When Lu Xinyan sniffed, her body lurched, neither looking nor not looking. Lu Xinyan, what are you afraid of? You are for the sake of the senior sister, but not a ghost in your heart, even if you look at him, so what? After Lu Xinyan cheered herself up in her heart, she took a deep breath and turned around directly, glaring a pair of beautiful eyes round and staring at Jiangli's face tightly. Jiangli was a bit speechless. He didn't expect that Lu Xinyan was actually so thin-skinned. "Senior sister, are we still walking? I mean, we could have walked side by side." "Ah. Oh." Lu Xinyan's cheeks reddened even more. Jiangli shook his head and took the initiative to walk side by side with the other party and said, "Senior sister, go this way and take a look around." "Aha." Lu Xinyan let out a soft the blush on her face already visible to the naked eye spreading towards her slender neck. Lu Xinyan had grown up with nothing but cultivation in her life. Even though Jiangli had been a man for 2 lifetimes, he was empty of skills and had nowhere to vent them. The two just kept walking, but neither of them said anything more, and neither of them knew what to say. As a man, Jiangli was still the first to speak, breaking the silence. "Senior sister Lu, what exactly happened after you and I first met?" It was one of the few things the two had in common, between them. It was fine if Jiangli didn't talk about this. As soon as he mentioned it, Lu Xinyan only felt her cheeks rolling. "What are you asking for?" Jiangli pretended to be relaxed and said, "It's nothing, just asking." "Oh, the day." After Lu Xinyan told the events of that day, roughly, she suddenly looked at Jiangli and asked, "Previously, in the line of the secret realm, Late Night was hit by the heart-devouring compulsion. How did she finally solve the compulsion?" "Oh, I gave her a strong wormer, I'll tell you that, ha." Jiangli hurriedly stopped his mouth in mid-sentence. Sure enough, in looking at Lu Xinyan's face, it had turned iron blue. "Sure enough, you know everything, don't you?" Jiangli hurriedly pretended to be stupid and said, "What do you know, I don't know anything, I'm just telling you guys fortune. I think that kind of medicine is helpful to you guys." Then why did you remind me to bring an extra set of clothes?" Lu Xinyan's beautiful eyes narrowed, not giving Jiangli a chance to respond. That I'm not thinking that you didn't look good in men's clothes at that time, and my heart said that you'd better change back to women's clothes to look better," Jiangli said without blushing. "You really don't know anything?" "I don't know, I really don't know. What are you talking about, senior sister?" Jiangli asked directly in return. Seeing this, Lu Xinyan also slightly suppressed the suspicion in her heart. "It's okay, I was just asking." Then, he took the initiative to digress and introduce Jiangli to the scenery and the usefulness of the various buildings within the Yin Shou sect. As the two of them walked, they unknowingly arrived at the mountain gate of the Yin Shou sect. Just as Lu Xinyan was smoothly introducing the mountain protecting formation for Jiangli, she coldly spoke up, "Senior brother, when Late Night couldn't help but incontinence, she must have died of embarrassment." "Ha, you are not seeing, she wanted to die at that moment." Feeling the pure to almost substantial killing intent beside him, Jiangli couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. "Elder sister, listen to me, this is something I will definitely rot in my stomach, and will definitely not eat you for the rest of your life, really, I swear." "Shameless, nasty, and you dare say you didn't know?" Lu Xinyan immediately raised her willow eyebrows and was about to teach Jiangli a lesson, but her face changed and she dragged Jiangli behind herself. Then, his gaze looked solemnly out of the mountain gate. Seeing this, Jiangli also knew that something was going on and carefully hid behind Lu Xinyan, poking his head out to look outside the mountain gate. Only an old man, supported by a child, slowly walked towards Yin Shou zone. Without waiting for Jiangli to inquire, Lu Xinyan spoke in a grave tone. The Holy Realm. Chapter 49, The Sudden Holy Realm. "You hurry up and inform senior sister, I'll deal with it here first." Not knowing the other party's intentions, Lu Xinyan could only act cautiously. "Senior sister is in the middle of a breakthrough, I'm afraid she won't be able to come. Let's see what's going on first, it shouldn't be dangerous." Unlike Lu Xinyan, who was like an enemy, Jiangli was calm and very curious. Lu Xinyan said anxiously, the other party is the Holy Realm. Before it's clear what's coming, I can't guarantee your safety, not even my own. You go back quickly, let everyone make preparations early, I'll be here first. Jiang Li, however, smiled and shook his head. No need, I see that you were looking very good today. Your luck is not good, but it's not bad either. There's no bloodshed. The chi above Lu Xinyan's head was only the most ordinary milky white color at the moment and did not undergo any changes. Therefore, Jiang Li judged that the old man should not have any malicious intent. Although she knew that Jiang Li's trigrams were divine, Lu Xinyan didn't dare to be careless in the face of a Saint Realm being. It had been nearly 100 years since there had been news of a Saint Realm in Ningzhou, and the sudden appearance of such a one made Lu Xinyan feel like an enemy. The only thing that made her heart feel slightly more at ease was that the other party did not conceal their cultivation, but rather revealed it in a generous manner, and it really did not seem like they had come to seek trouble. But it could just be that the other person doesn't care to do it. Taking a deep breath, Lu Xinyan directly walked out of the mountain gate and stepped out of the range of the ancestral grand formation. Senpai. She bowed respectfully towards the other. Late generation Lu Xinyan, I didn't know that seniors came to visit. I have missed the welcome. I hope that seniors atone for their sins. No offense, the old man came uninvited without prior notice and scared little friend, don't be offended. The old man had a white beard and hair, and his tone was kind and affable. Instead of being a Saint Realm powerhouse, it was more like an old man from the neighborhood. Lu Xinyan let out a slight sigh of relief and said, I don't know what senior can do for senior. I only heard the old man smilingly say, Old man Ling Yunzi, I'm here today, because I want to borrow one thing, with your clan. Lu Xinyan's heart tightened at once. Something that could be coveted by a Saint Realm must be very precious. It was just that she really couldn't think of anything within the Yinshou sect that could attract a Saint Realm powerhouse. So it's Senior Ling Yun, disrespectful, I don't know what senior is talking about, please inform the senior, so that the senior can also find it for the senior. Lu Xinyan did not dare to be careless and said. Ling Yunzi laughed and said, I just came from the White Tiger sect, and I heard that the Xuanzong order is now in your hands? Lu Xinyan was stunned at his words and frowned slightly. Senior, you are already in the Saint Realm, but you are also interested in the Xuanzong order? Ling Yunzi smiled and said, Of course I have nothing to use, it's not for my untalented disciple. With that, he said towards the boy beside him, Brat, aren't you arrogant all day long? Let you also open your eyes, in front of you this, but 12 years old Jin Dan, 18 years old will become the emperor of the absolute pride. Hearing Ling Yunzi's words, Lu Xinyan and Jiang Li then realized. This tiny child in front of him was actually already a Jin Dan realm cultivator as well. Hiss. This kid is 12 or 13 at most. Jiang Li couldn't help but say. I only saw that little boy make a bow to Lu Xinyan, but he didn't even look at Jiang Li, he just gave him a squinty look and said faintly, waste. Hey me. Jiang Li didn't dare to say more. If it wasn't for the presence of this Saint Realm in front of him, he would have had to teach this brat a good lesson. Seafoam, don't be rude, why don't you make amends to this little brother? Ling Yunzi chided. However, the little child named Seafoam only gave a faint cold snort and arrogantly turned his head away from speaking. Ling Yunzi smiled bitterly at the sight. There is no harm in being a religious old man, this little brother is not to be blamed. As the saying goes, a hand out is not a hand up, and for the sake of Ling Yunzi, Jiang Li would not bother with this little brat. Of course, he would never admit that he wouldn't dare. Elder is being overly concerned, how could I possibly be bothered with a child, ha ha ha. Jiang Li laughed and explained. No, you can't wait to punch him out of anger now. Ling Yunzi said with the same smile. When Jiang Li heard this, he tightened his smile. Because what Ling Yunzi said was really what he had in mind. Don't be afraid, I don't know what's in your mind, I just counted a fortune before I went out, this kid today, I'm afraid I'm going to get a beating, I couldn't pinpoint it at the beginning, but after I saw you, I felt that this fortune, I might have to be answered on you. Saying that, he looked Jiang Li up and down, realizing that Jiang Li was actually wearing a Taoist robe and then easily let out a cry, Taoist priest? Do you know how to tell fortunes? Jiang Li smiled faintly and said, slightly. Oh. Ling Yunzi's eyes lit up and said, hexagrams, shiman, plum blossoms, face reading, ziwei do shu, and character measurement? When Jiang Li heard this, he couldn't help but glance at Lu Xinyan beside him and said, palmistry, good or bad luck? Ling Yunzi immediately came to be interested and said, Taoist, read the face. He was about to chat more with Jiang Li, but he might as well have the little brat Seafoam complaining from the side, Master, we're here for business. Aya, wait for a while and then say it again, for the teacher I'm so hard to see will be trigrams, you want me to talk more? The brat Seafoam looked at Jiang Li and sneered, just him, a handful of years have lived to a dog, look at the bone age over 20, right, still only Jindan stage, such a waste, what will be the trigrams? When Ling Yunzi heard this, he immediately said with a scowl on his face, you must not be rude. But Seafoam is not afraid of this master of his at all, I am telling the truth, you discuss the trigrams with him, you might as well discuss it with me, look at him like that, what can he know? Do you really think that wearing a Taoist robe is a Taoist priest? I think he is clearly a bald donkey with hair. The little fart isn't very big, but his mouth is quite poisonous. Jiang Li's violent temper, how could he tolerate it? He looked at the little kid's head of the black mass of not very thorough chi. Heart know that the old man is calculated correctly. This trigrams today is not due to him. He also have to take the initiative to take the cause and effect over. This little kid today is not able to escape him this beating. Little brat, I don't know about anything else, but I do know one thing. Elder Lingyan has calculated correctly. You won't be able to escape this beating today. When Lingyan heard this, a flash of color appeared in his eyes. You see it too, little brother? Zhongli nodded and said, Senior, how about letting me read his fortune? Lingyun immediately nodded and said, Look. But he heard Si Feng yell, Who wants him to read my fortune? He's worthy. Zhongli glanced at Lingyun, only to see Lingyun take a slight step back and give him a you are at your own pace look before looking elsewhere in his old mind. Zhongli's heart was greatly relieved when he saw this. Little brat, if I don't beat the out of you today, you won't know how to write the word daddy. Zhongli thought in his heart with a hefty smile. He then rolled up his sleeves and headed towards Si Feng. Si Feng, however, laughed coldly, Master, it would be fine if it was this big sister, but just him, he wants to teach me a lesson? Lu Xinyan saw the situation, the heart was anxious, just about to speak, heard Ling Yunzi faintly said, Girl is not anxious, let this little brother teach this brat a lesson, or let him know what is a mountain and a mountain high. Lu Xinyan, however, said anxiously, Your disciple is a heavenly prodigy, how can he be an opponent for Zhongli? Cultivation did not depend on age, and with a heavenly pride like Si Feng, how could Zhongli, who had only reached the Jindan realm at the age of 20, be his opponent? Especially since the other party also had such a Saint Realm master as Ling Yunzi, with innate conditions that were even much better than his own back then. Girl, this little Taoist master is not as weak as you think. Ling Yunzi, however, always had a smile on his face and seemed to be very optimistic about Zhongli. Chapter 50 Fighting with a Brat. Lu Xinyan had never seen Zhongli fight someone before. From Lin Evening's mouth, it seemed that he hadn't seen Zhongli having any conflicts with people in the secret realm either. Now that she suddenly had to spar with a Saint Realm disciple, Lu Xinyan was very worried in her heart. Zhongli, are you okay? Lu Xinyan couldn't help but ask. Zhongli sniffed and turned back to her and laughed. Why are you asking me that in front of outsiders? It's embarrassing, okay? Bah! Lu Xinyan couldn't help but spit towards him, her face as ripe as it was. Ling Yunzi, however, looked at Zhongli with a smile on his face, admiration in his eyes. This son is not inferior to me back then. He thought this in his mind. Rubbish, even this sister knows that you can't do it and you dare to challenge me. Kid Si Feng sneered and looked at Zhongli, Don't worry, I'm a very reasonable person, I won't hit you hard if I want to take the Xianzong order from you guys later. Zhongli heard, eyebrows raised, You call her his sister, call me but also has been waste. Visible you are not no upbringing bare child, but also a bit of color, but today dad will teach you, what is called people cannot look like, seawater cannot be measured, what is called outside the people, outside the sky. After saying that, Zhongli directly arrived in front of the little brat, Si Feng, with a single healthy step, so fast that he didn't give him a chance to react at all. Body work. The little brat Si Feng's eyes suddenly glazed over, his eyes filled with unbelief. Didn't they say that Yin Xiu sect disciples are all sword cultivators? Koan Gua, earth binding. Immediately, the little brat muttered softly under his breath, and with his hands forming a seal, he was about to slap towards the ground. But Zhongli was already close, so how could he give him this chance? Only his hands were seen as fast as lightning like a poisonous dragon coming out of a cave. Straight away, he grabbed the brat's arm and lifted it up. However, the little brat reacted quickly, knowing the danger of being approached by a body cultivator, and immediately took action. I only saw him make a seal with one hand, Sundown Gua, wind spirit. This time, his voice was much higher. After shouting this sentence, Zhongli only felt as if what he was holding onto was not a person, but a gust of wind. Ask who can catch the wind. The little brat immediately fled from his hands as if it were a gust of wind. There was a mistake in the calculation, I didn't expect that you, this waste, was actually a physical cultivator, but it doesn't matter, Having just landed on the ground, the little brat was ready to say something about the scene, trying to regain face. But before the words were finished, a fist in front of him blocked the latter half of the sentence, back. Pop. Ouch. At the critical moment, Zhongli transformed his fist into a finger and flexed his finger directly on his head, popping a brain crash. Kid, here's your first lesson for today, fight without bull. The little brat Si Feng immediately covered his head and shouted under his breath, Wind spirit. Then, it once again turned into a gust of wind and drifted away from in front of Zhongli. Ground. Just as he was about to cast another spell, Zhongli rushed up once again, not giving him any time to cast a spell. Only Zhongli did not hesitate and with a low sweep, he lifted Si Feng to the ground. Then he grabbed his hands and twisted them directly behind his back, and also squeezed his hands directly tightly, not giving him the chance to make a seal with one hand. Finally a hand to lift him up, little brat, give you another lesson, in the future fights, do not be so middle-aged shouting moves, even if the name is loud and clear, shouting out that other people know, early preparation, but also a fart. How about it, which one of us is the trash now? Little trash. Where had the little brat received such aggravation? He immediately shouted, I was careless, Yen Xiuzong are all sword cultivators, I thought you were a sword cultivator as well, if I had known that you were a physical cultivator, I wouldn't have given you a chance to get close at all. Hey, you're quite good at making excuses, so you're not convinced? Zhongli patted his little face and said. Sure, have the balls to put me down and we'll start over. Zhongli smiled when he heard this. This little kid, he hasn't got a clue what's going on. Immediately afterward, he looked at Ling Yunzi, who was to the side, and said, Senior, haven't you ever told him how to fight with people? Ling Yunzi smiled at his words and laughed, this brat is spoiled by me, he usually has his eyes high above the ground, where does he understand this? Today it's just right to let little brother help me make up for this lesson. How about anything? Jiang Li asked. As long as you don't die, feel free. When Jiang Li heard this, he nodded and said, Senior, then I'll be polite. With that, he looked at the little brat, Sifeng, and hemmed and hawed, if you don't submit, what can you do? Saying that, he directly counted down on his body in succession, sealing his entire body's cultivation. Then as soon as he stripped his pants down, across his lap, towards the white and tender cheeks, he directly slapped them. Pop! A crisp ringing sound rang out. Whether it was Lu Xinyan or Ling Yunzi, they were all numbed by Jiang Li's maneuvers. The little brat's eyes were even wider, full of disbelief. You. I'm going to kill you, little master, I'm going to kill you. Sifeng kept struggling in Jiang Bai's hands, trying to break free from him. Seeing this, Lu Xinyan was afraid that Jiang Li would cause trouble, and hurriedly shouted, Jiang Li, quickly put down Sifeng's younger brother. Afterward, he turned his head to Ling Yunzi and said, Senior, Jiang Li, he doesn't have any malicious intent, he's just used to being casual on a regular basis, At this moment, Lu Xinyan didn't know how to explain for him. Ling Yunzi, however, stroked his beard and laughed, no harm, no foul, I've said that I can't die casually, but this is good, such a good idea, why didn't I think of it? But Lu Xinyan said anxiously, Senior, Sifeng's younger brother is still young, today's humiliation, I'm afraid that in the future. She was worried that a proud little kid like Sifeng, who was insulted by Jiang Li like this, would grow up later, and I'm afraid that he would retaliate back in a frenzy. It would be fine if it was an ordinary person, but Sifeng's master, he was in the saint realm. But Ling Yunzi didn't see it that way. He smiled and said, Today, if little brother Jiang can teach him a lesson and convince him, it may not be a good thing. Lu Xinyan wanted to say that it might not be a good thing for your disciples, but it might not necessarily be a good thing for Jiang Li. However, she couldn't say such words and could only look at Jiang Li anxiously, hoping that he would stop earlier. Little brat, you're not very old, but your mouth is not clean, Elder Lingyan favors you, but when you're outside, who will still favor you, this beating today, you'll remember it for me. Jiang Li's hand was very dark, and soon the little brat's butt was red and swollen from his slap. Xinhua, break! Only to see the little brat bite through his tongue and spray out a mouthful of essence blood. Then, there was a thunderbolt that struck towards Jiang Li without any warning. As a last resort, Jiang Li could only throw him out as soon as he could and then quickly dodged. As for the little brat, Sifeng, he used the power of this thunderbolt to break Jiang Li's seal, straight through. He stared ferociously at Jiang Li and gritted his teeth, You punk who only practiced physical body, thinking that physical cultivation can restrain me? Today, I'll let you see what a real cultivator is. Chapter 51 To Turn the Tide. The little brat, Sifeng, instinctively tried to shout the name of the jutsu again. However, after seeing Jiang Li's smirking eyes, he still held back hard. With the lesson he had learned from before, he pulled away enough from Jiang Li at the first opportunity. Then, with a slap of his hands on the ground, a circle of earth walls rumbled up around Jiang Li, trapping him in it and also obstructing his vision. However, Jiang Li just easily punched the earth wall in front of him and shattered it directly. But at this moment, many earthen walls had densely appeared in front of him, straddling the middle of the two. Little brother, be careful, this disciple of mine is really angry, be careful. Ling Yunzi reminded in a low voice from the side. Master, who exactly are you helping? The little brat sniffed and immediately yelled. Ling Yunzi just laughed twice and didn't say anything. Seeing this, the brat let out a cold snort, then loudly said to Jiang Li, Now, I'll let you see my true strength. Xinhua, thunder rising. Just after hearing his words, a large dark cloud quickly condensed above Jiang Li's head. A shining arc of thunder traveled through the clouds. Jiang Li could feel that the thunder and lightning in the clouds were rapidly converging, just waiting to fall on his head after reaching its peak. Scared, this thunder, even the early stage of Yuaning wouldn't dare to take it hard. If you kneel down and beg for forgiveness from me now, little master might be able to spare your life. Jiang Li shook his head and said, You thunder, I'm afraid you'll have to gather for a while yet. The little brat sneered, What, you still want to get as close as you did just now? By the time you break these earth walls, my thunder, too, will have gathered long ago, ha 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 ha. Jiang Bai didn't reply, nor did he break through the wall, instead, he just stood still. When the little brat saw this, he was a bit puzzled in his heart, not knowing what Jiang Li was up to, but his hands accelerated the speed of condensing the lightning. Jiang Li just waited, looking at the thunderclouds overhead from time to time. Until finally, the thunderbolts in the robbery cloud finally condensed. Ha 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 ha, punk, no matter what tricks you have, it's too late now. With such a distance from me, it's impossible for you to get close even if you want to now. Quickly kneel down and beg for mercy. A look of pleasure flashed in the little brat's eyes in great anticipation. Zhongli didn't speak to him, but turned his head to Ling Yunzi and said, "Senior, this disciple of yours, he's too naive." Ling Yunzi smiled and laughed. "Although I don't know what little brother has in store for him, I still have to remind you that this lightning power is truly extraordinary, and the unusual Yuaning stage wouldn't dare to take it on the hard way." Zhongli nodded and said, "Techniques passed down from seniors are naturally good, but it also depends on how the person using them is doing." After saying that, he looked at the little brat and said with the corner of his mouth curled up, "I'm not going to get close enough to pin you down all the same." Oomph, bluff. Seeing this, the little brat wasn't going to talk any more nonsense and was about to pinch his finger and draw the lightning down to split Zhongli. However, Zhongli suddenly pinched a sword trick, and a flying sword, in an instant, flew in front of him and topped his brow. Feeling the coldness coming from the tip of the sword, the little brat didn't dare to move the slightest bit at all. The hand seals that had just been pinched halfway through were also forced to stop. Gulp! The little brat swallowed hard. Aren't you a body cultivator? Why are you still a sword cultivator?" Zhongli narrowed his eyes and laughed. "When did I ever say that I'm not a sword cultivator?" Afterward, he said in a cold voice, "A mouthful of trash, a mouthful of trash. Now I ask you, who is the trash? Empty of a heaven-defying technique, and you don't even know how to utilize it at the most basic level, genius? Bull." Afterwards, Zhongli looked at Ling Yunzi and said, "Senior, this technique looks like it's very comprehensive. Just now he performed 3 ways of stance, control, and attack. If I guess correctly, the defense must be there as well." Ling Yunzi smiled and said, "That's right, this set of techniques, there are hardly any shortcomings, and it's even stronger in attack." Zhongli nodded and looked at the little brat again. "A good thing falls into your hands and gets dusty, and you say you're not a waste? Where am I waste? Every single technique I have cultivated to the current extreme, just this lightning strike down, even the unusual Yuaning stage can't catch it. There is almost no one in the same realm who can defeat it. What makes you say I am a waste?" The little kid didn't dare to move, but he was still talking tough. "The lion wrestles with the rabbit also uses all its strength. At the beginning you are contemptuous of me lightly, more certainly thought that I am just an ordinary physical cultivation. How, have not seen the double cultivation of the people, see this shallow, but also dare to call yourself a genius?" Zhongli's mouth showed no mercy at all, pointing out all the shortcomings of the little brat, Sifeng, in the most vicious language. The little brat listened in, wanting to retort, but not being able to say a word. Zhongli, who had been addicted to teaching in the Yinshou sect for the past 2 days, was getting more and more energized, and was close to pointing directly at Sifeng's nose and scolding him as if he were his own incompetent student. Seeing this, Ling Yunzi was slightly surprised and inquired, Is he usually like this?" Lu Xinyan said awkwardly, "Senior brother Jiang is in the sect, in charge of teaching disciples." "Oh." When Ling Yunzi heard this, he immediately brightened up and looked at Zhongli with a more appreciative gaze. "I just got careless, I won't next time." The little kid was scolded by Zhongli with a red face and thick neck, but what Zhongli said was really his shortcomings, making him want to retort cannot say anything. In the end, only such an interface could be found. Will the enemy spare you because you were careless? Naive trash. Zhongli scolded. After all, Sifeng was only a child in his teens. When had he ever suffered such aggravation? And immediately looked towards Ling Yunzi, wanting to seek comfort from his master. However, Ling Yunzi simply turned his head to the side without looking at him with a cruel heart. "Hey, where are you looking?" Zhongli suddenly let out a broken cry, staring Sifeng directly. A pair of big eyes immediately brimmed with tears. "Since you said you were careless, then fine, I'll give you one more chance. Let's start over and remove the spell," Zhongli said in a cold voice. Not being able to get Ling Yunzi's help, he knew in his heart that his master would not help him. There was nothing he could do but listen to Zhang Li's words and remove the spell. Zhongli also retrieved his long sword, and at the same time, he also realized that the black chi on top of Sifeng's head had dissipated with the beating he had just given him. In its place, there was a light golden glow. Apparently, this little kid is going to start getting lucky. Zhongli, who had already missed a fortune, couldn't let go of this opportunity at this time. He couldn't even help but think that if he could draw the gongfu that this little brat cultivated, then he would have made a fortune. That's a real saint's law. Zhongli's eyes rolled, and his face, which was originally bored, suddenly gave a start and said, "Oops, senior, this disciple of yours is really a heavenly talent. This is going to be lucky." Chapter 52 The wonderful use of sending and receiving depends on a single mind. Ling Yunzi was slightly surprised when he heard Jiang Li's words. He was originally a divination expert. A divination technique can be a few god. He looked at his own disciple, frowning and pinching his fingers for a long time, but didn't figure it out. Taking another look at Jiang Li's slightly pompous smile, his heart was somewhat enlightened. He thought that Jiang Li must be afraid of Sifeng's retaliation in the future and deliberately said something good. In this regard, Ling Yunzi understood this in his heart. After all, this saint realm name of his wasn't something that anyone could truly ignore. It was already rare to find someone like Zhongli who was able to communicate with him in a normal manner. On the side of Lu Xinyan, the kind of caution she felt when facing him was the most normal state of the onlookers when facing him. Maybe. Ling Yunzi snorted, ready to say something on the spot to help Zhongli feel relieved. He just couldn't possibly let his disciple, even if he was more protective, become the kind of person who didn't distinguish between black and white and who was vindictive. How could Zhongli not hear Ling Yunzi's meaning, and he had quite a bit of respect for the Sacred Realm Senior. Senior, what Senior said is not polite. Zhongli laughed. Ling Yunzi heard this and was surprised. Oh? How? In the Linjiunzi this real truth in front of the trigrams everyone, Zhongli is not good blind nonsense, I view Sifong little fart. Children, bless long, there is a big luck plus body, just now there is indeed a bit of black gas around, but now has disappeared, turn to blessed luck, Senior if you agree, may as well let the evening generation count for him, how about it? Ling Yunzi looked for half a day, and did not see any fortune from Sifong, and immediately wondered, do you really see it? Zhongli nodded, never false. If it came to Gongfu cultivation, Ling Yunzi didn't dare to say that he was invincible in the world. But when it comes to trigramming, it's definitely second to none. How did Zhongli see what he himself didn't see? He was immediately curious, then please try it, little brother? Zhongli laughed, try it. Ling Yunzi immediately called Sifong to his side, let your big brother Jiang help you tell your fortune. Although Sifong no longer dared to be reckless in front of Zhongli, he still didn't have a good face towards Zhongli. Master, if you can't see it, what can he see? Don't think it's a deliberate claptrap to try to impress you. Sifong had seen a lot of things like this. The identity of his own master, more than enough people want to climb the relationship, what kind of methods there are. Zhongli's classy approach was much more old-fashioned. Ling Yunzi was also a bit skeptical when his own disciple said so. For a moment, the appreciation for Zhongli in his heart lowered a lot. If Zhongli really just wanted to be in front of him and purposely draw attention to himself for the sake of it, then that would be too disappointing for him. Thought I had found a young man, unusual for the world. Turns out, it was still his own wishful thinking. Zhongli didn't pay attention to Ling Yunzi's change, but instead looked at Sifong and said, make a bet? You say? In the little kid's eyes, he was still unconvinced, but he had tightened up a lot. If I calculate correctly, when you see me in the future, you have to call Dad. Big brother. When the words came to his lips, Zhongli still changed them, not being too arrogant for Ling Yunzi's sake. Okay, if you can't do the math, you call me big brother. It's a deal. It's a deal. After receiving Sifang's affirmation, a curtain of light appeared in front of Zhongli. Zhongli couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the contents on it. No wonder Ling Yunzi treated him like a treasure. This little brat, aside from his bad personality, his talent is really overwhelming. Even more so than Lu Xinyan, ever. Little brat, do you believe that if you fight me again, you will have an epiphany? Hearing Zhang Li's words, before Sifong had a chance to speak, Ling Yunzi laughed, little brother, that's too exaggerated, I might still believe that he has improved, an epiphany? The old man has wasted his life, and he hasn't had a few such opportunities, he's only 13 years old, he doesn't have this kind of life experience yet. Even the person in question, Sifong, who was arrogant to the core of his mind, opened his mouth, although what you said about little master is very pleasing to my heart, but this is too outrageous of you. Ha 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 ha. On the side of Lu Xinyan, also some embarrassment to cover the face said, Senior brother, you are afraid that you do not know the epiphany, for the cultivator what it means, I cultivate so far, but also only once. Seeing the disbelieving faces of all three, Zhongli shook his head and laughed, Senior sister, if they don't believe me, do you really not believe me either? Lu Xinyan looked at the smile in Zhongli's eyes, in associating all the previous things. Elder, I believe that my senior, brother Sifong, may truly be able to do what adults cannot. Oh? You think so highly of this brat? Ling Yunzi asked in surprise as he pointed at Sifong. Lu Xinyan shook her head and said, I do believe in my senior brother, it's impossible for him to miscalculate. Ling Yunzi couldn't help but look at Zhongli one more time when he heard this. Much ado about nothing, come on junior, let me teach you in a good way, the law, how it should be fought, the fight, how it should be fought. Zhongli didn't give Sifong a chance to prepare, he directly gripped his neck collar and threw it out. Sifong cursed several times in the air with his teeth and claws open before he finally stabilized his form and landed firmly on the ground. Without any hesitation, the moment Sifong came up, he went all out, not daring to be careless and not giving Zhongli any chance. Or is it a dirt wall that closes the road and obscures the view? At the same time, he moved quickly, not giving Zhongli a chance to get close enough to catch himself. Even more so, he put a watery shield over himself and once again sought out the thunderclouds to build up his lightning. At the same time, there were countless flames like flying birds that blasted towards Zhongli, harassing him at all times. This time, he used almost everything he had learned, all of it. Doing what Zhang Li said, when a lion fights a rabbit, it also uses its full strength. He was confident at the moment that Zhongli, who was at the same Jindan realm, could never be a match for him, a high disciple of the Saint realm. From the bottom, it's so much worse. Jiang Li was able to beat him before, it was just that he was careless. The first time, it was because he didn't expect Jiang Li to be a physical cultivator, and he was approached. The second time, it was that I didn't expect Jiang Li to actually take a double break and forgot to take precautions. This third time, he was eager to see what else Jiang Li could do. You say, is it possible that just by fighting for hard power, you're no match for me either? Just as Si Feng was thinking about how Jiang Li would deal with him, Jiang Li actually used his physical body directly, like a humanoid demonic beast, to brutally break through the layers of earth walls in front of him, running straight toward him. Those walls of earth, surprisingly, couldn't cause any obstruction to him. A flying sword, moreover, flew up and down around him, making those firebirds unable to get close. Ling Yunzi couldn't help but stare in disbelief upon seeing this scene. This son's utilization of the arts has actually reached the realm of sending and receiving the best of the best, stored in one mind. Chapter 53, How did you figure it out? Ling Yunzi had a high opinion of Jiang Li. The first time he saw him, he realized that this son had only reached the Jindan realm despite being at this age, and his talent was not worth mentioning compared to Si Feng. But it was deeply rooted and compacted, without any flaws. That was why he judged that Si Feng, who didn't have much experience in actual combat and was high-minded, wouldn't be his opponent. He wanted to borrow Jiang Li's hand to teach his own disciples a lesson. But now, it seemed that Jiang Li not only had a deep foundation, but his understanding of the use of arts was even more wonderful. Si Feng looked very bluffing, with all sorts of jutsu coming out. In fact, many of them are ineffective attacks. Jiang Li, on the other hand, didn't make a single superfluous movement. Obviously, with regards to the understanding of their own techniques, the two were not comparable at all. Even when he looked at it, he couldn't help but marvel at the fact that there would actually be someone who had developed their own arts to such a high level. Lu Xinyan, who was on the side, also had a strange color in her beautiful eyes. Although it had always been known that Jiang Li's understanding of the clear spirit sword technique was beyond the norm, and even she was no match for it. However, in this kind of actual battle, Jiang Li was still able to exert 102% of his strength, which still made him feel impressed with Jiang Li. This sword technique he is using, it should be the clear spirit sword technique within your sect. Ling Yunzi suddenly said. Lu Xinyan nodded and said, Senior has good eyesight, yes. This sword technique is still powerful, with more dexterity and less backbone, but look at him, he has skillfully compensated for this through his own application. It is evident that his understanding of this sword technique is not even inferior to the creator. On this point, it is no exaggeration to say that he is invincible in the same realm. Although in Ling Yunzi's words, he somewhat looked down on the clear spirit sword technique. But he was qualified for it, and Ryu Xin Yan didn't think so. On the contrary, the praise for Jiang Li made Lu Xinyan a little surprised. Elder brother him, is he that terrifying? Ling Yunzi nodded seriously and said, if he can do this for all feats, he definitely deserves the 4 words invincible in the same realm. The grade of a feat determines the lower limit of the feat, but the person who cultivates it determines the upper limit. You see, my disciple, only the simplest of art stacking, all rely on the power of the gongfu itself against the enemy, while Jiang little brother, but completely played beyond the power of the gongfu itself. Between the two, in fact, no need to compare, the high and the low. If it is not Jiang little brother to give face to the old man, that brat in his hands, simply cannot hold out for 3 rounds. As Lu Xinyan listened to Ling Yunzi speak so highly of Jiang Li, her heart couldn't help but become more and more curious about Jiang Li. What kind of wonderful person could have done this? Just as the two of them were talking, Jiang Li had already relied on his absolute strength and arrived in front of the little brat once again. Si Feng only had time to let out a strange cry before Jiang Li threw a punch and blasted it on top of the water shield. The water shield immediately emitted ripples as if it was dissolving the power from Jiang Li's fist. However, the next moment, the long sword was taken in Jiang Li's hand and chopped on top of the water shield. On the sword, it immediately bloomed with brilliant sword light, and in Si Feng's incredulous gaze, it chopped through the water shield directly, turning it into a sky full of water. When Lu Xinyan saw this, her beautiful eyes were also filled with different colors. Jiang Li, this was a move from the Qingling sword technique and she knew the same. However, when she was in the Jindan realm, she could not use such power. Jiang Li didn't give Si Feng a chance to react at all, and after chopping open the water shield, he directly used his sword and slapped it on his arm, interrupting his movements as he prepared to cast a spell. This time, if he had used a sword blade, Si Feng's hand would have been chopped off by him. Jiang Li used his long sword and pressed it against his brow once again and said, Little brat, you've lost. Brute force to break the barrier, skillful force to break the law. The attack is like a tidal wave, continuous and unceasing. The application of the gong method, wonderful and flawless. This son is truly a heavenly prodigy. Ling Yunzi couldn't help but praise. And in the eyes of the little brat at the moment, Jiang Li's figure almost filled his field of vision. Just now, he asked himself that he didn't have any gullibility, and even more so, he had exerted a strength far beyond his usual strength. The articulation between several jutsu in succession was without any problems. He was confident that if he were an unusual Jindan cultivator, there was absolutely no way that he would be able to fling out so many spells in this extremely short period of time as he did. However, in front of Jiang Li, it was not half as effective. This time, the most powerful thunder spell, before it even had time to finish brewing, was itself being held against the center of his eyebrows with a sword, once again. He had also watched Zhang Li's actions just now. Unlike Lu Xinyan and Ling Yunzi. In his eyes, Zhang Li's set of attacks came down in a flowing stream filled with a strange beauty. Limit. In Xifeng's mind, such a word suddenly popped up. All of Zhang Li's movements were interpreting this word. With the strong physique of a physical cultivator, he broke through the earth wall, and with his sword art, he blocked his harassing firebirds, and finally, after a sword slammed on his water shield, he immediately stuck in the gap where the water shield was unloading, and chopped the water shield with a sword. The whole process, precise as if it had not been done by a human being, was not the least bit superfluous. In the end, he had to understand his own gungfu to how thoroughly he could make this series of operations. Especially when Jiangli used the royal sword technique to block his firebird, none of the swords were redundant. It was as if the two were working together, as if those firebirds, of their own accord, were crashing into his sword. The force of each sword was also just enough to break through his firebird. Xifeng was a supreme genius, so he had an extraordinary natural admiration for the strong. Naturally, there would also be a heartfelt contempt for ordinary cultivators. That's why he was very kind to Lu Xinyan later on, but disdained Jiangli, an ordinary cultivator who was only Jindan at the age of 20. In other people's eyes, 20-year-old Jindan cultivator, or can be called a heavenly pride. But in his eyes, it was really just ordinary. But today, Zhang Li, an ordinary Jindan cultivator, had given him a solid lesson. He had never thought that fighting could be done to Zhang Li like this. Gradually, the gaze he looked at Zhang Li had changed from disdain in the beginning to scorn later on, and had turned into adoration now. The kind of feeling Zhang Li had, he also wanted to have. He also wanted to be as extreme as Zhang Li. In his mind, he kept replaying those actions of Zhang Li just now. That otherworldly beauty was etched deep into his soul. A wave of Tao energy suddenly flowed out from him. Seeing this, Zhang Li smiled faintly and withdrew the long sword that was against his brow. Then turning his head, he said to Ling Yunzi and Lu Xinyan, who were watching the battle from the side, "Senior, this little brat had an epiphany." Lu Xinyan was fine. Out of her trust in Zhang Li, she was more or less prepared for the scene in front of her. Ling Yunzi, however, was wide-eyed. What surprised him was not that his disciple had actually had an epiphany. Rather, it was Zhang Li who actually did calculate what he hadn't calculated. He didn't even look at his horribly talented disciple, instead he looked at Zhang Li with a face like he had seen a ghost. "Quickly tell me, how did you figure it out?" Chapter 54, Ling Yunzi's favor. "So and so, this and this, do you understand?" Zhang Li said with a serious face. Ling Yunzi looked at Lu Xinyan with a dumbfounded look on his face, and after pondering for a moment asked, "Girl, do you understand?" Lu Xinyan shook her head and looked at Ling Yunzi with a very clear and stupid gaze and said, "If you don't understand, senior, then I understand even less." Ling Yunzi thought for a moment and then looked at Zhang Li. "Would you please say that again?" Zhang Li's forehead was sweating, but he was still patient enough to speak again. "So and so, this and this." Ling Yunzi. "I get it, this is talent, the average person can't learn it." Zhang Li had a pleased smile on his face as he wiped the sweat and said, "Senior, you really are a high-level person, you can see all this." Ling Yunzi's old face collapsed. Do not want to say, I am the kind of coveting other people's secrets of the bad guys, that is, you Ningzhou this poor countryside, and so you go out, the human road 36 states you casually ask about the old man's name, who do not know that I am a famous old man, change the other people, and you can talk to you well here? Zhang Li and Lu Xinyan nodded their heads busily in response to his words. After the jokes, Ling Yunzi was finally reminded of his beloved disciple. Looking to the side, was sitting cross-legged, closed his eyes and frowned in contemplation, entering the realm of oblivion. Xifeng could not help but sigh, this brat really is favored by the fate of heaven, simply cut a duel once, can stumble upon such a chance, call for people to envy. With that, he looked at Zhang Li and said, "I'm here to take his place and thank you for your help, little brother." Saying that, he even turned to Zhang Li and cupped his fists in a salute. Ling Yunzi's actions immediately caused Zhang Li to be a bit frazzled. Elder is overstated, this is all a little kid. Xifeng children rely on their own enlightenment to get, and has nothing to do with the late generation. Ling Yunzi shook his head and said, although the old man is old, but his eyes are not yet blurred, exactly how, see very clearly, in fact, in a sense, your talent is truly rare in the world. Zhang Li hurriedly waved his hand and said modestly, a 20-year-old Jindan is indeed considered a genius in Ningzhou, but compared to little kid and senior sister Lu, it's not even close. Ling Yunzi patted his shoulder and said, genius is divided into many kinds, their cultivation speed is beyond normal, is considered a kind of, your understanding of the use of arts and techniques, really do send and receive the wonderful, stored in one heart, is also a kind of, and even to be more than them, even more rare. Cultivation relies on time and perseverance, it can eventually be raised, but the understanding of the Tao, of the law, is more important, it's good that your cultivation grows slower instead. The old man observes that although your cultivation is low, your foundation is solid, and although you are only 20 years old, it seems that you have been hammering away for 100 years, so it is evident that you have truly put in the hard work. From this we can see, whether it is talent or heart, you are the top choice. The only disadvantage of low cultivation, put on you, with your unhurried and impatient nature of mind, but rather complement each other. As long as the future did not die early, between heaven and earth, there will be a place for you. The more Ling Yunzi said, the brighter his eyes became, and the gaze he looked at Zhongli was even more favorite. Are you interested in worshipping me as a teacher? Ling Yunzi suddenly spoke. Zhongli was stunned at his words. You know very well what your own virtues are. Wasn't his so-called cultivation that had been hammered for 100 years relying on the 100 years of cultivation points in the reward card? If he followed Ling Yunzi's normal cultivation, he would probably reveal himself in minutes. Zhongli looked at Lu Xinyan with some difficulty. When Lu Xinyan saw Zhongli looking at her, her eyes were also slightly anxious. A saint realm taking the initiative to accept a disciple, this was a good thing that no one else could even beg for. However, in her heart, she didn't really want Zhongli to worship Ling Yunzi as his master. This would mean that Zhongli would follow the other party and leave the Yanshou sect. I'm afraid it won't be easy for the two of them to see each other again. But she also knew that she couldn't possibly drag Zhongli's future down just for the sake of her own petty thoughts. Senior brother Jiang, the senior wants to take you as a disciple. It's a heavenly opportunity. You. Senior, can I refuse? Zhongli's tone was a bit weak. He really didn't know if it was good or not to reject a Saint Realm's favor so directly. For the time being, I also wonder if this world has the habit of strangling geniuses in their cradles. When Ling Yunzi heard this, he didn't get angry, but instead said curiously, do you know how many people want to worship me as a teacher without being able to get through the door? Zhongli smiled helplessly and said, I naturally understand that it's a blessing for me that senior can look up to me, but to be a man you have to have a beginning and an end. Since I'm already a member of the Yanshou sect, there's no such thing as a change of family. As long as the Yanshou sect doesn't fail me, I won't fail the Yanshou sect. A divine light flashed in Ling Yunzi's eyes, and the admiration in his eyes intensified. Good. What a good one to have a beginning and an end. People have their own aspirations. I won't force you. If one day you figure it out, under the old man's door, there will always be a place for you. Zhongli immediately cupped his fists and saluted. Senior, thank you for your appreciation. Ling Yunzi nodded, then looked in the direction of the Yanshou sect's mountain gate. At some point, many Yanshou sect disciples had already gathered there, and Lin Evening Night was among them. Get some men and help the old man guard the boy. Let's go in and talk. Saying that, without giving Lu Xinyan and Zhongli a chance to refuse, he directly walked into the Yanshou sect as if he was the master of the place. Zhongli couldn't help but feel a bit mesmerized in his heart when he saw this. Ling Yunzi, the old man with a good temper and a good heart are all like this. I wonder what kind of domineering appearance the rest of the sacred realm would have. Lu Xinyan didn't dare to be negligent, and directly looked for a few harmonization stage clan deacons to carefully watch over the seafoam who had entered into an epiphany. Only then did he hurriedly follow Ling Yunzi and lead the other party to the Yanshou sect's meeting hall. After a few people were seated, Lu Xinyan spoke, Seniors, forgive me. At a time like this, the late senior's sister as the patriarch should have shown up to meet seniors, but she is now in the critical moment of her closed-door realm breaking, so it's really not too convenient. Ling Yunzi shook his head, unconcerned. These mundane rituals, the old man still does not care. Cultivation is the big thing. You and others do not need to care. Let's just talk business. Lu Xinyan naturally understood the other party's meaning, and very sensibly took out the Xuanzong order that he had asked for from the White Tiger sect. Senior, this is taking the Xuanzong order. When Lu Xinyan handed the Xuanzong order to the other party, there was clearly some flesh pain in her eyes. Ling Yunzi saw it in his eyes and couldn't help but laugh. Why, can't you give it up? Lu Xinyan sighed slightly and said, since Senior asked, Senior will also dare to say it. It does hurt like hell. With this token, my Yanshou sect may be able to go to the next level. This is related to the future of nearly 1,000 disciples up and down the Yanshou sect. Senior has not been generous enough to that extent. Ling Yunzi laughed loudly and said, don't worry, old man is not the kind of shameless person. Naturally will give you some compensation, and this Xuanzong order, not what you think, can only take one person into that place. Chapter 55, Xian Tian Sect. Zhongli looked at Ling Yunzi's hand, the ancient and simple token flying up and down, and asked curiously, the Xuanzong order, what exactly is it? Hearing Zhang Li ask this, a trace of yearning flashed through Lu Xinyan's beautiful eyes. Xianzong order is the key to open Xian Tian Zong. As long as you can enter it, you can be inside, and get unexpected benefits, opportunities, feats. Zhongli was a bit surprised when he heard that. It looks like there are great opportunities within this Xian heavenly sect, it's just that even the two of you are so desirous, it's evident. Ling Yunzi nodded and said, that's right, as long as the cultivators who come back alive from inside, they will all be at least one party's hegemon in the future, and it's not difficult to achieve the Emperor realm. If it's just that, it's just that. What's even more rare is that there have been people who have seen immortal weapons in there. Immortal weapon? Zhongli was slightly stunned. He did hear about this world, the legend of the immortals. But no one has ever seen it. Not bad. Rumor has it that the Xian heavenly sect was once an immortal sect and for some unknown reason landed on the earthly road, which is why there are countless opportunities within. However, the dangers are all the same. Ling Yunzi explained slightly. Zhongli frowned. Since there are so many opportunities within this Xian heavenly sect, wouldn't they have been hijacked by a great power like you long ago? Ling Yunzi shook his head and said, do you take it that others don't want to? But the Xian Tian sect only opens once every 100 years, and only those below the Yuaning stage with a Xianzong order can enter. What kind of messed up setting is this? Zhongli spat. If you ask me, who am I going to ask if you have the guts to go inside the Xian Tian sect and find someone to ask? But I'm afraid the chances of encountering a living creature in there is no easier than if you were to fly up in place. Zhongli heard Ling Yunzi's words and immediately asked after him, living things? Ling Yunzi nodded and said, inside there aren't any living beings, but there are countless ghosts floating around, and among them, there are many existences whose strength is comparable to the Saint Realm. Zhongli sniffed and sucked in a breath of cool air. Ghost? Ling Yunzi nodded. You could say that. Is there a female ghost? Ling Yunzi. Xinyan Lu. Your focus, can you be normal a soul? Lu Xinyan couldn't help but spit out. Zhongli hemmed and hawed and said, this is not what I heard, that what ghosts do not violate the law. Bang! Lu Xinyan, who really couldn't help herself, kicked Zhongli out with a black face. Zhongli limped back and asked with a straight face, an existence comparable to the Holy Realm, it looks like there's more than one, not to mention the Yuaning stage, even if you go in, I'm afraid you won't be able to do well. Ling Yunzi looked at Zhongli with the corners of his mouth straightened and said, as long as you don't mess with those ghosts, they won't actively attack people. I see, listening to you, you want me to accompany the little brat for a walk? Zhongli said with a slight smile. Ling Yunzi nodded and said, that's right, a piece of Xianzong order can take 3 people to enter, Sifeng is only 1 person, so in addition to giving some compensation to Yen Zong, the old man can allow you to pick 2 more people to enter with him. I said, will not take your token for nothing, from the inside to get the chance, I will not covet half, not only that, there is the old man's name blessing, at least can reduce your 80% of the trouble, then you go alone, but to cost effective, how about it, now is not think that the old man this person, the ancient ways of zealous very nah. Ling Yunzi stroked his flowery white beard and squinted his eyes, waiting to hear Zhongli and Lu Xinyan's effusive words. However, he heard Zhongli say in a conspiratorial manner, so senior, when you say trouble, I don't think you mean those ghosts within the Xin heavenly sect, 80%, with 20% left over, you want to take me on as a disciple, in fact, the most important point, is that you think that I can act as a punching bag for the little brat, is that right or wrong? Ling Yunzi sniffed, slightly embarrassed. He didn't expect that his small mind had actually been seen through by Zhongli. How could that be? Zhongli looked straight at Ling Yunzi without saying a word. Well, there is a little bit of that within. Ling Yunzi sighed, forget it, I won't hide it from you, I do have this intention, although Sifeng's talent is decided, he is still young and inexperienced, I originally wanted to give you guys other compensations, but after seeing you today, I suddenly realized that there is no one more suitable than you. Your battle prowess is not bad, the most rare thing is that you are also proficient in the art of trigrams, knowing yin and yang, knowing the 8 trigrams, and measuring good and bad fortune, you are simply the right person to enter the Xin Tian sect. Lu Xinyan's eyebrows knitted slightly, and the little bit of goodwill she had towards Ling Yunzi was gone at this moment. It's true that people are so old that after using you, you have to go up to the pole and thank him. Elder, since it is so transparent, then the late generation will also open the window of the sky to say the truth, you want a senior brother to see Feng children when playing. The protector of the road, this benefit, can not just Xin Tianzong within those chances, right, this token, can still we out of it? Ling Yunzi looked at Lu Xinyan, then at Zhongli, and said with a smile, girl, what else do you want? Sword. Lu Xinyan didn't hesitate and spoke directly. Swords? Your Yanshou sect is originally a sword sect, so you would still lack swords? Ling Yunzi was puzzled. Lu Xinyan shook her head and said, elder brother, he has not yet had a competent good sword beside him. Yanshou sect is originally a women's clan, the existing sword, most of them are not suitable for elder brother, with the strength of senior's connections, want to get a good sword, it should not be difficult. At this moment, the sword in Zhongli's hand was still pitched from Morong foam, and he hadn't had time to return it. Lu Xinyan teased, if you want a horse to run, you have to let the horse eat well, don't you think so, senior? At this moment, Lu Xinyan seemed to have completely suppressed her inner fear of Ling Yunzi, the Saint Realm. Ling Yunzi glanced meaningfully at Lu Xinyan, then smiled at Zhongli and said, you have a good senior sister, I'll take care of the sword. Did I say I agreed to go? Zhongli was a bit speechless. Lu Xinyan immediately pulled Zhongli behind her and said to Ling Yunzi, then senior, we have a deal. Saying that, Lu Xinyan stretched out her hand with her palm facing Ling Yunzi. Ha, it's a deal. Ling Yunzi smiled and gave her 3 high fives to seal the deal. There is still 1 year left before the Xin Tian sect opens. I wish to leave Sifeng and Yanshou sect for 1 year. After 1 year, I will pick him up and little brother Zhongli to head to the Xin Tian sect. Little brother, in this 1 year, you raise your cultivation as soon as possible. Even though the Xin Tian sect doesn't have any requirements for the lower limit of cultivation, it's better to be higher after all. After saying that, he looked at Zhongli and said, in this year, you bring more to Sifeng. What I can teach him now is limited, his mind's eye is too solid, you take more care. Zhongli wanted to refuse, but when he thought of the little brat's overwhelming talent that was not inferior to Lu Xinyan's, it seemed like a good choice as a backup reward jar, so he nodded his head in agreement. Seeing this, Ling Yunzi laughed and said, "With this matter settled, I won't bother you much, I'll go too." After saying that, he disappeared right in front of the two of them. Chapter 56 by Ling Miao's Strange Encounter. Senior sister, I don't want to go to that laborious Xin Tian sect. When Ling Yunzi left, Zhang Lei said verbally. Lu Xinyan and Jiang Li exchanged glances, their cheeks reddening again. She could only turn her head away and look to the side curiously. Senior brother, there are countless magic treasures within the Xin Tian sect. The techniques are heaven-defying. Not only have some people seen immortal artifacts inside, rumor has it, there are also immortal laws inside. Only those who have the destiny to know them. That's the place that all cultivators below the Yuaning stage have dreamed of wanting to enter. Don't you want to go in and look for a chance? Jiang Li shook his head and said, don't want to at all. Joking, he just need to calculate the luck for people. What kind of good things can't get his hands on? Why bother to compete with others for any chance? Even if the treasures within the Xian heavenly sect were plentiful and good, he could absolutely wait for these people to come out and find an opportunity to draw it right back from them. After the last trip to the White Tiger sect's secret realm, he deeply understood that staying alive came first. Lin Lianyan was such a heavenly pride, and there was the Yanxiu sect backing her up. If it weren't for him, wouldn't he have been almost killed by Gu Linhuan? Lu Xinyan sniffed, a little anxious. Senior brother, my generation of cultivators, if you want to become immortal, you must. Don't, stop, if I could, I wouldn't even want to become an immortal. Zhang Li directly interrupted Lu Xinyan's sermon. Lu Xinyan was instantly furious. She had never seen such a man who didn't know how to get ahead. Then what are you still cultivating for? Fun. Zhang Li said quietly. You. Alas. Do as you please, the Xuanzong order I originally prepared for late night. The big deal is that I'll find another person. After saying that, Lu Xinyan left in a huff. Seeing this, Zhang Li hemmed and hawed. He has his own path and doesn't need to be told what to do. Not even if it was Ryu Xin Yen under the guise of doing him good. Seeing Lu Xinyan walking away, Zhang Li looked at the sky and realized that it was still early. His mind moved. Where to go for a stroll? The back of the mountain hasn't been there yet. Go for a spin? Zhang Li couldn't help but reveal a lewd smile, and with his hands behind his back, he was about to head towards the back of the mountain. Ding dong! The system's beep sounded at that moment, however. Before he could check, he heard someone call out to him. Big brother Jiang, wait for me. Zhang Li looked back and realized that it was the little brat, Sifeng, who was flying towards him. Brother Jiang, where are you going? Sifeng looked at Zhang Li with a look of adoration on his face. When Zhang Li saw this, he frowned slightly and said, something wrong? Just now I met Sister Lu. She said that Master left me in Yanxiu sect because he wanted me to learn more from you, and I think that learning is better than watching, so I want to follow you around and observe your every move at all times, and when I don't understand it then I'll ask you about it. It might be able to serve a better purpose. Zhang Li was a bit surprised when he heard this. He said to himself that this kid's enlightenment was really extraordinary. Didn't you always call me a loser? Now you've changed your name to Big Brother? Zhang Li teased. You adults don't remember the small man. I'm just a little kid, willing to gamble, but I'm calling you Big Brother now, and that's with all sincerity. The little kid looked at Zhang Li with countless little stars twinkling in his eyes, completely looking at him as an idol. Okay, understand that early in the morning, go to the sermon hall and wait for me, I will preach there every day. Seeing that this little brat was still on the right track, Zhang Li wouldn't really bother with such a little brat all the time, so he was ready to send him away first. Originally also stored in his mind as a reward jar, with the disciple, more than one of his not much, piggybacking on the matter. After saying that he was just about to leave, but he realized that the little brat didn't leave and was still following behind him. Seeing Jiang Li looking at him, he immediately bared his big teeth and revealed an innocent smile. Why are you still following me? Jiang Li said breathlessly. Big brother, I've told you to follow you and observe your every move. Jiang Li shook his head. No need ha. Sifeng, however, was hamstrung and said, no, without that, it's hard for me to learn your essence. Zhang Li suddenly said with a twinkle in his eye, that's fine, but there's one rule you have to follow. When Sifeng heard this, he grinned and said, Big brother Jiang, you don't say one, even if it's 100, I'll listen to you. Zhang Li laughed, the rule is, what I say, you do, no asking why, understand? Yes. Zhang Li patted the little brat's shoulder and said, let's go little old brother, brother will take you around to familiarize yourself. Facing Jiang Li's sudden enthusiasm, Sifeng did not think much about it, and immediately followed Jiang Li, heading towards the direction of the back of the mountain. And just then, the deep pool in the back of the mountain. Bai Lingmia was naked at the moment, submerging her delicate body in the water of the pool, leaving only her head floating on the surface of the water as she conducted her cultivation. It was just that a small half-day had already passed, and the cultivation didn't feel anything special. It was just that strange feeling from before that became more and more apparent. She couldn't help but remember some of the more novel points from Jiang Li's sermon today. It was all a few basics from the introductory chapter, which didn't help her very much, but the ideas were new. So, with the mindset of giving it a try, she tried casting it as John Lee had done in his sermon. But the next moment, she felt the bottom of the pool, and a sudden suction force surged in. Bai Lingmiao had just jumped out, but thought of John Lee's previous words. In any case, no one could leave the pool until they had broken the boundary. Out of her trust in John Lee, Bai Lingmiao still chose to remain in the pool. However, the suction force was such that she could no longer cultivate in peace. As she ceased to utilize her energy, the strand yet strangely disappeared, much to her surprise. She thought thoughtfully for a moment and continued to run the introductory chapter of the Great Return to Heaven technique as John Lee had said. The suction force, then, immediately reappeared. This time, she didn't panic, but felt the suction force carefully. She realized that the suction was coming from the bottom of the pool. After a moment's hesitation, she chose to dive to the bottom of the pool to find out what was going on. Within the Yensho sect, with her Mahayana stage cultivation, she was confident that she could defend herself even if there was any danger. It is. Once she dived to the bottom of the pool, she was immediately caught by an object that caught her eye. It was a yin and a yang, two jade pendants that fit together. The suction force, it came from the jade pendant. As she looked at the jade pendant, she only felt very familiar, as if she had seen it somewhere. Soon, she remembered that this jade pendant was exactly the same as the one worn in the portrait of the founding ancestor of the Yensho sect. She immediately reached out, trying to pick up the jade pendant. But just as her hand touched the jade pendant, a voice sounded in her mind. Good, I didn't expect that there would really be a descendant of the younger generation who could comprehend the tricks in my Great Return to Heaven technique. The voice was full of relief and anticipation. This is the voice of the ancestor? Bai Lingmiao's beautiful eyes glazed over as she was surprised in her heart. Chapter 57, The First Lesson. Ancestor in Heaven, Junior Disciple Bai Lingmiao, see the ancestor? Bai Lingmiao cast a water avoidance technique and immediately opened her mouth in the pool of water. However, she heard the voice, in her mind, continue, listen up, Junior Disciple, this is just a piece of voice, I can't hear anything you say, and this is just a play on the whim of this seat. You were able to trigger the message in this jade pendant, it is evident that you have cultivated this seat's Great Return to Heaven Kung Fu to the state of pure perfection, haha, rare and precious, rare and precious. A smart child will always be rewarded with more, since you were able to take this seat's Kung Fu and cultivate it to such a state, this seat will naturally not be stingy. Child, in the jade pendant, there is a 6 revolutions gathering elemental pill, which was obtained by chance by this seat. I wanted to use it when I broke the boundary myself, but unfortunately there was not much of a chance to do so, so today, it will be gifted to you. Bai Lingmiao was ecstatic when she heard this. 6 turns. 6 turns gathering Dan. Lu Xinyan didn't know how much effort she had spent in order to get a 5 revolutions energy gathering pill. I didn't expect that at the bottom of this back mountain pool, a 6-turn elixir was actually hidden by the ancestor. If she ate this, she would definitely be able to step into the Emperor realm in one fell swoop. But then she thought for a second, if she gave this elixir to Lu Xinyan, with her talent, she could at least increase her success by 30% when breaking through to the Saint realm. Bai Lingmiao was torn. She wanted to swallow it herself, but even though she had discovered it on her own, this elixir was ultimately left behind by her ancestor and belonged to the clan. If he wanted to maximize the benefits, it would be most appropriate to give it to Lu Xinyan. But your own realm. After struggling for a moment, Bai Lingmiao still decided that she would leave this precious 6 turns pill to Lu Xinyan. Her talent was average, and even if she stepped into the Emperor realm, it would be difficult for her to make another breakthrough. But Ryu Xinyan was different. With her around, Yan Xiuzong would definitely be able to go to a new level. Thinking of this, Bai Lingmiao suppressed the greed in her heart and firmly cupped the jade pendant in her hands. At this time, he couldn't care about cultivating anymore, and was ready to leave the pool and save the elixir. Ka-ching! The jade pendant in his hand, however, suddenly emitted a soft sound, and Bai Lingmiao hurriedly spread out her palm to check. However, he realized that the jade pendant seemed to have been at the bottom of the pool for too long and had lost much of its aura. Just now, sensing her, she took the initiative to send out a signal, and used up the remaining aura, as well. The moment it moved out of position, it finally couldn't hold on and shattered open, an elixir, revealing itself. And the elixir seems to have existed for too long. Without the protection of the jade pendant, the medicinal power actually showed signs of loss. And the speed is fast. In just the blink of an eye, the water in the pool was drenched by the powerful medicinal power of the 6-turn pill, turning it into a pool of spiritual liquid with full aura. When Bai Lingmiao saw this, she was in a great hurry. If this were to allow the elixir to just evaporate, it wouldn't take long for it to disappear completely. And at this moment, she was naked and naked again, and there was no apparatus around her that could protect the elixir at all. In desperation, she could only take the elixir and stuff it into her mouth. The moment the elixir entered her mouth, it volatilized its medicinal power of its own accord and slipped into her abdomen. Bai Lingmiao, who was impacted by the strong medicinal power, instantly widened her eyes. She only felt that there was a raging energy within her body that was constantly impacting her internal organs and strange meridians. The medicinal power of a sixth-turn pill was many times more furious than the fifth-order pills she was familiar with. Even he, a Mahayana, was almost unable to resist. Not being able to care about much, she immediately revolved the Great Return to Heaven technique to digest the medicinal power in her body. At the same time, all the medicinal power that had escaped into the pool of water converged towards her. Soon, her delicate body was flushed red with that strong medicinal power, emitting a shocking heat. It was like a furnace with a very high temperature. The water of the pool, at this moment, was also evaporated by her rolling body, evaporating a large amount of milky white water vapor. Not long after, near the water pool, it was foggy and misty, like a fairyland. It was at this time that Jiangli brought Sifeng and quietly touched over. "Brother Jiang, what are you doing here?" Sifeng was curious. The previous statement was to show him around and familiarize him with the environment. However, he realized that Jiangli's purpose was clear and led him directly to this back mountain. "Showing you a great view." Jiangli heatedly laughed. Oh? Sifeng was a bit curious as to what kind of scenery there could be. After the two of them turned a corner and climbed another mountain beam, they finally arrived at the water pool where Bai Lingmiao was practicing. At this moment, a milky white mist covered the surroundings of the pool of water tightly. Some trees and rocks can be seen faintly. Both of them lay on their backs on the mountain beams, overlooking the view, and both of them felt a bit of a sense of relief. "Not bad indeed, big brother Jiang, there are actually hot springs here." Sifeng was a bit surprised. With that, he directly got up and was about to walk towards the waterhole. "Let's go, big brother, we've been fighting for so long, let's go to a hot spring to relieve our fatigue." Jiangli, however, tugged on him and said, "Remember what I said before, listen to me in everything." Sifeng nodded curiously, wondering what Jiangli was going to collect. "Just stay here, don't go anywhere and don't look blindly. When I give you the signal in a while, you will stand up, understand?" Jiangli smiled. Sifeng nodded and asked curiously, "Then, big brother, do you have any deeper meaning in doing so?" He hadn't forgotten at the moment that Ling Yunzi had asked him to learn from Jiangli, to learn from the experience of handling things. Jiangli laughed twice and said, "This is the first lesson for you." "Yes." Sifeng was a little excited in his heart when he heard this. Jiangli patted his shoulder again and said, "Remember my words, when I give you the signal in a while, you will stand up. Until then, don't look around, understand?" Sifeng nodded his head vigorously once again and said, "Brother Jiang, don't worry." Seeing this, Jiangli left directly after giving more instructions. He turned left and right, finally found a very also hidden, but excellent sight observation place, and waited patiently. Bai Lingmiao in the pool of water, at this time, had also finally reached the critical moment of breaking the boundary. Bang! After a loud bang, the water in the pool was blown up 100 feet high. A silhouette with a delicate figure also rushed out from the pool of water. Jiangli immediately collected his voice and held his breath, his eyes looking straight at the scene. "My goodness, good man, senior sister Bai is really deep." On the other hand, Sifeng on the other side, but keeping Jiangli's instructions in mind, he held back his curiosity and didn't probe. Because of her concentration when she broke the boundary, Bai Lingmiao didn't notice Jiangli and Sifeng on the other side, who had collected their voices, at first. But after she stabilized her breath, she finally noticed a scent, right next to her. "Who?" Bai Lingmiao immediately let out a dainty cry before scrambling to fetch the clothes at the edge of the pool and put them on. Jiangli, on the other hand, took advantage of the opening when Bai Lingmiao's mind was slightly out of control and learned a bird call. Sifeng immediately stood up after hearing this. Bai Lingmiao was also the first to spot him. "Where are the curmudgeons?" The might of the Emperor realm instantly surged towards Sifeng. Sifeng, who was only in the Jindan realm, was immediately shocked by the pressure and froze in place. "Little kids?" Bai Lingmiao, who was just about to make a direct move, suddenly realized that the other party was actually just a 12 or 13-year-old teenager before frowning. And Jiangli, taking advantage of this time, circled back from the other side and shouted, "Little brat, what are you doing? Who told you to come here?" Chapter 58 Slightly better. "Ha? Me? This?" Sifeng's little friend was confused at this moment. Why is there suddenly an extra person, or an Emperor realm powerhouse? "No, big brother Jiang, it's not you. Oh. 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 Jiangli stepped forward and with one hand, he covered his mouth and slapped him on the back of his head. "Didn't I tell you not to run around, not to run around? Who told you to come here?" Sifeng managed to break free from Jiangli's big hand and said doubtfully, "You're not." "Yeah, didn't I tell you to wait for me? Why did you run to the back of the mountain?" Jiangli directly grabbed the conversation. Afterward, he pulled Sifeng behind him and said to Bai Lingmiao, "Senior sister, he didn't punch you, did he?" Bai Lingmiao's eyes narrowed slightly, but she didn't see anything from Jiangli's face and slowly shook her head. That's good. Congratulations senior sister, you've finally broken through the realm to become an emperor." Bai Lingmiao also finally revealed a hint of a smile when she heard this. After years of accumulation, it's finally a flyer. If it weren't for senior brother, I'm afraid I'd still be wasting away in the Mahayana realm for who knows how long. Jiang Li shook his head and said, it's all senior sister's own chance, I'm just going with the flow, even without me, you would have achieved the emperor realm just the same. With that, he pulled little kid Seafoam out from behind him and introduced him, senior sister, this is little kid Seafoam, he is senior Ling Yunzi's disciple. With that, Jiang Li told Bai Lingmiao what had happened before. So it's the disciple of senior Ling Yunzi, no wonder he's already in the Jindan realm at such a young age, he's really a young talent. The gaze that looked at Seafoam also changed from the alertness that he had started with, to a dazed look. Right at this moment, Lu Xinyan also gaps to the movement in the back mountain and hurriedly rushes here. Senior sister, are you alright? She looked at Bai Lingmiao with an anxious face, and after realizing that she had become an emperor, a look of surprise immediately appeared on her face. Senior sister, you've become a success! She shouted excitedly. She then spotted Jiang Li and Seafoam on the side and frowned, why are you two here? Bai Lingmiao smiled from the side and spoke, it's all a misunderstanding, it's brother Seafeng who mistakenly entered the back of the mountain, and senior brother Jiang came here to look for him. When Lu Xinyan heard this, her face slightly eased. But when she locked eyes with Jiang Li, she realized that Jiang Li's eyes were a little too pure. Although they hadn't been together for long, with her understanding of Jiang Li. This guy is absolutely horny. At this moment, Bai Lingmiao has just come out of the water pool, her hair is still wet, and her clothes are even slightly disheveled, and her temperament is very different from that of her normal life. When Jiang Li saw such a Bai Lingmiao, there was no way it could look like this. But now, this guy is not even looking at it. She concluded in her mind that the guy had a ghost. After she suspiciously looked at Jiang Li, she turned her head and asked her little friend Seafoam, who was still in a daze, brother Seafoam, why did you come here? I was talking to. Cough cough, yeah, why are you here? Jiang Li aggravated his tone and repeated. Seafoam looked at Jiang Li, then at Lu Xinyan and Bai Lingmiao, and finally gritted his teeth and said, I was curious for a moment and followed a small beast here by mistake, I didn't intend to bump into Sister Bai, so please punish me. Seafoam stared with big innocent eyes, wanting to cry. He's not pretending, but he's really been wrong to the point of wanting to cry. That's if you didn't cause a big problem, otherwise, I'd beat your ass. Jiang Li threatened him while walking up to him, slightly bending down, turning his back to Lu Xinyan and Bai Lingmiao, smiling and winking at him. Lu Xinyan wanted to say something else, but at that moment Bai Lingmiao spoke up, senior sister, brother Seafoam was also just mistaken, he didn't mean it, he's a guest, don't be rude. At those words, Lu Xinyan could only nod her head and stop talking. But the gaze that looked at Jiang Li was filled with skepticism. It was really because Jiang Li was acting too normal. That's the biggest anomaly of all. Senior sister, be happy, from today onwards, my Yanshou sect will be a double emperor. Despite some hiccups, Bai Lingmiao was still excited in her heart. Today, it was a way to understand an obsession in her mind. Go on, get back. Bai Lingmiao immediately pulled up Lu Xinyan's hand and greeted Jiang Li as he prepared to leave the back mountain. Jiang Li, however, hemmed and hawed, you guys go first, I'll take this little brat for another spin. Bai Lingmiao sniffed and stared at Jiang Li for 2 seconds, straight to the point that Jiang Li's back was in a cold sweat. Good thing too. Bai Lingmiao suddenly spread her face and smiled, and it seemed that after becoming an emperor, her face became more and more beautiful. After saying that, the two sisters left the back mountain hand in hand. After Jiang Li and Seafoam watched the two of them leave, Seafoam finally couldn't help it and immediately complained, Big brother Jiang, it's obviously you who brought me here, or you told me to lie down here, why did you lie? Jiang Li patted him on the shoulder and said, this is the first lesson for you from my brother, when you go out, you have to have your own opinion, you mustn't say what other people say, you are what you are, otherwise, you will be caught in other people's trap and fall into the land of doom, and it will be too late to regret. Seafoam scratched his head and said, but you even told me before to listen to you all the time and not to refute. Before was before, now is now, don't take before as now. Jiang Li casually said before turning around and walking away. Hey, keep up, it's going to be dark soon, there are wolves in the back of the mountain, be careful of them eating you. Seeing Seafoam scratching his ears and thinking about his words, Jiang Li had to turn around and remind him. In Jiang Li's eyes, Seafoam, this child is extremely gifted and blessed with deep fortune, although he thinks highly of himself and often looks down on those who are weaker than him, but that is also a child's nature. Other than that, Jiang Li was still quite fond of Seafoam. Besides, it's in almost everyone, it's just that some people hide it well. Other than that, just because the kid was righteous enough not to betray him just now, Jiang Li recognized him. A bit of good coaching and a good backstabber in the future. Ha! Oh! Hearing Jiang Li call out to him, Seafoam hurriedly agreed and chased after him. On the way, neither of them spoke. It wasn't until they arrived at the vestibule that Seafoam said somewhat indistinctly, Big brother Jiang, did you just utilize me to block the knife for you? Jiang Li smiled and laughed, not bad, the heart of the mind is not as solid as I thought. When Seafoam heard this, he said with a black face, I take you as my own big brother, and you take me as a shield. Big brother Jiang, am I really that stupid? Zhongli patted his shoulder and laughed. Little wind, you're not stupid, on the contrary, you're almost the smartest person I've ever seen, you're just not used to using your smarts, in other ways. But don't worry, since Senior Ling Yunzi entrusted you to me, then Big Brother won't let you suffer. From now on, you'll be covered by Big Brother. Really? Sifeng burst into a happy smile. It was only then that Zhongli realized that this kid actually had a pair of dimples. Looking at just 12 or 13, already the first appearance of Ingchi Sifeng, Zhongli could not help but think to himself, the talent is strangely high, the background is deep, the looks are even more 1 in a million, this guy will have to fascinate how many girls in the future ah. Luckily, he was a little better. If someone else had walked with him, wouldn't the limelight have been snatched away? Chapter 59 Gossip Voltron Technique. After personally helping little old brother pick a cave that was close to him, Zhongli returned to his cave early. A lot has happened today, but the rewards can be full. And let's not mention the rewards for the dozen or so disciples that were harvested during the morning sermon. What he was most looking forward to was still Bai Lingmiao and Sifeng's rewards. Zhongli's mind moved, and a whole 14 light curtains appeared in front of him. 14 chances in all. One of them, or 3 out of 5, was thought to be the one of Bai Lingmiao. Zhongli pondered for a moment before deciding to pat his hand twice before coming straight to the 10 consecutive draws, and finally the rewards for Sifeng and Bai Lingmiao. Thinking about it, he directly randomly selected 2 of the earliest 2 5-choice rewards. There were no surprises and no flashes of gold. 2 rewards for increasing cultivation, 1 for 3 years and 1 for 5. For his current cultivation level, it was better than nothing. At the same time he realized something. That's the cultivation bonus, which is actually different. Just like the 100 years of cultivation he had drawn before, it was actually just a copy of that casual cultivator's cultivation. If it was Lu Xinyan's 100 years of cultivation, he guessed that he would have taken a direct step to reach that legendary absolute peak realm. After all, Lu Xinyan, who was in her mid-20s after now, was already at the Emperor realm. If she was allowed to cultivate for 100 years, she would definitely have the ultimate peak realm. But that's obviously not likely either. The maximum value for copying cultivation should be the opponent's current upper limit. However, one advantage was that after the system's enhancement, the cultivation he had increased was definitely the most compacted kind, not mixed with a bit of water. It's the same as learning feats of skill. After redeeming these 8 years of cultivation, it was indeed as he thought, only allowing his Jindan realm cultivation to increase that much more slightly. Without expectations, there is no disappointment. Zhongli directly opened the 10 consecutive draws. Zhongli muttered while his hands flew to select 10 cards. As a card was turned over, a light flickered. White light, white light, white light. After a series of 9 white lights, a sudden burst of blinding golden light lit up. Out of the golden legend? Zhongli was a bit surprised. I didn't expect to actually get a shot of golden legend out of those ordinary disciples. He looked directly towards the card that was lit up with golden light. It was actually a talent card. On it, a faceless mask with only eye holes is drawn. Seeing this, Zhongli curiously studied it directly. Then, a glint flashed in his eyes. Found a treasure. Zhongli couldn't help but mutter to himself. Talent imitation. As long as Zhongli was willing, he could mimic the demeanor, voice and tone of anyone he had ever met. If one learns the art of disguise or change or something like that later on, this is simply a divine skill to walk in the Jianghu, cheat and kill people and set fire to them. He thought about it and opened his mouth slightly, brother Zhongli. But the voice, it was actually Ryu Xinyan's. Zhongli was given a bad chill by himself and hurriedly banished some unrealistic thoughts from his mind. Then, check out the rest of the rewards. Yet nothing more good, another bunch of useless as life skills. Zhongli studied all of them with the idea of having more skills than he could handle. He then turned his gaze to the last 2 Zhongli. One is Bai Lingmiao's 5 choices and one is Sifeng's 5 choices. After thinking for a while, Zhongli decided that it would be better to use Bai Lingmiao's reward to pat his hand first. Although Bai Lingmiao's cultivation level was much higher than Sifeng's, even if he came out with the golden flicker, there was a high probability that he would draw rewards like the Great Return to Heaven technique and the Qingling sword technique. As for Bai Lingmiao's cultivation, Zhongli didn't dare to think about it. Although Bai Lingmiao's talent was much inferior to Lu Xinyan's, it was not something that could be compared to an ordinary person. A year can be a year in her cultivation. Zhongli took a deep breath and directly chose the 3 cards in the center. First, an ordinary white light appeared. However, immediately afterward, 2 blinding golden lights appeared, shaking Zhongli to the point that he couldn't open his eyes. Zhongli was delighted in his heart. It flashed again. Just as soon as he opened his eyes and marveled at the good fortune of the day, he immediately changed his expression to one of "I knew it was so." It was exactly as he had expected. He drew 2 more Yanshou Sect's best disciplines, the Great Return to Heaven technique and the Qingling sword technique. But it's not gonna work. In contrast, that reward, which only flashed white, looked good in reverse. It is a skill that allows for perfect control of the fire. Originally, Zhongli was still thinking that this was going to allow him to work with the perfect red meat practice that he had learned before and developed towards being a cook. But then it suddenly occurred to him that in this world, besides cooks needing to control the fire, there was also alchemy. In the future, it's not like you can't make a guest appearance as an alchemist. Although he was slightly disappointed, Zhongli adjusted his mindset and landed his gaze on Si Feng's reward. Heavenly spirit, earthly spirit, the Supreme Lord quickly manifests his spirit, open it for me. After Jiangli muttered something, he decisively chose the center-most reward. Brush. A blinding golden light flashed by, causing Jiangli to close his eyes again. At this moment, the excitement in his heart was overflowing. Sifun, on this little brat, was determined to exist, both in terms of talent and skill. Since it's flashing gold, it must have come out good. He didn't open his eyes at first, but covered them with his hands and slowly loosened them. While loosening, he chanted, Kung Fu. Talent. Kung Fu. Talent. When he let go and opened his eyes, he saw that the card in front of him had a threadbare book drawn on it. Zhang Li's eyes flashed with a brilliant light, the corner of his mouth unconsciously curled up, and he immediately chose to study. The card instantly transformed into a golden light that didn't enter his brow. 8 trigrams Voltron technique. Zhang Li spoke softly. So what this brat performed during the day was this 8 trigrams Voltron technique. Xian Kuan Kenli, Jinsen Burgundy Tue. These 8 characters made up the 8 trigrams Voltron technique. Xian is heaven and Kuan is earth. Kan is water and Li is fire. Jin is thunder and Sundance is wind. Burgundy is a mountain, and Tue is a swamp. For each trigram, there is a corresponding art, varying from one to the other. During the daytime, Sifeng had performed the techniques in the 4 trigrams of Kuan, Kan, Jin, and Sun in it. Zhongli had now completely learned this 8 trigrams Voltron skill, and immediately understood that Sifeng, at the moment, should only have mastered these 4 trigrams. And only slightly less successful. But when it comes to Kuan Gua, that little brat can only make some walls of earth that limit the opponent's mobility and serve as some obstruction of vision. But a true Kuan Gua is one that can completely change the terrain and even directly cause a huge earthquake. Though it was unlikely that he would be able to make an earthquake right now due to his cultivation. But it would never get a couple of dirt walls out to fool people. Zhongli cupped the Kuan character seal in his hand, and a brilliant light flashed in his eyes. The floor beneath his feet then quickly cracked and turned into dust. Then, with his mind, it transformed into a living, breathing rabbit. Seeing this, Zhongli nodded in satisfaction. In his heart, he could not help but marvel at the fact that it was worthy of being a sacred realm technique. This hand alone was going to be more than one step stronger than a pure attack type technique like the clear spirit sword technique. And in the Qian character technique, there was an illusion technique that could be performed in dreams. After testing some other Gua skills techniques one after another, Zhongli, with excitement, was ready to perform the illusion technique in this Qian character technique, to verify the previous few skills with Lu Xinyan in the dream, whether they were good or not. Chapter 60 Private Lessons. The next day, at the dawn of the day, Sifeng walked out of his cave, ready to go to Zhongli and continue his studies. However, he was told by a young disciple of the Yinshou sect that Zhongli had already left for the preaching ground. Big brother Jiang is actually this hardworking too? When he thought that Zhongli was much more diligent than even he was, Sifeng felt the need to work a little harder and not lose Zhongli's face. Only, when he arrived at the sermon hall, he saw a very bizarre scene. It was different from the kind of solemn sermon originally imagined. In front of him was a long line of warblers. Zhongli, on the other hand, was sitting behind a table at the very front of the line. Your hands are a bit dry today, girls, you must take care of them. Oh, next. Zhongli loosely let go of a female disciple's hand and looked at the next person with a smile. Sifeng curiously walked up and said, Jiang big brother, what are you doing? Zhongli looked up at him, and after realizing that the head she was just an ordinary milky white color, he lost interest in him. He just gave him a faint look and said in a salty manner, can't you tell, reading poems. After saying that, when he looked at the female disciple in front of him again, he changed to a smiling face. Shaowen right, you asked a question during the first sermon, I still remember you. Oh, come, let the elder show you your poem. With that, he took the female disciple's delicate hand and squeezed it in his hand. Not bad. The lifeline is very long. Only a pity, the career line is a little shallow, but it does not matter, listen to the elder's lessons more, there is a chance to change the fate of heaven. Looking at Zhongli, who had a lewd and strange uncle look in front of him, Sifeng only felt that Zhongli's image, in his mind, started to gradually collapse. He's just small, but not stupid. Combining what happened yesterday and the scene in front of him, he was already sure that Zhongli was an old rascal and a lecher. Brother Jiang, do you need to look at the back of your hand to read palmistry? Ling Yunzi is the trigrams everyone. Sifeng, although he has not yet learned, but always seen a pig running on the ground, directly opened his mouth and questioned. As soon as he opened his mouth, he could see the female disciple and Zhongli, together, rolling their eyes at him. Without waiting for Zhongli to speak, the female disciple named Xiaowen directly opened her mouth and said, Elder Zhang's palm reading can be accurate, don't talk nonsense if you don't understand it, Elder Zhang's palm reading has never been wrong. No, this sister, can't you see he's taking advantage of? Occupy what, little kid needs you to care, go, play aside. After Shaowen retorted, she turned her head to Zhongli and said, Elder, will you continue to look and see if there is still a chance for me to break through the Jindan realm? Si Feng immediately felt very aggrieved. He didn't understand why she was complaining about him when he was trying to help her by telling the truth. Zhongli smiled and pointed to an open space not far away. Go sit there, I'll start the class in a while. When Si Feng heard this, he could only walk off to the side to meditate with doubts. Within a short time, Zhongli had counted all the disciples in front of him. Only today, unlike yesterday, there were only 3 people with a faint golden color to their head's aura. However, Zhongli was not discouraged. As long as he persevered in helping these female disciples to raise their cultivation and build a good foundation, his own future would be bright. Soon the sermon began in earnest. Although Si Feng hadn't learned the Great Return to Heaven technique, he was always able to actively absorb many useful things from Zhongli's sermons. Especially when Zhongli was preaching, his words were lively and humorous. It was a completely different style from when his own master had taught him in the past. When Zhongli finished speaking, he still felt a bit unfulfilled. It was even more of a novelty for the live questions that followed. Zhongli watched the entire performance of Si Feng. Once again, he lamented that God was indeed unfair. Compared to Si Feng, the talent of these female disciples could simply be described as a mess. A number of times, Si Feng had already comprehended what he was going to say before he had even finished speaking. Even more so, they asked a lot of very tough questions when it came time to ask them. This was still based on the fact that he hadn't learned the Great Return to Heaven technique. There is no teacher who doesn't like smart students. Zhongli thought about it and decided to give him the boot. Come on, let's get you a private lesson. Zhongli greeted him and led him towards the Yenshou Sex martial arts arena. Seeing this, the rest of the female disciples followed curiously. Si Feng was a bit puzzled as he followed Zhongli and asked, Big brother Jiang, what's the point of going to the martial arts arena? I can't beat you. Help you out with some of your jutsu problems. Zhongli said without looking back. Si Feng smiled at his words, Brother Jiang, what I cultivate is the Bagua Voltan technique that Master passed down to me, not the great returning heavenly kung fu of the Yenshou sect. Master is letting me learn more about the way of handling things from you, and in terms of the arts, you don't have to worry about it. Si Feng knew that Zhongli's talent was his absolute understanding of gongfu techniques. But he didn't know the 8 trigrams Voltron technique after all, and it was of limited help to him. If it was just a cut and thrust fight, it would have been enough before. Zhongli, however, laughed, since your master has entrusted you to me, I have to be responsible for you, not just some simple experience in handling things, but other aspects should not be left behind as well. Alright, your call. Si Feng said helplessly. Soon, Zhongli and Si Feng arrived inside the martial arts arena. Lu Xinyan and Bai Lingmiao, who had heard the wind, also curiously rushed over to watch the fun. Within a short time, the martial arts arena was surrounded by the female disciples of the Yenshou sect. Big brother Jiang, what do we do now? I'll spar with you. Si Feng asked curiously, unable to figure out how Zhongli would teach him. Zhongli laughed, just repeat those spells you performed before. Si Feng sniffed and nodded. The surrounding female disciples, one by one, all stretched their necks, wanting to see this legendary sacred realm level technique. Only to see Si Feng pinch a koan character seal in his hand, the ground will be one after another, rising one after another tall earth wall, directly to Zhongli, surrounded in it. When the crowd saw this, they all let out gasps of amazement. Wow, changing the terrain on such a large scale, is he really just in the Jindan realm, so powerful? Worthy of being a sage disciple, he's only 12 or 13 years old, come to think of it, he's just as much of a genius as Elder Lu. Listening to the crowd's admiration, Si Feng couldn't help but reveal a smug smile. This time just now, he had performed it even better than when he had fought with Zhongli before. Not only were there more of them, but the earth walls were also harder than before. He was confident that this time, even if Zhongli forced his way through the obstruction of the earth wall, it definitely wouldn't be as easy as before. How is big brother Jiang? He said proudly, in fact, regarding the arts, I comprehend on my own without having to rely on people to teach me how much worse it is, and very often, my master only teaches a general idea, and I figure out the rest on my own. The implication was that he was talented, he recognized Jiang Li's greatness, but regarding the arts, he did not need to be taught by others, this was his pride. But then he heard Jiang Li coldly say, a pile of what? Chapter 61 Just because you can't, doesn't mean I can't. Jiang Li shook his head, your understanding of this technique is still too shallow, it's just a load of. Big brother Jiang, you're overdoing it, I'm already much stronger than yesterday, okay? Si Feng said unconvincingly, changing the terrain on such a large scale, how many people in the Jindan realm are able to do that? Jiang Li laughed coldly, what, you think you're great? Si Feng immediately nodded his head and said, Brother Jiang, although I also want to keep a low profile, but the strength he does not allow it. I did lose to you, but that was because of my inexperience, not a lack of strength. As a 13-year-old Jindan realm cultivator, Si Feng had this arrogant qualification. If Jiang Li hadn't defeated him, how could he still be so humble as he was now? The surrounding female disciples also spoke out. Isn't Elder Jiang a bit biased? Such a wide range of terrain change, it's not easy even if the Yuaning stage wants to do it. Yes, the 2 Jedi arts within our clan don't have the ability to do this. This is a saint's method, although our clan's clear spirit sword technique is very strong, it's not even close, it's only the great return to heaven technique, which can barely compete with it for a bit. Bai Lingmiao also whispered beside Lu Xinyan, is senior brother Jiang addicted to preaching these 2 days, how come he's even teaching this sage disciple together? Lu Xinyan shook her head and said, he has the qualifications. Bai Lingmiao, however, held a different opinion and said, although he has a deep understanding of the great return to heaven technique, these are after all 2 techniques that are not the same. Lu Xinyan, however, looked at Zhang Li's back and insisted, even though I don't know what he's thinking, yet I always feel that he's not someone without a purpose. Bai Lingmiao was agnostic about this, and watch. Senior sister. Lu Xinyan suddenly said with a serious face. Bai Lingmiao looked at her, not knowing what she was going to say. Do you think it's possible that he, too, knows the 8 trigrams Voltron technique? In Lu Xinyan's beautiful eyes, a trace of divine splendor suddenly flashed. Bai Lingmiao immediately laughed. Senior sister, don't say anything stupid, how is this possible? Since he knows the great return to heaven technique and the clear spirit sword technique, why couldn't he possibly know the 8 trigrams Voltron technique? Lu Xinyan seemed to have thought of something, and the splendor in her eyes became more and more eye-catching. What do you mean? Bai Lingmiao was confused by Lu Xinyan. Do you think he'll be able to deduce someone else's technique just by looking at it once? Bai Lingmiao immediately laughed. How can that be? How can there be such a person in the world? That great return to heaven kung fu. That could be that there are clan seniors, and the ones that have been rumored out before and gotten by him are just coincidences. Bai Lingmiao still didn't believe it. Both techniques have been passed out? And both were attained by him alone? No coincidence. Bai Lingmiao didn't take it seriously. Lu Xinyan wasn't saying anything, but was quietly looking at Zhangli, as if she was expecting something in her eyes. Zhangli treated the surrounding chatter as if he hadn't heard it, and instead laughed. Watch this. After he said that, Sifeng saw Zhangli, who actually also pinched a Koan character seal exactly like his. His eyes widened in disbelief as he muttered, no way, he knows the 8 trigrams vortex technique as well? The others, including Bai Lingmiao, similarly revealed incredulity. Only Lu Xinyan, with an I knew it look in her eyes. As expected, the land under Zhang Li's feet began to change amidst the crowd's astonished gazes. The dirt and gravel, then, began to coalesce at a rapid pace, transforming into a tiny rabbit. The crowd laughed out loud at this. Ha ha ha, I thought Elder Jiang was going to perform that 8 trigrams Voltron technique as well, but it turns out it's just a look-alike trick. Scared me, I was wondering what he was going to do, but it turns out he just made a rabbit. But you don't say, the rabbit is really cute. Bai Lingmiao also let out a slight sigh of relief and said, this guy, he can really joke around. Only in Lu Xinyan's eyes, a trace of color flashed, her gaze fixed on that rabbit. Elder sister, don't you think, this rabbit, there's something different about it? She opened her mouth. Isn't it just a rabbit, as long as one is a cultivator and knows some object control techniques, they can make it. Bai Lingmiao said casually. Senior sister, look carefully. Listening to Lu Xinyan's words, Bai Lingmiao also stared at the rabbit curiously. A short while later, a trace of color flashed in her eyes as well, lifelike. Not only is the hair of this rabbit distinct, but the eyes are like living creatures, he actually has such precise control. Senior sister, can you achieve this effect when you are in the Jindan realm as casting an ordinary object control technique? Lu Xinyan asked. I'm afraid I can't, after all, I haven't practiced it either. Zhangli probably likes this aspect. Bai Ling was unsure, but what does this have to do with fighting, using this little rabbit to bite people? However, Lu Xinyan said indistinctly, I see, he wants Sifeng to exercise precise control, not just simply making an earth wall out to change the terrain. Really? But such a small rabbit is good to do, any bigger and the difficulty increases exponentially. With this time of controlling things, you might as well do some earth walls, it's simple and good. Bai Lingmiao retorted. Lu Xinyan shook her head, elder sister, you have an average talent, so you don't understand that there are some people that are meant to break the mold. What if Zhangli is able to take this precise control and magnify it infinitely? You're hurting senior sister's heart too much with those words, you're just too obsessed with him. Bai Lingmiao's words ended the argument between the two. Sifeng was very smart and understood what Zhang Li wanted to teach him when he saw the rabbit appear. Big brother Jiang, you want me to learn precision control to achieve better results against the enemy, don't you? Zhang Li nodded, that's right, it's just a simple earth wall, there are too many ways to try to break it, although it's simple and practical, it lacks variation. When Sifeng heard this, he cried and laughed a little, of course I understand this, but whenever I have a refined void realm, no, a transformation god realm, I will do this, but I am only at the Jindan stage now. Zhang Li, however, said seriously, it's because you're at the Jindan stage and everyone thinks it's impossible for you to do it, that's why you need to do the opposite even more. If you're just an ordinary disciple with average talent, then of course it's nothing, but, will you only compare yourself to ordinary people? Sifeng was stunned when he heard this. The disciples around them, however, couldn't help but clamor. Although Elder Zheng's words make sense, inexplicably, I'm offended. So, I can't even control a rabbit, am I even worse than an ordinary disciple? A female disciple of the Jindan realm said with some tears. Don't worry, senior sister, there's still senior sister me to pad you out. After Sifeng was silent for a moment, he said with a serious face, Big brother Jiang, I think you are right, but this is simply impossible. With that, he pinched his hand and the dirt on the ground began to converge, and soon a rabbit appeared as well. Time, however, was much slower than Jiang Li. It's easy to just do this one, but if I want to apply it in a real battle, I can't do it at all with my current realm, and even if I did, I would have long missed the best time. So, you think it's an impossibility? Jiang Li laughed. Sifeng nodded, that's right, the advice you gave is good, but it's too ideal, I can't do it, and it's impossible for anyone to do it. Jiang Li smiled even wider at his words, what if I can? Little brat, let's teach you one more thing today, don't let inherent thinking limit your vision, you can't, just you can't. After saying that, he pinched out a koan character seal again under Sifeng's surprised gaze, and shouted at Sifeng with a smile, your favorite tune, koan character, earth-binding earth dragon scroll. As the words fell, Sifeng could only feel the earth beneath his feet suddenly begin to tremble. A giant dragon, seemingly accompanied by a dragon's roar, broke out of the ground. Chapter 62 Sifeng whose self-confidence is thwarted. You, this, not, you this, it. Sifeng stared at the earth dragon that suddenly appeared in front of him with a pair of big eyes, unable to utter a complete sentence for a long time. Not only him, but the rest of the people also looked at the lifelike earth dragon in shock and dropped their jaws. Elder sister, I have average talent, you have good talent, tell me, can you do the same when you are at the Jindan stage? Bai Ling Miao only felt that the scene in front of her had completely refreshed her worldview. It had taken her more than a decade, and after accepting Ryu Xinyan's above-average talent for decision-making, she'd found it hard to be blown away. So after Sifeng appeared, there wasn't much of a reaction. After all, in comparison, the little brat Sifeng was inferior compared to Lu Xinyan. Lu Xinyan didn't have a Saint Realm Master. But this, Jiang Li, was completely beyond his knowledge. In Lu Xinyan's beautiful eyes, half of them were shocked and half of them were different colors. Although he had an inexplicable trust in Jiang Li. But when Jiang Li really did something this outrageous, Lu Xinyan was still more than a little shocked. You are not, big brother Jiang, you also know the Bagua Voltron technique? Finally, Sifeng asked the doubts in his mind. No way. Jiang Li directly denied. Then what's going on here? This is clearly the technique of the Kuan character seal and the 8 trigrams Voltron technique. Sifeng immediately questioned. What, only you are allowed to control things with your Bagua Voltron decree? Jiang Li asked rhetorically. But this, the fluctuation of the technique just now, is clearly exactly the same as the 8 trigrams Voltron technique. Sifeng felt that he was definitely not mistaken. However, he heard Jiang Li stiffen his lips and said, nonsense, this is clearly the 8 trigrams heaven shaking technique. Sifeng said with a black face, brother Jiang, you don't admit it, when you changed your name, you should have used your heart, you only changed one word. What, it doesn't work? Jiang Li roguishly said, anyway, this is not your Bagua Voltron technique just right. Afterward, Jiang Li directly maneuvered the earth dragon and pinched Sifeng with its claws. Little brat, instead of dwelling on these has-beens, why don't you consider how you can reach a level like mine? Didn't you say it was impossible? Now that I've done it, what do you say? Sifeng tried to break free of the dragon's claws, but found that the earth dragon, which was clearly a gathering of clay, was incredibly hard. Not only that, this dragon's divine form was both, and he had already given birth to a faint trace of dragon authority, which caused a great shock to his mind and soul. It was even harder to get out of the trap at this point. Compared to this hand of Jiang Li's, his means of making a few earthen walls on the ground was simply dirt to the core. Big brother Jiang, put me down first. At this moment there are too many onlookers, just 12 or 13-year-old Sifeng, it is the time when he cares the most about his face, a small face with suffocated red. However, Jiang Li wouldn't care about this about him. Want to come down, their own with the ability, today does not completely let you recognize the gap, you do not know big brother my words, every word is golden. Hearing Jiang Li say that, Sifeng also came to his temper, then I'll smash this earth dragon of yours. You think it's your broken earth wall? Jiang Li scorned. When Sifeng heard this, he immediately pinched a Qian character seal in his hand, and a flying sword, which flew out of his storage bag on its own, emitted a cold light and chopped at the dragon's claw that was grasping him. When Jiang Li saw this, he smiled slightly and said, Shen belongs to gold, although it has the benefit of killing, it is difficult to overcome my Kuan earth technique, little kid, you're using it wrong. Sure enough, but after the flying sword chopped on top of the dragon's claws, the scene that Sifeng expected did not appear. Although the flying sword had missed most of the dragon's claw, it did not completely cut it off, not to mention that it was stuck inside, and no matter how he maneuvered it, he could not move. Little brat, you should use the Jin Zi seal or the Sun Zi seal, these two seals belong to wood, and wood overcomes earth, such a simple truth, don't you understand? Listening to Jiang Li's words, although there was some rebelliousness in Si Feng's heart, he had to admit that Jiang Li was right. He immediately changed his strategy tactics and pinched the Sundance seal instead. Only a sapling was seen, suddenly breaking out from above the Earth Dragon's dragon claw. Soon the roots broke through the dragon's claws. Si Feng was also able to get out of the way, and his face lit up with joy. But before he could be happy for long, he heard Jiang Li's voice echoing in his ears. "Kid, but you just got out of the trap, what are you happy about?" Si Feng immediately looked up and saw that Jiang Li had pinched a Qin character seal in his hand at that moment. "Earth begets gold, and gold overcomes wood, thank you for the flying sword." As Jiang Li's words fell, Si Feng saw that the flying sword he had embedded within the dragon's body earlier had actually morphed into the shape of a dragon's claw, replacing the one that had been pierced by a tree root. Then with a light grip, he scratched the trees that Si Feng had made into a pile of rotten wood. "My sword!" Si Feng only had time to scream in shock before he was once again grabbed by the Earth Dragon's claws, by the Earth Dragon's dragon claws. Si Feng immediately prepared to do the same trick, but he suddenly realized that it didn't work at all. Hey, little kid child, you are not very smart at today, brain, why not turn it? Do not see this dragon claw as your flying sword, belongs to the golded, would how to gram gold, this time to use fire off. Listening to Jiang Li's unflinching reprimand, he couldn't say a single word in retort. He could only slate a small face and follow Jiang Li's advice, pinching a leading character seal in his hand. Then, there was a blazing flame that was born out of thin air, wanting to melt this dragon's claw right off. However, in the next moment, Jiang Li was already standing on the dragon's claw, and with his finger, he pointed at the center of his brow. "Little brat, if it were a real fight, no one would tell you what to do, and the enemy wouldn't wait for you to come up with a way to break it." After saying that, he kicked the freshly born flame to pieces and grabbed Si Feng before leaping down from the dragon's claw. A snap of the fingers followed. The Earth Dragon then turned back into mud and returned to the earth in response. The original messy floor of the martial arts arena was also restored to its original state. Clang! After a sword roar, Si Feng's flying sword, too, was returned to him. "If I were an enemy, when I seize this flying sword of yours, the power of the backlash alone would be enough for you to drink a pot of water." After saying that, Jiang Li threw Si Feng on the ground, then squatted down to look at him and said, "Now do you still think that it's not enough to teach you the arts?" Si Feng looked up at Jiang Li with a lost soul and didn't answer his question, but instead watered with tears in her eyes. "Big brother Jiang, am I a waste?" This time, he was really struck. The previous loss to Jiang Li was due to inexperience. What about this one? What Jiang Li used were all his art moves. Although only 2 of them were displayed, they were both far better than the ones he used. No, it can't be described as good anymore. Even if his own master came, I'm afraid that's all he could do. For the first time in his life, he felt like, well, crap. Chapter 63 Won't Coax a Woman. Jiang Li looked at Si Feng, who was a bit overstruck, and scratched his head a bit awkwardly. Am I going a bit overboard? Jiang Li was embarrassed. At this time, Bai Lingmiao and Lu Xinyan also walked over. Don't bother with him, this guy just isn't a normal person. Who's a good person that can pinch an earth dragon out of the Jindan realm? Bai Lingmiao glared at Jiang Li and comforted him. This is a sacred realm disciple. Since it was entrusted to her Yen Shou sect, as the sect leader she would be responsible for it. If this was shattered by Jiang Li's blow to the Tao, who could withstand the anger of a saint realm? But, I really can't do it. Si Feng's tears were already welling up in his eyes. It's big enough to cry right back at you at the drop of a hat. Bai Lingmiao hurriedly swept him into her arms. Putting aside his title of absolute heavenly pride, no matter what, this was just a 12 or 13-year-old kid. Don't compare with him, he is only in the art of some ordinary people cannot reach the talent. You see, he is 20 years old, only reached the Jindan realm, and you compared to the difference, what is the use of the art of playing well? And so after 3 or 5 years, you have been the transformation of the spirit, returned to the virtual, or even the emperor realm, he is also still Jindan, directly a force to reduce 10, a slap to kill him. Jiang Li sniffed and rubbed his nose and smiled without retorting. Si Feng, on the other hand, was a bit skeptical. Really? That's natural, the facts are right in front of you, you're still young, you can't judge a hero by his success or failure in a moment. Jiang Li, he's special, only he can show off in front of you, the others, they simply can't go more than 3 moves in front of you. That being said, Bai Lingmiao really wasn't talking nonsense. Si Feng's earth wall, which Jiang Li had described as trash, was a completely divine skill in the eyes of the other Jindan realm cultivators. What's more, Si Feng knew many more such techniques. The depth of the foundation was much stronger than ordinary cultivators. Seeing Bai Lingmiao speak seriously, Si Feng was also finally a bit shaken. Before Jiang Li, he truly had never felt such severe frustration. Seeing that her words had worked, Bai Lingmiao hurriedly eyed Lu Xinyan to say a few words as well. Seeing this, Lu Xinyan also spoke up, not to mention you, when I was in the Jindan stage, I couldn't reach such a height as him either. Hearing Lu Xinyan say the same, Si Feng finally slowed down. He regained his composure and looked at Jiang Li. Big brother Jiang, please teach me the arts. Jiang Li saw this and gave him a blank look and said, don't you think I'm not qualified? Ah. What are you doing? Lu Xinyan immediately pinched him and said, "Speak properly." Jiang Li could only say in a bad mood, "That's the intention, as long as you don't mind that I'm not in a high enough realm to be worthy of teaching you, that's all." Si Feng hastily shook his head, "Absolutely not." With that, he directly fell on his knees and was about to kowtow to Jiang Li. Jiang Li saw the situation and said that this kid this is not quite know how to do it, rushed to help him up. "Don't kowtow, your master entrusted you to me, so naturally I'm going to do my best and not disgrace the Yen Shou sect." Hearing Jiang Li's words, Bai Lingmiao's face couldn't help but show a pleased smile. No matter how unreliable Jiang Li was, but at least at this time, Jiang Li had subconsciously treated himself as someone from the Yen Shou sect. "However, I will be very strict with you, so be prepared," Jiang Li said. Si Feng nodded his head vigorously and said with a resolute face, "Don't worry, big brother Jiang, I definitely won't be lazy." Jiang Li nodded, "That's good, there's still a year left, it's not a big problem for you to break through to the Yuanying stage, I won't worry about this aspect, I'll put my focus on your arts and fighting against the enemy, and strive to have half of my achievements." Si Feng shook his head at the words, "No, I will definitely be like big brother Jiang in general." In response, Jiang Li just smiled. "Want to be like him? It's not even good enough for his master to come. But you can't knock a child's self-esteem, can you? Alright, today's these, it's enough for you to digest for a period of time. During this period of time, you first ponder on your own, don't go over to the sermon hall, you're not a disciple of my Yen Shou sect, more or less you still need to avoid some of it." Si Feng immediately said with some embarrassment, yes, it was Si Feng who was reckless. Bai Lingmiao, however, didn't care and said, "No harm, go listen if you want to, it's good to touch things, as long as you don't spread it out." If it was an ordinary person, then Bai Lingmiao would naturally be 100 times unwilling. But Si Feng was a disciple of a saint, so how could she, as the head of a clan, let go of such a good opportunity to draw closer? "You can't chew too much, don't listen to her, what does a pussy know?" After saying that, Jiang Li received a heavy punch on his head, raising a large round bag. Bai Lingmiao looked at him with a cold smile on her face and said, "You've grown in ability, you dare to denigrate the patriarch?" Jiang Li hurriedly compensated with a smile and said, "Just kidding, just kidding." At this time, Lu Xinyan suddenly spoke, "Senior brother, Xinyan has an unkind request." Seeing Lu Xinyan's serious face, Jiang Li immediately straightened his posture and said, "Senior sister, please speak." It was just the big bag on his head that made him look funny. "I want to discuss sword arts with senior brother in my spare time." "Don't worry, senior brother, I will definitely not disturb senior brother's cultivation, as long as I have free time." Jiang Li naturally wouldn't refuse. He couldn't wait for Lu Xinyan to improve every day so he could draw a prize. The probability of drawing something good from a heavenly pride like Lu Xinyan and Si Feng was simply not too high. What do you call this? If senior sister has a request, senior brother will certainly go up the mountain of swords and down the sea of fire to fulfill it. Choosing a day is not as good as bumping into a day, why don't we explore it now? Lu Xinyan was stunned at her words, she didn't expect Jiang Li to actually appear more positive than her. But the feeling of sitting up and walking around was quite to her liking. "But, today has already wasted a lot of time for senior brother, your cultivation. After a year, you still have to go to the Xian Tian sect." Jiang Li waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, whether I go or not is another story, my cultivation won't fall behind." "Well then, senior brother, Xinyan has the guts to ask for advice, this time, we won't need chopsticks to replace the sword, right?" Lu Xinyan had a look of eagerness to try. By the looks of it, this still had a grudge against being taught a lesson by Jiang Li with chopsticks once before. Seeing that there was another good show to watch, the Yen Shou sect disciples who were originally ready to disperse stopped in their tracks. Bai Lingmiao also, along with Si Feng, retreated to the side. "Senior brother, as usual, I will suppress my cultivation to be the same as yours. Senior brother doesn't have to keep his hands off, I won't keep my hands off either, how about it?" Lu Xinyan's eyes were raging with battle intent, very different from her usual appearance. Jiang Li smiled faintly and said, "Senior sister, I'm afraid that you'll be like a little kid and get cried out by me. Senior brother really isn't good at coaxing women." The corner of Lu Xinyan's mouth traced a charming arc as she raised her hand and summoned a long sword. "I'd rather see senior brother cry." Chapter 64, Handsome. "Senior brother, bring out your full strength and let me see the gap between us." Lu Xinyan's eyes were filled with battle intent. She was eager to see how strong Jiang Li, who was able to utilize the Qingling sword technique to the extreme, could be. "I don't know how big the gap is, but senior sister, I'm afraid that you'll become a tragedy in a while." Jiang Li let out a light laugh and pinched a sword trick in his hand, and a sword roar like a dragon's roar sounded out. Subsequently, a sword light cut through space and went straight for Lu Xinyan's brow. So fast. Lu Xinyan only had time to flash this thought in her mind, and subconsciously raised her hand to block. But Jiang Li didn't give her that chance. Just by seeing a divine light flash in his eyes, he immediately saw the break at Lu Xinyan's shoulder. Jiang Li he directly unleashed the weakness-seeing talent skill. Only to see that the flying sword, which was about to be blocked by Lu Xinyan, suddenly made a sharp stop, turned around in a weird way, and stabbed straight at Lu Xinyan's shoulder. This moment caused a hint of surprise to flash through Lu Xinyan's eyes. The break at the shoulder had always been clear to herself. When she raised her sword to block, her shoulders would sink a little bit to lend strength, and her movements would be slowed down for a split second, a subconscious mistake that she hadn't gotten rid of even after many years. She never took it seriously though. For one thing, with the shirt covering them, that little bit of movement wouldn't even draw attention to them. Secondly, no one could seize that instant of time to defeat her. She didn't know if it was a coincidence or if Jiangli had done it on purpose, but she actually came up and attacked her shoulder directly. Ryu Xinyan hurriedly changed her stance, trying to make amends. With Jiang Li's understanding of the clear spirit sword technique, he knew with his ass what Lu Xinyan was going to do. Not giving Lu Xinyan the chance to continue at all, he made a smooth and illusory move. Although Lu Xinyan managed to block the sword that was stabbed at her shoulder, she had already been hit by Jiang Li's sword, which was pressed against her throat. Senior sister, 3 moves. Jiang Li smiled faintly and put his sword back. The whole process was so fast that it only took a short breath of time. I was expecting at least an even cut, but it was ridiculously fast. Ryu Xinyan herself froze. She actually hadn't lasted as long as Si Feng. The entire martial arts arena was silent, and everyone didn't dare to breathe. Si Feng lost, they could accept it. No matter how talented a brat is, he's still just a kid after all. But Lu Xinyan, that was a real Emperor Realm powerhouse. Although it could have suppressed the realm, it was still the Emperor Realm. Finished? Finished? This is the end? A female disciple froze and opened her mouth. No, I just lowered my head a bit. Can anyone tell me that it was Elder John's sword that was against Elder Lu's neck just now? I didn't see it wrong. 3 moves, 1 breath. If it's a real life and death struggle, wouldn't it mean? The words were not finished, but everyone knew what was meant behind them. Fighting in the same realm, Lu Xinyan couldn't even survive a breath in Jiang Li's hands. Hiss. The disciples had sucked in a breath of cool air. What a concept. The crowd looked at Jiang Li as if they were looking at a monster. Bai Ling Miao couldn't help but say, it's fortunate that his realm cultivation speed is slow, otherwise would others still have a chance to live? Lu Xinyan looked at the sword in his hand and then at Jiang Li, who was looking at him with a smile on his face. Aggrieved? Unhappy? Lu Xinyan didn't know how she was feeling right now. In short, it was complicated. Senior sister. Seeing that Lu Xinyan's face seemed a bit off, Jiang Li quickly spoke out, wanting to say a few words to comfort her. Senior, again. After saying that, Lu Xinyan similarly used the Qingling royal sword art to maneuver the long sword in her hand into a flying rainbow and chopped towards Jiang Li. Hey, no, why is this still up? Jiang Li had no choice but to answer the battle. The result, however, remains the same as before. 3 moves, 1 breath. Lu Xinyan was then once again used by Jiang Li with his sword, against her snow-white neck. Jiang Li retrieved his long sword and spoke, Senior sister, let me tell you. First. Senior, again. Lu Xinyan, however, did not listen, this time, but directly held the sword and attacked towards Jiang Li. Seeing this, Jiang Li had no choice but to similarly also hold his sword art to receive the move. But the results? No surprises, another 3 moves and a breath. Lu Xinyan was then once again used by Jiang Li with his sword, against his neck. Elder sister, this Qingling sword technique he has so many points to pay attention to, Again. Ryu Xinyan couldn't listen at all. Ever since that night, after being educated by Jiang Li with chopsticks, she had learned from her mistakes and fought hard for 3 nights on how to deal with it. But it turned out to be even more overwhelming than that night. The last one was arguably careless. And today? How could Lu Xinyan, who was essentially as high-minded and proud as Si Feng, tolerate herself being defeated so easily? However, Jiang Li was somewhat enraged by this succession of attacks from Lu Xinyan. What he wanted to do was to take this opportunity to instruct her some, to pave the way for future draws. Now this is getting into a bullseye, and it's not a pure waste of his time. Sure enough, any lord with a high heart, once he breaks his defense, is going to be tougher than normal. This time, Jiang Li didn't spoil her anymore. As soon as Lu Xinyan had finished saying the 2 words again, Jiang Li stabbed at her with a sword that was as fast as it could be, not giving her a chance to make a move at all. Facing this sword, Lu Xinyan only felt that no matter how she responded, it would not help. Before she could even raise her sword, Jiang Li's sword already crossed in front of her. This time, not even a move. Senior sister, calm down. Jiang Li's eyes narrowed and his hand holding the sword was slightly hard. The sharp blade of the sword instantly separated a tiny opening on Lu Xinyan's perfectly slender neck. Crimson blood, sliding down the blade, toward the long sword guard. Lu Xinyan stared at the drop of blood, clarity finally returning to her eyes. She slowly retreated a step back, clasped her sword with both hands, and bowed her head slightly, sorry for causing trouble for senior brother. Seeing this, Jiang Li spread a smile and said, was I handsome just now? Lu Xinyan also spread her face, revealing a bright smile and said, handsome. Lu Xinyan, who was already absolutely beautiful, was even more moving at this moment. Especially the tiny wound on her neck added a point of tenderness to this young empress. Bai Ling Miao also took the opportunity to walk up, seemingly complaining but actually concerned. Senior sister, how did you lose your temper? Lu Xinyan threw her an apologetic glance and said, I've made senior sister worry. She took a long breath and looked solemnly at Jiang Li. Senior brother, please solve my confusion. Jiang Li smiled and nodded his head. It should have been. The oppressive atmosphere was swept away. Inside the martial arts arena, there was also renewed bustle. The female disciples gathered around instantly chattered. They were all discussing how amazing the battle between Jiang Li and Lu Xinyan was just now. Hey, did you guys see that? Elder Jiang's last sword, it's handsome, isn't it? No wonder Elder Lu would fall in love with Elder Jiang at first sight. I used to think that it was because Elder Jiang was a soft eater, but now it seems that he clearly conquered Elder Lu by strength. From now on, Elder Jiang is my idol. Wow, so handsome. Too big heavenly pride, both lost under my idol sword. In the future who was saying that my home Jiang elder cultivation is low, I'll be anxious with whoever that's cultivation is low, that's for the heavenly pride to leave a way out. Low EQ, Elder Jiang's cultivation is so low, high EQ, too good, can only use this method to leave others alive. Chapter 65, is this okay? Just as everyone was marveling at Jiang Li's power and unbelievability, Lin Evening Night, who was standing in the crowd, frowned slightly. When Jiang Li and Lu Xinyan were sparring, her position was facing Jiang Li. From Jiang Li's eyes, she seemed to see a very familiar scene. That's what happens when she performs her natural ability. Could it be, he could too? Lin Evening Night thought in her mind. Lin Evening Night's talent was not enough to be compared to the likes of Sifeng and Lu Xinyan though. But it is also a rare heavenly pride. Combined with the situation of Jiang Li and Lu Xinyan's handshake just now, she was more and more certain that Jiang Li must be able to see other people's brokenness as well. Only, the feeling Jiang Li gave him was much stronger than her. She has a ridiculously low success rate with that talent. Jiang Li, however, seemed to be able to see through it every time. Jiang Li would he have any special exercise methods? Lin Evening Night thought like this in her heart, her eyes getting brighter and brighter. If Jiang Li really had this method, didn't that mean that she could too? Only, when she thought of the scene of being bullied by Jiang Li when she went to Jiang Li's cave before, Lin Lianyan was a bit overwhelmed with emotion. It's so humiliating. This was also the reason why she had been avoiding Jiang Li for the last few days. But now it seemed like there was no way to get around Jiang Li if he wanted to improve himself. After instructing Lu Xinyan for a while, Jiang Li paired up with Sifeng and headed towards his cave. He felt that he was already a little tired after sparring with two top-tier celestial pride in a row today. Big brother Jiang, you're too powerful, I've never seen someone as strong as you. Along the way, Sifeng was expressing his admiration for Jiang Li. If he was the only one who took a beating, he had some hard feelings. Adding in a Lu Xinyan who was already in the Emperor realm, Sifeng felt that his bit of frustration was simply not worth mentioning. At the same time, the adoration for Jiang Li became more and more fervent. Under Sifeng's meal of rainbow farts, Jiang Li's vanity was greatly satisfied. Low profile, based on 6. The pleased Jiang Li immediately decided that he would treat himself and Sifeng, his little old brother. Let's go, today big brother will let you see my extraordinary features again. Oh? Sifeng was slightly surprised, not knowing what Jiang Li was up to. However, Jiang Li turned a corner and led him to the back of the mountain. It wasn't long before the two of them had scored quite a bit of game. Went over to the pharmacy again and found many spices. Soon, the two of them set up a grill in the open space in front of Jiang Li's cave. Brother Jiang, is this what makes you extraordinary? Sifeng froze and didn't expect that what Jiang Li was talking about was actually the art of butchery. What, look down? Sifeng waved his hands and said, that's not true, it's just that, it doesn't have anything to do with cultivation either. I didn't think that you actually have the effort to study this, big brother Jiang. Jiang Li said with a stern look on his face, combine work and rest, do you understand? You are just cultivating and practicing every day, your brain is practicing bad and stupid. Sifeng. I'm afraid that the only one who can say he's stupid in the head is Jiang Li. The point is that he can't really refute it. Soon, the meat flavor drilled into Sifeng's nostrils, and he couldn't help but eat his fingers and couldn't help but suck up his saliva. Seeing this, Jiang Li heatedly smiled and handed him a skewer of grilled meat. Sifeng grabbed it and shoved it into his mouth. The full flavor of the meat immediately filled his mouth, making him unable to stop himself. What I used to eat the most was all kinds of spiritual vegetables and immortal fruits. It was all good stuff that was unusual and hard to find, but it was really light, where you've had heavy eating like grilled meat. The first time he ate this kind of mundane grilled meat, it actually gave him the urge to shed tears. Wow, it's so good, what the hell have I been eating before? After saying that, he looked at Jiang Li with bated breath. Seeing this, Jiang Li hemmed and hawed, take it yourself, there's plenty. Hey, what are you guys? Just as the two of them were having a good time eating, Lin Evening walked over. Originally, she had thought about how awkward it would be to see Jiang Li again and what she could say to ease it. I didn't expect to see two people barbecuing here as soon as I arrived. Yo, master nephew is here, you are blessed with a mouthful, come on, come on, come on. Zhongli naturally wouldn't think about those have-nots like her and immediately greeted her. Lin Evening Night sniffled, smelling the rich meat aroma, and forgetting what embarrassment was, she quickly walked over. Senior uncle, you're still in the mood. Well. She was just about to say a few words about the scene when Zhongli shoved a skewer of meat into her mouth. Your eyes are almost falling off the grill, let's not talk about the scene, just eat. Zhongli said without any good humor. Anyhow, she was also a rare great beauty, and for Zhongli's rude behavior, she just wanted to reprimand her, but she was choked back by the roasted meat in her mouth, directly. Not bothering to talk, he and Sifeng clunked into their mouths and dazzled. It was also the fact that Zhongli was equipped with the skill of perfect grilling, which satisfied the mouths of these two foodies. After eating and drinking, Zhongli passed a cup of tea to each of them and said, if you've eaten too much meat, drink some tea to get rid of the fatigue. After the two of them thanked him, they hugged their cups and took small sips, their faces indescribably satisfied. Big brother Jiang, can we continue tomorrow? Sifeng tilted her little face up and looked at Zhongli with anticipation written all over her face. A hint of anticipation also appeared in the eyes of Lin Lianya on the side. Zhongli couldn't help but sigh when he saw this. Just a barbecue had corrupted the two heavenly prides. Zhongli reprimanded Zhongli after he gave a brain crash. It's good to eat once in a while, there's tension and relaxation. Why, do you still want to eat every day? I'm not your babysitter, do you want me to take care of your feces and urine? Sifeng sniffed and pouted in aggravation as he held his head. Lin Evening also turned to Zhongli and gave him a sultry look. Twice now, this was the second time Zhongli had flicked her brain to crash. Zhongli rightly ignored the eyes of the two men and turned to ask Lin Evening, just say what's going on, look at you stammering for half a day. Lin Evening Night glanced at Sifeng next to her without saying anything. Zhongli took a look at Sifeng and said, little brat, get lost when you're full, why are you still staying? Shay. I'll make room for you guys, okay, really think I'm a kid who doesn't know anything. Sifeng stood up and patted himself on the back. Brat. Zhongli laughed and cursed before looking at Lin Evening Night. Now you can talk. Lin Evening took a sip of tea and hesitated for a moment, but still summoned up the courage to say, Senior uncle, do you also have the talent of being able to see through other people's cracks? Zhongli heard this and figured it out after a slight freeze. He didn't expect Lin Evening Night to actually have such a delicate mind, and could see the signs just through today's sparring session. Zhongli thought about it without saying anything, but instead, with his hand, he gently nudged on a small mat that Sifeng was sitting on before. It was clear that not much force had been used, but the matza simply shattered apart. Lin Evening's eyes widened when she saw this. This works? Chapter 66, Lin Evening Night's way to improve her talent. What, you can't? Zhongli asked with some surprise. Lin Evening Night shook her head and said, brokenness, isn't it only human beings who have it? More than that. Zhongli said, and demonstrated to her again, using the bamboo stick in his hand, and after slightly infusing it with a little bit of spiritual energy, he catapulted it to a small tree on the side. The moment the bamboo stick touched the small tree, the bamboo stick and the small tree exploded together. Seeing this, Lin Evening Night froze for a moment before directly grabbing Zhongli's hands. Uncle Master, teach me, will you teach me? The way Lin Evening looked at Zhongli was like a hungry dog seeing fresh, steaming and still steaming. Let go first, if you are seen in this state, you will misunderstand, if there is anything go back to my cave and talk about it. Hearing Zhang Li's words, Lin Evening Night also reacted to the fact that she was a bit too excited. She quickly let go of her hand and explained with a red face and lowered her head, I'm sorry senior uncle, it's because I was abrupt. Zhongli didn't care and shook his head, no harm done, tell me what kind of state this talent of yours is in right now. Lin Evening sniffed and said with some frustration, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, I was excited for a while when I first discovered this talent of mine, but then I realized that it's very chicken-ribbed. Every time I fight against the enemy or spar with my sisters and teachers, I always fail to see through it in time, and it also makes my eyes so sore that I won't even be using it anymore after a long time. Zhongli nodded and said, then haven't you thought about targeted exercise? Lin Evening complained, yes, but it's innate, and there's no place to learn from others. In short, the results are very little, let alone being able to see through even the weaknesses of dead things like you, senior uncle. She then said with some excitement, senior uncle, you're so powerful, can you tell me how you practiced? Born with it. Zhongli said awkwardly. What did he say, that he still drew this gift from her? Lin Evening sniffed, and immediately lost it. Well, it seems hopeless. Originally thought that I was also a person with an extraordinary destiny, but I didn't realize that I was actually just an ordinary person. In the past 2 days, Lin Evening had also been hit a bit hard. First, he had learned from his master that Zhongli was not some hidden former senior, and then a sage disciple, Sifeng, suddenly appeared. Not counting Lu Xinyan, she was originally the Yanshou sect's #1 heavenly pride land. But there's just enough of a low presence in the last 2 days. It made her very uncomfortable. However, it's not without a solution. Zhongli said thoughtfully. If he could combine and analyze the differences between the two of them, Jiang Li felt that it was still possible. After all, this talent of his was an upgraded version of copying Lin Evening Night. Immediately, Jiang Li let Lin Evening Night describe in detail what happened when she used her talent. According to you, you have to concentrate especially hard every time to succeed, but in real combat, you won't be given that chance at all, right? Lin Lianyang nodded frantically. Yes, with that time, everyone else would have cut me with more than 10 swords. Moreover, the consumption of spiritual energy is very huge. Jiang Li stroked his chin and said, then can we not understand that the primary goal is to shorten the time required for concentration, in which case, we can also solve the problem of spiritual energy consumption along the way? That's what I thought, but how should I practice this? Lin Evening Night scratched her head and couldn't come up with a good solution. Jiang Li pondered, what kind of situation, or what kind of thing, can attract your attention at a glance? Lin Evening sniffed, her face slightly red and said, handsome. Handsome guy, right? Jiang Li's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he suddenly clapped his hands and said, I've thought of it. Seeing this, Lin Evening Night hurriedly asked, Senior Uncle, what did you think of? Jiang Li hemmed and hawed and said, we can't say yet, tomorrow after the sermon, I'll take you to a place. Lin Evening Night was a bit puzzled, are you going to leave the sect? Jiang Li nodded and said, that's right, this is the only way to catch your eye and attract your attention. Then can you say where you're going so I can ask Master for leave? Jiang Li shook his head and said, don't worry about that, I'll talk about it on senior sister's side, if I tell you now, it won't work. With that, he stood up and stretched, well, it's been another busy day, and it's getting late, so I'm going back to rest, so you pack these up before you go ha. After saying that, without giving Lin Evening Night a chance to refuse, she directly ran back inside the cave. Lin Evening Night looked at the mess and leftover scraps of food all over the floor and shook her head bitterly. When did she ever do this in her entire life? Jiang Li, who had returned to his cave, first drew the few trigram rewards that had been fulfilled today. It's just a shame that nothing good came out of it. It just increased the cultivation of an ordinary disciple by 10 years, which was better than nothing. The next morning, Jiang Li went to the preaching ground early again. According to the old rules, first touch the hand to eat beans. First to measure the luck and fortune telling. There weren't many people with golden trigrams on their heads today, but instead there were 2 unlucky disciples with slightly blackened chi on their heads. It doesn't look serious, at most a nosebleed, an ant, or something like that. After a few words of exhortation, he began his impassioned work of preaching. With the experience of the previous days, he was already well versed in the work of preaching. After finishing his sermon early, Jiang Li saw Lin Evening staring at 2 panda eyes looking over. Uncle Sherfu. Lin Evening greeted Jiang Li from afar. Seeing this, Jiang Li was puzzled, what's wrong with you? So excited that I didn't get a good night's rest and didn't practice, I stayed up hard all night and only squinted a little in the morning. Seeing this, Jiang Li breathlessly pinched to conceal. A clear stream of water sprayed out from his palm, which he sprinkled on Lin Evening Night's face. I said you didn't come to listen to the lecture this morning, sober up. How can you say that you're also the #1 Tianzhou beauty in Ningzhou? Don't disgrace your senior uncle. Lin Evening Night shivered, her consciousness instantly clearing up a lot. The exhaustion in his body was swept away after he slightly ran his gong methods. I've already told your master, go now. Oh yes, change your clothes, this is inconvenient. Lin Evening looked down at her dress, it was bright, it suited her. What's going on here? Change into a man's clothes and go, it's convenient. Jiang Li didn't explain and directly ordered. Oh good. Lin Evening Night didn't take it seriously, and after agreeing, she hurriedly went to change her clothes. When she turned around, Jiang Li realized that the chi on top of this girl's head, in the ordinary white color, was slightly tinged with a hint of black and red, and it seemed to be about to see some blood. He immediately called out to Lin Evening Night and said, Master Nephew, you're a bit unlucky today, you might bleed a bit. Lin Evening Night sniffed and said with some gravity, is it serious? It doesn't matter, come on, Master Uncle will give you a fortune. Lin Evening sniffed, slightly relieved, and directly handed her hand, in front of Jiang Li. Seeing this, Jiang Li hemmed and hawed and was just about to glean up when he heard a cold snort from his side. Keep your hands to yourself. Chapter 67 Taking a Girl to a Greenhouse? Jiang Li twisted his head to look and realized that Lu Xinyan had, at some point, stood behind him. Lin Evening Night hurriedly saluted, Senior Uncle. Lu Xinyan glared at Jiang Li without any good humor and said to Lin Evening, don't let him take advantage of you again. Ah, but Uncle Jiang said that I have poor chi luck, mustn't I take a look at my palm? Lin Evening Night explained. Lu Xinyan grunted coldly, he's also very good at reading faces, it's not necessary to read palms, isn't it, Jiang Li Jiang senior brother? Actually, touching the bones is a bit more accurate. Jiang Li muttered. What did you say? It's nothing, late master nephew is just a little bit of a minor disaster, indeed it's fine to just look at the face. Although there was some reluctance, Jiang Li could only give up. Anyway, there will be plenty of opportunities later, not 1 or 2. After obtaining Lin Evening's consent, a curtain of light appeared in front of Jiang Li. It seemed that because the trigrams were so small, the hints on the light screen were almost like explicit statements. Associated with the place he was taking the girl to, Jiang Li was a little embarrassed. Jiang Li said sarcastically, "Evening, you have to be prepared, you might really have to shed some blood today." Lin Evening Night was surprised. "Can't you crack it too, senior uncle?" Jiang Li said with some embarrassment, "I think that today's flow of points is more beneficial to you. Don't worry, it's just a small disaster, you don't need to crack it, just carry it through directly." Lin Evening Night sniffed and didn't take it seriously. However, Lu Xinyan came to be interested. "I heard elder sister say that you're taking her out? Where to?" "Oh, go around Ningzhou City, I've been out for some days, go back and have a look," Jiang Li said casually. "Then take me with you." Jiang Li immediately looked embarrassed and said, "What are you going for? If you guys can go, can't I go?" Lu Xinyan was puzzled. "Oops, we're going to do business. What, would I be in the way if I'm in the Imperial Realm? Besides, you two tiny Jindan realm, in case you offend someone in Ningzhou City, it would be too late to save you, so it would be better if I follow." Hearing Lu Xinyan's words, Jiang Li said breathlessly, "I've been in Ningzhou City for quite some time now, and I haven't seen a few cultivators." Lu Xinyan blanked him and said, "On your this point of cultivation, people are standing in front of you, you don't know, I stood in front of you in the first place, did you find out? And let me tell you, Ningzhou City is the territory of the First Dynasty, even if it's our Yin Shou sect, we must abide by the rules there are hidden dragons and crouching tigers in there, you don't know who you'll be offending, having me here will save you a lot of trouble." Lu Xinyan had moved out such a reason, what else could Jiang Li say? He could only open his mouth and say, "First of all, it's okay to take you there, but when you get to the place, you're not allowed to roll your eyes or hit anyone, okay?" Lu Xinyan immediately nodded her head and said, don't worry, is my hallowed Empress that unreliable?" With that, he couldn't wait to pull Lin Evening Night and went to change his clothes. Within a short time, two valiant and handsome lords appeared in front of Jiang Li. Jiang Li circled around the two and sked, "The others are fine, what's going on here? How come it's still gone?" Following Jiang Li's gaze, the two women looked down to their own chests and both couldn't help but blush and spit. "Rascal! Brother Jiang, take me one." Just as the three of them were about to set off, Si Feng came over with longing in his eyes. "Don't get involved in grown-ups' business, kids, do all the homework I've assigned you, I'm going to check it when I get back." After Jiang Li peeled him aside, he and the two girls left Yin Shou sect. Seeing this, Si Feng could only make a face and mutter a few words in the back. Soon, the three of them arrived at Ningzhou City once again. Returning to Ningzhou City once again, looking at the crowded streets, Jiang Li instantly felt like he was back on Earth. The scenery of Yin Shou Zone is good, but it is always missing a smoky atmosphere. After the novelty wore off, that's really all there is to it. Jiang Li was still more adapted to the environment of Ningzhou City. Jiang Li led the way in front, and the two girls followed right behind him. It was just that a young man in a Taoist robe, followed by two handsome young men in white, looked a little out of place. This direction, it's not the street where I met you before." Lu Xinyan realized that Jiang Li didn't take them to Horsewalker Street, but to another part of Ningzhou City. The streets here, much cleaner than Horse Row, are just as lively. Horse Row Street is full of all three religions and most of the bitterness, and the place that takes you there can't be there. Lu Xinyan and Lin Evening Night looked at each other, not understanding where exactly Jiang Li was taking them. But soon, the two knew the answer. "Egu, what a handsome little brother and Taoist master, come in and play." My lord, come quickly. Girls come out, look, there are two gentlemen prettier than us." Lu Xinyan and Lin Evening, looking at Jiang Li, who was walking in front, smiling and greeting all the way, their faces were as black as the bottom of a pot. How could the two not expect that Jiang Li would actually bring them to such a place? "Elder brother, is this your serious business?" Feeling the icy gaze behind him, Jiang Li gave a slight lurch before turning back with a smile and saying, as promised, "No flipping out and no hitting. So you brought us to a place like this? I think you wanted to come." Jiang Li hurriedly explained, "How come back? I've never been here before, it's really a serious matter, in order to help late night cultivate." "Yo, it's not the Taoist master Jia Qian, some days have not seen you, Small Peach Red yesterday also told me about you, this time to go where to make a fortune off?" Jiang Li had just finished his explanation when a charming old biddy, shaking her huge chest, staggered over. Lu Xinyan immediately sneered, "So it's still a familiar guest, is this what you mean by never having been here?" Jiang Li wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and hurriedly explained again, "I used to read the fortunes of the girls here and measured their luck, that's all." When he finished speaking, he said to the pimp with a straight face, "Don't talk nonsense, the poor Taoist is a monk, don't jeopardize the poor Taoist's reputation." Seeing this, the old bod took a look at Lu Xinyan and Lin Evening Night behind her, and with a twinkle in her eye, said, "Aya, this is not wanting to thank the Taoist master for his kindness in eliminating the disaster and relieving the difficulties before. Taoist master is here, but there's something, just talk to my concubine and I promise to help you make the arrangements." Jiang Li's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he really did. Said, from the arms, took out some silver, stuffed into the hands of the old bod, said, "And you inquire about a thing, the Drunken Wind building, still in it, there is no doorway, to me to get 3 invitations. The pimp then looked behind Jiang Li, the handsome and unlike mortal Lu Xinyan and Lin Lianyang, and suddenly realized. She came up to Jiang Li and whispered, I said that before Little Peach Red wanted to stay with you for the night and you didn't agree, so it's because you're good at it. The inverted master really knows how to have fun. Cut the crap and tell me if there are any? Yes, of course, but well. Jiang Li didn't say anything and stuffed a large amount of silver saying, money is not a problem, it must be the best specification. The old bod looked at the hands of the silver, immediately full of smiles. Master assured, now the day is still early, you three advance to have a cup of tea, and wait for the concubine's good news. After saying that, he welcomed Jiang Li and the three of them into his own pavilion, and after arranging for tea, he left in a huff. Drunken Wind House? Is it a more luxurious greenhouse than this place? Lu Xinyan said with chilly eyes. Jiang Li shook his head, don't be in a hurry, when the time comes, you'll know. Chapter 68 Men's Style Hall? At night, the Flower, Willow and Drum Alley was brightly lit and bustling with activity. All the greenhouses have opened their doors, and the attics are full of coolly dressed young women waiting for the rich and powerful customers. Wave after wave of guests, as they passed by Jiang Li's trio, always took a glance at these three strange guys who only drank tea and did nothing. Just when Lu Xinyan was about to get angry from waiting, the old pimp finally came back trembling. Master Dao, fortunately, this is what you asked for, a Class A invitation. Jiang Li received it and smiled with satisfaction, taking out another pile of silver and rewarding the other party. Then, amidst the pimp's thousand thanks, he took the two girls, Lu Xinyan and Lin Evening Night, and walked out. Jiang Li, can you say where you're going now? At this moment, Lu Xinyan didn't even want to call Jiang Li senior brother anymore. Jiang Li shook his head and said, don't be in a hurry, we'll be there soon. Within a short time, Jiang Li led the two of them to a very luxurious 9-story building. The plaque hanging on the high floor clearly read the 3 hot gold characters of Drunken Wind House. Compared to those large and small greenhouses in the Flower, Willow and Drum Alley, this place is much, much more grandiose. And it doesn't have the same kind of dusty air that other greenhouses have. There were also a lot of people coming in and out, but you could tell by their clothes and temperament. The people who come here are more than a step above the rest. Most importantly, she didn't see any women here showing their skin and soliciting for favors. This isn't a greenhouse, is it? Lu Xinyan asked. Jiang Li shook his head and didn't say anything. Instead, he directly walked inside. Lu Xinyan and Lin Evening Night looked at each other and followed suit. As soon as he entered, Jiang Li was stopped in his tracks by the boy at the door. Guest, do you have an invitation? Jiang Li pulled out the invitation from his arms and handed it over. We're in this together. The boy took a look, actually as a Class A invitation, immediately replaced with a fawning smile said, guest inside please. But when he looked at Lu Xinyan and Lin Evening and behind Jiang Li, his eyes showed a strange color. Lu Xinyan naturally saw it in her eyes, but didn't understand why. Waiting for the 3 people to go in, the boy only said with the companion next to him, see, this is the one who will have fun, bring your own. The strength of this master's background is also outstanding, actually can find such a beauty. The companion nodded at his words and said, it's just not much better than Velvet Brother, either. These words were naturally not heard by Lu Xinyan. After following Jiang Li into this drunken wind building, Lu Xinyan realized that the inside was more luxurious than the outside. The furnishings and decorations here, he used many heavenly materials. The magnitude of the handiwork was so great that even she, the Empress, sighed in amazement. It wasn't that she couldn't get them, but it was a bit of a loser to use them as decorations. A well-dressed waiter greeted Jiang Li's trio after they entered. The 3 of you are award-honored guests, this way please, the award room now has 5 more empty rooms, the guest can choose at will. With that, he led Jiang Li to the room located on the 4th floor. After choosing a room at random, the waiter said with a professional smile on his face, if it's the first time for the guest to come, I can introduce the guest to the characteristics of this store. Seeing Jiang Li nod his head, the waiter smiled and pushed open a door in the inner part of the room, revealing a small platform at the back. When the 3 of them arrived at the small platform, they realized that there was something else here. A total of 9 floors, countless rooms, surrounded by a large circle of barrels, facing downwards can directly see the ground, facing upwards can see the starry sky, the view is very good, there is no dead angle. In the center is a huge cross-shaped platform. The waiter pointed to the platform and said, in another hour, it will be the selection, there will be a phased door. From the small door to the stage, the platform can be rotated, the guest does not have to worry at all about not being able to see clearly, if you fancy which one, just tell the villain. When he finished, he suddenly said, oh yes, sir, it's a coincidence that you are here today, the son of the city guard's family will also be here today, for this reason, my drunken wind house will have no fewer than 10 new male lovers on the stage today, sir, if you do not have any familiar ones, you can also pay attention to it. As soon as he finished speaking on his side, there were some small boys, carrying various fruits, vegetables, pastries and drinks from outside, setting them on the tables in the room. Guest, do you keep it in the house, or here? Jiang Li thought for a moment and said, just put it here, then you can go out, no need to come in without my order. The waiter sniffed and still had a warm smile on his face, but he didn't speak or move. Seeing this, Jiang Li patted his head indistinctly and took out another ingot of silver from his bosom and threw it to the other party. After the waiter took it, he flicked his wrist and the silver disappeared. After glancing at Lu Xinyan and Lin Evenian who were following Jiang Li, he revealed a knowing look and retreated. Without any outsiders, Lin Evening Night immediately looked around and asked, "Senior uncle, what exactly is this place for? Can this place exercise my talent?" Jiang Li nodded. "I thought of this place based on your situation, it should be useful." Lin Evening Night sniffed, a look of anticipation on her face. However, Lu Xinyan frowned slightly and said, "What was that person's words just now about Sagittarius?" Jiang Li hemmed and hawed and laughed. "Didn't he say that another hour is almost up, you'll know it later?" After saying that, he looked at Lin Evening and said, "In a while, it's time to exercise you, don't let me down. Oh, for you, I'm spreading the only bit of silver money I have on me, all of it." Lin Evening Night's eyes showed determination as she said, "Don't worry, senior uncle." So, the three of them just sat here on the balcony, eating fruits and vegetables while waiting for the draft. And at the same time, in one of the 2 rooms on the 9th floor, 2 youths walked out. They are positioned in such a way that they can overlook the balcony of any room below the 9th floor. The others can't see them. "Brother Su, today I have greeted the boss of this drunken wind tower in advance. As long as you have your eye on it, Brother Su can open his mouth." Although Lu Zichuan's words were full of enthusiasm, in his eyes, a trace of disgust did flash imperceptibly. He Hall City Guard's son, actually have to accompany this kind of waste, come to this kind of male-style herdsman, say out also don't know how humiliating it must be. But there was nothing he could do about it. Who let this loser in front of me have a good father? How could Su Lai, the Hussar general of the First Dynasty and a great cultivator at the late stage of the Emperor realm, have given birth to such a waste? Su Linran laughed loudly and said, "Brother Lu has taken the trouble, then I won't be polite today, since we're already here, let's start straight away." Lu Zichun sniffed, nodded, and said toward the waiter behind him, "Tell your boss to start now, no need to wait." The waiter sniffed, nodded, and walked out. Within a short time, he returned to resume his duties. At the same time, all the lamps hanging inside and outside the Drunken Wind building also emitted a brilliant light at the same time, illuminating the Drunken Wind building as if it was daytime. The melodious sound of music was also sounded at this moment. Lin Evening Night, who was eating melons and fruits, faintly froze and said, "It's not even an hour yet, is it?" Chapter 69 Talent Training. As soon as Lin Evening Night's words fell, the cross-platform below began to slowly rotate. Subsequently, the circle of small doors located on the first floor were all opened as much as possible. One by one, unusually handsome men came out of it in a line and walked onto the platform. Yu Xinyun is okay. She was not interested in such men with bare skin. But Lin Yuan could just look dumbfounded. Celestial pride is also human and has its own hobbies and shortcomings. Lin Evening Night had a little unknown fetish, face control. She very much enjoys looking at good-looking men. In her words, it was appreciation. During the weekdays, he was either in practice or on his way to practice. Although he had also come into contact with a few good-looking male cultivators, such as Gu Linhuan from the White Tiger sect before, putting aside the issue of heart and stance, he was actually a very handsome person. And, of course, her uncle Jiang. Only, neither of those two were anywhere near as impactful as the men we saw today. I'm going, they're so beautiful and handsome. Lin Evening Night said with her eyes glowing. Jiang Li rolled his eyes and said, "You don't have to be such an nymphomaniac, which one do you want to call up?" Can I?" Lin Evening Night said with some excitement. "Of course not, don't forget what I brought you here for today." Jiang Li rewarded her with a chestnut and said, "Tell me all about their breaks as fast as you can, how about that, these guys are enough to raise your attention." Lin Evening didn't look back and said, "Enough is enough, it's too appealing." Lin Evening Night directly lay on the railing handrail, probing her neck to look around. Those men on the cross-platform were not only handsome, but their expressions and movements were even more tantalizing. Hey, did you hear me? You can't just look, you have to use your talent as well." Jiang Li reminded. Lin Evening Night said without looking back, "I know. Oops, so shy, that little brother is looking at me." Lin Evening Night said while also extending her hand to greet the other party. Lu Xinyan wasn't Lin Evening Night, a little girl who hadn't been out of the mountains a few times and hadn't seen the world. She quickly reacted to what kind of place this so-called drunken wind house was. She pulled Jiang Li, narrowed her eyes and said, "This is." "Sho, don't talk, it's not like Lake knows that I'm dragging her here to work on her talent. Just rely on this?" Lu Xinyan skeptically said, "Don't you bring Late Night down." Jiang Li shook his head, "How can that be?" Lu Xinyan said with a cold light in her eyes, "I'm telling you, senior sister is just such an honorable disciple, if you are woefully wasted, even if you are my senior brother, I will never spare you. You don't worry, as long as you don't say I don't say, Late Night won't think much about it at all. If it's effective, you'll have to come back more often in the future, just don't say anything in a while." "Humph." Lu Xinyan snorted coldly and said, "I'm only going to give you guys this one chance, if it doesn't work, return to the clan immediately." Jiang Li nodded his head and said, "Let's give it a try." With that, he shouted at Lin Evening Night, "Quickly say, do you see it? Ha, suck it up. So cool, first one on the left, 3 inches to the right of the belly, left shoulder, right ankle bone. Second from the left, center of the brow, back of the head, right shoulder blade, left inner thigh. Third from the left. Geez, they're all mortal and covered in weaknesses, but they're so good looking. Suck it up. Without much hesitation, Lin Evening Night directly reported the weaknesses of those below, fast and accurate. Zhongli also turned on the talent of weakness seeing, one by one confirming the accuracy of what Lin Evening said. It's okay, it's faster, but it's less accurate and misses a lot. Zhongli nodded with satisfaction and looked at Lu Xinyan. It's working. Lu Xinyan sniffed and snorted coldly. Evening, look at me. Lin Evening Night subconsciously looked at Lu Xinyan, frowning after a long time. Well, can't see it. Okay, it's okay. Finished, Lu Xinyan snorted. A group of mortals, even if playing without her that talent, can also see a 8 or 9, this is your way? Zhongli, however, smiled faintly and said, at least, her speed has improved a bit, rice should be eaten one bite at a time. When Lu Xinyan heard this, she was unable to refute it. Elder brother, rethink other ways cannot, the environment here, late night simple-minded, I am afraid. Senior sister, the candidate to go to Xin Tian sect after 1 year, besides Si Feng and I, it's bound to be late night, isn't it? If she can't improve her strength as much as possible in this year, not to mention bringing back the chance, what are the chances of coming back alive? You mustn't say that there are only opportunities and no dangers within the Xin Tian sect. Lu Xinyan frowned silent, a few moments said, this world of mundane, the most easy to corrupt the heart of the Tao, late night Qi cultivation talent is very high, also has a heart, if only simple fighting against the enemy, I am not worried, but on these mundane things but know very little, I am also afraid that she is addicted to it. Do you like these people down there? Zhongli asked. Lu Xinyan frowned after just a glance, a vase with empty skin, how can it enter my eyes? That's not all, this girl also just likes to look at nice things, just think of it as admiring a vase, you have to believe her, just now she still remembered to exercise her talent, it means she hasn't lost her heart because of it. With that, Zhongli asked towards Lin Evening Night, how about picking one as your husband? Lin Evening didn't look back and said, just a bunch of vases, if they want to be my husband's son-in-law, they're not worthy yet. Zhongli spread his hands and said, look, I knew it. Seeing this, Lu Xinyan had nothing to say. If you want to come again in the future, you must inform me and be accompanied by me. Lu Xinyan thought for a moment and said. Zhongli was surprised, don't you need to practice, it's a waste of time. You can even spend a lot of time for the sake of late night and the disciples within the sect, I am also a sect elder, so why not? Lu Xinyan said in defiance. I'm not like you. Zhongli said helplessly. You're still in the Jindan realm, but I'm in the Emperor realm. If you're underestimating people, you have to differentiate between them, okay, senior brother. Lu Xinyan bit the word senior brother very heavily. Zhongli spread his hands indifferently and said, you don't care, what can I say? After saying that, he then continued to start his special training to Lin Evening Night, asking questions non-stop, making Lin Evening Night observe with the fastest speed and then answer. The handsome men on the cross-platform were replaced by a group every few moments. This was also convenient for Zhongli to exercise Lin Evening Night's talent without her memorizing good answers by default. And just as Zhongli was training Lin Evening Night, he didn't know that someone had already set their sights on them. Brother Su, do you have a fancy? Lu Zichan asked with a smile, but he saw Su Linran's gaze, which was not even on those phallic men below. Look, Brother Lu, there are two absolute beauties there. Following Su Linran's gaze, Lu Zichuan quickly found Zhang Li's trio located at the 4th floor. Brother Lu, could I ask you to do me a favor and ask for those 2 yukai for my little brother? A trace of anger flashed in Lu Zichuan's eyes when he heard this. It's not even enough to bring a guy to Drunken Wind House, but now you want to ask for a male pet with someone else yourself? How can he, Lu Zichun, still hang out in Ningzhou City in the future? However, thinking about the other party's identity and his father's instructions, Lu Zichun still helplessly beckoned the waiter over. Spy on those guys on the 4th floor. Chapter 70 Seeing a Nosebleed. Lin Evening Night was completely reduced to a nymphomaniac, leaving her mouth watering as she admired the beautiful men on the platform below. Zhongli and Lu Xinyan, on the other hand, sat steadily sipping tea. Needless to say, the invitation to Drunken Wind House is a bit expensive, but it's really worth it. The tea and fruits here alone are all great stuff, enough to be worth the price of admission. The Drunken Wind House obviously doesn't make money on district tickets either, relying on a draw. However, they couldn't make any money from Zhongli. He wasn't even going to order the acolytes up. Almost done, senior sister, that's enough for today, we should go back. Zhongli said. Lu Xinyan looked at Lin Evening Night, who was in the mood, and said, Evening Night is seldom this happy, do you want to stop watching for a while? Zhongli, however, shook his head and said, we can't look any further, if we look any further, we'll be exposed, if Late Night knows the bottom line of these goods down there, it'll be hard to find a place that can exercise her talent again. Lu Xinyan nodded at his words and said, alright then, let's go. Zhongli immediately patted Lin Evening's shoulder and said, Master Nephew, it's time to go. Lin Evening was obviously still a bit unfulfilled and said, Senior uncle, practice for a while longer, I feel that my talent has indeed improved. If you want to go fast, you can't go fast, there are still plenty of opportunities, gradual progress is the way to go back and digest it, make sure you can play a role in real combat, it's not too late to come back. Hearing Jiang Li say this, Lin Evening Night had no choice but to nod her head and agree. Only, when she turned around, Jiang Li and Lu Xinyan were both startled. No way, it's still flowing. Only to see that Lin Evening Night's nostrils actually had nosebleeds coming out without realizing it. Lu Xinyan slapped her forehead and said, let's go, it's indeed time to go. When he finished speaking, he got up and headed out the door. Jiang Li smiled and handed Lin Evening Night a handkerchief, and after pointing to his nose, he followed suit. Lin Evening Night wiped her nose with hindsight, only to realize that she actually had nosebleeds from looking at handsome men, and her face, which was already flushed, was even more blushing at the moment. There was even a vague white mist coming out of the top of his head. This man, he's kind of a disgrace. The waiter outside the door was puzzled to see the three leaving so early in the morning. Although he guessed that Jiang Li wouldn't choose those phalanges below, leaving so early still surprised him a bit. Guest, there's more to come, you're leaving so early? Jiang Li laughed, come on, you're very good, next time when you come back again it's still you who will receive it. With that, he tossed the other party a silver ingot. The waiter took the silver, and the smile on his face became even more intense. If the guests could choose those Sagittarius, he, as a waiter, would get a corresponding draw. But in comparison, he preferred a guest like Jiang Li, who was generous but had fewer things to do. We look forward to our guests' next visit. The waiter kept sending the three of them to the door and watched their figures disappear at the end of the street before he collected his smile and returned inside Drunken Wind Tower. Strange guests. He shook his head, and just as he went back, he was stopped by another waiter. Third brother, a nobleman is looking for you. Where's the nobleman? Sango asked curiously. 9 floors of heavenly rooms. The other party just said this and said no more. But Sango knew it in her heart. There were only 2 rooms on the 9th floor, and only one of them was open today. Needless to say, it was the son of that city guard's family. What does someone as honorable as the other party want with himself? It's hard to believe that it's looking at him. Such things were actually commonplace within the Drunken Wind House. It's just that he didn't think that he would actually encounter it one day. He sighed, resigned to his fate and the attendant, and came outside the heavenly character room. Third brother, don't forget brothers when you're rich. Sango glared at the other man, took a deep breath, and knocked on the door ring. Come in. After getting permission, Sango walked in. At a glance, he saw 2 youths with extraordinary temperament. One man's eyes were sharp and heroic. Although there was a faint smile on his face, he could feel the aura of rejection on the other side. The other person, although ordinary looking, was extremely well dressed. Although it wasn't overly decorated, just that fabric alone was enough to buy the Drunken Wind House, judging by his vision. When it's really expensive. Only, compared to the sharp-eyed youth, the temperament was more than a step behind. Obviously just a rich boy of honorable status. My little man has met your honor. Sango hadn't dared to look up since she bent over. And Lu Zichun obviously had no intention of letting him raise his head, and directly opened his mouth to ask, what is the bottom line of that person you received today? Sango breathed a sigh of relief first, it looked like the skin swallow was saved for the day. But immediately afterward, there was a frown. Noble, we have rules about not talking about our guests. It's okay, I've already spoken to your boss, just say whatever you're asked. Lu Zichun was a bit annoyed at the moment. I was just about to ask those 2 playthings over, but I didn't realize that I was a step too slow, and the other party had actually left. A simple thing, and now it's actually making it a bit of a pain in the ass. That Su Lin ran, obviously uptight, actually those 2 don't want. Sango also knew what was in front of her and didn't dare to be hiding it. Back to your honor, those 3 should be headed by that Taoist master who has never been here before, and the other 2 should be his gigolo. Nonsense, can't I see it? I'm asking you about his details, what background, does he have any cultivation, how is his cultivation? Lu Zichun said impatiently. Hearing that the other party's tone was a bit displeased, Sango immediately panicked and said, Your honor, forgive me, it's just that after a brief introduction, they let me wait outside the door, so I don't know. At this moment, Su Linran spoke up, What, Brother Lu wouldn't be unable to do even this little thing, right, this is your territory. Lu Zichun was so annoyed in his heart that he could only take it out on his third brother, Rubbish, don't know anything, what's the use of having you? Upon hearing this, third brother immediately fell to the ground in fear and called out repeatedly, Villain is incompetent, but it's really that villain has no way. Oh yes, when he was leaving, that Taoist master had said that he would come back again, and that he would still be looking for the little man to accompany him then. Lu Zichun heard this and then eased up a bit, turning to Su Linran, Brother Su, it looks like you'll have to wait for 2 days. Su Linran laughed, no harm, since there is still a chance to wait for 2 more days then just wait for 2 more days, beauty is hard to come by, and if this is too simple, it will also seem boring. The rest are all rough and tumble, Brother Lu let's go, little brother just happened to take advantage of these few days to recuperate. After saying that, he stood up and prepared to leave. Lu Zichun also got up and said after throwing a gold ingot to Sango, "You understand what to do." After saying that, he and Su Linran left the drunken wind tower. When the two left, Sango collapsed to the ground as if her entire body had been drained of its bones. He thought he was on the ropes when Lu Tsuchun said he wanted him for something. Seeing the gold ingot at his feet, he tucked it into his arms. In this line of work, you may one day touch the bad luck of any nobleman and die without knowing how. But the rewards, too, are staggering. At least this gold ingot, even after the proprietor's draw, the rest is a considerable income, worth half a year of his food. Chapter 71 Unwelcome Visitors. Although Jiang Li's trio returned early. But by the time he returned to Yan Shou clan, it was also almost the latter part of the night. Without further words, the three of them dispersed and went back to their cave. In the days that followed, Jiang Li lived a three-point life. Every day, he went to tell his fortune early in the morning, and after the sermon, he was giving Si Feng and Lin evening night a small dinner. Then, it was to discuss the Tao with Lu Xinyan and Bai Lingmiao, and draw the lottery in the evening. Only the last few days, his harvest has not been very good. It seems that the good luck that had built up had run out. Ever since he drew the 8 trigrams Voltron technique, there hadn't been any more useful goodies. Even for Lin evening night's hexagram, he had only drawn a pink belly band with a faint scent. Based on the principle of not wasting it, Jiang Li was prepared to give it to his good brother, Sarude, when he had the chance. I like the profane pants, so I'm sure I'll like the bibs too. Well, definitely not something he wanted to keep as a souvenir. Senior uncle, shouldn't we go for special training? I feel like I'm stuck in a bottleneck these days. Early in the morning, Lin evening found Jiang Li, who was reading poems taking advantage of the situation, in the sermon hall and said. Jiang Li raised his head and looked at the chi above Lin evening night's head. It was still a white color and hadn't changed much. He was also a bit anxious. Judging from Lin evening's situation in the past 2 days, going to Drunken Wind House was effective. But it's not too substantial an improvement. The realm, too, was temporarily stuck at the Jindan realm, with little improvement. A year later, this girl will be going to the Xin Tian sect. If the distraction continues as it is, Lin Lian evening is afraid that she won't even be able to break through to Yuaning. And that natural ability of hers, if she can practice it, helps in fights again too much to give up. Go and ask your master for leave, then call out to your Uncle Lu and make another trip tonight. Jiang Lei said verbally. Lin evening night instantly said happily, "Thank you, senior uncle." After saying that, he ran away without a trace. Big brother Jiang, I wanna go too. Sifeng said as he came back up to the table. Jiang Li gave him a look without any good humor and said, "What's a little kid going to do?" Sifeng's little face deflated and said, "I've heard it all from Sister Lin. It's not just going to see men, I'm a man too, so what am I afraid of? I just haven't been to a mortal city for a long time and I want to go around. Didn't my master all say that he would let you teach me the way of handling things? My sisters in the sect have all given in to me, so there's no chance of practicing at all. Big brother Jiang, just let me go." Ever since he had returned last time, Sifeng had become very interested in Ningzhou City after hearing Lin evening night's account. In particular, he was very attached to the luxurious decoration of Drunken Wind House, as Lin evening night said. For 3 days, he pestered Jiang Li, wanting to follow. This time when he heard that Jiang Li was going again, how could he let go of this opportunity? Jiang Li, who couldn't stand his soft-spokenness, finally agreed after looking at the chi above his head and seeing that there was nothing wrong with it. Anyway, as long as he could just look around and leave, and wouldn't see some of the filthy sights behind him, he didn't think it should be too much of a problem. And so it was that after the sermon, the group of 4 made their way to Ningzhou City once again. This time, familiar with the situation, the 4 of them didn't wait around foolishly, but instead wandered around Ningzhou City. He waited until nightfall before Jiang Li led the 3 of them and walked to the Drunken Wind Tower. Ever since Jiang Li and the others left last time, third brother had been guarding the door every day just to wait for Jiang Li to come again. But for days on end, there was no more waiting. Today he still waited at the door, unable to stop looking. It wasn't that he was looking forward to Jiang Li's arrival, but he knew that the patience of Lu Zichun, the male son of the city guard's family, couldn't withstand being consumed for much longer, I'm afraid. "Hey, remember us?" Just as Sango was rambling on, he heard someone speak, and he looked up in a panic, just about to politely reply to his guest. He realized that what was in front of him was not the Jiang Li that he had been longing for. "Master Dao, you're finally here." He had a bright and sincere smile on his face. Looking at Jiang Li, he was dumbfounded and thought, this guy, he misses him so much? Could it be trying to? Jiang Li didn't think down, it was just too disgusting. "Master Dao, is it still the same?" With that, he looked behind Jiang Li. After realizing that it was the same 2 people from last time, he was slightly relieved. If Jiang Li was the only one who came this time, things would be really difficult. He then saw Sifeng, who was by Lin evening night's side, and immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. This master has a lot of energy, but he can also play a lot. Those 2 bigger ones have been the best of the best. Whether it's the look or the temperament, it's all top-notch. I can't believe I brought another little one today. And, although smaller, looking at that look, it's more than ever. Many guests are more favorable to this younger age. Lu Xinyan and Lin Evening Night, because they were women dressed as men, did some camouflage. If you look at it according to those who prefer the male style, it's really not as delightful to look at as the original Sifeng brat. But only relatively speaking. After welcoming Zhang Li and the four of them upstairs again and settling everything down, third brother retreated in a sensible manner. Don't even want a tip? Zhang Li, who had just taken out his silver, looked at the already closed door of the room in surprise and said, "Just saved me." Unbeknownst to him, the third brother at this time, where still care about collecting tips, has long been in a hurry to arrange for people, go to the city master's mansion, tipped off to go. Because of the perfect timing, this time they didn't have to wait much before the Sagittarians came out to the sound of lively music. Seeing a large group of handsome men again, Lin Evening Night was instantly caught in her gaze. On the contrary, Sifeng, after seeing these people, said with some disgust, "Big brother Jiang, does Sister Evening like to look at these people? Doesn't she find them disgusting? Why do I always want to beat them up?" Zhang Li smiled slightly when he saw this. "Sifeng like this is the normal reaction of a normal man after seeing such. Everyone has everyone's hobbies, your late sister is just appreciating beauty." Zhang Li explained. "I can't take it, I just want to do it, I thought there was something to see, I won't come next time, it's not fun." Just after watching for a while, Sifeng was already impatient, but he could only nibble on the melons and fruits in boredom. However, Lin Lianxian seemed to be making good progress. Just as Zhang Li felt that Lin Evening might have something to offer today, a knock sounded outside. "Master Dao, Duke Lu wants to see you." Zhang Li frowned slightly at his words, he didn't recognize any Duke Lu. Just when he wanted to rebuff, he found two youths, with a few underlings, pushing the door directly into the room. Zhang Li's frown deepened as he looked at these uninvited guests. Chapter 72 Lu Qingyuan. Zhang Li frowned without and looked at these few people and said in a deep voice, "A few people, something is wrong?" The two youths that came in were actually both at the yuaning stage of cultivation. Both looked, at least, like they were in their 20s or less than 30. To be able to have such a cultivation level represented that the background of the other party was definitely not too small. Lu Zichun similarly took the first opportunity to first scan the cultivation levels of a few people. Zhang Li's Jindan realm, at his age, was still okay, sloppy. By the time that little child, who was already in the Jindan realm at such an age, was out of his expectation and made him a little jealous. Such a supreme heavenly pride was definitely not something that could be taught by ordinary people. As for the other two, ordinary people, just really wonderful looking. If he hadn't been so sure of his normal orientation, he'd have felt a bit of a heart attack. Lin Evening Night had hidden her cultivation with the help of Lu Xinyan because she was going to disguise herself as a man, so Lu Zichuan wasn't able to see through her cultivation. After Jiang Li had asked, both sides were rare in not speaking. All weighed in their minds. Jiang Li didn't say anything, and Lu Xinyan's few people were led by him, so naturally, they didn't open their mouths either. But on Lu Zichuan's side, it wasn't like that. When Su Linran saw Lu Xinyan and Lin Evening Night from a close distance, he was attracted by the looks of the two at first. Regardless of appearance or temperament, those phallic gentlemen outside compared to these two, it was a heaven and a earth, completely incomparable. After scanning again and seeing Sifeng, he was even more brightened up. As for Sifeng's Jindan realm cultivation, he didn't even think about it. Yes, great, today is really my young man's lucky day. With that, he took out a money bag from his bosom and threw it to Zhang Li without even looking at it. "Taoist, take the money and get lost, these beauties I want." Zhang Li didn't pick it up and let the money bag fall to the ground. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Lu Zichuan. "Fellow Daoist, this friend of yours, there are evil omens." Lu Zichun was also secretly grumbling in his heart at the moment. This person in front of him was obviously not a good person. A conflict with such a person was something he would never want to do. "This Taoist master, there may also be some misunderstandings in the middle, you allow me to." "What are you still looking at? Don't get lost yet." Seeing that Zhang Li was still standing there unmoved, Su Linran immediately chided. Zhang Li smiled faintly as he heard this. "Fellow Daoist, by the looks of it, this doesn't seem like a misunderstanding. Moreover, your friend's demonic aura is capped with a reddish color in the blackness, condensing but not dispersing. It's an omen of great evil. I'm afraid he won't be able to live through the night." Lu Zichuan's face changed at his words. "Fellow Daoist, do you know who he is?" Seeing that the two of them were at the yuaning stage and dared to make threats like this Taoist priest in front of him was either bluffing or really had a strong background and was not afraid of the two of them. Lu Zichuan was more inclined to the second possibility. After all, for a Jindan realm at Sifeng's age, I'm afraid that in the entire Ningzhou, only that Empress of the Yanshou sect would be able to compare to it. Whoever you are, he won't get away with this. Are you kidding? Molesting Lu Xinyan? The last person who molested her was the White Tiger Sect's Emperor realm powerhouse Tiger Sanqing, and now the tumbleweeds were probably 3 feet tall. With these two people in front of her, it wasn't enough for Lu Xinyan to blow off steam. The most crucial thing was that he didn't lie to Lu Zichuan. The chi above Su Linran's head was already black with red, so red that it was about to drip blood. In his experience, there was no point in even counting this, truly it was not far from death. Zhongli turned back to look at Lu Xinyan and realized that she had a calm face. But anyone who knows her well knows that this is just the last calm before the storm. Brother Lu, what's the point of wasting words with him? Break his legs and throw him out. Don't delay my good spring day with the beauty. After Su Linran finished speaking, without even looking at Zhongli, he crossed over him and walked towards Lu Xinyan. When Lu Zichuan saw this, his face changed drastically. Brother Su, no. But Su Linran didn't listen at all, his eyes only had the beauty in front of him. Looking at Lu Xinyan, who was close at hand, Su Linran heatedly smiled, then reached out his hand, wanting to touch her face. Ah, such a stunning beauty, only this male knows how to take pity on her. Lu Zichuan was about to step in and pull Su Linran back immediately. Zhongli, however, took a step forward and stopped in front of him. Fellow Taoist, some of your friends, dying earlier might be a help to you as well. Lu Zichuan grabbed Zhongli and was about to push him away. In the heat of the moment, he even directly utilized the power of his Yuaning. Only he realized that he hadn't pushed Zhongli. Physical cultivator. Lu Zichuan was shocked and angry. He didn't expect that this poor in front of him was, in fact, still an individual cultivator. Do you know that he is the great general of the Imperial Dart Flag, Su Lai's pro? Before the words were even finished, an extremely strong and terrifying pressure directly swept through the entire drunken wind tower. Emperor realm. Lu Zichuan looked at Lu Xinyan with horror, raised his hand in a false grip, and then lifted Su Linran in midair by his neck. Su Linran's hands and feet kept flailing as if he was drowning in the water. I am the son of Su Lai, I am Su. But a mouthful of blood arrows suddenly sprayed out of Su Linran's mouth, and his eyes began to lax until they were devoid of any expression. Even though it was a spaced-out killing, Lu Xinyan still shook her hand in disgust after throwing Su Linran on the ground. After Lu Zichuan saw this scene, it was as if his entire body's qi and blood had been drained out of him, and he went limp on the ground. Dead. Dead. It's over, it's all over. In the next moment, a strong aura also erupted from within the Ningzhou City Lord's mansion, rushing towards this side. Only compared to Ryu Xinyan, it's still not even close. The voice of Ningzhou City guard Lu Qingyuan resounded over the drunken wind tower. It's that fellow Taoist who has come to my Ningzhou City in a big way. Lu Qingyuan is here to salute you. Although he was only at the Mahayana stage, the city guard of Ningzhou was an official position handpicked by the First Dynasty, and he had the qualifications to be on par with the Emperor realm. Hearing his old man's voice, Lu Zichuan immediately ran out. Father, it's a big deal, father. Before he could see that unknown Emperor realm, he instead saw his son running out in a panic. Lu Qingyuan's heart sank. Shan'er? Didn't I tell you to accompany Mr. Su? Why are you here? That Emperor realm in here, what does it have to do with you? Seeing Lu Zichuan's face, he knew that things were bad. Sure enough, the next moment Lu Zichuan told him a bolt from the blue. Su Linran died at drunken windhouse. Lu Qingyuan's face was very ugly. He waved his hand to stop Lu Zichuan, who was still about to speak, and clasped his hands. Please show yourself, fellow Taoist. As the words fell, Lu Xinyan slowly walked out from within the drunken wind building. Fellow Taoist Lu, goodbye. After seeing that it was Lu Xinyan, Lu Qingyuan was slightly relieved. His greatest fear was that the other party was the type of Emperor realm powerhouse that came from nowhere. After killing Su Linran and walking away, there was no place to look for him. Since it was Lu Xinyan, the head of the Ningzhou ground, it was a good thing. So it's fellow Taoist Lu Qingyuan is courteous. Fellow Taoist, you've given me a big problem. Chapter 73 Conflict. Fellow Taoist, do you know who it was that you killed? Lu Qingyuan said with a helpless face. Hear that, son of Su Lai. Lu Xinyan said in a cold voice. Lu Qingyuan was choked by her words, not knowing what to say for a moment. He had intended, in fact, to let the other side know how difficult this matter was. Unexpectedly, Lu Xinyan didn't seem to appreciate it at all. Su Lai is a hussar general appointed by the Imperial Dynasty, both in terms of strength and status. He is very transcendent. Fellow Taoist Lu, you killed his son. I'm afraid this matter will be difficult to settle. As the city guard of Ningzhou, Lu Qingyuan's city was naturally extremely deep. Su Linran is dead, that's an irrevocable fact. He would also definitely have an irreconcilable conflict with Su Lai because of this matter. After all, the person had an accident on your Lu Qingyuan's turf. And dead people are worthless, so why not take this opportunity to get a little closer to Lu Xinyan? After all, whether it was Lu Xinyan's own realm's battle power or Yan Shouzhong's strength, it would be of immense help to him in stabilizing this Ningzhou city guard in Ningzhou. So he wanted to help Lu Xinyan smooth out this matter through his connections and gain the other party's favor. Only, Lu Xinyan's next words made him choke again. No harm done, just let him come to me. Lu Xinyan's high spirits gave Lu Qingyuan a feeling of being unable to do anything. He wanted to say something else, but Lu Xinyan said in a cold voice, Fellow Taoist Lu, I, Yan Shou sect, already gave you face last time with the White Tiger sect matter. What, do you want me to continue to bow down to Su Lai this time? Lu Qingyuan sniffed, quickly waved his hand and said, Fellow Taoist Lu misunderstood, I just want to help you. After all, Su Lai, how to say, is also a general of the Imperial Dynasty, his strength and background, both The might of his imperial dynasty's generals can't press down on my Yan Shou clan yet. Lu Xinyan directly interrupted him. Lu Qingyuan's face was ugly at the moment. Ryu Xianyan's oil and salt behavior annoyed him. Since you don't want to be friends with him, you'll have to be enemies. Lu Qingyuan's gaze at this moment also cooled down. Taoist friends, this Su Linran but Su Lai general's favorite son, died in my Ningzhou city, that I cannot get out of it. Since Taoist friends have a number in their hearts, then the following can be this matter, the original told General Su. The implication is that since you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for not giving you face and ganging up on you. To be honest, Lu Qingyuan was sitting in a very stifling position as the city guard. In the 36 states of the human road, there was one main city in each state, and one city guard in each city. But he was the only one whose cultivation was still only at the Mahayana stage. Although Ningzhou was only one of the 36 states with the weakest strength, the Emperor realm was now even more so with only one Lu Xinyan left. His presence, however, remains pitifully small. It could even be said that his words couldn't even be transmitted to this Ningzhou city. If it wasn't for the behemoth that was the first world dynasty behind him, he wouldn't even have the qualifications to speak in front of Lu Xinyan. He wasn't willing to do so last time, he borrowed the name of the first dynasty and hardened himself in the hands of Yan Shou Zone, preserving the White Tiger sect in an attempt to expand his voice in Ningzhou. The White Tiger sect also knew what they were doing and began to befriend him, with the intention of being at his head. He then took the opportunity to hitch a ride with Su Lai. Su Lai was a newly appointed general of the imperial dynasty, and his base was still weak compared to the other generals. At this time a clan with a complete framework was ready to fall back towards him, both sides. This was both a king and a queen looking at green beans, right in the eyes. As an intermediary, Lu Qingyuan naturally benefited greatly. But now, Su Linran's death completely shattered his plans. Between Su Lai and the White Tiger sect, there would naturally be no repercussions. But his relationship with Su Lai can drop to the freezing point. Saying 1,000 words, Su Linran died in your Ningzhou city. If Lu Xinyan can understand a little bit, Yan Shouzhong can befriend him, Su Linran's death is also dead. His purpose will be served just as well. But Lu Xinyan actually directly ignored him. How could Lu Qingran just swallow this loss? You threatened me? Lu Xinyan's gaze was cold. She wasn't very good at handling these relationships, but that didn't mean she didn't know anything about them. Lu Qingyuan's helping the White Tiger sect last time had actually made her very unhappy. She would never have compromised if she hadn't considered multiple aspects. This time, the other party actually dared to threaten her. Fellow Taoist, I'm just telling the truth, don't misunderstand me, fellow Taoist. Lu Qingyuan's attitude was strong and his tone was cold. Lu Xinyan said in a chilling voice, you can do what you want, but you have to think about the consequences as well. Perhaps, it's not something you can afford. The current Yan Shou zone was frighteningly strong. Looking at the entire 36 states of the earthly Tao, there weren't many clans that had 2 emperors in one gate. It wasn't something that he, a city guard who wasn't even in the emperor realm, could fight against. However, this was not something she was prepared to tell Lu Qingyuan. His own senior sister, apparently, didn't have the intention of notifying the world either. Like Sifon, Lu Xinyan was the type of supreme heavenly pride that only had cultivation in her eyes and didn't like dealing with such mundane matters. But that doesn't mean she doesn't know anything about it. The fact that her own senior sister did not make a big fuss about the Yanshou sect's double emperors in one door was actually stored in the mind of someone coming to find fault. So that Yanshou Zone could make a name for himself once and take his place in the 36 states. How could she let go of this great opportunity at this point in her life? As for Su Lai, the imperial hussar general? Such miscellaneous generals, the imperial dynasty does not know how many sealed, the influence is not big. As long as she was willing, the dynasty would just as easily give her a similar title as well. What's more, there's someone else involved in this case. That's our little Sifong. If you let Ling Yunzi know that his own precious disciple, almost being a child molester. Even if Ling Yunzi had a good temper and the imperial dynasty was protective of its calves, Su Lai would have to retreat layers of skin. After taking a look at Lu Qingyuan with deep meaning, Lu Xinyan greeted Zhongli and the others back to Yanshou sect. As Zhongli passed by Lu Zichuan, he looked at the golden light of qi above his head and spoke with a smile, if you have the heart, come to Yanshou sect to find me, I have something to say to you. Lu Zichuan was surprised when he heard that. The relationship between his father and Yanshou Zone was now directly down to the freezing point. He didn't understand why Zhongli would say such things to him. But inexplicably, he suddenly remembered what Zhongli had said about Su Linran earlier, and there was some clarity in his heart. Taoist, if you have something to say, you might as well say it. Oh, now is not the time to talk, come or not depends on your own, I do not force, but I can tell you is that your father's future, perhaps on you to maintain, believe it or not by you. After saying that, Zhongli followed Lu Xinyan and left. Lu Zichun looked at his back somewhat blankly, his intuition told him that this Taoist priest was not simple. Chapter 74 Jiang Li's Deep Intentions. Father, do you really want to start a conflict with Yanshou Zone? After Jiang Li, Lu Xinyan and the others left, Lu Zichuan inquired. Lu Qingyuan said with a gloomy face, "Is it me who wants it? Can't you see? It's people who don't care to cooperate with us." But that's not necessary. What Lu Zichuan meant was that he wanted Lu Qingyuan to bow down. "Father, there's no need for us to have to fight it out, there's no shame in bowing our heads and being small for a time." After thinking about it, Lu Zichun still said it. "Being small, by what right to be small? I am a city guard appointed by the imperial dynasty, holding also a state's land in my hands, looking at the entire 36 states, which city guard will bow down with the clan?" Lu Qingyuan said with a glare in his eyes. Lu Zichun was tempted to say that no one in the remaining 35 states had bowed down to the clan, but there wasn't a city guard in that state that only had the Mahayana realm. That's not something you can say after all. "Father, this is only temporary, a moment of patience can be exchanged for another day of skyrocketing." Lu Zichuan persuaded. "Chunner, you don't understand, one step gives way, one step gives way. This time it was only Su Linran who died in Ningzhou City, what about next time? What about the next time? In the long run, who else will cooperate and unite with us? Only if we have a strong attitude, and completely beat these women like Lu Xinyan to death, our Lu family in Ningzhou will be considered to have truly stood our ground." Lu Zichun sniffed and continued to persuade, "But in this matter, reason isn't on our side, it's Su Linran who has the audacity to want to molest Lu Xianyan, the Empress, there's no reason for you to stand up for him, father." Lu Qingyuan didn't care and said, So what, my father has given her a chance, remembering that we are fellow Ningzhou practitioners and jointly resisting Su Lai's pressure, it's that she doesn't know how to be nice, so what else can my father do? But I, Lu family, can do a lot of wall watching to be strong is the king of the road. Looking for people to join forces, in the end, to treat the symptoms but not the root cause. Moreover, helping Su Lai, an outsider, against our Ningzhou's powerhouses, I'm afraid it won't sound good to tell the world. Lu Zichuan shook his head. What kind of deeds? This matter you do not have to pay attention to, for father has his own plan." After saying that, Lu Qingyuan returned directly to the city lord's mansion. Lu Zichun looked at his father's back, not knowing what to do for a moment. In his opinion, what his father had done was not right or wrong, it just wasn't very appropriate under the circumstances. Su Linran was rude first, and the one he offended was still a female emperor. The most crucial thing was still the way Su Linran was offended, well dead actually trying to treat the other party as a plaything. A situation like this, no matter who you put it on, will only lead to death. He, Lu Zichuan, was already being generous to Lu Xinyan by not being implicated in this. But his own father didn't appreciate it, not to mention trying to use the opportunity to force the other side. Even if the manner was milder, it was still an insult to the emperor realm. But he was also well aware of his old man's not. Of the 36 imperial dynasty appointed city guards, the only Mahayana stage cultivator. However, probably because of his talent, or for other reasons, Lu Qingyuan had never been able to reach the emperor realm, and could only find another way to solidify his position in Ningzhou City. Is it, really, to go to that Taoist? Lu Zichuan thought of Zhang Li's words before he left, and finally decided to take a trip to Yanshou Zone to hear what the other side wanted to say. "Big brother Zhang, why did you say those words to Lu Zichuan in the end?" On the way back, Si Feng asked in disbelief. "That Mr. Lu looks much smarter than his father, and the key thing is that the city guard of Ningzhou is still non-Lu Qingyuan." Zhang Li explained. "Ha? What do you mean? That Lu Qingyuan and we are all feuding, even if it's not immortal, it's still hate to meet and cut. How come brother Zhang you said he's the best candidate for Ningzhou city guard? Let sister Lu fend off that guy with a sword, is it not a good idea to change a city guard?" Si Feng doubted. In Si Feng's words, he naturally regarded him and Zhang Li and the others as his own people, much to Zhang Li's relief. Not good at all. Lu Xinyan and Lin Evening Night also threw him a puzzled look. This kind of thing had always been by Ling Miao's business, and she really couldn't think about it too much and was prone to headaches. So was I, today, a little too tough? Zhang Li smiled and said to Lu Xinyan, "Senior sister Lu did well today, the majesty of the emperor realm must not be insulted. If just any cat or dog can come and bully you without reacting, then anyone would want to come and step on Yanshou sect." Looking at the puzzled gazes of several people, Zhang Li continued, "The existence of the father and son, Lu Qingyuan and Lu Zichuan, will do more good than harm to the Yanshou sect. First of all, Lu Qingyuan's cultivation is only at the Mahayana stage, no matter how much he bounces around, this is a fact that cannot be changed. For Yanshou Zone, who now has 2 emperors in one gate, taking care of Su Lai and ousting Lu Qingyuan from his position as Ningzhou city guard are not difficult, but what about the follow-up? With Lu Qingyuan gone, even if the imperial dynasty won't make things difficult for us, they will definitely send a new presence with abilities and strength that far exceeds Lu Qingyuan's. When the time comes, it will definitely not be a good thing for Yanshou sect's development in Ningzhou. On the contrary, keeping Lu Qingyuan, a Mahayana stage city guard, is very convenient for us to hold. Furthermore, this person, Lu Zichuan, is far too much smarter than Lu Qingyuan. You guys probably didn't notice that when he barged into our room, he had already, in an instant, made the most correct judgment of the situation on both sides. If that Su Linran hadn't been too much of a pig's mate, today would have been a peaceful day, and maybe we would have been able to eat for free and have it all paid for by Mr. Lu. Lu Xinyan pondered for a moment before saying that Lu Zichuan at that time, if he hadn't had the act of stopping Su Linran, I wouldn't have let him off so easily. Jiang Li laughed. See, that's how smart he was. At that time, he didn't know that you were the Yanshou sect empress. This time, we just take advantage of this matter, ruthlessly pinch Lu Qingyuan, and then I slightly make some means, so that Lu Zichuan in front of his father, a good show, to a force to save the tide, to improve his voice, at least in the short term, do not need to worry about the back of the Lu Qingyuan to engage in what small actions. Lin Evening thought about it and asked a question. Senior uncle, according to you, this Lu Zichuan is much smarter than his father, aren't you afraid of raising a tiger? Also, listening to you, we still need to cooperate with each other. In that case, why don't we cooperate from the start and have to be redundant? Jiang Li laughed. Ningzhou City Guard, as the imperial dynasty admired, want to subdue is absolutely impossible, can only cooperate, but cooperation should also be divided into a primary and secondary. First teach him a hard lesson, so that he understands who is the boss, and when cooperating, have any small mind, have to weigh it. This person, Lu Qingyuan, doesn't have much skill, his city is average, but he also likes to make trouble. If we don't beat him up, no one will want to be at peace. A few people only felt their heads spinning as they listened to this analysis by Jiang Li. It never occurred to them that in this matter, there were actually so many doorways, and they all turned to Jiang Li, revealing worshipful eyes. Especially Si Feng. It was only at this time that he was able to truly understand his own master's good intentions. Chapter 75 by Ling Miao's Praise. After returning to the Yanshou sect, everyone returned to their cave to rest. Lu Xinyan, however, went directly to Bai Ling Miao, and told him all about today's events, originally. Including Jiang Li's words, they were all repeated in their original form. Senior sister, this senior brother of mine, this senior brother of yours, it's really worth recognizing, it's simply worth $1,000. When Bai Ling Miao heard Lu Xinyan's words, the appreciation in her eyes didn't break for a moment. Senior sister, if my Yanshou sect gets this good general, why would I worry about not being able to prosper, the day when my ancestors' last wish will finally be realized? When Lu Xinyan heard this, she was puzzled. What ancestor's last wish? Bai Ling Miao laughed. Back then, after the ancestor founded also Yanshou sect, he was bent on making Yanshou sect's influence go out of Ningzhou, but unfortunately, the successive generations of patriarchs did not have the strength to do so. You would have been the most gifted disciple Yanshou sect has ever seen. It's just a pity that you are preoccupied in the cultivation and are not interested in any of this at all, and I have to hold on to be this patriarch. It's almost a joke that the clan's #1 expert isn't the sect leader. It's fortunate that sister I've also become an emperor realm, otherwise, the Yanshou sect wouldn't know how many years it would be laughed at by others. As soon as she said this, Bai Ling Miao sighed. Lu Xinyan was a bit embarrassed to hold Bai Ling Miao's arm and said, I really don't know how to do this, I'm sorry my good sister. Alright, don't make all these useless things, the most correct decision you've made all these years is to bring Jiang Li back to the clan. Let me tell you this senior brother, I don't care what you thought before, from today onwards, you must sincerely treat him as your senior brother. Bai Ling Miao said with a serious face. Lu Xinyan pouted and said, which didn't take him as a senior brother anymore. Don't think that I can't see your little mind, you have a good feeling about him, but you feel that his strength is too low, and your heart is entangled. Even if he has cultivated both the great returning heavenly technique and the clear spirit sword technique to the extreme, in your heart, you still believe that cultivation is the root of a cultivator. You and Si Feng are different, although he has the same talent as you, he's still a little kid now after all and his cultivation isn't high, so he recognizes Jiang Li from the bottom of his heart. And you recognize it on your lips, but in your heart, you still store up a few moments of contempt, which perhaps you don't even know yourself. Even if Jiang Li has done so many things that are beyond the imagination of ordinary people, the first thing you thought of when you realized this matter of him taking late night to Ningzhou City to work on his talent was to go along and think that he's unreliable. It was all brought on by your innate pride, but sister. Bai Ling Miao grabbed her shoulders and looked straight into his eyes. Senior sister, I don't have your cultivation talent, but I've read countless people and I'm confident that I still have a few tricks up my sleeve when it comes to reading people. Combined with these events in recent days, senior sister, I'm sure that Jiang Li's future achievements will never be below yours, or even as good. Your pride is the biggest killer on your road to cultivation, but it could also be the culprit that holds you back. Opening your mind and admitting that Jiang Li is just going to be stronger than you in some ways is not a bad thing. Other than that, in terms of heart alone, Jiang Li is going to be far more atmospheric than you. Compared to him, you're more like a small cultivator of the Jindan realm. Hearing Bai Ling Miao's words, Lu Xinyan opened her mouth to argue. Elder sister, if you say that, you're making me sound so bad. Am I that bad? Bai Ling Miao nodded her head and said, let's not talk about the far away ones, let's talk about the close ones. This incident you guys had today in Ningzhou City, you handled it in a way that can only be said to be moderate, whereas it's simply perfect. Even me, I don't think as far reaching as he does. But from start to finish, he only said those 2 words with Lu Zichuan when he was leaving at the end, the rest, but it was all his analysis and thoughts. Lu Xinyan was puzzled. She understood that the words Jiang Li had said had a high gold content, but they weren't so high that they would receive such a high evaluation from Bai Lingmiao. Bai Lingmiao had carried the Yanxiu sect by herself with a cultivation level of the Mahayana stage back then. This emperor realm of hers was more like a display. Bai Lingmiao actually said that she was inferior to Jiang Li, but Lu Xinyan didn't believe it. Just because he thinks that Lu Qingyuan is still suitable for the position of Ningzhou city guard, your heart is far inferior to his. And I, too, couldn't have thought of all this in the first place in that situation, much less on my way out, not forgetting to say something like that to Lu Qingyuan's son, to arouse his curiosity. You mean that Lu Zichuan will definitely come to Jiang Li? Lu Xinyan was surprised. That's right, and it will come tomorrow. Bai Lingmiao said with certainty. It can't be, today I have ruthlessly lost Lu Qingyuan's face, Lu Zichuan is his son, can swallow this breath to come to Jiang Li? Lu Xinyan was a bit disbelieving. Let me give you a reminder, it's in my place that you have to call Jiang Li as your senior brother, you guys haven't even gotten to the end of the chapter yet. Bai Lingmiao suddenly joked. I a senior sister, what are you talking about? Lu Xinyan's face turned into a ripe apple general with a brush. Seeing this, Bai Lingmiao snorted coldly and said, don't blame elder sister for not reminding you, don't look at Jiang Li's cultivation is still low right now, your pride makes you unable to let go of your stature, all those female disciples in the sect are staring at it, don't you dare to regret it afterward. Lu Xinyan immediately said arrogantly, humph, I won't regret it. Dead one face living suffer, said as you, other than that, Lake that girl is much more generous than you, if not concern you this master uncle, that girl may not make the first move. Ha! Ryu Xinyan gave a surprised cry. In the past few days, the number of times that girl mentioned Jiang Li in my place, obviously became more, Jiang Li for her how much you're not unaware of, how, really just the elders to the younger generation's concern. Not really. When Lu Xinyan heard this, her hands, which were shrunk in her long sleeves, immediately clenched tightly. Impossible, Jiang Li he is very attached to the cultivation of all the disciples within the sect. Lu Xinyan retorted. So you should understand how many opponents you have, right? Bai Lingmiao smiled derisively. Aya, senior sister you deliberately set me up, I didn't mean that, what rival or not, I don't like him. Lu Xinyan's gaze wandered, not daring to look at Bai Lingmiao's eyes at all. It would be great if that's really the case, I don't know what's so great about that horny bastard Jiang Li that he's charmed each and every one of you like this. When she thought of the deep pool in the back of the mountain, Bai Lingmiao's face was also unconsciously a little hot. Jiang Li's little trick, how could it be hidden from her? Speaking off topic, Lu Zichun will definitely come to Jiang Li tomorrow, it's not convenient for me to step in for the time being, when that time comes, you have to cooperate with him and put enough pressure on him. Bai Lingmiao, who realized that she was also overthinking things, hurriedly steered the topic back. Senior sister, are you so sure he'll come? Or tomorrow? I just trust Jiang Li's judgment, since he's doing this, he must have his certainty that Lu Zichun will definitely come. Chapter 76, come on, tell a fortune. Ugh, senior sister? Why do you trust Jiang Li so much? Ryu Xinyan suddenly said. Ha! I'm trusting my own vision, after all, I'm the one who made the decision to recruit him into the clan. Bai Lingmiao smiled faintly and stated a reason that felt reliable to her ego. Oh, that's right, then how do you think I can put pressure on that Lu Zichuan tomorrow? Lu Xinyan did not doubt him and asked with a slight lift of her head. You can just improvise the specifics yourself, just make it clear that I, Yanxiu clan, don't care at all about the existence or non-existence of their Lu family. Lu Xinyan nodded thoughtfully, and after chatting a few more times, she returned to her cave and waited for the dawn. Jiang Li and the others naturally had a good night's sleep. Lu Zichuan, however, was not so comfortable. Lu Zichuan, who had tossed and turned all night thinking about what to say, rushed from Ningzhou City to Yanxiuzong early in the morning. Only, not as expected. He didn't see Jiang Li at first, not to mention that he was stopped outside the mountain gate by the guarding disciple of Yanxiu's sect and waited for half a day before he saw Jiang Li. This caused Lu Zichun, who was not in a very good mood, to be slightly on fire. Oops, I forgot to explain to the disciples, making Mr. Lu wait outside for so long, how rude. The first time he saw Lu Zichuan, Jiang Li apologized with a sincere face. Let originally some fire Lu Zichun, slightly ease some, after all, he came to bow his head, not to pose their own city guardian big family son of the genealogy. Brother Jiang is courteous. Lu Zichun smiled faintly and said, Brother Jiang, yesterday your last words, I thought about it all night, but I didn't quite understand it, so today I've come specially to ask Brother Jiang to solve the confusion. Jiang Li looked at the glittering, dazzling golden light above Lu Zichun's head and reported the same with a smile, Brother Lu, you have trigrams. Where did Lu Zichun care about this? What he was most concerned about right now was the conflict between his father and Lu Xinyan, and Yanxiuzong. Brother Jiang, how about we get right to the point, what did Brother Jiang mean when he said at the end yesterday that my father's future is all sustained on me? Jiang Li waved his hand and said, "There is no hurry, let's talk about you first. Not that I am boasting, poor Taoist is very proficient in this trigram art. I observe that the golden light of the chi above your head is flickering, and there is an auspicious cloud following you. There will be a great joy coming to you in a few days. If Brother Lu trusts me, why don't you let me calculate a trigram for you?" Lu Zichun frowned slightly and said, "Brother Jiang, I came to find you after listening to your words, not to tell any fortunes. If Brother Jiang just wants to tease me, then I will have to let Brother Jiang down. Also, if Brother Jiang thought that if I came here, I came to bow down to your clan, then that would be a big mistake. I just think that instead of cooperating with Su Lai, an outsider, my father would rather cooperate with your clan. After all, we're all the people of Ningzhou, and Su Lai is the outsider. Moreover, I've come with sincerity. If Brother Jiang shouted at me to come down here just to humiliate me, then I have to say that I'm a little too high on you, and Yen Xiuzong may not be the best person for my Lu family to work with either." Lu Zichun said something that was appropriate and not condescending. Lu Tzuchun made a move to get up and leave. If Jiang Li was really just a bluffer, he would be very disappointed. Why is Brother Lu so impatient? Can't he listen to what poor Tao has to say? Jiang Li laughed. Lu Zichun shook his head and said, "I came here with sincerity, but I don't see any sincerity from your clan, at least, not even your clan master has come out to see me. I don't see you because you don't deserve it." Without waiting for Jiang Li to speak, Lu Xinyan's voice came from the distance. Just as the words fell, Lu Xinyan's figure appeared in front of the two. "You're just a tiny yuaning stage cultivator, you're not worthy of my Yanshou sect's patriarch personally coming to meet you." Lu Xinyan looked at Lu Zichun with a frosty face and continued, "Yesterday, this emperor spared you, not for the sake of your father who was a city guard, but to see that you still know a few points of advancement and retreat. Go back and tell that father of yours that if he wants to have fun, this empire will accompany him to have fun." In the face of the emperor realm's pressure, Lu Zichun sweated coldly. Conversing with Jiang Li, a cultivator who was only at the Jindan stage, Lu Zichun could still be comfortable. "Even if I know that the time is not right, I will not show my decadence." However, when facing a genuine emperor realm existence like Lu Xinyan, even if she stood there without saying a single word, the pressure she brought with her was intimidating to Lu Zichun's heart. "Elder, I'm here on behalf of the Lu family, so my status isn't to be measured by my strength, and it's not enough to talk about being worthy or not worthy for your sect master Bai to come out to meet me." After saying this, Lu Zichun felt that he was on the verge of using up all the guts that he had accumulated over such a long period of time since he was a child. "Not to mention you, even if Lu Qingyuan himself came, he wouldn't be qualified to see my patriarch." Lu Xinyan's words made Lu Zichun clench his hands in his sleeves, but he couldn't say a single hard word. After all, yesterday, Lu Xinyan didn't give Lu Qingyuan any face at all. "Senior sister, how can you talk? The visitor is a guest, be polite." Jiang Li chided from the side. Hearing Jiang Li's words, Lu Zichun almost didn't stare out of his eyes. Jiang Li, a Jindan realm, actually called Lu Xinyan senior sister? But what was even harder for him to believe was that Lu Xinyan didn't look and feel bad about it. Even obediently, he retreated to the side and sat himself down without speaking. "It seems to be sulking. I'll let Brother Lu be ridiculed. My senior sister has a high cultivation level and a high heart. She likes to speak in a straightforward manner," Jiang Li said with an apologetic smile. Lu Zichun's brain was already a bit down at this point. He couldn't figure out who, of these two, was actually the Emperor realm. The way he looked at Jiang Li had completely changed at this moment. The young man in front of him wearing a Taoist robe was definitely an unfathomable existence. Even Lu Xinyan, the only current emperor realm in Ningzhou, obeyed him. Then what kind of existence should Jiang Li be in the end? As for the matter of Lu Xinyan being a cooperating actor with Jiang Li, he hadn't even thought about it. The emperor realm acting out just to set off another person in front of him, a tiny yuaning stage? It's totally unnecessary. "It doesn't matter, it doesn't matter," Lu Zichun said mechanically. The scene in front of him was too much of a reversal of his three views. "Let's get back to the main topic. You have been enjoying strong chi recently. You should be going on a great journey and have good things coming your way. I've known you since we first met, so why don't we have a fortune-telling session?" "But my father That's all trivial. What happens to him still depends on you, don't you think so, senior sister?" Jiang Li asked with a smile. Lu Xinyan impatiently said, "That's right." Lu Zichun didn't understand why Jiang Li insisted on telling his fortune, but he also knew that he couldn't do so without agreeing now. "Alright, then please, Brother Jiang, tell my fortune for me." Chapter 77, Son of Heaven's Destiny? Lu Zichun had many questions in his mind right now. Why did Jiang Li say that Lu Qingyuan's future was tied to himself? Although it was a bad move for Lu Qingyuan to want to join Su Lai in pressurizing Lu Xinyan and Yen Xiuzong. But why did Ryu Xin not care at all? He had long ago probed Yen Xiuzong's bottom line beforehand and didn't see anything special. Even if it wasn't for Tiger Sanqing's sudden death at the hands of Lu Xinyan, in terms of overall strength, the Yanshou sect was even inferior to the White Tiger sect. After all, the Yanshou sect only recruited female disciples, which was quite restrictive. Also, why was Jiang Li Lu Xinyan's senior brother? Yanshou sect, didn't it never recruit only female disciples? And Tiger Sanqing's death was a little too strange. Back when there were two great emperor realms in Ningzhou, Tiger Sanqing was ranked before Lu Xinyan. Inexplicably, Lu Zichuan suddenly felt that this matter might have something to do with Jiangli as well. Before that, where in Ningzhou was Jiangli? A Jindan who was a senior brother of an emperor realm, who would believe this when it was said. Tiger Sanqing had just died on the front foot, and Jiangli came out of nowhere on the back foot. There was no correlation here. Lu Zichun couldn't believe it to death. There's no such thing as coincidence in the world. The most crucial thing was still, why on earth Jiangli had to tell his fortune? Regardless of what he thought, Jiangli's purpose was achieved anyway. Part of the reason for calling out to Lu Zichuan was the same as what he had told Lu Xinyan and the others. Another part of it is that he might be doing it because he's swiping rewards too hard. He hadn't been able to draw anything good in the last few days of raffles. After seeing the shining golden light above Lu Zichun's head, he decided to give it a try. Let's see if the reason he can't draw good stuff has anything to do with swiping rewards. After receiving Lu Zichuan's affirmative answer, in front of Jiangli, a light screen with trigrams written on it immediately appeared. Oh yo! The legendary Son of Destiny? Jiangli was slightly surprised when he saw the contents on the light screen. I thought the guy in front of me had just gotten lucky, but I didn't realize that it was heavenly luck. Looking at the words on the light screen, Jiangli didn't know what to say for a moment. At the same time, it also had some impact on how he dealt with his relationship with Lu Zichuan. Brother Jiang, is there a problem? Seeing Jiangli's surprised gaze, Lu Zichun couldn't help but follow his heart lift. Nothing, that what? Jiangli suddenly turned back and looked at Lu Xinyan. Senior sister, you're really something. How long have the guests been here? Why don't you even have a cup of tea? Quickly let someone serve tea. Yu Xinyan? Seeing that Jiangli didn't look like he was joking, Lu Xinyan was a bit puzzled. Wasn't it agreed that she would sing the red face? This is not the same as the promised script, Hawa. What are you waiting for? Go. Jiangli reminded again. Oh. Although she didn't understand, Lu Xinyan still agreed and walked out to order the handyman disciple to pour tea for Lu Zichuan. Jiangli, on the other hand, pulled Lu Zichuan to sit down with an attentive face and said, Brother Lu, you're going to be lucky. Bewildered, Lu Zichun was pulled to sit down by Jiangli and opened his mouth. Brother Jiang, please be straightforward with what you have. I am not good at playing dumb riddles. Jiangli thought for a moment and said, Brother Lu, it means literally, you're going to have great luck, and it's heavily good luck. Only then, good things come in threes, if once mishandled. Alas. Listening to Jiangli's tone of voice going up and down, Lu Zichun's heart also jumped. What happens if it's improper? He asked in a rush. Do you know why I have to say that your father's future is tied to you, and I have to pull you to tell your fortune? Jiangli said with a mysterious face. Lu Zichuan shook his head, indicating that he did not know. He was now completely aroused by Jiangli's curiosity and fell into Jiangli's rhythm. Poor Taoist has long seen that Brother Lu, you are not an ordinary person. No matter whether it is talent or heart, it is a superior choice. If it is just that, then it's just that. The most crucial thing is that you have a deep fortune and qi and blessings, far beyond the ordinary people. So to speak, you are the son of heaven's destiny. Jiangli's eyes were rounded and he said with great excitement. Really? Really? Looking at Jiangli's exaggerated expression, Lu Zichun couldn't help but believe it 7 times. Of course it's true. The trigrams show that fellow Daoist will meet a person, or object, that will change your life. Jiangli said mysteriously. People? Could it be? He looked at Jiangli and wanted to say it can't be you. Jiangli hurriedly waved his hand and said, Fellow Taoist, don't think too much, it wasn't me. This person will not only be able to help you, Taoist, in your cultivation, but he will also allow you to go all the way against the odds and go to the peak of your life. It's just a pity that the poor Taoist has 3 words of advice here. If you don't listen to them, I'm afraid that this kind of opportunity will pass you by. Lu Zichun sniffed and hurriedly said, Brother Jiang, please speak quickly. It wasn't that Lu Zichuan was so stupid that he believed whatever Jiangli said. It was really what Jiangli said that was too tempting. Destiny's child. Although he thought he had good talent, he had never dared to think that he was some kind of son of qi. Far from it, Lu Xinyan in front of him, the #1 emperor realm in Ningzhou, didn't dare to say that he was a son of qi. The first time he was spoken to like this, even if there were 12 points of vigilance in Lu Zichun's heart, it had to be immediately reduced to only 3 points. Brother Lu, words are not proof. You may not believe me when I say this, but Brother Lu must keep in mind, that is, this person, Su Lai, is a wolf. Your father wants to cooperate with him. The end result will definitely not be too good. Brother Lu must have the idea. No matter what Su Lai asks you to do, you must not agree to it, you must do the opposite. Lu Zichuan frowned. Is this considered the first piece of advice? Jiangli nodded. That's right, if your father listened to him, I'm afraid Brother Lu's chance will be lost. But Brother Lu, don't worry, the impact of this matter is not too big, you can easily change. Exactly how? You know yourself when the time comes. You will also understand that what poor Taoist said is not false. Lu Zichuan thought about it and nodded. Okay, I'll pay attention to it. Then what is this second piece of advice? John Lee shook his head at this time but said, "Heaven's secrets cannot be divulged. I have two good plans here. When the first advice is fulfilled, just open them in turn." With that, John Lee took out a pen and paper and wrote 2 notes, which were put into 2 pouches and handed them over to Lu Zichun. Lu Zichun had never experienced anything like this before and carefully put the brocade bag away. "Brother Lu needs to pay attention to one more thing, and that is your father," John Lee continued. "To be honest, your father is really some. Forget about it compared to Brother Lu," this statement is said, "it is not inevitable to hurt Brother Lu's father and son. Regarding those thoughts of your father, I can't say much more. I can only tell Brother Lu that sometimes being frustrated may not be a good thing." Lu Zichun heard this and said thoughtfully, "Please still ask Brother Joan to speak clearly. If Brother Lu trusts me, we'll do so and so. This and this and this." John Lee hemmed and hawed and laughed. "Ah. This is not good. He is my father after all. Those who accomplish great things don't bother with small details. Besides, this is actually all for the good of your father." Chapter 78 White Tiger Sect Sword Casting Pool. Why is the man gone? When Lu Xinyan re-entered, Lu Zichun had already left. "Things are all said and done, don't you leave and stay for lunch?" John Lee said rightfully. Lu Xinyan's small face deflated and said, "I didn't even hear what you guys said." "Nothing, just taught him some lessons about being a rebellious son," John Lee said with a hefty smile. "Ha?" Without an explanation, John Lee turned to ask, "Senior sister, the White Tiger Sect Sword Casting Pool, what is the location?" This was the information he had gotten from Lu Zichun's trigrams. Lu Zichun's great chance that day came from here. When John Lee said this, Lu Xinyan clapped her hands and said somewhat indistinctly, "I said that I always feel like I've forgotten something lately. I remembered when you said this, thanks to your blessing. The White Tiger Sect Sword Casting Pool is something we can just use." Saying that, after the 2 of them were done again, Lu Xinyan brewed for a while and opened her mouth. Speaking of which, the origin of the White Tiger Sect is inextricably linked to this sword casting pool. Before the White Tiger Sect existed, this sword casting pool already existed, and no one knows the origin of the sword casting pool or how many years it has existed. After the founding ancestor of the White Tiger Sect discovered the sword casting pool, he single-handedly built the current White Tiger Sect around it. Inside that sword casting pool, the gas of Gengjin is very rich. The sword gas does not dissipate over the years, it's vicious and dangerous, and the sword, it's a weapon to kill and destroy, both of which are darkly compatible with the White Tiger and the 4 elephants, therefore, it's named the White Tiger Sect. As long as someone is able to withstand the sword chi inside the sword casting pool, they can use their own sword to absorb the sword chi inside the pool and take it for their own use. John Lee sniffed and inquired, "Absorbing the sword chi within the sword pool?" That's right, the sword chi inside the sword casting pool is very terrifying, stored in the sword, and when it is used against the enemy with one's own cultivation, it can exert a destructive power that is far more than twice of one's own strength. The closer to the center of the sword pool, the better the effect. However, the sword stored in the sword chi is not unlimited use. Once used up, it will need to enter the sword casting pool to replenish, and how much can be absorbed, but also depends on their own cultivation and the quality of the sword in hand high and low. The reason why the White Tiger Sect was able to separate themselves from us in Ningzhou in the first place, and even more so, this sword casting pool played a big role. Lu Xinyan explained. In that case, this sword casting pool is a charging treasure. John Lee stroked his chin and said thoughtfully. Rechargeable? Lu Xinyan was a bit bewildered, not understanding what it meant. John Lee understood after a slight explanation and laughed. This charging treasure, it's quite apt, but changing it to inflatable treasure might be a bit better. Inflatable baby. John Lee couldn't help but spit out in his heart, "Senior sister, but since it's called the sword casting pool, it can't just be used to absorb the sword chi inside, right? It obviously doesn't match the name." Lu Xinyan nodded. "That's right, absorbing sword chi is just one of the simplest functions of the sword casting pool, but if a good sword can be cast within the sword casting pool, then the sword will not need to absorb sword chi from the sword casting pool to have the same effect." Hiss. So terrifying? More than twice the destructive power. Isn't this against the heavens? It's really something for us to be able to fight the White Tiger Sect for so many years without being defeated. John Lee sucked in a breath of cool air and said. Lu Xinyan smiled bitterly and shook her head. How can it be that easy? First of all, swords cast within the sword casting pool can only be used by the caster himself. If only ordinary spirit weapons are used to absorb the sword chi within the pool, there is a risk of shattering. The lower the quality, the higher the chance of shattering. Even if it didn't shatter this time, if you go to absorb it the next time, the chances of it shattering will increase exponentially until the sword is completely ruined. And how many people, who can afford to keep damaging their swords? Then just forge the sword inside. Jiang Li said indifferently. Lu Xinyan shook her head helplessly. Senior brother, do you know how to forge swords? Of course I won't. Lu Xinyan said speechlessly. Then you think the sword casting master so good when? Want to cast a qualified sword, from the selection of materials, forging, grinding open edge. Intermediate processes, up to dozens of, the better the quality of the sword, the more cumbersome, the longer the casting time required. Far from it, just take your cultivation of the Jindan realm as an example. Senior brother, to be able to stay inside for a day would be a phoenix-like existence. Ordinary people don't even talk about spending a lot of time casting swords inside. It would be nice to be able to guarantee that they won't be decapitated by the omnipresent sword chi inside. From the founding of the White Tiger sect to the present day, those who have personally forged swords within the sword forging pool can be counted on 2 hands. What about you, senior sister? With your cultivation, you must be able to carry those sword chi inside and forge a sword, right? Jiangli asked. Lu Xinyan shook her head and said, it's not that simple. If you want to cast a sword suitable for the Emperor realm within the sword casting pool, you have to go deeper into the depths of the sword casting pool, otherwise even if it's cast out, it won't achieve the desired effect, so it's better to just use an ordinary spirit sword. And the sword chi in the depths of the sword casting pool is not that easy to withstand. The highest cultivation level of one of those who personally cast swords within the sword casting pool was only at the Mahayana stage. Otherwise, the White Tiger sect would have long since unified Ningzhou, and if that Tiger Sanqing is also casting swords inside, I'm afraid it won't be so easy for me to kill him. As soon as this matter was mentioned, thinking of all the previous embarrassments, Lu Xinyan couldn't help but redden her cheeks. Especially when Jiangli, the only person in the know, was in front of her. She carefully glanced at Jiangli, but realized that Jiangli didn't seem to notice anything at all, so she couldn't help but feel a little annoyed in her heart. So that's how it is, by the looks of it, within this sword casting pool, there must be some kind of unimaginable secret, or chance, that the White Tiger sect didn't dig a little deeper? Jiangli was so preoccupied with the White Tiger sect sword casting pool that he didn't notice Lu Xinyan's abnormality and continued to ask. Seeing this, Lu Xinyan's face immediately collapsed and said impatiently, everyone knows that there is a great secret within the sword casting pool, and if you want to explore it, you have to have that strength to do so, when you think that the White Tiger sect are all little cuties. Can't? The sword chi within the deepest part of the sword pool, not to mention me, even if a saint realm went in, they wouldn't necessarily be able to carry it, unless an absolute peak made a move. Otherwise, there is no possibility. After saying that, Lu Xinyan lost interest in the conversation and didn't ask what exactly Zhongli and Lu Zichuan had said, so she just stood up in a huff and headed out. Hey, I'm not done yet, I have something else to ask you. Zhongli hurriedly shouted. Ask a ghost, don't ask me, I don't know. Without looking back, Lu Xinyan threw down a sentence and quickly disappeared from Zhongli's field of vision. This woman, is she on the wrong medication? Zhongli scratched his head, but his heart was set on the White Tiger sect sword casting pool. Chapter 79 Su Lai. The reason why Zhongli's attitude towards Lu Zichun changed 180 degrees before and after was because of this sword casting pool. Anyone with a discerning eye could see the extraordinary nature of the sword casting pool and the chances within. Just due to various reasons, no one has been able to peek at the chances within the sword casting pool. And Lu Zichun, obviously, was this heaven's destined son who was able to obtain the chance inside. What exactly was inside, Zhongli did not know. Just one conclusion from the trigrams, what Lu Zichun got would be something like the presence of an old grandpa on the go. This was one of the major reasons why he judged Lu Zichuan to be the son of heaven's destiny. The protagonist standard, Zhongli not too familiar. It was this old grandpa that Zhongli had hit upon. Technically, it's the apparatus that carries old grandpa. According to the usual settings, the heaven's destined son's accompanying old grandfather would teach the heaven's destined son all sorts of heaven-defying feats in addition to that. What the old grandpa was amongst must have been an eye-poppingly heavy treasure, too. At the very least, something that can be life-changing. He can't smoke a living thing like old grandpa. But with this heavy treasure, he would have a great chance. Just help Lu Zichun and pick this chance that belongs to him. Even if you don't get to draw this time, there can be a next time, and a next time, and a next time. As long as in Lu Zichun good relationship, there are things and nothing to go to him to see the palm face and so on, he did not believe that he could not draw out. As long as you work hard, you can sharpen your iron rod into a needle. However, Zhongli smelled something different from within this matter. That so-called Hussar General Su Lai, who was hand-picked by the Imperial Dynasty, also seemed to be interested in the White Tiger sect sword casting pool. By the book. The White Tiger sect and Yan Xiuzong had a feud, and Yan Xiuzong retaliated by beheading Tiger Sanxing. Then the White Tiger sect should bow down to Yan Xiuzong. It was only because of Lu Qingyuan, the Ningzhou city guard, that Yan Xiuzong had not driven the White Tiger sect to extinction. In the end, he just used a secret realm controlled by the White Tiger sect as compensation. But even so, if an outsider wanted to plot against the White Tiger sect, they had to look at Yan Xiuzong's face first. This was also an unwritten rule in the cultivation world, the 36 states of the earthly path. After all, the place was fought down by me, and you want to come and pick the peaches without saying a word, how can you say it is not right? But this Su Lai, on the other hand, just did it. Even if he was a Hussar general who had just been ordained by the Imperial Dynasty and was eager to expand his power, this reason did not hold water. Combined with Lu Zichuan's trigrams, Zhongli concluded. This Su Lai must know something. At the very least, there was some understanding of the sword casting pool. How else could there be such a coincidence? Tiger Sanqing's side had just died when Su Lai approached Lu Qingyuan. It was only Lu Qingyuan, the brainless Ningzhou city guard, who would lick Su Lai's toes for this, ass backwards. Without considering, why would people come to you? And, as you can see from the trigrams, if Su Lai had his heart set on it, he would have killed Lu Qingyuan and his son afterwards. But it had to be said that although Lu Qingyuan was not good, he had given birth to a good son. Lu Zichun not only has a heart that completes his father, the qi is even more powerful. In the matter of drunken Windhouse, Lu Qingyuan had a chance to get away with it. If Lu Zichuan wasn't handled properly but was as brainless as Su Lai's trashy son, Su Linran, Lu Zichuan's grave grass would have sprouted by now. On the contrary, he just didn't have a single thing to do when facing Lu Xinyan, an emperor realm. Zhongli felt a bit outrageous when he thought about it afterward. Don't look at Lu Xinyan when she was with him, she didn't have much of a stance, but she was a genuine emperor realm. The only empire realm in Ningzhou in plain sight. The cards are not too big. Because of this, Lu Qingyuan was the one who had the opportunity to follow Su Linran's death and draw the line with Su Lai, and just push all the conflicts onto Lu Xinyan and Yan Shouzhong. But he just didn't do it. Not only did he not do so, but he also looked towards borrowing this matter to pressure and threaten Lu Xinyan. A Mahayana stage, threatening an emperor realm. He was the only one who could think of it. Lu Xinyan had already taken into account the face of the imperial dynasty by not killing him on the spot. But this guy favors death. On the spot, he directly flipped, felt that he was Lu Xinyan lost face, and directly said explicitly that he wanted to deal with Lu Xinyan with Su Lai everything. It was true that if it wasn't for Lu Zichuan, Lu Qingyuan would have died. He also didn't think about it. The battle between two emperor realms was something that he, a Mahayana stage, could meddle in. Being a knife in someone's hand in this kind of thing, even if you die, the dynasty won't say anything, but can only curse a stupid person. But on the contrary, it was still Lu Zichuan's presence that caught Jian Li's attention. With the matter of fortune-telling behind him, Lu Qingyuan still escaped certain death. Jiang Li didn't know whether to say that he had given birth to a good son or that stupid people had stupid blessings. In the end, Jiang Li can only attribute it to the fact that Lu Zichuan's qi luck is just too amazingly strong. On the other hand, after Lu Zichuan returned to Ningzhou City, he locked himself in his room and didn't see anyone. He ran a fine line through his mind. After the initial excitement, he, now calmed down, began to think about the possible traps in Jiang Li's words. He wasn't a brainless hard-playing kind of guy like his own father. Originally, he was not very supportive of Lu Qingyuan and Su Lai working together. Now, after being so fortune-telling by Jiang Li and associating it with something that only he knew, he concluded even more that Su Lai was up to no good. The cheap city guard, his own old man, was hardly taken seriously. If not for Yan Xiaozong is also a member of Ningzhou, is definitely not sell his old man this face, so simple to let go of the White Tiger sect. Now he felt shame on his face when he thought about the time when his own old man shyly went to be a peacemaker. Face is given to each other. People give you this face, you have to return the favor. Unusual people, until after the beginning and end of this matter, will not come to you, Lu Qingyuan, to fight the White Tiger sect. Because it was a person with a brain, all felt that Lu Qingyuan he couldn't possibly go and offend Yan Xiaozong. But on the contrary, Su Lai came. On the contrary, Lu Qingyuan agreed. One is secretly scheming and the other is being a smartass. One shot, perfect. Lu Zichun also felt a sense of daydreaming when he thought about it now. What's certain now is that there must be something wrong with Soleil. What was uncertain was what Jian Li, or rather Yan Xiaozong, could gain from this matter. He didn't believe in such things as hate without a cause and love without a cause. Jian Li's sudden enthusiasm made him realize that the other party must have something in mind as well. But that's the problem, he can't think. Those ideas Jian Li gave him were really all for his and Lu Qingyuan's benefit. Just as he was meditating, a sudden furious aura slammed into the city guard's mansion. Lu Qingyuan, get your ass out here and pay for my son's life. Lu Zichuan snapped out of his contemplation. Su Lai was here. Chapter 80 Self-hypnotized Su Qingyuan. When Lu Zichuan arrived at the antechamber of the city lord's mansion, he saw a middle-aged man with an extremely majestic figure sitting on the main seat with a big horse. Behind him, there stood a young man with a handsome appearance and extraordinary aura at the Yuaning realm. The other party had his hands wrapped around his chest, holding a long sword with an ancient shape, and his gaze sharply swept at Lu Zichun, who had just entered the door. Lu Zichuan frowned slightly, sizing up the other party. From this man, Lu Zichuan could not help but develop a sense of threat. He didn't know where this feeling was born, he only felt that he and the other party, it seemed as if they were born to not deal with each other. Chunner, you've come just in time, quickly tell your Uncle Su about what happened at the drunken wind tower in the first place. It seemed to have been placated by his own father for a while now. At this moment, Su Lai looked kind of calm. Don't climb up the ladder with old me and recognize me as an uncle, does he deserve it? Su Lai coldly snorted. Lu Qingyuan's face changed slightly when he heard this. He didn't expect that Su Lai would be so faceless and humiliate his son in public. Lu Qingyuan was just about to speak when Lu Zichuan directly snatched the words. Father, what Senior Su said is very true. My cultivation level is like a mole cricket in front of the senior. How can I not know what's good and bad and forcefully climb the relationship? Heh, you kid, you still have some self-knowledge. After staring at Lu Zichuan for a couple of moments, Su Lai said, let me ask you, was my son with you before he finally died? When Lu Zichuan heard this, he immediately revealed a look of grief and indignation and said, that's right, before Brother Su died, he was with the late generation, senior, Brother Su, he died in vain. Before he finished his 2 sentences, Lu Zichuan's tears fell. The crying was so sad. Elder, it's all my fault, I failed to protect Brother Su, which caused him to die young. If I didn't lead him to him, he wouldn't have died. Although Su Lai loved this youngest son of his, he also knew the virtues of this youngest son of his. Okay, stop it, just tell me that my son was killed by Ryu Xinyan, right? Lu Zichuan hurriedly nodded his head and said, that's right, I personally watched Yanshou's sex Empress Lu Xinyan kill Brother Su. That's enough. With that, he turned his head to Lu Qingyuan and said, killing someone to pay for their life and repaying a debt. Lu Qingyuan, do you have an opinion on this matter? What General Su said is very true. Then will you be willing to go with me to that Yanshou clan and seek justice for my son? Although he said that, Su Lai's tone did not seem like he was discussing with Lu Qingyuan. Moreover, in fact, in his opinion, Lu Qingyuan should also be in a difficult position in this matter. But he's just going to force him to take sides. But what he didn't expect was that Lu Qingyuan seemed to be even more active than him. Righteousness, even if General Su doesn't say anything, Mr. Lu will go to Yanshou Zone and seek justice for your son, this Ningzhou, as long as it still belongs to the 36 states of the earthly Dao for one day, then I, the city guard of Ningzhou, will never let this kind of murderous injustice appear in the land of my Ningzhou. Lu Qingyuan spoke righteously. It was as if it was his son who had died. Su Lai looked at the very agitated Lu Qingyuan, and was a little confused about what was going on in his mind. Su Lai couldn't help but look at his eldest son Su Lin Sun behind him. There was also some surprise in Su Lin Sun's gaze. The team was so on the ball that it made the father and son, in turn, a little less so. General Su, there's no time to lose, how about we go to Yanshou sect to seek justice? At the moment, Lu Qingyuan was still immersed in the dream of going with Su Lai to Yanshou Zone to ask for punishment, then raising his eyebrows and re-establishing that he had the sole say in Ningzhou. No matter how you look at it, his side's chances of winning are overwhelming. Su Lai was a late-stage Emperor realm powerhouse, and although Lu Xinyan had appalling talent, she was ultimately too young. Even if Yanshou Zone had the advantage of being a landlord, but together with him as the Ningzhou city guard, he and Su Lai, the overcrowded dragon that had joined together, could definitely crush Yanshou Zone, the snake of the earth, to death. He naturally didn't think that he could kill Lu Xinyan, as long as he made Yanshou Zone completely give up the interests of the White Tiger sect, so that Su Lai could take over the White Tiger sect peacefully. Well, Brother Lu, I don't think it's a good idea to discuss this matter further. There must be a demon when things go wrong. Su Lai was so messed up by Lu Qingyuan, instead, he felt that it was better to be careful. This teammate, after all, is just a little too positive. According to the script, shouldn't he force Lu Qingyuan to take sides and then go to Yanshou Zone to put pressure on him? Those who don't know think he's the one being pushed. That's not true. General Su doesn't know that Lu Xinyan, relying on the fact that she's now the only Emperor realm in Ningzhou, is usually very arrogant and domineering and has no one in her sight. Your son was completely killed by her on trumped-up charges. Think about it, General, your son is such an icy smart person, how could he possibly offend an Emperor realm? All of this must be that Lu Xinyan is dissatisfied with General's desire to rule over the White Tiger sect, and only then did it on purpose, wanting to give General a downward spiral. When Su Lai heard Lu Qingyuan say this, he suddenly felt that, according to this reasoning, what people Lu Xinyan did, it seems like there is no problem at all. After all, on the surface, he really just came to cross the state to die the White Tiger sect, and he hadn't greeted others yet, so he was justified in the first place. Why did this Lu Qingyuan look like he couldn't wait for himself to go and fight Yanshou Zone, and Lu Xianyan to the death? There is fraud. No rush, look again. After saying that, Su Lai got up, ready to end the conversation. Arrange a place for my father and son to stay, and we'll decide exactly what we should do tomorrow. After saying that, he didn't care what Lu Qingyuan's reaction was, so he treated this place as if it was his own home and walked out. Seeing this, Lu Qingyuan had no choice but to instruct his subordinates to quickly go and make arrangements. In his heart, he also somewhat did not understand how Su Lai reacted somewhat differently from what he had imagined. Didn't he say that Su Linran was his favorite little son? It was normal at first, but why did it suddenly die down later? For the puzzled Lu Qingyuan and Su Lai, only Lu Zichuan stood in the perspective of a third party and saw the problem. My own father, indeed, was too smart and enthusiastic for his own good. As for Su Lai, he did have a bad heart, but instead, he was a little thrown off by his own father's enthusiasm. It was almost the same as what Jiang Li had said, and what he himself had thought. Originally, Jiangli also wanted him to push the envelope a bit among the two, so that his own father would be slightly more proactive, so that it would be easier to follow up with his own appearance and prove to his own father that his vision was better. But now it seems completely unnecessary. His own old man was even more enthusiastic than he thought, so enthusiastic that Su Lai was a bit skeptical. But Su Lai is obviously not a simple-minded person like his own old man. As long as one had the heart, one night was enough time for Su Lai to determine what Lu Qingyuan was really thinking. Everything, or will go along with their own and Jiang Li's plan, and they do not need to bother, as long as they watch the situation develop naturally. Thinking of this, Lu Zichun couldn't help but sigh in his heart, even if you drive away Su Lai, can someone like your own old man play with Yin Xiuzong? At the same time, he had some clarity. The reason why Jiang Li chose to make friends with him, I am afraid that it is stored the intention of his own old father's simple mind. Chunner, how is it, Dad? Even Su Lai's momentum today are directly overwhelmed. You see just now Su Lai that look, which there is a little bit of the appearance of the teacher to ask for punishment, which is the right attitude of cooperation, that Lu Xinyan, a female stream, high-minded, headstrong, still think that this Ningzhou is her say no? It's time for her to suffer a bit. Lu Qingyuan proudly flaunted in front of his own son. This was the key that he had just figured out after meditating on it. The corners of Lu Zichun's mouth twitched slightly as he said with a leathery smile, Father is indeed wise and powerful, with an extraordinary aura. Even an Emperor realm powerhouse such as Su Lai must put away that arrogant aura in front of you. Ha 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 ha, that's the right reasoning. Ha 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 ha. Lu Tzu Chun. Chapter 81, The Su Family Father and Son. Father, all checked out clearly, this Lu Qingyuan, how to say it? What we think, may be some deviation. Su Lin Sun's face, somewhat oddly, said. Seeing this, Su Lai frowned and said, say what you have to say to make it clearer. Your brother's corpse is not yet cold, and those who are related to his death cannot be spared. Su Lin Sun nodded and said, this Lu Qingyuan is not what we think, is a person with a deep city. On the contrary, this person's ambition is too big to see the situation. With that, he said some of what he had inquired about, what Lu Qingyuan had done. Sparing Su Lai's Emperor realm cultivation, when he heard the things that Lu Qingyuan had done, he couldn't help but feel his blood churning for a while. It was really thunderous. You mean we're simply fighting the air? Su Lin Sun said with some embarrassment, I'm afraid so. This guy, he purely wants to borrow our hands to get back from Yin Xiu sect, from Lu Xinyan. Snap. Su Lai slapped the table beside him, sending it straight into a pile of crumbs. I didn't expect to be fooled by a loser. Su Lin Sun cried and laughed, Father, strictly speaking, it's us who overthink things, we don't really blame him. Sooner, you have a good brain, what do you say now? Su Lai inquired. Su Lin Sun lowered his head, stroked his chin for a moment of silence and then said, although this person Lu Qingyuan is a bit stupid, his identity as a city guard is a good point to utilize. Since he wants to take Yin Xiuzong and establish his own right to speak in Ningzhou, then we'll take advantage of the trick. The White Tiger sect's sword casting pool, we'll take it. Yin Xiu sect, we can take it as well. Doesn't he just want to establish authority? Then let's help him establish it more thoroughly, and directly turn Lu Xinyan. Saying that, Su Lin Sun made a neck-wiping motion. When Su Lai heard this, he said with some concern, after all, we are outsiders, and if we kill a local Emperor realm powerhouse in Ningzhou when we first arrive, I'm afraid for my father that it will cause a backlash from the cultivators in Ningzhou, which will not be favorable for us to control Ningzhou. Su Lin Sun shook his head and said, Father, what I mean is that we may not be able to kill Lu Qingyuan. Su Lai frowned at his words, you don't want to avenge your little brother anymore, Ranner. Although he was killed by Lu Xinyan, the Lu family's father and son are just as hard to escape the blame. Most importantly, the secret of the White Tiger sect's sword casting pool must not be leaked out. Su Lin Sun laughed, Father, keeping Lu Qingyuan may be more beneficial to us than killing him. First of all, if he's there will be someone to take the blame for us, for killing Lu Xinyan, and not be ostracized by the Ningzhou cultivators. Secondly, Father, you are a general of the Imperial Dynasty. If you kill Lu Qingyuan, even if this is done seamlessly, the Imperial Dynasty side is not good enough to explain. After all, the Imperial Dynasty has always only looked at the results, not the process. Lu Qingyuan, how to say, is the Imperial Dynasty hand-picked city guards. If you die, the stem is too big. I think Lu Xinyan must have also been motivated by this consideration to not make a move against this idiot Lu Qingyuan. Otherwise, for all the things he's done, dying 10 times would be enough. Su Lai sniffed, didn't say anything, and directly closed his eyes. From his frantically fluttering eyelids, it could be seen that Su Lai was now weighing the pros and cons in his mind. After a long time, he opened his eyes and said, Lu Qingyuan must die, but this time can be delayed a bit. When you get the chance in the sword casting pool, after my father will run Ningzhou into my Su family backyard, it is the time of his death. Lu Qingyuan, your brother's soul must be comforted. Su Lin Sun breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, his own father had not completely lost his mind because of Su Linran's death. Father thinks extremely well, but there is still one thing that my son is a bit puzzled about. According to reason, Lu Qingyuan such a waste. How did he sit on this Ningzhou city guard position? Even if Ningzhou is a small place, the Imperial Dynasty wouldn't be so bad as to send such a civilly incompetent waste to come. When Su Lai heard this, a hint of sarcasm flashed in his eyes and he said, "There's nothing else, there's just a good sister." Good sister? Su Lin-sun thought for a moment and said indistinctly, "You mean, in the imperial dynasty's harem, the most favored noble consort Lu?" Su Lai nodded, "That's right, noble consort Lu is none other than Lu Qingyuan's cousin." Su Lin-sun said with some uneasiness, "Father, if Lu Qingyuan's back is standing behind noble consort Lu, then if we count him like this, noble consort Lu's side? There is no need to worry, Lu Qingyuan was able to sit as the city guard of Ningzhou. He has already exhausted all the love between him and noble consort Lu. If not, do you think that fool would not publicize the relationship between him and noble consort Lu to the extent that everyone in the 36 states knows about it? He wouldn't dare. We killed this poor relative for Princess Lu, she might even thank us." Su Lin-sun is still a little worried, but they are ultimately a kindred spirit, in case. There's no such thing as an eventuality, the matter is 10% certain for my father. Su Lin-sun sniffed and said no more, he trusted his own father's judgment. "Father, in order to avoid a long night's sleep, tomorrow first go to solve the Lu Xinyan, and then go to the White Tiger sect, in case the other party comes out to make trouble at the critical moment, the son dares to ask a question, the father to deal with that Lu Xinyan, can you be sure? After all, the White Tiger sect's Tiger 3 lines can be the death in the hands of this woman." Su Lai laughed loudly, "Tiger San Xing, that kind of waste, how can he compare with my father? This small place in Ningzhou is not a place that breeds masters at all. Besides, I've already inquired. The reason why Tiger San Xing was decapitated by Lu Xinyan was because he was too stupid himself, and his gong method backfired and caused it. Then it is foolproof." Su Lin-sun laughed. Of necessity. The father and son looked at each other and both smiled. A short while later, Su Lin-sun sighed and said, "It's just a pity for my little brother. I thought it was a normal thing to let him go through the motions and increase his experience, but I didn't think it would harm him." Speaking of this, Su Lai gathered his smile and said with a sinister gaze, "Lu Xinyan, this servant girl, as well as Lu Qingyuan's father and son, these two stupid pigs, will all go down for Ranner to be buried with him." Afterwards, he looked at Su Lin-sun and said, "Sooner, you're the most gifted amongst your brothers. Whether or not my Su family can regain its former glory during the Xin Heavenly Clan's trip a year from now, it all depends on you." Su Lin-sun nodded heavily and said, "Father, please rest assured, if there was only 80% certainty before, after getting the chance inside the sword casting pool, Lin-sun will have 10% certainty." Su Lai patted his shoulder and said in a serious tone, "My father knows that you have a fierce tiger in your heart. It's me who has bound you. After tonight, let go of your hands and feet. Among your brothers, it's you who makes me feel most at ease. In the future, the position of the Su family head will only be yours. Don't let me down." Su Lin-sun nodded heavily and said, "I won't let you down." Chapter 82 Watch and Learn. Early the next morning, before Su Lai could go to Lu Qingyuan to inform him of the results, Lu Qingyuan approached him first. "General Su, did you get any rest yesterday?" Based on yesterday's judgment, Lu Qingyuan at this time to face Su Lai, also no longer like before, accompanied by careful, speaks he a lot of casual. As for Lu Qingyuan's appearance of respect and arrogance, Su Lai saw it in his eyes and remembered it in his heart, and didn't want to be concerned about it now. "It's not bad, what is brother Lu doing here so early in the morning?" Lu Qingyuan's face changed, with a sorrowful face. "Naturally, it's for the matter of your son's revenge. I'm not hiding from General Su. I also know your son as soon as I met him, and in the past few days in Ningzhou City, I regarded him as my son and nephew in general, and his death, I was also pained in my heart, and I hated that I couldn't immediately kill Lu Xinyan and avenge his death. I only hate that my own strength is low, and I can't help that." Said, Lu Qingyuan suddenly swept away the previous faded color said, "Now well, General Su, you came, necessary to let that pay the due price. General Su, Brother Su, what are you waiting for? Let's go to Yanshou sect now and seek justice for my nephew Lin Ran." Looking at the expectant Lu Qingyuan, the corner of Su Lai's eyes twitched. If not yesterday the person in front of him to find out clearly, he was afraid to really think that this guy treats his own son as his own son. It should be said or not, this acting skill of Lu Qingyuan is still good. Su Lai naturally wouldn't poke him at this time, and immediately said in a deep voice, "It's rare for Brother Lu to have this kind of intention. Mr. Su is grateful. We'll go to Yanshou sect right now, and ask for a statement." When Lu Qingyuan heard this, his face was delighted. Go now." With that, he directly ordered all the Ningzhou city guards to follow behind Su Lai and killed towards Yanshou zone with great vigor. After seeing this formation along the way, several cultivators were curious and wondered what this Ningzhou city guard was going to do again. But soon, there were people who knew about it, spreading the news that Lu Xinyan had killed the son of the imperial dynasty's Hussar general Su Lai. This is running towards slaughtering the clan. This Su Lai I know, is the newly appointed Hussar general of the imperial dynasty, is even a great cultivator of the late imperial realm, his cultivation is heavenly, his battle power is astonishing. This time, this female emperor of ours has kicked the iron plate. Not also, how to say that this is also Ningzhou, he Su Lai is even stronger, but also cannot take Yanshou sect how, as long as Lu Xinyan hiding within the sect not to come out, relying on the sect's mountain protection array, there is nothing to fear. Foolish, if she can hide for a moment, can she hide for a lifetime? Humph, saying I'm foolish. I think you're the one who's foolish to death. It's been said that this is Ningzhou, Lu Xinyan's home turf, and he, Su Lai, an outsider. What makes him block Lu Xinyan? Are you blind? Can't you see that the Ningzhou city guards are on Su Lai's side, and that nearly 1,000 city guards are just for show? Oh, just these losers? You let them bully men and women. I'm afraid that one is worth two, and let them fight a real battle? It's not that I'm looking down on them, Yanshou sect's group of female disciples can give them. Joke's on you, it's the city guard. Brother, you don't live in Ningzhou city for long, do you? What does that mean? Oh, go. There were many conversations like this, both inside and outside of Ninjago City. Gradually, the news spread more and more widely, and the number of people who knew about it also increased. Many cultivators, all holding the mind of watching, rushed to the outside of Yanshou sect in advance, waiting to see a good show. Patriarch, something big is wrong, Patriarch. Bai Lingmiao, who was discussing the Tao with Lu Xinyan, frowned at a female disciple who ran in panicking. What's the point of panicking? There's your Uncle Lu to hold the roof when the sky collapses. Lu Xinyan looked at her own senior sister somewhat speechlessly and said, Senior sister, is it really good for you to talk like that? Ha 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 ha, the sky collapses on the tallest first. Our clan, you are the tallest one, is there a problem? Lu Xinyan helplessly held her forehead and said, Senior sister, have you noticed that since Jiang Li came, you've become more and more spirited? In the past, you were so calm and collected. Ah, have I? You're overthinking it. Having said that, what Bai Lingmiao thought in her heart was, I've been looked at, what else can't I let go of? Lu Xinyan shook her head and didn't dwell on the issue, instead asking the female disciple, tell me, what happened? That female disciple also calmed down a lot when she saw that the two sect leaders still had the heart to talk and laugh. Back to senior uncle, there are a lot of cultivators coming outside. There is the Rian sect, the Back Mountain sect. Almost half of the sects in our Ningzhou, there are people coming. Disciple inquired, it seems that someone is coming to seek revenge on us, and they are all here to watch the battle. Lu Xinyan and Bai Lingmiao glanced at each other, both with bright lights flashing in their eyes. Where's your senior Uncle Jiang? Bai Lingmiao inquired. Uncle Jiang, he's reading palms at the sermon hall, he should be looking about right now. Bai Lingmiao said without a trace of anger, call him out, then notify the disciples of the clan above the Jindan stage, the deacons, all of them to be ready to meet the battle. Soon after the command, Bai Lingmiao saw the two of them, Zhangli and Sifeng, walking over with a smile on their faces. I can vaguely still hear something about white, tender, soft, one person only, or something like that. On Zhangli's face, there was a lewd and lascivious smile. Sifeng's face, on the other hand, had adoration written all over it. Senior sister Bai, senior sister Lu, what's the matter with calling me? Zhangli, who had read the palms of several female disciples who could be called stunning, was in a good mood today. Bai Lingmiao saw Zhangli like this, and listening to those words coming out of his mouth made her stomach burn with anger. How can you say that you're also a clan elder? Can you be a little decent day in and day out? Zhangli was puzzled. What's wrong? What's wrong? Look at Sifeng. Originally he was just a little bit incapable of understanding the world, but now after following you, he has the potential to become a lecher at a young age, and you still have the nerve to ask what's wrong? In the end, it was still a child's thin skin, only to see Sifeng's red face saying, Sister Bai, how could I possibly be a lecher? Bai Lingmiao coldly grunted, now you still know how to have a face, but in the future, it's hard to say. I don't know what Senior Ling Yunzi thought, letting you learn from him. It's not good to learn anything, learn how to be a human being from him. Zhangli rubbed his nose in embarrassment and said, Senior sister, there's no need to have such big preconceptions about me. Lu Xinyan also for Zhang Lei to get off the road. Elder brother, he is just a little out of tune, not so much as elder sister, you say so, robe. At the same time, she was also a bit curious. Her own senior sister had obviously just told him about Zhang Li's so many merits, and asked her to take the initiative to also some. Why are you so angry now instead? What could Bai Lingmiao say? She couldn't say that Zhang Li had seen her body. Prejudice in one's heart is a big mountain, senior sister, I'll be very sad when you say that. Zhang Li pretended to be aggrieved and said in a low and hoarse voice. Go to hell, lecherous thief. Bai Lingmiao scolded. Zhang Li only thought that she was dissatisfied that she was taking advantage of him by giving a palm reading to a female disciple within the clan, and with his cheek, he completely ignored it. After a few moments of teasing, Zhang Li asked, I heard from the disciples that many cultivators came outside, saying that they came to see the fun. Is Su Lai coming? Bai Lingmiao nodded, it should be. Whether or not the Yanshou sect can take the first step to dominate Ning Prefecture all depends on how you play today, senior sister. Zhang Li laughed. Bai Lingmiao couldn't help but reveal a smile and said, just watch. Chapter 83 Two Emperor Realms. Nobody doesn't like to pretend. Ever since Jiang Li came to the Yanshou sect, Bai Lingmiao felt the pressure on her body plummet. Bai Lingmiao, after not being bound by the mundane matters of the clan, slowly began to run wild uncontrollably as well. The thought of shining and catching her opponent off guard later on was too much for her just to think about. Just as she and Jiang Li were discussing their lines for their appearance in a while, a thick voice came from outside the mountain gate, echoing continuously over the Yanshou sect. Lu Xinyan, get out and pay for my son's life. Su Lai was like a furious lion at the moment. He looked at the tall mountain gate in front of him, the three big words Yin Shou sect, and glared angrily. A head of disheveled hair, blowing in the wind. The majestic body made people feel pressurized at a glance. The might of the late emperor realm was revealed. Behind him, Lu Qingyuan looked at the Yin Shou sect's mountain gate with a smug expression. His heart was filled with pleasure. In the past, how you have treated me with disdain. In the future, I will make you climb up to the top. Son, today is the day that our Lu family raises its eyebrows and really takes control of Ningzhou. You can watch how my father will get back the face he lost that day, little by little. Lu Qingyuan looked at the one in front of him, Su Lai, whose aura exploded for a moment, as if he had seen himself. Lu Zichun looked at his own old man somewhat breathlessly, helplessly, wondering if his own old man, in a moment, would still be so confident as he was now. Although Jiang Li hadn't told him that day what kind of cards Yen Shouzong had. However, he still heard Jiang Li's overflowing confidence between the lines. If it was just this, he wouldn't have pressed his treasure on Yen Shouzong. More importantly, it was still that kid who was only 12 or 13 years old and in the Jindan realm. The one standing behind such an existence was at least an emperor realm. This was the real reason why Lu Zichun favored Yen Shouzong. No matter how strong Su Lai was, it was absolutely impossible for him to fight one against two. After all, the emperor realm was not a cabbage, but the topmost powerhouse, the face of a state. Just as the father and son were talking, Su Lai, who had waited impatiently, threw a fist in the air and smashed it into the plaque on the mountain gate of the Yenshou sect. When the crowd of onlookers saw this, they all sucked in a breath of cool air. Such a move can sometimes be more thorough than even outright murder. This is going to be completely immortal. Destroying someone's mountain gate is equivalent to digging up someone's ancestral grave. When Lu Qingyuan saw this, his laughter came to an abrupt end and his face turned gray. This is not quite what he thought. No, greatly wrong. I just want to come to get back to the scene, so that Lu Xinyan know who is really the person who says it in Ningzhou. How is Su Lai destroying people's mountain gates? But at this point, whatever he was thinking, it was too late. Just in the nick of time, a sword sound rang out abruptly. A bright and dazzling sword light shot out from within the Yen Shou clan, cutting Su Lai's fist strength directly. Who is it that dares to come to my Yen Shou sect to spread wildness? The crowd only heard a clear and pleasant voice. After the sword light dispersed, Lu Xinyan, who was dressed in white, like a fairy on the ground, was already standing in front of the Yen Shou sect's mountain gate, holding a long sword and standing proudly. After that, there were the female disciples of the Yen Shou sect, coming out of the mountain gate in a line, with their strengths lined up in order from high to low. All of them sheathed their long swords and had murderous looks in their eyes. Outside of Lu Xinyan, who was at the Emperor realm, there were dozens of female cultivators at the Harmonization realm and Body Refining realm, exuding astonishing cultivation fluctuations. The female cultivators of the God Transformation stage were even more than 100 directly, and the Yuaning and Jindan were even more numerous. When the onlooker cultivators saw this, they were all shocked. Is this the strength of our first sect of Ning Prefecture? It really is extraordinary. Look at these female disciples, the murderous aura in their eyes, they are not to be messed with at a glance. Looking at it this way, the city guard side is a mess. It was different from the Yenshou sect's female cultivators who moved neatly and had a raging battle intent. The Ningzhou city guards behind Su Lai looked more like a mishmash of improvised cards. It looked like that when they killed out of Ningzhou city in great numbers. After all, more than 1,000 cultivators setting off together was still a spectacular sight to watch in Ningzhou, a small place with not much of a big scene. But after coming to the Yen Shou sect, each and every one of them was revealed. Standing without standing, sitting without sitting. It's like coming on vacation. Dude, see, that's the difference. How is this? This city guard so bad? If I didn't say, brother, that you don't often reside in Ningzhou city on a regular basis, the cultivators within the city guards are all receiving their salaries to muddle through their lives, how could they possibly be compared to the disciples within the number one sect in Ningzhou such as the Yenshou sect? Besides, they've all gone to ING hang out with the city guards, how good do you think their strength and talent can be? Just Lu Qingyuan, that iron rooster, sheds how much he can invest in the city guards. Su Lai was a hussar general ordained by the imperial dynasty, and although it was just a name, he more or less knew some of the ways of battle formation. No matter what, with his emperor realm cultivation, he could tell at a glance how strong or weak a cultivator was. Looking at the Yenshou sect disciples and then the city guards behind him, Su Lai only felt a nameless evil fire rubbing upwards. These wastes, it would be better not to have them, they are of no use at all, except to humiliate people. It was a good thing that he had never taken Lu Qingyuan seriously in the first place, much less these city guards as his arms. Lu Xinyan, but you killed my son? Su Lai directly questioned. If what you're talking about is that pervert who likes men, then it was indeed me who killed him. Lu Xinyan sneered. You? Su Lai sniffed, and the anger in his eyes increased. He naturally knew what kind of goods his own son was, but being told by Lu Xinyan in public like this, he was just as thick-skinned as he was, and he couldn't hang on to it. Oh. His son actually has a dragon yang fetish. What, his son sells ass? What, his son can't hold his? What nonsense are you talking about? You're all discriminating against my back mountain sect. As an emperor realm, Su Lai naturally had excellent ears. These words, more or less, reached his ears. Ryu Xinyan, well, hello, you're good. Lu Xinyan coldly grunted, what, are you ready to tear down my mountain gate? Do I still need to give you face? I, Su Lai, swear that I will bloodily cleanse the Yanshou sect today, slaughtering the sect and leaving no chickens or dogs behind. Su Lai shouted angrily. I'm afraid you won't be able to fulfill this oath today. Just you, a tiny early stage of the Emperor realm, you think you can block me? One certainly won't do, what about two? Chapter 84, Who is Han Dun? As soon as Lu Xinyan's words fell, a loud and clear sword chirp once again resounded within the Yanshou sect. Bai Lingmiao, who was also dressed in white, appeared in front of the Yanshou sect's mountain gate, standing side by side with Lu Xinyan. One of the two women was a beautiful woman, and the other was a graceful woman. Together with the group of Yanshou sect's female disciples behind them, they formed a bright landscape. Su Lai's eyes widened as he looked at Bai Lingmiao, who had suddenly appeared, his face ugly. Emperor realm. Su Lai gritted his teeth. The Yanshou sect actually had two emperor realms. He turned around with an open mind and looked at Lu Qingyuan. Didn't you say that there was only Lu Xinyan? Lu Qingyuan looked at Bai Lingmiao at this moment with the same look of incredulity. Not her. Before I saw her or this. Not possible. Not many days had passed since the last time he saw Bai Lingmiao. At that time, Bai Lingmiao was clearly still a Mahayana stage cultivator like him. He also remembered that after dealing with the Yanshou sect and the White Tiger sect, the two of them, as cultivators who were also stuck in the Mahayana stage, had sat down for a while. At that time, Bai Lingmiao was just as haunted as he was about being stuck at the Mahayana stage. How long has it been? Not even a month, and how did you become an emperor? Lu Qingyuan suddenly had the feeling of being backstabbed by his good brother. We promised to be together until our heads turn white, but you secretly baked the oil. Lu Qingyuan stammered for half a day, but he couldn't explain anything to Su Lai. Finally, looking directly at Bai Lingmiao, he questioned, what's going on? Weren't you at the Mahayana stage last time? How did you get to the Emperor realm? In the words, there was even a vague hint of condescension. Bai Lingmiao, however, looked as if she had succeeded in her scheme and said, fellow Taoist Lu, thank you for concealing the news of my realm breakthrough so well, otherwise. Bai Lingmiao deliberately didn't finish her sentence, but in her gaze, she gave birth to a few moments of tacit cooperation and approval among her teammates. When Su Lai saw this, he immediately looked at Lu Qingyuan angrily and said, Lu Qingyuan, you dare to count on me? Lu Qingyuan panicked and explained, no, don't misunderstand General Su, it's not like that. With that, he shouted angrily at Bai Lingmiao, what are you talking nonsense about? Bai Lingmiao, however, laughed, I'm sorry, I said it wrong, I'll rephrase it, Lu Qingyuan, being from the same Ningzhou, you actually joined forces with outsiders to deal with me, Yanshou Zong? Is this okay? When Lu Qingyuan heard this, he cried without tears, no, General Su, it's really not what you think. If Bai Lingmiao hadn't said this latter sentence, he would have really thought that Lu Qingyuan was teaming up with Yanshou Zong to scheme against him. But when Bai Lingmiao said this, he immediately understood that the other party was teasing him and making fun of him. Looking at Lu Qingyuan, who had an anxious face and was still thinking of how to explain, Su Lai couldn't help but drink, shut up, stupid bastard who doesn't realize he's been tricked by others. Lu Zichuan also grabbed his own old man's sleeve and said, Father, just stand and don't talk. For the first time in his life, Lu Zichuan felt so humiliated standing with his own old man. Lu Qingyuan also finally reacted, his face flushed green for a while. Opening his mouth, he wanted to put in a few harsh words, but in the end, he didn't say anything. Surrounded by a kind of Ningzhou cultivators, looking at such a situation, wanting and some dare not, one by one held his face red. After all, Yanshou Zone could not put Lu Qingyuan, the city guard, in his eyes. But they can't yet. However, the crowd was also surprised that Bai Lingmiao had suddenly become an emperor realm. A configuration of two emperors in one gate, not to mention in the tiny Ningzhou. It was that in the entire land of the 36 states, it was a very capable existence. After scolding Lu Qingyuan, Su Lai looked at the two emperor realms in front of him, and for a moment, it was neither a good idea to leave nor not to leave. Seeing this, Lu Xinyan coldly grunted, Su Lai, what about the oath you just made? Won't you fulfill it? Su Lai coldly snorted, today, I today. The four words slaughtering the sect and destroying the clan, Su Lai froze and couldn't say a single word. General Su, beat the hell out of her, look at the madness for these two pussies, him. Suddenly, a slightly obscene voice came out from the crowd of onlookers. Su Lai jerked his head toward the crowd, but did not see the person who spoke. Suddenly, on the other side of the crowd, another delicate female voice said, General Su is a good man. I like you like this, I've long been tired of seeing Yanshou Zone and these two General Su quickly beat them. Su Lai once again looked at the sound, but did not see a woman's figure in the crowd. Within a short time, the crowd of onlookers would now and then ring out much the same words from different voices. General Su, why did you wimp out? Didn't you still want to slaughter the clan just now? We were waiting to see it. Ha, so it's a silver pewter gunhead, fancy but not useful, scattered it, even the two Hallis are not as good as, who is the two Hallis? That is my neighbor's second grandpa's own nephew raised a dirt dog, usually barking ferociously. Su Lai was trembling with anger, but there was nothing he could do. There were simply too many onlookers, and he was firmly locked by Lu Xinyan and by Ling Miao's auras. Su Lai also didn't dare to go out of his way to find the person who spoke. But the face, however, was directly disgraced. Fight? That's bull. It wasn't true that he was in the late Emperor realm, but it wasn't like he was a little cutie. The other party was not only 2 Emperor realms, but they were obviously even more prepared. To start a fight at this time, not to mention not being able to take advantage of the situation, killing Red Eye, even if he fights to the death of one of them, he will definitely not be better off. Just as he was riding the tiger, Zhongli had already quietly circled back to Yanshou sect. He smiled and peeked at Su Lai outside the mountain gate with an expression as ugly as eating a fly. Well. Zhongli looked at Sifeng with a smug expression. Sifeng, on the other hand, looked at Zhongli with a look of adoration. Big brother Jiang, I didn't expect you to imitate voices. I can't hear your original timbre at all. It's amazing. Ha, it's all just a trail. There's more I can do, brother. After so many days together, Sifeng's admiration for Zhongli could be said to be like a torrential river, unceasing. He'd never imagined that anyone could be all-around talented to this extent. He realized that there was almost nothing that Zhongli wouldn't do. What with cooking, writing lyrics, fiddling and singing, everything. He had even seen Zhongli sewing clothes. He had asked Zhongli how he managed to find so much time to learn so many things. If he put all his energy into cultivation, wouldn't he not lose out to himself at all? Zhongli just smilingly patted his shoulder, so said, walking in the Jianghu, more skills do not pressure body well. But you must not learn from me, brother. I am gifted, learn what can be forgotten, integrated, change is the next person, will only be Handan learning just. By the way, don't ask me who Handan is, it's just a big cute guy. Chapter 85, Learn it, you learn it. Just as Su Lai's chest was rising and falling rapidly, his anger was unbearable. Su Linsun stepped forward and whispered beside him, Father, you must not be fooled by the other party's provocation, you can't deal with them now, and they are not good enough to make a move due to their concern for your identity. The main thing is important. Hearing Su Linsun's words, Su Lai gradually calmed down. He looked at Lu Xinyan and Bai Lingmiao with a grim gaze and said, Good, very good, today's matter, Su Lai, admit it, but the matter of you killing my son, you must give me a statement, otherwise, I have no way of that you guys today, but these disciples within your clan, don't want to go out one, I'll kill one, go out two, I'll kill a pair. Don't doubt my determination, since you have disgraced me, Su Lai, today, I will be the villain to the end. My son died at your hands, I'll do anything. Bai Lingmiao sniffed and sneered, Su Lai, just based on your words, you won't be able to leave today. Su Lai laughed maniacally with a ha-ha. I admit that I can't possibly be a match for the two of you, but it's also absolutely impossible for you to keep me, and don't forget that there's still Dao Yu Lu and his city guards behind me. If you don't believe me, let's give it a try. Not afraid of stupid people like Lu Qingyuan, but afraid of crazy people like Su Lai. Bai Lingmiao knew that since the other party was able to say such words in public, he was ready to put down the dignity of the Emperor realm and completely lose face. Zhongli, who was hiding inside the mountain gate, couldn't help but nod for Su Lai. If it wasn't for the difference in positions, he would still have admired Su Lai. With just a few short words, Su Lai directly reversed the situation and regained the initiative. Yan Xiuzong's family was large, but Su Lai, as far as he knew, didn't have much power except for a few sons. This was one of the reasons why the other party was looking at the White Tiger sect. To make an enemy of such a person, Yan Xiuzong would be at a great disadvantage if he could not land a single blow on him. Regardless of whether it was by Ling Miao or Lu Xinyan, neither of them would be the type of person who was cold-blooded and heartless, not caring about the disciples within the sect. As for the face, like Su Lai said, it didn't matter since he had already lost it today anyway. If he were Zhongli, he would have done the same thing as him. As expected, Bai Lingmiao also had a tangled face at this time, not knowing what to do. Leaving Su Lai behind, with him and Lu Xinyan, putting up a fight should be doable. But the price paid, too, must have been great. But not to stay. After listening to Su Lai's words, she had unwillingness. She didn't want to have such a person spying on Yan Xiuzong at all times. Patriarch, we are not people who are afraid of death, there is no need to be concerned about us. Yes, the Yanshou sect cannot be humiliated, we will never drag our feet for the sect. Suddenly, someone from the Yanshou sect disciples behind her spoke out. When Bai Lingmiao heard this, it was like a hot current surged through her heart, and her eyes were slightly moist. She had painstakingly managed the Yanshou sect for many years, and this moment seemed to have paid off. Her gaze, at this time, was also firm, and with a plan in her heart, she looked up at Su Lai. Su Lai, on the other hand, was a bit flustered. He wasn't thinking of really fighting these two to the death. Su Lai, your son was insolent in the first place, staying in the world is also a scourge. Since you want a statement today, then well, I, Yensho sect, will give you a statement. I, Yensho sect, from now on, and you, Su Lai, will not rest in death. Bai Lingmiao's gaze was firm, and with a clang sound, she drew the long sword in her hand and drank. Disciples of the Yensho sect, respond to the battle. In a flash, the sound of swords chiming continued to ring out. The female disciples of the Yensho sect, one after another, raised their long swords and aimed them at Su Lai, at Lu Qingyuan's father and son and the Ningzhou city guards behind him. Looking at this very hot-blooded scene, Sifeng didn't feel a thing. Simply because the one who spoke just now was still Zhongli. Big brother Jiang, why did you say that just now? Aren't you afraid that Su Lai will run away and really kill the sisters of the Yensho sect? Zhongli smiled at his words and said, first of all, this old boy can't die today, so there's no need for us to waste our efforts, and secondly, he will never break the net with us. Why? Sifeng queried. Because I can read faces, this old boy's death is not today, and, do you really think that this old man is a bachelor and is not afraid of anything? The old man is very calculating. He's going to have to go soft in a minute, believe it or not. In Zhongli's eyes, the chi above Su Lai's head, although black in color, did not have the blood-red color that represented the blood in Light Scourge. It showed that Su Lai would suffer a big loss today, but his life would be safe. Both sides can't fight. Moreover, from Lu Zichun's trigrams, he also knew that this old man had something else in mind and would definitely not waste time on Yensho's own. Wait a while, I'll go over to the city guards and say a few more words. Just as Zhongli was about to go to the city guard's side to arch the fire again, someone on the city guard's side had already spoken up first, causing Zhongli's footsteps to lurch. Didn't we say we'd just go through the motions? How come it's for real? No, it's not. My son died. Why do you want me to fight to death? Whoever you like to fight, the big deal is that this city guards I'm not inappropriate, is not it? Yeah, big no. When people's sons die, they have their old men to beg for their lives. When I die, my poor blind old lady will have no one to support her. Go. They are two emperors in one door, and look at the disciples under their door, each one is an elite. As for our group of shrimp soldiers and crab generals, it's better to go home and drink thin rice before it's too late. Daring to say this in front of Su Lai, without Lu Qingyuan's authorization, how could these city guards dare? Of course, Lu Qingyuan wouldn't say that, but Lu Zichuan could totally represent him. Anyway, in the eyes of the city guards, the Lu family is only Lu Zichuan, such an only child. He said it is no different from Lu Qingyuan. After Su Lai heard these voices, his face turned blue as he looked at Lu Qingyuan. He also knew how these people would dare to say that without Lu Qingyuan's authorization. So you're still with them? Su Lai gritted his teeth. Lu Qingyuan, on the other hand, was dumbfounded and completely unaware of what was going on. And, the family knows its own business. As far as these losers of the city guards under him are concerned, I'm afraid they really think so in their hearts. Just how can they say it? But he couldn't afford to think about that right now, and panicked towards Su Lai wanting to explain. But after Su Lai said that, he glared at him and stopped looking at him. Eventually, he sighed heavily and said, fellow Taoist Bai, let's sit down and talk. Seeing that Su Lai really took the initiative to give in, Sifeng immediately looked at Zhongli with wide eyes, and the admiration in his eyes was simply unrivaled. Big brother Jiang, you're a god, it's really just like you said. Zhongli immediately clasped his hands on his chest and said smugly, learn it, just learn it. Chapter 86 Negotiations. Such a tiger's head and snake's tail result naturally caused the crowd of onlooker cultivators to be somewhat dissatisfied. They don't want to see any sit-down negotiations, just a real fight. After all, a war of words is no more exciting than a firefight, isn't it? However, they were also clear that there would never be a life and death battle between the Emperor realm and the Imperial realm if it wasn't a last resort. Only for the fact that Bai Lingmiao had actually become an Emperor realm as well, made their pressure even heavier. With two emperors in one sect, it would be much harder for the other sects in Ningzhou to turn around. It's just that the fallout will be less compared to Su Lai, I guess. In Lu Zichuan's eyes, right now, Su Lai's face stank like a pile of air-dried. Su Lai was afraid to enter Yanxiu zone. And Lu Xinyan and Bai Lingmiao, even more so, would not follow him to Ningzhou city. I don't know whose idea it was, but a long table was placed in front of the mountain gate of Yanxiu clan. On one side sat Lu Xinyan and Bai Lingmiao, as well as some harmonization stage Yanxiu sect deacons. On the other side, there was Su Lai's father and son and Lu Qingyuan's father and son. Pop. Su Lai slammed the table and snapped, you must give a satisfactory explanation for my son's death. Pop. Bai Lingmiao similarly slapped the table, her aura was not weak at all, give you an explanation, who gives me Yanxiu's own account, your son does not know how to die, actually dare to molest my senior sister, deserve to die. Bull, it's clearly your senior sister who seduced my son. Who doesn't know that your son is notorious for not being able to hold his? Sifeng, who was hiding inside the mountain gate, watched the two emperor realms, spewing trash talk at each other without any bottom line, and only felt that his outlook on life had collapsed at this moment. Brother Jiang, this. Them this, normal? Zhongli laughed and said that if you can't fight, can you curse to relieve the pressure? It is understandable. Now that we've negotiated, it's all about who has the better aura. I just didn't expect that when senior sister by cursed, she was actually so dirty, I didn't see it. Zhongli pulled out a handful of melons from his arms and distributed some to Si-Foam, watching with great interest. Su Lai was a man after all, and his mouth was completely incomparable to Bai Lingmiao's. Soon, it was defeated. He looked at Su Lin-sun in annoyance, his eyes signaling him to say a few words as well, to find his way back. Bai Lingmiao's hand that was placed under the table also frequently tugged on Lu Xinyan's sleeve, first letting her have a couple of lines out as well. Su Lin-sun and Lu Xinyan, on the other hand, lowered their heads so low that they were about to pestle under the table. The two men's skin, after all, was not as thick as Su Lai and Bai Lingmiao's. Instead, it was Lu Zichuan who looked at the two of them, Su Lai and Bai Lingmiao, with a face of adoration, somewhat eager to try. Seeing that his own old man had absolutely no room to interject, Lu Zichuan couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Lu Zichuan knew that it was time for him to step in. Ahem, two seniors, would it be alright for the late generation to dare to interject a word? The pressure of two emperor realms, looking at him at the same time, caused Lu Zichuan's breath to stutter. But he still braced himself and opened his mouth. Two seniors, I don't know when it's the end of the day if we keep on cursing like this, the others are watching. Saying that, he gestured to the two of them that there could be other cultivators from Ningzhou around them watching the show. When the two men saw this, they both let out a heavy cold snort and didn't say anything. Seeing this, Lu Zichuan let out a long breath of relief. The pressure of two emperor realms was not something that an ordinary person could carry. He took a deep breath and said, the cause of the matter, there is no need for us to pursue the matter. Senior Su, please save your grief. Senior Bai, also please calm down. As the saying goes, it is better to resolve the grievances than to tie them up. I feel that the two of you should still take out your sincerity to resolve this feud, which is the best policy. Otherwise, fight up both lose and be taken advantage of by the other curmudgeons, which will undermine the majesty of both of you. How about the two seniors, or how about stating their claims? Silent for a moment, Su Lai finally spoke in a deep voice. Even if my son has 1,000 wrongs, that is also my Su Lai's son, I cannot pursue, but you must give me an explanation. White Tiger Sect, I Su Lai want, Yu Yan Xiuzong in this matter, you must speak out in support. Bai Lingmiao snorted coldly, dreaming, not to mention that your son sought his own death, just his one cheap life, is he worthy of the entire White Tiger Sect? I can kind of see that you're deliberately letting your punk son find trouble, trying to plot against the White Tiger Sect. The White Tiger Sect was fought down by my Yanshou sect. Even if I don't have the kung fu to pocket the White Tiger Sect right now, there's no way that I'm going to give it up to you. Su Lai gritted his teeth and said, you mean, my son died in vain? If he seeks his own death, it won't be in vain, and I've already been magnanimous by not pursuing your son for rushing my senior sister. In that case, there's no way to talk about it. Su Lai's whiskers flared, and the pressure of the late emperor realm was like a tidal wave pressing towards Bai Lingmiao. Bai Lingmiao was naturally unafraid and similarly glared with her beautiful eyes, exuding her own imperial might. Lu Xinyan, who had been silent all this time, similarly exuded imperial might, and together with Bai Lingmiao, they fought against it. Though the two were no match for Su Lai no matter which one of them was pulled out individually. But two against one, Su Lai was still out of his depth. Surname White, don't think that the two of you can make me scorn. I Su Lai vertical across the earthly road for hundreds of years, does not still have a few friends. Big deal, the old man went out on a limb, pay some price, also want to slaughter Yu Yan Xiuzong. Oomph, old lady is scared, come if you have guts, don't think that only you have friends, don't we have any? Yeah, let's give it a try. Just try it. Seeing that the two sides were about to clash again, Lu Zichuan hurriedly opened his mouth and said, the three seniors should rest their anger. According to my opinion, how about retreating one step each? The two looked at each other and finally nodded. It was impossible to fight when it came to this point. Su Lai was annoyed as hell at the moment, but once he thought about his true purpose, he still chose to take the lead and back down. Fine, I can do without the White Tiger Sect, but the White Tiger Sect sword casting pool, I'll take it. When Bai Lingmiao heard this, she immediately said, impossible, the most important thing about the White Tiger Sect is the sword casting pool, and the sword casting pool is immovable. What's the difference between you occupying the sword casting pool and occupying the White Tiger Sect? Neither this nor that. Do you really think that old me is easy to bully? Su Lai sniffed and immediately became furious. He had already made such a big concession, but Bai Lingmiao actually still wouldn't let go. Do you have a way to seize the chance within the sword casting pool? Bai Lingmiao suddenly opened her mouth, a strange look in her eyes. When Su Lai heard this, he immediately denied, you're overthinking it, I'm sure you know that the Xin Tian sect is about to open. I just want to let my son, Lin Sun, cast a sword with his own hands within the sword casting pool before then. Bai Lingmiao, however, laughed coldly, just casting a sword requires you to go to such great lengths? Believe it or not, I just don't want my son to be disturbed when he's forging his sword. My son Lin Sun, he's exceptionally gifted, that is, he's no better than Taoist Lu. I naturally don't want there to be any accidents. After all, before he grows up, he'll just be a genius. This is something that you guys should be more aware of than I am. With that, he looked at Ryu Xinyan. The reason, it's perfect. Before Lu Xinyan became an emperor, Yan Xiuzong was also pampered, fearing that there would be the slightest accident and die prematurely. Bai Lingmiao immediately laughed. Oh, it's really pitiful. Since this is the case, if I don't comply anymore, it will appear that I, Yan Shou sect, am being unreasonable and unforgiving. Since this is the case, then I will also give in. Your punk son is dead. We have not suffered any losses. This matter will end here. As long as you do not plot against the White Tiger sect, the sword casting pool will be used by you for once and there is no harm in it. Su Lai snorted coldly and didn't say anything, only nodding his head in agreement. Chapter 87 Consensus. But Bai Lingmiao suddenly changed her words. What else do you want? Su Lai said angrily. You should also know that every time the sword casting pool is opened, it has to be closed for 10 years to restore the sword chi inside. Therefore, this time, it's impossible to let only your son enter. Su Lai immediately shook his head. No, I've already lost a son. It's impossible for me to let my son's life and death be pinched in your hands. Su Lai thought that Bai Lingmiao was also going to enter the sword casting pool. In that case, Su Lin Sun's attempt to seize the sword casting pool's chance would be discovered by him, and there was absolutely no chance of success. Seeing Su Lai's misunderstanding, Bai Lingmiao laughed. Don't worry, I'm not going in. I also have a few disciples under my door who happen to want to go in and absorb some sword cheese. When Su Lai heard this, he thought for a moment and said, the cultivation level must not exceed that of my son, it can only be below the yuaning stage. Bai Lingmiao laughed. Yes. The number must not be too many, 3 at most. Bai Lingmiao nodded her head here again and said, good. Su Lai was still a bit uneasy and looked around, finally setting his eyes on Lu Zichun. You, too, go in and defend my son. Lu Zichun froze at his words and pointed to his nose. Me? That's right. Su Lai didn't even give Lu Zichun a chance to refuse and looked directly at Bai Lingmiao. Is there a problem? Bai Lingmiao shook her head and said, no problem. When will the sword casting pool be opened? Tomorrow. Yes. With that, Bai Lingmiao raised her hand towards Su Lai and said, after this, there will be no more grudges between you and me, and you, Su Lai, may not covet the White Tiger sect from now on. After this matter, our grudges will be wiped out, but you need to make an oath that you will absolutely not allow your disciples to cheat and interfere with my son in the sword casting pool again. Su Lai said in a cold voice. A word is a word. A team of horses. With that, the two high-fived together as a consensus. By this point, both of them were slightly relieved. In this regard, the matter ended in a tiger's tail, not seeing the Emperor realm battle that they wanted to see, causing the Ningzhou cultivators to all be a little disappointed. Ningzhou City, City Guardian's Mansion. Su Lai looked at Lu Qingyuan angrily and said, you dare to trick me? Lu Qingyuan explained somewhat uneasily, General Su, all of this is a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? What those city guards under your hands said is also a misunderstanding. Su Lai said in a cold voice. This. Lu Qingyuan was momentarily speechless, not knowing how to explain. However, Su Lai did not pursue the matter and instead looked at Lu Zichun, who had been keeping his head down. You're good, much better than your punk-ass dad, much better. Lu Zichun laughed bitterly. Senior is flattering. I'm not as good as my father. If the old man says you're good, but what your father and son did today makes me very dissatisfied. Without waiting for Lu Zichun to explain, Su Lai spoke again. I won't say anything about what happened in front of me. Man's plans are not as good as heaven's plans. I'll take it as a given that you guys really don't know that Bai Lingmiao broke through to the Emperor realm. But that doesn't mean that I, Su Lai, am a cutie. Today's matter is bizarre in every way. Lu Zichun. Su Lai suddenly called out. Senpai. Lu Tsuchun looked like he was obedient. I want you to be inside the sword casting pool, fully assisting Lin Sun in casting swords and guarding his side. However, you must never absorb the sword chi inside the sword casting pool. Lu Zichun was slightly puzzled when he heard this and was just about to inquire. Su Lai directly interrupted him. You do not need to ask why, just do it. Into the casting pool, all listen to Sun's command. After this incident, between our two families, no longer involved. Hearing Su Lai's words, Lu Qingyuan immediately let out a sigh of relief. After today's incident, he was also worried about Su Lai finding fault afterward. Who would have thought that Bai Lingmiao would actually become an emperor? Not only did he fail to stand up for himself, but he almost became a jumper instead. It's a good thing I didn't talk much today, or I don't know how much I would have lost face. Seeing that Su Lai was not going to pursue the matter, he immediately spoke up. General Su, don't worry, Zichun, he will definitely listen to all of Lin Sun's virtuous nephews. Su Lai glanced at him and said with a cold snort, it better be. With that, he brought Su Lin Sun back to their temporary residence in the city guard's residence. Dad. There were no more outsiders, and Su Lin Sun spoke softly. Today's matter, it seems that something is not quite right, that Bai Lingmiao looks like he has become an emperor for a period of time, but he jumped out when we were there. I'm afraid that someone has been counting on us for a long time. Su Lai snapped. Besides that Lu Qingyuan, who else could it be? Is this him? Su Lin Sun was a little less sure. After all, what he had probed before, Lu Qingyuan really is a incompetent person. He's a local snake in Ningzhou. Can anything big or small here be hidden from him? Swearing that Yan Xiaozong only has one emperor realm, making my father make such a big fool of himself today, we all underestimated this person. At first it was true that he wanted to cooperate with us, but your brother's death should have been an accident, but it was this incident that forced him to join forces with the Yensho sect, and he should have done this just because he thought that we would make a move against him. We all let him fool us. Hearing his own father say this, Su Lin-sun was also somewhat convinced. But it doesn't matter, although there are some twists and turns as expected and there's no chance to take down the White Tiger sect, it's good to know that the chances of the sword casting pool will still fall into our hands. As long as you can be in the Shin Heavenly sect and bring that item out, my Su family can rise just the same, and the White Tiger sect will be nothing more than an icing on the cake. Su Lin-sun nodded and said, "Don't worry father, my son will do his best." Su Lai laughed, "You don't have to worry too much." Lu Qingyuan and Bai Lingmiao thought they were punking as father and son, but they didn't realize that they were playing right into our hands. Saying this, Su Lai's eyes narrowed and said in a chilling voice, "Tomorrow, Bai Lingmiao will definitely let the disciple with the strongest Yuaning stage strength within her Yensho sect enter the sword casting pool, together with Lu Zichun. My father is still worrying about where to look for suitable sacrifices, but they took the initiative to send them to my doorstep. First, we will collect the interest from them, and then when the matter of the Xiantian sect is over, my father will come back to settle the score with them." Bai Lingmiao probably still thinks we're really afraid of them, naive. Su Lin-sun laughed, "I guess they are, right now, all celebrating making you suffer, father. Let them be complacent for a while, after my father breaks through the Saint Realm, it will be their time to die." In Su Lai's eyes, infinite rage seemed to be burning at the moment. "Father, don't worry, sooner will bring back the Xin Tian sex item, help father step into the Saint Realm, and revive my Su family's glory," Su Lin-sun said with a firm gaze. Su Lai patted Su Lin-sun's shoulder, "Rest early, tomorrow our first interest collection." Chapter 88, A Sick and Consumptive Ghost in the Numbers. Early the next morning, Su Lai rushed to the White Tiger sect with Su Lin-sun and the Lu family's father and son. It was only when they saw the three disciples of the Yensho sect that Bai Lingmiao had brought with her that they all had odd looks on their faces. "Fellow Taoist Bai, is this the disciple from your Yensho sect who is preparing to enter the sword casting pool?" Bai Lingmiao said with a smile on her face, "That's right." Only to see that behind Bai Lingmiao and Lu Xinyan stood none other than Lin Evening, Sifeng, and Zhongli, three small cultivators who were only in the Jindan realm. This white fellow Taoist, the three of them, I'm afraid they can only move around the edge of the sword casting pool. Going in is just a waste of opportunity. Every time the sword casting pool was opened, it would take 10 years to recover. He had originally thought that Bai Lingmiao would definitely send the Yensho sect's best Yuaning stage disciples. Unexpectedly, the ones who came were only 3 juniors of the Jindan realm. With a higher cultivation level, he was worried that Su Lin-sun wouldn't be able to cope. However, with a lower cultivation level, he was afraid that the sacrifices would not be enough to get the chance within the sword casting pool. Su Lai's eyes narrowed and said, "White Taoist friend, the next time the sword casting pool wants to open, it can be 10 years, you do not find some suitable disciples?" Bai Lingmiao laughed, "They're just the most suitable ones, besides, isn't this my way of dispelling the doubts of fellow Taoists, the 3 of them, they definitely won't threaten your precious son, right?" Su Lai sniffed, and for a moment, he choked on Bai Lingmiao's words, unable to say a word. Yesterday, he was the one who requested that no cultivators above the Yuaning stage be allowed to enter the sword casting pool with Su Lin-shun. Today, Bai Lingmiao had deliberately sought out 3 Jindan stages. Could it be that Bai Lingmiao knew what he was up to and did it on purpose? But then, Su Lai dismissed this thought. If the other party knew of their intentions, with Bai Lingmiao's character, it wasn't like he could let his disciples go in and die. He took a closer look at the 3 people behind Bai Lingmiao and quickly realized the difference. Lin Lianin looks, the root bone is excellent, now it seems that it is only just 20, but it is already a Jindan stage cultivator, and the distance from the Yuanying stage is only 1 foot from the door, the talent, although there is some gap with Su Lin-sun, but it is not too big. Moreover, he could always feel a very special fluctuation from Lin Evening Night's eyes. It seemed as if the other party still had some special talent in general. What he felt, however, was also correct. Recently, under Jiang Li's training, Lin Evening Night's talent, which had been greatly developed, was highly effective. So it's a bit out of control these days, looking at anyone and subconsciously trying to see through each other's weaknesses. When Su Lai looked at Sifeng again, he was even more astonished for a moment. With his eyesight, he naturally saw at a glance that Sifeng's bone age was definitely no more than 13. A 13-year-old at the Jindan realm, this kind of talent, when looking at the entire 36 states, it was a first-class existence. In a small place like Ningzhou, it is even closer to being unrivaled, a phoenix-like existence. The presence of these two made Su Lai's heart certain, knowing that Bai Lingmiao wasn't lying. And it might be even more effective to have someone with such a talent as a sacrifice. Su Lai's heart was secretly happy, suddenly felt that the world's destiny is a wonderful way, a drink and a peck are all determined by heaven. If he really took the White Tiger sect directly for himself, it might not be easy to find such a good sacrifice. Now, the other side is just so watered down and delivered. He immediately turned his gaze to the last man. The first 2 are so good, so the last one, in comparison, is not bad either. Only, he frowned slightly when he saw Jiangli, who was hanging around and wearing a not very fitting Taoist robe. Although it was not bad for the other party to have an early Jindan cultivation at this age. But it was still much worse compared to Lin Evening Night, let alone compared to Sifeng. Most importantly, this sun's essence was far inferior to the previous two, and he was actually yawning, as if he was a consumptive. It's totally here to make up the numbers. But with the first two surprises, plus Lu Zichun, a heavenly pride whose talent was also very good, or a genuine yuaning stage, it was thought that it would be enough. At this moment, Jiangli, with a pair of dark circles under his eyes, had a lifeless look on his face. No matter who it was, being tortured by two emperor realms for a night would not be much better than him. He didn't even want to come to this broken sword casting pool. Have this effort touch the small hands of the female disciples within the Yen Shou sect. Ah no, look at the palmistry, preach the sermon, doesn't he smell good? He really regretted telling Bai Lingmiao and Lu Xinyan what happened in the trigrams. It's all been told to them that the chance here is destined to be Chun Luzi's. They were non-believers, and they had to ask Lin Evening Night and Sifeng to come in and wrestle as well. He had to be forced to come in and babysit the two of them. Since that's the case, then there's no time to lose. How about we open the sword casting pool here? Although he was a bit displeased with Jiangli's presence, but thinking of Lin Evening Night and Sifeng, the two top offerings, Su Lai still said with some anxiety, fearing that there would be a change. Bai Lingmiao laughed, good. With that, he instructed the White Tiger sect's only current Mahayana stage elder to come and open the sword casting pool. This elder was the one from the previous secret realm. His heart was incomparably sad at the moment. The hallowed White Tiger sect, once one of the two major sects in Ningzhou, today could only be swayed by outsiders. Even the opening of his own sword casting pool had to be dominated by someone else. And the self-disciples, they can't even enter. When he thought of the two clan sinners, Tiger Sanqing and his disciple Gu Linhuan, he hated them with a passion. You say you're incapable, what are you causing trouble for? The treasure land left behind by the old ancestors and inherited for thousands of years has actually entered an outsider today. The descendants are unfilial. The sword casting pond, despite its name, is not related to a pond. It was only because the sword chi inside was as ubiquitous as the water in the pool that it got its name. Instead, the sword casting pool was just a small hill within the White Tiger sect. At the foot of the small hill, there was a dark cave entrance. Outside the cave entrance, there was a formation set up by the White Tiger sect. It is used to prevent curfew from stealing into the sword casting pool, and at the same time, it can also lock the overflowing sword chi inside securely. Every 10 years, suitable disciples of the White Tiger sect would be selected to go inside to absorb the sword chi, or to directly cast swords. The White Tiger sect elder took out a sword-shaped jade pendant from his bosom, which was the key to the sword casting pool. Just after he struck out a few spells, the key resounded with a sword sound and automatically flew over to the entrance of the cave, disappearing with a ripple outside the cave. The formation outside the cave entrance, which was also opened, revealed an entrance. Several Tianjiao, please enter. Remember, the sword casting pool can only stay for a month at most. How much sword chi can be absorbed depends on your own strength. After a month, make sure to come out, otherwise the sword chi in the cave will accelerate and dissipate, and if you want to harbor today's stock, it will be much more difficult. For the sake of those who come after you, please, several people must not be greedy. When the elder finished speaking, he sighed and stepped aside, saying no more. Su Lai didn't even look at him. A hint of excitement flashed in his eyes as he looked at Su Linsun and said, sooner. Su Linsun also could not hide the excitement in his heart, and nodded heavily, I will not fail my father's expectations. After saying that, he went in ahead of the others. Lu Zichuan didn't say much and walked in right behind him. Jiangli, on the other hand, was dragged and pulled by Sifeng and Lin Evening Night, one by one, before he reluctantly walked in under Bai Lingmiao's expectant gaze. Chapter 89, Entering the Sword Casting Pool. As soon as they entered the cave, the five of them were immediately wrapped in the omnipresent sword chi within the cave. But the good thing was that the sword chi at the entrance of the cave was not very powerful. A few people had a little luck to protect their bodies, and they couldn't even chop through their clothes. Lin Evening Night drew her sword and tried to draw these masterless sword chi into the sword. Just as he had just drawn his sword, these sword chi seemed to be attracted to it and actively surged into the sword. Huh, so easy? Lin Evening Night was surprised. It doesn't seem to be the same as what the White Tiger sect said, not quite. Only to hear Su Linsun sneer, the sword chi here is only the weakest, inhaling it into the sword is useless. A word of advice, put the sword away as early as possible. If the sword chi here fills up the sword, you'll just go cry. He didn't want the Lin Evening Nights to stop right here and had to speak out to remind them. Here, it's not the best place to kill them as a sacrifice. Lin Evening Night sniffed and hurriedly put the sword away. Seeing this, Su Linsun did not say anything and walked straight towards the depths. Lu Zichuan glanced at Zhang Li and chose to follow. He kept in mind what Zhang Li had said earlier. Su Lai told him that he couldn't absorb sword chi within the sword casting pool and must listen to Su Linsun. He only needed to absorb the sword chi here at the critical moment. As for listening to Su Linsun, even if Zhang Li didn't say it, he couldn't have done it. At the same time, he was looking forward to the chance that belonged to him. What exactly was it that could make Su Lai go to such great lengths? Go, let's go inside more too. Si Feng also sensed the extraordinary sword chi in here and urged this Jiang Li and Lin Evening Night to say, "Can we just stay here? You guys can just absorb some of it. With your talent, even without the sword chi enhancement here, you won't be weak." With the idea that it was better to do more than less, Jiang Li said lazily. "No, Master told me before she left, in case the chance here belongs to me and I'm wasting my time here, what if Master she knows about it?" Lin Evening Night retorted. Yeah, I have such a high natural talent, that chance will definitely pick me. Si Feng said so as well. Jiang Li sneered after taking a look at the top of their heads. The top of their heads have mediocre chi, and they're also black and white, not to mention the chances. The sword chi here won't be yours in the end, so it's better to take a break while you still can. Senior uncle, you're just lazy, don't make excuses, okay? Lin Evening Night was dissatisfied. I'm just telling the truth, believe it or not. Don't blame me for not reminding you that it's okay to stay here and wait for things to be over, but if you follow me in, you'll end up not only with nothing, but also with a mess. Jiang Li didn't even bother to read their fortunes. That's the kind of crap that doesn't do anything but smoke some. In the past few days, he had even drawn out Lin Evening Night's profane pants. Together with the bibs he drew earlier and 2 more socks, this intimate apparel was gathered by him. He was feeling like he was going to whip himself into a pervert. Naturally, Lin Evening Night and Si Feng would not listen to Jiang Li. Especially after Jiang Li had already said that they wouldn't be in danger, it was even bolder. Then you stay here, it's good for us to go in and see what's going on. After saying that, the 2 curious babies, one big and one small, walked towards the depths. Seeing this, Jiang Li shook his head and just leaned against a stone wall and dozed off. Being Lu Xinyan and Bai Ling Miao teamed up to destroy the night, he was really a bit unable to top it. On the other hand, as he went deeper and deeper into the cave, the sword chi inside the cave also got stronger and stronger. Gradually, both Su Lin Sun and Lu Zichun no longer had the sense of ease they had before. And counting the distance and the size of the sword casting pool observed from the outside world, the 2 of them hadn't even traveled half of the distance, not to mention walking to the center depths. Keep going, Su Lin Sun said. Before figuring out Su Lin Sun's intentions again, Lu Zichun naturally wouldn't frighten the snakes and obediently followed him as he continued on his way. After walking another distance, the 2 of them secretly calculated in their hearts that they had probably traveled about 2/3 of the way. And the sword chi here, the 2 of them have only been able to resist the ground, there is no room to talk about what to absorb. Not to mention stopping here to cast swords. Lu Zichuan thought about it and spoke, "Brother Su, I'm afraid that casting the sword here won't last long, in my opinion, it's better to retreat back a bit." It seemed that Lu Zichuan's kind words had played a role. Su Lin Sun at this time changed his previous cold and icy image and said, "Thank you, Brother Lu, but this is just the right place, Mr. Su's free approach." Lu Zichuan sniffed and shrugged without saying anything. Only Su Lin Sun closed his eyes and seemed to be sensing something. A short while later, he suddenly opened his eyes, and a flash of joy appeared in his eyes. Then, from his arms, he took out a formation disc and some materials for setting up the formation. Soon, a formation was placed around the 2 of them. It was just that Lu Zichun couldn't understand what kind of formation this was, but it definitely had nothing to do with sword casting whatsoever. Before he could inquire, Su Lin Sun pulled out another sword embryo and inserted it in the center of the formation. Seemingly seeing the skepticism in Lu Zichuan's eyes, and not knowing if it was to appease Lu Zichuan or if he had other plans, Su Lin Shun explained himself, "If it was an unusual method, I really wouldn't be able to forge a sword here, but as long as I have this formation and prepare the sword embryo in advance, it would be much easier. Don't ask me about the exact method, this is an untold secret of my Su family." He then added an explanation. Naturally, Lu Zichun would not believe it, and was secretly on guard in his heart. "No need to be too nervous, as long as you help me to protect the law, wait until I cast the sword successfully can be, do not let you absorb the sword chi, but also because I need you to help me to resist some of the sword chi invasion here, do not affect my casting sword. In a moment, as long as the sword casting is successful, Mr. Su and my father will reward Brother Lu." Su Lin Sun explained while placing something that seemed to be pieces of the scabbard around the formation. A short while later, after he finally had everything set up properly, he smiled and looked at Lu Zichuan and said, "Brother Lu, just stand behind me and help me withstand the sword chi behind me. It's not difficult, is it?" Lu Zichuan looked into his eyes and smiled sparingly. "Naturally, my Lu family was at fault for not being able to help General Su, and now that I can take this opportunity to make up for it, I will do my best." Su Lin Sun nodded, "Thank you, Brother Lu." Lu Zichuan nodded and stood behind him, his back turned to him, doing his best to defend him from the omnipresent sword chi. As for Su Lin Sun, he also began to pinch his hand and activate the formation. Then, Lu Zichuan understood why Su Linchuan wanted him to help withstand the sword chi. It was only because the moment the formation was activated, the sword chi that was only passively invading them suddenly turned violent and swarmed towards the formation. The formation was fine, but the person manipulating the formation had to face this endless sword chi. For a while, Lu Zichun's pressure increased. In addition to having to take care of himself, he also needed to help Su Lin-sun withstand it, leaving him almost no time to think and could only passively defend. Chapter 90. What are you waiting for? Run! When Lu Zichun first entered the sword casting pool, he didn't take the sword chi within the pool too seriously. Although these sword chi, it was affecting him in some way, and the power was truly extraordinary. But the feeling he got was that it was all dead things. Going a little deeper wouldn't be a problem as long as you were a little more careful. But now, Lu Zichun had completely given up on such unrealistic thoughts. His only thought was this guy behind him and when he would be done. These raging sword chi, like waves, lapped towards him, wave after wave, leaving him overwhelmed, with no extra time to think. Hey, it's a bit different these sword chi so will suddenly be so furious? Now, not to mention absorbing the sword chi, it would already be thankful to be able to ensure that he wouldn't be broken into pieces by the sword chi battle. It was different from Lu Zichun's wretchedness. Su Lin-sun's back is guarded by him. The formation in front of him, in turn, sucked in all the sword chi coming from the rest of the directions. Su Lin-sun was now, even much more relaxed than before the deployment. Hearing Lu Zichun's inquiry, Su Lin-sun said with encouragement in his tone, "Brother Lu, hold on for a while longer, it won't take long, it'll be done soon." Soon is how long? Soon, just soon, Brother Lu, I'm counting on you. Lu Zichun sniffed and cursed in his heart, so he could only continue to resist the sword chi. Fortunately, Su Lin-sun seemed to have deliberately chosen this distance. Although the sword chi here was wild and exhausted Lu Zichun, it was always stuck at the limit of his ability to withstand it. Looked like it was fluttering, but never fell. And as the sword chi continued to pour into the formation, those pieces of scabbard placed in the formation began to change. The originally dull, rusty surface was refreshed by the sword chi, emitting a faint luminescence. It was still just a pile of fragments, but it showed how extraordinary they had been in the first place. Seeing this, Su Lin-sun's face was happy, it was done. Regarding the secret of the sword casting pool, it was coincidental to say the least. By chance, Su Lai obtained this pile of scabbard fragments and learned that deep within the White Tiger sect's sword casting pool, a divine sword was buried. After inquiring from many directions, after determining that the divine sword had not been discovered and taken by the White Tiger sect's people, he was moved. Knowing that it was not very realistic to want to walk into the depths of the sword casting pool and directly pull out the mysterious sword, he thought of using the scabbard as a guide to draw out the divine sword. Originally, Su Lai wanted to come in and get it himself. After all, with his strength, he was more than sure. But coincidentally, the Shen Tian sect was about to open, and thinking about the legendary item inside, Su Lai finally decided to let his most talented son, Su Lin-sun, collect this chance. As for the value of the existence of Lu Zichun, several people. It was naturally excellent for the divine warriors to come out and use their blood to reopen their blades. As these broken sword sheaths, after being washed by the roiling sword chi, became shiny again, a pulsating sound similar to a heartbeat also inexplicably resounded within the sword casting pool. Knock! 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 The light in Su Lin-sun's eyes was even brighter. Under his manipulation, the pieces of the scabbard in the formation began to reorganize. Soon, a broken scabbard appeared in front of him. Although it was a bit broken from the magnificent decoration on the scabbard and the texture that contained strange rhythms, it could be seen that when this scabbard was intact as before, it was also a rare and superb treasure. I'm afraid that just by attending to this sword scabbard alone, there would be a considerable gain. Su Lin-sun looked at the scabbard in front of him, and his eyes became more and more fiery. If a scabbard is like this, how heaven-defying should that divine sword be? Brother Lu, hold on a little longer. Su Lin-sun instructed one sentence, then walked straight into the formation. He plucked the sword embryo in the center of the formation straight up and held it in his hand. After the addition of the formation and the scabbard, this sword embryo had already been colored with a few hints of a divine sword. It's faint, but it's real. Su Lin-sun took the sword embryo, aligned it with the scabbard, and slowly inserted it. The moment the sword embryo just touched the scabbard was as if it had a spirit and trembled violently. A powerful force of resistance came from the scabbard, as if the sword embryo in Su Lin-sun's hand was not worthy of being inserted into it. Seeing this, Su Lin-sun immediately pinched his hand. The formation under his feet immediately flashed with a dazzling light, strengthening the little bit of divine sword aura that the sword embryo in his hand was tainted with. And the scabbard, at that moment, stopped trembling. Seemingly in doubt, from this sword embryo, a familiar aura was sensed, no longer resisting the sword embryo's insertion. When Su Lin-sun saw this, the corners of his mouth unconsciously grinned. It's just as father predicted. He whispered to himself. Su Lai knew that it was much harder to enter the depths of the sword casting pool and directly pull out the divine sword. Thus, he took a different approach and utilized the feature that the divine sword had a spirit, coupled with the fragment of the scabbard in his hand, to design this formation at Su Lin-sun's feet. In order to utilize the ubiquitous sword chi within the sword casting pool to first activate the scabbard, which had already lost almost all of its aura, and help it recover. Then a sword embryo without any attribute aura was used, again with the power of the formation, tainted with a hint of the divine sword aura, tricking the scabbard in inserting it. The divine sword in the depths of the sword forging pool would naturally sense everything. It's like, it was supposed to be my wife, I'm just out of town for a while, and you're going to sleep with my wife in makeup? The divine sword that sensed that it was being green would inevitably burst into a rage and rush out from the depths of the sword casting pool on its own. At that time, it would be much easier to collect the divine sword. As expected, when the sword embryo was about to be inserted into the scabbard, Su Lin Sun and Lu Zichun only felt as if some kind of flood beast was awakening. And there was already a unique aura that had firmly locked onto them. The two of them only felt their hair stand on end at this moment, and cold sweat ran down their backs. A pulsing sound that was even stronger than when the scabbard was reorganized earlier came. Knock. 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 This time, the two of them only felt that their hearts, too, couldn't help but follow the frequency of this pulsation and beat. At the same time, the already furious sword chi became even more biting. In just a moment, Lu Zichun felt his chi and blood churning terribly. Put. Without waiting for him to stabilize his chi and blood, he was actually directly forced to spray out a mouthful of blood by this powerful pressure. Brother Lu, hold on for a few more moments, it's almost done. Seeing this, Su Lin Sun hurriedly shouted. He was in the formation at the moment and wasn't going to be disturbed by the sword chi, and had never worried about that. The reason why he pretended to let Lu Zichun guard his back for him was to gain his trust, and secondly, to stall him. When the divine sword comes out in a while, he will have to be used to sacrifice the sword and eliminate the fierce nature of the divine sword. After all, he had just greened Excalibur. As for Lin Evening Night and the three of them, as long as they were within this sword casting pool, he wasn't worried about them running away at all. Hearing Su Lin Sun's words, in conjunction with the current situation, Lu Zichun knew that he couldn't listen to him from now on. Just now, after just a little experimentation, he had suffered a considerable amount of injuries. If I continue, I'm afraid I'll lose my life. He wouldn't be naive enough to think that Su Lin Sun wouldn't dare to kill himself if his own old man was still outside the sword casting pool. He immediately pulled out the pouch Jian Li had given him and opened it to take out the note inside. Only 2 lines were clearly written on it. I know you don't believe me, spit blood. Behind it, there was a smiley face drawn with mockery. With just a few strokes, Jiang Li's demeanor was outlined. Lu Zichun blackened his face, then after a second line, what are you waiting for, run. Chapter 91 wants to die and live. Lu Zichun froze for a moment, and as soon as he threw away the note in his hand, he pulled his legs and ran. The speed was so fast that even in the formation, Su Lin Sun, who was still immersed in joy, did not notice for a moment. Brother Lu, just hold on for a few more moments, when you. Su Lin Sun said with a smile and turned back towards where Lu Zichun was originally standing. Then he froze in place. Where are the people? He yelled and immediately looked around. Without Lu Zichun, who will calm Excalibur's ferocity? Worried about creating complications in crowds of people, Su Lai's father and son made careful calculations before arriving at the conclusion that using 4 Yuaning stage as sacrifices was the best choice. It could calm the newly awakened ferocity of the divine sword, but would not pose a threat to Su Lin Sun. As long as you use Lu Zichun first, after wasting some time first, then you can slowly find a few others. Now that Lu Zichun is gone, who but him will quench the ferocity of Excalibur? Just as he was panicking in his mind, the feeling of being watched by something locked in place grew stronger. He knew that this was a sign that the divine sword was about to completely awaken. If a sacrifice was not found before the divine sword arrived, then he would become a sacrifice for the divine sword. On Su Lin Sun's forehead, fine beads of sweat immediately seeped out. The best thing to do at this moment was to immediately discard the scabbard and sword embryo. But then it would be a lost cause. After thinking for a moment, Su Lin Sun clenched his teeth, grabbed the scabbard and sword embryo, and scurried out of the formation, running towards the periphery of the sword casting pool. He had to race against time to find Lu Zichun before Excalibur woke up completely. Or any one of the two, Lin Lianyan and Sifeng. Only, without running a few steps, the beads of sweat on Su Lin Sun's forehead became even more intensive. There was no other reason for this, simply because at this moment, within the sword casting pool, the space seemed to have begun to be disorganized due to the awakening of the divine sword. It was originally just an ordinary, poorly lit cave. Although the line of sight was somewhat obstructed due to the light in the sword chi, and he could only see a 3-foot radius, the good thing was that the space within this small hill was not very large. And there are no twisting and turning forks in the road. But now, he had been running for a long time, but he found that the power of the sword chi around him had increased rather than decreased. This meant that he was running towards the depths of the sword casting pool again. In the middle, he tried running in several directions in a row, though there was also a weakening of the sword aura. But eventually he had to be sure of one thing: he was lost. The space within the sword casting pool was already completely disordered and overlapping. At this time, Su Lin Sun could only feel a sense of despair, just like the darkness in the sword chi at this moment, coming over him. It's been a long time in the planning, and a brother is dead. In the end, can we only give up Excalibur? He was resigned, but there was nothing he could do. He knew that he still had a chance to live if he gave up the scabbard and sword embryo in his hands now. Otherwise, there is only death. After slightly sensing the speed of the divine sword's awakening, the unwilling Su Lin-sun still decided that he would try one last time. This time, he ran directly in the direction of the depths of the sword casting pool, ready to put his life on the line. This time, it seemed as if Lady Luck had descended upon him, and after he had run for a while, he saw a figure leaning against a sitting position. Su Lin-sun's eyes lit up, no matter whether it is Lu Zichuan or not, or Lin Lianxian Seafoam or not. This would be enough to counteract the wake-up call from Excalibur's awakening if it was one of the three of them. He would then have the opportunity to temporarily pacify Excalibur before going to a few others to completely refire Excalibur. Only, when he came close to the man and looked at the other's shriveled, consumptive look with sunken eye sockets, his heart went half cold. He still remembered the other party's name. It was called Jianli. Does it really work with him looking like that? Su Lin-sun couldn't help but be skeptical. But at the moment the time is not mine and he has no choice but to beat a dead horse. Blame it on your bad luck. With a low gulp, Su Lin-sun was ready to take Jianli down and remove his arms and legs to prevent him from running away like Lu Zichun. Hoping that if I stay here, I'm not as good as those two cuties. What about them? Jianli opened his eyes somewhat helplessly. He's really tired right now. Whether or not Excalibur had a get up and go he didn't know, but he really did. Why did Bai Ling Miao and Lu Xinyan dare to rest assured that he would bring Lin Lianyang and Si Feng in to risk their lives? Besides Jiang Li's ability to read people's fortune, more importantly, Jiang Li's own strength. The two had long been curious about the limits of Jiang Li's strength. After a series of tests by the two men, they came to a conclusion. The strength that Jiang Li, who was only in the Jindan realm, could display was completely comparable to the Yuaning stage. Even, both of them suspected that Jiang Li still hadn't revealed his true strength. During the test, what Jiang Li performed from start to finish was the Yenshou sect's great return to heaven technique and Qingling sword technique. And that strange 8 trigrams Voltron. Shaking heaven skill has never been exhibited from the beginning to the end. Jiang Li looked at Su Lin-sun, who had already rushed in front of him, holding a tattered scabbard with a sword embryo inserted into it in one hand, and said with some exasperation, "I damn well want to get a good night's sleep." As he said that, a flash of color flashed in his eyes. Su Lin-sun only felt that Jiang Li's eyes, in such a moment, became very scary. It seemed as if everything about him was seen through by Jiang Li at a glance. Then, he only felt that his right arm, which was grasping towards Jiang Li, lightened and a warm liquid splashed on his face. In the next moment, there was a heartbreaking pain that struck. Ah! Su Lin-sun's miserable scream immediately echoed within the sword casting pool. Jiang Li had a cold light in his eyes as he looked at Su Lin-sun, whose face was pale and who still had a death grip on the tattered scabbard even after falling to the ground. "Do you know that I haven't closed my eyes all night, you puffer?" After cutting off one of Su Lin-sun's arms, Jiang Li had also regained some of his composure. He looked at Su Lin-sun's head, which was black with red and reddish qi, and despised it, short-lived ghost. With that, he took 2 steps forward and crouched down in front of him. Su Lin-sun, on the other hand, looked like he had seen a ghost, half lying on the ground, covering his broken arm, stomping on the ground with his feet, and continuously retreating towards the back. "You! Don't come over! My father is Su Lai, a hussar general of the imperial dynasty, an existence at the late stage of the emperor realm. He will avenge me if I die. You've got a trig, do you want to die or live?" Su Lin-sun didn't even hear Jiang Li's words and just backed away. Jiang Li's sword just now had directly scared him out of his wits. There wasn't even a single chance to react, and his own arm was chopped off by the person in front of him. Such strength was unheard of, and the other party was definitely not in the Jindan realm. "I ask you, do you want to die or live?" Jiang Li slapped his face, directly on Su Lin-sun's face, which made him calm down. Su Lin-sun covered the broken arm, looked at Jiang Li's eyes have not completely dispersed that color, and finally swallowed a mouthful of water after saying, Taoist, want to live. Chapter 92, The red color is harmful. "Aya, who is this who is so ruthless to beat you up like this, Mr. Su?" Jiang Li suddenly changed his face and looked at Su Lin-sun, who had broken his arm, his face full of shot too. Su Lin-sun looked at Jiang Li, who had silky smooth face change, and for a moment didn't even feel the pain. "Isn't that what you did? Taoist, don't joke, isn't this what you cut?" Su Lin-sun said weakly. Jiang Li suddenly slapped his head and said indistinctly, "I know, it must be the wake-up call that caused the trouble. I have a problem. Whoever calls me when I'm asleep, I'll cut them." I'm sorry, come on, I'll sew you up." Su Lin-sun sniffed, his face puzzled. "Sew on?" Only to see Jiang Li pick up the broken arm on the ground from the side and press it on his shoulder. Then, literally pulling a needle and thread out of his arms, he began to stitch it up. Su Lin-sun froze for a moment as he watched the scene. "Don't tell me, there's actually a day to use this craft." Jiang Li quickly sewed up Su Lin-sun's arm and nodded in satisfaction. It's not like he has too many of these little skills in him. Su Lin-sun looked at the bow at the interface between his arm and shoulder, and said without tears, Taoist master, there is no need to sew, I can pick it back up too. For Yuaning stage cultivators, reattaching a severed limb was not a difficult task. And think of it as you giving me a chance to make amends. Jiang Li's face flushed and said, what, you don't accept my apology? Su Lin-sun helplessly nodded his head and said, many thanks to the Taoist master for sparing his life, please bear with the Taoist master for the offense. After going out, Lin-sun will have a heavy thank you, I'll take my leave. With that, he was ready to turn around and leave. As for the divine sword within the sword casting pool, he had completely lost his mind at this moment. What kind of heavy treasure is not as important as a small life? Fellow Daoists, stay back, you've got trigrams. Zhang Lei said as he verbally called out to him. Su Lin-sun was stunned at his words and turned back awkwardly. Daoist, what do you mean? Just now are not all said it, ask you to die or to live, you said to live, not counting a hexagram, to help you crack, you will die today off. Zhang Li said with a serious face. Su Lin-sun wanted to say, I am now far away from you, is the biggest way to live. But still, he patiently asked, please, Taoist master, save me. He was certain at this moment that Zhang Li was just trying to take advantage of the opportunity to blackmail him. But people have to bow their heads under the roof. This time, Su Lin-sun conceded. As long as he got out of the sword casting pool, he had plenty of ways to deal with Zhang Li, even if he was from the Yanshou sect. But at the same time, he was also very jealous of Zhang Li. At the Jindan realm, he had the strength to almost kill him in seconds. This man in a Taoist robe was just too terrifying. If the other side is also going to the Xin Tian sect. Thinking of this, Su Lin-sun immediately understood that Zhang Li was definitely a character who was going to enter the Xin Tian sect. If he had the divine sword in his hand, he naturally wouldn't be afraid of Zhang Li. But without it, he was afraid that it would be difficult for him to retrieve that item within the Xin Tian sect for Su Lai. Zhang Li smiled faintly at his words. Su Lai is right outside, and now Su Lin-sun can't die yet, or it will not be easy to explain. Zhang Li didn't want to make Su Lai go completely berserk because of this guy's death, thus affecting the Yanshou sect. He pretended to count with his fingers, then with a knowing look, he looked at the display in the trigrams and said, fellow Daoist Su, if my calculations are correct, you didn't go in here just to forge a sword. Su Lin-sun's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise when he heard this. Without waiting for him to speak, Zhang Li continued, if I were you, I'd throw this thing away right now or die without knowing how. When Su Lin-sun heard Zhang Li say that, and associated it with the sword he just used, he was instantly certain that Zhang Li must have something different and powerful. Believed a few things about his words, too. At the same time, there was a hint of hope in his heart. Taoist master, is there a way to break it? If there was the slightest possibility, how could he possibly give up the divine sword? Zhang Li shook his head and said, let me put it to you this way, you are just throwing it away now, it's still a toss-up whether you can save your life or not, and you still dare to be greedy? Su Lin-sun gritted his teeth and said, even if there is a 1 in a million chance, I have to take a shot. No, not a single chance. Zhang Li said with certainty. Su Lin-sun, however, directly unzipped the storage bag on his waist and said, Daoist, there are spirit stones in this. With that, Su Lin-sun was going to hand over this storage bag filled with spirit stones to Zhang Li. Zhang Li, however, did not pick it up. If Su Lin-sun were a beautiful woman, this matter might have helped, but unfortunately, Su Lin-sun is a man. Zhang Li shook his head and continued, a word of advice, there are at most 10 more breaths to go before your destiny calamity descends, and by then even if I want to help you, there's nothing I can do. If Su Lin-sun was still persistent, then there was really nothing he could do. He also not all the evil calamity can help people dissolve, everything, but also depends on the other side of the match or not cooperate. If it was before entering the sword casting pool, he still had a way. But now, time is too short. In fact, without Zhang Li saying it, Su Lin-sun, who was holding the scabbard, knew that Excalibur was about to awaken. Without being able to find Lu Zichuan and the others, and without being able to beat Zhang Li, Excalibur definitely took himself in the first place. 8 breaths. Zhang Li's voice was like a hypnotic demonic sound that rang in his ears. Su Lin-sun looked at the scabbard in his hand, and after sensing the sword casting pool, the fluctuations emitted by the divine sword, his eyes hesitated. 5 breaths. With that said, Zhang Li even began to slowly back away from him. 3 breaths. Clang. A sword sound suddenly rang out from the depths of the sword casting pool. It was this sound of the sword that completely awakened Su Lin-sun's desire for survival and suppressed the greed in his eyes. Without any hesitation, he threw the scabbard out as soon as he could. Because of the spatial disorganization within the sword casting pool at this moment, the scabbard was lost after flying out for some distance, and fell to an unknown place. Su Lin-sun, on the other hand, after the scabbard disappeared, covered his newly connected arm and gasped for air. The feeling of that choice was not a good one for him. Just as he was about to feel happy about his survival after the robbery, he realized that the feeling of being watched still hadn't disappeared. He got up violently and looked at Zhang Li with horrified eyes. Daoist. Zhang Li quickly pacified, I know, it's fine, it can still be saved. As he spoke, an extremely shocking sword intent suddenly erupted. The sword chi within the entire sword casting pool began to frantically scurry about, indiscriminately attacking everything around it. Luckily, the sword chi was very weak where the two were, and it didn't affect them much. However, the two could feel that the entire space, from the beginning of the misalignment, had begun to progress towards overlapping. Zhang Li's face also revealed a look of gravity at this moment. Lin Evening Night and Sea Foam he was not worried about, judging from the chi above their heads, nothing would happen. Lu Zichan was even more so, the chi above his head was on the verge of blinding him. But the only one in front of him was so black and red that he was about to drip blood. From the trigrams, this guy can still be saved. But what about yourself? He couldn't see his own chi. Standing with such an unlucky guy was like standing with a lightning rod. Saving him would be like pulling out the lightning rod. You won't be struck by lightning if you drop the lightning rod, so who will the lightning strike in the end? For a while, Zhang Li's forehead gradually broke out into a cold sweat as well. Those two broads are such redheads, they're harming people. Chapter 93 Playing with a Balance. Zhang Li was hesitating at the moment, to save or not to save. In the end, Zhang Li made up his mind to save. For no other reason. If he didn't save it, he might still get caught in the crossfire when danger came. There might be a silver lining if you save it. Get undressed. Zhang Li quickly drank. Su Lin Sun sniffed and was very puzzled. However, he saw that Jiang Li had already started to undress. Taoist, this is not good. Is this really the only way to live? Su Lin Sun was torn. He's not his punk-ass brother, Su Lin Ran, with a normal orientation. Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and take it off. Do you think I want to? Jiang Li urged. Should we cultivate our feelings first? Who are we? Su Lin Sun said with some apprehension. Get thee out of here, I told you the way, love it or hate it. In the trigrams, there is only one way to keep Su Lin Sun from dying, and that is to strip naked. Although Jiang Li didn't know why, he felt that if he did as he was told, it might work as well. In 3 tries, Jiang Li stripped down to nothing. Even the storage bags, they were thrown far away. Then crouch in a corner with your hands covering your vital areas. Now, even he could feel that the terrifying sword intent seemed to contain a gaze that was spying on his every move. When Su Lin Sun saw Jiang Li's movements, he also knew that he had misunderstood. Hurriedly, he stripped himself naked as well, and then squatted on the other side, trying to get as far away from Jiang Li as possible. Jiang Li snorted coldly when he saw it and didn't say anything. Almost the instant after Su Lin Sun crouched down, the sword chi in the space where the two of them were, suddenly lurched, and then madly surged in one direction. In just a few moments, not a single sword chi existed here, becoming silent as if the danger had already passed. But in Su Lin Sun's eyes, he was worried. Because he knew that at this time, the divine sword had completely awakened and was not far away from them. The sword chi here is the one that senses the descent of the divine sword to return to its origin. Sure enough, the next moment, the two felt as if some sharp, invisible spikes were stabbing their skin all over their bodies. Then, the two of them saw an ancient long sword that appeared in the space where the two of them were. An invisible pressure enveloped the two. The moment the ancient sword appeared, the sensation of pins and needles also grew stronger. On both of them, blood even flowed out directly. Jiang Li only felt as if there was a gaze that swept over him. Out of nowhere, he seemed to hear a female voice, civilian. No threat. The ancient sword then disappeared. Although the ancient sword had left, the two did not dare to move. At the same time, a crisp beep sounded in Jiang Li's head. Ding dong. After hearing this voice, Jiang Li let out a long breath of relief. This was the beeping sound of the reward arriving after Su Lin Sun's trigrams were fulfilled. He looked up at Su Lin Sun and realized that the chi on top of the other party's head had also turned a flat, milky white color at this moment. The danger, it should be lifted. But he still didn't move, but waited for a full quarter of an hour to make sure there was no danger on his side before slowly getting up and picking up his clothes to put them on. Get up, it's okay. Looking at Su Lin Sun, who was still squatting on the ground, Jiang Li spoke in a deep voice. Su Lin Sun, somewhat in a trance, had just stood up when he was met by a black shadow covering his face. It was Jiang Li who took his clothes and threw them over. Put it on, it's just a little bit of it and you're showing it off. Su Lin Sun awkwardly put his clothes back on and gratefully glanced at Jiang Li. Thank you, Taoist Master, for saving my life. This one, he said with all his heart. The moment the divine sword appeared just now, his heart was almost in his throat. Knowing that the divine sword had disappeared, his heart, which was about to jump out of his throat, slowly returned to its place. Far more than Jiang Li, who knew the origin of the divine sword, he clearly knew how great the danger was just now. Jiang Li waved his hand, indicating that it didn't matter. That sword, what's the origin? Jiang Li asked. Su Lin Sun sniffed and slowly spoke. It's not clear exactly, I only know that it was a sword that fell out of the ancient battlefield. It was a genuine supreme ferocious weapon, only, it was already broken. He briefly said some of what he could, picking and choosing, not hiding too much. Although Su Lin Sun didn't feel that he was a good person in any traditional sense, he wasn't the kind of person who returned kindness for grudges either. He would do anything for a chance, but he didn't want to even disregard this bottom line of being a human being. For saving his life today, Su Lin-sun thanks the Taoist master once again. He said solemnly, in the future, if the Taoist master has a dispatch, Su Lin-sun will certainly go through fire and water without hesitation. Jiang Li sniffed and laughed heatedly, your brother. Su Lin-sun was a bit embarrassed, one size fits all. Jiang Li shook his head and smiled without saying anything. Su Lin-sun might not care too much, but he didn't think that Su Lai would be able to let go of Lu Xinyan's son's murder because of him. Would you feel pity for such a chance to be missed? Su Lin-sun shook his head and said, regret is naturally there, but just now after I was almost decapitated by that sword I realized that it was not my chance, and the result of forcing myself to seek for it could only be a dead end. Riches and riches. Jiang Li teased. Su Lin-sun laughed bitterly, don't make fun of me, Taoist. If this chance falls on someone else? Jiang Li asked tentatively. That's the other party's chance, I'm not blessed with it, naturally the virtuous should have it. Then what if that person is Lu Zichuan? In Jiang Li's eyes, a hint of color flashed. After experiencing the power of that sword firsthand just now, Jiang Li was fearful. Standing in Yan Xiuzong's position, he could tolerate the Lu family's father and son to continue in Ningzhou City, which was in Yan Xiuzong's interest. As far as Lu Qingyuan, that second little cutie. It's not hard to control him. Lu Zichun was also a smart person and his cultivation level was not high enough to cooperate. But is it still the case for Ru Zichun after having that sword? Jiang Li didn't dare to pack his bags. Hearing Jiang Li say that, Su Lin-sun was first surprised for a moment, then frowned. What does the Taoist master mean? It means literally, I'm afraid that this sky-splitting riches is going to fall on him. Jiang Li laughed. The Taoist priest wasn't joking? If it was someone else, even if it was Lin Evening Night and Si Feng, he could accept it. But if it's Ruzikin, it's a different story. When he thought of the previous incident where they were tricked by the Lu family's father and son, a murderous intent surged in Su Lin-sun's eyes. But he didn't even know that the one who started it all was actually the great benefactor in front of him. Poor Taoist is slightly familiar with the art of qi reading, his qi luck, which is much more vigorous than yours, is enough to carry that sword without being revolted. Jiang Li said quietly. In that case, then when we go out, I will certainly mention a thick gift to congratulate Mr. Lu. Su Lin-sun, almost gritting his teeth, uttered these words. Seeing that the purpose had been achieved, Jiang Li, who knew that too many words would be lost, said no more. Chapter 94 Acting. Su Lin-sun said that it was bad luck, right, he met Jiang Li and eventually managed to escape the killing. Lu Zichun said that he was lucky, but because of the chaotic folding of space within the sword casting pool, he made the mistake of arriving at the deepest part of the deepest part, a place where no one had ever set foot except for the first generation of ancestors of the White Tigers. Only, Lu Zichun saw nothing here except for a broken spell formation covered in array patterns, and the center of the formation, which looked like an opening that had been thrust out by a sword. Everything was quiet, which in turn made him feel a little uneasy. Lu Zichun walked to the center of the formation and squatted down, touching that opening in the ground and muttering to himself, this should be where the sword is inserted. Puzzled, Lu Zichun took out a sword from his storage bag. He wasn't a sword cultivator, and this was just a hilt that he had purposely found in order to come to the sword casting pool, just in case. Then, he ghosted the sword and inserted it into the opening. When he came back to his senses, he realized that the formation under his feet had, in fact, inexplicably activated. Lu Zichun immediately revealed a shocked expression. Everything just now was just too weird. He was just about to leave this place immediately when he suddenly realized that he couldn't let go of his hand that was gripping the hilt of the sword. Afterwards, a fierce aura rose up to the sky, directly enveloping him. Lu Zichun was too late to react to anything, and fainted when his eyes went black. Kill! Kill! A shout of murder rang in his ears. When Lu Zichun came back to his senses, he realized that he was actually in the middle of a battlefield. And in front of him, there was a demonic beast he had never seen before, biting at him with its bloody mouth open. That demonic beast is so powerful. The fanged mouth alone was much larger than his entire body. The strength was even far less than the emperor realm of Su Lai and Lu Xinyan. The aura emanating from his body made his entire soul shatter. He wanted to escape, but he couldn't even move. But the next moment, a cold light flashed. That demonic beast was then immediately chopped into a pile of broken flesh. Then, Lu Zichun realized that he began to move rapidly, at a speed that was simply appalling. That's when he also reacted to the fact that he was just attached to another person at the moment, experiencing what the other person was experiencing. Taking the moment when the other danced his long sword, he saw himself at the moment in the reflection in the smooth blade. It was quite similar to himself, except that the other party was much colder than himself, with a face that was paralyzed. As the other party killed several demonic beasts of extreme strength one after another, Lu Zichun gradually calmed down. The person he had attached himself to should be an overwhelmingly strong person who would not be in fear of his life for a while. He then curiously surveyed the battlefield. It was only good that he didn't look at it, but after just a couple of casual sweeps, he saw too many things that he couldn't imagine. Giants almost flush with the sky, dragons and phoenixes that fly unchecked. All kinds of divine beasts that only appeared in legends, he could almost see them all here. Tao Tai, Yinglong, Shangliu. The ones who fought with them were a group of great powers who could move the stars with a wave of their hands and pick the heart and the moon. Each of them waved their hands with all sorts of spells that were enough to destroy the heavens and the earth. The battle between the two sides was fought in such a way that it almost caused the heavens to fall apart and the sun and moon to tumble. Originally, he had thought that this person he had possessed was a supreme powerhouse, but now it seemed that he was just a straggler. After all, as far as those legendary existences were concerned, it was estimated that a casual glance could make him go up in smoke. As expected, it wasn't long before he was caught in the aftermath of a battle between an answering dragon and a golden armored war god. Without even having any room to resist, he flew directly backwards, his eyes went black, and he lost consciousness once again. By the time Lu Zichun opened his eyes again, he had already reappeared on top of that formation. In his hand, he was still holding the hilt of the sword, only the sword had disappeared. It looked like it hadn't been able to withstand the onslaught of that fury. Which is, where exactly? Lu Zichun said to himself. Ancient divine demon battlefield. Suddenly, a cold female voice came from behind him. Lu Zichun was startled and turned back on guard. However, he realized that behind him was just an ancient longsword. Although it was a bit tattered, he still recognized that it was the same sword that the person he had just possessed was holding. The shirt on Lu Zichun's back at the moment was completely wet with cold sweat. Although this sword seemed to have no malicious intent when he looked at it now, he didn't dare to be careless. At the same time, he also knew that this should be what Su Lin Sun had come here for. Only, shouldn't this sword, by all rights, be in Su Lin Sun's hands? Why is it here? Where's Su Lin Shun? Are you dead? Just as his brain was frantically thinking about how to get out of the situation, he saw that in that ancient sword, a woman in green suddenly manifested and bowed down to him. Finally waiting for you, master. Lu Zichun, huh? Lu Zichun was confused for a split second, then hurriedly pulled out the last brocade pouch Jiang Li had given him from his bosom. Only the note inside said, act. Lu Zichun immediately cried a little, thinking that Jiang Li was giving him some kind of life-saving method. So you're putting on an act? As for who was playing, Lu Zichun knew without thinking that it was the being he had possessed. Ah! Get up! The green-clothed woman sniffed and immediately got up, looking at Lu Zichun with excitement. Master, I knew that you would come back for me, you finally made it. Lu Zichun was unsure of what to expect when he heard this, but he still tried his best to hide his uneasiness and laughed dryly. That's natural, I'll definitely do what I say. I knew Master wouldn't abandon me. After all these years, you really didn't let Greenie down. The woman named Greenie had a light-hearted tone and her eyes showed delight. It seemed that if Lu Zichun said so, he would jump right into his arms. Master, your cultivation. Suddenly, Midori Ji frowned at Lu Zichun. When Lu Zichun saw this, he almost peed his pants in fear. Is this the other side realizing they are imposters? Your cultivation, how did you fall into this state? Who did this? Who injured you? Is it those people in the cave? Green Ji will break them into pieces. When Lu Zichun heard this, he immediately thought of Jiang Li and the others, and hastily waved his hands and said, No, it's not them. Then, he suddenly thought of Su Lin Sun. The other party was obviously ready to count themselves out. In that case, he's not to blame over there. Lu Zichun was just about to speak, but on second thought asked, Greenie, how much of your current strength is left? Green Ji heard, some apologized, and said, Thank you for your concern. So many years have passed, Green Ji's strength has long been 10-1, today awakening, but also almost exhausted the only remaining bit of power. Without 1,000 years of nourishment, I'm afraid it is not recovered to the peak. Not being able to help Master too much, and having to be remembered by Master, Greenie deserves to die. But just killing those few civilians is still no problem. What about the Emperor realm? Lu Zichun asked. Emperor realm? Greenie wondered. Lu Zichun immediately reacted that the other party had existed for too long, so it was estimated that it was a little bit not quite the same as what the realm was called nowadays. He immediately described the strength of the Emperor realm, describing it. Only to hear Green Ji sneer, so it's only the peak of the mortal realm, and they also dare to call themselves emperors. Master, don't worry, it will only take 50 years, Green Ji will decapitate them as if they were crushing a mole cricket. When Lu Zichun heard this, he immediately dismissed the thought in his mind and said in his heart, It's not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Chapter 95 Desperate White Tiger Sect Elder. I don't know if it's because I just got up, or if it's just too broken. Lu Zichun realized that this Greenie's brain seemed to be a little less than sharp. In haste, many of my own words do not stand up to scrutiny. Even the lame excuse that he had come up with on the spur of the moment, that he had been injured too much, lost his cultivation, and lost his memory, Greenie was convinced and full of herself. After some conversation, Lu Zichun also extracted quite a bit of useful information. What was most incredible to him was the ancient existence. It was an era where there were countless mighty heavenly prides and gods, demons, and devils existed side by side. A Yuaning stage cultivator like herself could only be considered a civilian in her mouth. However, Lu Zichuan wasn't very interested in this. After all, that was all in the past. What he was more interested in was those kung fu masterpieces that Greenie was talking about. Using the excuse that he had lost his memory, he could extract many supreme feats from the other party. That, in a nutshell, is what Greenie is really worth. As for Su Lai and Su Lin Sun, spare their lives for now. Master, my scabbard is in the cave. With the existence of the scabbard, my recovery speed can be greatly increased. Master, quickly retrieve it. Naturally, Lu Zichun didn't have any second thoughts. After Greenie returned to the sword, he held the sword and walked in the direction Greenie had pointed. Subsequently, wherever Lu Zichun went, the sword chi would be retrieved by Greenie, sort of being able to replenish some of her power. You guys? When Lu Zichuan arrived at the place where the sword sheath was located, he found Lin Evening and Si Feng, who were combining their efforts to resist the roiling sword chi. At this moment, the two were grimly resisting the raging sword chi. Obviously, the two of them didn't have Lu Zichun's good fortune to be able to walk all the way to the depths of the sword pool unimpeded. The space where the two of them were at the moment, the sword chi was so powerful that it nearly reached the limit of what the two of them could withstand. Because of the spatial dislocation, the two did not dare to walk around freely. If it wasn't for the fact that Sifon was equipped with a saint-level technique like the 8 trigrams Baltan technique and Lin Evening Night's strength had skyrocketed under Zhang Li's training, the two of them were afraid that they would have long been strangled into mincemeat by the roiling sword chi. Here they could still hold out a little bit. If they took a wrong step and went to a place where the sword chi was even more terrifying, the two of them were afraid that they would only be able to drink hate on the spot. The two of them were also very regretful at the moment. Had they known that, they would have waited at the outermost perimeter with Zhang Li. After seeing Lu Zichuan, the two of them were like seeing a savior. Lu Zichun was at the Yuaning stage, and there was absolutely no problem protecting them here. Brother Lu, quickly help. Can't hold on much longer. Sifeng couldn't care less about his face at this point and rushed to call for help. He's just arrogant, but not stupid. Seeing this, Lu Zichun casually waved his hand, and the roiling sword chi directly disappeared and was incorporated into the green G-sword. And he had no intention of hiding it. The change in the sword casting pool could not be hidden from the people outside. The people who came in, just a few of them, couldn't be fooled even if they wanted to. Without the sword chi infestation, Lin Evening Night and Si Feng sighed in relief together and sat down on the ground in exhaustion. How did you guys go so deep? Lu Zichuan asked. Lin Evening didn't have the strength to estimate her ladylike image at the moment. Gasping for air, she said, originally it was fine, but that scabbard came from nowhere and suddenly appeared here, and then the sword chi here went berserk and multiplied in power. When she was about to say something, she saw Lu Zichun wave his hand and the scabbard flew into his hand. Lu Zichuan pulled out the sword embryo inside the scabbard and casually threw it away. Then he inserted Greenie again in front of the two of them, in front of Lin Evening. The two of them, Lin Evening Night and Si Feng, were naturally not cuties, and knew what was going on with a glance at each other. The duo who knew the hidden message, although they would be a little envious of Lu Zichuan's chance, they wouldn't be too jealous. After all, the two were much more talented than Lu Zichun, by far. You two, I'm sorry, there are some things that I'm afraid you'll have to return. Lu Zichun smiled and spoke. As his words fell, the sword chi absorbed during this time in Lin Evening Night and Si Feng's swords automatically flew out and didn't enter the green G-sword. Both of them wilted like frosted eggplants when they saw this. As expected, it was just like what Zhang Li said, the two of them could not get anything but a dusty mess. As Green Ji-ri recognized her master, the space within the sword chi cast sword pool slowly began to recover. Soon, the space was restored as before. After the three of them returned along the original path, they also saw Zhang Li and Su Lin Sun at the entrance. Seeing that Su Lin Sun actually didn't die and was still standing properly, Lu Zichuan's face changed. But then he recovered as before and took the initiative to go forward and greet Taoist Jiang, Brother Su. Su Lin Sun glanced at him, coldly grunted without saying anything. Instead, he turned to Zhang Li Yin Yang, Taoist Master. It looks like this gift of Mr. Su must be prepared. Zhang Li smiled and shook his head without saying anything, nodding at Lu Zichun as a greeting. Afterward, there looked toward the wilting Lin Evening and Si Feng and said, how about the two of you, the harvest is full. The two sniffed and pouted, causing Zhang Li to burst into laughter. Afterwards, he looked at Su Lin Sun and Lu Zichun. If he had a deep meaning, this thing of chance, I'm lucky to get it, but I'm lucky to lose it. The road is still long, there's no need to be concerned about the momentary gains and losses. After saying that, he led Lin Evening Night and Si Feng towards the revealed exit. And with Green Ji following Lu Zichun, the small hill that carried the sword casting pool had finally completed his mission and began to crumble. Lu Zichuan flashed a kind smile at Su Linchuan and said, Brother Su, I'm sorry. Su Lin Sun coldly grunted without saying anything and followed Zhang Li out. Lu Zichun was not amused and similarly walked out. Lu Xinyan and Bai Lingmiao, who had been waiting outside, as well as Su Lai and Lu Qingyuan, were all surprised to see Zhang Li's trio come out first. It's really a bit too fast, it's not even a day yet. Without waiting for them to inquire, they saw Su Lin Sun and Lu Zichuan walk out as well. Afterward, the small hill called the sword casting pool directly collapsed and turned into a pile of rubble under the horrified gazes of the crowd. Ah! Ah! The White Tiger sect elder was staring wide-eyed at everything in front of him at the moment, unable to say a word. Pointing with a shivering hand at the ruins in front of him, he then kept looking at the few people around him, helplessly letting out a loud, unconscious, miserable howl. It seemed like he was hoping someone would give him an explanation. But it was only a pity that whether it was Su Lai, who knew everything, or Lu Xinyan and Bai Lingmiao. Or maybe it's the clueless fruit on the clueless tree you and me Lu Qing Yuan, who can't give him an answer. Looking at the 5 Zhongli who walked out intact, no one knew what had happened inside until they spoke. Su Lai, in particular, had a sinking heart. The fact that Zhongli and the others didn't die made him realize that the plan had gone wrong. Chapter 96: The Su family's father and son's intentions. No one paid any attention to the wailing of the White Tiger sect's elders, just like no one would pay attention to the cries of the defeated. It's always the shiny winners that people pay attention to. Only, right now, whether it was Lu Xinyan and Bai Lingmiao, or Su Lai and Lu Qing Yuan, none of them knew who the ultimate beneficiary in the sword casting pool this time was. Zhongli, are you guys alright? Seeing the disheveled and very wretched Lin Evening Night and Si Feng, Bai Lingmiao hurriedly asked. Zhongli said with a big grin and a double entendre, what can there be? Nothing at all. But it's nothing. It's a wasted trip. Lin Evening Night and Si Feng both lowered their heads a bit awkwardly when they heard this. Seeing this, Bai Lingmiao had a few guesses in her heart. Although he believed in Zhongli's judgment, as the head of a clan, there were some things that had to be fought for. Even if he knew it was unobtainable, he had to have such an attitude. I'm glad it's okay. Bai Lingmiao carefully examined Lin Evening and Si Feng, and found that apart from some exhaustion, some inconsequential external injuries, and appearing a bit grimy, there were no major injuries, and let out a slight sigh of relief. As her disciple, Lin Evening Night would be heartbroken if she was injured. Si Feng, as a heavenly pride entrusted to the Yanshou sect by Ling Yunzi, a saint realm, she could not be blamed if she was injured. Then looking at Zhongli, who had dark circles under his eyes and was still yawning, looking like he hadn't woken up, Bai Lingmiao was furious. Other people go in to fight for their lives, but he's fine, it's like he went in to take a nap. Bai Lingmiao said in a bad mood, didn't I ask you to look after them? How come they got into this state, but you're fine and have nothing to do? When Zhongli heard this, he immediately cried out, I've told them not to run around, what can I do if they don't listen? Bai Lingmiao opened her mouth and was just about to say something when Zhongli directly interrupted her and continued, I told you a long time ago, don't come, there's no use for it, and you don't listen, what can I do? When Bai Lingmiao heard this, she was immediately choked by Zhongli's words and could not utter a single word. Senior sister, when will you return to the sect? Last night you two were really too fierce. Senior brother, I really can't carry it anymore, let me go back and sleep for a while, okay? Zhongli covered his mouth and let out another yawn. Bai Lingmiao and Lu Xinyan simultaneously looked like peach blossoms and spat with red faces saying in unison, don't talk nonsense. Si Feng immediately came to life, looking at Zhongli then Lu Xinyan and Bai Lingmiao, grinning nervously with a big mouth. Zhongli slapped him on the back of his head without a good reason and said, what's a little kid thinking about? Si Feng rubbed the back of his head and gave him a pitiful look, too aggrieved to say a word. He hasn't said anything yet. Your eyes are filled with lustful thoughts, I can tell even if you don't speak. Zhongli cursed. Si Feng sniffed and became even more aggravated. On the side, Lin Evening Night was squinting her eyes, similarly looking at her master and uncle, and then at Zhongli. Alarm bells ringing in my heart, isn't it only Uncle Lu, how come even the master is? Lin Evening Night thought in her mind, the corners of her mouth unconsciously puckered. Curiouser and curiouser about what really happened last night. A very harmonious scene unlike the jostling over here. On the other side, the Su family's father and son and the Lu family's father and son were completely at opposite extremes. One party's face was so gloomy that it could almost drip water. One side of the face was all smiles and flowers. So, the chance was obtained by Lu Zichuan? Su Lai's gaze was deadpan as he stared at the Lu family's father and son, his tone icy cold. It's been a long toss, and it's costing me a son. In the end, it is indeed a basket case. At this moment, his hatred for the Lu family's father and son was even greater than Lu Xinyan and Yan Shouzhong, who had killed Su Linran. He even suspected that Su Linran's death was orchestrated by Lu Qingyuan. For that matter, today. As for how the other party knew that he was going to plot the chances within the sword casting pool and how he did it, he didn't care. He only looks at results. For the time being, it was enough to know that out of the 3 parties, him, Yan Shouzhong, and the Lu family's father and son, the Lu family was the one who would benefit in the end. Su Linsun nodded and said, that's right, it should be him undoubtedly, my son is incompetent, I failed to do the things my father explained, please father chastise me. Su Lai sighed and said, you're right, you've done a good job, if you hadn't made a snap decision, I'm afraid my father would have lost another son today. Although Su Lai was dissatisfied in his heart, he still valued Su Linsun, the most outstanding of all his sons. Today's shame, you and I, father and son, will surely snowball one day. Su Lin-sun nodded, then said, Father, that Lu family father and son, are they still killing now? Su Lai shook his head, there's no chance for the time being, that Lu Zichun got such a great chance. In the future, it will definitely be a great help for noble consort Lu. As long as their father and son aren't stupid, they'll definitely turn to noble consort Lu for help. After saying that, Su Lai had a deep sense of frustration. Originally, he thought that this small ninja would be a good place for him to show off his skills. I didn't realize that the people here are all more headstrong and shady than one another. It's a real loss. But not in the open, let's do it in the dark. Only 1,000 days to be a thief. How can there be 1,000 days to prevent a thief? I must let the Lu family's father and son know what will happen if they mess with me. Su Lin-sun also nodded, he similarly couldn't swallow this breath. But father, we are at a disadvantage, that is, we are eating at the fierce dragon crossing the river, there is no geographical advantage, how father is going to deal with them? Only to hear Su Lai sneer, before there was the sword casting pool, Yen Xiaozong naturally wouldn't surrender the White Tiger sect, but now that the sword casting pool is gone, the value of the White Tiger sect is less than half of what it was worth, and now, isn't this a good opportunity for our father and son to enter the White Tiger sect? Su Lin-sun's eyes lit up at his words. The reason why the White Tiger sect was able to compete with the Yanshou sect in Ningzhou City was because of the sword casting pool. In terms of Gongfu inheritance alone, it was actually inferior to the Yanshou sect. Otherwise, Tiger Sanqing, a mid-imperial realm existence, wouldn't have been decapitated by Lu Xinyan, an early imperial realm. Now without the sword casting pool, the value of the White Tiger sect was in tatters. In the future, not to mention second-rate sects, in another 100 years, it would not be impossible to fall to third-rate sects. Apart from the sword casting pool, there was no loss of the White Tiger sect's overall framework, which was useless for others, but for them, the Su family, father and son, it was an excellent thing. If you want the Su family to regain its former glory, taking down the White Tiger sect can be a much less detour. What's more convenient is that the small place of Ningzhou, although lacking in resources, is correspondingly not very competitive. It's a great place for them to grow. More importantly, Su Lin-sun felt that the existence of this person, Jiangli, might be the key to the future prosperity of the Su family. Father, have you ever thought that since Lin Rant's death was most likely fueled by the Lu family's father and son behind the scenes, is there still a need for us to target Yanshou's own side? Hearing Su Lin-sun's words, Su Lai frowned. What are you trying to say? Chapter 97. With a father like this, talk about great things. Su Lin-sun used the most concise words to tell what happened between him and Jiangli. After Su Lai heard this, he looked at Jiangli with a flash of color. Proficient in the art of trigrams and superb strength. We all looked away? In his eyes, Jiangli was still in a dangling and tuneless manner, and no matter how he looked at it, he didn't look like any supreme heavenly pride. Su Lin-sun affirmed, Father, in your eyes, how strong is your son? Speaking of this, a hint of triumph flashed across Su Lai's face. My son in the young generation, although not to say is the top of the existence, but that is not my son's fault, is really for the father's incompetence, cannot give you a better, single on the talent, you are in the earth road 36 states of any holy land in the sacred son of the goddess compared to that is not inferior. Being praised so much by Su Lai, Su Lin-sun was also a little embarrassed, he himself knew very well that he was not as strong as his own father said, but he still had some backbone. Father, do you think that those holy sons and daughters of God will be able to chop off one of my arms with a single sword? Saying that, Su Lin-sun revealed his arm that was still tied with a bow. Sooner, what are you? Su Lin-sun's face reddened and he hurriedly pulled off the silk thread that Zhongli had used to sew up his wound. You don't care about the details. Su Lai didn't think much about it and coughed, to be able to chop off your arm with a single sword, even if it's by taking advantage of your unpreparedness, this Zhongli is by no means comparable to any other person. Su Lin-sun nodded, you say, such a person, if there are no accidents, how far can he go in the future? Su Lai thought for a moment and said, but looking at his years, he is only Jindan today. A Jindan can behead this Yuaning of mine, what if he's a Mahayana now? Doesn't that mean that he even father you? Su Lin-sun didn't finish, but Su Lai was shocked in his heart. But on his face, he forced himself to calm down and said, whether or not he can maintain this kind of battle power to cross the border and kill the enemy by that time is not yet known, so it's still too early to draw a conclusion at this time. Father, there's no need for me to say which is better, sending charcoal in the snow or adding flowers to the brocade. It's far better to have one more powerful ally than one more powerful enemy. Su Lai's brow furrowed. I know that none of you like Lin Ran very much, but letting my father live in harmony with his son's murderer, have you considered my father's feelings? When Su Lin-sun heard this, he hurriedly bowed his head and said, my son wouldn't dare. Su Lai looked at Su Lin-sun in front of him, and finally sighed, if there is no great chance, the probability of my father's future is hopeless, Sun's son, in the future, it is the world of you young people, think for yourself. Su Lin-sun's eyes were happy until Su Lai made some concessions to spite his mouth. He raised his head to look at his father, his eyes firm. Father, don't worry, even if there is no divine sword, my son will definitely bring back that thing within the Shin heavenly sect. For my father, your road is still long, my son still wants to dashing under your wings for a few more years. Su Lai nodded gratefully and said, "My father's mind will not change, but since you want to do something, how about the matter of joining the White Tiger sect is for you to talk to Yin Xiuzong." When Su Lin Sun heard this, he did not push back and directly agreed. Su Lai looked at this son of his and sighed again in his heart, unable to help but think of Su Lin Ran. How could he not know the temperament of this young son of his, but could not help licking his calf, spare him, but also could not be cut off. In stark contrast to the concerted efforts of the Su family's father and son, it was Lu Zichuan and his own Bean's father. After a slight explanation of what happened before, Lu Zichun immediately said seriously, "Father, immediately contact auntie and inform her of this matter." Lu Qingyuan sniffed, face with disdain. "Tell her for what? You were still small. I was just in. She wanted a city guard position, on all sorts of excuses, and finally if it is not for the father to dead skin. Cough, dawn to love, moving to reason, and now our father and son still don't know where to gnaw on the muddit. Since becoming the city guard, she didn't say a word, such a heartless person. What else do you recognize her for?" Lu Zichuan really wanted to pry open his own old man's brain to see what was inside. The Lu Guifei in Lu Qingyuan's mouth was ruthless and cold-blooded. However, Lu Zichuan saw in Lu Qingyuan's mere words an aunt who hated her but could do nothing about it. But where this aunt of his own family is really cold-blooded and heartless, as long as Lu Qingyuan and placed out of Ningzhou outside, the earthly road 36 states any state, his own old man absolutely do not see their own bar mitzvah. Only a peaceful little place like Ningzhou would allow Lu Qingyuan to live to be this city guard after being so reckless. "Father, harboring a jade is a crime. I'm considered to have robbed Su Lin's son's chance. Without auntie's shelter, how long do you think my son can live? Or do you have plans to renew your marriage and having a brother?" Lu Qingyuan immediately frowned. "What is nonsense? I and your mother's feelings, is not you can speculate. I have long made a vow, this life will only have your mother a person. This matter is not to be blindly said. Beware of your mother's night to give me a dream to beat me up. At that time I will beat you up again." Lu Tzu Chun. It should be said or not said that my own father was a bit naive and smartass though. But the bond with his mother was real. Then you have no intention of doing so, and it would be better for you to turn honestly to your aunt. Lu Qingyuan said with some embarrassment, "No, when my father said something that offended your aunt, she should still be angry now." Lu Zichun almost collapsed absolutely, and became even more certain that his own aunt was definitely good enough for their father and son. Whoever has such a royal relative in their family isn't treated like an ancestor. My own father actually scolded it, and the point is that didn't happen. He couldn't help but lament in his mind. Some of the ambitions that had been born out of having Greenie had been somewhat shaken. With a father like that, talk about great things. It was better to work honestly with Zhongli. "Father, feel free to report to auntie, and tell her truthfully all that I have said, and she will surely shelter us." Naturally, Lu Qingyuan wasn't stupid enough to think that Su Lai wouldn't make a move against him. He said with some hesitation, "Chunner, will your aunt really shelter us?" Lu Zichun nodded and said, "Definitely, this matter must be grasped without a moment's delay." When Lu Qingyuan heard this, he immediately nodded his head and said, "Well then, for your sake, so what if my father lowers his head to her once?" Lu Tzu Chun. Only to see Lu Qingyuan suddenly pull out a transmission jade slip from his bosom, and just like that, in front of everyone, he entered a lot of information, and then pinched a magic spell. The jade slip turned into a stream of light, and flew off in a direction. Lu Zichuan snapped his forehead, then looked curtly at Lu Xinyan and Su Lai and the others. "Seniors, it's just a family letter, an unusual family letter, huh? Are you not afraid of being intercepted when you pass a message in front of others? Is that the way to interpret the meaning of not daring to delay? Or do you think that something like the transmission jade slip, which can only be refined by the Saint realm, is already rotten, and our family has more than enough for others to stop it?" For no reason at all, Lu Zichuan suddenly wondered if he could be reincarnated as a father with a better brain if he committed suicide at this time. Chapter 98. I have so many regrets, so many expectations, do you know? Each to his own home, and to his own mother. Bai Lingmiao took Zhongli and the others back to the Yanshou sect. Lu Zichuan and Lu Qingyuan returned to Ningzhou City. As for the White Tiger sect, a new father was welcomed. Su Lin enacted thunder and lightning, the same day on the line through Zhongli, and Bai Lingmiao reached an agreement, made a number of concessions and many promises, and got the Yanshou zone from now on no longer interfere with the White Tiger sect's commitment. As for the rest, there's no point in leaving everything on paper. It's inconvenient for you, it's inconvenient for me. It wasn't that Bai Lingmiao hadn't thought about completely taking the White Tiger sect under her wing. But for one thing, the Yanshou sect was full of female disciples, which was really inconvenient, and it was much more difficult to have a compatible merger. It was likely to result in a situation where 1 + 1 was less than 2. After all, there was an enmity between the Yanshou sect and the White Tiger sect. Secondly, since Zhongli had joined, the overall strength of the Yanshou sect had been boosted simply tremendously. The speed at which those female disciples' realm cultivation increased far exceeded that of cultivators of the same realm in other sects. This gave Bai Lingmiao an idea in her mind to take the elite route. This would make merging the White Tiger sect even more impossible. After all, in his opinion, the disciples in the White Tiger sect were really a mixed bag of good and bad, making her somewhat dislike them. Moreover, Jiang Li also analyzed the current situation in Ningzhou for her. Before Yanxiu Zone had completely developed, in addition to having a Lu Qing Yuan, the Ningzhou city guard, standing in front of him, it was also necessary to have Su Lai to hold each other back from the sidelines. After all, the chances that originally belonged to the White Tiger sect's entire clan now fell on Lu Zichuan alone. What kind of being will be created in the end is anyone's guess. At the moment, the situation in Ningzhou is far better than Yanxiu Zone's dominance, both internally and externally. Bai Lingmiao had also questioned whether condoning Su Lai's father and son and Lu Qingyuan's father and son in this way would not be a big mistake, but would instead feed the tiger. Instead, he got this from Jiang Li. I'm afraid they're not strong enough. At that time, the radiance in Jiang Li's eyes soared, causing Bai Lingmiao to be shocked. The strong confidence emanating from Jiang Li caused Bai Lingmiao to be in a trance, as if she had seen an insurmountable mountain. She wondered just how strong the man with the handsome face in front of her was inside, to be able to say such words. However, the aura on Jiang Li's body slightly mesmerized her at that moment. Returning to Yanxiu sect, Jiang Li said hello and went back to his cave. Although he was still a bit tired, Jiang Li's mind was exhilarated. Finally, there are better quality rewards to smoke again. One was Su Lin Sun's, and the other was the one he was most looking forward to, Lu Zichuan. In front of him, 2 raffle light curtains appeared. Both are premium reward resources though. But it's still only one of 5 choices because of the strength. In this regard, Jiang Li was prepared in his heart and did not lose his mind. Jiang Li rubbed his hands together, took a breath toward his palms, and recited under his breath, Heavenly Spirit, Earthly Spirit, Tai Shan Lao Jun quickly manifests his spirit, urgent as a lawful order. After saying that, a brilliant light flashed in his eyes, and he selected the card in the very center of Su Lin Sun's rewards. Then, a golden light appeared. The shining golden light reflected his face as if it was coated with a layer of gold dust. The corner of Jiang Li's mouth, too, unconsciously curled up. When the card was turned over, it depicted a seated villain, somewhat similar to the villain whose cultivation had been drawn. Underneath, however, the word gifted was written. The joy in Jiang Li's eyes became even more intense. He actually drew the talent again. So far, he had drawn a total of 3 talents. One was Ran Xingyun's talent for swordsmithing, one was Lin Evaningjian's talent for seeing through weaknesses, and the other, the mimicry talent of an ordinary disciple of the Yanxiu sect. The first 2 were both of immense use, and whether it was for cultivation or against the enemy, they belonged to the supreme talents. As for the mimicry talent, it was a bit of a chicken scratch, but it could be unexpectedly useful in specific situations. Previously, Su Lai had come to the Yanxiu sect to raise an issue, and this talent had a very good effect. Now that there was another one, how could Jiang Li not be happy? In Jiang Li's mind, the talent reward was far more fragrant. Su Lin Sun's talent was named Spiritual Power Recovery. As the name implied, the spiritual energy in his body would be restored at a speed far beyond normal. It's useful for wheel-to-wheel and evenly matched fierce battles, as well as large chaotic battles. How effective this talent was on Su Lin Sun he didn't know. But after he tested it, after the system boost, his recovery speed was twice as fast as the original. It was only a bit of a shame that it wasn't able to have the same growth as Lin Lianyang's talent. Thinking about it though, twice the speed was amazing enough. If it could still grow to 3, 4, or even 5 times, everyone else would stop playing. With this talent, Jiang Li's mood became happier and happier. He rubbed his hands together once more, his eyes falling on Ru Zichun's reward. After the same superstitious incantation, Jiang Li reached out and tapped on the center card. Su Lin Sun had contributed such a good reward, so on Lu Zichun's side, he still had to contribute that sword. Although that sword looked a bit damaged at the time, Jiang Li still expected that after drawing it out, it could be repaired by the system to be as good as new. Although he was not sure of the quality of that sword, he wouldn't have to change it at least until he reached the Emperor realm. Jiang Li thought happily, even covering his eyes in preparation to prevent the golden light from stinging his eyes. Only, the expected golden light did not appear. The card simply lit up with a burst of white light before going silent. On the card, there was a sword drawn instead, but it wasn't the one he wanted. It's just a wooden sword that kids play with. Jiang Li? Where's the sword? Where's my sword? The system, did you eat the rebate? How to shrink so seriously, my Excalibur, how to become a wooden sword. You speak you ought to speak Jiang Li growled unwillingly. Only, the system wouldn't respond to him. It took a full hour before Jiang Li accepted the reality. The one he was most looking forward to, the one he looked up to the most, Lu Zichun, only gave him a wooden sword that a child would play with. When the system draws rewards, it will only draw from what the opponent is carrying. By the looks of it, this thing should be something that Lu Zichun played with when he was young and was very beloved. The memorial significance was extraordinary, otherwise it wouldn't have been carried by him all the time. But it gives him a. Even as chopped wood, Jiang Li thought it was too small. Jiang Li threw it aside without a trace of anger, turned over and went to bed. Perhaps he was really tired, and not long after, his light snoring sounded in the cave. It took until the wee hours of the morning for the snoring to stop, but he was talking in his sleep and singing in his sleep. I have so many regrets, so many expectations, you know. Chapter 99 Ling Yunzi Revisited. Last night's failed expectations didn't hit Zhongli. He was convinced that if he counted a lot, sooner or later he would draw that sword. He himself would have to deal with Lu Zichuan less often in the future. In addition to that sword itself, there were definitely other opportunities contained in that sword as well. He won't spare any of them. After getting up early in the morning, he opened the door of the cave and was ready to touch the small hand to read the palm of Zhongli, but he was coldly surprised that a black-eyed monster was suddenly stuck face to face in front of him and scared him a lot. What a demon! Zhongli was so scared that he took a big jump towards the back and was ready to cast all the feats and spells he would have. Senior uncle, it's me. Evening? As soon as Zhongli heard the voice, and then fixed his eyes on it, the person coming was actually Lin Evening Night. What got into you? Surprised, Zhongli let Lin Evening Night into the cave and sat down, then made her a cup of tea. Lin Evening Night sat on a stool, holding a teacup in her hand, and after a long time she asked with a pair of dark circles under her eyes that were even darker than yesterday's, Zhongli, Uncle Jiang, I've been thinking about it all night. You and Master and Uncle Lu, what exactly did you do that night? Ha! Zhongli froze at his words. I've been thinking about this all night and I can't figure it out, so tell me, what the hell did you guys do? At this time, Lin Evening Night's voice was hoarse, her eyes were red and swollen, her eyes were sunken, and the bags under her eyes were dark and large. You been thinking about this all night? Zhongli was surprised. Yes, senior uncle, please do tell me, what have you guys been doing all night? Lin Yuanyan's eyes were filled with anticipation. Zhongli slightly side-eyed and squinted 45 degrees, his eyes could not help but moisten. It would be even more appropriate to have another cigarette at this time. In a tone of vicissitude, he said slowly, They? Elder uncle, quickly tell me, what happened to them? Lin Evening Night anxiously said. They actually sealed my cultivation in order for me to protect the two of you, and then took off my. Looking at Zhongli's watering face, Lin Evening Night's hand holding the teacup unconsciously tightened even more. The veins on the backs of his hands were all rippling from the sheer force of it. Then they took off my socks and tickled me all night. Zhongli snapped his nose and finally told the truth. I don't know how these two pussies found out I'm ticklish, KM. Lin Evening Night sniffed and let out a somewhat relieved sigh. Ha, so it turns out that Uncle Jiang is afraid of tickling. Lin Evening Night laughed awkwardly. Don't talk nonsense when you go out, beware of others misunderstanding. Zhongli warned. Lin Evening changed her previous disheveled appearance at this moment, glowing with radiance. Don't worry, senior uncle, I'm just a bit curious, I won't talk nonsense. Today, senior uncle has to continue preaching, right? I'm going to go to the preaching ground first to wait for your arrival. After saying that, Lin Evening Night ran away as if she was escaping. Zhongli looked at her back and shook his head. How could he not know what Lin Evening Night was thinking? But how could he, Zhongli, give up an entire big forest just for a sapling? Girls, your elder Jiang is here. Gathering up his mood, Zhongli leisurely headed towards the sermon hall. For the next few days, Zhongli lived a 2.1-line life again. Every day, he preached a sermon to raise the strength of some Yanshou sect disciples and harvest some rewards. Then he took the time to do special training for Sifeng and Lin Evening Night to prepare for the Xian sect a year later. He could already predict that he still wouldn't be able to run away from this trip to the Xian sect. Although he had the system on his side, he wasn't going to feel like he was resting on his laurels from now on. Other than that, after this year, Ru Zichun, who had an old grandpa by his side, was likely to give him a rude awakening. Not to mention, the other heavenly prides of the 36 states of the earthly Tao. There was definitely no lack of some heaven-defying demonic existence among them. You can't be careless. You absolutely can't be careless. Time is like water, and the sun and moon are like a shuttle. 6 months passed in a flash. During these 6 months, many great things happened in Ningzhou. First, the imperial dynasty's hussar general, Su Lai, forcefully announced that he had taken over the leaderless White Tiger sect. And in the shortest possible time, all the different voices within the White Tiger sect were suppressed. Just as the other sects in Ningzhou were speculating on how the Yanshou sect would deal with Su Lai, the Yanshou sect was surprisingly quiet. Even, a heavy gift was given to Su Lai at the grand ceremony where he took over as the chief of the White Tiger sect. It left the other second and third-rate sects in Ningzhou a bit puzzled. Then, there was the city guards of Ningzhou City, a complete blood change. The city guards up and down, no matter how high their positions were, how strong their cultivation was, or how deep their backgrounds were, they were all laid off. Turning to some raw faces. From these newly appointed city guards, the Ningzhou cultivators sensed a flavor, called iron blood. Others weren't sure, but Zhongli knew that these were the elite of the army sent from the imperial side. These guys might not be that strong one-on-one. However, when it came to group battles, those second and third-rate small sects simply couldn't carry the onslaught of these people. Ningzhou city guard Lu Qingyuan, too, finally had a few moments of a real city guard's appearance and backbone. As for the Yanshou sect, the well-deserved number one sect in Ningzhou in everyone's minds, it was quiet in these half a year, without the slightest bit of excellence. At this point, Ningzhou has officially entered a three-legged situation. However, because of the Yanshou sect's double emperors in one sect, it was still the undisputed number one sect in Ningzhou. It's just that it's not as conspicuous. In addition to these things, a few things happened in the Yanshou sect that made Bai Lingmiao very happy. Lin Evening Night and Sifeng, in these half a year, had both stepped into the Yuanying stage. There was no need to mention Sifeng, his talent was comparable to Lu Xinyan. What surprised Bai Lingmiao the most was Lin Lianyan, who had actually managed to break through the realm as well. Not only that, the overall strength and battle power of the Yanshou sect's disciples had also increased by a very large amount. Even Shi and Lu Xinyan had similarly improved. And the credit for all of this was all on Zhang Li's shoulders. It was just that Zhang Li had still been at the Jindan realm and was making slow progress, making her a bit anxious. She had approached Zhang Li several times, hoping that he would think more about himself and stop paying for the clan. But every time, Zhang Li righteously retorted back. There is no big family, where is the small family, with my Zhang Li one person, in exchange for the entire clan's extreme sublimation, I Zhang Li proud of this, senior sister you do not have to persuade me, Yanshou Zong have you, there are Lu's sister, Lu Lin nephews and many lovely disciples, here is my home, you are my relatives, for the sake of loved ones, I pay a little there is what, or all should be. Zhang Li's words made Bai Lingmiao sweat over them, and her gaze toward Zhang Li became more and more tender. If Yanshou Zong gets this person, why worry about not prospering? It was just that she didn't know that although Zhang Li's realm hadn't changed much, his overall strength was more than a step stronger than half a year ago. All he lacked was a chance to draw a large amount of cultivation rewards. Just as Zhang Li was blah blah blahing about this bunch of moneyless bull, a disciple from the sect ran in a panic to inform him, Patriarch, Elder Zhang, Elder Ling Yunzi is here. Zhang Li's eyes lit up when he heard this. He had never drawn the sword of Lu Zichun, but Ling Yunzi had promised to find him a good sword as well. Chapter 100 Youngest Sword Dao Patriarch. Seeing Ling Yunzi again, half a year's time did not leave any traces on the other party. Well. After seeing Sifeng, Ling Yunzi had 3 overlapping sentences in a row, which showed how satisfied he was with Sifeng's change. Ling Yunzi stroked Sifeng's little brain, and the smile on his face didn't stop. Growing quite a bit taller, cultivation has not fallen, even faster than when following the teacher to refine. It seems that you are hearing Jiang little friend, did not waste time the teacher is very pleased. Sifeng said with a proud face, more than that, master, I've learned a lot from big brother Jiang, what you've seen is just the tip of the iceberg, there's time, disciple will show you one by one. Ling Yunzi nodded with satisfaction and then looked at Zhang Li, thank you, little friend, it seems that my judgment was not wrong, the poor disciple has grown so much with you, I can't return the favor, but fortunately, I was able to find a sword for my little friend. With that, Ling Yunzi threw out his big sleeve. Accompanied by a dragon's roar, a silver light appeared and transformed into a long sword with an extremely concise shape, floating in front of Zhang Li. This sword is 3 feet 3 long, weighing 18 pounds, the entire body of the silver star iron forged, based on the material alone, non-harmony realm cannot be broken, this sword has only one feature, extremely sharp, and the body of the sword has a Mahayana period refining master personally inscribed with the array pattern, which can reduce the user's consumption by 50%. This sword, from now on, is yours. Zhang Li was overjoyed when he heard this. He was now no longer a monastic white, not to mention how powerful the extremely sharp features in Ling Yunzi's mouth really were. Let's just say that based on the material alone, the fact that it is unbreakable by non-harmonized realm is enough to illustrate the power of this sword. Based on the material alone, it was this sword that was spoken of, just by placing it there, it would be impossible for the harmonized realm to destroy it. It would only get stronger if it was augmented by the user's power. It could be said that he wouldn't outgrow this sword even if he used it until the Emperor realm. Moreover, the point of reducing consumption by 50% did not look too impressive in Ling Yunzi's mouth. But in Zhang Li's case, it was a huge plus. After all, with the talent drawn from Su Lin Sun, stacked on top of that, his endurance would only be stronger if he used his sword cultivation means against the enemy. Zhang Li looked at Ling Yunzi, and after seeing the other party nod, he couldn't wait to raise his hand and grip the hilt of the sword. When the longsword entered his hand, a cold, icy sensation of comfort came from his palm. The hilt also feels extremely comfortable in the hand. By the looks of it, this sword is also well suited to be held against the enemy. The styling was even more pleasing to Zhang Li. He just liked this kind of blade with a simple shape and a common look. After branding the sword with his own divine sense, the sword would completely belong to him, Zhang Li. Under his joy, he smiled apologetically at Ling Yunzi and practiced the clear spirit sword technique in front of several people. At first, the crowd could see his moves. But as Zhang Li danced faster and faster, the only thing that could be seen in the arena was the silver light and the dragon's roar, but not the silhouette of a person. The subtlety of the swordsmanship and the ethereal nature of the sword intent was breathtaking. When Lu Xinyan looked at it, she only felt that the clear spirit sword technique she cultivated was like a child swinging a stick. Call it a no-brainer. She elbowed Bai Lingmiao, who was beside her, and said, "Senior sister, is he still hiding a hand? When he taught me before, he didn't see him so powerful. Compared to him, it seems like I just learned to use a sword. This clear spirit sword technique, I've been practicing it for 18 whole years." Bai Lingmiao sniffed and sipped her flower teeth. "Good man, you've been practicing your talent for 18 years and it's the same as if you were just learning the sword. What about me? Am I practicing?" Sifong, who was on the side, had been in Yanshou sect for half a year and had long since seen what Lu Xianyan looked like when she practiced with her sword. Though he hadn't had to learn the Yanshou sect's clear spirit sword technique and of course, didn't care to. However, he was still familiar with the clear spirit sword technique. "Sister Lu, Sister Bai, this sword technique practiced by Big Brother Jiang, how come it's not quite the same as yours, as if it's a bit stronger?" Bai Lingmiao slanted him a glance and said, "Shut up if you can't talk, little brat, as if you have a good eye." Sifeng. Seeing this, Ling Yunzi laughed and said, "Although I don't know much about the sword techniques in your sect, but the world's sword techniques have the same path, and I know a few rough sword techniques, and this set of sword techniques of Jiang Xiaoyu, in terms of one of the art paths, has already reached the peak of excellence, and doesn't lose to any sword masters." Hearing that Ling Yunzi actually had such a high opinion of Zhang Li, both Lu Xinyan and Bai Lingmiao were very surprised. Bai Lingmiao spoke up, "Senior, this clear spirit sword technique might still be considered a mastery in Ning Prefecture, but looking at the entire 36 prefectures, it can't be worthy of such an evaluation, can it?" Ling Yunzi heard this and shook his head. "What I am referring to is not this sword technique itself, but the person who dances with this sword." "Oh? He, Senior Brother Jiang, deserves such an appraisal from you?" Bai Lingmiao was surprised. One must know that Ling Yunzi was a saint realm. Looking at the entire 36 states, they were all absolute peak existences. Even the First World Dynasty had to give enough respect when treating an existence like Ling Yunzi. Only to hear Ling Yunzi caressing his beard, he said, "For every art, the one who understands it most thoroughly is often its initiator. The high talent, as strong as you two, can't break this limitation, unless your cultivation is far stronger than that of your ancestor. Maybe it's possible. But little friend Jiang, with the cultivation of Jindan realm, perfectly performs this set of sword technique, even as if it is better. This kind of talent is rare in the world, that is, it is not impossible to call him a sword technique master." Listening to Ling Yunzi's words, Lu Xinyan and Bai Lingmiao looked at each other. It had always been known that Jiang Li was unusual, but receiving such a high evaluation from a worldly powerhouse like Ling Yunzi still gave the two of them a feeling that it wasn't quite real. If Jiang Li had the same Emperor realm cultivation as them, perhaps it wasn't even that unbelievable. On the contrary, at this time, Jiang Li was only at the Jindan realm. Even Sifeng, a 13-year-old brat, was inferior. Clang! Suddenly, a sword sound rang out, and Jiang Li maneuvered the longsword steeply into the air with his sword control technique, and in a flash, it transformed into a silver dragon that flew up and down. Jiang Li was so excited that he practiced with all his might for as long as an hour, but he didn't even see any fatigue, and he was still at ease. This endurance, even Ling Yunzi was a bit shocked when he looked at it. Collect! Jiang Li softly drank, and the long sword then quickly transformed into its original form and flew back into his hand. "Many thanks to Senior for giving me the sword, I am grateful." Jiang Li clasped his fists and bowed deeply to Ling Yunzi. This sword in his hand, in terms of preciousness alone, was not even inferior to the sword in Lu Xinyan's hand. Such a heavy gift was enough to show Ling Yunzi's sincerity. Jiang Li also stopped excusing himself and immediately said solemnly, "Don't worry, Senior, for the Xian Tian sex trip, I will definitely do my best to protect Sifeng." Ling Yunzi smiled even more on his face as he heard this. He patted Jiang Li's shoulder and said in relief, "Very well, in that case, it's not in vain for the old man to go through all the trouble of finding a sword for you." Chapter 101 Yan Xiuzong in Ling Yunzi's eyes. All adults, Sifeng might think that his own master was that kind of old-fashioned person. But Jiang Li wouldn't think so. Ling Yunzi was able to help himself find such a good sword. Apart from having some appreciation for himself, more than that, he wanted him to be able to help his disciple, Sifeng, in the Xian Tian sex line. Taking a man's hand was short, let alone a great power like Ling Yunzi. The other party could have used his realm's strength to forcefully suppress him, and being able to do so was already enough to give him Jiang Li face. If there was anything to say, it was said plainly. Jiang Li's reaction made Ling Yunzi very pleased, and towards this young man, he appreciated it even more. As for what Ling Yunzi said, taking great pains, Jiang Li just pretended that he had never heard of seeing it. The sword was indeed very good, but for Ling Yunzi, it wasn't difficult at all. But this favor, Jiang Li must receive. There was less than half a year left before the Xian Tian sect opened. Ling Yunzi simply stayed directly in the Yanshou sect. At first, he took Yan Xiuzong not seriously. Such a clan would be considered a hegemon in a small place like Ningzhou. Put in the entire 36 states of the earthly Tao, it wasn't even a fart. However, after a few days of observation, Ling Yunzi was forced to revisit this sect. In his eyes, Yan Xiuzong had so many flaws. Insufficient heritage, average feats, and too few strong people. The Yinshou sect hadn't been established for a long time, and compared to those other holy lands with 10,000 years of inheritance, it could only be considered to be just starting out, and thus didn't have enough clan heritage. If a disciple of a sect wanted to increase his strength, there was no other way but to cultivate hard. For example, the White Tiger sect's previous sword casting pool was considered a type of clan heritage. At this point, the Yinshou sect was even inferior to the White Tiger sect in the beginning. And the sect's feats are even more average. In his opinion, it was only that great return to heaven kung fu that was not bad. As for that clear spirit sword technique, it really couldn't rise to the level of elegance. Unless the Yinshou sect disciples, each and every one of them could be like Zhongli, with the ability to turn decay into magic, otherwise, they would not be competitive at all with the disciples of other sects. As for some of the other feats, Ling Yunzi did not even have the desire to judge them. The last point, and the most important point, is that the clan is strong. The Yinshou clan's double emperors of this clan would only be able to bluff ordinary cultivators. If he had reached his level, he would be able to know that in this world, there are many clans and forces that do not show themselves. Not to mention double emperors in a single sect, even double saints in a single sect would not be considered rare. More importantly, whether it was Lu Xinyan or Bai Lingmiao, their battle power was not considered strong in the emperor realm. Lu Xinyan is okay, young, overwhelmingly talented, although in the way of the clan dragged down the cause, cannot get the best training, but there is still the possibility of moving forward. But Bai Lingmiao, in his eyes, the emperor realm, was already her limit. If the double emperors of a single sect could still fool people, the Yinshou sect's problem of having an extreme lack of central forces was somewhat more impressive. There was actually a break, not a single Mahayana cultivator. These 3 points, whichever of them, severely constrained Yinshou zone's development. But it's not all good. He realized that the Yinshou clan was very united. This might have something to do with the fact that the Yinshou sect was an all-female sect. But the reason for the lack of a centerpiece is also relevant. At this point, Ling Yunzi wasn't in a good position to judge the merits or demerits. There was one more thing that made him marvel for it. That is, the cultivation enthusiasm of the disciples of the Yinshou sect was very high and active. This was better than any clan he had ever seen. And, the cultivation atmosphere, too, is very good. In other sects, if the disciples wanted to learn the essence of the gongfu, there was nothing but bitter cultivation. Success or failure depends on one's own enlightenment. The more talented a disciple was, the more the master liked him, and a gentle nudge would suffice. The less talented the disciple was, the more the preaching master hated him. No one would waste too much time on a disciple who was not destined to accomplish much. But in Yinshou zone, he didn't find this. Here, in the sermon hall and martial arts arena, there were countless disciples exchanging and sparring every day. There is not the slightest hint of a myriad of things to come. Sisters with high cultivation levels, when faced with a junior sister with low cultivation level asking for advice, would take great pains to impart their experience to them. Though there would always be disciples who were too stupid and drove their senior sisters and masters unhappy and mad. But it would only come with a finger to the brain, porcelain stupid, porcelain stupid. Then, it went on to talk to the cow. Moreover, Ling Yunzi also discovered that the Yinshou sect disciples loved to ask questions, all sorts of questions. What he thought of that he didn't expect, these disciples asked. These thousands of strange questions made Ling Yunzi, who had lived for over 1,000 years, a little confused. But it has inspired him a lot. After a few days of observation, Ling Yunzi also found the source of the situation that caused this situation. Zhongli. Ling Yunzi knew that Zhongli had an almost demonic understanding of kung fu techniques. With that kind of talent, it's almost like God is chasing after the food. With a little bit of diligence, it was simply not too easy to raise the realm. But Zhongli didn't know how to cherish it. Instead, he relied on this talent and immersed himself in preaching and teaching every day. Ling Yunzi had also heard Zhongli's sermon. It gave him only one feeling: Zhongli was really afraid that these disciples wouldn't be able to learn. He hated to break apart the Yinshou sect's gongfu, word by word, crumple it up, and then put it into the brains of these disciples of the Yinshou sect. That was no longer learning the gongfu. He even dissected the heart and soul of the gongfu's creator. Who's a good person would do that, but Zhongli did. The result was that the Yinshou sect disciples, you could say that her realm was low, and you could also say that her talent was poor. But there's absolutely nothing to say they can't fight. Ling Yunzi came to a conclusion after some observation and judgment. The disciples of the Yinshou sect were generally more capable of fighting than disciples of the same realm from other sects. Unless the other party cultivated a technique that was 2 levels higher than the Yinshou sect's great return to heaven technique and clear spirit sword technique, they would be able to completely suppress them. At this point, Zhongli had almost single-handedly reversed the Yinshou sect's problem of having a single gong method of average quality. Of course, it was only for ordinary disciples, and could not include a heavenly pride like Seafoam. But it was appalling enough. When Yinshou's own with time, slowly precipitated, make up for the lack of heritage. When the Yinshou sect's generation of disciples grew up completely and made up for the lack of experts. Yinshou's own is poised for an unprecedented period of rapid growth. The The Yinshou sect was, without a doubt, a sect full of potential. Moreover, the current environment of Ningzhou is very suitable for Yinshou zone to develop in a low profile and build up its strength so that it can soar into the sky in the future. Through his own disciple's mouth, this was actually inextricably linked to Zhongli as well. It could be said that Yinshou zone's ability to be where it was today depended on Zhongli alone. But he couldn't for the life of him figure out where Zhongli's own interests lay. In his opinion, there was never a person in the world who did not ask for something and was willing to give. What is his purpose, really? This master nephew, you look at you this hand skin white tender, 10 fingers slender, the most rare is this palm lines, you look at this line of affection very clear, visible will have a singable love story, happened in you, light palmistry is not enough, tonight come to the teacher's uncle cave, so that the teacher's uncle properly give you a good feel of the bones, calculate you're like a husband in the end where. Looking at Zhongli, who was pulling the hand of a female disciple of the Yinshou sect and constantly rubbing it to read palms, Ling Yunzi's eyes twitched at the corners of his eyes. Could it be that this is the purpose? Chapter 102, Not Good, Uncle Jiang is here to take advantage again. I'm sorry senior uncle, my master she told me to stay away from you. After saying that, the female disciple who had just been initiated covered her mouth, laughed daintily and broke away from Zhongli's hand as she floated away. Zhongli looked at the other party's back with some regret and couldn't help but sigh. Are all the girls nowadays so hard to fool? Lamenting that people's hearts were not ancient, Zhongli looked at Ling Yunzi who had been staring at him all morning, and finally attributed the reason to Ling Yunzi. After all, it's hard to get a girl no matter who's behind you with an old man with gray hair and beard one. Elder, you've been following me for several days, what on earth are you doing? Zhongli said helplessly. Ling Yunzi smilingly stepped forward, a face of envy, said, young is good think of the old man back then, that is also a million flowers in the bushes over, a piece of the leaf does not touch the body, the little friend is even more wonderful, directly is to live in the bushes. He moved closer to Zhongli and touched Zhongli with his elbow, little friend, tell the truth to the old man, are you in the Yinshou sect for this clan full of women? Zhongli looked at him in surprise and asked, what makes you say that, senior? If it is not pouring out your heart for the red face, why is little friend so desperate, sparing no effort to pay for Yinshou sect? With the posture of little friend, he will surely soar in the sky in the future. Why is it that you are trapped in the shallows by yourself at this time? The old man has seen too many heroes, no matter how amazing his talent is, it's hard to escape the beauty. Listening to Ling Yunzi's words, Zhongli smiled faintly. Senior's meaning is understood by senior. Do you think that I'm coveting Yinshou zone's beauty, and that I've misplaced my own future? Ling Yunzi nodded and laughed. People old, will inevitably long-winded a few sentences, small friends do not blame, I thought, young people, or to their own priority, especially you such a stunning person, more not waste time, this time will be the foundation to build the more secure, the future of the road, only to walk the more stable, and so on when you are famous, when you even if you do not want to, the beauty of the beautiful people from the influx of people to you. I'm not going to be able to do that. Senior, when you were young, did you ever do anything, other than cultivation? Zhongli suddenly asked. Ling Yunzi froze at his words, and after thinking for a long time, he shook his head and said, years are like gold, they can't afford to be squandered. Well, but how can senior judge that senior is squandering his time, watching these disciples grow and excel because of me? Senior feels equally happy. Although Zhongli's initial purpose was impure, he slowly felt a different kind of satisfaction from it. He truly enjoyed seeing the kind of smiles that the disciples of the Yinshou sect revealed as they slowly progressed. But Ling Yunzi did not agree with this, only with absolute strength does one deserve true happiness. Don't worry senior, since I promised senior that I would protect Sifeng during the trip to Shin Tian sect, I won't go back on my word, even if I don't rush you, with the love between Sifeng and I won't turn my back on him. How could Zhongli not know Ling Yunzi's true intentions? It was just that he was a bit anxious seeing that he hadn't stepped into the Yuaning stage until now. In his opinion, the reason why his realm was slow to improve was because he wasted his time every day to teach others to cultivate. That's why I came to remind him. Seeing that Zhongli had made his words clear, Ling Yunzi stopped hiding and spoke in a deep voice, little friend, it's not that I'm a villain, and it's not that I'm questioning little friend's strength, but in that Shin Tian sect, there are crises everywhere, and the slightest carelessness will result in the death of your body and the disappearance of the Tao. If it's only the dangers within the Shin Tian sect that can still be dodged with the experience of those who came before you, then the threats from others will be something that no one can help with, you can only rely on yourselves. Sifeng is still young, this is his advantage and his disadvantage. In the 36 states of the earthly Tao, there are countless geniuses and demons. You've been living in the Ning prefecture for a long time, so naturally you don't know much about all this. Do you know that there are people who have sealed their own cultivation for 10 years in order to enter the Shin heavenly sect, just to wait for this one chance? There are even people who, for this one chance, directly cut themselves. All of these people, all of them have great perseverance, and all of these great perseverance people, all of them are heaven's pride demons that are not weaker than you in the slightest. I don't ask you to protect Sifeng to win the championship, even the old man back then also failed to achieve. I only ask you to protect Sifeng, steady in, full beard, full shadow or out. At this moment, Ling Yunzi did not have a trace of the majesty of the Holy Realm at all. What he had was only the labor for his juniors. Sifeng had such a master. Zhang Li was actually a little envious for a moment. That little brat is quite a blessing. He himself was naturally confident, but these things, again, could not be said with Ling Yunzi, and could only say with a bitter smile, "Elder, you tell me, how can I make your old man rest assured that Sifeng will be placed in my hands?" When Ling Yunzi heard this, he was slightly relieved and said, "If little friend can break through the Yuaning stage, even if you were only in the early Yuaning stage before entering the Shintian sect, with little friend's strength and heart, I would be 100 times more relieved." Zhang Li laughed. "As long as senior steps into Yuaning, senior will be relieved and won't follow senior anymore, right?" In the past few days, Ling Yunzi had followed him every day like a ghost, making him feel as if he had an on his back and a throat. But they were in the Holy Realm, so did he have the slightest idea what to do? If Ling Yunzi didn't need himself to go to the Shin Tian sect to protect Sifeng, he felt that this old man would have wanted to beat himself up a long time ago. In addition to worrying about Sifeng, the old guy is more likely to be eyeing his young and handsome, peach blossom luck. Zhang Li thought this in his mind. Good, as long as little friend is able to step into the Yuaning stage, old me won't be worrying over nothing anymore. Ling Yunzi said immediately. As for what to follow or not to follow, Ling Yunzi never thought about it. He just wanted to prod Zhang Li to cultivate earlier. At the same time, he lost his smile a little at the confidence in Zhang Li's words. Right now, Zhang Li's realm was still stuck in the middle Jindan stage. There was still a considerable gap from the Yuaning stage. He admitted that Zhang Li's talent was rare in the world, and that he could learn the feats and techniques as soon as he could. But this thing called realm, it needed time to slowly accumulate. No matter how good the talent was, it could not be achieved overnight. Zhang Li snapped his fingers and said, "It's a deal. It's a deal." Zhang Li smiled and turned around. Ling Yunzi, on the other hand, followed Zhang Li without moving an inch. But soon, he realized that Zhang Li was a bit different from what he thought. Zhang Li didn't go back to his cave to cultivate. Nor did he go to the martial arts arena to find someone to spar with. Instead, he was within the Yanshou sect, wandering around, looking left and right, seemingly looking for something. Soon, Ling Yunzi saw Zhang Li's eyes light up as he walked towards a few female disciples who were practicing their swords. This senior nephew sister, you have a trigram ah? Do you want Uncle Shifu to help you read your poem?" Zhang Li revealed a self-consciously sunny and handsome smile and said, "Oops, not good, Uncle Jiang is here to take advantage again." Chapter 103 The Boudoir Interests of People's Youngest Daughters. If it were usual, these little girls would have run away. Anyway, every morning for his sermon, Yanshou sect disciples would go in groups to listen to the sermon. It would be a good time to look at them one by one and tell a few fortunes. But in order not to be watched by Ling Yunzi every day, Zhang Li was prepared to take the initiative today and count all the disciples with trigrams within the Yanshou sect. Only to see Zhang Li's face slate, revealing the majesty belonging to the Yanshou sect's elders. "Stop, run what? This elder can still eat you not. See, this elder also do not know to salute, no rules, beware of this elder to punish you." A few female disciples sniffed and then looked at Zhang Li's face. They immediately showed a bitter face and stopped. "Uncle Jiang, what the hell are you doing?" The female disciple with a faint black color of qi on her head said with a crying face. Within the Yanshou sect, Bai Lingmia was the sect leader and had her own laws. Lu Xinyan, on the other hand, was a notoriously cold-faced beauty. Even if it was known that she had a cold face and a warm heart, it would be difficult for an ordinary disciple to get close to her. Only Zhang Li, an elder with a low cultivation level, did not have the slightest bit of bravado on weekdays, and again treated them with dedication. Although Zhang Li had a stern face at the moment, several people were not afraid of him. Zhang Li narrowed his eyes and said, "Didn't you hear this elder say just now that you have a trigram?" "I only heard the female disciple say breathlessly, Senior uncle, the day after tomorrow is the day I'm going to listen to your sermon, can't you wait 2 more days?" "What are you talking about? This elder sees that you have a nascent bane on top of your head, fearing that there is a calamity on the horizon, and has specially come to dissolve it for you for a while. Wait for 2 days? Wait 2 more days and you'll be out of luck," Zhang Li said with a look of hatred. The female disciple sniffed and pouted. "All over the clan, who doesn't know that you're just here to take advantage of us and eat our tofu?" Zhang Li immediately said angrily, "Nonsense, is this elder not that kind of colorful and hungry? Am I not thinking about your safety? Come on, we all admit that you can count accurately, but with your strength, you can obviously tell with a glance, so why do you have to read poems one by one?" The female disciple retorted. "Ignorant little child, that is all because this elder is afraid of miscalculating and misleading you. Don't talk nonsense, small hand out to me to touch ba. Hand out to me to see." Forced by Zhang Li's lustful authority, the female disciple could only stretch out a delicate hand, which was held in Zhang Li's hand, glared at her, and touched her half a dozen times as if she was turning over and over. "Master uncle, have you touched it yet? I have to go practice my sword." Zhang Li didn't have the heart to say, "What's the hurry, are you having your period?" When that female disciple heard that, her face brushed red and said, "Why are you saying this in front of so many people? Guawazi, did you just receive this month's pills?" Zhang Li said with a dark face. Yes, this month the clan's elixir was issued with 30% more red blood dan than usual. What's the matter? Everyone's claimed it. Then are you planning to try to use this in the next few days to impact the Foundation establishment realm? Zhongli continued. Yeah, Uncle Jiang, is there a problem? What did I teach you on a regular basis? Tell me, what does the red blood pill do? Zhongli looked at her with glaring eyes and said, mobilizing the whole body's qi and blood and gathering it in the dantian to increase the speed of spiritual energy absorption. Disciple just want to use this, when impacting the Foundation establishment stage, better spiritual energy liquefaction no problem. Zhongli directly gave her a brain crash and said, mobilizing your whole body's qi and blood to impact the Foundation establishment stage when you're menstruating, you're not afraid of a blood crash. I forgot. This period of time has really been too indulgent for you guys. You want to try everything and dare to do everything. Have you forgotten that cultivation needs to be gradual? Because Zhongli's ideas were always out of step with the traditional immortal cultivation world, so much so that over such a long period of time, the Yinshou sect disciples, under his influence, were all fearlessly formidable, daring to try and question. Zhongli nudged her brain again, and after a while of ferocity, he let her go to the Dan Pavilion in 5 days to receive 5 blood replenishing pills. Just say what I said, blood loss after menstruation, replenish it back to break the realm, one by one, not a bit of mindfulness at all. Just as Zhongli finished speaking and was about to leave, he saw the few remaining female disciples actually lining up on the side. What are you guys doing? You're not touching your hand? Zhongli. After separating from these people, Ling Yunzi said thoughtfully, little friend, I also started a fortune just now, but I could only vaguely see a little bit of the future of that female disciple. It was very vague, but you were able to calculate it so clearly. How did you do it? Moreover, if you hadn't opened your mouth, the old man wouldn't have even realized the female disciple's abnormality, the other party's problem. It's too small. Ling Yunzi was originally known for his trigrams, but he realized that in this one, he was actually somewhat of a match for Zhongli. Zhongli laughed at his words. Senior doesn't need to get entangled. I've been teaching them for most of the year, so naturally I know them like the back of my hand, and combining the causes and consequences, it's not surprising that I've deduced some accurate situations. Fruity? Ling Yunzi was a little less than convinced. Naturally, if you don't believe me, Senior, keep looking. Then, Zhongli took Ling Yunzi and ran through the entire Yinshou sect. All the disciples who had a change in the color of their heads' qi were all read over for palmistry. However, it was also the day that the entire Yinshou sect was made to suffer by Zhongli. After all, not all female disciples were of that gentle nature. Anyone who heard Zhongli suddenly came to a sentence, sister-nephew, these 2 days leisurely rested, a moment of pleasure although good, not greedy, hurt the fundamental you look at your delicate hands, or soaked floating bag. They'll all be after him with swords. He was busy until nightfall when Zhongli dragged his tired body back to his cave. Outside the cave, he looked at Ling Yunzi and said, Senior, I've arrived home, there's no need for you to follow, right? As you can see, I really only know them like the back of my hand, and that's how I was able to accurately calculate their trigrams. Only to see Ling Yunzi waving his hand with a serious face. I'm not trying to pry into your trigrams, it's just that my little friend, I've lived for so many years, I've eaten more salt than you've eaten, there are some things I must advise you. Zhongli immediately said solemnly, Speak Senior, I'm all ears. Although the art of divination is good, it should be used with caution and in the right way, knowing that the way of heaven is very small and nothing can be hidden from God. Senior, if you have something to say, just say it. Zhongli didn't understand what this old man was going to say again. However, he saw Ling Yunzi grabbing him by the collar and said, Kid, if you use your trigrams to pry into the privacy of those female disciples again, I won't blame the old man for acting on behalf of the heavens and destroying you, a lecherous thief. What are you talking about? When did I pry into someone's privacy? Zhongli explained with a confused look on his face. Still say no, I ask you, why do you even know everything about other people's little daughter's boudoir? Zhongli, can I say, I am all blind guesses? Chapter 104, How is it better to be happy for all than to be happy alone? It was only after Zhongli swore again and again that Ling Yunzi managed to believe him. Elder, remember what you said, as long as I become an infant, I won't follow me. Zhongli looked at Ling Yunzi who was preparing to go back to his place and spoke. Ling Yunzi didn't turn around, he just waved his hand and turned into a recluse, disappearing. Zhongli shook his head slightly and sighed in his heart as he pitied his parents. The affection Ling Yunzi poured into Sifeng was in no way inferior to that of his biological parents, if not superior. A sacred realm, putting down his stature to follow him, a Jindan stage junior cultivator, only to urge himself to cultivate and step into Yuaning earlier so that he could protect his beloved disciple. This emotion, Zhongli, as the person involved, felt a lot. I'm afraid that's all my own son has to offer. Back in the cave, Zhongli didn't hesitate and directly called up the lottery light screen. In a flash, the entire cave was filled with a bright light that only he could see, illuminating the cave as if it was daytime. When have we, Lao Jiang, ever fought such a rich war? Zhongli couldn't help but sigh. Though knowing full well that the odds of these rewards, trying to draw something good, are just not flattering. But he can't help it. Zhongli counted carefully. Today will Yanxiu sect regardless of the size, all the disciples with trigrams are counted once, enough to make up 53 opportunities. Among them, there were even rewards contributed by 2 deacons of the god transformation stage that could be drawn twice. But there are some, because it takes time for the trigrams to be fulfilled, and not able to give the first feedback on the rewards. 10 in a row, must be 10 in a row. Without saying a word, Zhongli clicked his hands together and directly pumped 10 times. Zhongli stared tightly at the cards in the light screen and muttered under his breath, cultivation, cultivation, cultivation. He wasn't interested in anything else right now, he just wanted to cultivate. Brush up on. As the cards were turned over one by one, Zhongli's gaze, too, lit up. Although there was no golden light, it seemed that his prayers had worked, and of the 10 cards, there were actually 3, all of which were cultivated. Only not a lot. 2 decades, 13 years. However, these 3 rewards corresponded to people with low cultivation levels, all of them were still just small disciples at the chi refining stage. However, with this open door, Zhongli, who had originally prepared to ascend to the Yuanying stage within 5 days, felt that he might be able to do so tonight. As for the other 7, they were all very ordinary belly buttons and other physical objects and skills of little use. Zhongli didn't collect the reward at the first opportunity, but chose to continue the lottery. He followed it up with another 10 draw. But unfortunately, this time the 10 consecutive draws, not to mention a cultivation card, are in gold flash or not, even that kind of useless skills are gone, to the hands of a pile of broken copper. Well, this is... Zhongli looked at one of the large golden needle mushrooms and raised his eyebrows. Hiss. These little NIE play with quite flower something to find me the only man in the whole clan, so unpopular? Zhongli shook his head and continued to draw 10 times in a row. This time the luck, it seems, has picked up a bit again, and 2 cultivation cards have actually come out. It's a small number, but it's a lot of years. 1 for 20 years, 1 for 18. Only, the disciple who contributed these 2 sheets is still a small disciple of the refining stage, but the accumulation of less becomes more. There is still nothing good in the rest of the rewards. There were still 23 chances left, so Zhongli directly did a 20 consecutive draw. Brush it off. As the cards were turned over one by one, a sudden blinding golden light flashed, causing Zhongli to subconsciously close his eyes. Oh ho, out comes the golden flicker, an unexpected pleasure. Zhongli was delighted in his heart and immediately looked over. That's when he prayed in his heart that it mustn't be a cultivation. Although he needed cultivation cards now, most of these disciples today were not at a high realm. If it's a gold flash that's a cultivation card, the boost is also very limited. How about one of those special skill classes that are more cost effective? Only on the card, a pair of eyes was clearly drawn. Zhongli raised his eyebrows again when he saw this. Could it be another skill similar to Lin Evening's weakness seeing? When he looked again at the writing underneath the card, it clearly read, perception. For sneaking around? Zhongli was curious and directly learned this skill first. Then his eyes lit up. This skill, which wasn't what he thought it was, wasn't a combat skill either, but after being empowered by the system, it could be called a divine skill. He could determine what the other person said, whether it was true or false, by observing their subtle expressions and movement habits when they spoke. A human lie detector. Zhongli said in surprise. Though there are some perverts out there that can do exactly what they do when they lie and not show it. But Zhongli only needed to filter out 99% of the lies and that would be enough. This means that it is almost impossible for him to be cheated. Suddenly, Zhongli stroked his chin, thoughtfully, and said to himself, does faking count when fighting? Lin Evening's weakness seeing break could tell the weaknesses of his opponents and thus target them. But it's not impossible if your opponent knows exactly what your weakness is and then exploits that. But now these 2 skills when paired together. At this moment, he had completely put the matter of cultivation aside and concentrated on thinking about feasibility. It was a pity that he was the only one in the cave right now, and detecting words, which needed to be performed on other people, didn't have the same effect on dead things as seeing through weaknesses. Still, he experimented with the fact that both skills could be applied at the same time. Just how effective it really is in the real world needs to be tested in the field. Sure enough, you can still find treasures in the trash. Zhongli said excitedly. In his mind, he began to try to remember who the owner of this skill really was. Such a talent, the sect must focus on cultivating it. That's where he comes in now. Luckily, his usual traditional craft work was infrequent enough that his memory didn't fail him, and he quickly locked on to a female disciple. Zhongli, who was in a very happy mood, also finally remembered the purpose of tonight at this moment and checked the remaining cards. It's just a shame that all the good luck was sucked out of the glance by that gold flash. The remaining 19 bonus cards are all junk, nothing useful. And, there were a couple more golden needles drawn. These little ninnies, shouldn't I mention this to senior sister Bai and get some male disciples back? However, when he thought about how popular Sifong, who was still just a little kid, was now in the Yanxiu sect, he dismissed the thought. It's better to be happy for all than to be happy alone. Chapter 105, The Old Man is not a good man either. After harvesting a divine skill, Jiang Li set his eyes, again, on the last 3 rewards. What he was most looking forward to was still the 5 choices contributed by those 2 deacons of the god transformation stage. The first one, no surprise, drew crap. Jiang Li was not surprised. He rubbed his palms together, then folded his hands, and after a few broken words, he selected 2 cards. It's just a shame that good fortune won't always be with him. 2 out of 5 choices for the transfiguration bonus still draws 2 pieces of crap. He counted the number of years of cultivation in his hand, only 71, and they were all contributed by small disciples of the Qi refining stage. With his current cultivation at the middle Jindan stage, it was still far from enough to break through to the Yuanying stage. If it was 71 years in the foundation establishment stage, it might still be somewhat possible. Jiang Li felt that he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to draw today. After scavenging so many rewards in one breath today, I'm afraid that for the next few days, I'll have to live under Ling Yunzi's watchful eye. I just hope that the last 2 of the 5 choices will draw something useful. Jiang Li continued to pretend to pray some more. As to whether it worked or not, whether his heart was sincere or not, only he would know. Choose Jiang Li, and the deck is flipped. A burst of blinding golden light struck at once. The corner of Jiang Li's mouth curled up. Who is the son of Qi? Laozi is the son of Qi. The golden light dispersed and the contents of the card appeared in front of Jiang Li. 2 decks, only one of which is gold glitter and one of which is garbage. But this one, the gold flash, is actually still cultivated. The trash didn't even look at it. Jiang Li only cared about the years of the golden flash cultivation card. There was a full 50 years. Only that early stage transformation deacon's talent wasn't considered good. It had also taken nearly 100 years to step into the god transformation stage, and his seniority in the Yensho sect was higher than even by Ling Miao, the patriarch. However, 50 years of cultivation was enough for him to step into Yuanying, and even, Jiang Li felt that it was just not impossible to reach the late Yuanying stage directly. Gathering his thoughts, Jiang Li immediately redeemed all the cultivation cards. As the cards symbolizing cultivation turned into a stream of light, after drilling into Jiang Li's brow. His cultivation realm, too, climbed crazily. Middle Jindan. Late Jindan. Late Jindan. Jindan perfection. Breakthrough. Then, there was the early stage of Yuanying. In the end, his cultivation, which had been raised all the way up to the middle stage of Yuanying, was only a foot away from the late stage of Yuanying. This made Jiang Li slightly regretful. That deacon's talent, after all, was still a little bit worse. If it were 50 years of Yu Xinyun's life instead. Jiang Li shook his head, not daring to imagine. I'm afraid it's directly in the sage realm. With this thought in mind, after dealing with some of the impurities that had been removed from his body after the realm breakthrough, Jiang Li directly dabbed himself to sleep. Before closing his eyes, he did not forget to cast the illusion technique from the 8 trigrams Voltron technique, Xian character technique on himself. Tonight, flipping who? Jiang Li murmured. It seemed that it was because of the direct showdown with Ling Yunzi that Jiang Li, who had left the cave early in the morning, saw Ling Yunzi's old face. I say, senior, didn't we all agree that we wouldn't follow me after my breakthrough? You didn't stay up last night, did you? Jiang Li said breathlessly. Humph, if the old man does not urge some, I am afraid that you are into the Xintian zone. I also have to follow in. Today the old man is looking at you. Do not let you go out of the door. Quickly go back to practice, not up to Yuanying. As Ling Yunzi spoke, he stared at Jiang Li with wide eyes, as if he was looking at a monster. You. He pointed at Jiang Li, unable to utter a word for a long time. It's a deal, don't follow me around. Jiang Li lightly threw down a sentence before heading directly towards the sermon hall. You want to stop yourself from touching the little hands of your nieces and nephews? It doesn't exist. Ling Yunzi immediately flew forward and stopped Jiang Li, grabbed his wrist and directly probed the inside of his meridians. Impossible. How is this possible? This foundation is actually so solid, and it doesn't look like it was catalyzed with any exotic treasure. Jiang Li was a little angry on his face as he broke away from Ling Yunzi's hand. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't beat this old man, he would have done it long ago. Senior, you're going too far. Ling Yunzi also reacted to his own demeanor as a little inappropriate. Face some apologies, said, little friend, do not blame. Is the old man wrong? Just do this. Senior, everyone has their own secrets, don't they? Jiang Li said with a calm face. The sudden and rapid increase in his cultivation could not be concealed if he wanted to, as long as he had a mind to do so. Soul might as well be big. Ling Yunzi nodded and said, it is the old man who is a Mengwang. It is really the situation of the little friend, some appalling. The old man is still the first time to encounter, overnight will be. You can just assume that I usually save up and then explode one day. Jiang Li said indifferently. Ling Yunzi seemed to be enlightened when he associated it with the fact that he had almost never seen Jiang Li cultivate. Indeed, there is nothing strange under the sun. Little friend has really opened my eyes repeatedly. Saying that, Ling Yunzi from his bosom pulled out a pill and said, "This 3-turn gathering Yuan Dan on the little friend breakthrough transformation of God stage may be useful, right as the old man for just now the matter of the atonement, the little friend must not shirk." Zhang Li's face slightly slowed down when he saw this. After he accepted the elixir, he arched his hand towards Ling Yunzi and said, "Senior's heart is so big that I admire it." Ling Yunzi waved his hand and said, "Little friend, don't be so angry in the future, not all saint realms are as good as the old man." Zhang Li's heart trembled slightly as he heard this, and he secretly felt some fear. Ling Yunzi's good temper did somewhat confuse his judgment, causing him to almost forget what kind of existence the other party was. The acquaintance with the other person was only because the other person happened to want something. If not to mention him, it would be unlikely for Lu Xinyan to want to see the other party, let alone hook up with it. "Many thanks, senior." Zhang Li immediately bowed deeply to Ling Yunzi. For a senior who could say such things, Zhang Li had to show enough respect. Seeing this, Ling Yunzi stroked his beard and smiled. The response to Zhang Li was very flattering. Smart kids, always inviting, a little goes a long way. Unlike that stupid disciple. In his own home, it is difficult to say anything except for the cultivation talent. Only, before he could sigh more in his heart, Zhang Li suddenly came to him with a mysterious face. "Senior's generous love, senior is unable to repay. Today I have an item to present to senior in return for senior's favor." Ling Yunzi stroked his beard and smiled. "Little friends do not need to be polite, you young people to get some good things is not easy, or to stay." Halfway through his words, Ling Yunzi stopped talking again. Only to see Zhang Li sneaking around, taking out a booklet out, and moving his body to form an angle with Ling Yunzi to prevent others from peeking. Only 3 big words were written on the booklet, "The Golden Vase." The cover, moreover, is illustrated with lifelike drawings. "Seniors," with illustrations. Ling Yunzi just glanced at it and decisively put the album quickly into his arms. "Where did you get this?" The latecomer had nothing to do and drew it casually. "Ahem, young people should not always be unprofessional, it is still necessary to focus your mind on cultivation, you. The late generation has another box there. Not heavy. Ahem, after the sermon later, send me here, don't let Sifeng see it." After saying that, Ling Yunzi transformed into a recluse and quickly left. Before leaving, the sharp-eyed Jiang Li saw the old man's hands, shaking. He knew that the old man was no good either. Chapter 106, The Laying of the Trap. That's all we have to say today, and to find out what happens afterward, let's hear the next explanation. Zhang Li smiled and ended today's sermon. "Big brother Jiang, you've become an infant?" Just as he was about to look for the little girl who had contributed the observe words skill yesterday, he suddenly heard Sifeng shouting behind him. Zhang Li turned towards him in surprise and found that Lin Evening Night had also walked over with him. These 2 guys didn't come to hear him preach today, so why did they come to him at this time? "Big brother Jiang, you've become an infant?" Sifeng asked again with a curious expression. Jiang Li nodded and said, "Why, is there something wrong?" He. I just heard Master say that you stepped into the Yuaning stage overnight, so I came here to congratulate you. Big brother Jiang, you're awesome." Sifeng said with a bit of a twist. "Congratulations, senior uncle." Lin Evening Night also revealed a bright smile. Jiang Li raised his eyebrows when he saw this. Through his observation of words and colors, Jiang Li realized at the first moment that these 2 guys weren't speaking honestly. Even if he hadn't been observant, it would have seemed to him to be full of errors and omissions. These 2, congratulations are fake, I'm afraid they have other plans. Jiang Li didn't move and said, average, 3rd in the world, I still have things to do, I'll give you a small dinner tomorrow." With that, he was ready to lift his feet and leave. Seeing Jiang Li about to leave, Lin Evening Night hurriedly pushed Sifeng. Sifeng hurriedly said, "Big brother Jiang, can you spare some time today? You've just stepped into the Yuaning stage, sister Evening, and I want to spar with you." "Cutting a deal?" Jiang Li said with a slight sidelong glance and the corner of his mouth curled slightly. Ever since these 2 had broken through to the Yuaning stage, Jiang Li hadn't been cutting and feeding moves with the 2. After all, 2 Yuaning stages being brutally beaten by a Jindan stage was really a bit of a blow to the confidence of these 2 heavenly prides. However, these 2 guys seemed to have some misunderstanding. The 2 thought that Jiang Li was afraid of losing face if he couldn't beat them, and that's why he repeatedly put it off. In the entire Yin Shou sect, other than Bai Ling Miao and Lu Xinyan who had some knowledge of Jiang Li's true battle power, everyone else knew nothing about him. It was only known that Jiang Li could be called invincible in the same realm. At the Jindan stage, the 2 hadn't been taught many lessons by Jiang Li. After Yuaning, they were too embarrassed to challenge Jiang Li at Yuaning stage. Today, Jiang Li had just stepped into the Yuaning stage, so the 2 of them were thinking of taking advantage of Jiang Li's unstable realm to get back some revenge. "Just a sparring match?" Jiang Li said with a smile. Only to see Lin Evening suddenly said with a sad face, "You don't know, senior uncle, recently a good number of new entrants, who don't know you well, are always questioning your ability behind your back, and in the last half a year, you don't put up much of a fight, and Sifuk and I just want to defend you, but we can't even find any reason to do so." If he didn't have the skill of observing words and colors, Jiangli really wouldn't have been able to tell the truth from the expression on Lin Evening Night's face just now. However, through his subtle observation of Lin Evening Night's facial expression, he still saw at a glance that this little ninny was lying. Moreover, up and down the Yensho sect disciples, there were those who questioned his character, but no one ever questioned his ability. He didn't preach for nothing for so long. That's a reason that just doesn't hold water. However, Jiangli didn't intend to dismantle these two guys, wanting to see what these two goods, in the end, had in mind. Thus, Jiangli pretended to be contemplative, that's so, but I've just made a breakthrough now and my realm is unstable. Listening to Jiangli's concern and the entanglement on his face, the two of them knew at a glance that there was something going on and hurriedly continued to persuade. Big brother Jiang, what kind of strength you have, aren't we clear about that? Even if it's 1 against 2, the two of us are by no means your opponents. Today, we just want to show those little disciples how the existence that can preach for the entire Yensho sect really is. Sifeng waved his fists in a snarl. That's right, senior uncle, we can't stand anyone questioning you at all, you must show them both. Before we were short of the realm, if Sister Evening and I intentionally hide our strength, it would be easy for people to see the cracks. Now that you're also at the yuaning stage, it's just good for us to have a 1-on-2, how about it? Jiangli smiled with a thoughtful face, but in his heart, he was dying of laughter. These two guys are here waiting for him. The two of them clearly also knew that it was difficult to be his opponent even 1-on-1, this was to help him as a reason to deliberately let him fight 1 against 2, and then wanted to make him make a fool of himself up. It so happened that he also wanted to test the effect of the combination of the two skills, seeing through weaknesses and observing colors, in actual combat. Jiangli's face showed a touching look and said, usually I don't criticize you guys too much, but you guys are still thinking about me so much, I'm really too touched. Seeing this, the two of them looked at each other with joy in their hearts. Hooked. Big brother Jiang, I've already called out all the people to the martial arts arena, there's no time to lose, let's go over there now. Sifeng couldn't wait. Alright, let's go. Jiangli was also excited. You guys are really too good to me, you haven't wasted my hard work on you guys. Jiangli walked while pretending to be touched. Lin Evening Night and Sifeng, on the other hand, kept complimenting Jiangli along the way as well. And he made a promise that he would let Jiangli win without any cracks. In this way, the three guys, each with their own agenda, all the way to the martial arts field, peace and harmony, brother and sister. As soon as he arrived at the martial arts arena, Jiangli was startled by the sight in front of him. At this moment, the martial arts arena was already filled with Yensho sect disciples. The number of people was even more than when Jiangli first gave Sifeng a small cooking session and sparred with Lu Xinyan. Good fellow, this is a deliberate attempt to make me make a big fool of myself. Jiangli thought in his heart. Though I don't know where these two guys got the confidence that they could beat him. But to actually call in so many people, it looked like he wasn't prepared to give him any face at all. So many people? Jiangli said with feigned surprise. Lin Evening Night hurriedly explained, the more people who see it, the fewer people who will question it in the future, isn't it? Jiangli nodded and said, what you said makes sense, but are you guys sure you want to help me like this? I'm afraid I'll make others look down on you guys. Big brother Jiang, you've worked your ass off for us on weekdays, today is the time for me and Sister Evening to repay you, we all volunteered, big brother Jiang, you don't have to mind. Sifeng said firmly. Jiangli took in the subtle expressions on his face and couldn't help but nod in his heart with some relief. Although the lie was still very broken, this little brat was at least already much better than when they first met, and was not that one-dimensional, unchanging brat anymore. This showed that his influence on Sifeng during this period of time was still very effective. Why don't we just forget about it, it wouldn't be fair to you guys. Jiangli thought about it and was still prepared to give the two a chance. But unfortunately, the two didn't appreciate it. Big brother Jiang, there's no need to say more, Sister Evening Night and I have made up our minds, you don't have to mind. Jiangli could only sigh and say, well, there's nothing I can do then. Chapter 107, 1-on-2. The two had long been waiting for Jiangli to break through to the yuaning stage and wanted to win over him fair and square. One could even say that it's been a long time in the making for today. Jiangli knew the two very well, and correspondingly, they felt that they knew Jiangli just as well. Privately, they had long discussed countless ways to deal with Jiangli. And today, it was the time for the two to test their results and regain face. After all, Jiangli hadn't rarely bullied the two under the pretext of sparring and feeding them. This was one of Jiangli's few bad taste hobbies other than touching the small hands of female disciples. Evening sister, no problem. At this point, both sides had stood on both sides. Taking advantage of the gap between preparations, Sifeng was still a little apprehensive as he questioned Lin Evening Night. Don't worry, senior uncle, he knows us like the back of his hand, but he really thinks we're giving it for nothing. According to my sister, I'm sure there's no problem. Now is the best time to avenge our hatred. When his realm stabilizes, I'm afraid it'll be hard for us to have a chance again. Although Lin Evening Night was also a bit nervous, she was still much more calm than Sifeng. Sifeng nodded at his words, took a deep breath and shouted at Jiangli, Brother Jiang, are you ready? Jiangli looked at the two across from him with a smile on his face and said, come on. Sifong and Lin Evening looked at each other, their eyes flashing with determination. Only to see Lin Evening Nightjaw let out a light jaw and violently drew her sword, charging towards Zhongli. Sifeng also made a move at the same time, pinching his hand and opening his mouth, instinctively trying to shout out a spell move. But it's still hard to hold back. Only to see a giant python composed entirely of sandstone and dirt suddenly break out of the ground, rushing to surround Zhongli before Lin Evening Night rushed over. Even though he had already reached the Yuaning stage, he still couldn't summon a giant dragon with the Kuan character technique like Zhongli did back then. Anaconda was already at his limit. Zhongli didn't do anything immediately, but nodded, satisfied with the cooperation of Lin Evening and Sifeng. Because of the presence of the giant python, Zhongli lost track of Lin Evening Night at the first moment. He was in no hurry, however. With his understanding of Lin Evening Night, who liked to go off the edge with her sword, must be hiding somewhere, waiting to give him a surprise blow. The giant python coiled up under Sifeng's maneuvering and surrounded Zhongli, constantly compressing his space to move. Zhongli naturally wouldn't be restricted by Sifeng so simply, and immediately performed the sundown technique. A thick vine quickly broke out of the python. With just one look, Sifeng detected the gap between him and Zhongli. The number of those vines was just right to break his python, not allowing it to completely encircle Zhongli, turning into a pile of crumbled dirt residue that crumbled in all directions, leaving behind only a python head that was still intact. Zhongli's kind of precise judgment and control over his techniques was still beyond his reach right now. But he wasn't discouraged. If Zhongli couldn't control the number of vines so precisely to break his python, that would be strange for him. This, too, he had expected. After Zhongli broke the python, he didn't continue, wanting to see what Sifeng would do. These two guys came prepared today, it's definitely not going to be that simple. Sure enough, when Zhongli originally thought that Sifeng would choose either the Qian character technique or the Li character technique to cast metallic and fire attribute techniques to break his vines, Sifeng used the water attribute technique of the Qin character technique. The ground underneath Zhongli's feet, a stream of water suddenly came out. The huge amount of water flowed with the huge amount of crushed dirt and vines around Zhongli, immediately forming a muddy swamp. Zhongli was also brightened up when he saw this. This move by Sifeng was a godsend. Fully integrated with the site location. Even though he had broken the earth python, he was still restricted by this swamp, restricting his movements. Zhongli tried to move his body and realized that his speed was only 2/3 of what it was on a normal day in this swamp. One must know that although his physical cultivation had not yet reached the Yuaning stage, it was still too much stronger than an ordinary cultivator. A little puzzled, he looked at Sifeng again. Then it was realized that this kid, actually, was also pinching the 2AZ technique at the same time. The word 2A is of gold, which is yin and wet. Those vines of his were the ones that had been cut into a pile of broken wood by the properties of the 2A character technique, becoming one with the swamp and increasing the swamp's adhesion. Good man, quick thinking. Zhongli let out a sigh of admiration. Since he didn't want him to move, he didn't move. Only to see him pinch his hand, a long sword flew out from his storage bag. It was the same one that Ling Yunzi had given him earlier. Zhongli directly used the Qian character skill to enhance his skill, supplemented by the royal sword technique from the clear spirit sword technique, and went straight for Sifeng's brow. The speed was as fast as lightning. However, Sifeng wasn't surprised at all. Instead, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Only to see him slap his own storage bag with his hand, similarly summoning his own longsword and blocking it in front of him. At the same time, he quickly used the 2A character technique to cast a water shield to protect his body. Brother Zhang, you've been fooled. The corner of Sifeng's mouth grinned, revealing a treacherous expression. What I want is for you to use your sword. As his words fell, he only saw the python head not far from Zhongli that had not been completely destroyed suddenly move, directly opening its bloody mouth and biting towards Zhongli. Zhongli immediately used the fastest Jin Z technique to locate a thunderbolt and split it into a crumbly mess. However, Lin Evening Night's silhouette was then covered by the bursting dirt and appeared in front of Zhongli. Clang! A sword sound rang out as Lin Evening Night used her sword-holding technique to slash at Zhongli's legs. Zhongli could even see that particular fluctuation in Lin Evening Night's eyes at this moment. Apparently, she had used her natural skill, weakness seeing, at this moment. At this moment, Zhongli's weakness was undoubtedly his legs that were submerged in the swamp. The timing of Lin Evening Night's strike at this moment was very tricky. It just happened to be stuck at the moment when Zhongli's long sword was not in front of his body and he had just cast a spell to break the python's head. At long range, sword-wielding techniques were definitely not as fast as imperial sword techniques in jutsu. But at such close range, the advantage of holding a sword would be unbeatable. Ha! Think that's enough to win me? Zhongli sneered. Only to see that he suddenly took out another long sword, also utilizing the talent ability of seeing through weaknesses, and similarly chopped towards Lin Evening Night's legs which had no place to borrow strength. This sword was the same one he had pitted Morong Feng with. He didn't throw away the drawn sword just because he had a better one. This time, it only depended on whose sword, of the two, was faster. The original situation where Zhongli was bound to lose was instantly rewritten. Ah, senior uncle, you've been fooled. However, Lin Evening Night did not have the slightest surprise. Instead, her face showed a look of ecstasy. Only a gust of wind suddenly surged around her form. Borrowing this gust of wind, Lin Evening Night's figure changed direction rapidly, narrowly dodging Jiang Li's sword, and once again chopping towards Jiang Li's legs. No one knew the gift of weakness seeing better than her and Jiang Li. She was taking advantage of this to pit Jiang Li. It made Jiang Li think that he could hit her weaknesses one step faster. Not realizing that they are two people. Although she alone couldn't hide, she still had sea foam. Just when she thought that victory was in her grasp and was about to slap Jiang Li's legs with her sword body, as if she was chopping off his legs and winning the cut, she saw a different look in Jiang Li's gaze. It's exposed. Jiang Li laughed softly as his entire body turned into a puddle of mud and disappeared into the swamp. Chapter 108 Invitation. With a sword cut empty, Lin Evening Night stood in surprise in the swampy mire and looked around, but there was no sign of Jiang Li. She looked towards Seafoam and realized that Jiang Li's newly acquired longsword forged from silver star iron was still entangled with Seafoam, not giving the other party a chance to catch their breath. Being able to help her just now was the best Seafing could do. Lin Evening Night was carefully on guard, not knowing where and in which way Jiang Li would appear. In the mire, Sister Evening, in the mire. Seafoam saw Lin Evening Night frozen in place at a loss for words and hurriedly reminded. Among the people present, there was no one other than Jiang Li who knew the power of the 8 trigrams Voltron technique better than him. The great thing about this art is that it is very comprehensive. There's defense, there's offense, there's change. All the ways you can think of to fight the enemy are in the Bagua. What Jiang Li had used just now was a profound combination technique in the Bagua technique. It was different from the quagmire swamp he had just made by simply utilizing the Can and 2A techniques. What Jiang Li had shown was clearly a higher level combination technique. Utilizing the techniques of the Qin character and the 2A character, as well as the Can character, he had come up with the method of baiting the enemy by splitting his body. This was a combination of secret techniques that could only be harnessed at the God transformation stage or above. It was just that Seafoam had not expected at all that Jiang Li could actually do it at the Yuaning stage. The doppelganger that had fooled him and Lin Evening Night just now was almost as good as a fake. The moment Seafoam reminded Lin Evening Night, a pair of large hands also emerged from the bottom of Lin Evening Night's feet and directly grabbed her ankles. At the thought of being grabbed by Jiang Li's ankles, Lin Evening Night's cheeks quickly climbed up into 2 blushes. Only before she could make a move, Jiang Li, who did not have the slightest bit of compassion, directly destroyed the flower with his hot hand and dragged her into the mud. Ouch! Lin Evening Night only had time to let out a shriek before her entire body directly disappeared into the muddy swamp. There was no movement on the surface except for a few bubbles of mud. In the next moment, Jiang Li slowly appeared from the mud puddle, dressed in a Taoist robe that was still neat and tidy. He used his sword royal art to maneuver the silver star iron longsword to continuously attack Seafoam while walking towards the other party. When Seafoam saw Jiang Li walking towards him with a bad smile on his face, he immediately became anxious. Big brother Jiang, I admit defeat, I admit defeat. Jiang Li, however, didn't stop and asked with a smile, what's the point of admitting defeat, don't you want to help me make a name for myself? Cold sweat immediately ran down Seafang's face as his past experience of being fatally beaten by Jiang Li flashed through his mind. Even Lin Yuanyan had been thrown into the mud by Jiang Li, and he would only be worse off. Big brother Jiang, this is all Sister Evening's idea, it has nothing to do with me at all. Jiang Li didn't even ask, but Seafoam directly betrayed Lin Evening Night. It was also at this moment that Lin Evening Night lumbered out of the swampy quagmire revealing a muddy head. Little brat, you're not righteous. What idea, what are you guys talking about? Jiang Li asked with feigned confusion. Aya, it's better to continue with our plan, you two just honestly cooperate with me and plug the mouths of those who question my disciples. Saying that, Jiang Li did not give Seafoam a chance to react at all, and with a heavy step of his right foot, his figure disappeared in place. In the next moment, he appeared in front of Seafoam and slammed his fist, breaking his protective water shield. Brother Jiang, take it easy. Seafoam only had time to cry out before Jiang Li grabbed him by the collar and threw him into the mud puddle. Ha! Seafig and Evening Sister didn't say that today they want us to see Uncle Jiang make a fool of himself. How did he get beaten up the whole time? As they watched Lin Evening and Seafoam being sanctioned by Jiang Li one after another, the female disciples on the sidelines began to talk about it. I knew it, Jiang Sexy Wolf is not that easy to deal with. Earlier they should have taken advantage of the fact that his realm had not broken through to make a move. See, it's hard to have another chance. If we really can't, let's ask the Deacon Sisters of the transformation stage to make a move. My hands have been touched by him for the past 2 days to the point of peeling. What are you thinking about? We may be okay. The Deaconesses, which one of them doesn't treat Jiang Xiaolu as an ancestor, they are all counting on Jiang Xiaolu to break through the realm. Ah. Then what can we do? No one to treat him. Well, that's nothing for you guys, I'll reveal a big melon to you. Say it, say it. I heard that on the day our patriarch broke through the Emperor realm, Jiang Sexy Wolf sneaked through the back mountain. Ah, didn't they say no one was allowed to go to the back of the mountain that day? Could it be? So you talk about you this little thing is still a fart, the patriarch has recognized, I see you just die this heart, really cannot be angry, no, on their own. With that said, the crowd set their eyes, again, on the mud puddle. Only two humanoid monsters covered in sludge were suffering from Zhongli's physical to psychological destruction. Still want to pit this great master? Whimsical, I was going to give you guys a day off and practice for 2 extra hours today. Seaphone, if you don't restore the martial arts arena to its original state today, you won't be able to rest, and you're not allowed to use your spells. And you, Lin Evening, do you really think that with your crappy talent, you can do whatever you want? From today onwards, you're punished by not being allowed to go to Ningzhou City again. Listening to the wails of the two in pain, the smile on Zhongli's face grew stronger. Just then, Ling Yunzi seemed to want to see why this side was so lively and walked over. Seeing Ling Yunzi, Seaphone immediately looked like he had seen a savior. At this time, the martial arts arena in 100 feet of land, all of the mire rotten wood, if he did not use magic to slowly clean up, he was afraid that he would have to die of exhaustion here. Master, save me. When Ling Yunzi saw his own precious disciple actually being thrown in a rotten puddle by Zhongli, he was instantly enraged. Where would he normally be able to spare such destruction of his own big baby? Zhongli, what are you doing? Seeing Ling Yunzi coming over angrily, Zhongli said indifferently, 3 equilibrium portraits. Hearing Zhongli's words, Ling Yunzi suddenly dropped his head and said to Seaphone with hatred, sinful disciple, junior friend Zhang is doing it for your own good, how dare you still have the face to ask me for help? Is this how I teach you in my day-to-day life? Reflect properly here. Little friend, jade can't be made unless you cut it, so you've taken a lot of trouble. After saying that, Ling Yunzi left without looking back, leaving Seaphone in the muddy water with a messy face. Was this still the same master who had doted on him? What are you still looking at? Do you guys want to add to the practice as well? Zhongli droned at the surrounding Yanxiu sect disciples who were still watching. Due to Zhongli's lustful authority, the crowd immediately scattered after casting a look of Taoists taking care of themselves at Seaphone and Lin Evening Night. Zhongli sneered as he looked at the two men in the muddy water. Progress, keep up the good work. That was not really something he was comforting these two with. Regardless of whether it was Lin Evening Night or Seaphone, the actual battle power of the two had gone through his tutelage, and it was a first-class existence. Rarely found an enemy in the same realm. In particular, the two are working together today in a ring of cunning. Especially Lin Evening's performance today, it looked like she had only made one move before Zhongli had gotten her overthrown. It was far from as stunning as it looked when Seaphone played it. But the combat IQ she displays actually shines even brighter. Not only did she come up with a way to trap Zhongli with the natural skill of seeing through weaknesses that both of them possessed, but she also came up with a way to use the seeing through weaknesses skill that both of them possessed. More than that, he held a leadership position in the two-man group with Seaphone. Aside from the issue of greatly underestimating Zhongli's strength, almost no mistakes were made. The cooperation with Seaphone in the early stages, and the sudden surprise attack, all of them demonstrated Lin Evening Night's precise grasp of the battle situation. It was far from the Lin Lianyang who would only fight for her life in the White Tiger sect's secret realm. Seaphone, on the other hand, was still a bit weak in this area because he was still young. However, his terrifying talent was equally displayed in this battle. Unlike Zhongli, who was a hangdog, the fact that he was able to find another way to use his existing means to hit the effects of the combination techniques in the Bagua Voltron technique was enough to prove how strong his talent was. Even if he was just a little kid right now, it was still a little kid with unlimited potential that could be compared to Lu Xinyan. Only that both of them did not expect that Zhongli, who had just broken through the Yuaning stage, would have such a terrifying strength. If they knew that Zhongli hadn't just stepped into the early stage of Yuaning at all, but was already one step away from the late stage of Yuaning, they would definitely not have asked for trouble. Moreover, they wouldn't know that Zhongli wouldn't even be in the same situation as an ordinary person who had a first-time realm instability. Zhongli was about to continue coaching the two, when his afterglow suddenly saw a female disciple hurriedly running over. Elder, Ningzhou City Guard Duke Lu Zichuan and White Tiger Sect's new patriarch's son, Su Linshun, have requested an audience with you and are now in the parlor. Zhongli raised his eyebrows when he heard this. Ever since the Ningzhou tripod, there had been little to no interaction between Ningzhou City and the White Tiger Sect. Under Jiang Li's authorization and by Ling Niao's deliberate action, both sides also preferred to communicate through Yan Xiuzong when they had anything to do. Although Ningzhou was ostensibly a three-legged race, in reality, Yan Xiuzong always held the absolute power of speech. This was especially true after Bai Ling Miao purposely spread the existence of Ling Yunzi, spreading the word. It didn't matter what Ling Yunzi's status was in the Yanshou sect or what connections he had. None of them were something that Su Lai and Lu Qingyuan could afford to mess with. Especially Lu Zichun, who had sobered up a bit from the swelling he had experienced after obtaining the green G-sword. It was rare enough for the two to meet without fighting. But today, how could these two absolute second-generation characters of Ningzhou come together to find him? With questions in mind, Zhang Li arrived at the parlor. Just as he went in, he saw Su Lin Sun and Lu Zichun, both of them, chatting peacefully, unable to see the slightest hint of gunpowder. It gave Jiangli, who had long been ready to persuade the fight, the feeling that he had punched the air. Why are the two of you free today, coming to my place together? Jiangli entered with a smile and greeted the two warmly. Michinoku. Brother Jiang. Both of them smiled and got up when they saw Jiangli. He first subconsciously glanced at the chi above Lu Zichuan's head, then a hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes. This kid, for most of the year, actually didn't give him the slightest chance to tell his fortune. Jiangli had deliberately gone to Ningzhou City several times to look for him, and the chi luck above his head was always milky white and unchanged. It made Jiangli doubt countless times that this guy hadn't gotten that chance at all. Let's cut the small talk, you two must not be doing anything good when you get together, tell me. Jiangli opened the door and said. The two of them glanced at each other, and Su Linsun spoke, Taoist, we would like to invite you to join us and enter the Xin Heavenly Sect. Chapter 109 The Spectre within the Xin Tian Sect. When Jiangli heard this, he raised his eyebrows and said, no wonder you two were able to put aside your former enmity, so it turns out that you're going to enter the Xin Tian Sect together. As soon as Su Linsun opened his mouth, Jiangli knew what was going on. Compared to the grudge between the two sides, it was obvious that the matter of entering the Xin Heavenly Sect was a bit more important. At least at this stage. That's right, each Xianzong order can bring 3 people in, so Brother Su and I thought of inviting Brother Jiang to enter with us, so we can take care of each other. That's right, with Dao Master's strength, the 3 of us combined, we wouldn't dare to say that we're invincible, but we're definitely one of the strongest of those combinations of all those who have entered within the Xin Heavenly Sect. Lin Evening Night and Seafoam didn't really have too much intuitive knowledge of Jiangli's power. After all, Jiangli wouldn't even use his full strength against them, nor would he have any killing intent. If one were to say that apart from Bai Lingmiao and Lu Xinyan, there was anyone else who had a clear perception of Jiangli's terror, it was none other than Su Linchuan. Until now, he remembered the fear he felt when he faced Jiangli's sword in the sword casting pool. No resistance at all. Su Linsun's ultimate goal was the Xin Tian Sect. Originally, he had wanted to use the divine sword within the sword casting pool to achieve his goal. However, after the opportunity was taken away, he also had to face the reality and chose to reconcile with Lu Zichuan for the time being. Lu Zichuan naturally knew what kind of place Xin Tian Sect was, but suffered from not having the Xin Tian order. After all, this was not something that was generally difficult to get hold of with the previous strength of Ningzhou City. Since Su Linsun took the initiative to find him, he naturally wouldn't be unable to carry 1, 2, or 3 like his own father, and also chose to cooperate. Since they chose to form a team, the two of them, in the first instance, thought of Jiangli. Jiangli had all left a deep impact in their hearts. That's an excellent candidate for a team. Thank you both for your love, but unfortunately, I already have someone on my side. Jiangli didn't have any particular opinion about this matter. Su Linsun had also long known from the White Tiger sect that Lu Xinyan had snatched the Xin Tian order that the White Tiger sect had managed to obtain with great difficulty, and was not surprised by this. He smiled and spoke, Taoist, you're preparing to join the senior disciple of that sacred realm senior, and the senior disciple of your sect master, Lin Lianin. With all due respect, I'm afraid it wouldn't be wise to team up with them, given the strength of the Taoist master. Although the two of them are both considered 1 in a million heavenly prides, their strength is still too weak compared to the others. Lu Zichuan also advised, that's right, Brother Jiang may not know that every Yuaning stage cultivator who enters the Xin Tian sect, each and every one of them, is an absolute heavenly pride, and all of them have stepped into the Yuaning existence at an early age. And that Seafoam and Lin Evening Night, who have only just stepped into Yuaning for half a year, won't be competitive if they go in. The analysis of the two was actually correct at all, otherwise, Ling Yunzi wouldn't have thought about it and let Jiangli come and run with him. He valued Jiangli's good strength and his ability to measure good fortune in bad luck. It was just that Ling Yunzi didn't expect his casual action to bring unexpected rewards. Just a nice sword was exchanged for the monster that was Jiangli. Jiangli still shook his head after hearing the words of the two, I've already promised someone else, so I'm afraid I won't be able to team up with the two of you. Seeing this, the two of them knew that it was unlikely, so they could only settle for the second best. Then, Brother Jiang, since we're all Ningzhou cultivators, we should still help each other then. Jiangli naturally agreed with a smile. After chatting for a little while, the two of them did not linger any longer and left the Yanshou sect. The day of rest is gone again. After sending the two away, Jiangli said helplessly. At the same time, Su Linsun, for this reason, was actually able to temporarily reconcile with Lu Zichuan, which also made Jiangli more curious about the Xin Tian sect as well. And right now, within the Yanshou sect, the one who knew the most about the Xin Tian sect was undoubtedly Ling Yunzi. Thinking of this, Jiangli immediately returned to his cave and set up his pen, ink, paper, and inkstone. Without a moment's hesitation, the brush was lifted. Within a short time, a picture of a beauty taking a bath jumped out onto the paper. Blowing the ink dry, Jiangli nodded in satisfaction. It's just painting, Doyle. Sometimes, Jiangli had to admit that although the system gave many skills that seem to be unused, but there will always be a special time when it works. As the saying goes, many skills don't make a man weak. Soon after, Jiang Li drew more colorful paintings that called for nosebleeds, carefully mounted them, and brought them to Ling Yunzi. After inquiring with a few disciples, Jiang Li finally found Ling Yunzi in a small pavilion halfway up the back mountain. When Jiang Bai found him, Ling Yunzi was holding the book of Golden Vase Plum and reading it with great interest. It didn't even realize that Jiang Liqi had come in. Oh yo. Unbearable, just unbearable. This is degrading and humiliating. Geez, it's actually possible. Just as Ling Yunzi was looking very mesmerized, suddenly a stone came at him. It was just that the stone, before it even got close to Ling Yunzi, it directly turned into pieces and dissipated without a trace. In the entire Yin Shou sect, the one who dared to be so reckless, other than Jiang Li, would not be the second person to be chosen. Brat, how dare you tease the old man? Just when Ling Yunzi was ready to teach this boy who didn't know the heights of heaven, what came into his eyes was a beauty clad in a light veil, with a wonderful ketone body hidden in plain sight. When Ling Yunzi saw this, an old face immediately revealed a smile. Only Jiang Li's head was seen poking out from behind the scroll. Senpai. Aya, little friend is here, come and sit. Having said that, Ling Yunzi went to not even look at Jiang Li and directly snatched the scroll from his hands, holding it in his hands and admiring it carefully. The power of a beauty picture drawn by Jiang Li, who possessed a top-notch painter and had the experience of having gone through the realism school of art in his previous life, was not something that could be resisted by an old colorful batch like Ling Yunzi. Yes. 3 good words in a row exited, showing how satisfied Ling Yunzi was in his heart. Seeing this, Jiang Li smiled and took out the remaining 4, hanging them directly on the pillars in the small pavilion. In an instant, the originally quiet and elegant pavilion became vulgar. However, this change made Ling Yunzi smile. Ling Yunzi patted Jiang Li's shoulder and said with great relief, "It takes 3, you draw 5, say it, what do you want to know from the old man?" Jiang Li didn't say anything but took out another modest wooden box and placed it in front of Ling Yunzi. A total of 35 books, this is the late generation's collection over the years, all here, all have illustrations. Oh. The smirk on Ling Yunzi's face grew even thicker. Just ask, I just don't know, I'll find out for you. When he said that, an old man and a laughing man burst into laughter. The later generation wants to know something about the Xian sect, the more detailed the better. Ling Yunzi nodded and waved his hand to collect all the scrolls and the wooden box of books before saying, "I've been waiting for you to ask for a long time, and I thought you were too big to ask." It looked like he would take the initiative to go to Jiang Li even if Jiang Li didn't ask him. No one can actually say where the Xian sect came from, but one of the most convincing ones is that the Xian sect is an immortal realm ruin. When it came to business, Ling Yunzi's expression, too, became much more serious. It looks like a different person from the colorful old man just now. No one actually knows what the Xian Heavenly Sect's original name was, it was only because of the existence of this Xian Heavenly Order that it was given such a name. Every 100 years, those who hold this order will be able to enter within the Xian sect, and afterward, these tokens will then appear in all of the 36 states, waiting for the next 100 years. What exactly happened inside the Xian zone, or no one knows, just that there are countless ghosts inside, the strength of which are both strong and weak, but even the weakest of them have the Yuaning stage, and perhaps that's the reason why the Xian zone only allows Yuaning stage practitioners to enter. Elder, there's no need to talk about these useless things, say something useful. Seeing that Ling Yunzi had spoken for half a day without a single sentence to the point, Jiang Li couldn't help but remind him. Bastard, you're the one who asked for more details, and you're blaming me for it. Having said that, Ling Yunzi still took out a map from his bosom. This map can be said to be the most complete map nowadays, you cut it and take a look. Jiang Li took the map and looked at it carefully. Ling Yunzi, on the other hand, was on the side, pointing to the markings on the map and solving his confusion one by one. Within the Xian Heavenly clan, there are countless heavenly treasures, even a single floor tile in there is a rare treasure in the outside world, that's why the pride of the 36 states rush to it. If by any chance, we find a few immortal herbs inside to improve our physique, or if we find the basic technique, then it's a step to heaven. Look here, little friend, this should be the alchemy room within the Xian sect, but the pills inside, they're long gone, but in the medicinal fields behind this, you might still be able to find some immortal herbs. You look here again, should be the hidden scripture building, there are a lot of people, have had to find a gongfa in it. Look here again. Listening to Ling Yunzi's words, Jiang Li's mind also gradually gained some understanding of this Xian sect. The layout inside was actually the same as many clans. Elder, here? Jiang Li inquired as he pointed to a huge building at the very back of the diagram. All the other places, basically you can determine the function that they once had, but this is the only place where there are so many different opinions that it's not easy to judge. Ling Yunzi's expression was serious after he saw the place where Jiang Li had asked his question. However, it is rumored that there was once someone here who saw an immortal weapon appear. Senior, are there really immortals? Jiang Li asked with some curiosity. Ling Yunzi shook his head, there is, but no one has ever seen it. Why are you so sure? Hearing this, Ling Yunzi revealed a look of gravity and said, because of those ghosts inside, I'll put it to you this way, if I die, my soul consciousness dissipates, and I turn into a ghost, I will only have the strength of the refining stage at most, and I have many weaknesses, and I'm afraid that ordinary mortals who have a little bit of blood and vitality won't be able to defeat me. What do you say, those ghosts within the Xin Tian sect that are all at least at the Yuan stage, how strong should they have been in life? Saying that, Ling Yunzi emphatically reminded, little friend, after entering the Xin Tian sect, if it is not absolutely necessary, you absolutely cannot disturb those ghosts, do you understand? Chapter 110 Crazy, Lin Shantian. What's harder to deal with than a ghost is a human being. These were the last words Ling Yunzi said to Zhang Li. No matter how terrifying those ghosts were, as long as they didn't provoke them, they wouldn't actively attack. But people were different, and this was where Ling Yunzi was most worried about Sifeng. He gave Zhang Li only one request, and that was to bring Sifeng back safely. As for the heavenly materials and treasures inside, and the Gongfu immortal weapons, Ling Yunzi did not have the luxury of expecting Sifeng to bring back much. It's okay even if it's not. Sifeng had a master like him, no matter if it was Gongfu or weapon blades and magic weapons, how could he not be lacking? His original intention was only for Sifeng to go on a training trip and meet the heavenly pride of the earthly Tao. After learning enough information from Ling Yunzi, Zhang Li dove headfirst into training Sifeng and Lin Evening Night. The training was so strict that several times watching it made Ling Yunzi and Bai Ling Miao's hearts ache. More than once, the two of them tried to make Zhang Li's hand lighter, but they were all rebuffed by Zhang Li's words. They were also all from the past, so they naturally knew that there was nothing wrong with Zhang Li's approach, they were just a little heartbroken. It's not fast enough to sharpen a gun in the middle of a battle. Zhang Li completely blocked the words of the two men, with a single sentence. The current Sifeng and Lin Evening Night, not to mention comparing to others, even Su Lin Sun and Lu Zichun were somewhat inferior. Short cultivation time and not high enough realm was the shortcoming of both of them. However, whether it was the Great Return to Heaven technique and Clear Spirit Sword technique that Lin Evening Night cultivated, or Sifeng's 8 trigrams Voltron technique, Zhang Li could perfectly manage and guide them all. That's what they're good at. With him in the middle of the two, they, and the others, might not be without a fight. As for what Ling Yunzi said, come back safely and see the world. Although Zhang Li wanted to be like this, he had completely brought himself into a teacher's state of mind during the nearly 1 year he had been in Yanshou sect. But in the spirit of being responsible for Lin Evening Night and Sifeng, there was no way he would do that. What he was trying to do now was to maximize it, so that the two could grasp more of the feats on them and exert as much power as possible. He has the confidence and the ability to do so. In the time that followed, Sifeng and Lin Evening Night's realms didn't improve too much though. However, the battle power of the two was much, much higher than before. Finally, it was only when there was only a month left before the Xin Tian sect opened that Zhang Li called a halt to the two's special training. Okay, for this month starting today, you guys don't do anything, I only have one request, and that's to rest well. Hearing Zhang Li's words, both Lin Evening Night and Sifeng took a long breath. Both of them looked back on what had happened to them in these less than half a year, and both of them couldn't help but feel a sense of life after the robbery. It wasn't that the two hadn't resisted, and Zhang Li was more than welcome to do so. Only, every time, he would be fatally beaten by Zhang Li. Fortunately, the two also know that Zhang Li this is all for their good, and will not be resentful. Well, this is impossible. Even if Lin Evening Night had feelings for Zhang Centrifugal, there would always be a time when she couldn't help but knife his heart. After watching the two drag their tired bodies back to their respective cave mansions, Ling Yunzi, as well as Bai Ling Miao and Lu Xinyan appeared behind Zhang Li. Little friend, within the Xin Tian sect, I'm counting on you. Ling Yunzi's tone, which was rather like a sense of entrusting an orphan, made Zhang Li feel a bit uncomfortable listening to him. It's just a trip to a secret realm, is it necessary? Zhang Li looked at him with dissatisfaction. The tone is as if something is bound to happen to them. Often, such crows are as smart as they come. Ling Yunzi is also trigrams everyone, naturally also understand these taboos, immediately haha smile, is not the old man, just Sifeng this brat, is the old man since childhood to see big he is. Really assured ah. Bai Ling Miao sniffed, also sighed, and said, evening that girl is the same, usually big-headed, eyes above the top, and ninja with me is nothing, go to that Xin Tian sect, inside are all the various heavenly prides, her identity there is not half useful. Zhang Li looked at the two men singing together, and his heart was diabolized. Good guy, your disciples are all precious, so it doesn't matter if it's just the old man. Seemingly seeing that Zhang Li had some minor grievances, Lu Xinyan pursed her lips and said, Senior brother, everything is focused on your own safety, although senior sister can't go in with you, she will be outside, cheering for you. Hearing these warm words, Zhang Li couldn't help but stare. This was the first time since he crossed over that he had been cared for so much, and at that moment, his heart was somewhat touched. Sister! Zhang Li's eyes were slightly red, his gaze was fixed on Lu Xinyan's eyes, and there were hidden flashes of tears. Lu Xinyan was staring at him like this, and instantly became uncomfortable, 2 blushes, slowly climbing up her cheeks. Senior brother. Lu Xinyan lowered her head and whispered back. Senior sister, are you free tonight? Senior sister's concern for my brother can't be repaid. I can only give my body in return. Remember to leave the door open for me tonight. Zhongli suddenly said with a lewd face. Lu Xinyan immediately changed her face and kicked Zhongli out. Bah, pervert. After spitting towards Zhongli, Lu Xinyan walked away in company with Bai Lingmiao. Zhongli limped over to Ling Yunzi side and sighed. You old man judge, isn't that what you thought just now? Seeing this, Ling Yunzi could only give Zhongli a thumbs up and exclaimed, compared to my little friend, I'm really a newbie. If a cultivator of Zhongli's realm could molest a female emperor in public and still be unharmed, Ling Yunzi had only seen Zhongli alone. Shaking his head, Ling Yunzi also floated away. Rubbing his butt, Zhongli could only regretfully walk towards his cave. Looks like I'll just have to review traditional crafts tonight. Soon, when there were only 3 days left before the Xin Tian sect opened, a huge boat slowly rose into the air from the Yinshou sect. At the same time, a giant boat from the White Tiger sect also rose into the air. Only, the White Tiger sect's giant boat was obviously not as big as the Yinshou sect's one, nor was it as fast as the other party. At this moment, on top of the White Tiger sect's giant boat, Su Lin-sun, standing at the bow of the boat, looked at the distance with some envy, leaving only a black spot of the Yinshou sect's giant boat and spoke, It's so fast, I still want to say hello. Lu Zichun smiled helplessly at his words. That giant boat is not something from the Yinshou sect, but is the seat of that sacred realm powerhouse, Ling Yunzi, and with the other party's status, he wouldn't have stopped to say hello to us. It's a pity. If the Taoist master can promise us, and with Brother Lu's help, I'm 80% sure that I'll get that item. Hearing Su Lin-sun say this, Lu Zichun curiously said, what exactly is it that actually made Brother Su and Uncle Su go to such great lengths? Su Lin-sun sniffed and shook his head. Actually, I haven't seen it either. I only saw it once when my father entered the Xin Tian sect 100 years ago. It's just a pity that he wasn't prepared at that time and missed his chance. Seeing this, Lu Zichun also knew that the other party would not tell him if he did not enter the Xin Tian sect, so he dismissed the idea. He turned to inquire, Brother Su, is the person you found reliable? Not being able to invite Zhongli, the two could only look for another person. With the green G-sword, Lu Zichun knew that greed could not be chewed, and did not place much importance on the opportunities within the Xin Tian sect. He only hoped that he could get some suitable pills or immortal herbs from it to raise his cultivation level. So on this matter, it is not very attentive, the person is Su Lin-sun to find. It's just that the other party is too much of a trustworthy person. Not to mention having some understanding of that person, he hadn't even seen the other party's person, only knowing that the name was Lin Shantian. Hearing Lu Zichun's inquiry, Su Lin-sun gave a bitter smile and shook his head. If I didn't have to, I really didn't want to look for him, it's just a pity that the Taoist master didn't agree. This person is comparable to Brother Jiang? Lu Zichun was surprised. Su Lin-sun shook his head, but then nodded. Seeing that Lu Zichun was a bit uncertain, he opened his mouth and explained, this person to say that the realm of strength, and you and I are only in the middle, but in terms of the actual combat power, but quite a bit higher, whether it can be compared to the Taoist master I dare not say, but it's definitely not ordinary. It's just that, there are some problems with this person's character. In short, when you see him, you'll understand. Hearing Su Lin-sun say this, Lu Zichun became even more curious about this person. Ningzhou was the most southern of the 36 states. The Qinzhou, where the Xin Tian sect was located, was separated by 6 states. As they traveled to the border of Qinzhou, Lu Zichun also finally met that Lin Shantian. The first thing that struck him about this man was that he was crazy. He ha 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 ha, Su Lin-sun, I didn't expect that you would actually take the initiative to look for me, it's really greatly strange, don't you usually avoid me? Lin Shuangtian's eye sockets were sunken, and the eyes in his sockets were as if they were 2 burning flames as he looked at Su Lin-chuan maniacally. Su Lin-sun didn't give him a good face, snorted coldly and said, hiding from you? Don't put gold on your face, everyone knows you're a lunatic, and don't want to bother with you more than that. Lin Shuangtian didn't get angry when he heard this, only the corners of his mouth grinned even wider. No matter what the reason is, the fact that you don't dare to mess with me is the fact is that you don't dare to mess with me. After Lin Shantian finished speaking, he didn't care what Su Lin-sun's reaction was, and turned his gaze on Lu Zichun. He's the other one, isn't he? With that, he walked to Lu Zichun and sniffed vigorously with his nose. Well, not bad, I can feel that you have good strength, how about it, do you want to fight? If I win then you crawl under my pants, if you win then? I'll give this arm to you, how about it? Lu Zichun sniffed without a slight wrinkle and looked at Su Lin-sun to inquire with his eyes. Su Lin-sun shook his head and said, don't take any notice of him, this is a pure madman. Then, he looked at Lin Shuangtian again and said, there are plenty of existences within the Xin Tian sect that you can challenge, don't get your ideas on us, right now we're teammates. It's only temporary, our agreement can only be maintained until within the Xin Tian sect, don't forget what you promised me. After saying that, Lin Shantian hooked the corner of his mouth and walked to the side. Lu Zichun was curious, what did you promise him? Su Lin-sun sighed and said, don't ask, you'll know later. Lu Tzu-chun. Chapter 111 Lin Shantian's origin. In the end, Lu Zichun still knew Lin Shantian's conditions from Su Lin-sun. Rock, paper, scissors. Lin Shantian wants Su Lin Sun to play rock, paper, scissors with him and must win 3 games in a row against him. In the middle, as long as you lose a game, Su Lin Sun will have to kiss the other side. When he heard those 2 words, Lu Zichuan visibly froze. He reacted for a long time before finally slowing down. Brother Su, is this sacrifice so big for you? Su Lin Sun said with a black face, she's a female. What? Lu Zichuan sniffed and steeply raised his volume. Su Lin Sun hurriedly signaled him to lower his voice and finally nodded, she's female. After determining that Su Lin Sun had not lied to him, Lu Zichun with great difficulty set his gaze, not far away, on Lin Shantian, who was staring deathly at the scenery below the giant boat. He hadn't looked closely before, but now that he did notice many unusual things. The first thing is that the other person is, indeed, a bit thinner. No visible glottis either. It's just that the other person's deep-set eye sockets and raspy voice, as well as the disheveled hair and dirty face, it's really hard to believe that this is a woman. I'd rather he was a man. Su Lin Sun opened his mouth. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lu Zichun saw Lin Shuangtian suddenly take off the shoes from his feet and then hugged his feet and sniffed them. Look at the expression, still mesmerized. After noticing Lu Zichuan's gaze, he even raised his foot towards him, as if signaling that he could smell it as well. When Lu Zichuan saw this, he let out a dry heaving sound and twisted his head back. Brother Su, what's going on with this woman? How did she live to be so old in this condition? It is indeed a miracle that such a madman has survived this long without being killed, shall we say or not? Su Lin Sun shook his head and said, his surname is Lin. Last name Lin how? Last name Lin, the royal family that Lin? Su Lin Sun closed his eyes and nodded. If it weren't for her royal status, do you think that just because she's like this, she wouldn't have gotten into trouble with people she shouldn't have gotten into trouble with? Haven't you thought about why my father has been hiding in the cabin and not coming out as why? If we really talk about it, Lin Shantian is still considered for the princess. She? Princess? Lu Zichuan almost didn't stare out of his eyes. No need to doubt, the real thing, only there is no seal, but in the imperial clan house, but there is her name. If it is an unusual princess, my father must come out to meet anyway. After all, he still has the imperial official position on him, but if it is this Lin Shuangtian then, no one will care. Seeing that Su Lin Sun did not seem to be lying, Lu Zichun could not help but say with some curiosity, but how come I've never heard of it? According to reason, his Lu family is also a royal relative, that Lin Shuangtian really is a real princess, the two are still considered relatives. Lin Shuangtian may also have to call him a cousin. There aren't many people who know the hidden agenda of this matter, and noble consort Lu wouldn't tell you something like this, which is a loss of royal prestige. You don't often walk around in the imperial extremity prefecture, so it's normal that you don't know about it. Lu Zichun nodded and inquired, then how did she become like this, and the royal family just let her loose on her? That's not something I can know. If you're interested, you can ask noble consort Lu. Zhenzhou and Huangji prefecture aren't far away anyway. Su Lin shrugged. One last question, you wouldn't really want to with her? Ru Zichun asked. Su Lin Sun's face turned ugly. Beat me to death. This Lin Shantian is crazy all day long. When the time comes, the big deal is just to fight. Her favorite thing is still fighting with people. Then why did she make you agree to such outrageous terms? Who am I going to ask if you ask me? It's not like I'm crazy if she's crazy. In short, if you want her to make a move, you have to agree to her conditions, but if you can't do that, you can also take a beating to offset it. There are times when the conditions are simple, but there are times when she always makes such outlandish conditions. Lu Zichuan was even more curious after hearing this. How come, from what you're saying, there are still a lot of people who will find her and beg her for favors? The name of a princess can do a lot of things. The other royal families act with caution, only her, there are no taboos. Su Lin Sun explained slightly and said no more. I don't know if it's not clear or if I'm afraid to say it. Lu Zichuan sniffed and stopped inquiring. The two of them chatted and talked about Zhongli, but they were coldly overheard by Lin Shantian. Hiss. Little Susie, it looks like you looked for someone else before you looked for me? When Su Lin Sun heard this, his face changed and he knew it was going to be bad. As expected, I only saw a glint in Lin Shuangtian's eyes and said, Zhongli, is this person very strong? The first thing you looked for was actually not me, so this person must be very strong, must be very strong. Su Lin Sun hurriedly explained, it's not what you think, you heard wrong. I'm just crazy, not stupid, and you're treating me like a little cutie. Do you? Lin Shantian looked at him with a fierce glare. Su Lin Sun was stunned at his words, and for a while he actually didn't think of words to retort. Seeing this, Lu Zichuan hurriedly said, Sister Lin. Amount. Princess. Amount, fellow Taoist. After thinking for half a day, he ended up using the title of Dao friend. Brother Su, he means that Zhongli is also our friend. Just as he said that, he saw Lin Shuangtian violently slap his palm towards him. The biting wind of the palm caused Lu Zichuan to be shocked. He subconsciously tapped his storage bag, and a flash of green light crossed over, transforming into an ancient long sword that blocked in front of his body. Before Lin Shantian was about to slap on the sword, he seemed to have sensed the threat of the sword and immediately withdrew his hand and stepped back, half crouching and looking at Lu Zichuan warily. Lu Zichuan, on the other hand, had cold sweat running down his face. The opponent struck without warning. Just now, if he hadn't reacted quickly, I'm afraid that Lin Shuangtian wouldn't have suffered well if that palm had slapped him solidly. After Su Lin soon saw the sword suspended in front of Lu Zichun, a flash of envy flashed in his eyes, and an indescribable feeling of disappointment was in his heart. This sword, it should have been his originally. Now it looked like Lu Zichun had been able to harness this sword, and he no longer had a chance. Seeing that Lin Shuangtian did not continue to make a move, Lu Zichuan carefully retracted the green G sword. Seeing this, Lin Shuangtian didn't attack again, but instead spoke, "Without that sword, you're no match for me, and if it's a life and death struggle, I'm 70% sure I can get you killed." Hearing such words, Lu Zichuan was a bit unhappy in his heart, but he didn't say anything. However, the next moment, Green G's voice sounded in his heart, "I'm 10% sure I can kill him, but Master, I'm afraid I won't be able to stop her from making a move on you before then." "Master, don't panic. When you learn those techniques that Green G taught you, even if it's just for starters, it's not something she can look up to." Hearing Greeny's voice, Lu Zichuan was slightly startled in his heart. He didn't expect that this Lin Shuangtian actually did have such a strong strength that even Green G had opened her mouth to admit it. Chapter 112, They're dead, I tell you. A flying boat of a sacred realm powerhouse is just fast. Just as he went out, he saw the White Tiger Sex flying boat. Zhang Li did have the intention to say hello to the other party, after all, head up, head down. It was just that Ling Yunzi obviously didn't have this kind of leisure and didn't give Zhang Li a chance. It only took a day for them to arrive at Shenzhou from Ningzhou. The first time he went out of town and saw the existence of Shenzhou, which was second only to the Huangji state among the 36 states, Zhang Li also felt for the first time that there was nothing wrong with Ling Yunzi's claim that Ningzhou was a poor and remote place. Whether it was the richness of the aura, the number of immortal mountain veins, or the number of cultivators, all of them far exceeded Ning Prefecture. Even Shenzhou city was several times larger than Ningzhou city. Unfortunately, Ling Yunzi still didn't give him a chance to enter the city to see the city, and directly led them to the Xin Tian sect. There's a sword there. Standing at the bow of the boat, Lin Evening Night stared towards the front with curious eyes. Zhang Li and Sifeng also both looked in the direction Lin Evening was pointing, and from afar, they saw a huge sword sticking straight into the sky. Zhang Li couldn't help but exclaim, "It's so big." At this time, Ling Yunzi stepped out from the cabin and said, "That's the Xin Tian sword, and the mountain gate of the Xin Tian sect." Zhang Li was surprised when he heard, "Isn't that a sword-shaped mountain peak?" That sword, it was just too big, so big that Zhang Li didn't even think it was a sword. Ling Yunzi's giant boat was not even an ant in front of it. A genuine sword. There are rumors that those who can wield this sword should be immortals. It's just a pity that after countless years have passed, the Xin Tian sword is still standing there and no one can take it away. Zhang Li saw a longing in Ling Yunzi's eyes, and he didn't know if it was a longing to become immortal or a longing to be able to pick up that sword. Soon, Zhang Li and the others arrived by the Xin Tian sword. The Xin Tian sword that could still be seen in its entirety from afar, they could only see a huge hilt even if they tilted their heads now. Further up, the view is completely obscured by the sword's hilt guard. Holy crap, you can indeed call yourself immortal if you can pick this up. At this moment, countless cultivators had gathered outside the Xin Tian sect, waiting for the opening of the Xin Tian sect. Apparently, there were still a lot of people who recognized Ling Yunzi's seat, and the giant boat slowly flew over the heads of many cultivators, yet none of them felt out of place. After Ling Yunzi maneuvered the giant boat and slowly landed in a clearing, he brought Jiang Li's trio, as well as Bai Ling Miao and Lu Xinyan out of the giant boat. The closer to the Xin Tian sword, the fewer cultivators there would be. Jiang Li realized that here, not to mention small cultivators like them at the Yuaning stage, even emperor realms like Lu Xinyan and Bai Ling Miao were like big cabbages, they were everywhere. Jiang Li had witnessed many disputes arise, and even at the Emperor realm, there were people who were defeated. And with the presence of Ling Yunzi, they weren't made difficult by anyone and came to the very front of the line very smoothly. "Fellow Daoist Ling Yunzi, after a few years of goodbye, how have you been?" "Fellow Daoist Ling Yunzi is here. I haven't seen you for many years, old me misses you very much." "Fellow Daoist Ling Yunzi, this is your disciple truly extraordinary." As soon as he stood up, many people greeted Ling Yunzi, each and every one of them a Saint Realm powerhouse. Ling Yunzi seemed to be very well liked in the sacred realm. Behind all of these people, there stood one or several young men of the Yuaning stage. By the looks of it, they should all be disciples of some big powers, or powerful people like Ling Yunzi. After a round of greetings, just as Ling Yunzi was about to introduce their competitors to Jiang Li's trio, a somewhat rampant voice suddenly rang out. "Yo, this is not Ling Yan old man it, an old man still colorful heart is not dead, this is again from where to exchange for 2 maidservants, posture is good let me play for 2 days?" The people the other party was referring to were undoubtedly Lu Xinyan and Bai Ling Miao. Zhang Li listened in his ears and did not move. Lu Xinyan and Bai Ling Miao, on the other hand, frowned and looked at each other. Without a doubt, the person who spoke was likewise in the Saint realm. He only saw an old Taoist priest who was wearing the same Taoist robes as Zhongli, with thieving eyebrows and a treacherous face, followed by 3 young Taoist children, walking over. Old Taoist Wu Qing, you're still full of when you can't spit ivory out of a dog's mouth. Ling Yunzi was also unrelenting with his mouth, returning the blows to his opponent without any hesitation. Apparently, there was an old grudge between the two. Si Feng whispered in Zhang Li's ear, Taoist Wu Qing, like master, specializes in trigrams, so he has never been able to deal with them. Zhang Li sniffed and didn't look at the Wuqing Taoist, but instead looked at the 3 little Taoist children behind him. These 3 young Taoist children were all around 15 or 16 years old, a bit older than Si Feng. And the realms, too, were all at the early Yuaning stage. Although his talent was slightly inferior compared to Si Feng, he had a very special place. That is, these 3 little Taoist children are triplets. These 3 guys who are even stinkier than you are the disciples of that old Taoist priest? Zhang Li inquired. Si Feng nodded, that's right, Wu Wei, Wu Bi, Wu Si, triplets. It is said that the 3 of them have a heart of gold, not allowed to speak will be able to know what the other 2 are thinking. In that case, such a precious disciple, that old mongrel Taoist priest is also highly valued. When Si Feng heard this, he nodded his head and said, that's natural. I heard Master say that Taoist Wu Qing traveled all over the 36 states to find these 3 brothers, in order to win over Master once within the Shen Tian sect. Zhang Li heard this and was surprised, winning once? So, he's not as good as Senior Ling Yunzi? Si Feng proudly nodded his head and said, that's natural. In the entire 36 states, those who can compare to my master in the art of trigrams can be counted on one hand. Of course, big brother, you don't count. Si Feng, however, was well aware of how exaggerated Zhang Li's ability to read people's chi, luck and fortune was. He was even more aware of how heaven-defying Zhang Li's ability was to avoid evil for others. From the beginning to the end, he had never compared Zhang Li and his master together. There was absolutely no comparison. It looks like people can't compete with Senior Ling Yunzi, so they're going to take a curve and start with you. Zhang Li hemmed and hawed. Si Feng was oblivious and said confidently, Master, his old man, was able to crush him to death. As a disciple, I can do the same, not to mention 3, or even 30, or 300, it's the same. Besides, aren't there still you, big brother Jiang? When he finished speaking, he didn't forget to pat Zhang Li on the back. Zhang Li sniffed and stroked his chin as he asked, if these 3 brats don't even have a chance to enter the Shin heavenly sect, will that mongrel old Taoist priest explode with anger? When Si Feng heard this, his eyes glazed over and he asked in surprise, Big brother Jiang, you see that they are lucky? Zhang Li smiled and nodded his head, they're dead, I tell you. Chapter 113, Harming People with Trigrams. In Zhang Li's eyes, the chi above the heads of these 3 little Taoist children was black with a reddish tinge, and it was obvious that there was a bloodbath. However, there was a faint hint of gold color in this black and red aura. It looked like the 3 brothers with a heart of gold were likely to be blessed by the misfortune, and to be able to return to their old ways. If it was in normal times, such a good seedling, Zhang Li would not miss it. But today, the blame was on their master, who was just too inappropriate. Lu Xinyan and Bai Lingmia were juniors in front of that Wuqing Taoist, and didn't have the strength or seniority to speak. When you are scolded by the other side, you can only hold your tongue. Although Ling Yunzi would back up the 2 of them, there wasn't much that Ling Yunzi could do in this kind of matter. It's just a couple of curses. It's not like you're losing a piece of meat. But these were different for Zhang Li. Zhang Li had never been able to see good and bad fortune for others, and had never been able to dissolve bad fortune. That doesn't mean, however, that he can't use it to do harm. It's just that it never occurred to him to do so. He turns bad luck into good for others and draws prizes. But there is a price to pay for wanting to use it to do harm. One of the rewards from all his draws must be chosen to disappear permanently. Permanently disappearing meant that from now on, he would never be able to draw such a reward again. Pure detriment. Big brother Jiang, what are you going to do? Listen to my advice, there's something we'd better wait until we enter the Shin Tian sect. There are many people here, what you're doing can't be hidden from the eyes of the sacred realm. Si Feng, however, knew what Zhang Li's nature was like. He looks like a dodgy and unassuming person, but in reality, he is a man of every penny and a man of vengeance. Obviously, the dirty words that Taoist Wu Qing had used just now to treat Lu Xinyan and Bai Lingmiao a little bit better were heard in Zhang Li's ears. He had also stayed in the Yanshou sect for a year, and he wasn't a hard-hearted person, so naturally, he was also a bit upset for Lu Xinyan and Bai Lingmiao. However, they didn't want Zhang Li to act so impulsively. Getting those 3 little Taoist children killed before entering the Shin Tian sect was naturally a relief, but the subsequent trouble would only be more. Listening to Si Feng's persuasion, Zhang Li just smiled and asked, those 3 little kids, how are they? When Si Feng heard this, he bristled and said, what kind of master has what kind of disciple? My master once said that the reason why Taoist Wu Qing was always pressed headlong by my master was largely due to the fact that he often used evil methods to help people change their destiny against the heavens, which was detrimental to their chi. His 3 disciples, the same is not good to nowhere, you do not look at them 3 people like a dog, in fact, a belly of bad water. Just tell me if it's wrong to die? Zhang Li said in a cold voice. Anyone can die unjustly, just they died unjustly. Si Feng said firmly. Hearing Si Feng's words, Zhongli asked with some surprise, "It looks like you have suffered losses at the hands of the three of them?" Si Feng didn't hide it from Zhongli and nodded. "That's right, at that time, I just had Jin Dan, and this Taoist Wu Qing brought these three guys to find Master's trouble, and in order to win over Master for once, he didn't hesitate to spell Master's village of mortals, which Master had managed to save with his trigrams, to kill all of them. But it was only because of Master's skill that he didn't let him get away with it, but those three bad seeds took advantage of Master's fight with Taoist Wu Qing to try to directly strike out and exterminate that village of mortals to help their master. I naturally couldn't just sit back and watch, but it's just a pity that I was a bit unhelpful at that moment with 1 against 3, and suffered some small losses." Listening to Si Feng, Zhongli couldn't help but laugh. He naturally knew Si Feng very well, and what he said about a small loss must be a big loss. But none of that matters. "Big brother Jiang, listen to me, let's go in and then find trouble with them. This is the time and the place. I'm confident that I can finish off the three of them by myself." After being specially trained by Zhongli, Si Feng was very confident in his own strength. But Zhongli shook his head and said, "Don't worry, it's fine, just keep an eye on it." Zhongli then called up the system light screen. Only this one, not quite the same side as the original one when it was measuring the fortune of others, was blood red in color overall. Only on the light screen, there were all the rewards he had drawn over such a long period of time. Including the Great Return to Heaven technique, 8 trigrams Voltron technique and other techniques, skills, cultivation and other rewards, there have been no less than 50. Doesn't include items though. After all, Zhongli wouldn't be worried if items counted. The few major feats in his body were naturally untouchable. Cultivation, talent, and the same can't be moved. He could only pick and choose from a number of useless and cockamamie skills such as the perfect red meat recipe. In the center of the light curtain, there was a small furnace. After Zhongli selected 3 skills and threw them in, the light screen changed. Only the avatars of those 3 little Taoist children changed to appear in the light screen. And there was also Chi Luck manifesting above his head. For the cost of 3 bonus permanent disappearances, he can mildly manipulate his opponent's doom here. It was impossible for him to change the color of the other person's chi, which meant that he could not plainly make a person's good luck turn into bad luck. However, it was possible to change the concentration of the opponent's chi, just not by much. But it was enough for the already blackened and reddened doom on the heads of these 3 little Taoist children. As for the touch of gold in their chi that symbolized good luck, it hadn't disappeared, it was just so overwhelmed by the black and red that it couldn't even be seen. When Zhongli finished manipulating, the 3 little Taoist children only felt as if something had been taken away from them, but they couldn't find the problem in the slightest. If it weren't for the fact that the 3 of them had a shared mind, they would have thought it was just an illusion. The 3 of them had also learned the art of trigrams along with their own masters, and immediately noticed a hint of something wrong. They immediately reported their situation to Taoist Wu Qing. Taoist Wu Qing's brows furrowed as he heard this. Not bothering to continue arguing with Ling Yunzi, Taoist Wu Qing immediately pinched his fingers and his face changed drastically. He had clearly calculated that his 3 disciples, this time, were all fortunate in the event of an accident, and the encounter had become a good fortune. How did it turn out to be 10 deaths in the blink of an eye? The first thing that Taoist Wu Qing thought of was Ling Yunzi. Of all the people present, he was the only one who was proficient in the art of trigrams and had that motive. With a cold face, Wu Qing looked at Ling Yunzi and said, "Ling Yunzi, you bully the small with the big." Ling Yunzi's face was stunned when he heard this. What's with that? Before he could ask something, he suddenly heard a broken voice. "I can't believe I caught you guys here, what a way to go." The crowd then saw an insane madman walking straight through the crowd to Wu Qing and his 3 disciples. "Princess Lin?" Wu Qing asked carefully. But Lin Shuangtian didn't even look at him at all. Instead, he directly slapped 3 palms and beat Wu A, Wu B and Wu C directly into serious injuries. Then, it directly pulled out a large sword and decapitated the heads of the 3. Chapter 114 Auspicious Star, Fortunate Lin Shantian. Wu Qing was confused, Ling Yunzi was confused, Si Feng was confused, Lu Xinyan was confused, Bei Lingmiao was confused, and Lin Evening Night was confused. Everyone around them was confused. Zhongli was also confused. The scene was deathly silent, even the wind had stopped. I don't know how long it took, but Si Feng pulled Zhongli's sleeve and whispered, "Big brother Jiang, can you not use the trigrams on me in the future? I'm scared." Zhongli nodded dully and said, "Okay." Zhongli was too confused, he had only just altered a little bit of these 3 people's chi, and this is how they died? The effect was a little too fierce, so fierce that he himself had some difficulty accepting it. Zhongli looked at the madman who was carrying his head and seemed to be recognizing whether he had killed the wrong person or not, only to feel his teeth sinking in. The names of these 3 disciples of old Taoist Qin Yun really weren't wrong. A, B, C, it's not purely roadkill. The 3 of them didn't even mix a single line, so they acted as a backdrop for Si Feng, which led to a box lunch. Zhongli didn't even think about the value of these 3 people's existence for a while, where it was. Could it be that they were really so evil and unforgiving that the slightest movement of their chi by themselves would cause such a strong backlash? He had thought it would take a little more time to ferment, but he hadn't expected it to come so dramatically. The effect is crunchy and fierce. But after a little thought, Jiangli was relieved. The three brothers of this wayfarer, their own chi fortune meant that they were in danger of being killed. It was only that there was still a chance to be saved, but Jiangli had manually closed the door to life. Jiangli wasn't really interested in the three Roadrunner brothers. What he was more curious about now was what would happen to the person who had killed his disciple in front of the weedy old Taoist Wu Qing. That's right, it's them. The madman was finally sure that he hadn't killed the wrong person, and a smile appeared on his face. Princess Lin, if you don't give the old Taoist an explanation today, even the royal family won't be able to protect you today. Old Taoist Wu Qing was on the verge of an imminent outburst at this moment. The favored disciple was killed for no reason, still in front of him. If he can't handle this, he doesn't need to be in the business. Who knew that the madman didn't even look at him, turned around and walked towards Su Linsun and Lu Zichun, who were not far away. Behind the two of them was Su Lai, whose face was ugly to the core. Jiangli saw that his lips were moving all the time, but he was just too far away to hear what he was saying. But looking at Su Linsun's face, he thought that he had been scolded. The expressions on Su Linsun and Lu Zichun's faces at this moment were as unpleasant as if they had eaten. It's not a good idea to go, it's not a good idea not to go. Seeing that the madman walked towards the two, for a moment, everyone's attention was drawn to them. Seeing this, old Taoist Wu Qing also seemed to have found a point of venting, and with a glare in his eyes, he walked towards Su Lai, but he did not even look at Su Linsun and Lu Zichun in his eyes. Su Lai, how bold you are. Old Taoist Wu Qing obviously knew Su Lai. Just as he was about to raise an accusation, Su Lai gritted his teeth and prepared to explain. The lunatic Lin Shuangtian, who had originally walked towards them but suddenly turned a corner and walked back. This action caused Wu Qing to hold his words of questioning in his mouth, unable to utter a single word. Su Lai, on the other hand, in the bottom of his heart, let out a long sigh of relief. The gazes of the crowd once again moved along with Lin Shuangtian's figure. He's gone. Why is he back? Looking at Lin Shuangtian walking towards them with that tugging, $250,000 stride, Sifeng subconsciously ducked behind Jiangli. He is not afraid of the other party, it is really the temperament of that madman, a little too upside down some. In front of the Holy Realm, he directly chopped off the head of another disciple. It's only after you've chopped it that you hold it in your hand and identify it. A guy like that, who knows what he'll do next? Do you recognize this man? He seems to be coming towards us. Jiangli likewise felt somewhat bad. Sifeng shook his head. I don't recognize it, but Su Linsun must recognize it. Jiangli nodded, but his gaze fell on the chi luck above Lin Shuangtian's head. Gold. Is full of gold. This guy's chi is unbelievable. The Lu Zichun, who was originally thought to be the son of Qi in general, was in front of him, that was a younger brother. It was hard for Jiangli to say how this person's bottom line was, but just the Qi above his head, not to mention old Taoist Wu Qing. Even the legendary Mr. Extreme Peak Realm, I'm afraid that there's nothing they can do to him. Lin Shantian walked straight to Jiangli and brought her face over. Seeing this, Lu Xinyan and Bai Lingmiao were just about to step forward to stop them when Ling Yunzi stopped them. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Although Ling Yunzi spoke, both Lu Xinyan and Bai Lingmiao looked at each other nervously. With their vision, they could naturally see how strong Lin Shuangtian was. 3 Yuaning stage, or disciples of a holy realm like old Taoist Wu Qing. Said kill, didn't even have a chance to fight back. And by the looks of it, the identity background is extraordinary. Even old Taoist Wu Qing, who had suffered the loss of his disciple, his first thought was not to avenge his disciple's death, but to go find Su Lai, who seemed to be involved with Lin Shuangtian, to ask questions. It was enough to prove the power of the person in front of him. If he suddenly struck out at Jiangli at this time, the consequences would be unimaginable. You're Jiangli? Lin Shantian's face was almost pressed together with Jiangli. But that's exactly why Jiangli realized that this person in front of him was actually a female. It's all grease and grime, even though the other guy's face is dark. Though the eye sockets were sunken, the eyes, however, were frighteningly bright and quite large. In layman's terms, it's her eyes, and they're beautiful. As for the rest, Jiangli would not comment on it. There's really nothing to say. Jiangli's eyes narrowed and he nodded, that's right. The moment he heard Jiangli's admission, the corners of Lin Shuangtian's mouth were almost grinning to the roots of his ears. The light in his eyes, too, was brighter. Come and fight. Jiangli? Jiangli, who was uncertain, looked towards Su Linsun and Lu Zichun. If these two don't know what's going on, he pisses upside down and catches it in his mouth. Meeting Jiangli's gaze, Su Linsun and Lu Zichun subconsciously turned their heads to the side, not daring to look at him. This directly made Jiangli completely certain of his suspicions. Now, however, was not the time to find them trouble, or first figure out the person in front of him, in the end to do what is important. This Taoist friend. Jiangli deliberated for a moment, but still didn't use words like girl. Fellow Taoist, the poor Taoist is not good at fighting, so I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. He didn't want to fight someone for no reason. Only to see Lin Shuangtian pointing his hand at Su Lingxuan in the distance, he said, when you were at the Jindan stage, you chopped off little Susie's arm with a single sword? Lin Shuangtian's voice was so high that everyone around him could hear it clearly. Everyone immediately shifted their gazes away from Lin Shuangtian's body and gathered on Jiang Li's body. There were some people here who knew Su Lin Sun, the new Hussar general of the imperial dynasty, Su Lai's own son, with extraordinary talent and strength. Those who didn't recognize it also understood that any Yuaning stage cultivator who could appear here wouldn't be any stray fish. Jiang Li was able to chop off one of his arms with a single sword, still at the Jindan stage. Then how terrifying must the strength of this young man in a Taoist robe be? For a while, cajoling and noisy voices were heard, and the word that was heard most vaguely was the word Jiang Li. Jiang Li immediately had two big heads. It's not a good time to be famous in this way. Big brother Jiang, did you really cut off Su Lin Sun's arm? Jiang Li hadn't told anyone about this matter, including people like Si Feng and Lu Xinyan. Upon hearing Si Feng's inquiry, several people, including Ling Yunzi, cast inquiring gazes towards him. Obviously, they were also eager to know Jiang Li's true strength. Seeing this, Jiang Li couldn't continue to hide it and nodded. It was just a fluke. I was also lucky and managed to do it while he was unprepared. Although Jiang Li admitted it, he still thought that he could keep a low profile and explained a little. A few people sniffed and breathed a small sigh of relief. At least, it's still within their range of acceptance. Especially Si Feng and Lin Evening Night. If Jiang Li was really able to easily chop off Su Lin Sun's arm when he was at the Jindan stage, then the two of them's actions of trying to avenge the pitfalls of Jiang Li after Jiang Li broke through to Yuaning could only be described as foolishness. That's not what little Susie said. Hearing Jiang Li's explanation, Lin Shantian immediately corrected. Little Susie said that, but he wanted to take advantage of your unpreparedness to strike to instantly second you, but he didn't expect to be chopped off his arm by your sword instead, and if you hadn't been merciful, he would have been dead beyond repair. Hearing Lin Shangtian's words, the gazes of the crowd towards Jiang Li were nothing but unbelievable. Even Lu Xinyan and Bai Ling Miao, who knew that Jiang Li's strength was extraordinary, didn't expect Jiang Li to be so fierce. When they had let Jiang Li go to the sword casting pool, they had more considerations or he would look at the fortune, and the Yanshou sect really didn't have any talents that could take on the task of protecting Lin Evening and Si Feng. When Lin Shuangtian finished speaking, Jiang Li noticed many more curious gazes coming from different directions. This feeling of being in the limelight was not something Jiang Li liked. He quickly explained, coincidence, just coincidence. Ling Yunzi smiled at his words and said, little friend is really deep in hiding. I thought I had overestimated you enough, but now it seems that I still looked away. When Jiang Li heard this, he knew that there was no use in explaining any further, so he immediately let out a bitter smile and shook his head. This fellow Taoist, what exactly do you want to do? Lin Shuangtian's eyes were raging with battle intent and said, let's fight. Little Susie said that he looked for you before he looked for me. It seems that in his heart I'm inferior to you. I can't stand it. Jiang Li. He glared fiercely at Su Lin Sun, seemingly questioning with his eyes, why are you being so talkative? Su Lin Sun could only return an apologetic smile to him, shrugging his shoulders to show that he was also helpless. Jiang Li looked around that one or curious, or surprised, or unintentional gaze, can only change the topic, said, Taoist friend heaven is full, eyes gleaming, temperament is unique, eclectic, the strength is unfathomable, is really 1 in 100 million of the absolute pride of the heavens, chi of the strong, blessed with the depth of fortune. Poor Taoist looked at the destiny of so many people, only Taoist friend is the best. Hey, yeah, that's obvious to you. Hearing Jiang Li's words, Lin Shuangtian had indeed immediately forgotten what had just happened. Chapter 115, Familiar People. Lin Shantian, with a face of joy like finding a soulmate, grabbed Jiang Li's arm. There's more, keep talking, I love to listen. Lin Shantian's chi luck was indeed too good to be true, and Jiang Li had the intention to tell her fortune. At that moment, he used the slope to say, come, there are many people here, let's talk over here, fellow Taoist. With that, he tried to use this as an excuse to pull Lin Shuangtian aside. The gazes of the people around him really made Jiang Li a little fidgety. Who knows, Lin Frostworld's sentence directly made the heat between the two, once again, raise a level. Get thee out of here, trying to eavesdrop? Jiang Li. Nice guy, letting himself offend everyone with one sentence. Just this ability, that's not something that ordinary people can have. Jiang Li also guessed that Lin Shantian had an unusual background. But even so, there was no way she was going to let someone concede just because she said so. Sure enough, Wu Qing jumped out at that moment. Princess Lin, why did you kill my disciple? If I don't give a reasonable explanation today, I will definitely go to the Imperial Extremity State to meet the human emperor and demand justice. Old Taoist Wu Qing's gaze towards Lin Shuangtian was almost ready to spit out fire. Yet he still had to force himself to ask questions instead of making a move. Lin Shantian just slanted a glance at him and said, just kill. What account do you want? You want an account with a madman? You're not sick. Old Taoist Wu Qing gasped at his words. The others heard it, but they couldn't help but laugh. It was just all extremely restrained. Ling Yunzi could have nothing to worry about, and directly laughed out loud, straight to the point of not being able to catch his breath. Sure enough, you're sick. Old Taoist Wu Qing's face was ironic, and he almost wanted to make a move. Hey, think clearly, there is no medicine for regret if you do it, although you guy is full of evil, but we know each other for a while, advise you not to be impulsive. Ling Yunzi tightened his smile and looked at Wu Qing with a calm gaze. After the two of them stared at each other for a long time, Wu Qing suddenly laughed. I can't do anything about Princess Lin, but what about this disciple of yours? With that, Wu Qing pointed at Zhongli. Obviously, he directly attributed all the problems directly to Zhongli and treated him as Ling Yunzi's disciple. When Ling Yunzi heard this, he immediately said in a chilling voice, Old dog, what do you want to do? If you dare to touch a single hair on my disciple's head, I am sparing my spirit and soul to be shattered, and I will get you killed even if I have to go to the bottom of the Yellow Springs. What for? What can I do? I'm just reminding you that there are many crises within the Xin Tian sect, so don't fall too early. After saying that, Old Taoist Wu Qing turned around and left. Ling Yunzi watched his back with some concern in his eyes. When Jiangli saw this, he said without any good humor, Senior Ling Yunzi, why didn't you correct yourself just now that I am not your disciple? When Ling Yunzi heard this, he immediately changed into a smiling face and said, Don't be offended, little friend, isn't this just a way to kill two birds with one stone? He holds a grudge against you anyway, it doesn't matter if he happens to be helping Si Feng absorb some of that hatred, as the saying goes, he doesn't bite when he has a lot of lice. Zhang Li. Oh yes, I advise you not to waste your time on her, although she has a special identity, many people, including the old man, have read her fortune and can't see anything. When Ling Yunzi saw that Zhang Li really seemed to be ready to tell Lin Shantian's fortune, he didn't hold back from speaking. Zhang Li laughed, that's not necessarily true, what if I'm better than you senior? After saying that, he didn't bother with Ling Yunzi anymore, still focusing on Lin Shantian. As things stand, it's most important to get some interest back first. Lin Taoist friend, are you interested in letting poor Tao help you tell your fortune? Zhang Li eventually managed to pull Lin Shuangtian to the corner. Lin Shantian immediately nodded and said, yes. Upon receiving Lin Shuangtian's affirmation, a curtain of light immediately appeared in front of Zhang Li. On it was clearly written Lin Shantian's trigram. Just after reading it, Zhang Li was not calm. Lu Tzu-chun is really a piece of compared to him. He's got a grandpa on the go. This is a direct reincarnation of an old grandpa. From what was shown in the trigrams, Lin Shantian would be awakening the memories of his past life within the Xin Tian sect. What her past life was Zhang Li didn't know. However, based on the existing conditions, it was not difficult to conclude that Lin Shantian's previous life might be inextricably linked to the Xin Tian sect. Fellow Taoist Lin, if poor Taoist says that you actually lost something, do you believe me? When Lin Shantian heard this, he raised his head slightly and said thoughtfully, when you say it like that, I also feel as if I've lost something. Zhang Li snapped his fingers and laughed, fellow Taoist, do you know who you are? When Lin Shantian heard this, she immediately nodded her head and said, I know, the ninth daughter of the human emperor, the princess of the imperial dynasty, the Lin Shantian who combines beauty and talent, and combines both gentleness and intellect. Zhang Li. Man, are all psychos this confident? Talent or not talent can't be seen, as far as Lin Shantian's current appearance is concerned, Zhang Li really can't find a place to call it beautiful. As for Winnie wisdom, those two words are even less relevant to her. Only to see Lin Shantian once again come close to Zhang Li, and almost face to face with him, how is it, scared by my talent and beauty, haha, do you want to kiss me? After Lin Shantian finished speaking, he happily danced around with his hands. When Zhang Li saw this, his head was filled with black lines. They say psychopaths think broadly, but this is a little too jumpy. Zhang Li hurriedly shrugged it off before saying, fellow Taoist, I'm talking about your true identity. Only to see Lin Shuangtian suddenly look solemn and say, you found it? Zhang Li froze at his words and was a bit puzzled as to what he had discovered and how he himself didn't know. I didn't expect that my true identity, which I've been hiding for many years, was still known by you. Well, I won't pretend anymore, I'll admit that I'm your future wife. Zhang Li. Ha, fooled yet, ha. Lin Shuangtian seemed to be happy when he saw Zhang Li's speechless expression. Zhang Li, on the other hand, was really kind of having trouble talking to this person. If he kept going around like this, Zhang Li felt that he might become crazy too. So he stopped playing dumb and got right to the point, ready to leave when he was done. As for what would happen to Lin Shuangtian afterward, he didn't want to care. Fellow Taoist, just remember that after entering the Xian Heavenly Sect, you must head west. After entering the Xian Heavenly Sect, never, ever start a conflict with the ghosts inside, and if necessary, you'll need to help them. As long as you abide by these two articles, you will know your original identity, awaken the memories of your past life, and gain unprecedented power. Fellow Taoist, do you remember? Only to see Lin Shuangtian nodding seriously, don't worry, I'll remember, when we go in, we must go west. Zhang Li nodded with satisfaction, it looked like the other party had listened. But the next sentence made Zhang Li speechless once again. Never start a conflict with the specter, and if necessary, help them ascend. Zhang Li looked at the other party with a dark face and finally sighed. According to the raging golden light of the other party's qi, Lin Shuangtian was sure to have a great harvest. Just by looking at the other party, Jiangli really didn't have much confidence in her. Jiangli had long ago realized that whether the chi above people's heads was good luck or bad luck, the final outcome could change. These chakras are more like an opportunity. It's still up to them to catch it. What Jiangli could do was to infinitely amplify this possibility. Let the good fortune of the people get more out of it. Let the doom and gloom cut your losses and even save your life. But how it turned out, he didn't care. As long as the trigrams were counted, when it happened, his reward would not be less, whether the other party had seized the opportunity or not. What he was more concerned about right now was whether or not he could get something good from Lin Shuangtian. After saying that, Jiangli directly returned to Ling Yunzi's side. Lin Shuangtian, on the other hand, seemed to be struggling with something again, mumbling something in his mouth while walking towards Su Lin Sun's few people. As he passed Jiangli, he seemed to hear the other man say again under his breath, "What have I forgotten? I seem to have really forgotten something." Jiangli was slightly relieved. It looked like Lin Shuangtian was still attached to this matter. Time passed by, and the time until the Xiantian sect opened was getting shorter and shorter. During this period, one after another, many great cultivators came here, leading their disciples or juniors. Finally, under everyone's expectant gazes, the Xiantian sword suddenly produced an indescribable pulsating sensation. Buzz! A circle of ripples emanated from the Xiantian sword's body, spreading out in all directions. At the same time, all the people holding the Xian heavenly orders realized that the Xian heavenly orders began to be uncontrollable, wanting to fly towards the Xian heavenly sword. Seeing this, Ling Yunzi immediately reminded, "The Xiantian sect is about to begin. Jiangli, Sifeng is counting on you. I'll be waiting here for your return." Bai Ling Miao also spoke up, "Be careful with everything and bring late night back." Ryu Xinyan, on the other hand, was saying, "Be careful." Ling Yunzi spoke again, "Sifeng, grab the token and fly towards the sword. Jiangli evening, follow beside Sifeng, the token will naturally bring you in together." The three of them nodded as they heard the words. Then, Sifeng took out the Xiantian order from his bosom, then after exchanging glances with Jiangli Lin evening, he flew towards the Xiantian sword. Jiangli and Lin evening night didn't dare to delay and followed closely. At the same time, the rest of the Yuaning stage celestial pride were all either traveling alone or in groups of 3, flying towards the Xiantian sword. The number of people was so large that it was in the thousands. It made Jiangli, who had originally thought that there were only 100 or so people, a little surprised. Just as they were about to approach the Xian heavenly sword, a familiar voice sounded in the distance. Hey, it's Taoist Master Jiangye, Taoist Master, we're here." Jiangli was surprised when he heard this and looked towards the source of the sound. Then, his eyes widened as he saw 3 familiar figures. The ones who spoke were no one else, it was actually Morong Feng and Ouyang Fian, as well as Ran Xingyun. These 3, at some point, actually came together. He also got the Xian heavenly order that was difficult to get even for the Saint Realm. And the most crucial thing was that these 3 guys actually had to enter the Xiantian sect. Chapter 116, Have a favor and return it on the spot. At this moment, on the Xiantian sword, a large swirling portal had appeared. All those who held the Xian heavenly order would be actively sucked in by the vortex as they approached that portal. At this point, Jiangli was too late to say anything else, and could only shout for the Morong Feng trio to look for him after they went in, and was sucked into it, along with Sifeng Lin evening night. Jiangli only felt that the image in front of him suddenly changed, and his eyes were greeted by a vast and magnificent cluster of palaces that stretched to the end of his sight. The tall and majestic bell and drum tower, and the tower of star removal, which is straight up in the sky. Great halls that covered an endless area, ancient trees that covered the sky. The countless peaks hanging upside down in mid-air stood in stark contrast to the huge palace on the ground. There are auspicious clouds roaming above and waterfalls pouring down below. Jiangli only felt that he couldn't describe the scenery of Xiantian sect even after exhaustively searching his mind for adjectives. In the end he could only use one word to describe it, and that was shock. Whether it was the steel skyscrapers of his previous life, or the beautiful mountains and rivers like Yanxiu Zone, none of them could compare to the scenery in front of him. This was the place that was more like the world of immortal cultivation in Jiangli's mind. Only, underneath this shocking beauty, what Jiangli felt more than anything else was a kind of loneliness. It's too quiet here. There wasn't even a trace of the presence of birds or animals, it was awfully quiet. Here, this is the Xiantian sect, it's really extraordinary. A youth wearing a strong suit with 4 swords on his back had anticipation in his eyes. It wasn't until then that Jiangli realized that everyone was gathered together. At first he was thinking that he would be randomly transported to a different place, but now it seemed to be fine. At least, he wouldn't need to lose track of Lin evening night and Sifeng to begin with and go spend a lot of time searching for them. But there are bad points. With so many heavenly prides gathered together, all of them high-minded and proud, the chances of a clash were, indeed, too great. Especially for an existence like him that had just attracted attention outside, there were definitely quite a few people who would be resentful of him. As of right now, he had already felt no less than a dozen gazes, looking at him intentionally or unintentionally. "Brother Jian." Feng obviously also noticed that there were some unkind gazes, but there was a hint of a leap of faith in his tone. Obviously, this kid's battle intent, right now, was high. It's quite a way to compete with the herd. Zhongli shook his head and said indifferently, our purpose is not to fight with people, gaining insights comes first. When Feng heard this, although he was a bit unwilling, he would not refute Zhongli. Whether others could beat him or not, he didn't know, he'd have to try to find out. But facing Zhongli, he could only take a beating. Lin Evening's face was also a bit flushed at the moment, and it was obvious that she also held the same purpose as Feng. It was only due to Zhongli's lustful authority that he could only suppress this belligerent emotion in his heart. Hey, what are you guys doing? To think that even this kind of trash can enter the Xian heavenly sect, what an ignorance. Suddenly, a cacophony of noise came, drawing everyone's attention. It seemed that two groups of people had clashed, and all three of Zhongli looked over curiously. Upon seeing it clearly, Zhongli's gaze slightly turned cold. They only saw Feng and Ouyang Fian, who were confronting a youth shaking a folding fan and dressed as a noble gentleman. Just how both of them looked, they were a little weak and scared. Ran Qingyun, on the other hand, was holding his sword with both hands and looking at the other party with a cold gaze, not saying a word. At this time, Feng and Ouyang Fian had only just stepped into the foundation establishment stage. Compared to these heavenly prides who were all at least at the Yuaning stage, other than their age not being bad, they were all 100,000 miles away from each other. On the contrary, Ran Qingyun, actually already in the Jindan realm, letting Jiangli a small surprise. On its shoulder, there was also a squatting kitten with a black body. That kitten's expression was almost identical to Ran Qingyun's, just as cold and arrogant, rather like a sense of unruffled authority. Only to see that noble gentleman's face full of sneers, since when, even cats and dogs like you can enter the Xian heavenly sect, where did you get that Xian heavenly order from, you couldn't have stolen it. Ouyang Fian was immediately infuriated when she heard this. What are you talking about, we didn't steal it. Only, the other party's cultivation was too much higher than theirs, and Ouyang Fian's defense sounded, how it had the feeling of a weak gas. It was as if the other guy had actually said it. Feng clenched his fists as he looked at the other party and said, this brother, Xian Tian sect doesn't stipulate that only the Yuaning stage can be entered. Hearing Feng's words, that noble gentleman immediately burst out laughing. It's not explicitly stated, but at least be self-aware. The noble gentleman's words caused the surrounding people to burst into laughter, looking at Feng and Ouyang Fian with mockery. The two looked around them in shame and anger, but they couldn't say a word. The huge cultivation difference made them unable to raise the courage to resist at all. Between the two sides, there was no conflict, and it was entirely a matter of one side teasing the Feng siblings with the mentality of a cat catching a mouse. Just as Zhongli was about to step forward to relieve himself, Ran Qingyun, who hadn't said anything, moved. Only to see that he silently took 2 steps and crossed in front of Feng and Ouyang Fian. Want to fight? The icy cold eyes met the teasing gaze of the noble gentleman, and his aura was not weak at all, even if it was even better. That noble gentleman obviously didn't expect that this person who hadn't been speaking was actually so rigid. Naturally, your son would not be intimidated by a small Jindan realm, he was just a little surprised for a moment. He only froze for a split second, then grinned out, I had thought to have a good swim first, before getting to the point, or, it's a good idea to use you to move your muscles now. After saying that, the folding fan in his hand closed, then with a flip of his wrist, the folding fan transformed into a long sword with a gorgeous shape. The cultivation of the late Yuaning stage was unreservedly displayed, causing Feng and Ouyang Fian to thump straight back. However, Ran Qingyun was not the least bit afraid, his body stood straight and similarly drew out the sword in his hand. Only, his sword was clearly more than a step behind compared to the other party. With this, it's worthy of being called a sword? Upon seeing Ran Qingyun's sword, the noble gentleman immediately sneered. What kind of opponent, what kind of sword, against you, this sword is sufficient. Ran Qingyun said coldly. After he finished speaking, a hush fell around him. Someone even spoke up, Jin Xiaoyan, you're being underestimated, are you any good? When the noble gentleman heard this, his face turned iron blue, and the killing intent in his eyes rose crazily. Seek death. After saying that, the noble gentleman was about to lift his sword and strike right away. Slow. Seeing this, Zhongli knew that he couldn't do it without making a move and walked out directly. This fellow Taoist is slow to make a move. The noble gentleman looked at the sound, and after seeing that the person who spoke was Zhongli, his eyes narrowed, but he did stop his hand movements. Michinoku. Michinoku. After Feng and Ouyang Fian saw Zhongli, joy immediately appeared in their eyes. After Ran Qingyun saw Zhongli, he similarly revealed a small smile, his eyes overflowing with gratitude. Taoist Jian. Ran Qingyun nodded slightly at Zhongli and said. Zhongli smiled at them, then looked at the noble gentleman and said, this Taoist friend, these people are my friends, I hope you'll bear with me if I've offended you, the poor Taoist is here to apologize. With that, he gave a slight bow to the noble gentleman. That noble duchess smiled coldly at his words, do you say Hainan to Hainan, do you have such a big face to make this duchess back down? Obviously, the other party did not intend to sell Zhongli this face. Jiangli shook his head and said, "Fellow Taoist, it's unwise to make a move at this time. No matter if you win or lose, you'll only make a joke out of it, and you might even lose the first opportunity. I'm doing this for your own good." The noble gentleman obviously understood this, and as he looked around at the eyes of those watching, he also felt a bit tasteless. Originally, he just wanted to tease these few young cultivators who didn't know the heights of heaven, but he just didn't expect Ran Qingyun to be so reckless. But at this point, he'd be just as much of a laughingstock if he didn't do something. This person dares to provoke me, unless he is made to kneel down and admit his mistake with me, otherwise, this Gongzi will not rest with him. Your son thought about it, but he was still ready to give a step down. Having just entered the Xian Tian sect, everything is still based on chance. When Ran Qingyun heard this, anger flashed across his face, and it was clear that making him kneel was impossible. However, Jiang Li was slightly relieved when he heard this. Just be negotiable. He quickly said with a smile, "Taoist friend, killing is not a head point, there is gold under a man's knees, kneeling is even, so, poor Taoist apologized to Taoist friend on behalf of this friend of mine, how is it?" With that, Jiang Li even arched his hand at the people around him. Seeing that Jiang Li was sincere in his words, lowered his stance, and gave him enough face, he was just about to let it go. But suddenly, I heard one person speak, "Jin Xiaoyan, if you just admit it, in the future, don't keep bragging about what kind of face you, Jin Xiaoyan, have in the Imperial Extreme Prefecture, it's so humiliating. A single Jindan realm scares you like this, TSK TSK TSK. Listening to the sneering words, the noble gentleman's face, immediately, turned a shade of green and a shade of red. Jiang Li, on the other hand, slowly closed his eyes and shook his head somewhat helplessly before looking at the person who had spoken. Only to see a tall man with a lanky figure and a high bulge of muscles, holding up his clothes to the point of bursting, was holding his bladder with a sneer on his face. "You arch fire." Jiang Li's voice couldn't help but chill a few points. Before, the people around them mocked because Ran Qingyun and the others had low cultivation levels and were not worth mentioning. But after he stepped forward, everyone else had the good sense to keep their mouths shut. It's not that others are afraid of him, but it would be unwise to cross paths with him at this time. Jiang Li also arched his hand at the others to show his gratitude because of this. However, this person still spoke out to provoke him, which was a clear indication that he did not put him in his eyes and was trying to step on his Jiang Li's face. Hearing Jiang Li's words, the burly man sneered and said, "So what if it is?" Jiang Li didn't answer him, instead he looked at the noble gentleman and said, "You heard it, he did it on purpose, I'm ready to take a shot at him now. What do you mean, do you still want to continue?" Your son was stunned at his words. Jiang Li's face at the moment, there was no trace of the low profile that he had earlier, it seemed that as long as he said a continue, Jiang Li would just do it. Inexplicably, the fire in the noble gentleman's heart instantly subsided for the most part. "Fellow Taoist lightweight, I'm fine." Jiang Li nodded and said, "Wise choice, Count Portao owes you a favor, don't leave in a while, I'll pay you back on the spot." Chapter 117 Moral Abduction? The poor Taoist observes that your seal hull is blackened and your eyes are lifeless, empty of evil omens. "I'm afraid you won't live for more than a moment or three." Jiang Li slowly walked towards the other party and said as he walked, "Don't doubt the words of the poor Taoist, just now when I looked at you, I realized that you are a short-lived ghost. I just didn't expect that your calamity would actually be due to the poor Taoist, it's called saddening." With a clang, the long sword was sheathed. The lanky man only felt a cold light flashing before his eyes, followed by a heavenly spin, and then plunged into permanent darkness, without even a chance to speak. Brush! Jiang Li danced a sword flower, flinging away the blood sacrifice from the silver star iron rapier longsword sword body, and then put the sword back into its sheath. Puff! Except for the sound of the lanky man's headless body flopping to the ground, there was a terrible silence all around. The noble gentleman's shirt behind his back at the moment was instantly wet with cold sweat. The burly man just now was considered to be on par with him in terms of strength. Jiang Li cleanly killed his opponent with a single sword, that meant that he could similarly kill him with a single clean sword as well. When he thought about how he almost tried to make a move just now, he was terrified. The others around him, equally horrified with Jiang Li's strength, looked at him with scorn to the extreme. Only, it's not true for everyone. Just as Jiang Li was about to leave with Ran Qingyun and the others, someone spoke up and called out to him. "Kill my men and you're just going to leave?" Only to see a man dressed in iron armor, wearing a golden crown with bound hair and extraordinary martial arts, crossing the crowd. "Although he had a foul mouth and I didn't like it, and deserved to die, but it's too naive to try to walk away with just a few of my helpers killed by you like that. That fast and furious sword of yours just now was indeed stunning, but to think that you want to establish your authority with that is a bit too whimsical." "Sixth Prince!" someone exclaimed, immediately calling out the identity of the other party. It was actually the sixth son of the human emperor. As the sixth prince stepped forward, a group of followers immediately followed him. At a cursory glance, there were actually more than 30 people. Just based on the consumption of one Xian heavenly order for every 3 people, these people alone would need more than a dozen Xian heavenly orders to come in. Ling Yunzi, a sacred realm powerhouse, had to go through the trouble of finding a token in the Yanshou sect. This sixth prince actually got a dozen of them alone. The energy behind it is evident. After the noble son Jin Shaoyan saw the sixth prince, he was like a mouse seeing a cat and became low-browed. Sixth prince, this matter has nothing to do with me, nothing to do with me. The sixth prince just gave him a cold look and didn't say anything. But Jin Shaoyan was like a quail, smiling resentfully. Don't blame the sixth prince, I'm talking too much. After saying that, he immediately retreated to the side. The sixth prince looked Jiang Li up and down and spoke, break your own arm, then. You, too. With that, he pointed at Ran Qingyun's several people. Advise yourselves to do it, or it won't be an arm. The person behind the sixth prince opened his mouth and said with a disdainful expression. Jiang Li smiled coldly as he heard this and was just about to speak. He saw Lin Shantian suddenly jumped out and stood in front of Jiang Li and said to the sixth prince, rolling, how come you're everywhere? After the sixth prince saw Lin Shantian, his eyes were grim as he said, Ninth sister, you want to help an outsider? Ninth princess, the sixth prince is your brother, it's not very nice of you. The person behind the sixth prince also spoke up at this time. Only after he finished speaking, the sixth prince closed his eyes after a flash of despair flashed in his eyes. Sure enough, the next moment Lin Shuangtian walked around the sixth prince like a ghost before pulling out a large knife and chopping off the head of the man who spoke. On the ground, there was also another headless body. Lin Shantian picked up the other party's head and raised it to his eyes. Moral kidnapping? Jiang Li. Is there such a word here too? The sixth prince glanced at the headless body on the ground and gritted his teeth. Stupid. Lin Jiantian, do you have a problem with me killing him? Lin Shuangtian asked at the sixth prince after throwing the head in his hand away. No, he's the one who deserved to die. You did a great job, ninth sister. Then why are you still staying here? Why don't you get lost? Lin Shuangtian said nonchalantly. Ninth sister, I'm your sixth brother. The sixth prince practically gnashed his back teeth to say these words. It's because you're my sixth brother that you're allowed to roll on the floor, so what, I help you. Lin Shantian waved the large sword in her hand, which was a head taller than her entire body, and leapt into action. The sixth prince sniffed and opened his mouth, but in the end, he didn't say anything and twisted his head to leave. Those of his men, too, could only leave after him. Lin Shuangtian hemmed and hawed and seemed to be very happy as he rushed at Jiang Li and said, Is there a very touch, do you want to kiss me? Jiang Li looked at the very abstract face in front of him, and really couldn't he figure out how Lin Shantian was so confident to say this sentence. At this time, Su Lin Sun and Lu Zichuan also came over. After the two of them carefully saluted Jiang Li, they were embarrassed and said, Don't blame the Taoist master, we can't afford to mess with the sixth prince. Jiang Li waved his hand and said, You two are too kind, you guys wait for me first, I'll take care of some small things. At this time, the people watching the spectacle also quickly retreated as if they had seen the plague after seeing Lin Shuangtian. Soon, Jiang Li and the others were left in the same spot. Hey, young Kim, where are you going? Jiang Li called out to Jin Shaoyan who was ready to run away. Jin Shaoyan's figure lurched, and a color of despair flashed in his eyes. He changed into an ugly smile and turned to look at Jiang Li. This fellow Taoist, I'm in an internal emergency. Jiang Li said with a wry smile, You're at the yuaning stage, and you still can't control your own grains? Jin Shaoyan said awkwardly, Cultivation is not up to par, cultivation is not up to par. Jiang Li put his arm around his shoulder and said, I just said that I owe you a favor, so I'll pay you back now. Fellow Taoist, you say this, going out is all about friends, what do you owe or not owe, vulgar. Jin Shaoyan said with a heated smile. Jin Shao really is open-minded, in that case, that Ran Qingyun, come over and give a kowtow, you two this matter is settled. Ran Qingyun. Jin Shaoyan who still dared to let Ran Qingyun kowtow, quickly waved his hands and said, heavy words, just a little misunderstanding. Seeing Jiang Li Hai staring straight at him, Jin Shaoyan immediately cried and said, Fellow Taoist, I'm just a useless cockney, I can't compare to a proper heavenly pride like you guys, so just let me go, I'm wrong, can't I? Don't talk about those useless things, don't worry, your chance has arrived. Jiang Li laughed. He didn't leave Jin Shaoyan behind for any other reason, he just saw the golden light of qi above the other's head shining brightly. Jin Shao, you've got the gossip. Jin Shaoyan froze at his words, huh? Jiang Li grabbed his clothes and signaled him to look before saying, We are destined to be together, poor Taoist would like to read Jin Shao's fortune. Jin Shaoyan said with some uncertainty, What does fellow Taoist mean? To put it simply, it means that you are going to be lucky, do you want to have a fortune? Jiang Li raised his eyebrows and seduced. Can I not count? Jin Shaoyan said as he covered his storage bag. Jiang Li naturally saw his small action and said disdainfully, It is fate that you and I meet, do you think that poor Tao is like that iron rooster, drilling into the eyes of money? That's right, big brother Jiang only likes to touch hands. Si Feng added from the side. Jin Shaoyan immediately covered his chest and said, Fellow Taoist, I've been suffering from a bad stomach lately and I'm prone to diarrhea. Jiang Li. It was only after Jiang Li flashed his great sword that Jin Shaoyan was forced by Jiang Li's lechery to agree to have his fortune told. He. Friend of the Taoist is really extraordinary nah, if the poor Taoist's expectation is not wrong, you came here, you want to find a thing, right? Jin Shaoyan's eyes lit up when he heard this, fellow Taoist you know? Jiang Li nodded and said, "From what Poverty Road can see, the item you are looking for should be related to money. Fellow Taoist, could it be that you know something?" Jin Xiaoyan was certain at this point that Jiang Li must have known something and left him behind on purpose. Jiang Li shook his head and said, "Young Jin misunderstood, I don't know anything, I just calculated it." Where would Jin Xiaoyan believe that? He only felt that Jiang Li must know where the thing he was looking for was, and was deliberately trying to pin him down a bit in exchange for something. Jin Xiaoyan thought for half a day, and did not know what the other party saw in himself. It cannot be the same as that little kid said, because Jin Xiaoyan didn't dare to think about it. Jiang Li has seen more people, where can't he see what he is thinking? Immediately said speechlessly, "What are you thinking? This go to the east, 120 miles, the first elm money tree you encounter, dig 10 feet deep under the tree, take the root, then burn it into ash, and water to take, you can find what you need. The method is told to you, believe it or not." "Oh yeah, better avoid people." Jin Xiaoyan said half-heartedly, "Why are you avoiding people?" "Serious people who drink wood ash water not afraid of being a little cute." "What?" Kim Xiaoyan. "Okay, you can go now." After saying that, Jiang Li stopped ignoring him. Jin Xiaoyan looked at Jiang Li with some confusion, not understanding what the other party was trying to do. Seeing that Jiang Li really didn't seem to be making things difficult for him anymore, he carefully stepped back towards the back and finally darted away. The direction of departure, and I don't know if he believed Jiang Li's words or if it was a coincidence, was exactly east. Doomed Jiang Li does not care. Anyway, after calculating whether the other party is dead or not, there is no delay in collecting his rewards. However, with such good fortune as Jin Xiaoyan, Jiang Li still wished for the other party's success. After all, with the harvest, he also had the chance to draw something better. He wasn't too concerned about whether Jin Xiaoyan would end up listening to what he said to do. He was now more concerned about what to do about Lin Shantian. Looking at Lin Shuangtian's starry eyes, Jiang Li had a bit of a headache and didn't know how to get rid of the other party. Chapter 118, You're Too Ugly. The way Lin Shantian looked at Jiang Li was frighteningly bright, which made Jiang Li uncomfortable. He looked down at his grooming and didn't see anything out of place. Just as he wanted to ask the other party what he was going to do, Lin Shuangtian spoke first. "You're really strong, why don't we get married?" Jiang Li froze at his words. Lin Evening Night stared at her words. Si Fing froze at his words. Su Lin Sun froze at his words. Lu Zichun froze at his words. The Morong Fong siblings froze at his words. Ran Qingyun froze at his words. "I saw it clearly, you just chopped off his head with a sword, just like that, so cool." Lin Shantian's eyes, when he was looking at Jiang Li, it was as if he was looking at some rare treasure. Jiang Li looked at the others somewhat helplessly. Aside from Lin Evening Night, who was a bit annoyed, the rest of the few people either turned their heads or pretended to chat together in twos. In short, none of them chose to help him. Jiang Li scratched his head, and for a moment he didn't know what to say to the person in front of him who. Let us call her a woman. Fellow Taoist Lin, the poor Taoist is a Taoist priest, he can't get married. Jiang Li could only come up with such a reason after half a day of thinking. "It doesn't matter, you return to the world, or I'll become an ant." Jiang Li. Fellow Taoist, must I make it clearer? I don't like women. Si Feng and the others all quietly gave Jiang Li a thumbs up at once. To be able to say such an excuse, Jiang Li had also gone out of his way. But in the next moment, Lin Shuangtian made a move that took everyone by surprise, a move that, when reviewed and read, would only lead to the author's merciless deletion. Jiang Li was confused. Lin Evening Night was confused. Si Feng was confused. Su Lin Sun was confused. Lu Zichun was confused. The Morong Fong siblings were confused. Ran Qingyun was confused. The author was also confused. He's changed it over and over again, trying to challenge the rules, but is hopelessly out of his depth. "You like women," Lin Shantian said with certainty. "Ah. What are you doing?" Lin Evening Night pushed Lin Shuangtian away, then stood in front of Jiang Li at a loss for words, looking at the one black handprint on Jiang Li's shirt. It was not right to reach out, nor was it right to not reach out. Lin Shuangtian turned a blind eye to Lin Evening Night and just looked at Jiang Li with a sparkling gaze and said with a certainty in his tone, "Become the emperor's son-in-law." Jiang Li is finally back to God, looking at the face full of stains, deep eye sockets, hoarse, but very material woman in front of him. Jiang Li still had to admit the identity of Lin Shantian's woman. He shook his head vigorously and said, "A man can't be trapped by love when he's aspiring to be a man. It's better for fellow Taoists to dismiss this idea before it's too late." After hearing this, Lin Shuangtian directly pulled out his own large knife and stood in front of him. "Then I'll just castrate you." Plain and simple threats, but effective. Jiang Li immediately cried and laughed a little. "Don't joke, fellow Taoist. Ask little Susie, would I, Lin Frost Sky, joke?" Lin Shuangtian said with a serious face. Only to see Su Lin Sun nodded, then forced a smile and said, "Taoist master, being the emperor's extra horse harnessed by the side of a team is a blessing that no one else can even beg for, so I think he'll just go from there." Jiang Li glared at him, but in the end, he could only tell the truth. "Fellow Taoist Lin." Lin Shantian grinned, revealing a mouthful of large white teeth that was quite surprising to Jiang Li, waiting for Jiang Li's latter words. You're so ugly. As Jiang Li's words fell, there was silence all around. Again, I don't know how long it took, but Su Lin-sun reacted first and gave a thumbs up towards Jiang Li. He then pulled Lu Zichuan and slowly backed away. At the same time, he didn't forget to wink at a few others. The Morong Feng siblings were not strong, but they had good eyesight and were the first to react, pulling Ran Qingyun towards the back. Seeing this, Si Feng also hurriedly pulled the extremely reluctant Lin Evening Night back quickly. As expected, after the crowd retreated to a safe distance, the smile on Lin Shuangtian's face also finally solidified. Only to see her slowly raise her own large sword directly toward Jiang Li's head. The fierce blade deity blew Jiang Li's clothes hunting. Jiang Li had no choice but to avoid his opponent's attack by slightly sidestepping him first. Afterwards, he pinched a koan seal in his hand, and two huge clay palms immediately appeared from both sides of Lin Shuangtian, closing heavily and pinning Lin Shuangtian in the center. But in the next moment, the two blade lights were like thunder, directly cutting off the clay palms. Lin Shuangtian's thin body also exploded out from it and swung his sword again, slashing towards Jiang Li. Only to be greeted by two more huge clay palms. Pop! After a loud sound, Lin Shuangtian was once again caught in the middle of two huge palms. Then, right in front of Si Feng and the others' astonished gazes, countless huge palms of clay continued to converge, and then slap towards Lin Shuangtian. It didn't give her a chance to get out of the trap at all. Palm after palm, not long after, a small mountain in the shape of a palm appeared in front of the crowd. Lin Shuangtian, on the other hand, was suppressed underneath this palm, revealing only a head and an arm. Afterward, Jiang Li hurriedly greeted Si Feng and Lin Evening Night, run. After that, he ran off without looking back. When Si Feng and Lin Evening Night heard this, they didn't dare to delay, and quickly followed Jiang Li as they swept away. Within a short time, the three were gone. As for Lin Shuangtian, who was pressed down by Jiang Li's five-finger mountain, it seemed that he had been knocked out of his mind by the successive slaps of a giant palm. It was not until Jiang Li disappeared that he came back to his senses and let out a furious cry, accompanied by a blade light, breaking free from the five-finger mountain. She angrily yelled in the direction Jiang Li had left and sat down somewhat disheveled on the ground, pounding her head over and over. Run away, how to run away? Lin Shuangtian didn't have any injuries on his body other than more dirt. As far as the dirt was concerned, it didn't seem to be a big deal to her, and it didn't make her look lousy. Only after Su Lin-sun repeatedly made sure that Lin Shuangtian wouldn't go crazy again did he bravely come up. You're okay, let's get down to business now. He hadn't taken the huge risk of bringing this one here just to see her come to her husband. If the one he was going to get was found by someone else and then got there first, he wouldn't have anywhere to cry. Only, after he finished his words, Lin Shuangtian didn't have any reaction. Just kept mumbling under my breath, how did it get away, how did it get away? Obviously, Lin Shuangtian was a bit unable to accept why Jiang Li would be unwilling to be her emperor's son-in-law. She was obviously such a crowd pleaser. Su Lin-sun wanted to tell her that people have said that they are too ugly for you. But he didn't dare to say that, he could only say it in a different way, is it possible that it's you who are too dirty? Chapter 119 The Apparition Appears. Su Lin-sun's words really seemed to have had an effect. Lin Shuangtian silently raised his head and looked at Su Lin-sun, am I not because I'm too ugly? Su Lin-sun thought very breathlessly in his heart, you are not self-aware. But on his lips, he could only comfort, actually, you're just a bit dirty, wash up and show your face, he'll be overwhelmed by your stunning looks. With these words, Su Lin-sun wanted to slap himself. It's really too materialistic. Although he hadn't seen what Lin Shuangtian looked like after he was cleaned up, that pair of deep-set eye sockets didn't look like what a beauty should have in any way. However, Lin Shuangtian seemed to really believe it. Just a renewed light in her eyes, she nodded heavily and said, that's right, just get clean, just get clean. Water, where's the water? Lin Shuangtian immediately rolled over and sat up, looking around, completely not giving Su Lin-sun a chance to interject. Finally, after seeing a small waterfall pool in the distance, Lin Shuangtian ran over with gusto. Seeing this, Su Lin-sun could only helplessly greet Lu Zichuan and follow him. After they two left, only the Morong Feng siblings and Ran Qingyun were left. The three of them looked at each other in disbelief. Why don't we just go find the Taoist priest first? Morong Feng opened his mouth. Although it was only on a whim that he ran to the Xian Tian sect. However, after what happened just now, he also knew that if it was just the three of them, I'm afraid that it wouldn't be an easy task to walk within the Xian Tian sect. Ouyang Thian also nodded her head repeatedly and said, that's right, go find the Taoist master. It seemed as if the only way to feel safe was to be by Jiang Li's side. Ran Qingyun thought about it and also nodded, good. After the three of them agreed, they immediately chased after Jiang Li in the direction he had left. On the other side, Jiang Li was finally relieved only after he was sure that Lin Shuangtian was not catching up. What the hell is all this? He said helplessly. Lin Evening Night didn't say anything and just sulked on the sidelines. Si Feng then laughed bitterly, that woman is also a little too crazy, isn't she? She? Si Feng wanted to say something, but after seeing Lin Evening's face, he still didn't say anything. Zhongli shook his head with a bitter smile. Forget it, if you can't afford to mess with it, you can't avoid it. He made up his mind that as long as he got out of the Xin Tian sect, he would immediately run away without giving the other party a chance to take advantage of it. But for some reason, the feeling of being grabbed by Lin Shantian's hand and placed on the other party's breasts would always come to Zhang Li's mind. His hand subconsciously made a grasping motion, just right, perfect, unfortunately. After saying that, Zhang Li shook his head and pulled out the map that Ling Yunzi had given him earlier, confirming the directions before saying to the two of them, let's go and take a look here. Si Feng and Lin Evening looked at where Zhang Li was pointing his finger and said in unison, hidden scripture building. Zhang Li nodded and said, that's right, let's go for a stroll. I heard that it's still possible to find feats in there, so let's take our chances. He didn't have many expectations for the Xian Tian sect, but Lin Evening and Si Feng were different. The two needed the opportunity here to enrich themselves. Although there were many opportunities within the Xian Tian sect, there were also many people. After countless years of mining, the good stuff inside, too, had long been found. Other than those heavenly treasures that still had the potential to grow in the mountains and wilds, there were only a few places where it was easiest to get a chance. One of them is the Bible collection building. Although there wasn't a single scripture or gongfu in it, there were people who were in there and managed to realize something, thus making a name for themselves. Sort of a nice blessed place. Lin Evening Night and Si Feng, who naturally looked up to Zhang Li, immediately agreed. After the three of them agreed, they headed towards the hidden scripture pavilion marked on the map. The location of the hidden scripture pavilion was constructed on a mountain peak that was hanging upside down. From a distance, one could see a pavilion almost as big as the peak of the mountain that was hanging upside down, with the peaks hanging upside down, forming a giant diamond shape. It looks beautiful. Although it looked close, it took the three of them as long as an hour to walk to the nearest palace without flying rashly and just hurrying on foot. The three of them noticed an abnormality as they stepped from the forest and stepped onto this not-so-eye-catching palace. There was no way for any of the three to know what this place was originally for. There was nothing in it but an empty palace. But it was spotless, without a trace of dust. You know, it's been 100 years since anyone has been here. This is star iron wood. This pillar is actually made of a whole piece of star iron wood. Si Feng suddenly tapped a beam and said in surprise, it's too extravagant, actually using such a thick piece of star iron wood as a beam, what a waste. The star iron wood in Si Feng's mouth, Zhang Li knew. This is an extremely hard wood, usually used to make wooden handles for blades. The hilt of the silver star iron longsword that Ling Yunzi had gotten for him was made from this. In addition to its excellent texture, it has many benefits and uses. It would also take about 100 years to grow to arm's length. The star iron wood in front of him, which was as thick as a person's waist, did not know how long it would take to become a timber. But here, it's actually just an ordinary beam. This was a direct confirmation of Lin Yunzi's words that a brick here could be an extraordinary treasure. Without saying a word, Si Feng directly took out his own long sword and wanted to try to cut down the beams of the star ironwood to get rid of them. When Zhang Li saw this, he just wanted to stop it, but it was too late. This pillar had stood here for so many years, and after so many cultivators no one had gotten rid of it, there was definitely something wrong with it. Only to see Si Feng's sword slashing on the beams and pillars, it actually made a sound of gold and iron clanking together. Si Feng was even directly shocked by his own sword and retreated several steps backward. And there wasn't even a white mark on the beam. Zhang Li directly pulled Si Feng, and then retreated towards the back, until he retreated into the nearby woods, carefully observing. It's too weird in here, be careful. Zhang Li frowned. Ling Yunzi had once said that there were ghosts roaming within the Xian Tian sect. No one knows when or why these apparitions appear. In all likelihood, it will be an unintentional act that will startle these apparitions out. One of the most talked about items in Ling Yunzi's instructions was not to mess with the ghosts. When Si Feng heard this, he scratched his head in some embarrassment and said, I'm sorry big brother Zhang, I was a bit dazzled by the sight of such a large piece of star iron wood, I'll pay attention next time. Zhang Li didn't blame Si Feng, patted his shoulder and was just about to explain a couple of things when his pupils suddenly shrank. Only to see that from the palace, a person came out. The other's face was pale, his feet were not touching the ground, and with a broom in his hand, he went to the beam that had been chopped by Si Feng and rubbed it vigorously. Chapter 120 Entering the Tibetan Scripture Building. The ghost appeared without the slightest sign, and the three of them, Zhang Li, had no idea where he had appeared from. In that great hall, when they had looked at it before, it was clearly empty and there was nothing there. Luckily, this apparition was just like what Ling Yunzi had said, and did not act as if it was actively attacking. By the looks of it, it seems to only know how to carry out the behaviors of the living. Big brother Jiang, what now? Si Feng asked carefully, and his voice was lowered. His recklessness just now made him a bit embarrassed. Shall we go around here and continue towards the hidden scripture building? The scripture collection building, the alchemy pavilion, and some other places had long since been proven to be free of spectral presence. It was also the favorite place to go for the Yuaning stage cultivators who had entered the Xiantian sect in the past. It was just a pity that there was nothing left inside, long after the countless years of scavenging by these cultivators of theirs. If it wasn't for the fact that Yuaning stage cultivators couldn't do anything with the buildings here, they might have even scraped away the land long ago. There would be no one to enlighten the kung fu in the hidden scriptures. As for these places where ghosts existed, there might be new opportunities, but the danger was just as present. From the discovery of the Xiantian sect to the present day, in all the records of conflicts that arose with the specter, there were rarely any winners. Without waiting for Jiang Li's words, Sifeng curiously twisted his head to look, only to see Jiang Li's gaze, which was fixed dead center on the apparition. Curious, Sifeng shifted his gaze once more. Well, it's really Jiang Li's taste. Front and back, with an innocent face. It's just that, big brother, you're really not just talking about it, you really want to. Sifeng suddenly remembered the words of Jiang Li before, originally thought it was just joking, the result. Big brother Jiang, we don't want to do this. Sifeng hurriedly admonished. Jiang Li sniffed and glanced at him in surprise, whispering, what are you talking about? You are not. Sifeng signaled with a look and didn't finish. As his good big brother, Jiang Li naturally understood in a second and instantly gave him a violent chestnut on his head. What he said in the first place was, naturally, just a joke. What he really cares about is the she of that ghost's head. It was just that the aura of this specter was of the dark and glowing kind, however, there was no bloodlight that symbolized a life-threatening situation. It seems to be just a bit of bad luck. However, given the difference between a ghost and an ordinary person, Jiang Li was not in a good position to judge what the chi above his head actually symbolized. Previous experience is also somewhat useless at this moment. Another problem was that he didn't know if these ghosts had the possibility of communicating. This was not something that Ling Yunzi had said, and the odds were that there was no precedent for it. The premise of his fortune-telling is that he needs a positive answer from the other party. Can the ghost answer? Jiang Li was eager to try. The weakest of the ghosts here are all equivalent to the strength of the Yuaning stage. According to what Ling Yunzi had said, if his hallowed saint realm was lucky enough to turn into a ghost after death, it would only be the equivalent of a brat at the chi refining stage. Then wouldn't it mean that these ghosts, at the very least, were beyond the absolute peak realm in their lifetime? Above the absolute top, wouldn't that be immortal? If he can read the fortunes of these apparitions and extract the rewards. Jiang Li's breathing began to become rapid. In any case, he wanted to try. It's a risk that's worth taking. As for danger, Jiang Li felt that he had that confidence to ensure that he wouldn't die. He looked at Sifeng and Lin Evening Night beside him and hesitated a little. The two of him, though one was gifted and the other was exceptionally talented. But the time it took to step into the Yuaning stage was just too short. Not to mention these ghosts, even existences such as Lin Shuangtian and Lin Jietian were 100,000 miles short. At best, he would have the power to fight with a more unusual late Yuaning like Jin Xiaoyan. Just as Jiang Li was getting entangled, a rustling sound suddenly came from behind them. The three men immediately turned back to alert. It wasn't long before they saw three heads emerging from the bushes behind them. Ha! There you are, Taoist master. We've been looking for you. Morong Fang's face showed joy after seeing Jiang Li. Shoo! Jiang Li hurriedly put a finger against his lips, signaling him to keep his voice down. Morong Feng hurriedly shut up and followed Jiang Li's eyes towards the great hall not far away. Ouyang Fian and Ran Qingyun similarly looked over. Upon seeing the apparition, the three of them had a slight change in their faces. Especially Ouyang Fian, who at this time was only a young girl who had just turned 18. Although he was already a cultivator of the foundation establishment stage, he was still a bit scared when he saw such ghostly and strange things. Luckily she was much more composed than she had been a year ago, so she didn't scream. But even so, her forehead was instantly sweating, and she covered her mouth in death, afraid that she would make a sound. Jiang Li whispered after making a gesture to leave, "Speak over there." Several people nodded and quietly walked towards the place Jiang Li had signaled. Feeling that the distance was about right, the crowd breathed a small sigh of relief. That one just now is the legendary ghost. It's so scary. Ouyang Fian patted her chest and said with some fear. Jiang Li looked at her with contempt. This girl was the same old timid girl as before. Where's the scary part, except for the white face? He didn't have the heart to say. Ouyang Fian blinked her big innocent eyes and said, "Ghosts, that's a ghost." Jiang Li, hoping that this guy is worried about a point that is not quite the same as others. Other people would only be afraid of the strength of a ghost's Yuaning stage, but she was fine, just because the other party was a ghost. Morong Feng smiled sarcastically, pulled his own sister behind him and said, "Taoist, where are you planning to go? Can you take us with you?" Originally thought that it could be a long time to see, but the reality of the head, so that Morong Feng did not have the confidence at the beginning. Jiang Li also remembered at that moment how these three guys had the Xian Heavenly Order, and immediately asked directly, "How did you guys get the Xian Heavenly Order?" The preciousness of this item was in no way inferior to some extremely high-grade magic weapon blades. Even existences like Yin Xiuzong and Ling Yunzi would have to spend a lot of effort to get their hands on one. And where did Morong Fong get it from? Picked it up, Morong Fong said succinctly. Looking at the rightful look on his face, Zhongli was quite speechless. He actually picks up what others go to great lengths to do. If you offer this thing for some better techniques or pills, it's not a problem, so what made you think you'd come in here on your own? This was what Zhongli was curious about. As far as the strength of the three was concerned, entering this was purely to send food. Any random person here was not something they could deal with, not to mention grabbing the opportunity. Even ensuring that they didn't die was an extremely difficult task. It was fine now. After time passed and the atmosphere within the Shin Tian sect began to gradually become tense and conflicts slowly occurred, it would be the time for the three to die. Come to see the world, an experience like this won't come a few times in a lifetime. The bright light flashing in Morong Feng's eyes made Zhongli feel a little shaky. If it was someone else, Zhongli might have questioned it, but with Morong Feng's words, the reasoning really stood up. Taking another look at Ouyang Fian and Ran Xingyun, they were also in the same mold. Zhongli looked at Ran Xingyun somewhat speechlessly and said, "Forget about the two of them, what's wrong with you?" In his impression, Ran Xingyun was such a person who knew how to hold back and was very persistent and patient. And a man who knows what's great and knows how to get in and out. How could he take such a risk to come? The chi above the heads of the three men was, for the time being, white, nothing bad or good. But that doesn't mean it's always going to be that way. Zhongli could protect them for a while, but not for a lifetime. At this time, Ran Xingyun no longer had that bitter and hateful feeling that he had before. Instead, he had a sense of extreme spontaneity. This might also be the reason why he was able to step into the Jindan stage in a short period of time. By the Taoist master's grace, if it weren't for your advice, my sister might have been about to die. He looked at the cat demon on his shoulder and laughed. If it weren't for you, I probably wouldn't have been able to get the blood life flower, and even if I had gotten it, it might have just been a spent flower. Now that I've gotten my revenge and I'm free of my obsession, it's only natural that I should live for myself. Hearing Ran Xingyun's words, Zhongli no longer dwelled on it. They didn't care about their own lives, so what could he say? Say it in advance, I may not be able to protect you, life and death have their own destinies and riches, you know? The Morong Fong siblings all nodded as they heard this. Ran Xingyun, on the other hand, smiled sparingly and said, I don't need to. Zhongli glared at him without saying much. In the end, Zhongli decided to give up on the idea of going to the Phantom Trials first and sent them to the Hidden Scripture building. At least, there was a chance that these guys would have some chance there. As for taking your chances elsewhere, forget it. Si Feng and Lin evening night alone were enough to keep him busy, and with the addition of these three guys, Zhongli was purely making things difficult for himself. He was now somewhat regretting why he had agreed to bring these three dragons with him. Pressing down the agitation in his heart, Zhongli took the 5 people and continued toward the Bible collection building. Zhongli realized that if he didn't have any obsessions within the Shin Tian sect, there wasn't really any danger. At least, there was no danger from the Shin Tian sect itself. The danger from those Yuaning stage cultivators was another story. After bypassing the previous hall, the several people never encountered any more accidents and made their way unhindered to the bottom of the inverted peak where the scripture building was located. How do you get up there? Do you just fly? Si Feng raised his head, looking at the upside-down mountain peak above his head, and the hidden scripture building built on top of it, and opened his mouth. It was so far away before that there was no concept of it. When coming closer, seeing a mountain peak of unknown height, upside down suspended above the head of that feeling full of oppression. It seemed like it was going to come crashing down at any moment. Zhongli listened with his side ear and could still hear the clamoring cacophony of people hiding inside the building on the mountain peak. By the looks of it, there were not a few people who chose to hide their scriptures. Then there should and indeed will be no danger here, at least on the surface. Come on, let's fly up. With that, he then directly grabbed Morong Fong and Ouyang Fian, who were still only at the foundation establishment stage, and took the lead to fly up. Chapter 121 Conflict Beyond the Main Characters. Zhongli was slightly surprised as he looked at the door of the hidden scripture building in front of him. Unexpectedly, the door of the hidden scripture building was small, far from as big as Zhongli had imagined. And, regardless of entry and exit, there seems to be only one such door. Looking at Si Feng and the others again, it was obvious that they were also a bit surprised, just like him. Well, probably worried about someone stealing the gongfu, a small door is convenient for arresting people. Morong Feng thought for a moment and voiced his guess. Zhongli nodded at his words, not to mention, he thought the same thing. But that was all out of the minds of a few people. The Shin Tian sect had to drill even if they changed the door of the scripture collection building into a dog hole when it was time to do so. A few people just looked at it for a moment and then fishtailed. As soon as they entered the scripture collection building, several people were shocked in place by the sight before them. The space within the hidden scripture building was far more than what they had thought, far more. In addition to the main floor building, the entire peak, which was hanging upside down, was also almost hollowed out. The entire center of the cache is completely empty. There was only a platform about 10 feet wide protruding from the part against the wall of the hidden scripture building and the mountain face. It was as if it were a mosquito coil, spreading in circles from the roof of the building, in circles, into the body of the mountain. Zhang counted, there were 99 floors. There was a chain that hung down from the edge of these platforms, and by the looks of it, it should have been connected to something before. Immediately adjacent to the walls of the cache and the hollowed-out mountain wall below are rows of tall wooden bookshelves. It was a pity that all the bookshelves, which totaled 99 floors, were all empty. Zhang Li looked at these empty bookshelves, completely unable to imagine how much would be needed if they were all filled with Gongfu tome. I'm afraid that it's the merit laws of all the sects in the entire 36 states of the earthly Tao combined that can't even fill up a single layer here. Zhang Li walked over to these bookshelves and realized that there were many slash marks on them. There were just as many, not only on the bookshelves, but also on the platform at his feet. But it didn't look like it had been caused by a fierce fight. It was more like it was caused by a cultivator unintentionally swinging his blades while checking out the Gongfu tome here. Zhang Li could vaguely feel a hint of a different flavor coming out from these traces. He also noticed that some bookshelves or nearby floor walls had a lot of marks on them and some had very few. By the looks of it, the more traces on the bookshelf, the more the Gongfu tome on this bookshelf had been viewed. Most of those Yuaning stage cultivators who entered this place chose to sit beside the bookshelves with more traces of these, plopping down and trying to realize something from them. It's just not clear whether it works or not. But every time there are always those lucky few who manage to enunciate something. In turn, this has led to countless people clamoring for imitation. Only, even though there were 99 floors in the scripture collection building, there were many bookshelves on each floor. Still, it's not too easy to find a bookshelf with more traces. They were late and the good seats had long been taken by those who came before them. Zhang Li thought about it and took out his silver star iron rapier and slashed towards a bookshelf. Ding ding ding. After a sound of gold and iron clashing, the bookshelf remained intact without the slightest breakage. Sure enough, just as he had expected, this place was just like the others, and with their strength, they were completely unable to damage it in the slightest. It was also unknown what kind of cultivation would be able to leave a mark on this. The commotion on Zhang Li's side immediately drew the attention of many people. At this time, these people in the scripture building 3 or 5 get together, from time to talk about the exchange of some of their own insights. The sound is inevitably a little noisy. But the commotion that Zhang Li had made was still a bit too big. Immediately, someone gave him a disgruntled look. Only, when they saw Zhang Li's face clearly, they all wisely didn't pick a fight. The previous sight of Zhang Li decapitating a man with a single sword was seen by quite a few people. Especially since that lunatic, Lin Shuangtian, was still on his side, it made people even more fearful. But there are always people who are so proud of their strength that they won't take him seriously. Quiet. The person who spoke, Zhang Li still had a slight impression. It was the youth carrying 4 swords who had spoken not far from him when they had just entered the Xin Tian sect. The location he was at happened to be the level of the entrance where Zhang Li and the others were. And, the marks on the bookshelf next to his location were the most numerous. He was very dissatisfied with Zhang Li's actions just now. He had only just gained some enlightenment when the commotion made by Zhang Li dispersed the trace of enlightenment in his heart cleanly. Zhang Li, as a reasonable person, also knew that he had slightly gone overboard just now and smiled apologetically at him. Don't think you can cut down what's here and take it away, no one can. The sword-carrying youth once again opened his mouth to remind him, treating Zhang Li as a whimsical, ignorant person who wanted to chop up the bookshelf and take away the wood. Unbeknownst to him, Zhang Li actually wanted to see if he could lure out a ghost here as well. Only, it did look like there were no more ghosts in the hidden scripture building, and Zhang Li waited for quite a while without seeing any ghosts appear. If the others knew what Zhang Li was thinking, I'm afraid they would have the heart to strangle him. Although it wasn't too easy to sense the Dao Kung Fu chances within the scripture collection building, it was a relatively stable place anyways. It's always safer than other places that are prone to attracting ghosts. If the ghosts were made here because of Zhang Li, these people would probably be able to just swarm on him. Zhang Li nodded at the young man as a way of thanking him for the reminder, then he led Sifeng and the others, trying to find a bookshelf with more traces. There were a total of 99 floors within the Tibetan scripture building, so naturally it was impossible for all the good places to be occupied. Within a short time, Zhang Li and the others found a nice location. Sifeng and Lin Evening Night and the others wouldn't feel bad about sensing here. But it would be bitter for Zhang Li, who preferred to draw ready-made rewards directly from others. Especially since he couldn't sit still with the phantom on his mind. Just as he was pondering how to arrange them so that he could go and find the phantom soul himself, there were some more cultivators, one after another, arriving from other places. Apparently some people didn't find any good chances, or didn't want to take the risk of going up against the ghosts, and ultimately chose to come here to take their chances. But the good places, too, are almost taken. Those who came later could only find places that were relatively okay. Why is he here too? Suddenly, Zhang Li heard someone open his mouth in surprise, so he curiously looked towards the entrance. Only to see a physical cultivator who was fully 2 heads taller than him, with a body of horizontal muscles even more powerful than the one he had decapitated earlier, walk in with his 2 companions. His appearance also caused a lot of talk. From the murmurs of these people, Zhongli roughly knew the identity of this person. Late Yuaning physical cultivator, the number one among the younger generation of disciples of the Qianzhou's number one Holy Land, the Dragon Elephant sect. An existence that was no better than the sixth prince of the imperial dynasty. Even more so, in order to enter the Xian Tian sect, he had rigidly suppressed his cultivation for 8 years. Only, unlike his rugged appearance, he had a very elegant name, Lu Yunshang. His personality is still the same as his appearance, he is very violent. Only to see that the other party seemed to have a target in mind, and as soon as they entered, they walked towards the youth carrying the 4 swords. The young man, who apparently also sensed the other party's intentions, stared at the other party with an unkind gaze. Obviously, he wouldn't be as scornful of Lu Yunsheng as the others. "Get out of the way, I'll take it here." Lu Yunsheng walked straight to the other party, looked down at the other party and said in a very domineering manner. Many people who had once entered the Xian Heavenly Sect and had been given a chance, or found a chance, would always tell their experiences to the clan, their descendants. In order to do so, it is hoped that those who come after them will be better able to get their own chances. Especially for a behemoth like the Dragon Elephant Sect, the number one Holy Land in Qianzhou, there had been countless disciples who had entered the Xian Heavenly Sect and brought back a lot of information. After taking his chances, Lu Yunqing ultimately chose to come here first to get his hands on the chance that one of the clan seniors had told him about. This chance was the place where the youth carrying the 4 swords was. Someone from the Dragon Elephant Sect then, in his place, had comprehended a set of boxing techniques. But if you want to comprehend all of the mysteries of this set of boxing techniques, it is best to come here and feel it for yourself. Lu Yunsheng, who had already acquired this set of boxing techniques, naturally wanted to have some enlightenment here, so it was 100 times easier than others. This is the depth of a great clan. The Yanshou sect could not have such an underpinning, and Lin Evening Night and the others would have to honestly rely on themselves. Originally thought to be a very simple matter, Lu Yunsheng realized that things had become a bit troublesome. This person in front of him, after hearing his words, actually didn't move at all. "I told you to get out of the way." Lu Yunsheng spoke again. The youth carrying 4 swords on his back just coldly glanced at him before spitting out a single word from his mouth, "Scram." His voice was neither high nor low, and although the Tibetan scripture building was large, the people inside the building heard it clearly. Everyone was surprised and looked over towards the two, and the bored Jiangli was naturally no exception. Even those who didn't recognize Lu Yunsheng could feel a strong sense of oppression from his size. They really didn't understand where the sword-carrying youth's confidence came from. After Lu Yunsheng heard the other party's words, his mouth grinned and he laughed out directly. It was the first time he had been humiliated in front of so many people. "I'll fulfill you today if you don't do it by honoring me." Lu Yunsheng didn't say anything. Lifting his casserole-sized fist, he smashed it towards the sword-carrying youth. The strong sonic boom produced in the swing of the fist allowed everyone to clearly feel the power that came from this punch. Zhongli was even brighter when he saw it. Physical cultivation was not very easy to find. His physical cultivation realm was now stuck in the Jindan realm. This Lu Yunsheng was a good opportunity for him. Moreover, he had already seen that the qi above Lu Yunsheng's head was black with a reddish tinge, and it was obvious that there was a danger of killing him. The danger, obviously, was from that sword-carrying youth. As expected, in the face of Lu Yunsheng's fist, the sword-backed youth directly pinched a sword trick, and one of the 4 swords behind him was directly sheathed, chopping towards Lu Yunsheng's arm. With this sword, even Zhongli couldn't help but let out a sigh of admiration when he saw it. To his eyes, his clear spirit sword technique seemed somewhat worthless in comparison. "That's a good prize pool too," Zhongli said with glowing eyes. Chapter 122 Mediation, you have to have strength. Whether it was the sword-carrying youth or Lu Yunsheng, Zhongli did not want to let go. Feats, he has the Great Return to Heaven feat. For arts, he has the 8 trigrams Voltron technique. In the case of swordsmanship, the clear spirit sword technique was slightly more decadent. After all, although the Yanshou sect was a premier sect in Ningzhou, when looking at the entire earthly Tao, it could actually only be considered second-rate. It would be good to have a Great Return to Heaven technique to hold up the facade, and the clear spirit sword technique was really a bit unimpressive. Of course, this is only relative. But Zhongli's current vision was so high, how could he be satisfied with a small Qingling sword technique? The sword technique that this sword-carrying youth was carrying was a bit coveted by Zhongli, and he was ready to find a way to see if he could draw it back. As for Lu Yunsheng, as the number one person of the younger generation of the Dragon Elephant sect, his fleshly body was hammered to an incomparable horror, just enough to make up for his current shortcoming of a lack of fleshly body. Whether it was the Yanshou sect or any other sects in Ningzhou, none of them were known for their physical bodies. It's also a top-notch opportunity. It was only a pity that the qi above the head of the sword-carrying youth was only a normal milky white color for the time being, and there was no chance for a while. We can only take care of Lu Yunsheng first. Seeing that the two had already made their move, Zhongli, who had made up his mind, immediately stepped forward. "Stop it, two fellow Taoists, you have trigrams. Success or failure, let's fool around first." The two men who had just exchanged blows were surprised to hear Jiang Li speak and both stopped fighting to look at him. Jiang Li's eyes were happy when he saw this. If a bystander had called it off, it might not have been as effective as it was for him. It all depended on those two small appearances when entering the Xian Tian sect and just after entering. This made Jiang Li couldn't help but sigh in his heart. A person's name is a tree's shadow, something like fame is still useful sometimes. Heh, it's you. Lu Yunqing sneered after seeing that it was Jiang Li. Some people would be afraid of Jiang Li, but it definitely wouldn't include him, Lu Yunsheng. Are you trying to help him? Lu Yunqing pointed at the sword-carrying youth and his eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Jiang Li. Obviously, he had misunderstood Jiang Li's purpose. I came to save you. You can't see the chi of your own head, the black is dripping blood, okay? Jiang Li wanted to split his head and directly scold him, but he eventually held back. He shook his head and slowly spoke, fellow Taoist, you really have a trigram. Lu Yunqing sniffed, the corner of his mouth curled up. I don't know what to say. If you just want a claptrap, I advise you to dismiss the idea while you still can, not to mention that this matter has nothing to do with you, is related, it is not for you to judge, quickly get out of the way, grandpa's fists don't recognize people. Lu Yunqing naturally wouldn't believe Jiang Li's words. A guy who suddenly appeared out of nowhere, thinking that he was untouchable because he had done something amazing, even daring to meddle in his affairs, and saying things that provoked laughter like that, was simply unaware of what was going on. Jiang Li didn't think Lu Yunsheng would believe it, so he immediately spoke, if you don't listen to the words of the poor Taoist, you will be killed. You're looking for death. Lu Yunsheng sniffed, and immediately his anger surged, his eyes filling with blood. By the looks of it, the two of you are really in cahoots, so be it, since you want to die so badly, Grandpa will fulfill you. After saying that, Lu Yunsheng directly abandoned the sword-carrying youth and blasted his fist towards Jiang Li. The punching force of this punch was much more rigid than when he had just struck out at the sword-carrying youth. Jiang Li even saw Lu Yunsheng's fist, which was ablaze with gusts of flame, vaguely forming a dragon's head. Obviously, the other party was utilizing some sort of gong method. Sword-carrying youth saw the situation, although some surprise, but as directly put away the long sword, watching a good show. When Jiang Li saw this, he smiled slightly and was not alarmed. Only to see his hands quickly pinch a contrick, hands rubbed, flatly appeared a human head-sized water ball held in his hands. The opponent's punches were incomparably stiff and fierce, and they were of the fire genus. The character Ken is water, which just happens to be soft to fight fire with water. He only saw his left hand turn into a palm and lightly pushed the water ball towards the front, as if he wanted to directly parry Lu Yunsheng's fire fist. Lu Yunsheng laughed coldly in his heart when he saw this. With this punch of his, an ordinary late Yuaning cultivator wouldn't be able to catch it. This person in front of him was actually so arrogant, thinking that getting a random water ball that restrained the fire genus was like taking it? Not self-serving. But the next moment, Lu Yunsheng was confused. Only Jiang Li saw that while his fists and palms connected, his right hand pinched the four characters Qian, Koan, Burgundy, and Tue again. Then, he steadily received this punch from Lu Yunsheng. And, it seems very easy to write. The 8 trigrams Voltron technique, a technique of Ling Yunzi, a Saint Realm powerhouse, was unpredictable and infinitely powerful. These 4 character techniques he had just made corresponded to gold and earth respectively. It is characterized by robustness, suppleness, heaviness, and balance. Coupled with the fact that he already had a physical body with the strength of a Jindan stage physical cultivator, receiving Lu Yunsheng's fist was really a logical thing to do. But not in the eyes of the onlooker. Many people had seen Jiang Li had beheaded a late-stage Yuaning with a single sword and knew that he had extraordinary strength. However, no one had ever thought that Jiang Li could be compared to Lu Yunsheng. The name of the first person of the younger generation of the Dragon Elephant sect was not blown out, but actually fought out. Jiang Li, such an unknown person, actually took it so easily? Lu Yunsheng's gaze condensed, and although he was a little surprised by Jiang Li's strength, he still didn't put it in his eyes. Good, you really do have some skills, no wonder you dare to jump out and make noise. After saying that, Lu Yunsheng directly raised his hands high in the air and slammed them down towards Jiang Li with his clasped fists. This time, the might was several times more powerful than before. Jiang Li shook his head slightly when he saw this. He had thought that he had just easily taken the other party's punch, and Lu Yunsheng would at least be willing to listen to him for a couple of words because of his strength. He was confident that as long as Lu Yunsheng was willing to listen to him, he would be able to fool the other party within 3 or 2 sentences. But now it seems that it won't stop until the other side is beaten right into submission. So he stopped holding back, a flash of color flashed in his eyes, and with a glance, he could see where Lu Yunsheng's weaknesses were broken. At the same time, one hand pinched a sundowner. Instantly, countless thick branches stretched out from behind him, transforming into a huge wooden hand that held Lu Yunsheng's clasped fist. Then the silver star iron departure longsword instantly entered his hand and stabbed towards Lu Yunsheng's weak point under his armpit. Lu Yunsheng no longer had his initial calmness at this moment. He was not surprised to have his hands framed by Jiang Li, it was normal to have such a skill to be able to catch one of his punches. But that sort of Jiang Li's was really a bit shocking to him. He didn't know whether Jiang Li had done it unintentionally or intentionally, but he had actually stabbed at his weak point impartially. Lu Yunqing immediately lashed out, breaking free of the wooden hand, and was about to lower his arm to block Jiang Li's long sword. Blast! Jiang Li spat out a word from his mouth and pinched the Sun character again in his hand, and a strange wind appeared out of thin air. The sword borrowed the wind and its speed skyrocketed, not giving Lu Yunqing any chance at all, snatching him before he lowered his arm and stabbing him in the armpit. Lu Yunqing could only watch the other party's sword, stabbing into his weak point without being able to do anything about it. A deep sense of powerlessness rose from the bottom of his heart. One's whole body's ability, not even 1/12 of it was used out, and one was about to suffer a heavy blow? Chapter 123, I'm saving you. Surprisingly, Lu Yunqing didn't feel any pain. He looked at Jiang Li in surprise and realized that the other party, at some point, had already withdrawn his long sword and was looking at him with a smile on his face. The provocation in his eyes was very strong. Lu Yunqing was immediately furious. This was simply teasing him on the other side. Lu Yunqing's eyes glared as his muscles bulged, his entire body rapidly expanding like a balloon that was being inflated. In just a moment, it transformed into a giant that was more than a foot tall. He could accept defeat, but could not tolerate being treated with such contempt. This time, he directly used his full strength while applying the clan sect suppressing technique, the chaotic dragon elephant technique, to the extreme. At this moment, he already possessed the power of a dragon and elephant, just like a demon god, appalling. He only had one purpose at the moment, which was to smash Jiang Li, who was in front of him, into a meat cake. As for why the other party had just withdrawn his hand, he didn't even want to consider the reason for it. Faced with this terrifying appearance of Lu Yunqing, Jiang Li wasn't afraid, but he took a few steps back slightly to avoid him. Lu Yunqing's eyes flashed with joy when he saw this. Jiang Li was clearly afraid of himself with this retreat. Faith, it's back. Lu Yunqing's eyes stared like bronze bells, and he grinned a big mouth, laughing as if thunder had exploded. Die! Lu Yunqing laughed and slapped his hands towards Jiang Li, aiming to slap him directly into pieces. Once again, a strange color flashed in Jiang Li's eyes, and he saw where his opponent's weakness was at a glance. He held the sword in one hand and choked with the other. This time, Jiang Li directly launched all 8 techniques. Directly behind him, 8 giant dragons appeared, each representing a kind of Manhwa character skill. Each of these 8 giant dragons was much larger than Lu Yunqing, who had transformed into a small giant. From them, a faint dragon's might was even emanating. Without saying a word, these 8 giant dragons directly blocked in front of Jiang Li, each opening their bloody mouths and biting towards Lu Yunqing. Where had Lu Yunqing seen such a battle, he was instantly somewhat appalled. Aren't we all at the Yuanying stage? How can you just turn into a dragon? It's not even ing fair, okay? When Sifeng, who was on the side, saw this, the excitement in his eyes was almost on the verge of overflowing. 8 dragons, it's 8 dragons. Big brother Jiang was actually able to conjure up 8 dragons in one breath. He still remembered to this day how Jiang Li had gotten an earth dragon to bully him when he was at the Jindan stage. He could finally summon the earth dragon now as well. He had thought that he had more or less caught up with Jiang Li, but now, Jiang Li had gotten 8 in one breath. Sifeng doesn't feel hit by anything, instead he feels excited. As long as Jiang Li could do it, that meant he could too. The difference is just a matter of time. Right now, Jiang Li was his benchmark, his goal to move forward. Of course, he didn't dare to hope that he would be able to summon an 8-headed dragon. Even if there were only 4 heads, it would be enough for him to be excited for a long time. As expected, under the attack of these 8 gigantic dragons, Lu Yunqing, who had transformed into a small giant with unrivaled chi strength, was simply not enough. He couldn't even touch the corner of Jiang Li's coat, let alone try to slap him into a crumbly meatloaf. Jiang Li looked at Lu Yunqing, who was being pressed to the ground by the combined strength of the 8 giant dragons, and slowly stepped forward, once again using his long sword, against his weak point. Jiang Li was telling him with his actions that I can kill you with one strike against you. Or you can just run you over and kill you in one hit like you are doing now. Lu Yunqing clearly understood Jiang Li's meaning. Words can't be taught to people, but things can be taught to people, once they are taught. From the process and results of Jiang Li's 2 easy defeats of him before and after, Lu Yunqing had to come to a conclusion. One was simply no match for the other. Jiang Li, too, was not the helper of the sword-carrying youth as he had thought. With this kind of strength, it wouldn't be necessary to go through so much trouble if it was a helper at all. Let go of Master Lu. Let go of Master Lu. Seeing that Lu Yunqing was actually subdued by Jiang Li, the 2 disciples of the Dragon Elephant sect who were traveling with him immediately performed their feats and transformed into small giants exactly like Lu Yunqing and attacked towards Jiang Li. Facing Lu Yunqing, Jiang Li might still have to go through some trouble. But if the 2 of them, Jiang Li just waved his hand and split 2 giant dragons and took them down easily. Jiang Li retrieved his long sword, but he didn't remove the giant dragon's bindings on Lu Yunqing at the first opportunity. He patted Lu Yunqing's face and said, "Now, can you listen to me? The man is the chopper and I am the fish." Lu Yunqing was well aware of his current situation and could only nod his head. "I lost. I did save your life, you know?" Jiang Li said. Lu Yunqing smiled bitterly as he said, "Whatever you say, is what you say." He was acting very patronizing. "Whether you want to kill me, I'll do whatever you want, but please don't make things difficult for my two senior brothers." At this moment, Lu Yunqing's grief was greater than his heart. Cultivating the Tao for many years, he has not lost a single battle among his peers. Today, but he was easily defeated by Jiang Li. The blow to his Tao was not insignificant. "You don't believe me?" Jiang Li laughed. Lu Yunqing laughed bitterly. "Fellow Taoist, I've admitted that I've lost, so you should stop teasing me. You can kill me if you want to, it's not fair to tease me like this, it's beneath your winning family's status. Just now, you were much more frantic than you are now." Jiang Li lost his smile as he looked at his wretched appearance. Lu Yunqing opened his mouth and choked on his words a little. Just now is just now is now, just now he was talking standing up, now he is lying down, can it be the same? Well, the poor Taoist will only say one thing: if you fight me, you will only suffer a bit of flesh and blood, but if you fight him, you will lose your life. With that, Jiang Li looked at the sword-carrying youth on the side. Lu Yunqing obviously still didn't believe it, and he stubbornly said, "I admit that fellow Taoist is powerful, but him? We haven't fought yet, Mr. Lu won't be cowed before the battle." The sword-carrying youth just gave him a cold look and did not say anything. Jiang Li, on the other hand, had just wanted to tell him a fortune and prove it for him, but he suddenly realized that the chi at the top of Lu Yunqing's head was rapidly transforming from its original black and red color to an ordinary white color. When Jiang Li saw this, he slapped his head and felt some chagrin in his heart. By being like this, it seemed as if he was directly helping Lu Yunqing to pass through his death. Originally, he was thinking of taking this opportunity to tell his fortune, but now, it's all gone to waste. Jiang Li said with an ugly face, "Then, why don't you guys fight again and pretend I didn't say anything just now?" It was hard for Jiang Li to be surprised by something like this. Sure enough, Lu Yunqing's next words completely proved that his efforts were all in vain. "No, since you have won, we will naturally give up this place and go somewhere else to find another chance." Seeing that Jiang Li had no intention of killing him, Lu Yunqing finally chose to leave the Tibetan scripture building. The big deal was that he would come back when the sword-carrying youth had finished his senses. "Don't, I was just kidding, you guys should continue," Jiang Li anxiously said. Lu Yunqing, however, shook his head. "Fellow Taoist, a great man's word is his bond. If you win, I won't fight with him anymore." Jiang Li. Chapter 124 Self-hypnotized Lu Yunqing. This was the most speechless Jiang Li had ever been since he crossed over. He actually offered to help the other guy defuse a bloodbath and then didn't draw a reward. He's having a hard time. The chi above everyone's head is not so easy to change. It was so hard to see one, I was not ready for it for a moment, and it actually slipped right out from under my nose. Jiang Li was somewhat unable to forgive himself. He looked around the room, desperately needing someone with a change in head chi to comfort his young mind. It was a pity that although there were many people in the hidden scripture building now, none of them matched. Jiang Li couldn't help but curse in his heart, "It's all garbage." There were so many people, but there was actually no one with any gains. It was even worse than those disciples of the Yin Shou sect. "How dare you call yourself a heavenly pride of the earthly path?" These people saw the deep look of contempt in Jiang Li's gaze, but they all dared to be angry. Lu Yunqing had been rubbed on the ground by the other party, let alone them. There was only the sword-carrying youth, who hadn't been making any movements, with only those traces in front of him in his eyes. Just as Jiang Li was preparing, or going outside to find a ghost to test it out, he suddenly realized that the chi above the head of the sword-carrying youth began to change. A golden color that was slowly brightening. At the same time, Lu Yunqing, who was pressed to the ground by him, as well as his two senior brothers, the chi above their heads was slowly changing, giving birth to dots of golden light. And, these golden lights were still increasing in speed. It looks like this is the chance to come. Jiang Li's heart was happy, it was really a big ups and downs. Lu Yunqing only saw Jiang Li suddenly look at him and reveal a smile with an indistinct meaning. Dog you?" Lu Yunqing was a bit flustered in his heart by Jiang Li's look and opened his mouth to ask. "Have a fortune?" Jiang Li hemmed and hawed. Lu Yunqing sniffed and subconsciously nodded. Jiang Li then rushed to his two senior brothers and said, "You guys want to have a fortune too?" "Oh, not a discussion with you guys." When the two saw that Lu Yunqing had nodded, they didn't hesitate. It was suffocating. This was Lu Yunqing's most intuitive feeling at this time. He came out on a high note and ended up pulling his weight. He couldn't tell what Jiang Li was playing at, but it was quite easy to beat him. Lu Yunqing was crazy, but not stupid. To be able to defeat him so easily, he wouldn't believe it if Jiang Li didn't have a deep background. I didn't pay attention just now, but the ones with him also looked like they were all skilled in their own way. A 13 or 14-year-old who was already at the yuaning stage. A woman with a divine glint in her eyes. An expressionless, cold-faced, sword-holding youth with an uninviting face. Although he was only at the Jindan stage, he possessed a demonic beast spirit pet. There were also two young men and women who were mushy together, and they were actually only at the foundation establishment stage. As the saying goes, when things go wrong, there must be a demon. Foundation stage? He, Lu Yunsheng, was considered to have seen a lot, but he had never seen such a little cutie. To be able to travel with an existence like Zhongli, one must be superior. The foundation establishment stage is just a manifestation they use to cover their ears, trying to fool him? Impossible. Lu Yunsheng had a gaze of I've seen through everything, and after sweeping several people over, he was already certain that these people were definitely not ordinary. The background of the forces behind the people here was definitely deep, at least not much worse than the Dragon Elephant sect. In his conjecture, perhaps Judas had. Fellow Taoist, there is one thing that I would like to ask you to clear up, but of course, there's no harm if you don't say anything. Lu Yunsheng spoke in a deep voice. Jiang Li was curious, what is it? Can you tell me the name of your clan? I have absolutely no intention of retaliating afterward. A loss is a loss. Lu Yunsheng can afford to lose, he just wants to lose with some understanding. Jiang Li said indifferently, Yan Xiuzong. Yan Xiuzong? Lu Yunsheng repeated it, thinking frantically in his mind, but he couldn't recall such a clan. To be able to cultivate an existence like Zhongli, it was by no means an ordinary sect, perhaps some kind of hidden sect. Lu Yunsheng thought so. With that, he then looked at Si Feng and the others behind Zhongli and spoke, how about a few of you? Si Feng didn't care and spoke, my master Ling Yunzi. He had never heard of Yan Xiuzong, but Ling Yunzi's great name was as good as thunder. So it's the senior disciple of Gua sage Ling Yunzi, no wonder the talent is so high. Disrespectful, 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 disrespectful. Lu Yunsheng revealed a dazed look. Lin Evening saw his gaze, looking at herself again, and immediately pointed at Zhongli, this is my senior uncle. Lu Yunsheng sniffed with a look of understanding. The divine light in Lin Lianyao's eyes was so radiant that he suddenly had the feeling that he was being directly seen through. When I fought with Zhongli just now, I had this feeling. By the looks of it, it should be the other clan's secret method. This Yan Xiu is really extraordinary. After going back, we must report to the sect and befriend it. Between cultivators, although the fist is the main thing, but it can't all be fighting and killing, and human feelings are also necessary. Of course, the first step is to be able to earn the respect of the other person. If Zhongli hadn't beaten Lu Yunsheng directly into submission, Lu Yunsheng wouldn't have paid any attention to the Yan Xiu sect. Seeing Lu Yunsheng's gaze fall on him again, Ran Xingyun just said coldly, Lu's cultivator. Lu Yunsheng nodded, but in his heart, he was completely unconvinced. Can a casual cultivator get an order to enter Xintian? Can a casual cultivator travel with an existence like Zhongli? Can a loose cultivator conclude a contract with a demonic beast at the Jindan stage? Thinking of the other party's cold character, Lu Yunsheng naturally did not look into it deeply and just nodded his head as a greeting. We are the Prime Sword sect. Without waiting for Lu Yunsheng to speak, Ouyang Fian opened her mouth with a smile. Morong Feng was also very decent in meeting Lu Yunsheng. Whether it was the language or the actions, they were all impeccable, and at first glance, they were gentlemen taught by the famous masters of the great sects. Prime Sword sect. The name of a sect often reflected the strength and depth of the sect. Just like their Dragon Elephant sect, they were a physical cultivation sect at first listen. The word dragon and elephant even embodied the characteristic of their gongfu, which was that it was strong and powerful to the extreme. And this Prime Heavenly Sword sect, from the name, should be mainly sword cultivators. The Prime, the pillar of the sky, dared to use Prime as its name, so one didn't need to think about it to know how terrifying this sect was. Although Lu Yunsheng had never heard of the Prime Sword sect's name, he thought that it was a reclusive sect like the Yanshou sect, with countless heavenly pride and great powers within the sect. Dragon Elephant Sect Cloud Character, Lu Yunsheng, meet you all fellow Taoists. At this time, Lu Yunsheng had already been released by Zhongli and stood up, ceremoniously and thoughtfully re-summoning with them. I hope that you will not take it personally if I have offended you today, but in the future, Yunsheng will definitely come to the door to thank you for your offense. At this moment, Lu Yunsheng, where was the brash arrogance from before? Let's just say that strength is the basis for being able to speak equally. Chapter 125 Sword Cultivator Wrecking Trinity. Don't talk about those useless things, quickly tell your fortune. Zhongli was impatient too. It's a ing conversation. Lu Yunsheng wanted to say, Big brother, isn't it good to have more friends and more roads? But he nodded and said, you count. Finally getting an affirmative answer from Lu Yunsheng, Zhongli was slightly relieved. A curtain of light then appeared in front of him. After seeing the trigrams on the light screen, Zhongli was slightly surprised. Seeing the expression on Zhongli's face, Lu Yunsheng was aroused with a strong curiosity even though he didn't understand why Zhongli had to tell his fortune. Fellow Daoist, is there a problem? Zhongli shook his head, no, it's just a bit of a coincidence. Zhongli didn't answer him, but instead looked at his two senior brothers. You two, come here. After calling the two over, Zhongli's trigrams of the two also appeared in front of him. Sure enough, it was just as he thought. The trigrams of these three brothers are exactly the same. The original reason for the three to come here was the location of the sword-carrying youth. Originally, after the two of them clashed, Lu Yunsheng was going to be directly beheaded by the other party. His two senior brothers, naturally, were also a downer. This way, there is no follow-up. But now Lu Yunsheng had been beaten up by himself and mistakenly broken his kill. Instead, they were given a chance. The trigram showed that the three would get what they wanted from the sword-backed youth and take their places back. But by the looks of it, there didn't seem to be any continued conflict, or else it wouldn't all be golden aura. In the trigrams, it was only enough for the three Lu Yunsheng to wait quietly. As for the reason, it was not said. This was the reason why Zhongli didn't know what to say to them for a while. Because he felt that it had, perhaps, something to do with him. You. Wait for a while, in a while the poor Taoist may be able to send you a chance. Lu Yunsheng? Zhongli didn't explain, but walked towards the sword-carrying youth. At this moment, the sword-carrying youth had long since stopped paying attention to them and instead concentrated on sensing the traces on the bookshelf in front of him. He had been disturbed by Zhongli once before, and again by Lu Yunsheng, making him so irritated that he could never quiet his mind. Fellow Daoist, a fortune? Just as he was getting annoyed at the delay in getting into the swing of things, a voice rang out behind him, very, very close. The sword-carrying youth turned back suddenly and realized that Zhongli had come behind him at some point. I can't believe he didn't even notice. The sword-backed youth said with a stern look on his face, scram. At the moment, he no longer had the patience that he had at the beginning and his tone was harsh. Zhongli didn't care, but laughed. Is it that your mind hasn't been quiet? Get out. The sword-carrying youth still had no good color for Zhongli. How the do you talk, I? Lu Yunsheng was already very dissatisfied with him, and if Zhongli hadn't appeared, he would have beaten him up fatly. As for what Zhongli said about saving his life, it doesn't exist. It must be Zhongli's deliberate alarmist talk in order to get him to tell his fortune. Although he still couldn't figure out Zhongli's purpose, it didn't affect his judgment so much at all. When the sword-carrying youth heard Lu Yunsheng still raving in front of him, his face turned cold, and the four long swords behind his back were suddenly ready to move, as if they were about to be sheathed in the next moment. If he had a few moments of tolerance towards Zhongli, he was truly moved to kill Lu Yunsheng. He was most unaccustomed to, is Lu Yunsheng this kind of rely on the background of the clan, think some strength, will not let people in the eyes of stupid. What are you looking at? If it wasn't for Dao Franzhang, I would have smashed your dog's head with one punch. Lu Yunsheng glared and cursed. Clang. A crisp sword chime sounded steeply. This time, it wouldn't be one sword, but four swords sheathed at the same time. For a moment, an appalling sword aura erupted from his body, sharp and aggressive. The people inside the hidden scripture building were appalled at the sight. The crowd only felt as if there was an incomparably sharp divine sword that was about to come out. But the next moment. How bad it is to be fighting all the time. Only Zhongli pinched Qian, Kuan and Jin with one hand and pressed one hand in vain, directly pressing the four long swords that the sword-carrying youth had just unsheathed but halfway back into their scabbards. At the same time, everyone seemed to hear another mournful sword sound. The young man with the sword back showed horror in his eyes, and his eyes were stunned. He hadn't used his full strength just now, but it was still 7 out of 10. How could Zhongli not be shocked when he actually directly took the sword he had just unsheathed and pressed it back? For a sword cultivator who couldn't even sheath his own sword, how could he face the enemy? Is a swordsman still a swordsman if he can't use his sword? Fellow Taoist, peace is precious. Tell a fortune, no money. Zhongli looked at him with a smile, but the threat in his eyes was clearly visible. The sword-carrying youth was about to say something else, but he suddenly realized that a divine light flashed in Zhongli's eyes. At the same time, Zhongli's gaze never left his right wrist. It seemed that as long as he dared to continue, his opponent would immediately attack his wrist. There, it was exactly where his only weakness was when he struck his sword. The sword-carrying youth's face was as normal, but the clothes behind him had long been drenched in sweat. He struggled internally, the pride of a sword cultivator prevented him from bowing down to Zhongli. I'd rather die than fold. The sword-carrying youth almost squeezed these words out from between his teeth. His eyes that looked at Zhongli were also covered with scarlet blood. Hey you guys, his sword is pretty good. Zhongli suddenly had 4 more swords in his hands and passed them to Sifeng and the others to enjoy looking at them. The sword-carrying youth looked at the sword they were passing around to see, and always felt that something looked familiar. He immediately reached out and grabbed. Toward the back but grabbed an empty hand. A flash of despair flashed in the eyes of the sword-carrying youth. It looks familiar. That's my own sword. Zhongli looked at the other party with a smile and a teasing look in his eyes. It was a skill he had drawn from a thief and stole from a thief 3 hands. If the sword-carrying youth was grasping the sword in his hand or putting it in his storage bag, there was absolutely no chance for him to succeed. It favors this guy who likes to carry his sword on his back. The effect was great, and the face of the sword-carrying youth was the best proof. But nothing really works. The stuff is stolen, but the ownership is still the other person's. After all, this was something that people had gone to great lengths to offer up. As expected, the sword-carrying youth simply pinched a sword trick and put the 4 swords back. Just as he was habitually preparing to carry the sword on his back again, he silently took the sword back into his storage bag after seeing Jiang Li's teasing eyes. Seeing this, Jiang Li laughed and said, "See, I told you that it's useless to fight and kill, you also agree, right?" The sword-carrying youth rubbed his nose and sighed, "Yes. I'm Jiang Li, I don't know you?" Kuba 3-1. Quan Sanyi was as shy with his words as he was with Ran Qingyun. Only, Ran Qingyun was really cold, while he, on the other hand, was a bit arrogant. So, its fellow Taoist wrecker come to have a fortune? Package to solve the confusion. Chapter 126 Failure may not be due to not trying hard enough, but in the wrong direction. Wrecking Trinity is tempted to say, doesn't he count maybe? Count. Receiving the affirmation from Wrecking Trinity, a smile immediately bloomed on Jiang Li's face. In front of him, a curtain of light that no one else could see also appeared. Is it true that when observing these traces, it always feels like there is a membrane present that is clearly touched but never pierced? Wrecking Trinity was slightly taken aback at his words. What Jiang Li said was exactly the same as what he felt. A slight divine light lit up in his eyes as he said, "Yes. Isn't it annoying that you can never quiet your mind and can't concentrate?" Jiang Li said with a faint smile. "It's not all because of you guys." Wrecking Trinity spat softly. Jiang Li laughed, "It has nothing to do with us, the reason is all you. It never occurred to you that you're the one who's looking in the wrong place." Hearing Jiang Li's words, Wrecking Trinity frowned. "What do you mean? There's nothing wrong with trying, what's wrong is the direction of the effort, would you be better off with a different goal?" Hearing Jiang Li's words, Wrecking Trinity was thoughtful. But then, he frowned, "There are more traces here than in the vast majority of places." When the crowd heard this, they all nodded their heads, agreeing with his words. The traces on the side of Wrecking Trinity are indeed one of the most numerous in the cache. If they couldn't sense anything here, the chances, elsewhere, would only be lower. Jiang Li, however, held a different opinion on this. Only to see him laugh, "Fellow Taoist, have you ever considered why there are so many traces here?" Through the trigrams of Wrecking Trinity and also Lu Yunqing's several people, Jiang Li had basically guessed the nature of these traces within the hidden scripture building. Hearing Jiang Li's question, Wrecking Trinity frowned and said, "That's naturally because the Gongfu tome originally stored here has been looked over by many people." Jiang Li snapped his fingers and said, "That's right, then think for yourself, what kind of tome would be looked over by so many people? What kind of feats are viewed by multiple people? That would naturally be a top-notch technique, or else it wouldn't be sought after by many people." He opened his mouth and was just about to state the reason, but when he saw Jiang Li's smiling face, he suddenly closed his mouth. He didn't have a clan behind him, but that didn't mean he didn't have common sense. Exactly what kind of feats would have many people going through them? This is a question that needs to be looked at from two perspectives, and not just from the feats themselves. On the other hand, it is the people. What kind of people are the most numerous in the clan? Naturally, they are ordinary disciples. Combine the two and go back to the question and the answer is easy to come by. Is a merit law that has been looked over by ordinary disciples all the time counted as good goods within this scripture collection? Quan Sanyi felt that it didn't count, at least not within this hidden scripture pavilion. But then he thought on second thought, what kind of existence the Xian Tian sect had once been, no one could say. The most ordinary feats here would not necessarily be ordinary goods when placed in the earthly Tao. He frowned, "I understand what you mean, but even if the feats here are average, they're still out of reach for you and me." Such as him. Quan Sanyi pointed at Lu Yunqing and said, "Even for a great sect disciple like him, doesn't he still covet this place?" It can be seen that the techniques that used to be placed here were not the least bit inferior to those within the great clans, or even better. Although he was somewhat dissatisfied with Wrecking Trinity's attitude, Lu Yunqing agreed with what he said. "Fellow Taoist, what he said still has some truth to it," Lu Yunqing said to Jiang Li. Jiang Li nodded his head with a smile and said, "The reasoning is this, but the misconception that you guys have gone into is that you chose to sense here because you thought that the techniques here were good, but since there are other places that are better than this place on the 99 floors of this scripture tower, why do you still cling to this place? Don't tell me that those who have entered the Xian Heavenly sect in the past have only sensed the Gong methods here?" Quan Sanyi and the others brightened up as they heard the words. "Yeah, why does it have to be here when it's possible to sense better? It's all the same anyway, so why get hung up on that?" The other cultivators within the hidden scripture building also brightened up when they heard this. Whether it was their own clan master, or their seniors. When they entered the Xian Tian sect, they were all cautioned that if they entered the hidden scripture building, they must find a place with the most traces and seize it first. And they all do. And yet no one has thought about whether people should switch if they don't get anything out of it. Anyone who's afraid of taking a seat they're occupying ends up cheapening it. Without thinking about the fact that he could very well be dragged, by this seat, to the end. Quan Sanyi thought for a moment, and with anticipation flashing in his eyes, he looked at Lu Yunqing and said, "Here, let it be with you?" When he finished speaking, he simply got up and gave up his seat. Lu Yunqing sniffed and said somewhat thoughtfully, "Why don't I go and look elsewhere as well?" Jiang Li glared at him without any good humor and said, "He is a helpless act of not being able to sense something. You already have the path paved for you by your clan's seniors. Why do you seek to go farther away from home? Isn't that stupid?" When Lu Yunqing heard this, he scratched his head in some embarrassment and said, "I'm just saying." With that, he hurriedly greeted his two senior brothers and sat down. Seeing this, Jiang Li laughed breathlessly, then looked at Ravage Sandy. "Since you gave me this face, I will give you a perfect answer. You can go around at the 33rd floor, there may be a place of chance for you there." Wrecking Trinity sniffed and half-heartedly walked towards the 33rd floor. And when he had just stepped into the 33rd floor, he suddenly detected a strange fluctuation of Gong Fu. It was obvious that someone was practicing the Kung Fu. No one here could practice Kung Fu, and there was only one reason for this. That's where someone senses something. He immediately looked back and realized that it was no one else but Lu Yunqing who had made the commotion. Wrecking Trinity was instantly a bit tasty. He sat there himself for so long and sensed nothing. The other man had only just sat down and felt something. These big sect disciples were really all born with a golden spoon in their mouths. Just as he was getting a little jealous, he suddenly felt something in his heart and looked to a scratch on one of the bookshelves in his hand. The scratches were shallow, and it was the only scratch on the entire bookshelf. If it were normal, no one would choose to sense here. And indeed, it does. There weren't many cultivators at the entire 33rd floor. But for some reason, Wrecking Trinity's eyes were captivated by this scratch, to death. It's sword marks. Unable to help himself, Wrecking Trinity raised his hand and gently touched the scratch, and immediately a sense of enlightenment came to his mind. In the next moment, the 4 swords in his storage bag, even more so because they were connected to his mind, autonomously emitted a burst of buzzing sounds. The commotion he made here similarly attracted the attention of others, and they all revealed envious gazes towards him. "Why don't we switch too?" I don't know who said the words, but the entire hidden scripture building immediately became as noisy as a food market. Chapter 127, The 4 Yellow Egg. Inside the Tibetan scripture building, it was like a food market at the moment. Yelling everywhere. Whoever switches with me, the traces I have here are 108, darkening the number of the Big Dipper. Extremely precious land, 360 traces, only for those with a quantity error of no more than 30. Fellow Taoists, I have 18 sword marks and 36 blade marks here, and I would like to exchange for a bookshelf with a fist mark, so if you are interested, please chat privately. Jiang Li was naturally too lazy to engage in this with them, and had long been hiding in the corner, preparing for the lottery. The rewards for this hard work were swift. Whether it was Lu Yunqing's brother Sanner or Wrecking Trinity, they all returned the rewards in the first place. Jiang Li looked at the 4 Jiang Li light curtains in front of him and was happy in his heart. He'd been in the black lately, especially since he hadn't drawn any more goodies from Ru Zichun, and he'd been having bad luck. And with these 4 people today, all new customers, the probability of something good coming out is reasonably high. Jiang Li rubbed his hands, directly 4 consecutive points, and froze to point out the 10 consecutive draws. Golden legend, golden legend. Amitba, hallelujah, infinite his milka heavenly father, give me out. Jiang Li folded his hands together and kept chanting under his breath. This was followed by 4 blinding golden lights that lit up, causing him to involuntarily close his eyes. His expression, however, was one of ecstasy. What is qi? This is qi, the main character's qi, can't be stopped. Jiang Li's face, he was about to jerk over in laughter. It made Si Feng and the others, who had been watching him from a short distance away, a little worried. Big brother Jiang he wouldn't be suffering from hysteria, right? Si Feng said worriedly. Lin Evening Night also clenched the corner of her coat, and although she didn't say anything, the expression on her face betrayed her thoughts. Instead, Morong Feng said indifferently, "Don't worry, Daoist master, he's making another breakthrough in gain." Jiang Li looked like this. Lin Evening Night and Si Feng had never seen it before, but he had seen it before. Previously, in the White Tiger sect's secret realm, whenever Jiang Li revealed this expression, he was either about to break through the realm or his strength had increased. Jiang Li naturally didn't know what they were thinking, or if he did, he didn't bother. His eyes were now all fixed on the 4 golden legends. No waste, for rewards, all of which are things he likes and wants. First, it was the gongfu that Lu Yunqing had contributed to him, the chaotic dragon image gong. Jiang Li did not hesitate to learn this technique. After the chaotic dragon elephant technique turned into golden light and disappeared into his brow, Jiang Li immediately learned this technique, completely. It was only after learning it that Jiang Li realized with some surprise. This was a very simple, yet very domineering technique. There is no other fancy stuff, there is only one function, and that is to allow those who practice the technique to be able to utilize the power that is like a dragon and elephant. The deeper one cultivates, the more one is able to develop one's potential and utilize one's power to a greater extent. And the body functions can be freely regulated. Before Lu Yunsheng, he had suddenly turned into a small giant in general, which was the power of this technique. The larger the size, the more power he could exert. However, this technique also eats talent. Lu Yunsheng, who was at the Yuaning stage, would be able to drum up his qi and blood and pull up his figure to a height of 10 feet. His two senior brothers, on the other hand, were going to be a bit worse. However, Jiangli naturally had nothing to worry about. Even if he had average talent, he could still utilize the extreme of this technique. As soon as he learned this technique, Jiangli felt that he could manipulate the qi and blood of every part of his body at will. He realized that he was like a giant sponge, ready to pull up his stature and transform into a giant. He pressed his inner curiosity and continued to look at the other rewards. The reward for wrecking Trinity's contribution was, unsurprisingly for him, a sword technique. Royal Sword Technique. After Jiang Li learned it, he also learned the terror of this sword technique. It was different from the clear spirit sword technique that took into account both the sword holding and the imperial sword technique. The imperial sword technique was a purely imperial sword art. It was about using qi to control the sword and multitasking. After learning this sword control technique, one could maneuver multiple flying swords at the same time. Quan Sanyi, who was now only at the yuaning stage, could only manipulate a maximum of 4 swords, which was the reason why he was carrying 4 swords on his back. The power of the qi sword skill, besides being able to control multiple flying swords at the same time, the more powerful thing was that one person could form a sword formation. As the number of manipulated swords increased, the sword formation became more powerful. This was the reason why he was able to have the capital to kill Lu Yunsheng with this. Zhang Li came to a conclusion after a little estimation in his own mind. Being able to perfectly utilize the qi defense sword technique, he was now able to control at least 2 more flying swords than Wrecking Trinity. Don't look at just 2 extra handles. If it was Wrecking Ceremony Trinity, it would have to be at least at the Transformation God stage to achieve such an effect. Zhang Li nodded his head in satisfaction. This sword skill was deeply in his heart. When his cultivation improves, it may not be impossible for him to directly return all swords to the clan. Of course, it's literally 10,000 swords. Zhang Li, who was in a good mood, looked at the 2 remaining rewards. What can I say? It's a real snoozefest. Although he had learned the chaotic dragon elephant technique, he was only equivalent to the Jindan stage in terms of physical strength alone. As for Lu Yunqing's 2 senior brothers, they directly contributed 20 years of physical cultivation each. It made his body strength directly leap to the level of late yuaning, directly exceeding the spirit cultivation realm. This was also the case with these 2 senior brothers of Lu Yunsheng, who were slightly less qualified. If we switch to Lu Yunqing's 40 years. Of course, Zhang Li was just thinking about it. Zhang Li himself didn't quite dare to think of such luck. After digesting all these rewards, Zhang Li was also ready to leave the scripture collection. Others might be able to sense things here, but for him, it would only be a stumbling block to his progress. He's not going to waste his time on this. In his heart, he was still interested in the black qi above the head of that apparition. Having made up his mind, Zhang Li came to see Feng and said, "You guys wait for me here, I'll go out to do something." The scripture collection building was considered to be a relatively safe location within the Xian Tian sect. Especially after his intervention just now, the atmosphere here was so harmonious that there would hardly be any conflict of interest. It would save him a lot of trouble to have Si Feng's few people stay here. As for taking them to the specter? Zhang Li thought it was better to forget about it. He would be thankful if he could make sure he was fine. "Big brother Jiang, what are you going to do?" "I'm going with you." Zhang Li shook his head. "It's too dangerous, just wait for me here, don't worry, since I promised Senior Ling Yunzi, I won't leave you behind." Si Feng shook his head. "I'm not worried about that, I'm just worried about you." Zhang Li rubbed Si Feng's little head and said, "Don't worry, I have my measure." Chapter 128 Jin Xiaoyan's Helplessness. After separating from Zhang Li, Jin Xiaoyan went to several places based on the information he had bought earlier, but was unable to find what he needed. In the end, one could only choose to listen to Zhang Li's words and head towards the east half-heartedly. 120 miles, to say the least. He didn't dare to just strut around and fly in the sky, but took one step at a time. It took a full day of walking before he saw the elm money tree that Zhang Li had mentioned. A very ordinary, not the least bit special elm tree. It's still true. A hint of surprise flashed in Jin Xiaoyan's eyes. Although Jin Xiaoyan had heard what Zhang Li had said, he had never taken it to heart. He wouldn't have come here if he hadn't been searching for a long time without a clue. When he thought of his father, who had used half of his family's wealth before exchanging it for the Xian Tian order, Jin Xiaoyan felt the pressure on his shoulders, which pressed down on him and made him a little bent at the waist. Jin Xiaoyan looked at the elm money tree in front of him, and finally also sighed and said, "Come all the way, the dead horse is right as a living horse." With that said, he raised his hand and the sword in his hand was unsheathed, and he started digging towards the roots of the elm tree. Luckily, this was just ordinary land. If it was one of those slate-paved floors within the Xian Tian sect, he would have swung his sword out of sparks, and it wouldn't have been half as effective. In no time, he had dug to the 10 feet deep that Zhang Li had mentioned. It's so deep, it's still there. Elm trees are not big and common. But Jin Xiaoyan really didn't expect that the roots of this seemingly ordinary elm tree would actually be rooted so deeply. It made his otherwise bleak heart come alive again. This time, maybe even. While muttering to himself, Jin Xiaoyan took the roots of the tree here, intercepted a portion of it down, and then burned it into wood ash. Looking at the small pile of blackened wood ash at his feet, Jin Xiaoyan was a little embarrassed. That should be enough. Zhongli only said that he wanted to drink wood ash water, but he didn't say how much he wanted to drink. After thinking about it, he decided to finish all of this at his feet first, and if it wasn't enough, he'd just keep burning it. For that stuff, it would be fine to light up the whole elm tree and turn it into ash and drink it with water. The premise is that it really works. Thinking of this, he didn't hesitate and directly grabbed a handful of the wood ash by his feet and put it into the water jug he was carrying. The flavor of the wood ash water was choking, bitter and astringent. Jin Xiaoyan was pinching his nose before he poured it in. I drank it and waited for a while, but didn't feel any different about myself. Jin Xiaoyan frowned. Could it be that you didn't drink enough? Without saying a word, he grabbed another handful of wood ash, poured it into the kettle, shook it well, and then pinched his nose once again and poured it into his mouth. Vomit. Is awful. Jin Xiaoyan felt like he was going to die. To think that he was a rich nobleman, when was he reduced to drinking wood ashes? Oh yo, this is not Jin Xiaoyan. How, this is thirsty or hungry, actually drink wood ash water, but also really woeful. There are difficulties and sister said it. Sister to help you, okay? A very bewitching voice sounded behind Jin Xiaoyan, causing Jin Xiaoyan's body to tremble. Why is this woman here? Jin Xiaoyan hurriedly wiped the wood ash from the corners of his mouth, but it was getting worse and worse, and the more he wiped, the darker he got. Don't rub it in, I saw it all. Jin Xiaoyan sighed and turned around. How do you? Ha 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 ha. Ah ha 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 ha. After seeing Jin Xiaoyan's face, the woman who spoke instantly covered her stomach and burst out laughing, not caring about her grooming at all. Jin Xiaoyan looked speechlessly at the other party's slightly naked appearance because she was laughing, and said with a black face, Flower demon, can you wear something normal? Ah ha ha ha, look at your face. No, I just can't help it, ha ha. The woman named Flower demon covered her stomach with one hand and pointed at Jin Xiaoyan's face with the other, laughing with tears coming out of her eyes. Jin Xiaoyan immediately drew out his long sword, and following the reflection of the sword, he saw a black circle of wood ash on his mouth, which looked very funny. Flower demon came forward and wrapped her arms around Jin Xiaoyan's neck. Jin Xiaoyan's eyes, in response, glanced towards the slanting bottom. How's that for a good capitalization, sister? Well. No, can you wear more? I'm a normal man, not his eunuch. Having said that, Jin Xiaoyan's eyes, however, could not move away at all. TSK, still so heartfelt, how about it, want to touch it? Flower demon Yi's words were full of temptation. Jin Xiaoyan subconsciously nodded his head, but then immediately shook his head. No, not blessed, you'd better find someone else, don't bother me with my business. Flower demon Yi's red lips curled slightly and said, Yo, you, Jin de Xiao, still have business? Jin Xiaoyan sniffed with some embarrassment. How come I can't have business? Ha! Thinking of his previous ridiculous days, Jin Xiaoyan was a bit short of breath. I really have business, Miss Hua. If you want to have fun, go find someone else. Okay, whether our family can tide over this time, whether I can still be the golden young master in the future, it all depends on one time. Flower demon Yi was slightly surprised. What, your family went bankrupt? No, but it's close. Seeing Jin Xiaoyan's dejected appearance, Flower demon Yi frowned. Someone is secretly tripping? Jin Xiaoyan shook his head and said, No, there are just a few trade routes that were discovered by the imperial dynasty and suffered heavy losses. Jin Xiaoyan's words were spoken lightly, but as a flower demon who knew Jin Xiaoyan's bottom line, how could she not understand how powerful this so-called heavy loss was? She thought for a moment and squared her shoulders. Do you need me to say hello? Jin Xiaoyan shook his head and said, Don't, this young master never accepts a woman's favor. When Flower demon heard this, her face changed and she angrily grabbed his ears. Fine, if you have the guts, don't come begging me in this life. Ouch, 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 no. Jin Xiaoyan managed to escape from the clutches of Flower demon and squatted on the ground, covering his ears and constantly sucking in cool air. Which of the paths is looking for trouble from you guys? Flower demon inquired. Jin Xiaoyan covered his ears and said in a bad mood, Not which one, but all. Flower demon sniffed and sneered. After all this, young Master Jin is still playing the self-respect thing with me. You're really good. Miss Flower, just leave it alone. I really already have a solution. Seeing that Jin Xiaoyan didn't seem to be lying, Flower demon frowned. What method? Jin Xiaoyan didn't hide anything and spoke directly. Fortune copper coin. Flower demon raised her eyebrows and said, Fortune copper coin? Isn't that thing made up? It's always just a legend. Jin Xiaoyan sighed and said, A dead horse is a living horse. Then what is this now? Flower demon asked, pointing at Jin Xiaoyan's blackened mouth. A Taoist priest gave the math. With that, he told the story of what happened, once again. Are you stupid? You're giving it away. Chapter 129. The first thing Flower demon was sure of after hearing Jin Xiaoyan's words was that he had been tricked. If you could find a fortune coin by drinking wood ash water, it would have been taken long ago and wouldn't be just a legend. What was the man's name? What are you doing? Jin Xiaoyan had some not so good vibes. The strength that Zhongli had shown before had alarmed him, and he didn't want Flower demon to get involved. Come on now, what's his name? When Flower Demon Yi's beautiful eyes glared, Jin Xiaoyan shriveled up. Like, it's called Zhongli. Flower Demon Yi nodded her head, and after repeating it in her mind, she let out a cold snort and said, "Wait, I'll go take it out on you." Jin Xiaoyan hurriedly stopped her and said, "My Miss Flower, don't add to the chaos. What if I find it in a while? There's a limit to what you can fart. You believe in something that's not even close to being true? Jin Xiaoyan, are you out of your mind?" Flower Demon Yi pointed at Jin Xiaoyan's nose and cursed. Jin Xiaoyan also felt that he was a bit anxious and lost some confidence after being told so by Flower Demon Yi. What he said before, "It's alright, 120 miles of elm trees with roots 10 feet deep." As he spoke, Jin Xiaoyan's voice became lower and lower. "These things, and the fortune copper, have nothing to do with it at all." Humph. Flower Demon Yi snorted coldly and turned her head away. Jin Xiaoyan stayed where he was, once again lamented and sat directly on the ground, hammering his head sadly. Only after he could no longer see Flower Demon Yi's back did he stand up, ready to look elsewhere and take his chances. Only, when he had just stood up, he felt that his eyes were a bit spent in seeing things. It's as if you got up too hard, the blood didn't keep up, and your brain was deprived of oxygen. Jin Xiaoyan was a bit puzzled. He was a Yuaning stage cultivator. How could he have this kind of problem that only mortals have? After closing his eyes for a little bit of luck, he opened his eyes again, and his eyes were still a little blurry. Just as he was wondering if something was wrong with him or if there was poison in the wood ash, he suddenly realized that in his line of sight, he actually saw a faint golden point of light. These points of light connected into a line as if they were leading the way. Jin Xiaoyan curiously followed the point of light for 2 steps, thought about it, and then walked back, packing the wood ash under his feet, all of it, before he followed the point of light and continued to walk towards the front. At the same time, he thought with some excitement in his heart, could it be true? On the other hand, Zhongli, on the other hand, was back in the same hall that he had been in at the very beginning. When he returned, the apparition here was gone. He walked into the great hall, which was empty of anything. It's still as it was before, nothing has changed except that it's clean. After thinking about it, he drew his long sword and chopped it directly towards the ground. He then immediately jumped out of the great hall and hid behind a pillar. This time, he clearly saw a specter, slowly walking out of the wall on one side of the great hall. In her hand, she was still carrying a broom and came to the place where Zhongli had chopped with his sword and kept sweeping back and forth with the broom in her hand. It seems to be very dirty there. Zhongli observed the other party's head of Qi very carefully, but for a while, he couldn't see a reason. After a while, the apparition seemed to think it had swept itself clean, so it stepped back into the wall and disappeared. Zhongli carefully came to the place where the ghost had disappeared and slowly touched the wall with his hand. And yet, nothing was found to be wrong. It was just a very ordinary wall, so ordinary that he couldn't even leave a trace of it. After thinking about it, he slashed towards the ground again, then quickly ran out and hid behind a pillar again, quietly observing. Soon, the specter reappeared, still expressionless, and walked over to where he had slashed and cleaned vigorously with a broom. In no time at all, it was back among the walls. Only this time, Zhongli had made some discoveries. The time it took for the other side to appear seemed to have gotten a little shorter. It was a short little bit, but still, he sensed it. Zhongli thoughtfully looked at the wall where the other party had disappeared, and once again, towards the ground, he chopped out a sword. This time, Zhongli had just hidden himself when the apparition walked out and cleaned up with vigor. Zhongli keenly realized that the other party's movements, too, were a bit faster than before with. Impatient? Zhongli thought of a word. In the time that followed, Zhongli kept repeating his previous actions. Only, he no longer dared to walk directly into the great hall. Instead, he directly maneuvered his flying sword and chopped the ground. This time, almost the instant the flying sword chopped down and collided with the ground too, the ghost walked out. The flying sword that Zhongli hadn't had the time to retrieve was also directly grabbed in the other party's hands. Zhongli was slightly surprised when he saw this. The good thing was that the sword wasn't his silver star-off iron longsword, but the one that Morong Fong had lent him earlier, so even if it was damaged, he wasn't heartbroken. What he was concerned about was still the black qi above the specter's head. At this moment, he found that not only had the other party's behavior changed a little, the black qi above the other party's head had also become thicker. Before Zhongli could try to recall the flying sword, the ghost directly threw the flying sword on the ground and stomped it vigorously several times. It seemed to be getting back at this thing for letting her out every time. After that, it was a kick, kicking the flying sword out of the hall, and then continued to clean up with vigor. Emotional. This was the conclusion Zhongli came to. Obviously, this ghost was not an emotionless being, and also had its own likes and dislikes. After the other party finished cleaning up, Zhongli once again maneuvered his flying sword and dodged after slashing again. This time, the specter became much angrier even though he didn't catch the culprit who chopped up the ground. She was seen looking around before continuing to clean with the broom. Zhongli, on the other hand, tiptoed and walked towards the other party. When the ghost finished cleaning, Zhongli also walked up to her. When the ghost looked up, he immediately met Zhongli's eyes. Zhongli could see a hint of confusion in the other party's eyes. In the next moment, the broomstick flew directly towards Zhongli's head. If Jiang Li hadn't dodged fast, it would have smashed him directly on the head. Broom avoids it, but Spectre's attack continues. Only to see the Spectre deliver a broken leg kick towards his crotch without a care in the world. Be so shady. After Jiang Li sidestepped and dodged it, he directly counterattacked. Without any frills, Jiang Li directly threw a punch and slammed it towards the ghost. This punch was so powerful that Jiang Li even felt that even if it was an ordinary transformation god who came and received this punch from him, he would have to have abdominal cramps and fall to the ground. But after he swung this punch, it was easily blocked by the other party without any effort. Chapter 130, The Beast. The strength of the ghost was beyond Jiang Li's expectations. He had thought that he had overestimated the Spectre's power enough, but he hadn't expected that he had still underestimated the other party. Ling Yunzi's words did not look like they were unintentional. Ordinary people who come to mess with the ghosts will only be asking for trouble. After the ghost blocked Jiang Li's punch, he obviously froze for a moment. Obviously, she was also shocked by Jiang Li's punching power. One person and one Spectre simultaneously stepped back towards each other, with a strong look of caution in each other's eyes. Jiang Li's eyes narrowed and a divine light flashed in his eyes as he unleashed his weakness-seeing talent. But look no further. He actually saw nothing on the Spectre. Impeccable. Jiang Li frowned. This was very wrong. How can there be a being with no weaknesses unless? Jiang Li's mind quickly pondered and came up with an answer. There is no weakness, that the Spectre itself is the weakness. This weakness, however, was yet to be carefully tried by him. Jiang Li suddenly had a feeling that he might, perhaps, discover the secret of the ghost. But for the time being, he could only go hard before thinking of anything else. Two silver lights flashed by. The silver star-off iron longsword and Morong Fang's ordinary longsword transformed into two silver dragons that flew up and down around the Spectre, chopping and slashing non-stop. But that ghost's arms, as if they were cast in bronze, blocked the chopping strikes of the twin swords one by one, without missing a single point. Jiang Li was double-minded and his hands flew to form Bagua seals. Xian Koan, Jinsun, Qinli, and Burgundy. The giant dragons of the 8 different attributes of heaven, earth, wind, thunder, water, fire, mountain and swamp appeared at the same time, and the sound of the dragon's roar immediately resounded through the hall. After the 8 giant dragons hissed, they intertwined together and transformed into an even more gigantic, golden glowing dragon. A faint dragon's might emanated from the giant dragon. This was the most powerful move in the 8 trigrams Voltron technique that Jiang Li was able to utilize at this stage. Bagua Paul, all things in heaven and earth, changeable. The giant dragon was just Jiang Li's personal preference, and if he wanted to, he could even manifest it by turning it into a kunai. Except, that would be obscene. With Jiang Li's perfect understanding of the 8 trigrams Voltron technique, the dragon's might emanating from the golden dragon was faint, but it was real. Sure enough, the moment the giant dragon appeared, Jiang Li keenly realized that a hint of shock flashed in the eyes of the ghost. The corner of Jiang Li's mouth curled up, satisfied with this. But in the next moment, the shock in the Spectre's eyes changed to extreme anger. The Spectre's eyes glared and his mouth opened wide in a silent hiss before charging towards the dragon regardless. Even his 2 sword fights were disregarded. Jiang Li frowned when he saw this. The Spectre's previous behavior was a bit deadpan though, seeming to be as unhinged as it was. Still, you can actually see that there is a basic logic to the other person's behavior. At least, the initial fight with him was very methodical. But now, it was as if there was no sanity left. Moreover, Jiang Li also discovered one more thing, and that was that the ghosts, which didn't seem to be able to use magic spells, weren't entity-less beings either. The moment of contact just now, Jiang Li could clearly feel a touch that was no different from that of a normal person. Seems, not impossible. Jiang Li shook his head and put the unrealistic thoughts in his mind behind him. At this time, the Spectre had already fought the giant dragon to a standstill. The dragon, on the other hand, was actually a bit outmatched. One must know that Jiang Li hadn't even used this move when he dealt with Lu Yunsheng. Just a simple 8 giant dragons Mang passed, Lu Yunsheng, who was a body cultivation heaven's pride, couldn't carry it. However, whether it was the 8 different attributes of the dragon's breath or the giant dragon's razor-sharp dragon teeth and claws, it was difficult to inflict substantial damage on the ghost. Instead, the gargoyle looked in a sorry state as it was frantically attacked by the Spectre. Most of the dragon scales were pulled off, and one of the dragon horns was broken off. For the first time, Jiang Li felt that he had made the giant dragon too realistic and somewhat useless. Might as well get a quinquin and just pestle it. But he was just thinking about it, if it wasn't realistic enough, how could it give birth to the dragon's dragon power? However, the gargoyle's attack was not without a little effect. At least the clothes on the apparition were scratched to rags, and spring light appeared from time to time. However, the clothes on the Spectre's body kept recovering as if they had an automatic repair function. However, Jiang Li was still able to see some excitement through the cracks. Well, is just about right. Just as some not-so-healthy thoughts rose in Jiang Li's mind, they were quickly dispelled by another realization. Spectre's clothes, slowly being repaired. Jiang Li quickly bullied his way forward and used his mind in 3 ways. He was no longer obsessed with inflicting damage on the specter, but kept tearing at the clothes on the specter's body. Although he didn't understand the principle, every time he tore the apparition's clothes and waited for it to recover, the apparition's power would be weaker. Moreover, the black aura above the ghost's head would be much weaker. The more Jiang Li tore, the brighter his eyes became. He suddenly felt that something unexpected and surprising would happen when the black aura above the Dao specter's head completely dissipated. It was a feeling that was very strong. Under Jiang Li's full power, even though the ghost was strong and possessed an immortal and unharmed physique, it was still difficult to make waves in his hands. However, this was limited to only Jiang Li's. If any of the other Yuaning came, it would be impossible to have such an effect. Even if they gathered a large group of people to come and face the ghosts that possessed the characteristic of not dying or being injured, they would all be newborns in despair. The bottom line is that no one knows what's in it for them after going to the trouble of getting the specter killed. Even if they did, more than likely they would be doing someone else a favor. While Jiang Li was smiling like a pervert and kept tearing the ghost's clothes, a figure quietly came over. Flower Demon E probed her head and surveyed Jiang Li, who was fighting in this great hall in front of her. Hiss. Small gold this gas is afraid not too good out hard just ghost, point is also too hard right. Flower Demon E's face was ugly, she felt that she had spoken big words early. Hardcore phantom, she didn't even think about it. Ha! He's perverted, isn't he? The expression on Flower Demon Yi's face became even more ugly after she saw that Jiang Li had been concentrating on tearing the clothes of the ghost. She likes to dress a little cooler though and has an informal personality. But it doesn't mean that she is a casual person, which if caught by Jiang Li. Flower Demon E didn't dare to think further. She wanted to punch, but she couldn't move her feet for a second. The eyes, even more so, were dead set on Jiang Li and the ghost. It's really too curious. Obscene ghost this scene later go out to drink, can have a blow. TSK. Beast, not honest at all, where do you grab your hand? Oh, it's tearing people's clothes off, so that seems normal. Oops, stupid, you just undo the strap, it'll open in a second, why do you have to work so hard? Yeah, rip the collar first and slide it down your shoulder. Chapter 131, do you know how to take pity on a woman? Jiang Li didn't realize in the slightest that there were people watching with great interest as he fought the phantom for 800 rounds. Still immersed in the joyful task of ripping the specter's clothes off, Jiang Li swore that he had never had such a happy fight in his life. If only I could scream twice, Jiang Li said to himself with slight regret. Ouch! Suddenly, a cry of alarm rang out, and Jiang Li turned around violently, looking towards the place where Flower Demon E was hiding. Hastily covering her mouth, a drop of cold sweat ran down her neck and slid deep into her chest. Just now, after seeing Jiang Li rip off a handful of the specter's belly band, she really couldn't hold back and exclaimed in shock. Seeing Jiang Li looking over towards her, Hua Mingyi's little heart, fluttering like a deer, beat non-stop. Dao Friendly is interested, my daughter is just passing by, so I won't disturb Dao Friendly's business, I'll leave now. After laughing out loud in embarrassment a few times, Flower Demon E carefully moved her feet and tried to slip. However, she saw Jiang Li sneer and exerted force under his feet, stopping in front of her with a flash. Although he didn't recognize the other party, Jiang Li could be sure that the woman in front of him had been looking at him for quite a while. What have you seen? Jiang Li asked Flower Demon E as he maneuvered the giant dragon and dual swords to tangle with the ghost. For the first time in her life, Flower Demon E felt a strong sense of oppression on a fellow realm. In her afterglow she could still see the specter who was fighting the dragon and the two flying swords. But the specter's true opponent was in front of her, blocking her way. What kind of existence was a ghost, Flower Demon E knew very well. Before entering the Xian Tian sect, the elders in her family had warned her more than once not to provoke the ghosts. Sentence by sentence, it speaks of the horrors of this apparition. But this person in front of her, just now, was tearing the clothes of a specter in front of her. I'm sorry, I didn't see anything, just leave me alone, I really didn't see anything. The calmer Flower Demon E saw Jiang Li's face, the more scared she became inside. The fresh-faced man in front of him was clearly a devil in human skin. No, it's worse than the devil. Can do that kind of thing to a ghost more often than to a person? Flower Demon E thought to herself that she still had some good looks. Especially with his own body, he is the best of the best. At the same time, she was extremely confident in her own strength. Otherwise, one wouldn't have come alone to venture within the Xian Tian sect single-handedly. However, the capital that she was so proud of had now become her catalyst. And the strength she had always been confident in had no deterrent effect in front of the man across from her who was able to rip the clothes of the specter. Hua Mingyi clutched her hands tightly at her somewhat cool clothes, hating herself for the first time for wearing so little. So much so that whenever she pulled the not-so-much fabric to cover one area, it always revealed more of the other. Jiang Li looked at the woman in front of him with some surprise. In his eyes, Flower Demon Yi's eyes were slightly flickering with a little bit of tears, her face was terrified, and she kept pulling at her own clothes, looking like she was being bullied and pathetic. This was him. If it was any other pervert, seeing her like this, it would be strange if he didn't eat him alive. It was clearly to tempt him. I said you. Jiangli took a step forward. He just felt that the woman was a bit suspicious and wanted to stop and inquire why the other party was peeking at him. But why is this woman reacting so much? Ah! You stay away. When Flower Demon saw Jiangli approaching her, she let out a shriek and immediately waved her hand to strike a fragrant wind. Jiangli smiled at the sight and was just about to spit out that this was hitting or charming, but immediately frowned. There is poison in this fragrant breeze. The first thing he did was to close his breath to prevent poisoning. But it was still a step too late, and his face immediately turned a greenish-purple color, and he felt that it was unusually difficult to breathe, and his eyes were a little hard to see clearly. What an overbearing toxicity! Jiangli was shocked. Seeing this, Flower Demon didn't pursue Jiangli because he was poisoned, but directly jumped away and said, "This gentleman, I'm really just passing by. With your strength I can solve this bit of poison with my hands, let's leave it at this point how?" After saying that, she was ready to take this opportunity to leave. She was confident in her poison, but even more so in the presence that could rip the specter's clothes off. Being able to sneak attack successfully was already not easy. She didn't want to be able to compete with Jiangli at all. Sure enough, Jiangli just coughed twice and pinched a can in his hand. A mist of water was then forced out of his body. Looking at the water mist in his hand that appeared reddish-purple in color, Jiangli was also a bit scared. He was able to feel very clearly how violent the poison in the water mist was. If it wasn't him, but in the place of Sea Foam, who had also practiced the 8 trigrams Voltron technique, he wouldn't necessarily be able to withstand it. Although Sea Foam was young and his cultivation realm wasn't considered high, he was a serious disciple of a saint. It was evident how strong the woman in front of him was. Why peek? Jiangli asked. He wasn't going to believe the other guy's words about just passing through, fool the hell out of him. My little lady was really just passing through, I was just curious. Flower Demon was still gripping her shirt tightly as she looked at Jiangli warily. I had thought that my poison could make the other party temporarily incapacitated and then take advantage of the opportunity to escape. But she didn't expect that the other party would just lift her hand and dissolve her flower poison. Conflicts that were completely inflamed. Jiangli took a heavy step under his feet with a loud sound, and his entire body was like a cannonball as he rushed in front of Flower Demon. When Flower Demon saw this, her face changed drastically. She immediately waved her hand, trying to pull the same trick. But where would Jiangli give her another chance? A fist directly smashed into Hua Demon's face, forcing the other party to only raise her hand to block. Only to hear a clear click sound, Flower Demon's face suddenly changed dramatically. With just one punch, both of her arms were smashed by Jiangli. Flower Demon was also energized by Jiangli's ferocity under the pain. Only to see her clench her teeth, a trace of blood flowing out from the corner of her mouth, and a blood-red mist immediately filled the area between the two of them. Flower Demon endured the severe pain of her broken arm and formed a seal, wanting to continue using poison. This red mist is her cultivation of the life of the poison, not a last resort will never be used. An ordinary cultivator would have to be turned into thick water upon contact. But she will also, as a result, enter a period of weakness that is the bottom of the fight for her life. This was thought to be able to make Jiangli know what to do and give her a chance to slip away. However, Jiangli once again pinched the can character, and a large mass of water vapor suddenly appeared out of thin air, wrapping these red mists. Immediately, bared sounds came from the red mist actually corroding the water vapor without stopping. Jiangli saw this, but his face was as normal. Then for a moment when the red mist was blocked by the water vapor, he once again blasted out a fist, directly pounding it towards Flower Demon's belly. Without the slightest surprise, Flower Demon was hit solidly by this punch and immediately bowed down like a prawn, her eyes were even protruding outward, almost about to fall out of their sockets. Do you know anything about cough vomit? Pity? Chapter 132, You Fart. Jiangli tapped 8 times in a row on Flower Demon's body with the 8 trigram seal, directly sealing her cultivation. Then, it was like lifting a bow-backed prawn, lifting her into the Great Hall. Without Jiangli on his side, neither the giant dragon nor the flying sword was a match for the phantom. Especially the one of the 2 flying swords that Morong Foam had given him earlier was long covered in cracks. If it wasn't for his spiritual energy attached to it, it would have fallen apart into a pile of broken iron slag. Jiangli looked at it and then simply threw it aside. Looking for more swords in the future, I should probably look for myself. With his current strength, if he had 6 flying swords for him to perform his chi sword technique, he would be a bit more comfortable dealing with the ghosts. Jiangli threw Flower Demon aside and laughed as he looked at the other party's face distorted by the severe pain in his abdomen. I'll clean you up later. After saying that, he went back to tearing the ghost's clothes off. As Jiangli rejoined, the specter began to show its fatigue. As her clothes were torn off over and over again, her strength was slowly weakening, and the chi above her head, from its original black color, slowly turned white. Flower Demon, who was in the corner, also slowly came back to her senses. See the doorway. So, but, how did he find out? Although he somewhat understood what Jiangli was trying to do by tearing the ghost's clothes, he still couldn't figure out what kind of person would go and tear someone else's clothes. In short, in Flower Demon Yi's mind, Zhongli was still an unapologetic color demon. Zhongli tore at the ghost's clothes while focusing on the other party's chi luck above his head. The moment the opponent's chi turned completely white, Zhongli decisively stopped. The flying sword stood at his side, and the already very tattered golden dragon stood behind him. As expected, after the aura above the ghost's head turned white, he similarly stopped and stood in place somewhat bewildered. Zhongli didn't step forward, but carefully looked at the other party. The ghost seemed to have just woken up, still a bit dazed, and looked at the surroundings before finally setting his eyes on Zhongli. Only the ghost frowned and spoke, "Who are you?" The voice was gentle and as moving as a lark. Looking at the clear color in the other party's eyes, Zhongli said verbally, "Poor Dao Zhongli." The specter nodded and spoke, "You're human, did we win?" "Ha?" Zhongli was a bit surprised when he heard this, not understanding what the other party meant. "What wins and loses?" The specter frowned at the sight. "What time is it?" Zhongli froze for a moment when he heard this. He hadn't really paid attention to this, and couldn't help but look at Flower Demon Yi in the corner. The specter saw this and looked at her as well. Seeing both of them looking at her, Flower Demon Yi obviously froze for a moment, but still honestly said, "Chongda Human Imperial Calendar, 32-9 years. Human Emperor? What kind of person dares to call himself a human emperor, and where is Hao Yan God? How is the war in the Six Realms going now?" Zhongli and Flower Demon Yi glanced at each other, both seeing bewilderment in the other's eyes. Zhongli thought about it and shook his head. "This. Fellow Taoist, we don't know." "Don't know? As you are a human, how could you not know?" The ghost frowned and looked at Zhongli with great dissatisfaction. Zhongli looked at her somewhat speechlessly, not knowing what was wrong with himself. "Sister, not knowing is not knowing. Now there are no 6 realms as you said, only 6 paths." The ghost sniffed. "There are no 6 realms? 6 paths? What 6 paths?" "This is the earthly Tao, and there is also the Tao, the Hell Tao, the Hungry Ghost Tao, the Heavenly God Tao and the Shura Tao," Zhongli explained. Hearing Zhang Li's words, the ghost's frown deepened. "What nonsense, I'm talking about the 6 realms of God, immortal, human as well as demon, devil and underworld." "Ah, I'm talking about the earthly path, Zhongli repeated. The specter was obviously a bit impatient, and his gaze was cold. "Forget it, wait for me to take you down and ask you in detail." When he said it, he was going to do it again. Zhang Li's gaze similarly went cold when he saw this. Thought the other party would talk peacefully after he regained his senses. I didn't realize that it still had to be fists. Previously, this apparition was not even a match for himself when he was in full bloom, let alone now. Zhongli made a move with his right hand, and the silver star off iron longsword fell into his hand, directly preempting the attack and sealing his throat with a sword. When the ghost saw this, he just sneered and pinched his hand with one hand, as if he was going to use some kind of spell. But as it turned out, she didn't use anything. Zhongli's sword, on the other hand, had already arrived close to her. Completely not giving her a chance to react, Zhongli slightly changed the momentum of his sword and slapped his sword on the opponent's face, jerking her directly backwards. The apparition spun around in the air a few times before hitting the ground hard. Zhongli's blow had obviously jerked her straight into a daze, and she lay on the ground at a bit of a loss. "Where is my cultivation? What's going on? Where's my cultivation?" Up until this point, the specter seemed to be in an afterthought, checking up on its own state. "Ah. No, how could I, I'm a specter. I'm a specter." The apparition slumped to the ground, staring at his body in disbelief. "No, I said this, sister, did you just realize it?" Zhongli asked a little bit in a bad mood. "So, we lost? The specter's tone, a little broken. Zhongli could even see despair from the other party. And at this time, the body of the ghost, too, began to undergo unexpected changes. It seemed that as her spirit collapsed, her body began to be unable to sustain itself and began to dissipate into bits of starlight. It's just that the process, it's not really fast. Seeing this, Zhongli rushed forward and said, Hey, you're disappearing. But now, the ghost didn't seem to listen to Zhang Li's words at all and just kept repeating the words, "I am a ghost." Seeing this, Zhongli directly stepped forward and slapped the other party's face, trying to make the other party wake up. Hey, wake up. But the apparition never moved. At this moment, Flower Demon Yi, who was in the corner, spoke up. "How about you say something to stimulate her?" Zhongli looked back at her without a good look and said, "I don't even know what his name is, how can I irritate her?" "So you'll try to call her names or discredit her?" Zhongli thought about it and felt that it made some sense, so he asked, "You're a woman, what words do you think make you the most angry?" Flower Demon Yi sniffed and said in a somewhat tangled voice, "People are different, she doesn't necessarily care about what I'm angry about." "Cut the crap and say it, or else I'll rape and kill you first in a while." Zhongli glared. "Well, says I don't look good." Zhongli sniffed and immediately slapped towards the ghost's face and said, "Hey, ugly monster, wake up, you're going to disgust me, why are you so ugly?" But it had no effect. Seeing this, Zhongli said anxiously, "It doesn't work, think again." Flower Demon Yi was instantly a bit worried. Or you say her breasts are too small." It's not small, I tried it just now and it's quite perfect. Zhongli said without thinking. Flowered demon E. You said it's over. Zhongli nodded, he could only give it a try. You're flat-chested, and gigantically ugly. You fart. The specter's eyes glared as he angrily stared at Zhongli. Chapter 133, Strip. Zhongli turned back to Flowered Demon E with a dazed look on his face. Awesome. Flowered Demon E smiled awkwardly and didn't say anything. Zhongli looked at the ghost who had once again regained her clarity and said, Sister, awake? The ghost was blushing a little at the moment and nodded in embarrassment. At this moment, Zhongli realized that the other party's body, which did not continue to crumble, did not recover either. He opened his mouth and asked, Can we talk properly now? The apparition nodded again, with a look of being at your disposal. I don't know if it was because of the sword Zhongli had drawn on her, or because of her subconscious words just now. Name, place of origin, age, hobbies. Zhongli directly asked a series of questions. Hey big brother, is any of what you're asking useful? Flower Demon E in the corner couldn't help but spit out, Can you ask some reliable questions? Apparently, she was also interested in the 6 realms, Haotian god and whatnot, that the spectral soul was talking about. Zhongli sniffed and blinked, makes sense. What's your circumference and what's your usual favorite position? Flowered Demon E. In the end, Zhongli knew the name and identity of the ghost. Mo Qingfang, in her lifetime, was an outside servant disciple of the Xian Tian sect at the true immortal realm. How did you become like this? Zhongli was curious. Who knew that Mo Qingfang revealed the same curious gaze as him and said, I also want to know. You don't know? I don't know, you just asked so many questions. Zhongli didn't have the good sense to say. Mo Qingfang scratched his face and said with some embarrassment, Seeing that you guys are just mortals, although I don't understand how you mixed into the sect, it was so hard to meet you, so I wanted to pretend. Zhongli. I'm just a miscellaneous disciple, want to go out of the clan is very troublesome, the news is not very good, so I want to ask but what is wrong with me? Mo Qingfang looked at her ghostly body, and her tone was still a bit hard to accept. Zhongli thought he had dropped a big fish, but to his surprise, it was just a stray fish. Although, the other party used to be a big fish for him for sure, now, it was just a ghost with the battle power of the Yuaning stage. And, still, a dumbass who doesn't know anything. Just as he wanted to continue asking something, several chains suddenly stretched out from all directions in the large hall. Without waiting for Zhongli to react, these chains directly disappeared into Mo Qingfang's body. Zhongli didn't forget to bring Flower Demon E to immediately exit the hall and looked at this scene with horror. Whether it was Ling Yunzi or someone else, they had never said that there was still this thing within the Xian Tian sect. Only to see Mo Qingfang looking at Zhongli with a horrified face, unsure of what was going on. Help me, help me. My eyes, I think I'm going blind, I want to sleep, I don't want to sleep, help me. Anyone who thinks with their ass knows that things are a little bad at the moment. Mo Qingfang, who couldn't use any spells at all, looked at Zhongli at the moment as if she had seen the last straw. While in Zhongli's eyes, Mo Qingfang's body was recovering rapidly. And, the qi above her head was once again rapidly turning black. Seeing this, Zhongli shouted out in a hurry, Fellow Taoist, you're haunted by black clouds, do you want to tell a fortune? Mo Qingfang was startled by Zhongli's sudden shout and her eyes regained a trace of clarity as she looked at him blankly. Hurry up and say yes. Zhongli said anxiously. Count, I count. Mo Qingfang immediately returned to her senses. In the next moment, a curtain of light immediately appeared in front of Zhongli. After Zhongli took a look at it, he didn't care about those words and techniques that fooled people during his usual fortune-telling sessions and said directly, I say, you do. Strip. Ah. Take it off, hurry up if you don't want to die. But you. Don't worry, I should have seen it a long time ago, you're not flat-chested. Mo Qingfang. Although she didn't understand why, she obeyed and did as she was told, quickly removing the clothes from her body. The moment she took off her clothes, Mo Qingfang felt that all the negative states from before were swept away. And those chains, too, fell to the side along with the clothes Mo Qingfang took off. Looking at the white body in front of him, Zhongli was slightly disoriented. But fortunately, he didn't forget what the current situation was and quickly spoke, run out of the Great Hall. Ah, what about someone outside? Being seen by Zhongli's body, Mo Qingfang recognized it. If this runs out again, will she still be a human being? No one, there's no one out there. Zhongli watched as those chains seemed to have realized that Mo Qingfang was going to escape and immediately discarded the clothes on the ground and was about to continue shooting towards Mo Qingfang and hurriedly shouted out. Come on, if you don't run, you won't have a chance. With that, Zhongli immediately had the tattered golden dragon behind him, blocking in front of Mo Qingfang. It was a pity that the golden dragon didn't even last a moment against those chains before it turned into the purest spiritual energy and dissipated. Mo Qingfang, on the other hand, finally obeyed Zhongli's words, bare her buttocks, and ran out. Sure enough, those chains didn't come out of the Great Hall, they just hovered at the entrance for a while before disappearing without a trace. When Mo Qingfang saw that the chains didn't follow her out, she jumped up in surprise and said, Great! Don't jump, shake your eyes, fire. Jiang Li raised his head and shouted with one hand over his nose. Ah! Mo Qingfang immediately reacted and hurriedly covered her vitals. The bodies are all the same, cover your face. Jiang Li reminded. Ah! Oh! Mo Qingfang obediently covered her face with her hands. Flowered demon Yi on the side. She wanted to say, sis, there's no one else here, what are you covering your face for? But afraid of disturbing the pleasure of Jiang Li, the colorful devil, he could only hold his tongue. But she really wanted to laugh. Mo Qingfang wasn't really stupid to the end after all, she still reacted and rushed into the bushes next to her. Well, it's kinda warped. After Jiang Li wiped the nosebleed, he said to Flower Demon Yi, any extra clothes yet? Lend her one. Flower Demon Yi nodded and took out a spare set of clothes from her own storage bag and threw it to Mo Qingfang. After a long time, Mo Qingfang had a red face and walked out from the bushes. It was just that Flower Demon Yi's clothes were just a little too sparing in terms of fabric, and she could only walk while tugging at her clothes in an attempt to cover more areas. Are there no other clothes? Mo Qingfang asked. No more, this is already my most conservative. Flower Demon Yi said as she spread her hands. What's the point of dwelling on it, it's not like you haven't seen it before. Jiang Li bristled. Mo Qingfang's cheeks reddened even more as she sniffed. Ding dong. Jiang Li, who still wanted to make a few jokes, suddenly heard the beep in his head, and a look of excitement appeared on his face. Only, his expression turned into something else in the eyes of the two women. The two of them looked at each other and both of them couldn't help but tighten the clothes on their bodies. Chapter 134, Mo Qingfang with clear brain circuit. Jiang Li's heart was thrilled. Mo Qingfang was a disciple of the Xian Tian sect, a former true immortal realm existence. Although it was only a ghost that was about the same as the Yuaning stage now, it couldn't help that people had thick bases. The draw will only be from what the target has available. Jiang Li didn't think that he could draw the other party's cultivation and directly become an immortal. And, by the looks of it, there wouldn't be anything good on Mo Qingfang. But the other party has the Kung Fu Ah. Well, even though she couldn't cast it because she was a ghost, the feats thing was in her head. It can't be taken away and forgotten unless she's stupid. Can't forget? Jiang Li subconsciously looked at Mo Qingshang, who was discussing with Flower Demon Yi on the side about how to wear the clothes, and suddenly felt that such a goods, it might be possible to really forget about it. It was really Mo Qingfang's appearance that was too disorienting. Who would have thought that the woman in front of her, who was a bit naive in the head, would once have been immortal? Mo Qingfang. Jiang Li shouted at her. Ah! Hearing Jiang Li call out to her, Mo Qingfang subconsciously turned around. The Flower Demon Yi, who was rearranging her clothes, was caught off guard and couldn't stop in time, and there were two buttons still unbuttoned. Duong popped a pair. Stretchy. Jiang Li slapped his head breathlessly when he saw this, but his hands skillfully didn't block the view. Get dressed, 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 get dressed. In the end, it was only when Jiang Li found a set of his own spare set of Dao robes for Mo Qingfang to put on that the storm ended completely. Let me ask you, do you remember the Xian Tian sect's techniques? Jiang Li had just finished asking, when Flower Demon Yi on the side perked up her ears. She hadn't reacted just now, but this was a living, breathing apparition that could communicate normally. With her around, what else within the Xian Tian sect could be as precious as her? Flower Demon Yi's eyes kept turning in their sockets as she pondered how she could get Mo Qingshang. When Mo Qingfang heard Jiang Li's words, a wary look appeared in her eyes and she said, what do you want to do? I can tell you that although you saved me, the sect's technique is a secret that is not passed down, and unless you become a disciple of Xian Heavenly Sect, it will never be possible. Of course, I'm not the kind of villain who doesn't repay favors, I'll repay your saving grace in other ways. Jiang Li looked at her without any good humor and said, don't tell me you're going to give your body to her. But she saw Mo Qingfang lowering her head, full of shyness. I am now bodiless, you looked at my body again, can only. Mo Qingfang buckled the ground with her feet and squirmed for a while. Jiang Li blackened his face and said, people and ghosts are different. I have an entity. Stranger of men and ghosts. I have body heat. Soft. Human ghosts. Love is not over. Jiang Li sighed and said, alright, tell me honestly, did you forget all the feats? Mo Qingfang's cheeks instantly turned into red-ass monkeys. She craned her head awkwardly to look at the sky and the ground, and finally, in a very, very low voice, she whispered, aha. Jiang Li slapped his head, this time he really didn't have the heart to look at her anymore. Forgot, kinda forgot. Are you a pig brain, how could you forget? Jiang Li said angrily. Mo Qingfang deflated her mouth and complained, how do I know, before I met you guys, I was still sweeping the floor properly, after I saw you guys, I became a ghost, I still want to be angry, what about my cultivation, what about my gongfu? I was also shown my body by you, wow. As she spoke, Mo Qingfang cried out with a wow, as if she had lost her mother. Jiang Li was shaken by her crying, his face slightly red, a little less than kind. Suck it. After crying for a while, Mo Qingfang sniffled a bit, wiped her tears, and choked. Forget it, go find my master, she must know what's going on. Just as she finished speaking, she realized that both Zhang Li and Hua Meng's faces were stiff, and the way they looked at her, they were both a bit evasive. No, what's wrong? Don't be afraid, my master is very good at talking, although I don't know how you broke into the sect, but the Xin Tian sect is a famous and honorable sect, it won't kill innocents indiscriminately, and you're not demons, don't worry. Mo Qingfang thought that the two were worried about being discovered and turned to comfort them. Zhang Li and Flower Demony glanced at each other, and in the end, it was Zhang Li who chose to speak up. Frost, there's something I want to talk to you about. You said. Is it possible that your master is just like you? Zhang Li spoke very carefully, he was worried that this mushy-brained in front of him would not be able to think straight and dissipate herself again. Now she was outside, but she couldn't recover her body without those chains in the Great Hall. No way, my master is flat-chested, let me tell you can be funny, she. Looking at Zhang Li and Flower Demon's expressions, Mo Qingfang's face, too, began to change. Without waiting for her to finish, Zhang Li nodded first. Only to see Mo Qingfang suddenly turn back, flopped down on his knees and said loudly, Master, you just spare me, I will never make rumors about you again, you are actually very big, you. She didn't come, you guys lied to me. Zhang Li. Flower Demon. Forget it, it's hopeless. Better try again, after all, it's the only specter that can communicate. In the end, Mo Qingfang knew the current situation of the Xian Tian sect. Only, unexpectedly, Mo Qingfang didn't look like she was collapsing, instead, she had a contemplative look and didn't know what she was thinking about. Frosty? Are you okay? Zhang Lei left his mouth, wanting to comfort her a bit. So, no one cares about me? Mo Qingfang suddenly spoke. Zhang Li didn't react for a moment and looked at her in surprise. So, no one cares about me? I don't need to clean every day, I don't need to do morning lessons every day, I don't need to cultivate hard every day, and there won't be anyone pushing me every day? Zhang Li. He wondered how such a person had become immortal. How did you become immortal in this condition? It's not born that way. Mo Qingfang said doubtfully. The human race is born to be human, an immortal is born to be an immortal, a demon is born to be a demon, and a devil is born to be a devil. What's wrong with that? It's just that it's more difficult for you ordinary people to become immortals. When Zhang Li and Flower Demon sniffed, they both saw the jealousy in each other's eyes. The two have thought about all kinds of situations. What kind of situation has been thought of in terms of a great power personally granting the law, eating some heavenly material or something like that? Never in a million years would I have thought that it would end up being a pedigree theory. Immortals were born to be immortals. Zhang Li thought it was quite ironic. Forget it, I don't care about this, just tell me if there are any more treasures that might exist within the Xian Tian sect. With a local as a tour guide, Zhang Li, who was originally too lazy to go around looking for treasures like everyone else, was also interested.